On the hillside, wearing an old half-worn Taoist robe, with a small Taoist bun on her head, and carrying a woven bamboo medicine basket, Sui Sui stopped. She raised her delicate, pale hand and wiped the shiny sweat from her forehead. Senior sister Wan Wan, where exactly is the spiritual mushroom you mentioned? Such a precious herb must be at the top of the mountain. Her taller junior sister, Wan Wan, turned around and grabbed Sui Sui's slender wrist. Let's go quickly. But Sui Sui turned her small head to look at the distant Taoist temple hidden among the trees, looking hesitant. Master said the back mountain is too high and dangerous, so we aren't allowed to pick herbs there. Wan Wan crossed her arms and pouted. Master always cares for you the most. If we don't find the spiritual mushroom, he will be very sad. Do you want him to be sad? Thinking of the old Taoist priest who was sick in bed and loved her dearly, Sui Sui felt as if her small chest was hit hard, making her almost gasp from the pain. No. No matter what, she must find the spiritual mushroom to cure her master's illness. Biting her small teeth, Sui Sui rolled up the wide sleeve of her old robe and started running toward the mountain top. Watching her determined little figure sprinting up the mountain, Wan Wan's eyes flashed with a cold smile. A spiritual mushroom? Go to hell and pick it. In a short while, Sui Sui reached the top of the mountain. She looked around and saw something reflecting golden light through a crack on the side of the cliff under the sun. She raised her small hand and rubbed her eyes carefully. When she looked again, her big eyes lit up immediately. A spiritual mushroom. A golden spiritual mushroom. Senior sister, there really is a spiritual mushroom. It's a golden one, Wan Wan. She had just casually lied to her to come up the mountain, and now she found a rare golden mushroom in the world. Could this little girl be a reincarnation of a lucky fish? Don't move around. Let me see. Golden mushrooms are rare treasures. A small one can be worth thousands of silver coins. She dropped her basket and carefully climbed up the slope, sticking her face out to look at the cliff. Seeing the golden mushroom, no bigger than a soybean sprout, Wan Wan immediately looked disappointed. Such a small mushroom. How long would it take to grow big? Turning her face to look at Sui Sui, Wan Wan smiled again. Picking this golden mushroom will definitely cure Master's illness. Come on, I'll hold your hand. You go and pick it. Holding her hand gently, Sui Sui carefully leaned forward, reaching out her small hand toward the golden mushroom. Soft little hand, inching closer and closer. Finally, her fingertips touched the mushroom. She closed her small hand tightly and grasped the stem of the mushroom. Imagine the master eating the spiritual mushroom and getting better. The little one's face is full of happiness. Senior sister, quickly pull me up. Sorry, Sui Sui, I really have no strength left. I can't pull you. Wan Wan smirks softly and loosens her grip. Half of her body leans outside the cliff. Without Wan Wan's hold, Sui Sui immediately loses her balance. Her small body wobbles and then falls over the edge. In the chaos, she only manages to reach out her left hand to her senior sister. Senior sister, help! Seeing the cold, fierce expression on her junior sister's face at the cliff, Sui Sui's voice stalls in shock. The junior sister in front of her feels so unfamiliar, making her think of the evil ghost her master once told her about. The junior sister she grew up with suddenly. It's so scary. She watches the small figure disappear into the clouds and mist halfway up the mountain. Wan Wan claps her hands and gives a cold smile. Go ahead and die if you want. In this life, I am the eldest daughter of the Marquis family. Your glory, wealth, and good marriage, I will enjoy them all for you. She carefully takes out the jade pendant she stole from her master's box, from her sleeve pocket. Under the sunlight, the green jade gleams with a smooth shine. She hangs the jade pendant around her neck, then turns and climbs down the hillside, rushing toward the other side of the valley. Below the cliff in the river, Sui Sui struggles to surface from the water, still clutching the tiny golden spiritual mushroom. Cold river water floods into her throat and nose. Her eyes hurt so much. Her nose hurts too. Her throat hurts as well. The river water feels like a cold hand pulling at her body and clothes. She flails her small hands desperately on the water's surface, shouting with all her might. Help! Help! Little fish, come save me. I don't want to die. Help! Since she was very young, Sway Sway could talk and chat with the animals and plants in the mountains. Her master knew this, and specifically told her not to tell anyone this secret. Sway Sway always obeyed her master's words and never told anyone, including her junior sister Wan Wan. The fish swimming in the river seemed to sense something and swim towards Sway Sway all at once. Big fish, small fish. They all dart under her. 1, 2. More and more gather, forming a colorful school of fish. All the fish swim powerfully, helping to lift Sway Sway out of the water little by little. Prince Chin, look. There seems to be, in the water, seeing the floating figure in the river, a guard by the riverbank, watering his horse, exclaims in surprise. Before he finishes speaking, a dark figure suddenly leaps into the air. She lightly touched her toes on the water surface twice, then fell into the river beside Sway Sway. The fish were startled and scattered. Jun Qian reached out his arm, pulled Sway Sway into his embrace. He turned around and swam with all his strength toward the shore. Help quickly. Be careful, Your Highness. The close-bodied eunuch Chong Lu and several accompanying guards hurried over. Back on the shore, they ignored their wet clothes. Jun Qian reached out to help Sway Sway sit up and firmly patted her back with his right hand. Sway Sway coughed heavily, spitting out a large mouthful, choking on the river water inside her. Puff! Not a drop of river water was wasted. It splashed all over Jun Qian's face. Yun Qian. That's so dirty. Chong Lu silently handed over a clean handkerchief. Your Highness. Jun Qian snorted coldly and pulled it forcefully. When it landed on the little girl's face, he applied a gentle pressure. Carefully wiping her face clean, he gently brushed away her messy wet hair.
Yun Qian suddenly froze.
The little girl looked only 3 or 4 years old, with tender white skin like fresh snow, long eyelashes soaked and appearing thicker, shimmering like wings in the sunlight. Her chubby little face was even smaller than his palm. Her black eyes, like gemstones soaked in spring water, were clear and bright. Chong Lu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What a delicate little child. Since entering the palace, Chong Lu had been serving beside Jun Qian. With such an outstanding little master, he no longer paid attention to others. But this little girl before him was truly stunning.
Sui Sui.
Saved. She raised her small hand and rubbed her eyes, which had been stung by the river water. Sway Sway's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, a boy about 12 or 13, tall and slender, dressed in a dark gold-patterned robe, with a gold crown on his head. His robe was wet with water, but he didn't look at all embarrassed. His face was even more handsome than the immortal depicted in his master's paintings. She blurted out, Is Jejed a celestial fairy from heaven? Everyone. Yun Qian. Chong Lu cleared his throat and helped Sway Sway to her feet, softly reminding her, Your Highness is a boy, not Jejed. Then he's Gugub, older brother. Sway Sway stood up, straightening her soaked robe. She imitated her master's teaching, bowing seriously to Jun Qian. Thank you, Fairy Gugub, for saving Sway Sway's life. My master said, a drop of water's kindness will flow. When she reached flow, she hesitated. Seeing her furrow her little brow in confusion, everyone looked at her with a gentle smile. Chong Lu was about to remind her. But suddenly, Sway Sway's eyes lit up. I remember now. A drop of water's kindness bonds us forever. Haha. A few guards couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Jun Qianjuan's face darkened. Sway Sway blinked her big, black grape-like eyes, suspiciously looking at everyone, then shyly lowering her gaze to Jun Qianjun. Brother Immortal, did Sway Sway say something wrong? Sway Sway, it should be a small favor deserves a great return. Chong Lu whispered a reminder. Sway Sway knew she had made a mistake, and her tender white face turned red. Hanging her little head, she clasped her small hands behind her back, her tiny cloth shoes awkwardly scraping the grass. I'm sorry, Brother Immortal. My master taught me many idioms, and I mix them up. But, she raised her face again, speaking seriously. I will definitely repay you well. Jun Qianjun glanced at the little girl, his handsome face still showing a calm expression. Chong Lu, take 2 people, and send this little thing back to the Taoist temple. Everyone else, follow me back to the palace. Little thing? Is he talking about her? Sui Sui blinked her large eyes and earnestly corrected him. Brother Immortal, I am not a thing. I am a person. The guards burst into laughter again. This time, even Chong Lu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Jun Qianjuan's lips twitched, and he clenched his teeth, trying to control his expression. Chong Lu, what are you standing there for? Feeling sorry for Sui Sui, who was still young and had just been in water, he stepped forward and squatted down in front of her. The mountain path is hard to walk. Come, Brother Chong Lu, carry you back, okay? No. Sui Sui took 2 steps back, waving her little hands quickly. Sui Sui can walk by herself. If I get brother's clothes wet, he will get sick. Before she finished speaking, she sneezed heavily. Jun Qianjun turned his face, his gaze falling on the small, wet bundle. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. At this moment, Sui Sui's gaze also shifted over. Her eyes landed on Jun Qianjuan's damp clothes, and the little girl softly spoke. Brother, you're all wet. If the wind blows, you'll catch a cold. Let's go back to the Taoist temple and change into dry clothes? In the afternoon sunlight, her pupils were clear and pure, free of any impurities, filled with genuine concern. He was still worried about her, even as he was distracted by his own matters. Jun Qianjuan's face was cold. This king's affairs don't need your concern. The wind blew from the valley, and the soaked clothes instantly became even wetter. Sui Sui curled up, shivering, and sniffed her sore little nose. Brother Immortal, let's go quickly, or you'll catch a cold. Her master had said that catching a cold was a serious illness. If it was severe, it could be deadly. Looking into the crystal-clear eyes of the little girl, the usually indifferent young man suddenly felt a softening in his heart. He took out the silk blanket from the bag on one side of the saddle, a gift from the western region. He stepped forward. He unfolded the blanket with both hands, then folded it again, wrapping Sui Sui tightly inside. The blanket was too big and she was too small. Moreover, Jun Qian had been raised by others since childhood and was not skilled at such things. The little girl was immediately wrapped into a soft bundle, her face and head completely covered. Chong Lu. The Lord was angry and wanted to suffocate the child? Chong Lu couldn't hold back his laughter and reminded him, Your Highness, maybe let the little one breathe a bit. Annoying. Jun Qian snorted coldly, but still reached out to tug at the blanket. He then picked up the soft bundle and leapt onto the horse. Sui Sui poked her little head out of the bundle. She heard her say, Kitchen, our Taoist temple has a pot and a stove. Are the fairy brothers hungry? Sui Sui can cook sweet potatoes for you. Jun Qian. Chong Lu and the guards. Go. Jun Qian gently pressed his horse's belly, and the black horse steadily trotted up the rugged mountain path. It seemed the prince was going to personally send someone off. Chong Lu and the guards quickly followed. On horseback, Sui Sui turned her little head and noticed the young man's face still had tears. She reached out her small hand and gently wiped the water from his face. Seeing her small hand reach out, Jun Qian instinctively wanted to dodge. But it was too late. The soft, warm little hand brushed gently across his cheek. Jun Qian was momentarily stunned. He noticed his skin felt a bit cool, and Sui Sui thought he was cold. She stretched out her little arm and hugged the young man's neck tightly. Fairy brother, might be cold. Sui Sui will keep you warm, the soft bundle pressed against his chest. Yun Qian. His body tensed instantly, and he awkwardly coughed. Let go of me. Thinking he was worried she was cold, Sui Sui smiled and tightened her hold. It's okay, Sui Sui is keeping brother warm, so he won't be cold. She was afraid of the cold in winter. Her master, the Taoist priest, always hugged her like this. Jun Qian paused for a moment, stunned. The small, soft body pressed against his chest, and a faint floral scent entered his nose. A gentle medicinal fragrance, with a pure, sweet lotus-like aroma. That smell made Jun Qian involuntarily think of his mother. His mother, the noble consort, was once a palace healer. Even after becoming a consort, she still loved planting herbs. Other palace women liked peonies and roses, but his mother loved lotus flowers the most. One of his warmest childhood memories was the herbal scent mixed with lotus that clung to his mother. How long had it been since he last smelled that? He gently sniffed the small girl's breath and slowly tightened his arms, holding her soft, tiny form close. Jin Lu, along with his guards, rode over on horseback, protecting the two people behind him. A group of riders quickly disappeared around the mountain bend. Meanwhile, on the other side of the valley, Wan Wan was lying on the roadside slope, carefully pushing aside the wild grass and looking toward the distant official road. Far away, on the official road, dust was flying as a team of black-armored cavalry hurried past. On a large black flag fluttering in the wind, there was a shining gold-embroidered character, Shen, in seal script. Leading the group was a middle-aged man sitting upright on a dark red horse. He wore black clothes and armor, with a broad sword hanging at his waist. His handsome face showed a commanding presence. He was the Marquis of Jinbei, Shen Huijing. Wan Wan's heart was pounding excitedly. She deliberately loosened her neatly combed hair, pulled out her jade pendant from her collar, pretending to be anxious, and then fell to the official road, crying softly. Who? Shen Huijing, riding a horse, quickly pulled his horse to a stop. He jumped down from the saddle and helped the fallen girl to her feet. Little girl, are you okay? Afraid that the other person might notice the jade pendant, Wan Wan raised her hand to tidy her messy hair. Oh, it hurts so much. When her eyes fell on the jade pendant hanging from her chest, Shen Huijing's breath caught. Isn't this the jade pendant of his own daughter? He held the jade pendant up to his eyes and examined it carefully. The pendant was only about the size of an adult's thumb, carved into a peace-lock style, with a delicate lotus flower pattern below. It was exactly the same as the one his daughter wore when she went missing years ago. Shen Huijing's large hands tightly gripped Wan Wan's arms. Tell me, where did you get this jade pendant? When my master found me, the jade pendant was on me. He said it was left by my parents. Then, Shen Huijing's voice trembled with nervousness. When did your master find you? He found me 3 years ago. He said it was just after the Lantern Festival. Could it be that she is his missing daughter? This was a serious matter, and Shen Huijing dared not admit her right away. After carefully observing the girl for a moment, his gaze fell on Wan Wan's right arm. He remembered clearly that his daughter was born in summer and had a red lotus-shaped birthmark on her right arm. At that time, he and his wife were very surprised. That was also the reason they carved a lotus flower on the peace lock when making it for her. If this girl also had a birthmark on her arm, she must be his daughter. Taking a deep breath, Shen Huijing reached out and gently pushed up her sleeve. On the tender side of the girl's arm, there was a red lotus-shaped birthmark. Seeing that birthmark, the general who has fought on many battlefields and never changed his face in front of thousands of soldiers, suddenly had tears in his eyes. Ninger, your father has finally found you. He gently holds Wan Wan in his arms, his voice trembling as a famous general. Her face nestles in the man's neck, and a proud glint flashes in Wan Wan's eyes. Fortunately, she had previously marked her own arm with a red inked to match the birthmark. Sure enough, everything went smoothly. Her heart is full of joy, but her face remains innocent and childlike. Are you? My father, he helps Wan Wan to stand up, his eyes red with emotion. That's right, your father and mother have been looking for you for 3 years. I think about you all the time. Father, Wan Wan pretends to cry as she throws herself into his arms. I miss Mom and Dad too. He tightly hugs the girl, then wipes his face and turns to the deputy general, speaking in a hoarse voice. Hurry back to the mansion and tell Madam that the 4th miss has been found. Yes, the deputy general, along with 2 guards, quickly rides off. The accompanying officers dismount and gather around the two, offering their congratulations. This is the fourth miss. Thank goodness, we met here by chance. Congratulations, Lord Marquis. The general's daughter has been found. Tonight, we must celebrate properly. Sun Huijin, a middle-aged man, has a beloved daughter whom he adores. During a lantern festival, his wet nurse accidentally lost the girl. Over the past 3 years, the Shin family has spent a lot of effort searching everywhere for her, and now they happen to meet her by chance on the way back to the capital. Isn't this a huge blessing? There's no need to rush about drinking first. Sun Huijin lifts Wan Wan from her seat, then sits back on his horse, gently touching her small face with his rough fingers. His usually rough voice softens naturally. Tell your father where your master is so I can go thank him properly. The Shin family values loyalty and gratitude, and Sun Huijin is someone who always repays kindness. He raised his daughter for 3 years. This kindness must be repaid generously. My master! He's already gone. Wan Wan sniffs, forcefully rubs her eyes to turn them red, and tears up fake tears, acting very pitiful. In the temple, there's no one else. Wan Wan has been hungry for several days. Luckily, I met my father, or I thought I might starve to death. His gaze sweeps over her messy hair, her dusty, slightly old robe, and Sun Huijin's heart aches painfully. No, from now on, whatever you want or wish to eat, Dad will give it to you. Feeling sorry for her, the daughter is held in his arms, while Sun Huijin holds the reins with one hand. Let's set off and return to the palace. The generals remount their horses and head back toward the capital. Wan Wan leans against Sun Huijin, gazing past his back at the tall, dangerous mountain peak in the distance. In her slender eyes, there is a coldness that seems beyond her age. In this life, just stay quietly at the river bottom feeding fish. Your wealth and status, your perfect marriage, your loving parents from the Marquis's residence and brothers who hold you close. All of this now belongs to me. On the hillside, Mo Longju gallops along the mountain path and stops in front of a dilapidated temple gate that looks about to fall apart. Jun Qian Fei jumps down from his horse, placing Yeye wrapped in a blanket on the ground. He looks around, his beautiful long eyebrows furrowing tightly. The plaque above the gate is crooked, seemingly about to fall at any moment. There's no door on the main hall, and the torn wallpaper flutters in the wind. This isn't a proper Taoist temple. It's clearly a ruin. The only surprising thing is that the herbs in the courtyard are neatly planted. As if infused with the essence of heaven and earth, each one is vibrant and flourishing. Much more lush than the herbs grown in the Imperial hospital. There are even many varieties he doesn't recognize. Master, Yeye toddles into the side hall, running to the old wooden bed. She pulls out a small golden spiritual mushroom from her bosom like a treasure and holds it up to her master. Master, look. I found a golden spiritual mushroom. Seeing the pale face and faint breathing of the old Taoist on the bed, the white-haired man's expression darkens. The girl's voice catches in her throat, and she stands there in a daze. She has a natural sense of life force, whether it's a person, beast, or plant. In just one glance, Yeye can tell her master's life force is almost gone. She grabs the old man's withered hand and cries sadly. Master, don't die. Please don't die. Master, hearing her strange voice, Jun Qian, who is about to leave, suddenly turns around and strides into the hall. His gaze sweeps over the old Taoist on the bed and then lands on Yeye's tear-streaked face, his heart tightening. On the pillow, the old Taoist, hearing Yeye's voice, struggles to open his eyes and forces a pale smile. Yeye, don't cry. Your master is riding the clouds to the west, about to ascend to heaven to become an immortal.
To enjoy
Happiness. Afraid her disciple will be upset, the old Taoist continues to try to comfort her. Sui sniffled and wiped her tears, lifting her face with a sob. Master, can you take me with you? The old monk looked at the small girl in front of him with helplessness and sadness. Sui is too young to ride the crane. Be good and bring the box from the bookshelf. Sui pouted and shook her head hard. I don't want the box, I only want master. Jun Qian turned around, took the wooden box from the top shelf of the bookshelf, and handed it to the old monk. The jade pendant inside was found on you when master picked you up. I was worried you might lose it.
So I kept it for you.
The old monk struggled to hold Sui Sui's small hand and placed it on the old wooden box. Keep it safe yourself. His gaze flicked past Sui Sui and landed on Jun Qian, dressed in fine clothes. In the old monk's cloudy, unfocused eyes, a faint glimmer appeared. The young master is a noble person. Please take her and give this child a way to live. The old monk had been a healer all his life, and he knew his true cause of death was poisoning. Sui Sui was innocent and could not have harmed him. The only possibility was Wan Wan. The old man had held on until now only because of his concern for Sui Sui. He had many things he wanted to tell her, but he was too weak. Leaving a child here meant only death. In his last moments, the old monk was still trying to help his beloved disciple find a way to survive. As he mentioned Wei, his life was nearly gone. A gurgling sound in his throat, and he spat out a dark red blood. His head tilted weakly to one side. He died with his eyes open, unfulfilled. Master, Sui Sui threw herself onto the old monk, crying loudly. Outside the hall, Chong Lu and the guards listened to her tender crying, all showing pity. Such a small child facing such a tragic farewell was truly pitiful. Chong Lu, go to the back mountain and find a quiet place.
Dig a grave.
Yes. Chong Lu nodded and led the guards away. He watched the tiny figure kneeling by the old monk, crying so hard she couldn't breathe, trembling all over. Jun Qian seemed to see himself in her, his brow tightening even more. He coughed softly, stopped crying.
Sui Sui cried even harder.
Jun Qian's voice lowered. I said no crying.
Sui Sui kept crying.
The young boy's fist, hanging at his side, suddenly clenched tightly. Then cry here, all you want. He turned around and took a step to leave. A sleeve drooped. The young man paused and looked to the side. On his black clothing, he held a small, soft hand. I'm sorry, fairy brother. I didn't mean to disobey you. The little girl's eyes were red, and she struggled to hold back tears, her shoulders trembling. I really couldn't help it. The young man's clenched fist suddenly lost strength. His long, white fingers paused midair for a moment before gently resting on her fuzzy hair. His usually stiff voice softened a little. It's good that your master became a fairy and is enjoying happiness in the sky. You don't need to be sad. Sui Sui lifted her tear-streaked face, looking a bit doubtful. Really? Of course it's true. But the master doesn't have a crane. How did he fly to the sky? There are many cranes in the sky. Since he's a fairy, catching one is easy.
Then,
Sui Sui turned her face and looked at the old man on the bed. Why isn't master flying away? Tears still clung to her eyelashes, making her look pitiful. Jun Qian reached out his hand awkwardly to wipe her tears. He's gone to the sky as a soul. That's why you can't see him. He spoke seriously, and Sui Sui believed him completely. She turned to look at her master, pouting sadly.
But I
don't want to leave my master. Thinking of the last look her senior sister Wan Wan gave her on the cliff, her small brows furrowed. And thinking that in the future, only she and Wan Wan would be left in the Taoist temple, Sui Sui's face tightened with worry. Fairy brother, I'm so scared. Jun Qian squatted down, gently helping her onto the blanket on the ground, then pulled it up to wrap her again. No need to be afraid. Brother will take you away. Where will brother take Sui Sui? Brother will help you find your parents and send you home. Thank you, fairy brother. Sui Sui's face was full of gratitude. Sui Sui can help you with chores, wash dishes, cook sweet potatoes, and even help plant herbs. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Jun Qian quickly withdrew his hand. He stood up, took a step back, and kept his usual cold, distant expression. Help her find some dry clothes to change into. Chong Lu carried the little girl into his arms and left the hall. The guards together carried the old Taoist master to the back mountain for burial. Jun Qian drew his sword, cut a wide wooden strip from the broken-legged chair, and grabbed a brush left by the old master on the table. He didn't know the old master's name. After a moment's thought, the young man wrote a few words, "Grave of Sui Sui's master." The guards finished digging the new grave, and Sui Sui changed into dry clothes. She was led by Chong Lu to the new grave site. Chong Lu carefully guided the little girl, making her bow 3 times to the elder. Jun Qian turned around. "Let's go. Wait, I need to pack some things." Sui Sui turned and ran into her room. She didn't want to leave anything behind, especially the herbal seed the master gave her. She hurried back into the room. After a moment, she carried out several broken bottles and jars. Chong Lu frowned. "Sui Sui, you shouldn't keep these." She tightly held the jars with the herbal seeds, insisting. "No, these are my treasures, Chong Lu. Broken bottles and old jars aren't treasures." Just as he was about to speak, Jun Qian raised his right hand to signal him to be quiet. "Help her carry everything. Don't leave anything behind." The guards didn't dare disobey and carefully wrapped the broken bottles and jars, loading them onto the horse. Jun Qian handed the wooden box he had been holding to Sui Sui. "Besides the Taoist priest and you, is there anyone else?" "Wan Wan, my senior sister." "Where is she?" Sui Sui shook her head. She briefly explained about gathering herbs earlier. She was still young and couldn't see Wan Wan's malicious intentions. She only told the truth. She and her senior sister gathered herbs together, and her sister didn't catch her falling off the cliff. "Your Highness, if we don't leave now, we might miss the evening class," Chong Lu softly reminded. "If the Emperor finds out, you might get in trouble again." Jun Qian looked into the distance. The sunset was sinking in the west, and it was almost dark. "Leave 2 people to guard the Taoist temple. If anyone returns, bring them back to the palace." With that order, Jun Qian stepped toward the palace gate. "Brother Immortal, walk slowly. Sui Sui has short legs and can't keep up." Hearing her voice, Jun Qian stopped. The little girl hurried to catch up, but unexpectedly, he paused suddenly and bumped into him. She nervously looked up at him. "Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you." "Are you hurt?" Her nose was red from crying earlier. Her big, watery eyes looked at him timidly, as if afraid of making him angry. Jun Qian frowned, bent down, and took her small hand. "Let's go. Come back with me." He deliberately slowed his pace to match hers. Walking with short legs beside him, Sui Sui looked up at his calm, cold-side face, which was reflected in the hand he held. Her brother seemed a bit stern. But his hand was so warm. The young girl quietly clasped her small fingers around the boy's hand, holding it tightly. Feeling the soft, tender little hand, she squeezed herself closer. Jun Qian remained calm and expressionless, but his palm also tightened around the girl's hand. In the capital city, outside the North Marquis residence. From afar, a group of people turned the corner, and the old servant waiting at the stairs excitedly turned around. "Madam, they're coming. They're coming. The Marquis and the 4th Miss are back." Standing on the steps, Madame du Roi from the Marquis's house could hardly contain her excitement. She quickly pulled her arm away from the maid holding her and hurried down the stairs, clutching her skirt. Near. From a distance, she saw her husband, Shan Huijin, riding a horse with a child, rushing toward her. Her heart clenched, and as she called her daughter's nickname, tears started to fall. 3 years had passed, countless days and nights. She had been dreaming of this day. Shan Huijin jumped down from his horse with Wan Wan in his arms and strode quickly toward his wife, bending down to set the child on the ground. "Ninger, call Mom quickly."
"Mom."
Wan Wan cheered happily and threw herself into Du Rua's arms. Du Rua hugged her tightly, noticing the familiar lotus-shaped birthmark on her arm and smelling that familiar scent. She had already cried so hard she was gasping for breath. "It's Ninger, my poor Ninger." The servants hurried to comfort her, but they all couldn't help but wipe their tears. "Madam, it's good that the young lady is back. Don't cry so much. It's bad for your health." "Yes, such a great happiness. You should be happy." Shan Huijin gently patted his wife's shoulder to comfort her. Rua, don't scare the child. Look, does mom scare Ninger? Rua straightened up and wiped her eyes. Ninger, little sister, third brother is here. Shun Yunli, the third son of the Shin family, who had just returned from studying at the family school, hurriedly jumped down from the carriage and pushed into the crowd. Seeing Wan Wan standing before him, the 8-year-old boy hesitated and frowned. Father, did you mistake someone? Shun Huijin's face darkened. What nonsense are you talking? I clearly remember my sister's eyes, big, black, shiny, like stars in the sky. Shun Yunli pointed at Wan Wan, his gaze falling on her slightly narrow eyes. Why are her eyes so small? Hearing Shun Yunli's words, Wan Wan clenched her small fists in anger. She had already drawn the birthmark and arranged a fragrant pouch with the same scent as Sui Sui's. How could that damn Shin family's third son see through her at a glance? Don't talk about my sister like that. Shun Huijin pushed Shun Yunli's hand away and frowned at him. My little sister has grown up. She can't stay the same as when she was a child. Yes, third young master. Children grow taller as they get older. You're different now from when you were a child, aren't you? Girls change a lot as they grow, becoming more beautiful. Miss Fourth will surely be as beautiful as the lady someday. Ninger, don't listen to your brother's rudeness. You look very pretty now. Madam Shin Rua gently cups Wan Wan's small face. When she was a child, her daughter's big, round eyes were adorable and lively. Every time she saw them, her heart would soften completely. She wished she could hold her daughter in her arms day and night, never feeling enough love. Now, she doesn't look like a child anymore. Her eyes are a bit more slender. But her daughter, no matter how she grows, will always be beautiful. Someone, bring the sweet cake I just made for Miss Fourth. Rua wipes away tears from her eyes, happily wanting to let her daughter taste her cooking. Wan Wan looks expectant on the surface, but secretly frowns. She remembers from the previous life, when Sui Sui was adopted back. Rua not only had new clothes brought for Sui Sui, but also brought out several boxes of jewelry and gems for her to choose from, saying she wanted to make jewelry for her. But when it was her turn, everything changed. Even if she couldn't get a box of jewelry, just 1 or 2 pieces would be fine. Why treat her so differently? Jingjiao Palace. Luoxing Hall, side room. Sui Sui was already being bathed by 2 palace maids. The consorts and princesses bathed with flower petals, and after washing, they also took care of their skin. Everyone also helped Sui Sui with her grooming. Jun Qian, a prince, had no suitable girls' clothes for Sui Sui. They quickly found a set of small palace-made clothes, shortened and altered them, and dressed the clean little girl in them. But the clothes in the palace are all high quality. A short red top, a white embroidered skirt with a halter. The little girl, fair and tender, looked like a tiny snow sculpture in her red outfit. Just a simple palace-made costume, but on Sui Sui, it looked especially elegant. They parted her long black silk hair into 2 sections, styled it into a simple drooping ear bun, and tied it with a red silk ribbon. An older palace maid carefully dabbed rouge on her cheeks and a touch of red on her forehead. Seeing the well-dressed little girl, both maids loved her very much. Give me a kiss, and I'll pinch your cheeks. They couldn't bear to see her walk, so both rushed to carry her, holding her up so her feet didn't touch the ground. In the main hall, Suijun Qian's accompanying palace maid Qinghe was directing the young eunuchs and palace maids to set the dishes and prepare the meal. Seeing Sui Sui being carried in by the palace maid, Qinghe, who has been in the palace for many years and is very experienced, was also stunned by her beauty. She had heard the palace maid say that the girl was very delicate and adorable, very likable. She thought it was just exaggeration, but when she saw her in person, she realized everyone was not exaggerating. Even the Princess de Xiu, the emperor's own daughter and the most beautiful girl in the palace, looked less striking compared to Sui Sui. Among all the princes and princesses, only Jun Qian could compare with her. Sui Sui, I am Aunt Qinghe, the main palace maid for His Highness. Introducing herself, Qinghe smiled as she led the little girl to the table and helped her sit on a chair. Smelling the sweet scent on the girl, Ching, he turned her face out of curiosity. What kind of fragrant ointment are you using? Sway sway. It smells so nice. His Highness usually doesn't like those things, so I dare not use them randomly. This is Sway Sway's own scent, said the older palace maid. Yes, Sway Sway also has a lotus-shaped birthmark on her arm. I think Sway Sway is like a little flower goddess, another maid added. Ching He rolled up the girl's sleeve and looked carefully, secretly amazed. Sway Sway also laughed along with everyone, but she looked around and couldn't help but hug Aunt Ching He. Aunt Ching He, where is the immortal brother? His Highness has gone to evening classes.
Is Sui Sui hungry?
Shall we eat first? Taking the warm towel handed by the palace maid, Ching He helped Sway Sway wipe her small hands and asked with a smile. Sway Sway shook her head. I'm not hungry yet. When immortal brother comes back, we will eat together. Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly, protesting. Sway Sway stretched out her small hands to cover her unruly stomach. Her fair face was flushed with pink. Who told you to make noise? So embarrassing. Seeing her adorable look, Ching He and the two maids couldn't help but smile. His Highness might be having dinner with the Emperor, so Sway Sway doesn't need to wait. Ching He sat beside her, smiling as she picked up a shrimp with a small plate and brought it to her mouth. Here, try a shrimp first. Sway Sway didn't take the shrimp. She raised her pink face and explained seriously, I can eat by myself. Aunt Ching He doesn't need to feed me. Ching He was slightly stunned. In the palace, which young lady didn't have everything handed to her and eat at will? If the servants didn't serve properly, they would be scolded or beaten. Such a big child, yet so sensible. Taking care of Sway Sway was Jun Qian's order. Since she was brought by His Highness, Ching He naturally dared not be careless. At this moment, Ching He truly liked the little rice ball in front of her. Big sister Ching He, I just like feeding Sway Sway. She fed a shrimp into the little one's mouth. Ching He smiled warmly, full of affection. Is it tasty? The little one held a big shrimp in her mouth, and her small, white face puffed out a little bump. Chewing the shrimp, she couldn't speak clearly, only nodding hard. With such a cute look, Ching He's heart almost melted. Eat more then. Come, big sister will give you another pearl meatball. Try this fish too. Big sister will help you remove the bones first. The little girl sat properly in her chair, eating in a cute and obedient way. A child of 3 or 4. How much could she eat? She only took a bite of each dish, but Sway Sway's small belly was already full. There were even many pastries she hadn't tasted yet. Watching those delicate pastries on the table, Sway Sway hesitated and spoke softly. Big sister Ching He, can I keep a few pieces of pastry to give to the fairy brother? Hearing this, 2 palace maids standing nearby both chuckled. His Majesty wouldn't lack pastries. Yes, Sway Sway. Whatever His Majesty wants to eat, he can have. How do you know that? Ching He glanced at the 2 maids, her tone turning a bit stern. His Majesty doesn't lack pastries, but Sway Sway's kindness is the most precious. She smiled at the little one and nodded toward the table. These few plates of pastries are His Majesty's favorites. Keep them for him to enjoy as a late-night snack when he returns. Sway Sway had been waiting by the pastries, but despite waiting and waiting, she never saw the fairy brother come back. She supported her cheeks with her hands. Suddenly, her ears twitched. She overheard a little palace maid whisper. Today, His Majesty came back late. His evening lessons must have been delayed. He probably won't get scolded, right? Hearing that the fairy brother might be scolded, Sway Sway became nervous. Who would scold the fairy brother? Ching, he cleared her throat. The little palace maid knew she had spoken out of turn and didn't dare say more. In the whole world, only the king, who is above all others, has the right to scold His Majesty. Seeing the maid stay silent, Sway Sway turned to Ching He. Aunt Ching He, where's the fairy brother? Ching He squatted down, gently holding the little one's shoulders, and pointed to the right and ahead. Do you see the tallest 2-story palace over there? That is the Gon Kuan Palace where the Emperor lives. The prince is there. Thinking of her fairy brother being scolded, Sway Sway couldn't sit still. Aunt Ching He, can I go see him? Qing He hesitated a little. She reached out her small hand and grabbed Qing He's sleeve. The little one looked up with her small face. Big eyes reflected the crystal lamp inside the palace, like the Milky Way in the night sky. Can I just see my brother God forever? Facing such a pair of eyes, even a heart of stone would soften into gentle warmth. Moreover, Qing He had watched Jun Qian grow up since he was a child. Since Jun Qian still hadn't returned, Qing He felt a little worried. Okay, let's go take a look. You must listen to Auntie and not run around. I'll bring some snacks for brother. Sui Sui happily ran into the main hall, took out a handkerchief, wrapped some snacks, and put them in her arms. A palace maid brought a lantern. Qing He held the lantern in one hand and held the little one's hand with the other, walking out of the hall. The big and small figures crossed the palace path and turned onto the main road leading to the main hall. Qing He suddenly stopped and tightly grasped Sui Sui's small hand. Sui Sui, hide quickly. In the distance, a team of Imperial guards approached slowly, carrying a golden sedan chair supported by 8 people. Qing He immediately recognized it. That was the Empress's sedan chair. The Empress was always jealous of the Queen Mother, who was most favored during the lifetime of the noble consort Xian. If it weren't for the Empress's deliberate scheme, making the Queen Mother pick herbs in the rain, she wouldn't have fallen ill and died early, leaving her young son behind. His Highness showed extraordinary talent from a young age, excelling in reading and martial arts, surpassing other princes. Even the Crown Prince, who was the Empress's own son, was outperformed by him. Naturally, the Empress disliked Jun Qian very much. If she found out that Jun Qian had brought back an unknown child from outside the palace, it might cause trouble for her own son. After pulling Sui Sui behind the greenery beside the palace path, she signaled her to crouch down and whispered softly. Sui Sui, hide here and don't come out or make a sound, understand? Sui Sui didn't understand what was happening but obediently nodded and raised her little hand to cover her mouth. Once she was sure the little one was hidden well, Qing He carried the lantern, tidied her clothes, and stood by the side of the road. When she saw the Empress's sedan approaching, she quickly bent down and respectfully bowed. Oh, isn't this Qing He? The accompanying lady-in-waiting next to the sedan raised her left hand to signal everyone to stop. Why are you out here at this late hour, Qing He? Shouldn't you be staying in the Luoxing Palace? Qing He lowered her head politely. Replying to the lady, Prince Qin has not returned for a long time, so I came to check on him. Inside the sedan, the Empress snorted coldly. Your prince missed his evening lessons and dared to disobey the Emperor. He was punished to kneel in the main hall. He won't be back tonight. Qing He quickly knelt on the ground, feeling a pang of sympathy but dared not show it on her face. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. I will make sure to advise the Crown Prince more often in the future. I'm glad you understand. With a golden armor glove, she lifts the curtain of the sedan. The Empress glances sideways at Qing He, who is kneeling on the ground. I've heard that Qing He is very good at sewing and mending. Since my dress is torn, I'll ask her to help fix it. The Empress knows Qing He's honest and loyal to Jun Qian. If she lets Qing He leave now, Qing He will surely try to find someone to speak for Jun Qian. It's a rare chance to punish Jun Qian properly, so the Empress won't give Qing He that opportunity. Qing He turns her face, quietly worried as she glances at Sui Sui hiding in the grass. She supports herself with her hands, bowing her head onto her palms. Your Majesty, please see, Qing He is clumsy and not very skilled. I'm afraid I won't be able to do a good job. Bold servant. Madame Zhou scolds sharply. How dare you disobey the Empress's orders? I dare not, Qing He replies helplessly. I will follow Your Majesty back to the palace immediately. Lift the sedan. Madame Zhou gives the order, and the eunuchs lift the sedan again to continue forward. Qing He deliberately lingers, trying to say a few words to Sui Sui before leaving. Madame Zhou, who is walking beside the Empress's sedan, turns her face, giving a cold sideways look with her eyes. Qing He, why are you dawdling? Afraid Sui Sui might be noticed, Qing He doesn't say much. She puts her hands behind her back, waves to Sui Sui to go back to the palace, and quickens her steps to catch up with Madame Zhou. Sui Sui crouches behind the grass, watching everyone leave, then carefully peeks out. She looks toward the falling star palace, then shifts her gaze to the highest hall nearby. She just heard a woman inside the sedan say that the immortal brother was being punished.
No.
She must go and see for herself. Holding a handkerchief with some snacks tucked inside, the little girl turns and runs toward the Qingquan Hall. At a crossroads, Sui Sui hesitates and stops. Having grown up in the mountains, she is used to the wild, and every plant, bird, and insect is her friend. She never worries about getting lost. But unfortunately, the palace and the mountains are different. There are high walls everywhere, all looking similar. She looks around, frowning, and stops walking. Her brother's house is too big. It seems. She's lost. Meow, not far away. A wild cat's cry is heard. The little girl turns her face and sees a white cat sitting on the palace wall, its big eyes shining. She walks to the wall, lifts her small face, and waves at the white cat. "Kitty, come help me, please." The white stray cat heard her voice and quickly jumped in front of her. Squatting down, she petted the cat's head and asked in a gentle voice, "Little kitty, can you take me to find the immortal brother, the white cat?" How does it know who her immortal brother is? Understanding its thoughts, Sui Sui pointed to the tallest palace. "I want to go there. Do you know the way?" The white cat meowed proudly twice and wagged its fluffy tail. "Of course, I am second best at finding the way." No cat dares to claim first. Sui Sui looked happy. "Great. Please take me there quickly." Puffing up its tail, the white cat strutted ahead to lead the way. The girl and the cat walked along a quiet path between the palaces and soon reached the side of the great heaven hall. The white cat leapt lightly, climbing onto the palace wall as easily as walking on flat ground. Sitting on the wall with bent legs, the white cat waved its paw to Sui Sui, signaling her to follow. Sui Sui looked up at the towering palace wall. "Clumsy kitty, I don't have claws, and there are no trees here. How am I supposed to get up?" The white cat. "Humans are really useless." It jumped down from the wall and led her out of a small path to a dog hole. "Meow, you can crawl through here." She tucked the handkerchief with snacks into her pocket, bent down, and used her hands and feet to squeeze through the hole easily. Turning her head, she saw the white cat still outside the wall, and she waved her little hand. "Kitty, come on in." The white cat held its head high, eyes full of disdain. It was a noble cat. How could it possibly go through a dog hole? "Who's there?" The night patrol guards heard the noise and hurried over to check. Startled, the white cat turned and ran into the bushes to escape. Seeing it was just a cat, the guards shook their heads and went back to patrol the main road. No one expected that a little girl had just slipped past their watch and entered the great heaven hall.
Kitty.
"Little kitty." Inside the palace wall, Sui Sui called out a few times. When the white cat didn't come in, she had to give up. She turned her head to look at the many similar-looking houses nearby, feeling worried again. So many rooms. Where is her immortal brother? Her eyes swept over a pavilion not far away, where she saw a tall figure inside. Her eyes lit up. "Yes." She thought, "I can just ask someone for directions." Her master said, "The nose is below the eyes, and the mouth isn't just for eating. When you don't understand something, don't be afraid to ask, even if it means losing a tooth." Wiping off the grass and dirt on her clothes, Sui Sui took small, confident steps, walking out from behind the green plants. "Who are you?" a voice asked from behind, and Sui Sui still didn't understand what was happening. Her small body leapt into the air, caught by a large hand and lifted halfway up. Sui Sui, held in midair, looked confused and turned her little head to see who was holding her.
Emperor'da yetyanzi hun cheng anevaminet her karefulli, frowning in confusion.
According to the Chu's rules, palace maids must be at least 7 years old to enter the palace. This child looked no older than 4, which was too young. "Which palace maid are you from? What are you doing here?" Sui Sui didn't understand the words about palaces and simply ignored the first part. "I'm here to ask for directions." She spoke first, as if reporting a complaint. "Uncle, you suddenly grabbed me and it scared me. Can you put me down first?" staring at the confident little girl, Jun Cheng almost laughed out loud. He put her down on the ground, crossed his arms, and watched her with interest. "You're looking for me to ask for directions?" Sui Sui didn't know that His Majesty was the Emperor's self-title. She just thought, "You really want to ask me for directions?" "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Cough. A guard nearby coughed loudly.
How dare you?
"Kneel down." A little palace maid wouldn't normally speak to the Emperor like that. Sui Sui didn't understand palace rules and blinked her big eyes in confusion. "My master only said that when asking questions, you shouldn't be afraid to lose your teeth, but he didn't say you had to kneel." Afraid to lose teeth? The guard was confused. Jun Cheng already chuckled. "Little girl, are you saying you're not afraid to ask questions from those below you?" "Uncle is right. My master said there's no shame in asking questions," she said shyly, sticking out her tongue. Sui Sui always forgets the idioms. Tonight, she wasn't in a good mood. But seeing such a cute, innocent little girl made Jun Cheng feel unexpectedly relaxed. "What is your name?" Sui Sui Ping'an. "Ping'an, good name." Jun Cheng nodded gently. "Little Sui Sui, where do you want to go?" "I want to find Brother Shinxian. He was punished by the bad emperor and made to kneel. I want to bring him some snacks." The bad emperor must be the one who punished him. The little girl was innocent and pure, not realizing that the person in front of her was the bad emperor she mentioned. When she heard bad emperor, the guard's eyebrows twitched twice rapidly. "Little girl, you're not even fully grown yet, and you want to play with life?" I really couldn't bear to see that adorable little head get cut off. The guard stepped forward, wanting to speak for Sui Sui. Jun Cheng raised his right hand, signaling him not to speak. Everyone in the world fears him, especially in the palace. Even his children, from a young age, have been taught to be well-behaved by their mother and servants. The only one who isn't afraid of him is Jun Qian. Since their mother passed away, he has become more distant from his father. It's rare to see such an innocent and pure little child who talks to him like an ordinary person. Jun Cheng felt it was fresh and didn't get angry. He bent down slightly and rarely showed a gentle smile. "Why do you say the emperor is a bad emperor?" The man in front of him was very tall, with an indescribable aura around him. Sui Sui was a little nervous at first. Seeing the other person bending over, smiling gently and speaking softly to her, she relaxed again. She looked up and openly shared her thoughts. Immortal brother didn't do anything wrong, but the emperor made him kneel. "Isn't that a bad emperor?" Jun Cheng hummed softly. "Your immortal brother was late because he was playing and didn't come back on time for class. Shouldn't he be punished?" "That's not true." Sui Sui hurriedly spoke, worried that the other misunderstood her immortal brother. "You're wrong. My immortal brother was late because he was saving me. He's doing good things."
Oh.
Jun Chengen's eyes flickered. Could it be that Qianer brought her back to the palace? "Then tell me, how did your immortal brother save you?" "I accidentally fell from the mountain into the river. My immortal brother pulled me out and took me back to the Taoist temple. And then," thinking of her master riding a crane to enjoy heaven, Sui Sui's face fell. She lowered her head, clutching her clothes in a grievance. "My master rode a crane and went to heaven to become a god." The little girl was young and didn't explain much, jumping from one thing to another. As the emperor, Jun Cheng could guess roughly from these clues. Seeing her furrow her brows, he felt a bit of pity. Thinking of Jun Qian, who lost his mother, he turned his gaze to the distant main hall where Jun Qian was kneeling, a look of sadness on his face. The little girl kept asking, "Uncle, do you know where my immortal brother is?" Jun Cheng withdrew his gaze from the distant hall and looked back at Sui Sui's face. Since her mother's death, Jun Qian had become cold and aloof, preferring to be alone. He had actually taken the initiative to save someone and brought a little girl back without permission. It seemed he really liked this child. There was a little child beside him. Perhaps that child no longer needed to feel so lonely. Jun Cheng raised his right hand and pointed toward the side door of the main hall across the courtyard. "Your fairy brother is inside the main hall. Just go through the courtyard gate and up the steps. Hurry and see him," Sway Sway grinned happily and responded with a sweet, bright smile. Thank you, uncle. Turning around, she took small, quick steps and ran toward the courtyard gate. Under the lights, the little girl's steps were lively, and her silk ribbon tied around her hair fluttered with each step, full of energy. Her mood was infectious, and Jun Qing'an also slightly curved his lips in a smile. No wonder even Jun Qian liked her. This little baby is really very adorable. Jun Qing'an withdrew his gaze and looked at the nearby guard. Remove the guards from the main hall so the child won't be scared. Yes, sir. Sway Sway, with her short legs, walked into the side door and climbed the tall steps. The guards and eunuchs on duty had already left, so she moved freely to the main hall door. She stretched out both small hands and used all her strength. Finally, she pushed the heavy hall door open a crack. Hearing the sound of the door, Jun Qian, kneeling on the blue stone ground, turned his face. Seeing a pink little figure squeeze through the door crack, the young man's dark eyes showed surprise. Sway Sway, why are you here? The fairy brother is really here. Uncle didn't lie to her. Holding onto the door frame, she stepped over the high threshold with her short legs and ran to Jun Qian. Fairy brother, Sway Sway finally found you. She pulled his hand and carefully took a small handkerchief wrapped with snacks from her bosom, smiling sweetly as she placed it into his palm. Fairy brother, you must be hungry. Eat some snacks. Is this little thing reckless? Jun Qian, ignoring his aching knees, stood up and grabbed her wrist. Go back quickly. Be careful not to be seen by others. Fairy brother, don't be afraid. There's no one outside. Jun Qian. Couldn't the guards outside be watching? Sway Sway didn't understand his worries. She reached out her small hand and helped untie the knot on the handkerchief. Brother, eat quickly. These snacks are really delicious, sweet, and fragrant. The handkerchief was untied, revealing the snacks inside. When she crawled through the dog hole earlier, she accidentally pressed on them. The beautiful snacks had turned into a colorful mess of crumbs. Seeing this, Sway Sway pouted. Fairy brother, I'm sorry. When I crawled through the dog hole just now, I accidentally crushed them. She had entered through the dog hole just to bring him snacks. Looking at her carefully, Yaya glanced at him. He gently raised his right hand and helped her remove a small leaf stuck in her hair. It's okay. Brother just likes to eat crunchy snacks. He pinched a piece of the snack and brought it to his mouth. Usually, he was tired of eating the same things, but this time, it tasted especially sweet. The young boy smiled at the little girl. Seeing him enjoy the snack so much, Yaya breathed a big sigh of relief. She opened her small mouth, showing a row of neat little white teeth. Then brother should eat more. Outside the door, footsteps approached. Jun Qian was surprised and raised his finger to signal her to stay quiet. He grabbed the little girl's arm and hid Yaya behind a curtain on one side of the main hall. Who's there? A soft creak sounded as the hall door was pushed open. Eunuch Chong Lu happily rushed in. Congratulations, Your Highness. The Emperor said you should go back early and rest. Don't delay tomorrow's morning lessons. Jun Qian? Just now, his father had been furious in the main hall, saying he would make him kneel all night. And now, less than half an hour later, he was allowed to return to his chamber? Seeing it was Chong Lu, Jun Qian took the little girl's hand and headed outside. Yaya, how do you know your brother is here? Uncle told me. What does that uncle look like? Uncle? Yaya raised her small hand and tugged her hair, thinking carefully about Jun Cheng'an's face.
He has
2 eyes, 1 nose, 2 ears. Jun Qian. That was the same as saying nothing. Someone capable of making the guards leave couldn't be an ordinary person.
Could it be
his father? Yeah, Jun Qian said, supporting her shoulders. Is the uncle you met the one who looks very fierce and scary? A gentle smile flashed across Jun Cheng'an's face in her mind. Yaya shook her head. No. Uncle is very cheerful, speaks kindly, and even pointed the way for Yaya. Cheerful? Kind? Jun Qian immediately dismissed his guess. His strict father, the king, rarely smiled and was never kind. Yaya suddenly remembered something and frowned anxiously. Oh no. Qing Higugu originally came with Yaya, but halfway, she was taken away by a group of people. Jun Qian was shocked. Who took Qing He? A woman, sitting in a golden sedan chair. Qing He Gugu seemed very afraid of her and told me to hide and stay silent. Only the Empress could sit in a golden sedan chair. That woman is usually very vicious. If she called Qing He away, it's probably not good news. Holding Ye's hand tightly, Jun Qian strode out quickly. We are going to Fengyi Palace to pick up Aunt Qinghe, who will return to the palace soon. Okay.
Sui immediately cheered.
Fengyi Palace. Qinghe carefully trims the loose threads, holding the neatly repaired dress with both hands, and presents it to the Empress. Your Majesty, the clothes are repaired. Please review them. The Empress, leaning on a brocade bed, lazily glances at the dress in her hand. Qinghe's craftsmanship is truly exquisite. Yes, when it comes to embroidery, no one can compare to Qinghe. Madame Zhou takes the dress from Qinghe's hands and casually hands it to a lower-ranked palace maid nearby. Bring the unfinished flower-patterned fairy dress of Princess Dexiu here. Qinghe, please help with the embroidery. They called Qinghe over intentionally to delay her. Of course, the Empress and her attendants wouldn't easily let her leave. Qinghe secretly complains but cannot resist. Your Majesty, I have an announcement. A small eunuch walks in respectfully and stops in the hall. Prince Qin has come. He says he can't find the items needed for tomorrow's morning lesson and wants Qinghe to help find them. The Empress and Madame Zhou exchange surprised looks, both noticing the other's shock. In less than an hour, the Emperor has already forgiven Jun Qian's punishment? The Empress isn't foolish. She can tell. If she doesn't send Qinghe back soon, it might delay tomorrow's lesson. Jun Qian used this chance to complain to the Emperor, and then it would be her fault as the Empress. Qinghe is the prince's favorite. She sighs with a smile on her face. Someone, send Qinghe out now. Qinghe will take her leave. She bows and stands up confidently, walking out of the palace gates. The Empress flashes a thoughtful look, raises her hand with a golden armor, and places it on Madame Zhou's arm as she stands up. Go, and find out who pleaded with the Emperor to let that little brat out. While Madame Zhou orders trusted eunuchs to inquire, Qinghe meets with Jun Qian, Sui Sui, and others outside the palace. Chang Lu happily explains the situation simply, full of admiration. Thanks to Sui Sui tonight, otherwise, His Highness might have been kneeling all night. Hearing this, Qinghe is both surprised and happy. Sui Sui, you really are our little lucky star. If not for Sui Sui, not only would Jun Qian be punished, but she wouldn't know how long she'd be tormented by the Empress. Everyone chats happily as they return to Luoxing Palace. At the table, Jun Qian finally begins his dinner. Sui Sui even has sesame paste for a late-night snack. As they finish eating, the scene ends.
君前拿起碎碎的手巾，他转身，轻轻扶着小家伙的下巴，仔细帮他擦掉脸上的芝麻胡子。清河和长鹿看在眼里，互相对视一眼，同时露出微笑。自从母妃去世后，平时活泼的君前变得沉默阴郁。这几年，这是他们第一次看到少年脸上如此轻松明亮的表情。注意到清河和长鹿的目光，君前不自在地轻咳一声，冷着脸把手中的手巾放在桌上。碎碎的房间整理好了吗？回殿下，已经准备好了，奴婢带您和碎碎过去。众人一同来到清河为碎碎安排的卧房，君前举手示意大家退下。碎碎，师父留给你的东西，你看过了吗？小家伙爬到床上，把藏在枕头下的木盒拿出来，递到君前手里。我想和神仙哥哥一起看。他侧身坐在对面，把木盒放在两人中间。君前打开扣子，翻开盒盖，看到盒子里的东西，少年人的眉头紧蹙。第10章，一片真心为了狗。木盒里铺着一块有些旧的红色丝绒，里面根本没有玉佩。碎碎，玉佩呢？君前问。碎碎愣了一下，转身爬到枕边仔细寻找。在床上、床下都翻遍了，哪里有玉佩的影子？小家伙抱着大枕头，跪坐在床上， 小嘴难过的扁成一条线。穗穗把玉佩弄丢了。穗穗，不要哭。君前扶着他的肩膀，让哥哥先想想办法。平日里，清河一向细心，照料他的都是清河精心挑选、值得信赖的人。即使这次在行宫小住，宫女和太监也都一路随行。平时大家对君前都非常忠诚，绝不会乱动穗穗的东西。但这次在道观里，玉佩就已经丢了。君前的手轻轻放在小姑娘的头顶，揉了揉。穗穗相信哥哥吗？穗穗用力地点头。那穗穗就乖乖睡觉，明天哥哥会帮你把玉佩找回来，好不好？谢谢神仙哥哥。小家伙一天到晚折腾，早已累得不行，躺在小枕头上，很快就睡着了，双手还紧紧抱着那只空木盒，帮他把被角掖好。君前站在床边，注视着小家伙的睡颜，暗暗握紧了拳头。明天得去道观一趟了。镇北侯府
Two maidservants helped Wan Wan take a bath, dressed her in new clothes, and combed her long hair. They carefully held a jade pendant from the table, helped her put it around her neck, and then returned to her room. Because she missed her beloved daughter, the Ho family kept her room exactly as it was when she was young. Next to the carved wooden bed, there was a small wooden bed where the little girl used to sleep. On the headboard, there were kites and windmills bought by her brothers. The room was filled with toys and decorations that children liked. Wan Wan stepped onto the bed, looked around, and sneered dismissively. Her eyes lit up when she saw a large brocade box on the table. It was definitely filled with gold and silver jewelry her kind parents had prepared for her. She thought happily, "I'm rich now." She quickly ran to the table and hugged the box tightly. Seeing the two maidservants still in the room, she waved her hand and said, "You're both tired. Rest first. I can manage alone." The maidservants looked at each other and sighed in relief. It seemed the newly found fourth miss was easy to get along with. With no one else in the room, Wan Wan struggled to lift the heavy wooden box, panting but excited. It was so heavy. She wondered how much gold, silver, and jewels were inside. She didn't even bother to take off her shoes and eagerly climbed onto the bed, opening the box. When she saw what was inside, she was stunned. It wasn't jewelry at all, but old toys that boys had played with. A deerskin slingshot, wooden swords, a porcelain dog, a yellowish wolf tooth. There was even a dirty, black-stained soccer ball that looked kicked many times. Outside the window, Shin Yuli, the third young master of the Shin family, stood on a flower pot, tiptoeing and peeking through the wooden window into the room. He knew he had said the wrong thing earlier, so he came to apologize to his sister on purpose. Boys care about their pride and find it hard to apologize first. To make his sister happy, he brought his treasured belongings to give to her. Seeing Wan Wan pick up the deerskin slingshot, Shin Yuli felt excited. As expected of his sister, she immediately liked his ultimate treasure. He thought she had good taste. This was made by their father using wolf tendons from beyond the border, capable of hitting birds dozens of steps away. The sixth prince in the palace had tried to get it several times, but he hadn't given up. His sister's liking for his things made him secretly happy. Inside the room, such trash. "Are you sending it to beg for charity?" Wan Wan angrily threw the slingshot on the ground, still feeling upset. Then she forcefully pushed both the box and the toys to the floor. The small porcelain dog was shattered into pieces on the spot, and the wooden sword also cracked. Seeing her precious item fall to the ground, Shin Yunli's heart felt like it was breaking. She jumped down from the flower pot, grabbed the beaded curtain, and rushed into the room. "If you don't like it, then just don't like it. Why did you have to break my things?" Wan Wan was startled and froze in place, not expecting Shin Yunli to be outside the door. Madame du Roi, the lady of the Ho family, entered carrying a stack of fabric. Seeing the two children in the room, she quickly moved the fabric aside. "Lear Ninger, what happened?" "I kindly gave her a toy, but she didn't like it and threw it all on the ground." Her sincere effort was met with disdain. Shin Yunli's face was full of sadness and anger. "This wooden sword was carved by my big brother for me, and this small dog was a birthday gift from my second brother. She's too unreasonable. Mother, Wan Wan snapped out of her panic, ran over, grabbed Madame du Roi's hand, and tearfully explained. Wan Wan didn't do it on purpose. I was too weak to hold on. Shen Yunli was usually quick-tempered. When her cherished things were broken and she was falsely accused, she couldn't hold back anymore. Give me back my slingshot. She rushed forward and pushed Wan Wan away. Wan Wan fell heavily to the ground. Her bottom hurt badly, and tears welled up. Mother, Wan Wan didn't mean it. Big brother, I'm sorry, sob sob. Mother. Madame du Roy looked at her daughter and then at her angry son. Before moving to the Ho residence, she was from a noble family and was very clever. Her mother-in-law passed away early, and she had managed the household for over 10 years, so she was sharp and attentive. Seeing some fresh marks on the bedsheet, with 2 places where the threads had come loose, she understood. Her son wasn't falsely accusing anyone, but she knew her 3rd child's personality well. He was straightforward and quick-tempered. He didn't realize the little girl was weak and might have been careless. All right, Yunli, let your sister put everything away. Can she apologize to you? Seeing Madame du Roy turn to her, Wan Wan quickly tried to hide her feelings, lowered her head, and picked up her toys from the floor. She packed the items into a box, but tears slipped from her eyes again. 3rd brother, Ning'e was wrong just now. I apologize to you. Shen Yunli didn't move. Such a mischievous child. She really had a big temper. Wan Wan was angry but dared not show it. She could only speak softly and continue to apologize. From now on, Ning'e won't dare to do it again. 3rd brother, please don't be mad at me, okay? Shen Yunli finally snorted coldly, picked up the box, and ran away. Wan Wan's eyes turned red with anger. Du Roy thought she was feeling upset and gently took Wan Wan's hand. Ning'e, don't cry. Look what I brought for you. Seeing the pile of luxurious fabrics on the table, Wan Wan's eyes instantly lit up. This was her wealth and luxury. Wow, so pretty. Is this for me, mother? Of course. These are all for making new clothes for our Ning'e. Du Roy picked her up and placed her on the bed, bringing the fabrics over and measuring them against her. Tell me, which one does Ning'e like? Wan Wan touched and looked at the fabrics, recognizing they were high-quality tribute silk, and her eyes shone brightly. I like all of them. Good, then we'll make 1 set of clothes for each. Du Roy tried to say more, but Wan Wan just wanted to feel the good fabrics more and didn't want to listen. She closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Seeing her asleep, Du Roy quietly blew out the candle and got up to leave the door. Just then, Shan Huaijin, who was drinking with the generals, returned. Du Roy hurriedly stopped him. Be quiet, the child just fell asleep. Be gentle. Ruo. Shan Huaijin lowered his voice. Ning'e is hard to find. Should we hold a banquet to celebrate? Wan Wan, who overheard, was immediately excited. In her previous life, when Sui Sui returned, the Shun family held a grand celebration. All the officials and nobles in the capital came to give gifts and congratulations. The Empress Dowager, the Emperor, the Empress, and the concubines of the palace sent rewards. There were so many gift boxes and crates that they filled an entire storeroom. At that time, Du Roy kept a record of all the gifts, and she left them all as Sui Sui's dowry. Wan Wan smiled proudly. Sui Sui's good things belonged to her. They were all hers. But Du Roy refused the idea and told her about today's events. Let's wait a bit longer. We should wait until the children get along better. Wan Wan. So annoying. Northern Jing Palace. Back garden. Sui Sui squatted under a pine tree, using the small shovel brought by Qing He to dig pine needle soil into a flower pot. Seeing the small pot filling up, the little girl clapped her hands, dusting them off, and placed the pot into a small medicine basket. Master once said that pine branch soil is best for growing lingji mushrooms. She wanted to nurture the precious golden lingji she had carefully picked, making it grow big and strong. Suddenly, a sharp, faint sound came from afar. Help!
Meow.
Help! Hearing the sound, which sounded vaguely familiar, Sui Sui stopped and turned her face. Behind the bushes, a white cat suddenly rushed out in a panic and collided into Sui Sui's leg. The little kid suddenly felt dizzy and wobbled, almost falling onto the grass. Recognizing the white cat in front of her, she was happy and smiled widely. "Kitty, what are you doing here?" The white cat initially wanted to run away. Hearing her voice, it stopped and turned around. Limping on its injured leg, it limped to her feet. "Meow, help. Someone is trying to hurt me." Siwa quickly saw the wound on the white cat's leg and hurriedly picked it up. Suddenly, a sharp, commanding voice sounded. "Stop. Give me that cat." Not far away, a young girl about 5 or 6 years old. She wore a fancy purple dress with gold ornaments in her hair. Holding a thin whip, she crossed her arms and frowned at Siwa. Siwa blinked her big eyes and took a step back. "The kitty is my friend. I can't give it to you. How dare you?" The girl in purple was furious. She raised her right hand and swung her whip fiercely at Siwa's face. Siwa's pretty eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. "Why are you hitting people randomly?" "I'm hitting you." Siwa got angry. She didn't step back this time. Instead, she slightly turned to the side, reached out with her small hand, and firmly grabbed the tip of the whip, pulling it back with force. Before the old master fell ill, he had taught her and her little apprentices martial arts to strengthen their bodies. Siwa often climbed mountains and trees, so she was stronger and quicker than most children. The pampered little princess hadn't reacted yet when Siwa snatched the whip away. Her palm hurt from the whip's handle, and she started crying out of anger. "Someone help." 2 palace maids hurried over and reached the girl in purple. "Your Highness." "What's wrong, Your Highness?" This was the Emperor's own daughter, Princess Dishio. "Who dared to offend her?" "You came just in time." Princess Dishio pointed at Siwa with her hand. "Catch her." The maids didn't dare delay and quickly chased after Siwa. It was a 3-on-1 fight. She couldn't win. Her master once said, "If you can't fight, run." Siwa hugged the white cat tightly and turned around, starting to run. "Stop. You little brat, still trying to run?" The 2 maids cursed as they chased her. Since she was still a child and holding a cat, she ran more slowly. In her panic, she didn't watch her steps and tripped over a protruding stone slab, tumbling to the ground. "Be careful." Footsteps hurriedly approached, and someone quickly caught her arm before she fell. Sway Sway, still scared, looked up her little face and met a pair of gentle, dark eyes. The young man in front of her was about the same age as the fairy-like brother, and they were similar in height. He wore a simple, light-colored long robe, with a white jade crown on his head. His face was as handsome as the fairy brothers. But the brother in front of her felt completely different from the fairy brother. If Jun Qian was like the snow lotus flower the master once mentioned, then this older brother was more like the peach blossoms in spring, warm and friendly. He felt very kind and warm. Shen Yunwen saw the little girl staring at him blankly and thought she was frightened, so he smiled gently. "Little sister, are you alright?" Sway Sway nodded softly. "Thank you, brother." "You're welcome." Looking into her clear, water-like eyes, Shen Yunwen was momentarily surprised. They felt strangely familiar. 2 palace maids hurried over, saw Shen Yunwen, and quickly stopped, bowing politely. "Servants greet Lord Shen." Shen Yunwen was the second son of the Marquis of Jinbei. He was very smart from a young age, learning to read at 3, speaking eloquently by 6. At 7, he was summoned to the palace by the emperor to be a companion to the crown prince and other princes, and he was loved by the emperor. The young maids naturally didn't dare to be disrespectful to him. Princess Dishio ran nearby and saw Sway Sway standing in front of Shen Yunwen. She arrogantly ordered, "What are you all standing there for? Catch this little servant girl and beat her to death." Shen Yunwen spread his arms to protect Sway Sway. "Do you know what this child has done wrong? Do you want to kill her, Your Highness?" Princess Dishio pointed at Sway Sway with her hand. "She stole my cat and dared to hit me." "Big brother, she's lying," Sway Sway hurriedly explained, afraid Shen Yunwen might misunderstand her. "The cat's back leg was bleeding because she hit it. I wanted to take the cat to get it treated, but she hit me with a whip." "How dare you?" Princess Dishio scolded angrily. "It's just a cat. I hit it because I think it's worthy." Shun Yunwen had been in the palace for years and naturally knew that this young princess was already spoiled by the empress. He understood there was no point arguing with a child, so he ignored Princess Deshio. His expression darkened, and his stern gaze fell on the two palace maids. The emperor appointed Princess Deshio to be gentle and kind. He covered his mouth with his fist and coughed heavily, taking a deep breath. If you indulge the princess like this, are you willing to bear the responsibility if the emperor finds out? Two palace maids turned pale with fear. I dare not. They clearly understood the nature of the empress. The empress always hoped that the two children would please the emperor. If this matter reached the emperor's ears and she was blamed, it would be bad for the servants. They might be scolded or, even worse, lose their lives. To calm the two maids, Shun Yunwen raised his chin slightly. The emperor is almost done with his reports now. He might go for a walk in the garden soon. Won't he take the princess back to the palace? Thank you for your advice, young master. I will take my leave. The two maids hurriedly bowed and turned to return to Princess Deshio. They picked up Princess Deshio and smiled softly to coax her. Princess, shall we go back to the palace and play? Yes, your highness. Would you like us to play shuttlecock with you? Princess Deshio was spoiled from a young age and was not obedient. No, let me go. The two maids gently persuaded and led Princess Deshio away. Shun Yunwen coughed softly, took the injured white cat from Sui Sui's hands, and held the girl's hand. Little sister, let's talk somewhere else. They moved to a corner of the garden. Behind Shun Yunwen, the young servant Yan Shusheng hurriedly spread his cloak over a stone bench to keep the young master warm. Shun Yunwen sat down with the white cat, carefully examining its injury, frowning slightly. I wonder if its bones are broken. Don't worry, big brother. The kitten just has a scratch. Its bones are fine. Sui Sui will put some medicine on it, and it will heal quickly. Sui Sui looked around, picked a dandelion, crushed it with a small stone, and applied it to the cat's wound. She took out a small handkerchief from her pocket and carefully wrapped the cat. Watching her skillful movements, Shun Yunwen looked surprised. You know how to do this. My master taught me, Sui Sui explained as she bandaged the wound. Dandelions can treat external injuries and can also be used internally to cure illnesses. Yan Shusheng curiously looked at Sui Sui. Aren't you an apprentice at the Imperial Medical Office? Sui Sui tied the handkerchief and looked up with a small face. Who is the Imperial Medical Office? Cough. Shun Yunwen suddenly started coughing. Yan Shusheng quickly reached out to pat his back. The Imperial doctors say you should rest and recover, but you insist on coming out. If you catch a cold or get worse, who knows when you'll get better. Shun Yunwen finally managed to stop coughing, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. I stay in my room all day, and I feel so bored. I just wanted to get some fresh air. It's fine. Sui Sui, standing nearby, looked carefully at Shun Yunwen's face, her brows furrowing tightly. Big brother, you're about to die. Yan Shu. You little girl, how can you talk like that? Our young master just saved you. How can you curse my master to die? I didn't mean to curse brother, Sui Sui said worriedly, watching Shun Yunwen's face. Brother's lungs are bleeding. If he doesn't get treatment, he won't make it. Yan Shu's face darkened, and her voice grew urgent. If you dare to say that again, Yan Shu, don't. Cough. Don't scare the child. Shun Yunwen raised his hand to stop her, but a dull pain hit his chest. He coughed violently again. Feeling the bitter, metallic taste in his throat, he tried to cover his mouth. With each cough, bright red blood splattered onto the young man's palm. Shun Yunwen weakly took a breath, his vision blurred, and he collapsed backward with no strength left. Young master, Yan Shu exclaimed, supporting Shun Yunwen's arm, hurriedly carrying him onto her shoulder. Hold on, Yan Shu will take you to see the Imperial doctor right away. Holding the injured white cat in her arms, Sui Sui also hurried after them with short steps. Listen to me first, I can save. Sui Sui, your aunt has finally found you. Qing he had just come with a palace maid when she heard Sui Sui's voice and hurried over. Seeing Yan Shu carrying Shun Yunwen, who was pale and unconscious, her face suddenly changed. Qing he quickly approached, supporting Shun Yunwen's arm. Let's take him to Luoxing Palace first. I'll order someone to find the Imperial doctor right away. They hurried to Luoxing Palace and laid Shen Yunwen on a bed in a room. Sui Sui looked at Shen Yunwen's pale face, placed the white cat beside him, and turned to run into her room. She put down her medicine basket, took out a small flower pot filled with pine needle soil. She quickly climbed onto the bed, found the golden Lingji mushroom from her bag, planted it in the flower pot, and watered it. Holding the flower pot tightly, she whispered softly, "Little Lingji, grow quickly. I need to use you to save Big Brother. Otherwise, he will die." As if understanding her words, the golden Lingji in the pot trembled slightly and grew visibly faster. The mushroom gradually unfurled, and the stalk thickened and grew taller. It even sprouted a tiny leaf. Watching the large Lingji grow to the size of her palm, Sui Sui let out a breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead. Growing the Lingji took a lot of mental energy. The little girl looked exhausted but dared not delay. She snapped off the large Lingji, held it in her hand, turned around, and quickly went to Shen Yunwen's room. At this moment, the Imperial doctor summoned by the palace maid had just finished checking Shen Yunwen's pulse. "How is young Master Shen?" "Qing," he hurriedly asked. "Young Master Shen is naturally weak. These recent colds and old illnesses have affected his lungs. I am not skilled enough to cure him," the doctor replied, withdrawing his hand and covering Shen Yunwen with a thin blanket. "In my opinion, it would be best to report to the Emperor and send young Master Shen back to the capital for treatment at the Imperial Medical Office." This time, the group was only staying temporarily at the palace for spring hunting, accompanied by a few doctors. The head doctor of the Imperial Medical Office, who was the most skilled, did not come along because of official duties. "My young master is so sick now. How can he endure such a long journey?" Yan Shu, with red eyes, grabbed the doctor's arm. "Doctor, please save my young master." "Ah," the middle-aged doctor sighed. "In that case, I can only prepare a warming tonic to try to stabilize his condition." He turned to the table to write a prescription. Yan Shu finally showed a happy expression and moved to the table to fetch the medicine. Qing, he called a palace maid and instructed her to prepare the medicine stove and other items. No one noticed Sui Sui slipping over to the bed. Seeing the small bowl used to feed Shen Yunwen water on the table, her eyes lit up. She took it down, put in a Lingji mushroom, and crushed it with a spoon. The little girl reached out her small hand, pinched Shen Yunwen's chin, and carefully fed the crushed Lingji into his mouth with a spoon. "Take this prescription to the pharmacy as soon as possible." The doctor handed the written prescription to Yan Shu and suddenly noticed Sui Sui by the bed, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Stop. What are you feeding him?" Sui Sui held the spoon and turned her little face. "I'm giving my brother Lingji meat. Young Master Shen is very ill now and too weak to take supplements." "How can he eat Lingji like that?" The doctor hurried over, reaching out to stop her. But it was too late. The little girl raised her small hand, and the last spoonful of Lingji meat was already in Shen Yunwen's mouth. "You." The doctor frowned. "You're going to harm him. Do you know that?" "No, I won't." Sui Sui pouted and rolled her eyes at him. "I'm saving him, not hurting him. Brother will wake up soon, young and reckless child," the doctor said angrily, his beard trembling. "If your method could really save people, I would make you my master." Sui Sui scrunched her little face, giving him a disdainful look. "You're old and mean. I don't want you to be my teacher." The doctor. The little girl even disliked him? "Both of you stop arguing," Yan Shu frowned and asked, "Does my young master have any serious issues?" "Yes, doctor." Qing'a pulled Sui Sui in front of her. "Things are serious now. Please check young Master Shen first. Is there any other way to help?" The doctor glared at Sui Sui and stepped forward with a frown. He held Shen Yunwen's wrist and placed his fingers on his pulse. Feeling Shen Yunwen's irregular and weak pulse, the doctor sighed deeply. Young Master Shen's pulse is weak and irregular. It seems the medicine was too strong, damaging his foundation. He might not make it. Turning around, the doctor covered his face with his hand, looking very sad and helpless. "If anything happens to the young master, how can I explain it to the emperor? How can I face the Marquis of Jinbei and his wife?" Hearing how serious it sounded, Yan Shu's heart tightened and tears almost fell. He stepped forward, grabbed Sui Sui's collar, and cried out loud. If anything happens to my young master, I will take your life. Just as Yan Shu finished speaking, a light cough suddenly came from the bed behind him. Hearing Shin Yunwen's cough, everyone turned their heads at once. On the pillow, the boy who had just been unconscious twitched his long eyelashes like crow feathers and slowly opened his eyes. Young master, Yan Shu was overjoyed. He loosened Sui Sui and turned to run to the bedside, supporting Shin Yunwen's arm. How do you feel? The doctor, seeing Shin Yunwen wake up, was also surprised. Just now, Shin Yunwen's pulse was chaotic, likely severely weakened, so how could he wake so quickly? I will check. The doctor hurried over, placing the pulse pillow under Shin Yunwen's wrist and reapplying his fingers to his pulse. The boy's pulse was still weak, but now it was steady. Compared to when he was unconscious, his pulse was much stronger. The doctor withdrew his hand, with a look of disbelief on his face, until his gaze fell on Sui Sui's hand. There, on the small, tender palm, was a bit of Lingji mushroom debris, shimmering with a faint golden glow. The doctor rubbed his eyes hard, showing a shocked expression. Golden Lingji. You actually have golden Lingji. Having studied medicine for over 10 years and served in the palace for 7 or 8, such rare treasures were only seen in medical books by the doctor. In the palace's medicine storage, there were only 2 small pieces about the size of a copper coin, kept by the chief of the Imperial Medical Office himself. It seems this golden Lingji has great nourishing power. Young Master Shin's pulse is steady now, and his life is no longer in danger. Shin Yunwen took a deep breath, looking grateful. Thank you, sir, for saving me. Young Master Shin, please don't say that, the Imperial doctor said with a guilty look, shaking his head. It wasn't me who just saved you. Shin Yunwen was surprised. That was. The other's eyes all turned to Sui Sui.
Sui Sui?
Shin Yunwen turned his face in shock. Feeling a bit shy under everyone's gaze, the little girl blushed and lowered her long eyelashes. It wasn't Sui Sui who saved my brother, it was Lingji, she said. Sui Sui, don't be modest, Qing he said with a smile, patting the little girl's shoulder. Even if the golden Lingji is powerful, without Sui Sui, we wouldn't know how to use it. Besides, Sui Sui is the one who brought the golden Lingji, isn't she? The little girl pursed her lips and showed a cute smile. Big brother is fine, so Sui Sui can rest assured, she said happily. Seeing her innocent, pure smile, Yan Shu felt a bit guilty. She was the young master's lifesaver. How could he have been so rude just now? He walked over to Sui Sui, looked serious, and lifted his robe to kneel before her. Everything just now was too reckless of Yan Shu. Please forgive me, Sui Sui, he said sincerely. Startled by his sudden kneeling, the little girl quickly grabbed Yan Shu's arm. Big brother, get up. The ground is cold and hard. Your knees will hurt, she said anxiously. Yan Shu bowed his head seriously, then stood up again. Sui Sui saved my master's life. I am forever grateful. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just say the word. I am willing to risk everything, he said earnestly.
No.
Sui Sui waved her small hands. If Big Brother hurts himself, I won't be able to save you. Everyone was amused by her words. But the little girl was already thinking about how her big brother would treat his illness later. Big brother should eat golden Lingji every day. If he eats it for a month, he'll be completely cured, she said confidently. That's great, Yan Shu said happily. Then we'll eat it for 2 months. The Imperial doctor looked about to cry. This golden Lingji is a rare spiritual plant. According to medical records, it takes 10 years to grow an inch, and 100 years to grow a piece as big as Sui Sui's palm. Where can we find it? There are only 2 or 3 pieces stored in the palace, he added. Everyone was stunned. Don't worry, everyone, Shin Yunwen said, leaning on his pillow and catching his breath. My life is now safe. I just need to rest and recover slowly. The adults remained silent. Shin Yunwen had just narrowly escaped danger. If the illness wasn't cured thoroughly, there might be more trouble ahead. Sui Sui didn't understand much of what they said, but she caught the key words like money. Previously, when she was at the Taoist temple, she also went down the mountain with her master to buy things, and understood the value of silver. She thought Shen Yunwen was worried about not having enough money, so she directly carried the small flower pot with Jin Lingji to Shen Yunwen's bedside. "Big brother, don't worry. Sui Sui won't take your silver." The little one smiled brightly, showing a happy face. "Whatever Big brother eats, Sui Sui will help you plant that much." The Imperial doctor. That was a rare spiritual plant that could hardly survive even in a good feng shui place, yet it was grown by a little child. And it could grow such a large area? People are really competitive, it's frustrating. Since that's the case, Lord Shen's health is not a problem. Looking into the smiling big eyes of the little one, Shen Yunwen felt very touched. Then, "Big brother, I'll trouble Sui Sui." The Imperial doctor looked at the excited small flower pot and was about to say more. Outside the window, a sharp voice of a little eunuch came from the direction of the courtyard gate. "Empress Dowager has arrived." Just now in the garden, Sui Sui bumped into Princess Deshio while trying to save the white cat. Now that the Empress Dowager is here, she's probably here to cause trouble, Yan Shu hurriedly explained. Qinghe's face turned pale. Sui Sui was originally from an unknown background and was secretly kept in the palace by Jun Qian. Now she had bumped into Princess Deshio. If the Empress Dowager saw her, her life might be in danger. Yan Shu, Shen Yunwen took a deep breath, struggling to support himself with his arms and sit up. "Help! Help me up." The little one was his lifesaver. No matter what, he couldn't let the Empress Dowager hurt this child. Just as he finished speaking, bang! The tightly shut wooden door was pushed open forcefully. Standing at the door was Granny Zhou, holding her chin high, arrogantly waving her silk handkerchief. Her eyes rolled, and her gaze swept over Qing He and Shen Yunwen. It landed on the small figure by the bed, and she sneered darkly. She didn't remember seeing such a small maid in the Falling Star Palace. She looked at Sui Sui from head to toe, then narrowed her small eyes. "Where did this little rascal come from?" "She's my person." Shen Yunwen, supported by Yan Shu and the Imperial doctor, struggled to sit up. "Granny, if you have something to say, come. Come to me." Seeing Shen Yunwen, Granny Zhou quickly retracted her arrogant expression and forced a smile. "Young Master Shen, you're not feeling well. Why aren't you resting properly and coming here?" Sui Sui didn't understand what was happening at all. Seeing Shen Yunwen about to get out of bed, the little one immediately pressed him down. "Big brother, you're still sick, you can't move around. Step down." The queen held Princess Deshio's small hand and walked over, protected by a group of palace maids and eunuchs. Princess Deshio immediately recognized Sui Sui and pointed at her with her hand. "Mother, it's this little servant who hit me." The queen led Princess Deshio up the stairs, glancing coldly at everyone and focusing her gaze on Sui Sui. "Madame Zhou, a servant daring to challenge the royal family and offend a prince. What punishment do you suggest?" Madame Zhou smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, if a maid offend the prince, she can be whipped 30 times for a light punishment, or worse." 30 whips? Such a small child, she might be beaten into a pulp. Qing, he hurriedly pleaded. Sui Sui is still young and naive. "Please, Your Majesty, show mercy." "Yes, Your Majesty, Sui Sui is so young. 30 whips would be too much for her to bear. Please spare her, Your Majesty." Several palace maids and eunuchs also began to plead for her. "Your Majesty." Yan Shu knelt and took 2 steps forward, shielding the little girl behind her. "I am willing to accept the punishment on behalf of Sui Sui." A little child, yet everyone was protecting her? "You bunch of fools," Madame Zhou scolded angrily. "Are you all out of your minds?" Shen Yunwen reached out and gently pulled Sui Sui to his side, lifting her innocent face. "Your Majesty, it was not Sui Sui who challenged the princess, but I, a servant." His fingers clenched tightly on the arm of the palace maid, and the queen's expression darkened. "Shen Yunwen, you think because you are from a noble family I dare not punish you." Over the years, the queen had tried to win Shen Yunwen over, hoping he would serve her biological son, the crown prince. Shen Yunwen had always been indifferent to her, which she accepted. But now, he was even defending the people in Junqian Palace and speaking up for a little palace maid who challenged her. How could the queen not be angry? Shen Yunwen took a deep breath, steadying himself despite feeling unwell, and straightened his back. Your Majesty, I challenge the princess because there is a reason behind it. A reason? The queen snorted coldly. Are you implying that Princess Deshio is at fault? Princess Deshio injured a white cat, and Sui Sui kindly tried to stop her. Yet, Princess Deshio ordered someone to beat her to death. Shen Yunwen's voice was still weak, but his tone was respectful and firm. Your Majesty, the queen has always been kind and gentle. Surely, she would not condone such cruel acts from the princess? How dare you, Madame Zhou shouted angrily. If the princess made a mistake, it is the queen's duty to teach her. Who do you think you are, meddling here? Feeling a sudden discomfort in his chest, Shen Yunwen covered his mouth and coughed urgently. Sui Sui quickly helped him by holding his shoulders and patting his back gently. Is your brother feeling better? He's fine. He reached out and held the little one's soft hand. Shen Yunwen took a deep breath, forced down his cough, and raised his voice. As a servant, I am granted by the emperor to assist and teach the young prince and princess. It is my duty. The young man stood straight, speaking firmly. Madame Zhou opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. Although Shen Yunwen was young, he held a position granted by the emperor himself. Even the queen, who often looked for faults, couldn't find anything to argue with at this moment. Your Majesty, the Imperial doctor looked worriedly at Shen Yunwen's face and spoke up for him. Young Master Shen is still recovering from a serious illness. He just escaped danger from the brink of death. He should rest in bed now. Please be understanding, Your Majesty. The queen glared fiercely at the doctor, then turned her gaze back to Shen Yunwen. Noticing the bloodstain on his collar that hadn't dried, her brow furrowed. He was the son of the Marquis of Jinbei and a favored person in front of the emperor. If something serious happened to him, she would not only offend the Marquis of Jinbei but also cause trouble for the emperor. For a young palace maid, she couldn't let a big matter go wrong. Grinding her teeth, the queen had to temporarily hold back her anger. This time, I will overlook it because of Shen Yunwen's face. Anyone who dares to overstep again will not be forgiven. With a cold snort, the queen took Princess Deshio's hand and turned to leave. Farewell, Empress. Everyone bowed in respect. Watching the queen walk away, Qinghe gratefully looked at Shen Yunwen. Thank you, young Master Shen, for saving Sui Sui just now. Qinghe auntie, you're too kind, Shen Yunwen replied weakly, stepping back and sitting on a chair. Sui Sui is my lifesaver. Besides, she didn't do anything wrong. He forced a smile, his gaze falling on Sui Sui, but he saw the little girl resting her small hand on Qinghe's sleeve, her tiny head slowly nodding off to sleep. Everyone. How tired must she be to fall asleep standing up? This child must be exhausted from all the fuss, Qinghe chuckled, bending down to carry the little one into her arms. Seeing the adorable sleeping pose of the small girl, Shen Yunwen also smiled. Once everything was settled, Shen Yunwen prepared to leave. Qinghe arranged the sedan chair, carefully wrapped the leftover Jinlingji, a type of medicinal mushroom, for Shen Yunwen, and handed it to Yanshu. They helped Shen Yunwen into the sedan chair together. A flash of the little girl's cute face appeared in his mind. Shen Yunwen first chuckled, then his face grew a bit sad. If his little sister were still here, she would probably be about the same age as her. I wonder if she was bullied, whether she was also protected and loved, like Sui Sui. I remember the small, delicate girl in my memory, and Xinyan feels a dull pain in her chest. It's been 3 years. Where is Ning Er, her younger sister? Outside the palace. In the back mountain. Zhang Qian, pretending to go hunting with a bow and arrow, rushes into the dilapidated temple gate on horseback. Seeing him, 2 guards who are on duty quickly come forward. Zhang Qian jumps down from his horse and hands the reins to a guard. Has Sui Sui, the young disciple, returned? Your Highness, we have been guarding here and haven't seen anyone return, one guard replies. A child of just a few years old, not back after a whole night. Where could she have gone? Chong Lu asks. Zhang Qian frowns slightly. The mountain terrain is complex and wild animals are often around. A girl of 4 or 5, trying to survive alone in such a place, is almost impossible. I'm afraid. The situation is very dangerous. Search the entire temple thoroughly. If you find anything like a jade pendant, notify me immediately. Yes, several guards disperse carefully to search. Zhang Qian and Chong Lu walk into the main hall, where the old monk lives. Chong Lu goes to the wooden bed to look around, while Zhang Qian looks to the sides and approaches the bookshelf with a wooden box. Noticing a broken stool in front of the shelf, he bends down to examine it carefully, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Chong Lu, light the lamp. Chong Lu takes out a firecracker from his pocket, lights a half-used candle on the table, and holds it beside Zhang Qian. Your Highness, what's wrong? Zhang Qian takes the candle from him and carefully looks at the chair beside the bookshelf. The hall is dimly lit. Under the candlelight, 2 tiny footprints can be seen on the chair. Judging by their size, they are the footprints of children. Zhang Qian frowns and moves closer, holding the candle near the wooden box on the bookshelf. A thick layer of dust covers the top of the shelf, and near the wooden box, there is a small handprint. It seems someone stepped onto the chair and used it to hold onto the shelf. This, Chong Lu notices and is surprised. Could Sui Sui's jade pen have been stolen? Such small footprints and handprints must belong to a child, Zhang Qian says. Chong Lu instinctively thinks of someone. Could it be Sui Sui's young disciple? Zhang Qian frowns and thinks for a moment, then turns his face. Let's look carefully again, just to be sure. Long Lu nodded and carefully searched the main hall inside and out, but found nothing. At this moment, several guards also returned one after another, with no discoveries. Thinking of Sui Sui waiting at the palace for news, Jun Qian stood on the steps of the main hall, frowning as he gazed at the vast mountain wilderness ahead. His fingers, holding a candle, slowly tightened.
Bang!
The candle was crushed hard in his hand, breaking into 2 pieces. Long Lu saw this and sighed softly, then looked at the distant sky. Your Highness, we should head back to the palace first. If you miss the evening lesson again, the Emperor will be angry. He threw the candle onto the ground and, with a frown, stepped down from the platform. Returned to the palace. When they returned to Luoxing Palace, it was already afternoon. Sui Sui had just woken up, rubbing her eyes as she came out of her room. Seeing Jun Qian, her eyes lit up, and she excitedly ran over on her short legs. Fairy brother, have you found Sui Sui's jade pendant? Faced with her hopeful eyes, Jun Qian was momentarily speechless.
This.
He squatted down and gently raised his hand to support her arm. Sorry, Sui Sui, I didn't find the jade pendant. Without the pendant, Sui Sui felt like she had no home. Her big eyes dimmed, and her eyelids suddenly reddened. Her throat felt tight, and her eyes became sore and teary. Seeing her expression, Jun Qian frowned. Are you about to cry? Afraid of making him angry, the little girl hurriedly shook her head.
Sui Sui.
Won't cry. Fairy brother, please don't. Don't be angry, okay? He reached out and hugged her into his arms, his voice low and hoarse. If you want to cry, just cry.
No need to hold it in.
Fairy brother. The little girl couldn't hold back anymore, clutching his neck tightly with her small hands, tears rolling down and soaking his clothes. Sui Sui doesn't want to be alone. Going back to the Taoist temple, Sui Sui is scared. Holding her close, Jun Qian raised his hand and gently pressed her small head. From now on, wherever I am, that's Sui Sui's home. Brother vows he won't let Sui Sui be alone. Long Lu stood nearby, quietly lifting his sleeve to wipe his face. Qing he also had red eyes. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, she forced a smile again. I have already arranged dinner, Your Highness. Please have dinner with Sui Sui first. Jun Qian adjusted her and took out a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Sui Sui, are you hungry? The little girl, with a child's innocence, quickly brightened up and shyly nodded with a small smile. Let's go eat. Holding her small hand, Jun Qian stepped into the main hall. Qinghe and Chonglu were busy serving the 2 people their meal. Watching the little one happily eat, Qinghe's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Ruojuan Qian only happens to be an ordinary child's name. Taking care of Sui Sui is just a small matter. But unfortunately, he is a prince. In the palace, it's not easy to keep a child. After dinner, the two of them left together. Changlu prepared books and ink for Juanqian's evening lessons. Sui Sui was thinking about the golden ginseng that Shen Yunwen needed, claiming she was tired and wanted to sleep. Since children sleep a lot, Qinghe didn't think much of it. She helped her wash her hands and feet and settled her into bed. After covering her with a blanket, the little one closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Hearing them close the door, she immediately uncovered herself and got up. Hearing her movement, the white cat in the corner of the bed perked up its ears and looked up. "Good kitty, don't make noise." She reminded the white cat, then climbed down from the bed and picked up a small flower pot on the table. She was about to whisper to the ginseng. Suddenly, she heard sounds outside the window. "Aunt Qinghe, does the prince really want to keep Sui Sui? Are you going to chase Sui Sui away?" The servant girl doesn't want to. But what if the empress finds out and reports it to the emperor? Keeping an outsider in the palace is a death sentence.
Quiet, don't let Sui Sui air.
The two moved away outside the window. Inside, the little one held the small flower pot, her beautiful eyebrows tightly knit. The fairy brother saved her life and was so kind to her. She absolutely couldn't let him die. She had also promised the fairy brother to stay with him forever. If she left, the fairy brother would surely be angry. The little one carried the flower pot to the bed, looking at the white cat with a worried face. "Good kitty, what should Sui Sui do?" "Meow." The white cat stretched. "I am a cat. I don't know about human matters. You should ask someone else."
Then,
"Should Sui Sui find Aunt Qinghe? She's just a palace maid. You need to find a powerful adult. The more powerful, the better." "Who is the most powerful?" "Of course." The white cat squinted and thought, the man in yellow clothes is the most powerful. It had seen with its own eyes that everyone who saw that man in yellow had to kneel. "The man in yellow?" Sui Sui's eyes lit up. "Isn't that the uncle she met last time?" She jumped down from the bed, picked up the injured white cat, and placed it in a small medicine basket, then carried the basket on her back. "Good kitty, give me directions. Let's go find the uncle and talk." The girl and the cat quietly slipped out of the room. Under the guidance of the white cat, Sui Sui successfully avoided the garden guards and found the dog hole she had previously squeezed through. She bent down, supporting herself with her hands and feet, and crawled into the dog hole. Halfway through, her small medicine basket got stuck on the wall tiles. She tried to crawl forward but couldn't move. She tried to back up but was stuck again. The little girl used all her strength, sweating heavily, but remained stuck in place. "Little cat, please help me." The white cat, limping on one injured leg, crawled out of the basket, bit her clothes with its mouth, and pulled hard. Suddenly, the skirt was torn, and Sui Sui was still stuck in the dog hole. The white cat moved to another spot and continued biting and pulling. "Rip, rip, meow." The white cat took a breath and sat down heavily on the ground covered with torn cloth pieces. "No, no. If I pull any harder, my teeth might fall out, and your skirt will come off, little master." Sui Sui reached out her small hand, touching her half-torn skirt. She had no choice but to raise her voice and shout, "Help! Someone help me!" Not far away, on the official road, Yilingjin Commander Yi Zhiqiu, leading a few guards on patrol, happened to pass by. When he heard the little girl's cry for help, he quickly pulled his horse to a stop and jumped off smoothly. The guards also dismounted and rushed to the palace wall with him. The white cat, frightened, hid in the grass with its injured leg. One guard held up a torch, and Yi Zhiqiu squinted at the dog hole inside the palace wall. He saw the little girl with her bottom sticking out, squeezing into the dog hole, her torn dress in disarray. Her embroidered cloth shoes and small feet were still kicking hard. "Yi Zhiqiu! Help! Is anyone there?" "Sui Sui is stuck." The girl's soft voice came from inside the dog hole. Yi Zhiqiu squatted down and carefully examined the situation inside the hole. "Don't move," he warned the little girl, then placed his hands on her waist and gently pulled her out of the wall. Once free, Sui Sui took a deep breath, raised her small hand, and wiped her face. She was sweating all over from struggling in the dog hole, and her dirty little hands turned her face into a small flower face. Unaware of her messy appearance, she looked gratefully at Yi Ziqiu, showing her small white teeth in a wide smile. "Thank you, uncle. Sui Sui has something to do, I'll go now." She looked around, picked up the white cat peeking out from the grass, and placed it in the small medicine basket, then stepped forward to leave. "Wait." Yi Ziqiu reached out to stop Sui Sui. "What is your name? Which palace are you from? Where are you going?" "I'm called Sui Sui. I want to find the uncle in yellow clothes." "The uncle in yellow clothes?" Yi Ziqiu was surprised. Could she be talking about the emperor? "What do you want to see the emperor for?" Sui Sui didn't know that Jun Qing'an was the emperor. She thought the other person had misheard, and explained seriously. "I'm not looking for the emperor. I'm looking for the uncle in yellow clothes." Yi Ziqiu. It's like a scholar meeting a soldier. Hard to explain who is right. It's like a soldier meeting a little kid. Hard to explain. A young palace girl carrying a cat outside the main hall is quite strange. Since it concerns the safety of the emperor, Yi Ziqiu had to ask clearly. "What do you want to tell that uncle?" Sui Sui looked at Yi Ziqiu cautiously. "This is Sui Sui's secret. I can't tell you. If you tell the empress, the fairy brother might be beheaded." Yi Ziqiu. The secret involves the empress? The palace is complicated, with many rivalries. Yi Ziqiu has seen many things. The little girl looks serious and honest, not like she's lying. In the palace, no matter how small the matter, if he delays something important, it could cause trouble. After thinking for a moment, Yi Ziqiu stood up. "Since that's the case, I will take you to see the uncle in yellow clothes." Someone helping willingly, Sui Sui was very happy and immediately showed joy. "Thank you, uncle." She took off the basket with the cat and handed it to the deputy general. Yi Ziqiu gently picked up the little cat and jumped onto his horse. A few riders circled around to the main gate of the Qianquan Hall. Yi Ziqiu carried Sui Sui down from the horse, bringing her outside the emperor's study, where he was reviewing memorials. He left Sui Sui outside the door, guarded by the deputy general. He stepped onto the stairs and approached the eunuch on duty. "Please inform the official that I have urgent matters to report." The eunuch on duty didn't dare delay. He quickly entered the study. After a moment, the eunuch came out again and brought Yi Ziqiu inside. He placed the memorial he finished reading aside. Emperor Jun Qing'an lowered his brush and looked up. "What's the matter?" "Reporting to your majesty." Yi Ziqiu bowed. "I caught a young palace girl outside the palace walls. She calls herself Sui Sui and says she has something important to see the emperor about." Sui Sui? Jun Qing'an was slightly stunned, and his expression softened immediately. "Where's the little girl?" Yi Ziqiu's heart tightened. From his appearance, it was clear that the emperor really knew this little palace girl. Fortunately, he didn't handle it carelessly, or it could have caused serious trouble. "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I will bring her in right away." Yi Ziqiu hurried back outside the door, took the small bamboo basket with the white cat from the deputy general, and brought Sui Sui into the study. Seeing Jun Qing'an sitting behind the desk, Sui Sui's face lit up with joy. She ran over with short legs and grabbed his hand. "Uncle, Sui Sui has finally found you." The little girl was covered in dirt, and her dress was torn and messy. Jun Qing'an saw this and frowned. "Ziqiu, what's going on?" "Your Majesty, this isn't the deputy general's fault. She herself crawled into a dog hole and got stuck." "Crawled into a dog hole?" Jun Qing'an paused, then laughed. "Sui Sui, why did you crawl into the dog hole?" "Because other places were guarded and Sui Sui couldn't get in." "Fuin." Jun Qing'an waved to the close attendant eunuch. "Bring a basin of warm water and some snacks and candies." The eunuch Fuin responded and left to prepare. He helped brush off the dirt from the little girl and gently asked, "You came here so hard to see me. Is there something important?" Sui Sui turned her face and looked at Yi Ziqiu, hesitating a little. "Sui Sui wants to tell uncle a secret, but it can't be known to others." Jun Qing'an raised his hand. "All right, you can go now." Yi Ziqiu nodded and bowed before leaving the Imperial study. "Now, it's just you and me. Tell me, what is it really about?" Thinking of her fairy-like brother, Sui Sui pouted. Sui Sui doesn't want to leave her fairy brother. Jun Qing'an was momentarily stunned.
What?
Is your fairy brother sending you away? Sui Sui can't find her parents anymore. The fairy brother said he wants to stay with Sui Sui forever, but if Sui Sui stays, the fairy brother might be beheaded by the Empress. She sniffled, looking sad. Sui Sui doesn't want to leave, but she also doesn't want the fairy brother to be beheaded. The little girl looked more and more upset, her big eyes filled with tears as she looked at Jun Qing'an. Uncle, what should Sui Sui do? Jun Qing'an guessed the situation roughly, watching her troubled little face with a mix of amusement and deep sympathy. He gently pulled the girl over and reached out to wipe her tears. Sui Sui, do you want to stay forever with your fairy brother? The little girl nodded hard, tears in her eyes. I promised the fairy brother. My master said, a person should keep their word. Once you say something, you must stick to it. Good. Jun Qing'an gently raised his hand to support the little one's shoulder. From now on, you will be the little brother of the immortal brother. Would you like to live together? Sui Sui still felt a bit worried. Will the immortal brother get hurt? Of course not. Really? Really? Jun Qing'an smiled. Here, no one dares disobey me, including the Empress. The little one's eyes sparkled. Wow, Uncle is so powerful. Now, you shouldn't call me Uncle anymore. Sui Sui blinked in confusion. What should I call you then? Uncle is the father of your immortal brother. You are the sister of your immortal brother. So what do you think you should call Uncle? Uncle is the father of my brother. I am my brother's sister. Then, the little face lifted up. Uncle is also Sui Sui's daddy. You're very clever. Jun Qing'an nodded with a gentle smile. Would you like to be Uncle's daughter? In the past, when going down the mountain with the master to buy things, she often saw other children being spoiled by their parents. Sui Sui always felt very envious. She hoped one day to have parents of her own, to be spoiled like other children. Now, suddenly, there was such a good uncle who wanted to be her daddy. The little one looked up at Jun Qing'an with a nervous expression, clutching his clothes tightly. Her small heart was pounding fast, and her big eyes showed uncertainty. Uncle, do you really want to be Sui Sui's daddy? The little one looked shy and adorable, making people feel sad. Jun Qing'an smiled gently and nodded seriously. He reached out his small hand, and Sui Sui pinched her own face hard. Jun Qing'an was confused. Ouch, that hurts. The little one pouted and rubbed her sore face.
Sui Sui è sanity dreaming.
Sui Sui now has a daddy too. The little one looked excited, her face covered in dirt and dust, but her big eyes shone like stars in the midnight sky. Jun Qing'an, usually calm and expressionless, felt his heart soften at that moment. He couldn't help but reach out his arms, pulling the little one into a warm hug. Her small face pressed against his chest, and she could hear his steady, strong heartbeat. Her tiny hands couldn't wrap around his waist, so she clung tightly to his clothes, hiding her small body in his embrace. Daddy was tall and warm. There was a faint, unfamiliar scent on him, like pine trees in early spring on the mountain, so familiar and comforting. The little one buried her face in the man's chest, sniffing hard. Daddy smells so good, like an old pine tree in the mountains. Jun Qing'an chuckled. Is Daddy that old? The little one raised her face seriously to explain. Pine trees aren't old. The master said they live the longest, never lose their leaves in winter, and are the strongest trees, just like Daddy. Jun Qing'an gently brushed her nose with his finger. You're such a little flatterer. Does Sui Sui never fart? Sui Sui blinked her big eyes, then raised her tiny finger to point at Jun Qing'an's face. I know, it's Daddy who farted, right? Fuan, the personal attendant, entered carrying a basin of water. Hearing this, he broke out in cold sweat. A young palace maid daring to point at the emperor's nose and say he farted? He hurriedly signaled to Sui Sui with his eyes. How rude! Come down at once and bow to apologize. Sui Sui looked confused. Why do you always make me bow, Fuan? Fuan. Jun Qing'an rolled his eyes at Fuan, smiling as he gently tidied the little one's messy hair. This is my newly adopted daughter, Sui Sui. Don't let the palace's strict rules control her. It was rare to have such an innocent and pure little girl. allowing him to enjoy the happiness of children. Jun Qing'an didn't want her to become as formal and boring as the princes and princesses in the palace. Fuan. In the time it took to pour water, the little maid transformed into a little princess. This little baby, probably blessed in many past lives, was so lucky that no one could stop it. He placed the basin aside, knelt before the two, and bowed. Servant Fuan greets Her Highness the Princess. Sui Sui turned her head and saw Fuan kneeling on the ground. With just one look, she could tell Fuan had a leg problem. The little one hurried to jump down from Jun Qing'an's lap and grab his arm. "Grandpa, get up quickly. If you kneel on the ground, your leg will hurt." She was a princess, calling him grandpa, which made him seem like an elder of the emperor. This little master was really asking for trouble. Fuan's previously cold sweat suddenly soaked his back, and his voice trembled. "Your Highness the Princess, this is not allowed. I can't accept this. Just call me Fuan." With innocent words, Jun Qing'an didn't mind and smiled, waving at Fuan. "All right, get up. And bring a hot towel." Seeing that the emperor was not angry, Fuan secretly relaxed. He got up from the ground, wrung out a hot handkerchief, and handed it to Jun Qing'an. Carefully wiped the little one's hands and face. Jun Qing'an gently touches the child's pink and white face and nods with satisfaction. "Have someone draft an imperial decree to announce this matter to the world tomorrow morning. Your servant obeys," Fuan quickly replies. "But I don't know what title the emperor plans to give the little princess. The little one is named Sui Sui, meaning peace and abundance every year. Let's call her Princess Anning." Using a cloth, Fuan wipes the child's face, and Jun Qing'an lifts his hand to gently fix Sui Sui's messy hair. "May the people of Yi have peace and prosperity in the future." Jun Qing'an raises his right hand, pressing his slightly aching temple. "It's getting late. Arrange for someone to take the princess back to Luoxing Palace." Fuan agrees and steps forward. "Your Highness, please." Sui Sui stands still, her big eyes carefully looking at Jun Qing'an's face. "Daddy, do you have a headache?" Jun Qing'an comforts her with a gentle smile. "It's just a minor ailment, it will be fine." No, the little one says seriously. "Master said that if a small illness isn't treated, it can turn into a big illness." She holds Jun Qing'an's hand with her small hands, swinging them. "Let's go back together, Daddy. Sui Sui will make a fragrant pouch for you, and you can wear it so your head won't hurt. Your Highness's kind heart is appreciated. The emperor should go out and get some fresh air." Fuan chuckles in agreement. Jun Qing'an is a wise ruler and usually diligent. Originally, the spring hunt at the palace was meant for relaxation, but he still spends every evening busy with government affairs. His headache has worsened over the past few days. The Imperial doctor prescribed some calming medicine, but it doesn't seem to help much, and he can't sleep every night. Fuan doesn't believe that Sui Sui's pouch can truly cure the emperor's headache. He just thinks that going out for some air is better than being stuck in the study looking at reports all the time. "All right." Jun Qing'an stands up with a smile. "I'll go with you." Fuan relaxes and quickly orders the guards to prepare the carriage. Soon, father and daughter sit together in the imperial carriage, heading to Luoxing Palace. On the east side of the palace, Jingren Palace. The empress takes 2 hands from the flower petal dew water held by the palace maid and wipes off the water stains with a handkerchief given by Zhou Mama. Seeing the trusted eunuch entering, she raises her hand to signal the maid to step back. "Prince Qin, has the emperor's pardon been confirmed?" "The empress. I haven't found out if the emperor has pardoned Prince Qin, but I did learn of another matter." "Oh." The empress turns her face. "What is it?" "I heard that Prince Qin secretly brought a young girl back to the palace." "What?" The empress was startled. "Is the news accurate?" "Absolutely correct. I checked carefully. That young girl is named Sui Sui, and she is currently in the Prince Qin's palace." "Sui Sui?" The empress's beautiful eyes narrowed. "No wonder. Everyone in the Falling Star Palace is protecting that little brat," Madame Zhou sneered. "Without permission, the prince secretly brought an outsider into the palace. That is a serious crime." "Very good." The empress sneered and stood up. "I want to see who can save that little girl and that little brat this time." Madame Zhou guessed her plan and immediately ordered people to prepare a sedan chair. Soon, the Empress and her entourage arrived in front of the Falling Star Palace. Worried that others might overhear, they hid Sui. Madame Zhou did not send anyone to announce, but ordered the guards to open the palace gates. Carefully, she helped the Empress up the steps. At this moment, Jun Qian had just finished his evening lessons and was discussing Sui with Qing He. When he heard the report from his subordinates, he hurried out of the hall. He coldly looked over everyone and stepped down the stairs to meet them. "Why has mother come so late at night?" The Empress sneered as she stepped down. Prince Qin secretly brought an outsider into the palace. "Do you think I don't know?" Jun Qian frowned, and Qing He and others looked shocked. He glanced at everyone and the Empress waved her right hand. "Search!" A group of guards responded and rushed into several rooms. Jun Qian wanted to stop them, but two guards directly stepped onto the stairs and rushed into Sui's room. He frowned, about to get angry, but the guards came out quickly. "Your Majesty, no one is inside. Your Majesty, we couldn't find her. The Empress, also no sign in the back hall." It was probably that the little girl hid when she heard the noise. Jun Qian's heart, which was tense, settled back down. "Since mother couldn't find her, should we leave now? The Empress gritted her teeth in anger. "Don't think hiding her means I can't find her." Jun Qian was about to speak. At the door of the inner hall, a childish voice sounded first. "Brother Xinxian, I have good news." Sui found her daddy. Hearing her voice, Madame Zhou turned around. "Little brat, even if your dad is the king of heaven, he can't save you today." She grabbed Sui's arm and forcefully pushed the little girl down the steps. "Sui," Jun Qian exclaimed and hurried forward. Before the little girl fell to the ground, he reached out and caught her in his arms. "Sui, don't be afraid. Your big brother is here. Here's a simplified and corrected version of your text." Comforting the little one, Jun Qian gently hugged him into his arms and frowned as he straightened up. The handsome young man looked serious and stern. "I want to see who dares to bother Sui today." The little one raised his small face and gave Jun Qian a comforting smile. "Don't be afraid, brother immortal. Sui's daddy said so. Even the Empress has to listen to him. Besides the Emperor, who else is more important than the Empress?" "Really?" Granny Zhou sneered contemptuously. "You better be careful. When your worthless dad sees the Empress, he might be so scared he'll pee his pants." Sui's dad isn't that cowardly." Sui rolled her eyes at Granny Zhou, then turned her face to look at Jun Qian, who was walking outside the hall. The little one immediately smiled happily, reached out from Jun Qian's arms, and waved at Jun Qian. "Right, Dad?" Could it be that her father, the dead girl's dad, was also in the palace? She wasn't sure which servant he had recognized. "I want to see what kind of person your dad is," Granny Zhou said with a look of disdain, turning her face toward the door of the hall. Outside the hall, Jun Qian walked up the steps with a serious face. "All right, I'll let you see." When Granny Zhou saw it was Jun Qian, her face changed instantly. She hurriedly knelt down. "Old servant bows. Bows to the Emperor. Your Majesty, forgive me. I was scolding that little brat's worthless dad. I didn't mean to insult you." Hearing her calling him worthless dad over and over, Jun Qian's brow furrowed tighter. "How dare you?" Fu Wen, standing behind Jun Qian, stepped forward and slapped Granny Zhou hard across the face. "Her Royal Highness Sui is the Emperor's appointed princess in Ning. How could a servant like you curse her?" Everyone was shocked. This was just a little girl with no clear background. How did she suddenly become a princess? Granny Zhou was so frightened she trembled and almost peed her pants. "I'm doomed. Your Majesty, have mercy. Have mercy." Ignoring the sharp pain on her cheek, Granny Zhou supported herself with her hands and hurriedly kowtowed to beg for forgiveness. Jun Qian stood on the steps, watching Granny Zhou break her forehead but remaining silent. Granny Zhou didn't know Sui was his daughter. Jun Qian was a well-known prince, and Granny Zhou dared to be so rude in front of him. Usually, this child had suffered many wrongs. Thinking of this, Jun Qian only wished he could tear Granny Zhou apart. He couldn't be soft-hearted. After all, she was the nanny who had raised him since he was a child. The Empress naturally felt pity in her heart and quickly went to the Emperor to plead for Granny Zhou. Your Majesty, Granny Zhou didn't mean to do it. Please forgive her this time. The servants were acting boldly, clearly, because someone was encouraging them. He didn't cause trouble for the Empress, so how dare she plead for mercy? Accidental mistake. Jun Qing'an snorted coldly, his sharp eyes like blades on the Empress's face. A lowly servant dares to be so arrogant in front of my son. Is this how the Empress usually spoils them? I dare not, Your Majesty. Please forgive me. The Empress quickly knelt, noticing something was wrong. From now on, I will strictly discipline the servants and will not allow them to overstep again. Please, Your Majesty, stay calm. Since the Empress was kneeling, everyone else dared not stand. The people accompanying the Empress also knelt instantly. Jun Qing'an slowly looked over everyone, took a deep breath to calm his anger. The Empress is not managing her subordinates well. She is fined 3 months' salary as a warning. The Empress bit her lip, but could only thank him. Thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty. Mama Zhou insulted the princess, overstepping her bounds. Such a crime is unforgivable. Jun Qing'an glanced sideways, sweeping his eyes over Mama Zhou, who is trembling and kneeling on the ground. Since she is taught by the Empress, her death sentence can be spared. She is to be slapped 20 times and fined a year's salary to serve as a warning. If there is a next time, there will be no mercy. Mama Zhou trembled as she lay on the ground, her voice trembling. Thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty. Drag her out and punish her. Do not scare the princess. Fuan waved his hand, and 2 guards responded, rushing over to drag Mama Zhou outside the door. His gaze fell on Sui Sui, who was being protected by Jun Qian. Jun Qing'an was also worried about frightening the little girl, so he raised his right hand softly. That's enough. Everyone get up. Everyone stood up, and a few palace maids hurried to help the Empress to her feet. I will take my leave, the Empress said angrily, giving Sui Sui and Jun Qian a sidelong glance before bowing and leaving. Wait a moment. Jun Qing'an cleared his throat gently. From now on, Sui Sui is also my daughter. Her monthly allowance will be the same as Princess de Xiu's. Do not forget that. A young girl, seemingly wild, was now equal to his own daughter. The Empress was so angry she almost ground her teeth, but she could only obediently agree. I dare not, Your Majesty. I will arrange everything immediately. Jun Qing'an nodded lightly. You may go, Your Majesty. I take my leave. The Empress raised her hand to support her maid's arm, dragging her aching knees as she left the hall. At this moment, Mama Zhou had just finished her 20 slaps. Usually, she was proud of her status as the Empress's person, acting arrogantly. Many eunuchs and guards had suffered her injustice. The 2 execution eunuchs, who hated her deeply, naturally wouldn't let this chance slip. Each slap was delivered with full force. The once proud old woman now had a swollen face like a pig's head, with 1 tooth missing. Her lips and face were covered in blood, and she could no longer hold on. The eunuch's hand loosened, and she immediately collapsed to the ground like a dead pig. The Empress saw this and felt both angry and sad. She quickly waved her hand to stop everyone. Several palace maids and eunuchs ran over, carried the old woman named Zhou out of the way, and left quietly behind the Empress's sedan chair. Inside the Falling Star Palace, Sui Sui happily ran over and grabbed Jun Qing'an's hand. She looked up with her small face, her big eyes sparkling like stars. These bad people are afraid of Father. Father is so powerful, Princess, Qinghe whispered. You should call him Father. The little girl hesitated. Did Sui Sui call him wrong? Sui Sui can call him whatever she likes. Jun Qing'an smiled and held her small hand. From now on, if any bad people bully you, just tell me and I will deal with them, okay? Yes, the little girl nodded happily. Father, please sit down quickly. Sui Sui will go get a sachet for you. He pulled Jun Qing'an into the hall, and the little girl turned to run outside. She signaled Qinghe to pour tea, while Jun Qian stepped forward to stand before Jun Qing'an. Thank you, Father. He was always clever, and it was easy to guess that the uncle Sui Sui mentioned was definitely his own father. This thank you was not only for Jun Qing'an leaving Sui Sui behind, but also for his previous forgiveness of his own mistakes. Looking at the young man before him, and thinking of the late virtuous consort from years ago, Jun Qing'an felt a dull pain in his chest. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and gently patted Jun Qian's shoulder to remind him kindly, I am also your father. If there is anything in the future, remember to tell me, okay? The man's broad hand and warm palm, through his thin clothes, rested warmly on his shoulder. The usually proud young man also felt a warmth in his heart. Son understands. Father, look quickly. Sui Sui ran in happily, holding up a small sachet, as if showing a treasure. Put this by your pillow tonight, and your headache will go away. She handed one to Jun Qing'an, then turned around and handed the other sachet to Jun Qian. This one is for brother, and this one is for father. Both of you will be safe and sound. The sachet in her hand was just an old fragrant pouch left in the temple. A worn cloth bag embroidered with the simplest words of peace. Back when virtuous consort was alive, she would always sew sachets for Jun Qing'an and Jun Qian during the Dragon Boat Festival, often embroidered with peace. Looking at the sachet in his hand and thinking of the late loved one, the father and son's eyes turned red. Every year, she tilts her head, looking at Jun Qing'an and then at Jun Qian. Father, older brother, why are you both crying? The father and son instinctively look at each other, then hurriedly turn their faces away, denying it at the same time. I didn't cry. I didn't cry. Sui Sui. Then why are your eyes red? Caught by the little girl, the father and son both cough awkwardly. I just have sore eyes, they say in unison again. The little girl lifts her small face, looks at Jun Qing'an and Jun Qian, then looks at Qinghe, who is carrying tea. Qinghe auntie, daddy and older brother both have sore eyes. Who should Sui Sui blow on first? Jun Qing'an. Yun Qian. The father and son both quickly tuck the scented pouches into their sleeves, returning to their usual cold expressions. Ai fine. Sui Sui. Daddy and brother's eyes are really quick to recover. Reporting to the emperor, Fuan steps in, lowering his head. Your Majesty's reward for the princess has arrived. Jun Qing'an raises his right hand. Bring it in. Fuan waves his hand. A group of eunuchs and maids enter one after another, carrying various fabrics, jewelry, jade, gold, and silver. Jun Qing'an smiles as he lifts the little girl, walking in front of everyone. Clothes for Sui Sui to make new outfits, jewelry for her to wear. These gold and silver items. Buy whatever Sui Sui likes, okay? The various rewards dazzle Sui Sui, and she looks away, waving her little hand at Jun Qing'an. Sui Sui doesn't want them. Sui Sui already has clothes, and her master gave her New Year money, more than 10 copper coins. Although she has been poor since childhood, the little girl is not greedy at all. Her pure heart is truly rare. Jun Qing'an looks into her eyes with increasing love. This is what I give Sui Sui. If she doesn't want it, father will be sad. Then, Sui Sui wants everything. That's right. Jun Qing'an smiles and turns to the others. From now on, Sui Sui and Qian'er will eat and sleep together. Anyone who dares to neglect her will face my wrath. Servants obey. Qinghe, Fuan, and the palace maids and eunuchs all respond. In the distance, the faint sound of the night watchman's bell can be heard. Fuan steps forward quietly, reminding softly, Your Majesty has a meeting with officials early tomorrow. It's time to rest. All right. Jun Qing'an nods, placing the little girl on the ground. Qian'er, Sui Sui, you two should rest early too. The young boy gently held the little one's hand, and together they sent Lord Qing'an outside the door. The little one, worried about Lord Qing'an's headache, carefully reminded him, Father, remember to sleep early so your headache gets better faster. Okay, I will remember. Lord Qing'an replied with a smile and stepped out of the Luoxing Palace. He reboarded the carriage and returned to the Qianquan Palace, then walked toward the study. Your Majesty, Fuan, concerned about his health, hurriedly advised, you should rest early today. The remaining documents can be reviewed tomorrow. Lord Qing'an paused and turned to him. Now, even you want to control me? I dare not. Fuan quickly smiled and took out Sui Sui, saying, I just don't want your majesty to break your promise to the princess. Thinking of the adorable little face, Lord Cheng'en shook his head and smiled. All right, today I will be a good, obedient father. Fu Wen was overjoyed and hurriedly ordered the eunuchs to prepare the bed. He helped Lord Cheng'en into the sleeping quarters, assisted him with changing clothes, washing, and lying down. Knowing that the emperor liked Sui Sui, he specially placed the little girl's fragrant pouch on the side of the dragon pillow. As he smelled the faint fragrance near the pillow, Lord Cheng'en casually picked up the small pouch. His fingers brushed over the peace character on the pouch, and he thought of the late virtuous consort, sighing softly. Little Sui Sui is naturally simple. No wonder Prince Qian loves her so much. It's a pity you're not here, otherwise you would definitely like her too. A subtle fragrance floated in the air. Lord Cheng'en held the small pouch close to his nose and sniffed. The scent was light and not strong, refreshing and calming, even easing his headache a little. He placed the pouch beside his pillow and lay down again. After a moment, he fell into a peaceful sleep. Soft footsteps sounded as Fu Wen entered, holding a calming soup. Your Majesty, it's time for your soup. Seeing that Lord Cheng'en did not respond, Fu Wen carefully moved closer to the pillow and looked over. On the pillow, Lord Cheng'en's long eyelashes drooped, his breathing gentle, and he was actually asleep. Fu Wen was surprised. Since the virtuous consort passed away, Lord Cheng'en missed his beloved, which made him ill. Despite several treatments by the Imperial doctors, he still suffered from insomnia and headaches. Every night, he took calming medicine, but still couldn't sleep soundly. Tonight, he fell asleep without taking the calming medicine. Noticing the small fragrant pouch beside Lord Cheng'en's pillow, Fu Wen was slightly stunned. The princess's fragrant pouch. Could it be so effective? Early the next morning, news of Sui Sui's promotion spread throughout the palace. The consorts and officials accompanying her to the palace sent gifts upon hearing the news. The little one was still asleep, but the gifts had already piled up in the main hall. Every year, she is crowned a princess and can no longer wear the clothes of a palace maid. Qing He and others worked overnight to make several sets of clothes and shoes for the little girl. When the little girl woke up, everyone eagerly rushed in, holding delicate dresses and recommending them. Your Highness, wear this red one, they said. If I may suggest, this purple one looks the most noble, others added. Sui Sui had never seen such a scene before. Not wanting to disappoint her sisters, she blinked her big eyes. Maybe I should wear all of them, she suggested. Everyone was amused by her words. Don't scare the princess, Qing He said with a smile, giving a quick glance at everyone. She can wear a different outfit each day. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. The winner gets to choose what she wears today, Lu Zhu suggested happily. Everyone agreed, and in the end, Lu Zhu won. They all helped Sui Sui put on the green dress that Lu Zhu picked out. The little girl, dressed in pink and white, looked like a fresh sprout in spring, cute and refreshing. While the palace maids helped her comb her hair, Qing He picked out a delicate silk butterfly with embedded green gemstones to put on her head. The butterfly was made with a lightweight silk craft, and as she walked, the wings gently fluttered as if they might fly away, sparkling with green gemstones. Qing He personally drew a small, tender green lotus flower on her forehead, adding a delicate touch. The little girl, surrounded by everyone, went to the living room to eat. She looked like a tiny fairy. Thinking about Shen Yunwen's illness, she held her porridge bowl and looked up. Can Sui Sui visit Brother Tao Hua who is sick? She asked. She didn't remember Shen Yunwen's name, only that the young man's smile was warm like spring breeze and bright like peach blossoms. That's why she named him Tao Hua. Everyone paused in surprise. Qing He guessed her thoughts and smiled. Your Highness, you mean the young Master Shen who helped you before? After you finish breakfast, I will take you to see him. After the meal, Qing He, Lu Zhu, and others took Sui Sui to Wenxian Palace, where Shen Yunwen was staying. Shen Yunwen was sitting against a pillow, directing Zhou Yanqing to pack his most treasured calligraphy set as a thank-you gift for the little girl. When he heard Sui Sui arrived, he propped himself up, trying to get up. Brother Tao Hua, lie down quickly. Sui Sui ran over and held his arm. You're still sick. You can't move around. He looked her over carefully and smiled, saying, Why do you call me Brother Tao Hua? Seeing her older brother, Sui Sui always thinks of the peach blossoms blooming on the back mountain of the temple in spring. The little girl tilted her head and thought, They are very familiar and very warm. Her older brother also feels very close when he sees you, just like His Highness. Shen Yunwen smiled as he held the little girl's hand and took the gift box from Zhou Yanqing, giving it to her. I don't have anything special, but this set of calligraphy tools, brush, inkstone, and paper, were given to me by my parents when I first learned to write. Now I give it to you, hoping Sui Sui will read more books and become a wise and kind princess. Thank you, Peach Blossom brother. Sui Sui happily took the gift box and opened the lid. The little girl was small and naturally didn't recognize the items inside. But these 4 treasures of the study, brush, inkstone, paper, and brush holder, are rare treasures in the world. Each item is very valuable. She played with the precious wolf hairbrush, pursed her lips, and looked sad. Master was going to teach Sui Sui how to write, but before she finished her 1,000-character classic, Master rode a crane up to the sky. Seeing her sad face, Shen Yunwen felt a pang of sympathy. He gently held her soft hand and smiled to comfort her. From now on, I will teach you to read and write, okay? Sui Sui looked up happily and nodded vigorously. Your Highness, Qing He will help you keep these things first. Qing He took the gift box from her hands. You haven't taken your medicine yet, brother. Sui Sui, go help Peach Blossom brother get his medicine. The little girl turned and walked to the table, helping Shen Yunwen prepare the Lingji mushroom for medicine. Qing He carefully tidied up the gift box and sighed softly. Your Highness is also a kind person. Luckily, she met Prince Qin, or else a child so young wouldn't be able to survive. Does Sui Sui have no parents? Shen Yunwen asked softly. Qing He gently shook her head. The princess was picked up by the Taoist priest. The palace is not far from the capital. The little girl is about the same age as her younger sister. Shen Yunwen looked at the side of the little girl's face and suddenly had a bold idea. Could this child be her lost younger sister? Using a small spoon, Sui Sui mashed the Lingji meat in the bowl, then held the small bowl with both hands and waddled over to Shen Yunwen's bed. Peach Blossom brother, hurry and take your medicine. Thank you, Sui Sui. She took the small bowl from her and finished eating the Lingji meat inside. Then she handed the bowl to Qing He, carefully rinsed her mouth. Shen Yunwen carefully examined the young girl's features and gradually realized she looked familiar. Especially her eyes, like his sister's, dark and bright. He reached out and gently took her hand, softly asking Sui Sui, Do you know how old you are? The girl gently shook her head. My master didn't tell me. Shen Yunwen pursed his lips. Where did your master find you? The girl still shook her head. My master didn't say. Do you know what zodiac sign you belong to? My master said I'm a dragon. A dragon? Isn't that the same as his sister's age? Could this child really be a sister? He remembered his sister had a birthmark on her arm. Even if her jade pendant was lost, the birthmark wouldn't disappear. Though he felt it was unlikely, Shen Yunwen still thought it was worth checking. Maybe she really was his sister. Sui Sui, Shen Yunwen sat up straight. Can I see your arm? Qing He stood nearby, looking puzzled. Young Master Shen, what are you doing? Just as Shen Yunwen was about to explain about his sister's birthmark, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. Congratulations, young master. Great news. Zhou Yanshu, holding a letter, ran in happily. I found it. I found it. Why are you so flustered? Shen Yunwen frowned and glared at him. What did you find? This is a letter just delivered by a fast horse from the Marquis's residence. Zhou Yanshu eagerly handed the letter to Shen Yunwen. The messenger said the 4th miss has been found. What? Shen Yunwen suddenly sat up straight, trembling as he opened the letter. It was a message from his mother, confirming that his sister had been found. Just now, he was thinking about his sister, and now she was found. He carefully read the letter, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes turned red. Thank goodness, Ninger is safe. She's really been found. Hearing this good news, Ching He also showed a happy expression and hurriedly bowed to Shen Yunwen. Servant congratulates young Master Shen on finding his sister. Years ago, after the fourth miss of the Jinbei Marquis' estate went missing, the Shen family spent a lot of effort and resources trying to find her. Even Emperor Jun Qing'an was deeply distressed, issuing notices to help find her. When the Shen family finally recovered their lost daughter, Qing He naturally felt genuinely happy for them. Seeing the two talking happily, Sui Sui was curious and asked, "Brother Tao Hua, who is Ninger?" Shen Yunwen sniffed his nose, took the handkerchief handed over by Zhou Yanshu, wiped his tears, and smiled as he held Sui Sui's hand. "Ninger is your older brother's little sister, about your age. After you return to the capital, you can play together." Hearing that he would have a good friend, the little one nodded happily. He looked at the family letter again, then turned his face. "Yanshu, prepare ink and brushes." At this moment, he wished he could fly back to the capital immediately to see his precious sister again. But Shen Yunwen also understood that in his current condition, he couldn't handle the journey. The only thing he could do was write a letter in reply. His longing for his sister was just kept in his heart for now. Zhou Yanshu prepared the ink and brushes and, together with Qing He, helped Shen Yunwen to the table. Shen Yunwen thought for a moment and then wrote a reply letter. "Young master," Zhou Yanshu took out an envelope. "Would you like to bring a gift for the fourth miss?" Shen Yunwen was surprised. "Let's decide when we return to the capital." This time, he was only here as a companion to the prince, reading with the princes, so he wouldn't bring anything valuable. The most precious set of writing brushes and ink in his possession had just been given to Sui Sui. Right now, he didn't have any impressive gifts on hand. His sister was still young, and there would be plenty of opportunities later, so Shen Yunwen didn't mind. He put the letter into the envelope, handed it to Zhou Yanshu, and carefully reminded him, "Don't tell the sender that I am sick, to avoid worrying our parents." Zhou Yanshu promised and helped Shen Yunwen back onto the bed, then turned and left the room. Shen Yunwen watched his back, sighing softly. His sister had found her way, but he was seriously ill and couldn't even visit her. Qing He noticed his thoughts and comforted him proactively. "Young Master Shen, don't worry. You should rest well these days. In a few days, we'll return to the capital, and your illness will surely get better." "Yes, Brother Taohua." Sui Sui reached out her small hand and held Shen Yunwen's palm. "Sui Sui will definitely cure you." He withdrew his gaze and smiled at the little one. Thinking about what the little one had just said, he reached out and sat her beside him. "Come on, tell brother, how much of your 1,000-character classic have you learned?" Dragon Teacher, Fire Emperor, Bird observes the Human Emperor. "Let me teach you the next part. The beginning of creating characters is to make clothes. The beginning of creating characters is to make clothes," the little one repeated in a cute, childish voice. "Exactly. This beginning of creating characters refers to a man named Tsong Jia." I gently picked up the little one and held him in my arms, carefully explaining. "Legend says he has 4 eyes and is very smart from birth. He mimics everything in the world and creates corresponding characters." Resting on his chest, Sui Sui listened carefully, asking questions from time to time. I explained everything patiently. The big and small siblings leaned on each other, like real brother and sister. In the room, while Sui Sui studied the 1,000-character classic, the messenger also brought a letter for me and hurried back to the capital. The next day around noon, the messenger safely returned to the Marquis' residence in the capital. At this time, the newly found fourth miss of the Marquis' family, Wan Wan, was being tutored by a teacher brought by Madame du Roy. She was also learning from the same book, the 1,000-character classic. The teacher sat at the desk, teaching seriously, but Wan Wan was distracted, often dozing off with her head on the table. The teacher noticed and frowned. He stood up, walked to her desk, and sharply patted the table. "Fourth miss, where did I just leave off?" Startled awake, Wan Wan asked. "Is class over, sir?" "Class over? You want to leave without hearing a word? Who says I didn't listen? Then tell me, where did I just teach?" The teacher's face darkened. "Stand up and listen carefully. If you dare to sleep again, you won't get to leave class today." Reluctantly, Wan Wan stood up, rolled her eyes at the teacher, and pouted. "Old-fashioned," The teacher frowned, turned around, and grabbed a ruler. Stretch out your hand. Wan Wan pulled her hand behind her back, acting proud. I'm the fourth miss of the Marquise family. Do you dare to hit me? The teacher's brow furrowed even more. All three children of the Shin family were taught by the old teacher. Even the most mischievous third young master, Shin Yunli, was just playful and wouldn't be so arrogant. Such a young child, knowing how to bully others with power, and if not properly disciplined, what will become of him? The Marquise family paid a lot to invite him here. He couldn't allow such a spoiled child from the Guozhou family to grow up untrained. Madam asked me to teach the fourth miss properly. Remember, if there is a next time, it won't be just a warning. He grabbed Wan Wan's wrist and raised his right hand. Smack. The ruler struck her palm heavily. A red mark appeared on her hand from the strike. Her palm burning with pain, Wan Wan angrily shook off the teacher's hand. I'll go tell my mother right now. She pushed open the door, crying as she ran out of the study, rushing into the front hall. The messenger not only brought back Shin Yunwen's family letter, but also news from the palace about a new adopted daughter of the emperor. When Wan Wan ran over, two maids walking beside her were still talking about the recent news. That girl is really lucky. An orphan being accepted into the royal family. Isn't that right? She was made a princess at just 3 or 4 years old. That's a quick rise to fame, like reaching the sky in one step. Really makes people jealous. Hearing their conversation, Wan Wan suddenly stopped in her tracks. Orphan? 3 or 4 years old. Could it be that Sui didn't die? Without waiting to tell her teacher about her discovery, Wan Wan hurried over and stopped the two maids. What's the name of the little princess you mentioned? I think I heard that the little princess's name is Anning, Princess Anning, one maid said. Wan Wan's heart immediately settled down. I knew it. That dead girl Sui is probably already fish food by now. No way she was so lucky. Wan Wan relaxed. Where is my mother? The second young master's reply just arrived. Madam should be in the front hall reading the letter. Another maid answered. Hearing Shin Yunwen's name, Wan Wan's eyes lit up. Compared to that useless third son of the Shin family, Shin Yunwen was much more generous. In her past life, when Shin Yunwen heard his sister was back, he had someone bring a whole set of precious writing tools. Not to mention ancient antique brush holders and expensive snow wolf hairbrushes. Just that one Duan inkstone was worth a lot. Feeling happy, Wan Wan turned and jogged toward the front hall. Seeing Du Ruo sitting there reading a letter, she smiled and ran over. Mother, has the second brother replied? Du Ruo smiled, pulled her close, and placed the letter on the table. Second brother is very happy to hear you're safe. In a few days, he'll come to see you. Wan Wan glanced at the letter on the table, a cold light flashing in her eyes. It's likely Shin Yunwen isn't unable to come back, but simply cannot. She remembered clearly that in her past life, Shin Yunwen caught a cold, which developed into lung and abdominal illness. The family doctor was summoned to treat him, and Shin Yunwen barely survived but was left with a lung disease, becoming a sickly person. At that time, she was young and naive, even infatuated with Shin Yunwen, but he had always been cold toward her. Such unfeeling people, it would be better if he were dead, then she wouldn't have to be annoyed by him. But Shin Yunwen's death was not a loss. She still liked his gifts. Since she couldn't ask directly about the gifts, Wan Wan pretended to be innocent like a child. Mother, what else did second brother say in his letter? Second brother also said that the emperor has a new little princess. In the future, you can be good friends. Wan Wan scornfully pouted. What is a princess? When she replaces Sui and marries the future crown prince Jun Qian, she will be the empress, the most respected woman in the entire De Yi dynasty. Even if she is a princess, she still has to politely call her sister-in-law empress consort. That's wonderful. Wan Wan pretended to be happy. And what else? Du Ruo didn't understand her thoughts and thought she was just missing her second brother, gently touching her little face with love. Ninger, don't worry. In a few days, when second brother returns, you can ask him anything directly. Wan Wan glanced around but didn't see any sign of the gift box and felt a little disappointed. Did second brother not bring any gifts for mother? Du Rua smiled and picked her daughter up onto her lap, seriously teaching her. A family letter is worth more than gold. Second brother's letter is the best gift for mother. When Ninger grows up, she'll understand. So, Shen Yunwen didn't give her any gift. This sickly child was even more stingy than the third brother, Shen Yunli. Wan Wan was full of disappointment. Worried that Du Rua might notice her unusual mood, she quickly forced a smile and pretended to be obedient.
Ninger Unterstands.
Money and possessions are just external things. The most important thing is that our family stays safe and sound. Mother, Ninger is right, isn't she? That's right. Our Ninger speaks very well. Du Rua looked at her daughter with joy in her heart. Have you learned the lessons your teacher taught you? Ninger has memorized them all, she said confidently, lifting her little face. Heaven and earth are yellow. The universe is vast. Sun and moon. After all, these were just basic lessons for children. For an adult, reborn person, it was not difficult at all. Du Rua listened to her recite and nodded with a smile. This child had only been taking lessons with her teacher for a few days, yet she already memorized so well and had become much more sensible. This teacher was truly a famous scholar, and his teaching was excellent. The Ho mansion was strict about rewards and punishments, and as the head lady of the household, Du Rua naturally wouldn't be stingy. Someone, bring more dishes for the teacher at noon and give him an extra 10 taels of silver, just as she was about to take the opportunity to complain to Wan Wan. Her good recitation deserved a reward, didn't it? Why give that old man who hit her hand a reward? Wan Wan hurriedly spoke up. Mother, you. Du Rua withdrew her gaze. What does Ninger want to say? Seeing her red handprint, Wan Wan opened her mouth but swallowed her complaint back. This lady of the Marquis's household is not easy to fool, but she finally managed to make the other person happy. If Du Rua knew she was sleeping during class, she would probably be scolded again. Mother, Ninger has memorized so well. Can I rest for half a day? Diligence leads to success. Laziness leads to failure. You can't be proud just because you can recite a few lines. Du Rua gently pinched her little face. You can't rest today, but in a few days, the teacher will have a day off. When that happens, Mother will take you shopping in the city. How does that sound? That way, she can buy lots of things. Wan Wan happily hugged Du Rua's neck, still confidently promising, Thank you, Mother. Ninger will study hard. Du Rua smiled and took her little hand, leading her to the dining hall for lunch. Meanwhile, the housekeeper carried food, wine, and silver to the back garden study. The old teacher responsible for Wan Wan's early lessons sat at the table, sighing and lamenting. After all, she was the newly found fourth miss of the Marquis's household, clearly loved very much. When he saw the housekeeper come in, the old teacher sighed and stood up. Housekeeper, you're here to chase me away, right? Sir, what are you talking about? The housekeeper smiled and placed the food, wine, and silver on the table. Madam said you teach very well, so she asked the kitchen to add 2 more dishes and also rewarded you with 10 taels of silver. The teacher looked at the dishes and silver on the table, and his worries eased. He had punished Wan Wan, yet she not only didn't get angry but also rewarded him with food, drink, and silver. It truly shows that the Marquis's wife is wise and not indulgent with her children. Please tell Madam that I will do my best to teach Miss Forth. The housekeeper left with a smile. The teacher looked at the ruler on the table and became serious. From now on, he would be stricter and not let down the lady's trust. At this moment in the palace, inside the Wenxian Hall, the Imperial doctor carefully checked Shen Yunwen's pulse and nodded with a smile. Young Master's pulse is stronger than yesterday. The golden spirit ginseng that Princess Jinlingzi gave is truly a rare treasure, and it's working wonders. Young Master slept peacefully last night, and his cough has improved a lot. Zhou Yanshu smiled as he helped Shen Yunwen pull the thin quilt. This is all thanks to Her Highness the Princess. Shen Yunwen closed his scroll and hugged the little one to his chest. Yue must be hungry after studying all morning, right? The little one gently shook his head. Brother's stories are so interesting. Yue loves listening. If Yue likes it, Brother will tell you stories every day. No rush. Shen Yunwen smiled and turned his face. Yanshu, please prepare some more food in the kitchen. Zhou Yanshu was about to agree when a young eunuch hurriedly entered. His Majesty commands Princess Anning to dine in the Qianquan Hall. Everyone dared not delay the order. Qing, he hurriedly helped Sui Sui up and carefully tidied her clothes. The little girl held Qing He's hand, stopped at the door, and turned to Shen Yunwen. Brother Taohua remembers. You need to take medicine again tonight. Tomorrow, Sui Sui will come to see brother and tell stories. Okay, brother knows, Shen Yunwen replied with a smile. The Imperial doctor was about to go help the Emperor check his pulse, and also took his medicine box, following Sui Sui. The group left the Wenxian Palace and arrived at the Qianquan Hall. Emperor Jun Qing'an had just finished discussing affairs with his ministers and was now resting on a soft couch. The Empress sat opposite him, dressed in beautiful clothes. Princess Deshio, who was cheerful and lively, stood in front of Jun Qing'an, reciting the poems she had learned that morning. The phoenix sings in the bamboo, the white horse happily grazes. Qing he was worried the Empress might find fault with Sui Sui, so she bent down and softly reminded her. Your Highness, you should greet the Emperor and Empress. Jun Qing'an wanted to praise his daughter, but, seeing Sui Sui, he smiled and beckoned the little girl over. Don't be too formal. Come here, to your father. The Emperor accepted Sui Sui as his adopted daughter and loved her dearly. The Empress, worried that her own daughter might lose favor because of this, deliberately brought Princess Deshio over, hoping to please the Emperor. Seeing how much the Emperor loved Sui Sui, the Empress felt both jealous and resentful. She smiled and asked, Sui Sui, do you know what those 2 lines your brother just recited mean? Watching the little girl being held by Jun Qing'an, the Empress secretly sneered. She wanted to see how this girl, who grew up in a temple without parents, would embarrass herself. The Empress never expected that Sui Sui had just learned these lines earlier that morning from Shen Yunwen. Shen Yunwen was very clever. Knowing the girl was young, he explained in a lively way, not like a strict scholar, making it very interesting. Sui Sui was naturally smart and remembered everything clearly. The phoenix sings in the bamboo means the phoenix is singing and dancing in the bamboo forest. The white horse happily grazes means the white horse is happily eating grass in the meadow. The little girl tilted her small face, speaking in a sweet, baby-like voice. Phoenixes and white horses are symbols of good luck. These lines mean the country is peaceful and safe, and good things are everywhere. Unwilling to give up, the Empress pressed further. Really? Then Mother will test you. What does the country is peaceful and the people are safe mean? She didn't believe the little girl could answer this. The little one turned his face and said, Brother Peach Blossom said that the Emperor's world is peaceful and prosperous. The Empress. That naughty girl. Where did she learn that? Huh. Jun Qing'an was very pleased and laughed out loud. Sui Sui, who taught you that? Brother Peach Blossom. Your Majesty, the young master is talking about Brother Shen Bantu and Shen Gongzi. Qing, he explained proactively. Hearing Shen Yunwen mentioned, Jun Qing'an was concerned about his illness and turned to the Imperial doctor. How is Yunwen's health these days? Reporting to the Emperor, the Imperial doctor stepped forward. Thanks to Princess Anning bringing back the Lingji, Shen Gongzi has recovered quite a bit. Jun Qing'an looked surprised. You mean Sui Sui? Yes, the Imperial doctor nodded. If it weren't for the divine Lingji given by the prince, Shen Gongzi might be in danger now. So, Fuan, standing nearby, smiled and took over the conversation. Last night, the Emperor slept peacefully all night, probably thanks to the little princess's fragrant pouch. Hearing Fuan's reminder, Jun Qing'an raised his hand and pressed his temples. He had slept very peacefully last night, and the usual headache he got at noon didn't come today. The Imperial doctor was surprised. Your Majesty, do you have a headache again? Thanks to Sui Sui, Jun Qing'an said with a smile. Today I feel refreshed and my head doesn't hurt at all. Long live the Emperor's good health, Fuan said happily. Princess Anning truly lives up to her name. The Empress was angry. She had wanted her daughter to show off in front of the Emperor, but unexpectedly, all the attention was on Sui Sui. Feeling annoyed, she tightened her grip on Princess Deshio Junyu's arm. Her grip was so painful that Junyu grimaced and cried out. Mother, Why are you pinching me? Realizing she lost her composure, the Empress quickly smiled to hide her embarrassment, pretending to like Sui Sui. Your Majesty, Sui Sui has achieved such a great feat. She should be rewarded properly. That's reasonable. Jun Qing'an smiled and looked at Sui Sui in his arms. Sui Sui, what reward do you want? The little one rubbed his empty stomach. Sui Sui is hungry and wants to eat. This little Sui Sui is really not greedy. Jun Qing'an took a piece of pastry from the plate Fuan brought and handed it to the little one. Besides eating, what else do you want? The little one took the pastry, bit into it, tilted his head seriously, and thought carefully. I want a piece of land. Every year, Sui Sui stretches out her little arms and gestures in midair, saying, just a small piece is enough. Usually at the Taoist temple, besides learning medicine and herbal skills from her master, her favorite thing is planting herbs with her master. She brought back many seeds from the temple, but if she plants them all in flower pots, there isn't enough space. Such a small child, and she wants a whole piece of land? Jun Qing'an looks curious and asks, what does Sui Sui want the land for? To grow herbs. Sui Sui has many seeds, and when the herbs grow, they can be used to heal and save people. The little girl pouts her lips and sighs. The flower pots are too small. Sui Sui can't plant all the seeds. Listening to her innocent words, Jun Qing'an can't help but think of the beloved concubine Xian from years ago. As a medical woman, even after being made a noble consort, she still cared for the common people. She turned the land he gave her into a herb garden, planting medicinal herbs for free to help the poor. Thinking of concubine Xian, Jun Qing'an feels a stir in his heart. Empress, I remember after concubine Xian left, the medicinal garden outside the capital was left abandoned. Let's let Sui Sui plant herbs there. Your Majesty, I obey your command. The Empress agrees aloud, but secretly she feels a pang of pain. When the mother of Prince Qian was alive, Jun Qing'an had granted her vast forests and fields to grow various herbs. After concubine Xian passed away, Jun Qing'an was overwhelmed with grief and couldn't think about those things anymore. Today, when Sui Sui mentioned planting herbs, he remembered that garden. The garden was always managed by the Empress, and there was no need to offer anything to the palace. All the money flowed into her private purse. With just one word from the Emperor, the thousands of acres of forest instantly became Sui Sui's. How could the Empress not be angry? Jun Qing'an smiled and gently pinched the soft little face of the girl. Now that you have this land, Sui Sui can plant whatever she wants in the future. Is that okay? The little girl, not yet 4 years old, instantly became a wealthy lady with her own vast herb garden. But Sui Sui herself was unaware of this. She only knew she had a piece of land to grow herbs, and she was very happy. From now on, I'll take care of Daddy's sachets. Princess, could you also give an old servant a sachet? Fuan asked with a smile. Yes, Your Highness. Could you also give me one? The Imperial physician eagerly asked. The Imperial physician was curious about what herbs were inside the sachets that could cure the Emperor's insomnia and headaches.
Sui Sui.
Why does everyone want her sachets? Sui Sui only has 2 sachets. She frowned, looking troubled. One for Daddy, one for my brother. Now, I don't have any left. It's okay, Your Highness. Smiling softly, Qinghe said, servants can help Your Highness make the sachets. If you need any medicine, just ask the Imperial Hospital after returning to the palace. They have all kinds of medicines there. The little one sighed in relief and patted his chest with his small hand. Everyone's sachets are packed for the new year. Thank you, Your Highness. Fuan and the Imperial physician both bowed politely. The medicinal garden left behind by the noble consort was a favorite place for Jun Qian to visit when he was young. After the noble consort left, the garden was managed by the Empress. Even when Jun Qian missed his mother, he had no chance to enter the garden again. A casual remark from the little one suddenly fulfilled Jun Qian's long-held wish. Qinghe was overjoyed and hurriedly reminded, Princess, you should thank His Majesty for his kindness. Thank you, Father. The little one was happy, but didn't know how to express it. Turning around, he hugged Jun Qing'an's neck with his small arms and leaned in close with his tiny face. Smack! He kissed Jun Qing'an on the cheek with a loud smacking sound. Yun Qing'an. No prince or princess in the palace had ever dared to show such closeness to him before. Disrespectful, the empress, who was just looking for an opportunity, immediately frowned and stood up angrily, scolding. As a princess, behaving so frivolously, what kind of manners is this? The little one, Yaya, was scolded and nervously grabbed Jun Qing'an's clothes. Daddy, did I do something wrong? Of course not. Seeing the frightened look on the child's face, Jun Qing'an comforted him and held him close. He cast a stern look at the empress. Yaya is still young. It's just her natural innocence. Why make such a fuss, empress? The empress was unwilling to accept this. Your Majesty, Yaya is still a princess. If this gets out, it would shame the royal family, Your Majesty. I like Yaya's innocent and carefree nature. From now on, don't let palace rules restrict her. Jun Qing'an stood up, holding the little one with one arm and brushing his sleeve. It's about time. Empress, you should take the princess back to dine. His words sounded like a dismissal. Everyone followed as they left. The empress stood by the table, her face pale with anger, her chest heaving violently. An unknown wild girl is more favored than my own daughter. This is truly outrageous. Your Majesty, speak softly. Be careful. There are ears everywhere. Zhou Mama helped her steady her arm and looked around nervously. Right now, Your Majesty, you should think about the medicinal garden. Do you really want to hand it over to that wild girl? The annual income from the snowflake silver was tens of thousands of taels, and Zhou Mama felt distressed just thinking about it. Humph. The empress clenched her teeth. That yellow-haired girl dares to compete for my things. I want to see if she has the luck to keep them. After lunch, Lord Emperor Qing'an had other matters to attend to. Qinghe didn't dare to let Sui Sui stay too long, and took the little one out of the Qianquan palace. Standing on the steps, she looked up at the clear blue sky. Sui Sui turned to Qinghe and asked, Aunt Qinghe, where are we going now? Usually, she was used to wandering around the Taoist temple, either gathering herbs, planting herbs, or learning medicine and pharmacology from the old Taoist priest. Now that she was suddenly free, she felt very uncomfortable. Qinghe wanted to tell Lord Junqian about the herb garden as soon as possible and suggested proactively, Princess, would you like to see Prince Qin ride a horse? When she heard she could see her brother riding, Sui Sui's face lit up with happiness. Yes, get the sedan chair. Qinghe gave the order, and the eunuchs lifted the sedan chair, bringing Sui Sui to the palace's horse yard. The founding emperor of Dai was a cavalry emperor, always valuing martial skills. The princes learned riding and archery from a young age. The palace was specially prepared for spring and autumn hunts, and the horse yard was especially large. The eunuchs stopped the sedan chair, and Qinghe carefully helped the little girl down. In the distance, several young princes were practicing riding and archery under the protection of guards. Sui Sui looked around curiously, but didn't see Lord Junqian. Noticing some young princes practicing riding and archery on one side of the yard, accompanied by guards, the little girl asked curiously, Aunt Qinghe, what are those brothers doing? Those are His Highness's older brothers practicing riding and archery, preparing for the upcoming spring hunt. The one who wins the top prize will get a reward from the emperor. Sui Sui was surprised. Do they cut off the head? Qinghe smiled gently and patiently explained. Winning the top means catching the biggest and strongest prey during the hunt. Next to them, Lu Zhu looked proud and said, Our Prince Qin has been first for 2 consecutive years. Wow, the fairy brother is so amazing. Sui Sui watched the riders in the distance with envy. Sui Sui also wants to ride and hunt. He's still too young. When he's older, he can learn too, Qinghe said with a smile. Seeing such a scene for the first time, the little girl was full of curiosity. She ran with her short legs toward the riding and archery area. Let Sui Sui go take a look first. Slow down, Your Highness, don't fall. Qinghe reminded her with a smile, then followed behind with Lu Zhu and others. The little girl wore a green dress, her small face delicate and lovely. Her hair was wrapped with silk, with butterfly wings fluttering, and her emerald necklace sparkled in the sunlight. She ran over quickly, looking like a tiny fairy emerging from the forest, immediately attracting many people's attention. Servant, bow to the princess. Good luck, Your Highness. Everyone bowed to her, their eyes unconsciously following the little girl's figure. Is this the peaceful princess the emperor just named? She's so pretty and cute. No wonder the emperor treasures her so much. I heard that Princess Shin cured all the illnesses of the crown prince's tutor. No way. Is the princess really that powerful? Noticing the crown prince Junzei practicing archery at the shooting range, he hurriedly took Sui Sui's small hand and led her to Junzei's horse. Your Highness, this is the crown prince, your older brother. The little girl looked up and smiled brightly at Junzei. Hello, crown prince. Seated on his horse, the eldest prince Junzei was the emperor's biological son. He had just turned 15, dressed in bright yellow hunting clothes, with a quiver hanging from his waist, sitting proudly on his horse. Just a wild girl he found. Does she deserve to be his sister? Looking down at Sui Sui with disdain, Junzei snorted softly. I am practicing riding and shooting. Everyone else, step aside. Knowing the crown prince didn't like Sui Sui, he bowed respectfully and led the girl to the side. Junzei extended his right hand. Bring the bow. Your Highness, the bow is here. A personal attendant hurried over, holding the bow and arrow, and handed them to him. Watch carefully and learn from me. He gave a command to some of his brothers nearby, then tightened his legs on the horse's belly. Go! The scarlet horse sped up and headed toward the archery range. Near the target, Junzei loosened the reins and squeezed his legs against the horse's belly. He knocked an arrow, aimed at the target, and released his grip. Whoosh! The first arrow hit the bullseye. Everyone immediately cheered. Your Highness, such good archery. Brother is so impressive. Junzei felt proud. He raised his hand and knocked a second arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He shot 4 arrows in a row. The first 2 barely hit the center. Because of lack of strength, the 4th arrow only skewed near the edge of the target. The last one was even worse, flying past the target and landing in the grass behind, missing entirely. A personal attendant came over, smiling, offering a cloth to wipe sweat, and giving a flattering compliment. Your Highness, your archery has improved rapidly. You're hitting the target every time now. You'll surely win the spring hunting contest. Junzei was pleased with the praise, took the cloth to wipe his sweat, and smiled proudly. If I win, I will reward you all greatly. The onlookers secretly shook their heads. 5 arrows were shot, but only 3 hit the bullseye. Does that count as perfect accuracy? It's just that the other person is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, so everyone just keeps it in their hearts and doesn't dare to say it out loud. Everyone doesn't want to offend Junzei, but Sui Sui simply doesn't understand these social rules. She raised her small hand and pointed at the flattering eunuch attendant, giggling clearly. You're using the idiom wrong. This isn't called perfect accuracy. To say it's perfect, all the arrows should hit the target. Everyone. Oh, little princess, why do you always tell the honest truth? Junzei frowned, looking a bit displeased. The eunuch hurried to smooth things over. Your Highness, the crown prince hit the target with every arrow. Isn't that perfect accuracy? To the eunuch, Sui Sui was just a young child who probably didn't understand counting, so they thought a little coaxing would make her stop. You're so silly, you can't even count. Sui Sui didn't know his thoughts and straightforwardly pointed out his mistake. Brother Crown Prince just shot 5 arrows. She raised her tiny, tender finger and counted one by one. 1, 2, 3. Finally, her small hand stopped at the 4th target. Counting this one, that's only 4 arrows. The 4th arrow was weak and only stuck into the tip of the target. Because of the arrow's weight, it had already tilted and fallen. When her tiny finger moved, that arrow just fell off the target. With a loud snap, it hit the soft dirt ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone. Sui Sui looked at her finger still raised in the air, a bit confused. Huh, this arrow is strange. Why did it fall when I pointed at it? Thinking she was deliberately mocking him, Junzei's face instantly turned a liver color.
You.
Bold. Seeing Junzei angry, Sui Sui hurried to run over, picked up the fallen arrow, and reinserted it into the target, then turned to smile at Junzei. Brother Crown Prince, don't be angry. Sui Sui helped you put it back. Everyone. You're not just putting the arrow back, you're putting it on the crown prince's face. The guards, eunuchs, and palace maids present all clenched their teeth and tightened their cheeks, not daring to laugh. The sixth prince, Junlu, who had just learned riding and archery, was only 7 years old this year. Listening to the innocent words of the little girl, he couldn't help but laugh out loud on his horse, his lips twitching. Losing face in front of so many people, how could Junze bear it? His handsome face turned red with anger, and his grip on the bow tightened suddenly. How dare you, a wild girl? Teach me. Guards, slap her face. Qinghe, Lu Zhu, and others were startled and hurriedly pleaded for Sui Sui. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the princess is innocent and young. Please calm your anger. Yes, Your Highness, the princess didn't mean to offend. Your Highness, this must not happen. Several palace maids from the inner court stood still, afraid to move. After all, she was a princess. How could they, mere servants, intervene? Seeing everyone standing still, Junze's face darkened. Are you all deaf? Please, Your Highness, stay calm, whispered the personal attendant to Junze, leaning close. If those servants report this to the emperor, you'll be in trouble. He glanced sideways at Sui Sui, who was standing in front of the target, and with clenched teeth, he withdrew his gaze. His eyes swept over the sixth prince, Junlu, who was on horseback not far away. A cold look flashed in his eyes. Go hunting outside the palace with me. Giving the order, he turned his horse and headed toward the exit of the riding ground. As two horses crossed paths, Junze quickly drew his long bow and sharply struck the rear of Junlu's horse. The white horse, startled by the pain, let out a loud neigh and, carrying Junlu, galloped furiously towards Sui Sui. Everything happened too suddenly. No one noticed exactly what was going on. Sixth prince, be careful. Hold tight to the reins. Everyone shouted nervously, and a few guards rushed over desperately trying to stop the frightened horse. But their speed couldn't compare to that of four legs. The guards were quickly left behind. The iron-hoofed horse stomped through the yellow dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust, and charged straight towards Sui Sui. Not far away, Crown Prince Junze reined in his horse and turned his face, a cold smile curling his lips. Humph! This was the price of offending him. Sui Sui, run and hide. Your Highness, run quickly. Qinghe and Lu Zhu hurried toward Sui Sui, shouting loudly to warn her. On horseback, the sixth prince, Junlu, who had just learned to ride, had never seen such a scene before. In his panic, he slipped his reins and leaned awkwardly to one side, nearly falling off his horse. Fortunately, his foot was caught by the reins, preventing him from falling completely. Otherwise, he might have been seriously hurt or worse. It all seemed complicated, but really, it was just a matter of a few moments to catch their breath. The white horse was already charging towards Sui Sui, less than 10 steps away. The little girl, initially turning to run, saw Junlu hanging awkwardly on the horse and stopped in concern. She turned around and ran toward the white horse. Good horse, stay still. Don't knock over my brother. Seeing Sui Sui rushing toward the white horse, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Your Highness, please don't. Qinghe rushed forward recklessly, trying to pull Sui Sui away. She accidentally tripped and fell heavily to the ground. Panicking, she looked up and saw the white horse charging toward the little girl, just a few steps away. Her heart clenched tightly, almost fainting from fear.
Sui Sui, Qinghe screamed.
The guards, eunuchs, and palace maids present all held their breath nervously. Such a small child. If the horse hit her or stepped on her, her life might be in danger. On the horse, Prince Junze watched everything from afar with a cold smile. He originally just wanted to scare Junlu a little, but unexpectedly, this stubborn girl was risking her life to stop a frightened horse. He couldn't wait to see her get trampled. Under everyone's tense gaze, Sui Sui lifted her small face and reached out her tiny hand toward the white horse. The panicked white horse, seeing her, gradually calmed down and became gentle again. It turned its head to avoid the girl standing in front of it, stopping its pace. It lowered its head, nudging her hand with its nose, then snorted loudly. Everyone. Junze sat on the horse, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. He reached out and stroked the horse's nose, then looked at his hand with a soft smile. You naughty thing, you spat saliva on me. He took out a small handkerchief to wipe his hand. The little girl turned her face and looked at Junlu, who was hanging diagonally from the saddle. Big brother, you don't have to be afraid. Junlu, still trembling, took a deep breath, his teeth chattering. I'm not afraid. If even this little sister isn't afraid, then as a man, he shouldn't be scared either. Sui Sui blinked her big eyes and stared at Junlu, who was trembling all over. Then why are you shivering, Junlu? He didn't want to. He just couldn't control himself.
Woo.
So embarrassing. Sixth Highness, Princess. People quickly gathered around. Someone held the reins, and others carefully helped Junlu down from the horse. He ignored the dust on herself and rushed over to hold Sui Sui in her arms. Your Highness, are you scared? The little girl gently shook her head. At this moment, Junlu also calmed down and stepped forward to the two. Thank you, little sister, for saving me just now. My name is Junlu. You can call me Sixth Brother. The little girl curled her lips into a smile. Sixth Brother, hello. Junlu held her hand and gently pulled her aside. Just now, Sixth Brother was trembling on his horse. Please don't tell anyone, okay?
Why?
Because Sixth Brother doesn't want people to laugh at him for being afraid. Sixth Brother almost fell off his horse just now but didn't cry. He's not afraid at all. Junlu. He didn't cry, he was just so scared he forgot to. Since his little sister thinks so highly of him, he must not let her down. Sniffling, Junlu straightens his back. From now on, Sixth Brother will be a brave young man. Everyone was relieved that the little incident was over, but they also found it quite interesting. The little princess was able to stop the frightened horse. That's impressive. If it weren't for the little princess, what if something happened to the sixth prince? We'd all be in trouble. Yeah, no wonder everyone calls the little princess a lucky star. She really is lucky. Listening to the chatter around him, Crown Prince Junze grew more annoyed. He frowned and glanced at the guards and attendants still standing nearby, then scolded sharply. What are you all standing around for? Do you want to die? Everyone snapped out of their daze and hurried to guard him on both sides, walking with him toward the exit of the riding arena. He turned his head and looked at the small figure standing beside Junlu. Junze's grip on the reins tightened slowly. One day, he would destroy that little thing into pieces. As Junze led everyone away from the arena, the stable master, who was in charge of the white horse, moved it aside and tied it to a post. Bring the whip. His subordinate handed him the whip. The stable master raised his hand to strike the horse. Sui Sui saw this and quickly ran over to stop him. What are you doing? The stable master paused, explaining proactively. Your Highness, this horse almost fell on the sixth prince just now. I have to give it a good beating so it won't run around wildly in the future. No way, Sui Sui said, spreading her arms to protect the white horse. Big white horse is my friend. You're not allowed to hit it. Afraid the horse might hurt her, the stable master hurriedly held onto the little girl's arm. Princess, don't get too close to the horse. Be careful it kicks you. It won't kick me, the little girl said, gently touching the horse's nose. Right, big white horse. The white horse wagged its tail and leaned its head over, softly rubbing against her hand. The stable master, who had raised horses for many years, understood the horse's behavior and knew this was a sign that the white horse liked her. He looked surprised. Your Highness, have you learned how to train horses before? Sui Sui shook her head. No. Then how did you make it stop just now? The stable master asked curiously. Sui Sui. I just talk to it and it stops, jockey. Having spent a lifetime training horses, I can't believe I can't do as well as a little kid with just a few words. Little sister Sui Sui, can you teach Brother Lu? Junlu carefully moved closer, still a bit afraid after nearly being knocked over by the horse, so he didn't get too close. Sui Sui held Junlu's hand and led him to the white horse. This is Brother Lu, Sui Sui's older brother. You should be his good friend and not make him fall off the horse again. The obedient white horse turned its head, sniffed Junlu, and gently rubbed its nose against his arm, then leaned its head on Junlu. A eunuch handed over an apple. Junlu reached out and offered it to the white horse, which happily started eating. Junlu's tense face turned into a joyful smile. Wow, Sister Sui Sui is so amazing. The jockey standing nearby also secretly marveled. It's strange. This horse seems to really understand what the prince is saying. Junlu is young and only started learning to ride after arriving at the palace. To help Junlu and the white horse get familiar with each other, the jockey tried many methods. Because the white horse was unfamiliar with Junlu, it didn't cooperate much. But unexpectedly, the little princess easily tamed it with just a few words. It must be because Sister Sui Sui is so cute, so the horse likes her, Junlu said. The jockey touched his own old face, feeling a bit of pain in his chest. Do horses care about looks these days? Just as Sui Sui was about to speak, urgent horse hoofbeats sounded from afar. Jun Qian led the charge, riding at the front, with Chong Lu and several close guards following closely behind. Rushing over, the young man leapt off his horse and pushed through the crowd to reach Sui Sui. Little sister Sui Sui, are you hurt? Don't worry, your highness. Jinghe smiled and explained. The frightened horse has been controlled, and the princess is safe. Jun Qian heaved a sigh of relief and frowned at the jockey nearby. What happened? Your highness, please forgive us. The jockey hurriedly knelt. This horse has always been gentle, but today I don't know what happened, and it suddenly went crazy. No one noticed Crown Prince Junzei's movements, but Sui Sui had already understood the horse's feelings. Hearing the jockey say the horse went mad, Sui Sui looked up with her small face and defended the white horse. Brother Fairy, the big white horse didn't go crazy. It only ran because it was hit. Hit? Jun Qian released the little one's hand and approached the white horse, carefully inspecting its body. Noticing the fresh scratch on the left rear side of the horse, Jun Qian reached out his hand, gently brushed aside the horse's mane, and examined it carefully. Sure enough, he saw a swollen red spot on the horse's back. Jun Qian turned his face and looked at everyone with a stern gaze. Who did this? Everyone was stunned. Standing nearby, the sixth prince, Jun Lu, looked at the injury on the horse's back, recalled the recent scene, and guessed the truth. It must be the eldest brother, because I just teased him and made him angry, so he must have done this to get back at me. Sixth prince. Jun Lu's personal attendant was startled and quickly whispered, There's no proof. Don't accuse anyone without evidence. In a normal family, brothers playing around is a small matter. But in the palace, it's different. Junzei is the crown prince of Day. If things get serious and there's no solid proof, and if Junzei turns the blame around, Jun Lu will be the one to suffer. Jun Qian, being a few years older, understood the seriousness of this matter. He frowned and cleared his throat softly. It's fine as long as Sui Sui and Jun Lu are safe. From now on, you must be very careful. If there's a next time, I won't forgive easily. Let's disperse. Everyone responded and dispersed again. Jun Qian took Sui Sui's small hand and led her to a quiet place nearby, squatting down to seriously remind her. Sui Sui, next time you see the crown prince, you must be very careful and not go provoking him. The little girl frowned and blinked her big eyes. Fairy brother, the crown prince is a big bad guy, right? Her master once said that people have good and bad ones. Junzei injured the white horse, almost causing sixth brother to fall. To Sui Sui, Crown Prince Junzei is definitely a bad person. You're so clever, Sui Sui. Jun Qian lowered his voice. But you must not tell others about this, understand? The little girl nodded. Fairy brother, where did you just go? Brother just went to the Taoist temple to check on your master. There are rules in the palace. Sui Sui, now a princess, cannot leave the palace casually. Today is the third day after the old Taoist priest's death. Jun Qian specially went to the temple on her behalf to see about the priest's grave. When she heard about her master, the little girl's face fell. Sui Sui misses my master so much. I want to go see him too. Jun Qian hesitated for a moment. Wait a few more days. Brother will definitely take you to see your master. 4 days later is the official day of the spring hunt, which coincides with the 7th day after the Taoist priest's death. At that time, the emperor will lead the princes, princesses, and officials to the hunting grounds. He planned to take the opportunity to bring the little girl back to the temple. After they finished talking, Qing He, along with Lu Zhu and others, came over to greet them. Tell His Highness some good news. The emperor has gifted the medicinal garden of the noble consort to Sui Sui. As a child, he often played in the garden with his mother, the noble consort, which held many happy memories for him. Unfortunately, after his mother passed away, the garden was taken over by the empress, and he never had the chance to visit again. Now he has heard that the emperor will give the garden to Sui Sui, and he feels both surprised and happy. Today, Sui Sui has achieved another great success. Even brother doesn't know how to thank you. Seeing his smiling face, the little one also smiles. Sui Sui and brother are family. Family doesn't need to be polite. Then, what does Sui Sui want to do now? Turning his face, he looks at Junlu, who is practicing riding nearby, and the little one looks at him with envy. Sui Sui also wants to learn to ride and shoot. The palace doesn't have small horses. After we return to the capital, brother will buy the prettiest, cutest little horse for Sui Sui to ride, okay? The little one happily nods. Jun Qian stands up and turns to Qing He. Prepare hunting clothes for Sui Sui, and have the Wubei Yuan make her a small bow. Yes, Your Highness. Qing He replies with a smile. He orders the guards to bring Jun Qian's horse, and Jun Qian smoothly lifts the little one onto the horse. Today, brother will take you for a few rides. When Sui Sui has her own little horse, I will teach you to ride. Holding the little one's waist with one hand, Jun Qian gently presses the horse's belly, and the black pony begins to run slowly around the arena. Resting in Jun Qian's arms, Sui Sui turns her face to look at Jun Lu nearby. Sixth brother, come chase me. Coming, Jun Lu rides his horse, chasing after them. Since he's still learning to ride, he feels a bit nervous and doesn't dare to go too fast. Worried about falling and hurting Sui Sui, Jun Qian carefully controls the horse's speed. Noticing Jun Lu catching up, he turns his face and starts giving guidance. Relax your legs a bit. Don't pull the reins too tightly. Jun Lu almost can't believe his ears. The usually aloof third brother is actually teaching him how to ride. Among the brothers, Jun Lu admires Jun Qian the most. Because Jun Qian is usually very reserved, he doesn't dare to talk to him much. This is the first time he's received guidance from his third brother, and he looks excited. Following Jun Qian's instructions, he gradually relaxes and begins to master riding. Sixth brother, shall we have a race? Sui Sui suggests eagerly. Okay. Putting aside his fears, Jun Lu gradually increases his horse's speed. The stable boys and attendants, who were initially worried, see Jun Lu riding better and better, and they cheer sincerely. Sixth prince, keep it up. The nearby princes and attendants watched with interest and, without planning, joined the game. I want to come too. Me too. Finally, Jun Qian's dark horse was the first to cross the finish line. Sui Sui leaned against his chest and raised her small hand. Fairy brother is first, we win. Junluan felt the joy of riding a horse for the first time and still wanted more. Third brother, let's do it again. Sixth brother, be careful not to fall and hurt your bottom, joked the fourth prince with a smile. Sui Sui wriggled her tiny fingers. No, bottoms have 2 parts. If I fall, sixth brother will have 4 parts. Haha. A group of children all burst into laughter. Jun Qian was more mature than other kids his age, but he was still a child at heart and wanted to play. Okay again. Sui Sui, call start. The little girl held tightly to the saddle and cheerfully counted down in a soft voice. 3, 2, 1. Go, charge. Everyone rode their horses quickly, while guards and officials cheered loudly from the side. The sound of hooves pounding mixed with everyone's laughter. Since the death of his mother, Jun Qian had become more withdrawn and distant from his brothers. But today was the first time in years that he played like a child. Watching the bright, lively expressions of the young man on horseback, Qing He outside the arena also smiled. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the 10th day of the 3rd month, a lucky day, the spring hunt was officially held at the royal hunting ground near the palace. All the princes and generals wore hunting clothes and sat in front of Jun Qian. Sui Sui was also dressed in black hunting attire. Her small feet wore soft deer leather boots embroidered with cloud patterns. She carried a tiny black bow with gemstones, and a small quiver hung at her waist. Her small hands wore black deer leather gloves sewn by Qing He herself. On her right thumb was a green bead ring she had found, used as a ring finger. From head to toe, she was fully armed. The adorable little baby looked especially handsome and cute. Seeing how cute she was, Jun Cheng'an smiled slightly. Wow, even Sui Sui is carrying a bow and arrow. Yes, the little girl nodded seriously. Sui Sui wants to go hunting with the brothers too. Women can be just as brave as men. You have spirit, Jun Cheng'an praised with a nod, then reminded Jun Qian. Qianer, take good care of Sui Sui and don't hurt her. Jun Qian replied, Sun knows. Your Majesty, the auspicious time has arrived, announced the master of ceremonies loudly. Jun Cheng'an stood up with a smile. This year's spring hunt begins now. Drums sounded loudly as a group of princes and warriors rode down the hillside. Prince Qian was worried about taking Sui Sui to visit the old monk's grave. He turned his horse around and hurried into the woods with Sui Sui. Crown Prince Junzai watched from afar and signaled to his trusted guards. He led the chase after them. They crossed the woods, and Jun Qian gently pulled on his horse's reins, riding quickly up the mountain path with everyone. Soon, they reached a Taoist temple on the mountain. Jun Qian jumped off his horse, holding the little one's hand, and led everyone to the old monk's grave. Chong Lu took out snacks and fruit from his bag and placed them in front of the grave. Sui Sui gathered a bunch of wildflowers from nearby and leaned against the tombstone. In a few days, I will take Sui Sui back to the capital. Now she is a princess of Yi. If the spirit in heaven knows, she can rest assured. Jun Qian took the incense that Chong Lu had prepared and lit a stick at the old monk's grave. Sui Sui, bow 3 times to your master. Sui Sui knelt down seriously and bowed 3 times. Not far away, in the woods, Crown Prince Junzai carefully parted the branches and watched their backs, humming softly. I thought there was some good prey here, but it turns out they're just visiting a grave. How unlucky. For 2 spring hunts in a row, Jun Qian had been the top scorer. Junzai secretly followed, intending to seize the opportunity to take his prey and win this year's spring hunt. Your Highness, this isn't bad luck, it's luck. Xiao Anzi, the eunuch servant crouched beside him, pointed at a jujube tree on the broken side of the temple wall. Look. Junzai looked in the direction he pointed and frowned. Why is a broken tree interesting? The servant is showing you the beehive on the tree. Xiao Anzi grinned mischievously. If that hive falls and stings the little princess, wouldn't that be a pity? Junzai squinted and looked carefully. On the trunk of a poplar tree hung a giant beehive the size of a lantern. Bees buzzed around it. Realizing Xiao Anzi's meaning, Junzai's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Xiao Anzi, it's your turn. Your Highness, shall I go? Junzai's face darkened. Are you going, or should I? Xiao Anzi hesitated. Not daring to disobey Junzai's order, Xiao Anzi took a handkerchief to cover his head. Carefully emerging from the bushes, he followed the low wall of the temple, climbed onto the roof, and approached one side of the beehive. He took out a leather bag used for carrying prey from his waist, trembling as he extended both hands. He unfolded the bag to cover the beehive, trying to pull it down from the tree. The flying bees, seeing someone disturb their hive, immediately became alert and buzzed around quickly. Someone is stealing honey. Go back quickly. A few bees circling the flower bouquet flew toward the beehive after hearing their comrades' voices. Sui Sui turned her small face to look at the beehive's direction. Seeing Xiao Anzi standing on the roof in the distance, the little one hurriedly stood up. Thief, stop right now. Suddenly hearing Sui Sui's voice, Xiao Anzi was startled. He nervously turned around with the hive in his arms. As he lost his footing, he fell heavily from the roof. The hive slipped from his hands, landed on the grass, rolled down the slope a few times, and just stopped at the edge of the bushes. Buzz! The startled bees swarmed out like a tide. Prince Juanza, who was waiting to see the show, was shocked when he saw the hive fall in front of him. He hurriedly ran out of the bushes, turning to escape. The angry bees saw a person emerge from the woods and buzzed toward Juanza. "Your Highness, be careful." 2 guards rushed over to protect Juanza. Coincidentally, they bumped into Juanza as he was fleeing. All 3 fell to the ground at the same time. The bees, which had been some distance away, took the opportunity to chase after them. They unceremoniously stuck up their little butts, raised their stingers, and stung fiercely at the 3 of them and their faces. "Ah, it hurts. Get away, Your Highness, run quickly."
"Ah, don't sting me."
The 3 of them swatted at the bees, rolling and crawling down the mountain to escape. "Your Highness, wait for me." Xiao Anzi got up from the ground, limping, and saw the bees rushing toward him. He hurriedly covered his head with the leather bag and dashed down the mountain in a panic. Sui Sui and Jun Qian and others ran over from the back mountain, leaving only a large empty hive on the ground. Hearing the screams from the hillside, they all turned their faces. From a distance, they couldn't see clearly who it was. They only saw a few figures being chased by a swarm of bees, rolling and crawling on the grass, screaming as they ran away. Seeing how the people on the hillside looked, Sui Sui chuckled softly. These fools must have been trying to steal her honey. Serves them right. Noticing some bees flying around on one side of the hive, Jun Qian reached out and grabbed her arm. "Be careful, Sui Sui, don't get stung. This is the bees I raised. They won't sting me." The little girl nonchalantly ran over, hugging the large hive on the ground. "Brother Immortal, let's take this back. The honey inside is very sweet, and bee pollen can also be used to treat illnesses." The bees recognized her and buzzed around her, but they did not attack. Seeing that the bees weren't attacking, Jun Qian relaxed and nodded at her with a smile. "If you like it, take it with you." He watched the bright yellow figure running ahead on the hillside in the distance, and the young man's sharp eyes narrowed slowly. People skilled in martial arts have better eyesight than ordinary people. Jun Qian couldn't see the other's face clearly, but he could guess the person's identity from the clothes. The crown prince wouldn't come here just to steal honey. Jun Qian was not as naive as Sui Sui and easily guessed the other's purpose. They weren't after honey, but after him and Sui Sui. Realizing the truth, Jun Qian snorted coldly. He took the hive from Sui Sui's hands and handed it to Chong Lu to pack away, then carefully lifted Sui Sui onto his horse. "Let's go. We should head back to the enclosure." "Brother Immortal," Sui Sui looked up with her small face. "When can we come back?" Jun Qian seriously explained, "Sui Sui, the place we're going is very far from here. We won't be able to come back for a long time next time."
Then,
the little girl pursed her lips. "Can I say goodbye to my friends? Are there any families nearby?" Jun Qian was momentarily stunned. "Where is his home?" The little girl pointed towards the woods at the foot of the hill. "Over there." Chong Lu frowned. "If your highness doesn't go back soon, the top prize of the spring hunt will be taken by someone else. It's just some gold and silver rewards." "I don't care about that," Jun Qian said confidently. He reached out and hugged Sui Sui securely, then rode his horse toward the woods. Following the girl's instructions, everyone stopped in front of the woods. They dismounted from their horses and looked around, but saw no houses or villages nearby. "Your Highness, you probably remember wrong," Chong Lu said doubtfully. "There's not even a shadow of a house here. How could there be friends?"
Sui Sui didn't forge.
"My friends live inside the woods," she said confidently. She stepped into the woods easily, waving at Jun Qian as she went. "Brother Immortal, come quickly." No one knew what she was really up to. Worried she might be in danger, Jun Qian hurried after her. "Protect the crown prince and the princess." Long Lu gave a command to 2 guards, instructing them to protect the 2 people by his side. The group crossed the forest and arrived at a grassy slope. Sui Sui stopped, raised her small hand, and pointed at a cave hidden among the bushes. "Brother Immortal, look. This is Xiao Huahua's home, Jun Qian." This doesn't look like a place where someone lives. They reached the cave, and Sui Sui paused, squatting in front of the grass. Little Hua Hua, come out quickly. I want to say goodbye. There was no sound from inside the cave. Sui Sui raised her small hand to her mouth and called out louder. Come out, little Hua Hua. Don't be afraid. Inside the cave, there was a faint rustling sound. Worried there might be snakes, rats, or fierce beasts inside, Jun Qian stepped forward and stood beside the small creature. The two guards also moved to protect them, gripping their waist knives tightly. After a moment, the grass at the cave entrance parted, and a tiny head peeked out. Everyone. Is this the friend she was talking about? Big black eyes, snow-white fur. On the small head, two fluffy, pink, big ears. The little creature crawling out of the grass was actually a white little deer. Who are you? Sui Sui squatted down, puzzled as she looked at the small deer. Realizing what it might be, the little deer suddenly understood. I know. You must be Xiao Huahua's baby, right? Deer. Meh meh, Long Lu. Is this a sheep? Brother Long Lu, you're so silly. This is a deer, not a sheep, Sui Sui said, pointing at the deer's ears. Deer ears are different from sheep ears. Hearing that it was a deer, everyone, including Jun Qian, was surprised. Could the legendary auspicious white deer really exist in the world? Sui Sui gently stroked the back of the little white deer's neck and looked toward the cave. Little Hua Hua, come out quickly. I brought you something tasty. Inside the cave, it was very quiet, with no response. Sui Sui looked suspiciously, standing up to see what was going on. Yuan Yuan. Jun Qian reached out to stop her, waving to the guards behind. Go in and check. One guard stepped forward carefully, parting the grass and crawling into the cave. Inside, a spotted deer was lying on the ground with its eyes closed, and there was a large blood stain on the floor. The guard checked the deer's breathing, then turned back out of the cave and approached Jun Qian, lowering his voice. Your Highness, the mother deer has died. It was probably a difficult birth. Jun Qian turned his face to look at Sui Sui, who was holding the little deer close to her chest. His brows furrowed tightly. The little one has just lost her master. If she is told that her mother deer has passed away, she might feel very sad. He walks to Sui Sui's side and squats down kindly to tell a lie. Sui Sui, the little flower is gone. Now only this little deer is left. What should we do? Sui Sui looks worried. It's so small. Without its mother to feed it, it will starve. Don't worry, Your Highness, Chong Lu says with a smile. The white deer is a lucky animal. If we take it back, the emperor will be very happy. Sui Sui looks uncertainly at Jun Qian. Really? Jun Qian nods. Later, my brother can take care of it with Sui Sui. The little one opens her mouth wide and smiles. Sui Sui is the little deer's mother and the fairy brother is the little deer's father, right? Jun Qian. That's not how the relationship works, is it? Ugh, in the distance, the sound of a horn is heard. The spring hunting competition is coming to an end. Your Highness, let's go back quickly, Chong Lu says. Let's go, mother and father are taking the little deer home. Sui Sui hugs the little deer tightly, trying to lift the white deer. But she is small and weak, so she can barely hold the little deer. Her body wobbles, and she sits down hard on the grass. Sui Sui frowns and sighs with a look of frustration. Little deer, you are so heavy. Mother can't carry you. She is still a baby herself and wants to be a mother to other babies. The three men all laugh at the little one's antics. Jun Qian helps her up and hands the little white deer to Chong Lu. He then signals the guards with a glance and lowers his voice. Burial the mother deer before we go back. He turns around, picks up Sui Sui again, and sits on the horse. Her back leans against Jun Qian's chest, and Sui Sui reminds Chong Lu, Brother Chong Lu, don't drop my little deer. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will protect your little deer well, Chong Lu promises with a smile. He takes out a blanket, carefully wraps the little deer, and holds it close. Everyone heads back to the arena. The princes and warriors who participated in the spring hunt bring back their prey to show the emperor, Jun Cheng'anxin. The sixth prince, Jun Lu, has just learned to ride and didn't join the hunt. He watches from the side. He sees Jun Qian riding back from afar and waves excitedly. Third brother, hurry up, hearing his voice. Everyone turns to look. In the past 2 spring hunts, Jun Qian has always won first place. Everyone is looking forward to what he will hunt this year. Junlu can't hold back and rushes forward first. He glances at Jun Qian's horse, where the empty saddle hangs, and stops in surprise. Third brother, where is your prey? Jun Qian hugged Sui Sui and jumped down from the horse, handing the reins to the nearby guard. Third brother did not catch any prey. Everyone was very eager to hear about Jun Qian's hunt. When they heard he returned empty-handed, they looked disappointed. Madame Zhou supported the Empress's arm and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. This spring hunt, His Highness the Crown Prince will surely win." Jun Qian came back empty-handed, but Junzhe casually caught something, enough to surpass the others. The Empress felt a bit proud and stood up happily, taking the opportunity to tease. "I thought that with Prince Qin and Princess Anning working together, this hunt would be a big success. Who would have thought that Prince Qin also came back empty-handed?" Worried that Jun Qian might be scolded, Sui Sui hurried over and held Jun Qing'an's hand. "Father, it's all Sui Sui's fault. If Sui Sui hadn't gone to see the little deer, she wouldn't have delayed Brother Xinqian's hunt." "Little deer?" Jun Qing'an looked surprised. "What little deer?" Chang Lu quickly approached, knelt on the ground, and placed the blanket wrapped around the little deer in front of Jun Qing'an. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The princess said this is the auspicious beast." Chang Lu carefully uncovered the blanket, revealing a pure white little deer. Everyone present stared with wide eyes. "Oh my god, it's a white deer. The princess and Prince Qin actually found a white deer. That's a very good omen." "Yes, Your Majesty, when a white deer appears, the world is at peace. It's a sign of good fortune." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." "Happy birthday, Your Majesty." The Empress stood nearby, looking stunned. She had originally wanted to dampen Jun Qian's pride, but he had brought back a lucky beast, a white deer. Why does all the good fortune in the world seem to favor that girl? Jun Qing'an smiled and crouched down, holding the little white deer in his arms, gently stroking its back fur, also surprised. "I've never seen such a rare creature before. Looks like today's top winners are Sui Sui and Qianer. Prince Qin and Princess Anning found the auspicious beast. They truly deserve the top prize." "Yes, what prey could compare to such a lucky white deer?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Jun Qing'an smiled and waved his right hand. "Bring the rewards." "Yes." Fuan waved his hand. Several small eunuchs nearby hurried over, carrying gifts of gold, silver, and other treasures, presenting them to Jun Qian and Sui Sui. The white deer was found by Sui Sui. "I dare not take credit." Jun Qian bowed slightly to Jun Qing'an. "Please, father, give all the rewards to Sui Sui." Sui Sui quickly spoke up, No. Without brother, I wouldn't have seen the little deer." Watching the 2 children show politeness to each other, Jun Qing'an became even happier. "These things will be given to Sui Sui, but King Qin also deserves a reward." He placed the little deer on the grass and, smiling, took off his sword, presenting it to Jun Qian. This sword was worn by the founding emperor of Dai during his battles. "Today, I bestow it upon you. I hope you will be like our ancestors. Keep a sincere heart, serve the country and people, and achieve great things." Jun Qian looked up at his father's smiling eyes, feeling a strong shock in his heart. The treasured sword passed down through generations of emperors. His father was giving it to him? Standing there in a daze, the young boy was surprised. Jun Qing'an smiled kindly and spoke. "Don't you want it?" "I dare not." Jun Qian knelt on the ground, carefully and respectfully accepting the sword with both hands. "Thank you, father, for the gift. I will not let you down. Get up." Jun Qing'an helped him to his feet with a smile. Noticing the dust on Jun Qian's knees, he bent down and gently brushed off his robe. Jun Qian was stunned. His father's action was more surprising than the sword itself. The Empress stood nearby, her beautiful eyes almost burning with jealousy. This sword, passed down through the Imperial family, was a symbol of the Emperor. Now the emperor was giving it to Jun Qian. What did that make her son? Thinking of her own son, the empress frowned and looked around. Prince Junzai was nowhere to be seen. She worriedly frowned. Why isn't Zaire back yet? From a distant hillside, urgent horse hooves sounded. Momo Zhou turned her face and saw a figure in bright yellow riding at the front, smiling and pulling on the empress's arm. Your Majesty, look! Isn't the prince coming back? A few horses approached the hill, galloping closer. Seeing Junzai on horseback, the empress stopped in surprise. Just now, to escape a bee attack, Crown Prince Junzai's clothes were torn by branches, and he was covered in dirt. He had bee stings on his hands, face, ears. Many places. His once handsome face was swollen with bumps, almost unrecognizable even to his own mother, the empress. Behind him, the personal attendant Xiao Anzi and 2 guards looked worse, also covered in large bumps and injuries, looking very disheveled. Xiao Anzi especially had a swollen eye from a bee sting. His slim eyes were swollen into large, shiny, transparent peaches that couldn't open, looking very funny. Every year, Sui Sui turned her little head and saw Junzai's face, then burst out laughing. Big Brother Crown Prince's face looks like a pig's head. Everyone around was trying hard not to laugh, but when they heard her words, they all lost control. Suddenly, a low chuckle spread among the crowd. Seeing everyone mock his son, the empress's face turned pale with anger, and she shouted loudly. How dare you? She turned to look at Sui Sui, frowning, ready to scold her. On horseback, Junzai wobbled and fell, head first onto the ground beside the empress. Zaire, seeing her son fall, the empress was very worried and hurriedly ran over to hold Junzai's arm. Zaire, don't scare mother, Zaire. How are you? Madame Ma also rushed over, anxiously supporting Junzai. Hurry and call the Imperial doctor. Seeing their concern, Sui Sui cheerfully said, You don't need to cry, Empress. The Crown Prince just fainted. He's not dead yet, everyone. This little princess's way of comforting is truly unique. The Empress felt a tightness in her chest, almost spitting out old blood. Does this naughty girl mean to curse her son? The Imperial doctor, upon hearing the news, hurriedly ran over with his medicine box, looking shocked when he saw Junzai's condition. He quickly opened the box, took out 2 heat-clearing and detoxifying pills, and helped Junzai swallow them. Xiao Anzi and 2 guards knelt in panic, trembling with pain from their wounds. Your servants failed to protect you, Your Majesty and Empress. Please forgive us. Jun Qing'an, with a calm face, asked, What exactly happened? Reporting to the Emperor, Xiao Anzi dared not tell the truth, only lying. His Highness was hunting and accidentally encountered a swarm of bees. Good-for-nothings. Jun Qing'an cursed angrily. A crown prince who gets stung by bees while hunting. It's embarrassing enough for father like him. The group knelt on the ground, their wounds stinging, but no one dared to speak. The Empress, worried about her son, ignored everything else. Seeing that Junzai hadn't shown any signs of waking, her expression grew more anxious. Doctor, why hasn't Zaire woken up yet? Reporting to the Empress, the doctor said helplessly, His Highness was poisoned by bee venom, and he probably won't wake up anytime soon. What use are you all in the palace? The Empress scolded angrily. Wang Ta-yi, the chief doctor, lowered his head and dared not speak. Not far away, he noticed Sui Sui playing with a little deer on the grass. A sudden idea struck him, and he stood up to approach her. Princess, do you know any way to cure bee venom? I saw with my own eyes how Sui Sui pulled Shen Yunwen back from the brink of death. Dr. Wang knew she was a skilled healer and came to ask for her advice. Sui Sui is naturally quick to hate evil and always clear about her feelings. She doesn't like Junzai much. When the doctor asked questions, the little girl gently patted the white deer's back without lifting her head. He's a big bad guy. I don't want to save him. The doctor was surprised. Princess, you're being very direct. Jun Qian, standing beside Sui Sui, cleared his throat. The princess is still young and doesn't understand. Don't worry, sir. Dr. Wang, being clever, smiled politely. Don't worry, Your Highness. I understand that the princess speaks honestly. That's good, Jun Qian nodded calmly. I dislike people who gossip, without thinking. The young man's handsome face was cold and commanding, making the doctor break out in a cold sweat just from one look. He raised his right hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead, smiling bitterly. Prince Qin, could you let the princess help the crown prince take a look?
No, Yun Qian replied.
He bent down, picked up the little deer, and held her in his arms. He reached out and took Sui Sui's small hand, then turned and walked away. The doctor watched the young man's back and sighed softly. Indeed, this third prince was the most like the emperor, smart and ruthless. Because the crown prince was poisoned and unconscious, the spring hunt was naturally cancelled. What was supposed to last 3 days was cut short after just 1 day. The poisoning was severe. Junze was in a coma all night before waking up. His face was swollen, and he couldn't be seen in public. Not wanting to be laughed at, the proud crown prince stayed in his palace every day, not leaving the gates. The empress, busy caring for her son, had no time to bother Sui Sui. In the morning, the little girl studied reading and writing with Shen Yunwen. In the afternoon, she went horseback riding and archery with Jun Qian, Jun Lu, and others, living quite freely. Thanks to her treatment, Shen Yunwen's health gradually improved, and he could walk on his own. Jun Qing'an received the news, finally relaxed, and immediately ordered the army to return to the capital. Early the next morning, under the protection of the Imperial Forest Army, everyone set out for the capital. After a tiring journey, by noon on the 3rd day, the caravan finally passed through the North City Gate into the bustling city of Diyi. Sui Sui's story about finding the white deer and the legendary creature had already been announced by Jun Qingjing. The people of the capital had long heard the news and flocked to the streets, eager to see the little princess and the legendary white deer for themselves. In the Lord Northtown's residence, of course, it was no different. After finishing the morning lessons, Wan Wan hurried into the hall, holding a decorative ball used for play. She grabbed Du Ruo's hand quickly. Mother, let's go quickly. If we're late, we won't see second brother. Of course, she was talking about Shen Yunwen, but her heart most longed to see the future emperor, Jun Qian. In her past life, Jun Qian only had Sui Sui in his heart and eyes. He always ignored her presence. In this life, she must prepare early and attract Jun Qian's attention. Just like Sui Sui in the past, she wanted to be his childhood friend and firmly hold onto this future emperor. Thinking of her daughter as missing her brother, Du Ruo smiled and stood up. All right, let's go now. Mother and daughter, along with 2 maids, left the residence and headed toward the main road to the palace, Zhuke Street. By the roadside, it was already crowded with people. Du Ruo was usually kind and generous, and the Shen family had always been loyal and upright. The common people recognized her and made way, allowing them to move to the front. Despite this, Du Ruo was still pushed to the back. The maid hurried to take Wan Wan from her arms. Madam, it's too crowded. Wait at the back, and I'll take care of the young lady. Here we go, here we go. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the crowd became lively, rushing forward. Du Ruo and Wan Wan, originally standing together, were separated by the surging crowd. Seeing her daughter being pushed farther away, Du Ruo wanted to squeeze through but couldn't. She could only shout to the maid, "Take good care of the young lady. I'll wait for you on the street nearby." The sound of hooves grew closer, and the Imperial Guard leading the way arrived first. Next came the golden Imperial carriage pulled by 8 horses. Big sister, look ahead quickly. Wan Wan supported herself on the maid's shoulder, trying to straighten up, and excitedly turned her face, looking eagerly ahead. Among the older princes, including the crown prince, they guarded the sides of the carriage, but Jun Qian was nowhere to be seen. As the princesses' carriages passed by, Wan Wan's eyes fell disappointedly when she didn't see Jun Qian's shadow. The maid standing nearby recognized Shen Yunwen's carriage and smiled, raising her right hand. "Miss, look, that's second young master's carriage. What's so interesting about a sickly boy?" Wan Wan lazily turned her face away and saw a young man in black riding a black dragon horse beside the carriage. Her eyes immediately lit up. The person she longed for, Jun Qian, had finally appeared. Gazing at the handsome, refined young man on horseback, Wan Wan's eyes almost widened in admiration. No wonder he's a future emperor, so charming and handsome even at just over 10 years old. She tried to catch Jun Qian's attention. Wan Wan straightened up and raised her voice. "Brother Yunwen, I'm here," she shouted loudly and waved the embroidered ball in her hand. "Second brother, look at me." In her past life, Sui Sui had hit Jun Qian with an embroidered ball when he returned to the capital, successfully attracting his attention. This time, it was her turn. Inside the carriage, Sui Sui leaned against the window, peering outside through the gauze curtain, curious about the new pavilions and towers she had never seen before. Hearing the lively voices outside, she frowned and turned her face. That voice, it sounded like her little senior sister's? She sat up straight, lifted the curtain with her small hand, and looked outside with curiosity. Outside the window, there were more people than ants before a rainstorm when they moved house. Men, women, old and young. Some were kneeling and worshipping, others cheering, and some pointing toward the carriage. Sui Sui pressed her face against the window, her big eyes scanning around. Why hadn't she seen her little senior sister? Could she have heard it wrong? By the roadside, Wan Wan's focus was entirely on Jun Qian, so she didn't notice the small face peeking out from the carriage window. As Jun Qian approached, she lowered her voice. "Second brother, I'm here." Could it really be her little senior sister? Hearing her voice, Sui Sui turned her face slightly toward Wan Wan. Before she could see clearly, a red embroidered ball suddenly flew toward her face and hit her. "Be careful." She turned sideways to block the carriage. Jun Qian reached out his left hand and caught the embroidered ball Wan Wan intentionally threw. "Protect the princess." Inside the carriage, Shun Yunwen was startled when he heard Jun Qian's voice. He thought an assassin was attacking, so he reached out his arm and tightly hugged Sui Sui. The curtain was pulled down again, blocking the two inside the carriage. The accompanying guards and Imperial guards hurried over to protect the carriage from both sides. Inside was the Emperor's most beloved little princess. They dared not slack off even a little. Jun Qian held the embroidered ball and turned his face to look at the crowd by the roadside, searching for the person who threw the ball. Seeing the young girl turn her face toward him, Wan Wan's heart filled with joy. She had succeeded. Afraid Jun Qian might not notice her, she reached out her palm. "Ball, my ball." It turned out she was the one who threw the embroidered ball. Her fingers clenched tightly around the ball, and Jun Qian grabbed the reins, turning the horse's head toward Wan Wan. He was coming. He was walking toward her. Wan Wan was overjoyed. Waiting for Jun Qian to return her embroidered ball, she asked him if Shin Yunwen was in the carriage. When second brother heard her voice, he would happily invite her into the carriage. She would surely become an irreplaceable person in Jun Qian's eyes, just like in her past life. Imagining everything that was about to happen, Wan Wan's little heart pounded quickly like a drum. The future emperor, a great ruler uniting the world. From now on, it would all be hers. She reached out her hand to Jun Qian, tilted her small face, and showed her most adorable smile, her voice sweet and soft. "Brother, that is my embroidered ball." Swish! A flash of cold light streaked through the air. In the next moment, a cold sword tip pointed at Wan Wan's face. Watching Wan Wan being held by her maid, Jun Qian looked down from above, holding his sword with a cold expression. "You have such boldness, daring to attack the princess of the current court?" "Wan Wan. Isn't that wrong? Shouldn't he be asking her name and then telling Shin Yunwen in the carriage?" The situation developed completely beyond Wan Wan's expectations. She panicked, opened her mouth, and froze in place. "Prince, please calm down." The maid was startled, hurriedly put Wan Wan down, and knelt with her. "Your Highness, spare her. I didn't mean to do it." She just did it accidentally. As a maid from the Marquis of Jinbei's household, she had heard of Jun Qian. Knowing that this young prince was usually unpredictable, the maid stammered in fear. "Your Highness," the bodyguard whispered, "nothing unusual. It's probably just a child's mistake." His cold gaze swept over the still stunned Wan Wan. Jun Qian frowned and snorted coldly, gently tossing the embroidered ball aside while raising his right hand. A flash of sword light, and the embroidered ball shattered into several pieces, falling in front of Wan Wan kneeling on the ground. Next time, I'll turn you into this embroidered ball. He sheathed his sword, turned his horse, and chased after Shen Yunwen and Sui Sui's carriage. Wan Wan curled up on the ground, watching the shattered embroidered ball, feeling confused.
Why?
Both threw embroidered balls. Sui could get into the carriage and go to the palace, but she would be scolded. The crowd was too crowded. Even Du Rua, who was standing beside the two of them, was pushed aside. Noticing the commotion, she struggled to part the crowd, pulling Wan Wan and her maid up from the ground. What just happened? Returned to the lady. The maid stood up, still a little frightened, and said, "Just now, the young lady accidentally threw the embroidery ball and almost hit the carriage. It seems that the little princess was also on the carriage." His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin got angry. Du Rua nervously hugged Wan Wan to her chest and asked, "Ninger, are you scared?" Wan Wan knew she had caused trouble this time and didn't want Du Rua to be upset. She pretended to look sad. Ninger just wanted to see second brother. Mother, Ninger didn't do it on purpose. Seeing her daughter's pale face and obvious fear, Du Rua felt a pang of sympathy. Be good, Ninger. Don't be afraid. Brother's carriage has already gone far. We probably won't see him today. Let's go home first. The three of them pushed through the crowd and headed toward the Prince of Beijian's residence. The maid still sighed. His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin really dotes on this little princess. Such a small matter, and he's ready to punish or scold. I was so scared just now. As the wife of a noble family, Du Rua clearly understood the importance of the situation. This concerns the princess's safety. Moreover, the Emperor and Empress are here, so His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin should be more careful. She pulled Wan Wan into her arms and gently fixed her hair, smiling. Ninger, in the future, when you see these noble ladies in the palace, you must be very careful and not speak carelessly, understand? She treasured her daughter deeply, especially after finally finding her again, and worried about unnecessary trouble if she offended someone. Unfortunately, Wan Wan didn't understand her concern and only saw Du Rua's care as scolding. She didn't say anything, but she rolled her eyes disdainfully inside. She just threw a ball, not an assassin. Besides, what kind of princess is that little girl? She's just a foundling, and Jun Qian is so fond of her. It's all because of this little princess. If Jun Qian bears a grudge against her, it will be even harder to make him like her. A sudden idea came to Wan Wan's mind. Mother, it was indeed Ninger's fault just now. Ninger wants to prepare a gift to apologize to the little princess. Would that be okay? Taking this chance, she could visit the palace. Then she could try to restore Jun Qian's bad impression of her. Du Rua chuckled. My silly Ninger, the princes and princesses in the palace are not so easy to see. Can't Mother take Ninger there? Wan Wan asked reluctantly. Du Rua looked at her small face and gently shook her head. Be good, Ninger. You're still young and don't understand palace rules. If you cause trouble in the palace, it will be a big problem. When you grow older, Mother will take you to the palace, okay? As the wife of the Marquis, granted the noble title of first-class lady by imperial decree, Du Rua thought it was easy to visit the palace. But what is the back courtyard of the palace? What if her daughter accidentally offended a noble guest and was scolded? As a mother, she couldn't bear that. Seeing Wan Wan look disappointed, her maid smiled and suggested, Second young master has returned to the capital and will definitely visit the 4th Mississippi. You can ask him to bring a gift for the little princess. Wan Wan's heart moved. Since Jun Qian liked the little princess so much, she decided to find a way to win her over. Later, she could use this to get closer to Jun Qian. Pretending to be sensible and obedient, Wan Wan smiled and said, Mother, then Ninger should prepare a gift for the second brother to bring to the little princess, okay? Thinking she genuinely wanted to apologize, Du Rua smiled and led her into the Marquis's residence. It's rare that you have this intention. All right, think about what gift to prepare for the little princess. When your second brother returns, Ask him to help bring the gift into the palace. Just then, the butler came to find Du Rua with something. The matter of the gift was not urgent. Du Rua only wanted Wan Wan to decide what to give, and she could help prepare it later. Concerned with affairs in the estate, she raised her hand to signal the maid to send Wan Wan back to her room, then hurried away with the butler. Wan Wan? Her cheap mother was too honest, really making her prepare the gift herself. Could it be that her mother, the mistress of the Marquis's house, was supposed to prepare the gift for her daughter? Walking toward her own room, Wan Wan frowned and sighed. What gift should I give to the little princess? Without attracting Jun Qian's attention and getting rejected, she had to spend her own money to buy a gift for the little princess.
Today was really a terrible day.
A few days ago, wasn't the lady out shopping with the fourth miss and bought a lot of things? The maid found a gift box from the drawer and placed it on the table, opening it. The fourth miss and the little princess are the same age. Things you like, the little princess will probably like too. Wan Wan. She had just fought hard to get those few pieces of jewelry, and now she had to give them away before they even warmed up? Thinking of Jun Qian, Wan Wan clenched her teeth. She couldn't afford to lose the child to gain the wolf, so to win Jun Qian over, she was willing to take a hit this time. Deciding to do it, Wan Wan reluctantly took her jewelry box, opened the lid. Reluctantly, she took out the most valuable gemstone necklace from inside and placed it into the gift box prepared by the maid. Her fingers gently stroked the jewelry, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. He has never worn the treasure once, yet he wants to give it away. It's all because of that damn little princess. Humph. Once she becomes queen, I will definitely get it back twice as much. Achu, inside the palace, Sui Sui stands on the carriage shaft, sneezing twice in a row. Shen Yunwen, sitting inside the carriage, leans over and gently touches the little one's forehead with concern. Does Sui Sui feel unwell? Could she have caught a cold? The little one lifts her small hand and rubs her nose with the back of her hand. Master said, thinking, scolding, and catching a cold. Someone must be scolding Sui Sui. Zhou Yanxue smiles as he helps her down from the carriage. Maybe two people are thinking about the princess at the same time. Yes, the little one blinks her big eyes and smiles. Sui Sui didn't think of that. Brother Yanxue is so clever. Zhou Yanxue raises his hand to scratch the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. This little princess is probably the only person who praises him for being smart. Shen Yunwen takes the white cat he brought back from the palace and hands it to Alviju. Yunwen can only see the princess here. Sui Sui tilts her face up, looking at Shen Yunwen inside the carriage. Brother Taohua, where are you going? These days she reads and writes with Shen Yunwen every day. Now that they are about to part, she really can't bear to leave. Young Master Shen lives in the Wenhui Hall in the outer palace. The princess can go see him anytime. Chonglu lifts the little one and hands her to Jun Qian on horseback. Although Shen Yunwen is the crown prince's companion, he is an outsider and cannot freely enter the inner palace. Hearing Chonglu's words, Sui Sui feels relieved and waves her little hand at Shen Yunwen. Brother Taohua, rest well. Sui Sui will come to see you tomorrow. Okay? Shen Yunwen responds with a smile, then bows to Jun Qian on horseback. You too. Take care and go slowly. Nodding to Shen Yunwen and the others, Jun Qian gently guides the horse and leads Sui Sui and the others into the palace gates. Young master, Zhou Yanxue takes a thin cloak and helps Shen Yunwen put it over his shoulders. Would you like to go back to the residence first? He takes out a handkerchief, covers his mouth, and coughs softly. Shen Yunwen gently shakes his head. Let's wait a few days. I will write a letter to my mother later, and you can take it back to the residence. Remember not to mention that I am sick. Right now, he wishes he could go home immediately to see his little sister. He doesn't want his mother and father to know he's sick and worried, so he has to hide his feelings for now. The coachman turns the carriage around and takes Shen Yunwen to Wenhui Hall. Jun Qian and Sui Sui return together to the Xianming Palace. Xianming Palace was originally the residence of Jun Qian's mother, Consort Xian. After she left, Jun Cheng, caring deeply for Jun Qian, granted him the title of king and nobility. Originally, princes who were made kings would live outside the palace in their own estates. Jun Chung deeply cared for Jun Qian, who lost his mother at a young age, and specially allowed him to continue living in the Wise Palace. Compared to the Falling Star Hall in the temporary palace, the Wise Palace is twice as large. When He returned with the little one after familiarizing him with the surroundings, it was already dusk. After dinner, Jun Qian went to the study to review his lessons and complete his homework. The little one sat on a small embroidered stool, watching the palace maid serve the little white deer goat milk, and couldn't help but yawn. She was still a child, exhausted from the journey, and naturally tired. He saw this and smiled gently. Someone, prepare the princess for bed. Everyone, like stars surrounding the moon, sent the little one back to her room, helping her wash and change clothes. Before her hair buns were fully untied, Sui Sui leaned on He's shoulder and fell asleep. He smiled softly, carefully placing her on the pillow. A white cat softly jumped onto the bed and curled up at the little one's feet. The little white deer also came to the edge of the bed, wanting to climb up. But since the little hooves were not as agile as the white cat, after several attempts, it couldn't get up and could only curl its legs, sleeping by the little one's footstool. He and Lvju saw this as normal. A few palace maids had never seen such a scene before and were marveling. It's truly strange. Even this auspicious beast, the white deer, likes to sleep beside His Highness. This kind of lucky creature can only be encountered by someone with deep good fortune. Our little prince is obviously blessed. Of course, otherwise how could the emperor have adopted her as his daughter? He took the embroidered cushion from Lvju, placed it under the little white deer, and smiled at everyone. You all serve the prince with dedication, and good fortune will follow. Now speak outside, so as not to disturb His Highness's sleep. Everyone fell silent, tiptoeing out of the room. In the blink of an eye, night turned to dawn. Early in the morning, the consorts left in the palace seemed like they were going to a market, rushing to Wise Palace one after another. Everyone knew that the emperor had recently taken a righteous daughter who was treasured like her own eyes. Who wouldn't flatter her? Silk fabrics, jewelry, gold and silver, spices, toys. The large and small gift boxes filled the living room and even piled up in the corridor. There weren't enough chairs, so the latecomers could only stand in the hallway waiting. He instructed the palace maids to serve tea and water, then pulled Lvju aside. Is His Highness still not up? Probably tired from traveling yesterday. I just went over, but there's no movement yet. Maybe. Before Lvju finished speaking, the sharp voice of a eunuch sounded at the door. Empress Dowager has arrived. The concubines hurriedly stood up to greet her. He knew this visitor was not friendly and quickly pushed Green Pearl's arm. Go and help the princess wash up and change clothes. Because Jun Qing'an had previously said there was no need for Sui Sui to follow palace rules. Sui Sui did not go to the empress to pay respects in the morning and evening like other princes and princesses. When the empress arrived, as a princess, Sui Sui did not come to greet her, which was improper. Seeing the empress and Lady Zhou enter, he quickly moved to the back and bowed along with everyone else. Her gaze swept over the other concubines and noticed the gift boxes in the corridor. Guessing their intentions, the empress suddenly became very angry. As the ruler of the 6 palaces, she returned to her palace and saw these little girls not eager to visit her. One was a stray girl they had picked up, yet they were so eager to flatter her. Are you all free? The other concubines sensed her tone was off and hurriedly bowed and retreated. He carefully approached and said, Your Majesty, why are you visiting Xianming Palace so early? Do you have any orders? Humph. The empress snorted lightly, neither cold nor warm. Princess Anning is now a favorite in the palace. I wouldn't dare give any orders. Green Pearl smiled. Your Majesty is joking. The princess is also your child, so naturally she should listen to you.
Good to know.
The empress looked around and noticed Sui Sui was not there, her brow furrowing. Not paying respects in the morning is one thing, but the princess isn't coming out to greet me? He hurriedly explained. The princess is playing with Bai Lu in the back garden. I'll send someone to fetch her immediately. Lady Zhou guessed a little and smiled darkly. The princess wouldn't be so rude. She's probably still in bed, right? No, that's impossible. The princess is always diligent and never late. Qing, he quickly replied. Really? The empress snorted softly. Then I'll go see for myself how diligent this little princess is. Turning around, she strode toward the inner hall. Green, he couldn't stop her, and hurried after. Everyone arrived in front of Sui Sui's residence. Green Pearl hurriedly came out from inside. Seeing the empress, she froze in panic. I've seen your majesty. She bowed hurriedly. The empress ignored her and strode into the bedroom. Seeing the carved wooden bed with the hanging canopy, she sneered coldly. Little brat. She was indeed sleeping in laziness. Lady Zhou, pull this lazy girl out of bed. I want to teach her what it means to be a proper princess. Yes, your majesty. Lady Zhou stepped forward and pulled aside the canopy. Suddenly, the bed curtain was pulled open forcefully by Grandma Zhou, and everyone looked toward the beautiful bed. On the bed, a red silk blanket was spread out, puffed up into a large bump. Your Highness the Princess, it's time to get up. Grandma Zhou sneered and quickly pulled back the blanket. Meow, a white cat, sleeping beside the pillow, was startled and hurriedly jumped out. Suddenly, a cat appeared in front of her. Grandma Zhou panicked and took a step back, accidentally stepping on the Empress's foot. Ouch! The Empress grimaced in pain and raised her hand to push Grandma Zhou away. What's the rush? Servant's fault. Grandma Zhou hurriedly knelt on the ground and brushed dust off the Empress's shoes. Are you hurt, Your Majesty? Seeing their interaction, Qing He and Green Pearl raised their sleeves to cover their mouths and secretly smiled. The Empress, feeling her toes ache from being stepped on but unable to show her anger, frowned and turned her face away. Where is the princess? I'm here. A delicate, childlike voice came from outside the door. They all left the bedroom and went to the flower hall. Sui Sui was walking in, carrying a small medicine basket on her back, with little white deer following closely behind. The Empress looked her over from top to bottom. The little girl was dressed neatly, looking adorable and delicate. There was nothing to criticize. Early in the morning, where did you go? She took the small medicine basket off her back and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Sui Sui went to pick flowers in the backyard. Glancing at the lilac flowers in the basket, the Empress frowned slightly. As a princess, playing around with such things is not proper. Sui Sui isn't playing, the little girl explained seriously. These are lilac flowers, and they are medicine for Brother Tao to cure his cough. Does this little girl really think she's a divine doctor? The illness that Shin Bantu is treating should be handled by the Imperial doctor. You don't need to interfere. The Empress snorted disdainfully. The Emperor will soon hold your coronation ceremony, and officials from all over will come to pay respects. As a princess, you must behave properly. From today, I will personally teach you the proper etiquette. You must learn well, understand? Actually, these matters were usually handled by palace officials and maids, so the Empress didn't need to come personally. She came mainly to find a reason to discipline Sui Sui. This spring hunt, Sui Sui and Jun Qian had made a big splash, but her own son had become a laughingstock. She even wanted to take back the medicinal garden from the virtuous consort of the past. The Empress couldn't swallow this insult.
Sui Sui blinked in confusion.
What is the grand ceremony the Empress just mentioned? The Empress glared at her irritably. If you don't understand, don't ask questions. The young girl pouted and said, You only ask when you don't understand. If you already knew, why would you ask? The Empress felt her chest hurt with anger. Was that naughty girl deliberately trying to upset her? She wanted to see how the little troublemaker would cry later. Qing He smiled and said, Your Majesty, you are so precious. Let the servants handle these matters. Madame Zhou looked sarcastic. Miss Qing He, are you saying the Empress doesn't teach you well? Qing He bowed her head humbly. I am just worried about your Majesty getting tired. This concerns the dignity of the royal family. You servants are useless. I have to do it myself, the Empress said lazily, leaning back in her chair. Let's start with the kneeling etiquette today. Your Majesty, Green Pearl stepped forward. The Crown Prince hasn't had breakfast yet. Could she eat something first? The Empress raised her eyebrows. Are you suggesting I wait? Green Pearl hesitated. I dare not, How dare you? The Empress cut her off coldly. Anyone who dares to block me will face my wrath. Qing He and Green Pearl looked at the girl with concern and silently shut their mouths. After all, they were just servants in the strict royal palace and had no right to speak. The Empress tilted her chin. Madame Zhou, start now. Yes, Madame Zhou smiled and came over. Princess, I will demonstrate the proper way for you. Watch carefully. She bent down slowly and knelt behind the Empress, showing the girl how to perform the bow. Your Highness, it's your turn now. Fearing the little girl might hurt her knees, Qing He took a soft cushion and placed it on the ground. The girl stepped forward, imitated Madame Zhou, bowed her head, and knelt, then stood up. I've finished kneeling, Madame Zhou grinned mischievously. Wrong. When kneeling, your forehead should touch the back of your hand. The girl knelt again. Madame Zhou said, your back must stay straight, not bent. The girl knelt again. Madame Zhou scolded, wrong again, Your Highness. The other kept picking at tiny details, making it impossible for the girl to get it right. Qing He and Green Pearl felt heartbroken but dared not stop her. The white cat didn't care about these rules and ran over to the girl. Meow, little master, these two mean women are just trying to bully you because you don't understand. After kneeling several times and feeling pain in her knees, the girl grew impatient. Hearing the white cat's words, she looked up at Madame Zhou and then fixed her gaze on the Empress's face. The Empress had been secretly smiling, but when she saw the girl's look, she quickly hid her smile and sat up straight, pretending to be serious. Watch what I do and learn properly. Seeing that the Empress had bad intentions, the little one immediately got angry. She stood up from the cushion, turned around, and picked up her small medicine basket. Aunt Qinghe, let's go find Brother Taohua. Stop right there. The Empress shouted angrily. How dare you leave before I say so? Both of you are bad women. The little one tilted her head coldly and snorted. I won't just let you bully me. Qinghe and Levzu. Young lady, aren't you stirring up trouble on the Emperor's head? The Empress gasped, almost unable to breathe. She is the Empress, the mistress of the palace, and a small princess dares to call her a bad woman openly. I am your mother, and you dare to disrespect me? The Empress trembled as she raised her right hand, pointing at Sui Sui's face. Someone, take this unruly girl away and make her kneel for 2 hours. Your Majesty, forgive us. The young master is still naive. Please, Empress, do not take this to heart. Yes, Your Majesty, please forgive the young master this time. They hurriedly knelt and begged. The Empress snorted coldly. Today, no one can beg for mercy. She must kneel, no matter how long or short. Take her away. Madame Zhou sneered sinisterly and stepped forward toward Sui Sui, trying to grab her arm. The white cat saw trouble and immediately warned Sui Sui.
Meow.
Young mistress, run quickly. Sui Sui turned and ran toward the palace gate. Madame Zhou quickly stepped forward to chase her. The white cat leapt and scratched Madame Zhou's hand fiercely. Seizing this chance, Sui Sui ran down the stairs quickly. Madame Zhou raised her arm, looked at her bloodied hand, and felt both angry and hurt. What are you standing there for? Come help. Several palace maids and eunuchs from the Empress's palace, who had come with her, surrounded Sui Sui. The white cat jumped a few times and climbed onto a tree along the fake mountain. Meow, young mistress. Hurry up the tree. Usually when climbing mountains to pick herbs, Sui Sui often climbed trees high up and was quite skilled at it. She held the trunk with both hands and pushed with her feet, quickly climbing up the tree. 2 eunuchs also tried to climb, but fell after less than 3 feet, landing on the ground. Sitting on a horizontal branch, she swung her little feet and stuck out her tongue at the others. Big fools, can't even climb a tree. Qinghe and Levzu stood under the tree, watching the little one sitting on the branch, their hearts pounding. Your Highness, hold on tight and don't move around. Your Highness, hold on with both hands. Don't fall. The Empress's eyebrows twitched with anger. Why are you just standing there? Bring a ladder and get her down for me. Seeing the eunuchs go to fetch a ladder, Qing He hurriedly pushed Green Pearl. Green Pearl, go find a young eunuch quickly and figure out how to bring His Highness back. They are just maids and cannot stop the Empress. The only one who can save the little one now is Jun Qian. Green Pearl understood and turned around to the side corridor, slipping out of the courtyard gate in the chaos and rushing out of the palace. Outside the palace steps, someone was just approaching. Green Pearl, panicked, almost bumped into the person. She stopped to catch her breath and, upon seeing who it was, a smile appeared on her face. "Madam, you're just in time. Please, I beg you, go save the princess." The person coming in was none other than Du Ruo, the lady of the North Marshal's residence. Seeing Green Pearl's anxious face, Du Ruo raised her hand to support her shoulder. "Green Pearl, what happened?" Du Ruo often visited the palace and was familiar with the maids of the wise and bright palace. Knowing her noble status and kind heart, Green Pearl hurriedly explained the situation. When she heard that Sui Sui had climbed a tree, Du Ruo's heart tightened with concern. "Let's go. Quickly take me to see." Green Pearl led the way, and the two hurried into the hall. Inside the courtyard, he looked toward the entrance, knelt before the Empress, trying to delay time. "Empress, even if the princess has done wrong 1,000 times, aren't you afraid she'll get into trouble? What if something happens to the princess? How will you explain to the emperor? How dare you? Do I not discipline the princess enough?" The Empress shot a glance at Sui Sui in the tree, wishing she could climb up and pull her down herself. "I order you, come down immediately." Sui Sui hugged her small arms, tilting her little head. "I won't. I refuse." The Empress's nose nearly twisted in anger. She looked at the crowd below the tree. "A bunch of fools. Why don't you go get a ladder?" Du Ruo entered the hall just as she heard this. She paused and looked up at the tree. On the horizontal branch of a crabapple tree, a small child about 3 or 4 years old sat. Among the red flowers and green leaves, the little one was dressed in purple spring clothes, looking noble and beautiful like a porcelain doll. Her tiny feet swung in the air, making Du Ruo worry and frown. "Little Highness, don't move around." Hearing Du Ruo's voice, Sui Sui turned her face, holding onto the branch. The mother and daughter's eyes met across the distance. Perhaps it was the natural bond between mother and daughter that created a strange connection. When she looked into the little one's eyes, Du Ruo's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Du Ruo, Sui Sui was also momentarily stunned. The person in front of her felt so familiar. She liked her very much. "Who are you?" the little one asked curiously. "Your Highness," Green Pearl hurried to introduce. "This is Lady Shen. Lady Shen is Master Shen's mother." "Oh, your Peach Blossom brother's mother," the little one smiled. "I'm Sui Sui, a good friend of Peach Blossom brother." Du Ruo gently smiled and said, "It's too dangerous in the tree. Would you come down nicely?" Sui Sui shook her head. "No, if I go down, Empress Dowager will make me kneel." Du Ruo stepped forward and bowed seriously to the Empress. "The Empress is always kind and generous. Today, I, as her servant, will ask for her kindness and plead with her to forgive the princess just this once, all right?" The Shin family of Jinbei Marquis' estate has been a family of generals for generations, serving as the backbone of the country. Du Ruo's family in Jiang is also a noble and respected family. Her father was a famous scholar, highly esteemed. Even Emperor Jun Qing'an respected him a little. No matter how displeased the Empress Dowager was, she had to show some face. The Empress Dowager forced a polite smile. "Lady Du, you're joking." "I was just joking with her. Who knew the child would take it seriously? Your Majesty is merciful." Du Ruo saw through her, but didn't say anything. She looked up at Sui Sui in the tree. "Princess, come down quickly." Sui Sui looked at the Empress Dowager, still a bit worried. "Your Majesty, do you keep your promises?" The Empress Dowager looked impatient. "As the Empress, my word is final." Sui Sui said, "Then you must swear first or I won't come down." The Empress Dowager. The girl dared to threaten her. The Empress Dowager frowned but said nothing. If she softened to this little girl today, and the news got out, her reputation as the head of the harem would be ruined. "Your Majesty." Du Ruo noticed her mood and smiled gently. "The little one is just acting out." Just play along with her. If this gets out, the entire harem will praise you for being kind and generous. If the emperor finds out, he will surely be pleased. Don't you think? Du Rua's words were clever. While flattering the Empress Dowager, she also warned her.
Sui spoke disrespectfully.
As the head of the 6 palaces, the Empress Dowager could scold the girl a few times and make her kneel for a while. Even the emperor wouldn't find fault. But if something serious happened, she might not be able to handle it. The Empress Dowager wasn't stupid. She understood Du Rua's meaning behind her words. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and looked at Sui in the tree. All right, I swear I won't punish you today. Is that okay? Your Highness heard that. Du Rua walks to the tree and extends his hand to the little one. Be good, come down quickly. He holds the tree trunk with both hands and slides down neatly. Afraid the little one might get hurt, Du Rua reaches out to gently lift her down and carefully holds her small hand. Did your little hand get hurt? The person in front is beautiful and gentle. A strange feeling of attachment rises in her heart. Sui reaches out and wraps her arms around Du Rua's neck. Thinking the little one was scared, Du Rua gently presses his face to hers and softly pats her back. Don't be afraid, Your Highness. It's okay now. The Empress stands nearby, glancing at Sui in Du Rua's arms and smiling at him. I heard that the 4th young lady from the Shin family, who was lost, has been found. Why didn't Madame Shin bring her here for me to see?
Du Ruo stands up holding Sui.
The child is young and naive, and I am worried she might offend the Empress.
How could that be?
The Empress smiles kindly. Our Yuer is always talking about Ninger. Tomorrow, Madame must bring the child into the palace. I've prepared gifts already. Shun Huaijin holds military power, and Du Rua's family is powerful. Naturally, the Empress wants to win their favor. Du Rua finds it inconvenient to refuse. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will bring the child to pay my respects tomorrow. All right, it's settled then. The Empress turns and leaves with everyone. He respectfully invites Du Rua into the hall to sit. She covers her chest and sighs softly. Thanks to Madame's timely arrival today. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. Your Highness, quickly thank Madame Shen. Sui is young and naive, but he knows very well. If it weren't for Du Rua's help, the Empress wouldn't have let Sui go easily today. The little one walks over obediently. Thank you, Madame Shen. Du Rua pulls her in front of him, opens a food box, and takes out a piece of peach blossom cake. He pinches a piece and offers it to Sui's hand. This is a peach blossom cake made by me. Come, little prince, try it and see if you like it. Unlike the peach pastry in the palace, Du Rua's family is a large family from Jiangnan. Growing up in Jiangnan, Du Rua's desserts are also Jiangnan style. The cake has glutinous rice flour with fruit filling in the middle, and the top is decorated with peach blossom petals inside transparent jelly. One bite, sweet and soft, with the fragrance of peach blossoms. Sui chews the cake, her big eyes happily squinting into crescent moons. Wow! Madame Shin's desserts are so delicious, fragrant and sweet, even better than those in the palace. This morning, she was fussed at by the queen before eating anything, and now she is really hungry. After finishing a snack, the little one sticks out his tongue to lick his lips, his big eyes eagerly watching the plate. Can Sui have another piece? She takes a handkerchief and gently wipes the crumbs from his small mouth, smiling softly. These are all His Highness's. He can eat as much as he wants. If he likes it, I will make more for him next time. Thinking about the stern queen, Sui holds a snack and lowers his little head sadly. What's wrong with His Highness? Du Rua asks with concern when she notices his strange expression. Mother is scary and mean again. The little one sniffles, looking upset. Sui also wants a mother like you. Since her daughter went missing for 3 years and was found again, Du Rua feels a quiet pain for this child who has no father or mother. Don't be sad, little His Highness. You will find your real parents someday. She stretches out her arms to hold the little one close, gently patting his back. As she smells the faint lotus fragrance on Sui, Du Ruo feels a sudden shock. Strange. Why does this child's scent smell exactly like her daughter's? With this doubt in her mind, Du Ruo lowers her head, bringing her nose close to Sui Sui's neck to sniff carefully. This time, she is absolutely sure. The scent on this child is exactly the same as her daughter's when she was young. Her daughter's natural body fragrance. When her daughter was born, she had her own special scent. The midwife who delivered her and the household servants all marveled at it. But why does Sui have the same fragrance? Du Ruo lifts her face and looks at Qing He standing nearby. Miss Qing He has His Highness used any incense. Prince Qin does not like the smell of incense, and the princess's clothes have not been scented. Qing He replies with a smile. But I clearly smell a fragrance on His Highness. Qing He was about to mention that the little one naturally carries a lotus-like fragrance, but Sui raises his small finger to point at his fragrant pouch. Is it Mrs. Shun who smells that, or the scent of Sui's sachet? Du Ruo is stunned. So, it's the sachet? Noticing a small medicine basket filled with lilac flowers nearby, she remembers Shan Yunwen's illness. Sui rushes over to help hold the basket. Brother Tao has not taken his medicine today. Miss Qing He, let's go give him his medicine quickly. Hearing that her son is sick, Du Ruo immediately becomes tense. Yunwen is sick? Miss Qing He, is that true? Qing He is surprised. You don't know that young Master Shen is ill, this child. Du Ruo frowned with concern. He said he was busy with palace affairs before, and I thought it was true. I didn't expect he was lying to me. Afraid that Du Ruo would worry, Qing He smiled to comfort her. Madam, don't worry. Young Master Shen has recovered quite a bit these days. If you're still worried, why not come with us to see him? As a mother, she couldn't sit still knowing her son was unwell. Du Ruo quickly stood up and hurried with Sui, Qing He, and others to the cultural hall. When they arrived at Shen Yunwen's residence in the Manhwa hall, Sui was the first to run inside. Brother Taohua, guess who Sui brought to see you? Shen Yunwen, lying by the pillow reading a book, put down his half-read scroll and smiled at the little girl. Who is it? The little girl pointed at the door. It's Brother Taohua's mother, Shen Yunwen. How did the little girl bring his mother here? Worried that his mother might find out about his illness, Shen Yunwen put down his book, hurriedly got out of bed, and tidied the bedding. He bent down and supported Sui's shoulders, lowering his voice. Sui, don't tell my mother about me being sick, okay? Sui looked puzzled. Why not? Shen Yunwen said. Because I don't want her to worry. I'm sorry, Brother Taohua. Sui lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed as she looked at her tiny, white fingers. I've already told her. Shen Yunwen. He wanted to say more, but before he could, the bead curtain moved gently, and Du Ruo and Qing He entered. Shen Yunwen hurriedly straightened up and pretended to be fine. Seeing that Shen Yunwen looked noticeably thinner and pale, the mother felt both angry and heartbroken. Child, you still know how to lie to your mother now. Mother, Shen Yunwen tried to flatter her with a smile. I'm really better now. Don't believe me? Asked Sui. The little girl nodded and brought her small medicine basket to Shen Yunwen. Sui brought medicine for Brother Taohua and also honey and dried lilac flowers brewed in water. That way, brother won't cough anymore. Shen Yunwen was used to it. Du Ruo looked at the little girl, who was speaking confidently with surprise. Does the little princess also understand medicine and healing arts? Does mother not know? Shen Yunwen smiled and patted her shoulder. It's all thanks to Sui that I could come back alive. Du Ruo frowned. What exactly happened? Shen Yunwen knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he explained his illness to his mother. Listening to Shen Yunwen describe the situation at that time, I learned that my son's life was hanging by a thread, almost causing an old person to lose their hair from worry. Du Ruo could no longer hold back. Her eyes reddened, and tears fell. Every year, she hurriedly reached out her small hand to help wipe her tears. Don't cry, Brother Taohua is really fine. I promise you, the little one said. Du Ruo held the soft little hand gently. I'm not sad, I'm happy. Happy? Shouldn't you be smiling? Why are you crying? Adults are so strange, the little one said with innocent curiosity. Hearing the child's innocent words, Du Rua smiled through her tears. No wonder the emperor loves his highness so much. If I had a daughter like this, I'd wake up smiling from my dreams. The little one looked up hopefully. Would you like to be Sui Sui's mother? Du Rua hesitated. She liked Sui Sui from the bottom of her heart. But she was just a servant, while the other was a princess.
How could she have that right?
Faced with those big eyes, Du Rua felt powerless to refuse. If your highness likes, just treat me as your mother, okay? Sui Sui's eyes lit up instantly. She stretched out her arms and hugged Du Rua's waist tightly. Sui Sui has a daddy, a mommy, and many big brothers. Sui Sui is so happy. Du Rua smiled and hugged her, kissing her face several times. As long as Sui Sui is happy. Shen Yunwen also smiled, gently rubbing the little one's head with his palm. By the way, mother, how is Sister Ninger? Du Rua replied. She's doing well. Tomorrow, I will bring Sister Ninger into the palace to see you.
Sui Sui lifted their face.
I want to see Sister Ninger too. Thinking of the gift Wan Wan had prepared, Du Rua took the box from the maid and opened it, holding out the gemstone necklace to the little one. This is a gift from Sister Ninger for His Highness.
Come, I will put it on for you to try.
Du Rua carefully placed the necklace around Sui Sui's neck. She looked at it from different angles and liked it more and more. His Highness looks so good. Sui Sui shyly lowered her head, touching the necklace on her neck. She looked around and noticed a small fragrant pouch hanging at her waist, her eyes brightening. Can I give this to Sister Ninger as a gift? Qing, he explained, the fragrant pouch contains herbs and spices that can repel insects and prevent illness. Even the emperor's headaches and insomnia were cured by this little pouch. Du Rua took the pouch and sniffed it gently. The scent was not strong, but very refreshing. Thank you, Your Highness, for the gift. Sister Ninger will definitely like it. Seeing that her son's health was fine, Du Rua was relieved and thought about family matters, so she got up to leave. Just as Du Rua left, Jun Qian, who had finished his morning lessons, went to Manhwa Palace to pick up Sui Sui and bring her back to the palace. When he arrived, he was busy dealing with the Empress's harsh treatment of Sui Sui. Your Highness, you need to find a quick solution, she said urgently. Hearing that the little girl almost got punished, Zhou Yanshu clenched his fists, looking angry and righteous. The Empress is too mean. Maybe the princess should go tell the emperor, he suggested. Shen Yunwen, who was not naive, immediately rejected the idea. The Empress is just using the ceremony of the coronation to teach Sui Sui manners. Even if it's a bit much, the emperor would probably just scold her a little. If we make her angry, she might target Sui Sui even more. That Zhou Yanshu was anxious, scratching his head. Are we just going to let her bully the princess? I have my own way to handle this, Jun Qian said coldly, pulling Sui Sui out of the hall. Zhenbei Marquis' residence. Du Rua returned to Wan Wan's courtyard, where Qing Er was holding a small quilt to air on the bamboo rack. That quilt was from when her daughter was lost, and Du Rua kept it all these years, because she missed her daughter. Today, the weather is good. I will take out the old Mrs. Quilt to air, Qing Er said as she patted the quilt with a bamboo stick. She leaned close and sniffed it gently. I remember when we were young, our fourth miss had a natural floral scent. Even after all these years, this quilt still smells nice. Du Rua bent down and carefully sniffed the quilt. It had a faint, lotus-like fragrance, very similar to Sui Sui's scent. Qing Er, Du Rua grabbed Qing Er's arm. Does Ninger still have this scent on her now? Qing Er was surprised. I didn't notice before, but when I bathed her earlier, I didn't smell it. Du Rua was stunned. Could a natural scent really disappear? At the courtyard gate, Wan Wan walked in quickly and saw Du Rua. She ran over happily. Mother, did you see the Prince Qin? Is he still mad at me? The prince is in his morning lessons. I didn't see him, Du Rua replied with a smile. Seeing her daughter, Du Rua's face lit up with joy. Ninger, come here. Let me hold you tightly. She beckoned Wan Wan over, bent down, and hugged her close, burying her face in Wan Wan's neck, taking a deep sniff. A fragrant scent entered her nose. Wan Wan's body had a strong lotus-like fragrance, even more intense than Sui Sui's. Feeling that Du Ruo is smelling her, Wan Wan secretly smiles. Knowing that Sui Sui has a natural fragrance, she was well prepared. Besides bathing, she has been keeping scented sachets on her body these days. There are also sachets in her wardrobe, making her clothes smell nice. Feeling proud, she pretends to be innocent on her face. Mother, what are you smelling? Ning smells so good. Since she is sure that Wan Wan also has a fragrance, Du Ruo shakes her head at her own suspicion. It seems she was just overthinking. She has her jade pendant, a birthmark, and a nice scent. How could she mistake her daughter? Her precious daughter is still as lovely and fragrant as before. Don't worry, Ninger. Your second brother is doing well. Tomorrow, Mother will take you to the palace to see him. Not wanting her daughter to worry about her brother, Du Ruo doesn't mention Shen Yunwen's illness. Wan Wan secretly feels a bit confused. In her previous life, Shen Yunwen was seriously ill at this time. But from Du Ruo's appearance, she doesn't seem worried at all. Mother, is second brother's health okay? She tentatively asks. He's fine, Du Ruo replies with a smile. Wan Wan is too lazy to ask further. Shen Yunwen didn't treat her well in her past life. Whether he loved her or not, he would do as he pleased. Right now, the most important thing is to improve the bad impression Jun Qian has of her. She must quickly choose an outfit for tomorrow's palace visit. Of course, she still pretends to be diligent and studious. Mother, Ning'a will go back to practice calligraphy first and then show it to her brother, as expected of her daughter, so ambitious at such a young age. You're really hardworking, Ninger. Practice calligraphy without rushing. Du Ruo smiles, holding her hand and handing her a brocade box. Come and see. This is a gift from the little princess. The palace's gift must be valuable. She wonders what precious item it is. Wan Wan excitedly opens the brocade box. Seeing the ordinary small sachet inside, she is stunned in surprise. She gave the little princess a treasure worth 1,000 taels of silver, and the princess only gives her a broken sachet? Thinking of Sui Sui's adorable face, Du Ruo's smile deepens. Mother told you, this isn't an ordinary sachet. Wan Wan feels a mix of disdain and fear of showing it. The third young master, Shen Yunli, just finished school and curiously comes over. Mother, is the little princess the one who found the white deer? News of Sui Sui finding the divine beast has already spread across the capital. Shen Yunli, like the other older children in the clan school, considers Sui Sui a divine princess. That's right. Du Ruo smiled and said, Mother just returned from the palace. This sachet was a gift from the princess to Sister Ning. Shen Yunli took the sachet and brought it to his nose to smell. The light fragrance entered his nose, and Shen Yunli suddenly felt very alert. It was like listening to a teacher's lecture in the morning, making his muddled mind instantly clear. The princess's sachet is amazing. Just smelling it makes me feel energized. Wan Wan. A broken sachet? How could it be so exaggerated? Wan Wan secretly looked down on it, but pretended to be obedient. If brother likes it, you can give it to third brother. Anyway, it wasn't worth much. She saw this as a good chance to show off in front of Du Ruo. Since Wan Wan broke his favorite toy last time, Shen Yunli had been upset. When he heard that the other person was willing to give him the little divine fairy's sachet, Shen Yunli felt excited. This sister didn't seem so annoying anymore. Let's go. He took Wan Wan's hand. Third brother will take you to play kickball. Wan Wan wasn't in the mood. She didn't dare show her feelings in front of Du Ruo, so she could only run out of the living room with him. Seeing the two children playing together rarely, Du Ruo also smiled. Yunli, be careful. Don't hurt your sister. Got it. He took Wan Wan to an open space in the back garden and took out his beloved kickball. Come on, I'll teach you how to kick. Wan Wan had no interest. She just wanted to go back quickly to pick out clothes, so she turned to leave. Shen Yunli was worried she might get hit, so he deliberately kicked the ball at an angle to the side. Just as Wan Wan was about to leave, the kickball rolled over and tripped her. Although Wan Wan was reborn, her body was still that of a child. She lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. Shen Yunli. He ran over worriedly and helped Wan Wan up. You're so clumsy. Who told you to run toward the ball? Feeling pain in her knee from the fall, Wan Wan irritably pushed Shen Yunli away. What's so fun about that broken ball? The slight good impression Shen Yunli had just felt instantly disappeared. Good intentions are mistaken for betrayal. From now on, I won't play with you anymore, you pig. He rolled his eyes at Wan Wan, picked up the ball, and turned to run away. TCH. Wan Wan scoffed disdainfully. When I become empress, you, as my brother, will have to kneel and kowtow to me. The next morning, Wan Wan happily put on her floral fairy dress and entered the palace with Du Ruo. Because she was summoned by the empress, Du Ruo first took her to Kuan Ning Palace. Du Ruo walked with Wan Wan to pay respects. The empress smiled warmly and helped the two of them up, glancing at Wan Wan carefully. She truly is the daughter of Madame Shin, such a little beauty, destined to be a stunning and charming lady. Wan Wan felt happy inside and cheerfully flattered the empress, saying, Your Majesty is the true beauty and charm. Hearing this, Du Ruo slightly frowned. Why does her daughter know how to flatter so early? The little mouth is so sweet, the empress said with a smile, waving her hand. Bring out the gifts for Miss Four. The palace maids brought over an open gift box, presenting it to Du Ruo and Wan Wan. Inside, sparkling pearls, agates, and jade caught their eyes. Wan Wan greedily swallowed her saliva. Wow, she was about to become a little rich lady. Du Ruo stepped forward, choosing the simplest silver bracelet from the box and placing it on Wan Wan's hand. Thank you, Your Majesty, Wan Wan said gratefully. It was obvious the empress wanted to buy her favor. Accepting such precious gifts today, the entire Marquis of North Town's household owed her a favor. Du Ruo understood the principle of giving and receiving. The Marquis of North Town's family had many loyal and upright officials for generations. Du Ruo would not let the Shin family's reputation be tarnished by her. Wan Wan. So many valuable items, and Du Ruo only chose the cheapest bracelet. Was her cheap mother out of her mind? Seeing Wan Wan standing still, Du Ruo cleared her throat. Ninger, aren't you going to kneel and thank the empress? Reluctantly, Wan Wan knelt and bowed her head to the empress. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gift. Seeing that Du Ruo only accepted one bracelet, the empress slightly frowned. This marquis's wife was really cautious. Wan Wan felt a sting in her heart as the prized gift slipped away. Mother, when can we go see the white deer? She was disappointed about not receiving a gift, but her main reason for entering the palace was to meet Jun Qian. Now, Wan Wan just wanted to go to the Mianming Palace immediately to please the young princess and win back Jun Qian's favor. The auspicious beast was kept in Jun Qian's Mianming Palace, which naturally made the empress unhappy. She had been trying to find ways to take that lucky creature away. Hearing Wan Wan's words, the empress's lips curved into a slight smile. Grandma Zhou, go to Mianming Palace and bring the white deer here for Miss Four to see. Du Ruo frowned. The white deer and Sui Sui were always inseparable. Now the empress suddenly wanted to fetch the deer. How could the little one agree? She looked at Wan Wan, who was talking too much, and gently reproached, Your Majesty, Ninger wants to see the white deer. I will take her to Mianming Palace. There's no need to trouble so much. Just right. Let Ninger meet the new princess. The empress gave Zhou Mama a look. Hurry up and bring Princess Anning and Bailu here. Zhou Mama agreed and left. Soon, footsteps sounded outside. The eunuch loudly announced, The princess has arrived. The empress stood up with a smile. See, here she comes. Knowing it was Sui Sui coming, Du Ruo stood up holding Wan Wan. Ninger, come, let's go meet the little princess. Wan Wan turned her curious face toward the entrance. She wondered which young girl was so lucky to be favored by the emperor. She wanted to see what this little princess looked like. Soft footsteps sounded as a few palace maids led a young girl inside. The girl was about 5 or 6 years old, dressed very beautifully in a fancy embroidered dress with gold thread, very luxurious. The person entering was not Sui Sui as Du Ruo expected, but the emperor's own daughter, Princess Deshio Junyu. Mother, look, does Yuer's new dress look good? Junyu, wearing a flowered fairy dress, ran in quickly, twirling her skirt in front of the empress. Noticing Wan Wan standing beside Du Ruo, dressed the same way, Junyu stopped and frowned unhappily. Mother, who is she? She is the fourth miss of the Jinbei Marquis's house, your little sister Ninger, the Empress explained with a smile. Du Ruo stood up holding Wan Wan. Ninger, go and meet Princess Deshio. Knowing that Princess Deshio was the Empress's favorite, Wan Wan tried to smile politely and knelt on the ground. I am Xinyun Ning, humbly greeting the princess. A little servant girl daring to wear the same dress as her? Glancing at Wan Wan's dress, Junyu felt a bit annoyed inside. Because her mother and Du Ruo were both present, she was somewhat cautious and didn't show her feelings. Get up. Wan Wan stood up, carefully patting her dress. Ding! A crisp sound. The silver bracelet in Wan Wan's sleeve slipped out and fell to the ground. Wan Wan reached to pick it up, but Junyu stepped forward and stepped on the bracelet. Wan Wan almost stepped on it and hurriedly pulled her hand back. Your Highness, what are you doing? Junyu bent down, picked up the bracelet, and looked at it carefully. This is clearly my bracelet. Where did you steal it from? Yuer, the Empress said sternly to stop her daughter from being rude to her sister. Don't be disrespectful. This is a gift from Mother to your little sister. Quickly return the bracelet to her. It's just a broken bracelet. I'll give it to you. Junyu raised her right hand and deliberately threw the bracelet at Wan Wan. The bracelet hit Wan Wan's forehead with a loud bang, and her fair skin instantly turned bright red.
Ninger, du uhøredelig helt Wan Wan bli helt syk, worried.
Are you hurt? Does it hurt? How could this child be so careless? Come, let me check if it hurt. Not wanting to offend Du Ruo, the Empress quickly stood up, supported Wan Wan's shoulder, and pretended to be concerned. Here, I'll blow on Ninger's forehead, and it won't hurt anymore. She pretended to comfort Wan Wan a few words, then frowned and turned her face away, glaring at her daughter. Yuer, come here and apologize to your sister. Seeing her mother angry, Princess Deshio pouted and stepped forward, giving a perfunctory apology.
I'm sorry, Sister Ninger.
I didn't mean to hit you. You won't be mad at me, will you? This little princess. Wan Wan wished she could tear Princess Deshio into pieces, but she dared not offend the Empress. She could only swallow her grievance and shake her head while curled up in Du Ruo's arms. The Empress also spoke. Madam Shen, don't mind it. It's my fault for spoiling this child. I apologize to you. Du Ruo felt distressed for her daughter, but was helpless. After all, the other was a princess, and since the Empress had apologized willingly, how could she pursue the matter? The Empress is being too kind. Children's play fighting is normal. Your Majesty. Outside the palace gate, hurried footsteps sounded as Granny Zhou ran in, panting heavily. Something has happened, the virtuous. Stop talking. Worried she might say something inappropriate in front of Du Ruo, the Empress frowned and scolded her. Making a fuss is not proper. It's my mistake, Your Majesty. Granny Zhou bowed and stepped closer to whisper in the Empress's ear. After hearing her words, the Empress's face suddenly changed. Are you sure? Granny Zhou looked at Du Ruo and nodded firmly. Du Ruo sensed something was wrong, helped Wan Wan to her feet, and prepared to leave. Since the Empress has something to attend to, I will take my daughter and leave first. Good. Remember to bring Ninger to play in the palace often. It's a good chance for her to make friends with my Yuer, the Empress said with a smile and waved her hand. Come, escort Madame Shen and the young lady out. The mother and daughter left Kuan-Ning Palace together. Du Ruo hurriedly held Wan Wan by the side of the road, squatting down to look at her forehead with concern. Ninger, tell Mama, does it hurt? I'm fine. Ninger, doesn't hurt. Mama doesn't need to worry. Seeing how sensible she was, Du Ruo felt even more sad. Wan Wan spoke kindly, but her eyes swept over the beautiful pavilions and towers behind the palace of earthly tranquility. She sneered coldly in her heart. What Princess Deshio? What Empress? Once the Crown Prince is dismissed, the Empress and Junyu will be sent to the royal mausoleum to mourn. After she becomes Empress, she will settle accounts with this mother and daughter properly. Thinking of Jun Qian, Wan Wan turned her face to Du Ruo. Mother, can we go see the white deer now? This visit to the palace was specifically for Jun Qian. She wouldn't let the Empress or Princess Deshio ruin her good mood. All right, Mother will take you to meet the little princess and see her little white deer. Du Roi smiled and held her hand, then sat in the sedan prepared outside the palace by the eunuchs. Princess Duxiu is spoiled by the empress. In the future, you should stay away from her. Princess Anning is kind and lovely. You will surely become good friends. Wan Wan obediently agreed. Since this little princess belongs to Jun Qian, she plans to coax her well when they meet. No matter what, she must win Jun Qian's favor this time. The eunuch lifted the sedan and took the mother and daughter to the gate of the virtuous and wise palace. Holding Wan Wan's hand, Du Roi stepped onto the stairs, then smiled as she entered the palace gate. A young eunuch at the door saw her and hurriedly greeted her. Madam Shin, why are you here? We came to visit the little princess. Please kindly inform the officials, Du Roi said.
This.
The young eunuch looked hesitant. Madam, it's really bad timing. Prince Qin and the princess are out of the palace right now.
Du Roi was shocked.
Yaya is a princess, and according to royal rules, she isn't allowed to leave the palace casually. No wonder. Eunuch Zhou hurried back so quickly. He must have wanted to inform the empress about this. She must find Jun Qian immediately and bring the children back. Otherwise, if the empress reports this to the emperor, these children might face serious trouble. Ninger, quick, let's go. She hurriedly pulled her daughter into the sedan again. She lifted the curtain and said, I have urgent matters. Please, officials, send us out of the palace. Outside the palace gate, Du Roi held Wan Wan's hand and ran to her carriage. The Qin prince's residence and the Marquis of Jinbei's residence are in different directions, so it's very inconvenient to bring her daughter along. The Qin prince secretly took the princess out of the palace. The emperor already knows. I must go to the Qin prince's residence to find them, or they will be punished. Qinger, you take Ninger back first. She handed Wan Wan to Qinger, then hurriedly got into her carriage. She lifted the curtain and warned, continuing her urgent journey.
Ninger, listen carefully to Sister Qinger.
When you're on the road, there are many people and cars, so don't run around carelessly. The coachman jerked the reins, and the carriage sped forward toward the Prince Qin's residence. Qinger held Wan Wan's hand and said, Fourth miss, let's go. Wan Wan looked ahead at the road and frowned quietly. Why is Jun Qian secretly leaving the palace? It's causing her trouble as the young lady, and now she has to walk. Reluctantly, Wan Wan started walking, her face unhappy, following Qinger. At this time in Shengjing, it was mid-spring close to noon, and the sun was quite hot. After crossing 2 streets, Wan Wan started sweating on her head. Qinger was worried she might tire her out, so she took her into a tea house. Come, Sister Qinger will treat the fourth miss to some snacks. Wan Wan climbed the stairs and sat by the window. Hearing the sound of horse hooves outside, she casually turned her face. Seeing Chonglu sitting on the carriage shaft, Wan Wan's heart leapt with joy. Chonglu is Jun Qian's close servant. If he's there, Jun Qian must be nearby. It's like finding something after searching everywhere. It's so easy. If she tells Jun Qian the news, he will owe her a big favor. This is a rare chance given by heaven. Wan Wan quickly jumped down from her chair, ran down the stairs, rushed out of the tea house, and headed toward Jun Qian's carriage on the street. Brother Prince Qin, wait a moment, Brother Prince Qin. Wan Wan dashed out of the tea house gate, trying to stop Jun Qian's carriage. Fourth miss. Qinger grabbed her arm. Why did you run off so suddenly? Be careful not to get hit by the carriage. Wan Wan anxiously pointed her finger. Sister Qinger, that is Brother Prince Qin's carriage. Qinger looked up at the carriage on the road. How do you know? Wan Wan pouted, acting cute. He just lifted the curtain, and I saw it. Wait a moment, the young servant came out to stop them. You haven't paid yet, how can you leave? Qinger had no choice but to stop and take out her purse to pay. By the time they came out, the black carriage had already turned the corner. Wan Wan was sure she hadn't mistaken. Inside the black carriage were Jun Qian and Sui Sui. Sitting on Jun Qian's lap, the little girl looked out the window at the bustling city. Her eyes were wide with curiosity. She was excited to see new things and curious about everything. While they were chatting, the coachman suddenly pulled the reins. Your Highness, the road ahead is blocked. Jun Qian lifted the curtain and looked outside. Not far ahead, there was a sign for a pharmacy called by Chao Tang, and a banner for free medical consultations was hanging outside. The common people waiting in line for medical treatment filled the wide street, making it very crowded. Sui Sui looked outside and said, "So many people, fairy brother. What are they doing?" "There is a doctor giving free medical consultations at the pharmacy." When she heard the word pharmacy, Sui Sui's eyes lit up. "Fairy brother, can we go take a look too?" Jun Qian told the coachman to pull over and stop, then carried Sui Sui down from the carriage. She ran into the pharmacy with her short legs and curiously approached the tall counter. "Pick the medicine." A middle-aged man, supporting his mother who had just finished seeing the doctor, handed the prescription to the clerk. "Please wait a moment," said the clerk, opening the prescription and singing the names of the herbs as he prepared the medicine. Licorice, 10 coins, asarum, 6 coins. Half summer herb, 6 coins. Sui Sui pressed her small hand against the counter and looked at the herbs the clerk placed on paper. "Big brother, you got the medicine wrong." "Nonsense, go play somewhere else." The clerk didn't care about what a little girl said and packed the medicine into a bag, placing it on the counter. Sui Sui quickly reached out her small hand, took the medicine bag, and hugged it to her chest. "Uncle, this medicine can't be eaten." The middle-aged man frowned and reached out his palm. "Hurry up and give me back my mother's medicine." No. Sui Sui tightly hugged the bag. "If I give it back, your mother will get sick and die." "You." The middle-aged man frowned angrily. "Who is this little girl from your family? Can she be managed?" Jun Qian just stepped inside the door. "Our family, what's wrong?" The accompanying Chong Lu hurried over to stand beside Sui Sui for protection. The middle-aged man pointed at Sui Sui with his hand. "Your little girl took my medicine. Make her give it back to me immediately." Seeing the medicine bag in Sui Sui's arms, Jun Qian was also surprised. "Sui Sui, why did you take someone else's medicine?" "Fairy brother." Sui Sui ran in front of Jun Qian, lifting her small face. "This medicine was picked wrong." Sui Sui told uncle, but he doesn't believe it. "Did you hear that?" Chong Lu glared at the middle-aged man. "Our young lady is helping you." Since Sui Sui saved Xin Yunwen, Chong Lu had regarded her as a little divine doctor. He naturally believed everything she said. The clerk, frowning, looked at the three of them. "I think you are here to cause trouble, right?" Hearing the noise, everyone turned to look. The middle-aged shopkeeper hurried out from behind. "What is going on?" "Their group said I got the medicine wrong and even tried to take a patient's medicine." The apprentice clerk pointed at Jun Qian and the others. "They are clearly here to cause trouble." Bai Chao Tang was a herbal clinic founded by the famous Dr. Su Mu. Every month on the 1st and 15th, they offered free medical services, not even charging for medicine. The local people loved and supported it. When they heard that Jun Qian and others were here to cause trouble, everyone was very angry. "Look at where we are. This is Dr. Su's by Chao Tang. Are you from another pharmacy sent here to cause trouble? Get them out." Seeing how everyone was targeting Jun Qian and Sui Sui, Chong Lu couldn't hold back anymore.
"How dare you?"
"These two are Chong Lu." Jun Qian frowned and stopped him. He stepped forward, shielding Sui Sui behind him, and faced the crowd. "Everyone, be quiet." The young man looked calm and composed, speaking with a natural authority that made others instinctively quiet down. "If you believe we didn't pick the wrong medicine, then let's test it." Jun Qian reached out and took the medicine bag from the little girl, placing it on the counter. "If my sister is wrong, the young master, will apologize to you all. But if she's right, then all of you must apologize to her." The shopkeeper knew this was a serious matter. He hurried to the counter, opened the bag, and looked inside. "Where's the prescription?" The middle-aged man handed over the prescription. The shopkeeper held the prescription in one hand and sorted the medicine with the other. "Gonchao licorice." "Correct." Xin, wild ginger. "Correct." "Banxia Pinellia root." When he saw the banxia in the bag, the shopkeeper suddenly slapped the back of the assistant's head. "This isn't banxia, it's Qing banxia, white Pinellia. You mixed up the medicines." The apprentice froze in place. The crowd watching was also stunned. Such a young girl could tell at a glance that the wrong medicine was taken? Have you taken the medicine now? Chonglu grinned proudly. And are you going to apologize to our young lady? The shopkeeper stepped out from behind the counter, bowing deeply to Jun Qian and Sui Sui. Young master, young lady, on behalf of Bai Chao Tang, thank you for speaking up. We apologize. The middle-aged man also looked grateful. Little girl, sorry about earlier. Your uncle misunderstood you. Sui Sui waved her small hand with a smile. People aren't pickled vegetables. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Little girl, are you saying people aren't saints? Someone joked with a smile. Sui Sui scratched her ear with her small hand, blushing as she looked at Jun Qian. Brother immortal, is Sui Sui misremembering the idiom again? Behind the crowd, the owner of Bai Chao Tang, Dr. Su Mu, an old man with white hair and beard, smiled warmly and stepped through the crowd. Getting the idiom wrong is okay. You saved a life. When the Empress Dowager was ill, Su Mu skillfully cured her and was awarded the title Medical Sage by Emperor Jun Qing'an. Since then, Su Mu often walked in the palace, and Jun Qian was very familiar with this old doctor. Jun Qian stepped forward to bow. The old man raised his right hand, signaling him not to be formal, and smiled as he walked to Sui Sui, bending down. Little girl, how did you figure out that I gave the wrong medicine? Qing half-summer is white, Fa half-summer is yellow. Anyway, they are both half-summers. Can I switch them? Su Mu said on purpose. That's not allowed, Sui Sui said seriously, like a small adult. Different medicines treat different illnesses. You can't just eat them randomly. Good, you are teachable, Su Mu said, stroking his beard and smiling with his eyes squinting. Little girl, do you want to be my apprentice? She doesn't even know what half-summer is, and she still wants to be his master? Sui Sui looked at Su Mu with a glance, shook her little head forcefully, and looked annoyed. I don't want to. Everyone. Many people, hoping to get close to Su Mu through gifts or connections, couldn't get the old man's favor. And now, this little girl refused the opportunity right in front of her? Mr. Su, Jun Qian worried that the old man might get angry and explained. Sui Sui, it's okay. Su Mu smiled and held the little girl's arm. As long as you become my apprentice, whatever you want, your master will give you. Deal? The master once said, strangers' things shouldn't be eaten, and if strangers offer good things, you shouldn't trust them. This old man in front of her must be a kidnapper pretending to be a kind old man. I would never fall for your tricks. Sui Sui, afraid Su Mu would take her away, pushed him away and retreated to the pharmacy door. Fairy brother, hurry up and go. He's a bad guy kidnapping children. Everyone burst into laughter. Across the street, Wan Wan was rushing over, trying to catch up with the carriage, hoping to find Jun Qian. Seeing her from afar, Sui Sui widened her eyes in surprise and hurriedly ran down the steps. Little senior sister, across the street. Hearing Sui Sui's voice, Wan Wan looked back in confusion and saw where the voice came from. Seeing Sui Sui standing across the street, Wan Wan hurriedly stopped, her eyes wide with disbelief.
Sui Sui?
How is that possible? The Sui Sui she threw off the cliff. She's not dead? Earlier, Jun Qian had said that his jade pendant might have been taken by Wan Wan. Seeing Wan Wan, Sui Sui felt a burst of happiness. As long as she caught her, she could find her jade pendant. She stepped forward quickly and ran toward Wan Wan. Wan Wan was very surprised. She absolutely could not let Sui Sui catch her, and she definitely could not let the people of the Marquis's house know about Sui Sui's existence. Otherwise, everything would be ruined. She forcefully shook off Qing Er's arm, turned around, and with all her strength, she ran into a busy street nearby. Fourth miss. Seeing Wan Wan suddenly run into the street, Qing Er was startled and hurriedly followed. Don't run. Slow down. Opposite. Young sister, don't run. Seeing Wan Wan escape, Sui Sui called out anxiously and chased after her. Chong Lu ran out of the pharmacy, saw the little girl running into the street, and was startled. He quickly stepped down the stairs and grabbed Sui Sui's arm. Your Highness, don't run around. There are cars on the road, it's dangerous. Brother Chong Lu, Sui Sui hurriedly said, I just saw young sister Wan Wan. When I called her, she ran away. Don't worry, Your Highness. Chonglu was surprised and turned to run up the stairs. Prince Qin, quickly, Wan Wan has been found. Hearing that Wan Wan was found, Jun Qian, who was talking to Su Mu, quickly stepped outside. Where is she? Sui Sui raised her small hand and pointed to the street where Wan Wan had left. She ran over there. Jun Qian glanced at the street across. What is she wearing? A white dress, all embroidered. Sui Sui answered. Jun Qian leapt down the stairs and strode toward the street corner. This is a busy commercial area, full of vendors and pedestrians, and there was no little girl in a white dress. Jun Qian was feeling anxious. On the street, a guard from the Marquis's house rode a horse hurriedly over. Seeing Jun Qian standing at the street corner, the guard jumped off his horse. Your Highness, Madame Shen requests you to bring the princess back to the mansion immediately. Jun Qian frowned and turned his face. But is Yunwen unwell? The guard shook his head. Madame didn't say. Worried that Yunwen might be unwell, Jun Qian had no choice but to stop and turn around, grabbing the guard's arm. Take a few men to that street over there. Look for a little girl in a white embroidered dress about 3 or 4 years old, named Wan Wan. You must catch her for me. The guard nodded and waved to his companions. Hurry, chase after her. Jun Qian quickly returned to the pharmacy entrance and grabbed Sui Sui's arm. Sui Sui, Yunwen is in trouble. Let's go back first. What about young sister Wan Wan? Don't worry, brother has already arranged for people to find her. She won't escape. I gently picked up the little one and held him in my arms. Jun Qian and Chong Lu strode quickly to the side of the carriage. Su Mu hurried to the pharmacy entrance, watching the two about to leave. Her white eyebrows furrowed in worry. Your Highness, I haven't taken my disciple yet. Later. Jun Qian replied briefly, then sat into the carriage through the curtain. Let's go back to the residence. Drive. The coachman gently tugged the reins, and the carriage sped toward the Prince Qin's estate. At the end of the street, Wan Wan quietly peeked out her head, looking behind her. Seeing that Sui Sui hadn't come out, she let out a small breath of relief. Miss Forth? Ning Er. Qing Er hurried into the shopping street, looking around left and right. She couldn't find Wan Wan's figure and frowned anxiously. Where did this child go? It was hard enough to find Miss Forth again. If she lost her again, how could she face her mother? Wan Wan waved her hand to signal. Sister Qing Er, I'm here. Qing Er panted as she ran over. Miss Forth, you scared me to death. Just now, Ning Er saw someone selling kites and ran over to look. Sorry, Sister Qing Er. Ning Er didn't mean to. Wan Wan quickly made an excuse, worried that Sui Sui might come back. She hurriedly grabbed Qing Er's hand. Let's go home quickly. I'm so hungry. Afraid of running into Sui Sui again, Wan Wan deliberately pulled Qing Er to another street corner. They hurried toward the Marquis's residence, her brow furrowed in thought. This Sui Sui was really lucky, falling off a cliff and not dying. And now she's in the capital? No, this matter must not be known to the Marquis's household. Miss Qing Er, Wan Wan looked at her pitifully. Please don't tell my mother about what just happened. I'm afraid she'll scold me. Qing Er smiled and touched her forehead. You have to promise me, you won't run around anymore. Wan Wan pretended to be adorable. Ning Er promises not to run around anymore. Stop right there. A servant from the palace strode over and stopped the two. Wan Wan was startled and quickly hid behind Qing Er. Qing Er stretched out her arm to protect her. What do you want? The servant looked Wan Wan over and asked, Are you called Wan Wan? Since entering the Marquis of Jinbei's estate, Wan Wan had always called herself Ning Er. No one knew her real name, including Qing Er. Who are you talking about? Qing Er's face darkened. This is our young lady from the Marquis of Jinbei's household. Her name is Shun Yunning, and her nickname is Ning Er. The servant heard they were from the Marquis's household and couldn't match the name. He quickly stepped back and bowed. Sorry, I've mistaken you for someone else. The subordinate turned to leave. Wan Wan shrank behind Qing Er, frowning quietly. It seemed that Sui Sui had also been adopted by a wealthy family? Humph. Wan Wan scoffed disdainfully. Even if Sui Sui is alive, so what? As long as she doesn't say anything, Sui Sui will never know her true background in this life. And she will always be the legitimate fourth miss of the Marquis house. At the main gate of the Qin prince's mansion, Seeing Jun Qian's carriage approaching, Du Ruo hurriedly ran down the steps and climbed onto the carriage's step. Quick, take us into the palace, immediately. Jun Qian supported Du Ruo's arm and helped her sit on the carriage bench. Madam Shen, is Lady Yunwen feeling unwell? Yunwen is fine. It's His Highness who has matters to attend to. Du Ruo frowned worriedly. His Highness took Sui Sui out of the palace, and the Empress is rushing to complain to the Emperor. Really? Jun Qian leaned on the silk cushion and handed the candied hawthorn to Sui Sui. That's wonderful.
Du Ruo.
It felt like he was doing it on purpose. Du Ruo, what does your Highness mean? Jun Qian lowered his eyelashes, a mysterious smile flashing in his eyes. If the Empress doesn't go to complain, how would the Emperor know that Sui Sui was bullied? Knowing that the Empress wouldn't give up easily, he deliberately swaggered out of the palace with Sui Sui early in the morning, just to make her go and complain. The Emperor handles countless affairs daily. He wouldn't notice these small palace disputes unless things got serious. Sui Sui lifted her small face. Sui Sui wasn't bullied, right? You silly little kid. Jun Qian looked both amused and helpless. When you see the Emperor later, hug his leg and cry hard. Do you understand? Sui Sui blinked her big eyes in confusion. Why do I have to cry? Jun Qian. Only children who cry get milk. Sui Sui pursed her lips. Babies drink milk, but Sui Sui only eats rice now, no milk. Jun Qian. Du Ruo couldn't help but chuckle, pulling the little girl into her arms. Your Highness wants to protect Sui Sui, I understand. But have you thought about it? If you secretly take the princess out of the palace, how could the Empress let you go? Jun Qian's tone was calm and indifferent. If worst comes to worst, I'll kneel for a night. He'd rather be punished himself than let that wicked woman bully Sui Sui. Seeing the young man's determined expression, Du Ruo felt a pang of sympathy. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will explain everything to the Emperor. I won't let Sui Sui or you suffer unfairness. Sui Sui will also not let Brother Shen suffer unfairly. Sui Sui stretched out her small hand and grabbed Jun Qian's palm. If the Empress punishes brother, Sui Sui will kneel with him. The big, caring eyes of the little one caught his attention, and Jun Qian smiled softly. Don't worry, brother won't get into trouble, he said gently. Du Ruo looked at Sui Sui in his arms, feeling both touched and heartbroken. They were about the same age, yet why was her daughter so much more sensible than this child? As they spoke, the carriage entered the palace. When the three arrived outside the Imperial study, the Empress sat pretending to wipe tears, opposite Jun Qing'an. Sui Sui is so young. What if something happens? The Prince of Qin really doesn't understand. If the Emperor doesn't discipline him, he'll cause big trouble someday. Jun Qing'an, worried about the safety of the children, frowned and interrupted the Empress's words. Fuan, inform Lin Chongqing to bring people out of the palace immediately and make sure Sui Sui and Yuan Yuan are safe. The beaded curtain rustled as Sui Sui, holding a candied hawthorn, ran in on short legs. Father, look. Sui Sui brought you something delicious, she said happily. Seeing Sui Sui, Fu An's face lit up with joy. Your Majesty, look. The princess is back. The Empress frowned and stood up, scolding immediately. How bold of you. How dare you leave the palace without permission? When Sui Sui saw the Empress walking toward her suddenly, she instinctively stopped. She waved her small hand holding a big string of candied hawthorns, but the candies slipped and fell to the ground with a loud slap. The candies she bought especially for the Emperor's father, now on the floor. The excited little girl immediately looked sad with her mouth pouting. It's all the Empress's fault. I brought these candies back just for father, and now I can't even eat them. Seeing her face full of grievance, Jun Qing'an's anger instantly turned into tenderness. Don't be afraid, Sui Sui, he said, standing up and holding her in his arms. He looked at the Empress with a frown. No wonder the children are afraid of you. Look at yourself. Do you look like a mother of the world? Your Majesty. The Empress saw Jun Qing'an's displeasure and quickly forced a smile. It's just that I care too much and got worried. He sat back on the brocade bed with the little girl in his arms, gently patting her back and softly asking, Tell father where you went. Sui Sui went to many places. There were so many people on the street, selling all kinds of things. It was so fun, she said with a bright smile, looking at Jun Qing'an. Next time, can Sui Sui go with father? Seeing her small face, Jun Qing'an couldn't get angry. Okay, next time, father and Sui Sui will go together. The Empress. Is this too spoiled? Knowing that the Emperor loves Sui Sui, she wouldn't punish her. The Empress turned her face and directed all her anger at Jun Qian, who had just entered. Jun Qian, you took the princess out of the palace without permission. Do you know you're guilty? Jun Qian calmly stepped forward, knelt before Jun Qing'an and replied, I took my sister out of the palace without permission. I broke the palace rules. Please, father, punish me. Your Highness, the princess, and the Empress Dowager. Du Ruo followed behind Jun Qian into the room, bowing to Jun Qing'an and the Empress. His Highness did violate the rules by taking the princess out, but there was a reason behind his actions. Perhaps your Majesty should ask him why. The Empress was furious and clenched her teeth in anger. This Du Ruo, she thought, is actually siding with Jun Qian. How unreasonable. Du Ruo, being of noble status, spoke with authority. Jun Qing'an listened carefully to her serious words and glanced sideways at Jun Qian. Jun Qian, why did you secretly take Sui Sui out of the palace? Reporting to father, Jun Qian lifted his chin and explained, yesterday morning, Queen Mother went to Xianming Palace to punish Sui Sui while I was away. I was worried she might trouble Sui Sui again, so I took her out of the palace. I know I was wrong and am willing to accept punishment. I only ask father to forgive me and not let Queen Mother target Sui Sui anymore. How dare you? The Empress was so angry her teeth clenched. I went to Xianming Palace to teach the princess manners. Was that wrong? Jun Qian looked up fearlessly into the Empress's eyes. Then I must ask mother, if you were only teaching Sui Sui manners, why was Sui Sui so scared she climbed a tree and almost fell and hurt herself? Hearing this, Jun Qing'an immediately became worried. Did Sui Sui get hurt? Not at all, the little girl said proudly. Sui Sui is good at climbing trees. The Empress Dowager had a group of adults chase after me, but they couldn't catch me because they don't know how to climb trees. This statement was not a complaint, but more effective than one. Both Du Ruo and Jun Qian secretly smiled. Hearing that the Empress had a group of people chase Sui Sui, Jun Qing'an's face darkened. Does the Empress need a crowd to teach Sui Sui manners? Your Majesty, please see for yourself, the Empress quickly explained, knowing she was in the wrong. I was just trying to scare Sui Sui, not punish her. Seeing the situation was about to get worse, Zhou Mama stepped forward to defend the Empress. I can prove that everything the Empress said is true, she said. Afraid they would make her kneel again, Sui Sui nervously reached out and grabbed Jun Qing'an's sleeve. Dad, Sui Sui has kneeled many times and Zhou Mama said I didn't do it right. I don't want to kneel anymore. Can I not learn to kneel? Seeing the little one looking so pitiful and close to tears, Jun Qing'an felt his heart break. He narrowed his eyes and looked sternly at Zhou Mama. Zhou Mama, is this how you teach my princess? Your Majesty, forgive me. Zhou Mama quickly knelt down. I was just trying to maintain royal decorum, Your Majesty. They truly thought he was a foolish emperor who knew nothing. Royal decorum? Very well. Jun Qing'an's face turned pale with anger. He raised his hand and pointed at the door. Go to the main hall and kneel there for me until sunset. Zhou Mama trembled and agreed, then obediently moved outside to kneel. The Empress, unwilling, clenched her teeth. Your Majesty, Zhou Mama was at fault and should be punished. But what about Prince Qin? Are you just going to let him go? Prince Qin secretly took the princess out of the palace, breaking palace rules. I will punish you. Jun Qing'an frowned and looked at Jun Qian. Close the doors and reflect for 3 days. Write out the palace rules 10 times. Jun Qian bowed his head. Your son obeys. The palace rules are just 2 words. Sui Sui stretched out her finger and carefully counted. 10 times means 20 characters. She lifted her small face and stared at Jun Qing'an with big eyes. Daddy, can Brother Shenxian just write 20 characters? Seeing the serious and adorable look on the little one's face, Jun Qing'an couldn't help but chuckle. Sui Sui is right. Duruo chuckled quietly. The Empress gasped, nearly fainting from anger. Your Majesty, I already said that Sui Sui doesn't need to follow those rules. Jun Qing'an looked at the Empress with a serious gaze. Did you forget what I said, Empress? With his mind, he could guess the Empress's thoughts. She was the Empress and the biological mother of the Crown Prince. Many things he turned a blind eye to. In such a large harem, could she not even accept one child? Seeing Jun Qing'an get angry, the Empress quickly lowered her head. I dare not. That's good. Jun Qing'an withdrew his gaze from her. From now on, Sui Sui's matters won't trouble the Empress. He glanced sideways at Jun Qian and Duruo. The Empress clenched her teeth and left the Imperial study. Brother Xinxian, get up quickly. Seeing Jun Qian still kneeling, Sui Sui hurried over and pulled him up forcefully. Jun Qing'an stepped forward, his gaze deep and serious on Jun Qian's face. Next time you want to take your sister out of the palace, just tell me directly, understand? Jun Qian looked up in surprise. Father, is it okay for Sui Sui to leave the palace? There are already enough princes and princesses in this palace who follow the rules. She reached out her hand affectionately to gently stroke Sui Sui's head. I don't want to confine Sui Sui inside the walls of the palace. Duruo smiled and bowed to Jun Qing'an. Your Majesty is wise. Sui Sui didn't understand what that meant, but she guessed it was a good thing. Following Duruo's example, she raised her small hands to her waist and properly bowed to Jun Qing'an. Father, you are wise. Jun Qing'an smiled softly. See, Sui Sui doesn't even need to be taught. She learns on her own. Everything went smoothly. Jun Qian and Sui Sui sent Duruo out of the main hall together. Seeing the nanny Zhou kneeling on the steps, Jun Qian turned and ordered the guards. If she dares to bend even a little, beat her straight with a stick. If she faints, splash cold water on her to wake her up. Anyone who tries to scheme against his little sister should not blame him for being ruthless. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The Princess Sui Sui's official coronation ceremony was held. That evening, the palace hosted a banquet for the officials. Later at night, Duruo and her husband Xin Huaijin, along with their 3-year-old son Xin Yunli and Wan Wan, entered the palace for the feast. Finally, she had the chance to see Jun Qian. Wan Wan was especially excited. As they approached the palace gate, she tidied her hair and adjusted her clothes. Xin Yunli saw this and scoffed disdainfully. Stop showing off. No matter how you dress up, you won't look as good as the little princess. Wan Wan rolled her eyes. My third brother has never seen the little princess. How does he know if she's pretty? Xin Yunli was about to argue but saw the 6th prince, Jun Lu, and quickly grabbed him. 6th prince, you've seen the little princess. Do you think I'm better, or is she more beautiful? Just her? Jun Lu examined Wan Wan from head to toe, then pouted. My sister is 10,000 times prettier than you. Wan Wan was furious. She glared at the two and ran over, following Duruo into the hall. She wanted to see just how beautiful that little princess really was. Inside the main hall, music and dance floated through the air. The banquet tables were set on the steps. Many officials and soldiers had already arrived, lining up to present their gifts to the little princess. The master of ceremonies, a eunuch, loudly announced each gift. Minister Zheng from the Ministry of Rites congratulates the princess and presents a pair of jade rui scepters. Deputy Minister Liu from the Ministry of War wishes the little princess good health and offers a pearl from the South Sea. The gift boxes piled up like small mountains. Wan Wan watched with wide, envious eyes. So many precious gifts. She thought she could never use them all in her lifetime. The little princess was incredibly lucky. Father, mother. When Shun Yunwen saw Duruo and the others from the bottom of the stairs, he eagerly went to greet them. He knelt down, holding Wan Wan's arms with both hands, and looked her over carefully. His voice trembled a little. Is this Sister Ninga? The little sister he held in his arms when they were young, finally found again. As her older brother, he felt very happy. Yes, that's right, Duruo said with a smile, supporting Wan Wan's shoulder. Ninger, call me second brother quickly. Wan Wan glanced at Xin Yunwen, noticing his face was rosy and healthy, not at all looking sick. She was surprised. Could his illness really be cured?
Edurues reminder, wenn acted obediently.
Hello, second brother. Ninger, second brother, missed you so much. Shun Yunwen pulled Wan Wan into his arms, his eyes turning red. You've been through a lot outside these years. Zhou Yenshu stood nearby, wiping his eyes with his hand. Second brother. Shun Yunli and Jun Liu ran over together. You've been back in the capital for a few days. Why haven't you come home? Your second brother has been sick these days, so he didn't come home. Du Ruo explained with a smile. Yunwen. Shun Huaijin reached out his hand to help Shun Yunwen up. Are you feeling better now? Shun Yunwen smiled at his father. Don't worry, father, I'm fine now. That's good, Shun Huaijin said with a smile, patting the thin shoulder of the young man in front of him. After the evening banquet, our whole family will thank the little princess for saving us. Shin Yunli looked surprised. My second brother's illness was cured by the little princess. Of course, replied Prince Junlu with pride. Let me tell you, my little sister not only can cure illnesses, but also knows how to train horses. She's amazing. Wan Wan stood nearby, listening to their conversation, feeling secretly amazed. A child only a few years old, and she could cure Shin Yunwen's illness? Who exactly is this little princess? Marquis and lady, a smiling eunuch announced, approaching. Please follow the servants inside to take your seats. Let's go, Shin Yunwen said happily, holding Wan Wan's hand. Second brother will take you inside. Soon you'll see the little princess. Everyone entered the main hall together. Seeing Wan Wan beside Du Ruo, the officials turned their faces away. Is this the lost fourth miss of the noble family? She looks like a beauty in the making. When she grows up, she'll probably be just like Lady Shin. Congratulations to the Marquis and Lady for finding their lost treasure. Everyone congratulated them. Thank you, thank you. Later, I'll invite everyone to have a drink. Shun Huaijin bowed to everyone and took Shin Yunwen to sit at the long table. Duo Ruo sat with Wan Wan and Shin Yunli at a separate table behind a gauze curtain, prepared for the ladies. His Royal Highness the Prince arrives. Upon hearing the eunuch's announcement, Wan Wan stood up and gently lifted the curtain. From afar, she saw a refined young boy in a black dragon robe walk into the hall. Her heart fluttered with excitement. She finally had the chance to see him. As expected of a future emperor, even as a boy, he exuded extraordinary presence. In this life, she must make this future emperor bow to her. The ceremony became grand and formal. The eunuch announcer loudly proclaimed, "The emperor and empress have arrived." Duo Ruo hurriedly pulled Wan Wan back, and everyone bowed and knelt, shouting in unison, "Long live the emperor, long live the empress, long live the throne." Wan Wan and the others knelt on the ground, her curious eyes watching the entrance of the hall. After a moment, Emperor Jun Qing'an and the empress entered together. Sui Sui walked between them, clutching Jun Qing'an's finger with her small, fair hand, looking around curiously. Today, the little girl was the main character, dressed in a splendid outfit. A gorgeous red palace dress embroidered with delicate phoenix and sparrow patterns. Her thick, shiny black hair hung down her back, topped with an elaborate phoenix crown. Between her eyebrows, a golden lotus-shaped hairpin was attached. The pink, chubby little girl, dressed in a luxurious red palace gown, looked adorable and exquisite, full of noble air. Hearing the footsteps approaching the hall, Wan Wan couldn't help but lift her face, eager to see what this little princess looked like. Through the gauze curtain and the officials kneeling in front, she could only faintly see a tiny figure with a white little deer beside her. Wan Wan leaned forward to get a better look, but Duo Ruo reached out and held her at the back of her head. "Ninger, be good, don't move around." Holding the little girl, they walked to the highest throne. Jun Qing'an wiped his robe and sat down, then gently pulled Sui Sui into his arms. "Everyone, stand up." Everyone quickly rose, and Jun Qing'an raised his right hand. "Let's begin." The palace maids entered one after another, placing exquisite wine and dishes on the table. Wan Wan could no longer hold back. She climbed up from her cushion and lifted the gauze curtain to look at the top of the stairs. On the stairs, Sui Sui sat sideways on Jun Qing'an's lap. Her phoenix crown was a bit heavy, and she reached out her little hand to massage her neck. Dad, the emperor, this phoenix crown is so heavy.
Sui esse ne kisore.
Seeing the little princess in Jun Qing'an's arms, Wan Wan was struck by lightning. Her hand, holding the curtain, trembled with nervousness. Is Sui Sui really that little princess? How could she be the little princess? How is this possible? Sui Sui turns her face and looks in her direction. Wan Wan is afraid Sui Sui will see her, so she hurriedly steps back in a panic. A palace maid happens to be carrying vegetables and walks by, causing Wan Wan to bump into her. The maid can't dodge in time, and the tray she holds wobbles, almost spilling all the food onto Wan Wan's head. Everyone here is a distinguished guest. The maid is startled and quickly steps back. I am to blame, Mississippi. Please forgive me. Du Rua frowns and waves at the maid, then gently pulls Wan Wan to her front. Come, let me see if you've been scalded. No. Wan Wan nervously looks around, then raises her hands to hold her stomach. Mother, Ninger's stomach hurts a lot. Lazy donkey, always making trouble. Shen Yunli rolls his eyes with a look of dislike. Look at the little princess. She's not as troublesome as you. Don't say that about my sister. Du Rua glares at her son, then gently hugs Wan Wan. Where does it hurt? Wan Wan lifts her hand to rub her stomach. Mother, it hurts so much. Seeing her in pain, Du Rua feels worried and quickly holds Wan Wan in her arms, then hurriedly leaves the main hall. Inside the main hall, everyone is unaware of the small incident behind the silk curtain. The ministers are all congratulating and offering auspicious words. The little princess found a lucky beast. She must be a fortunate person. This is a blessing from heaven for our great Yu. Yes, congratulations to the emperor for obtaining the treasure pearl. Sui Sui leans against Jun Qing'an's chest, listening as the ministers call her a pig, and she hurriedly explains. Sui Sui is not a pig. Sui Sui is a dragon. The ministers, hearing her childish words, all chuckle softly. Shen Yunwen smiles and explains. Your Highness, the adults are saying you are as precious as a jewel, not that you are a pig. Is that so? Realizing she misheard, Sui Sui pulls her lips into a small smile. Sui Sui misheard. My Sui Sui is a rare treasure. Jun Qing'an smiles and picks up a piece of food to feed the little girl, his gaze falling on Shen Yunwen and his son. Shen Qing, I heard the Empress say Ninger, who is lost, has been found. Is that true? Yes, Your Majesty. It is true. Shen Huaijin, the cold-faced general, also shows a smile when mentioning his daughter. My daughter is now in the side hall. Jun Qing'an is overjoyed. Quickly, bring her out so I can see her. Sen Yunli sat at the table eating. She hurriedly walked over through the curtain and knelt down on the steps. Tell the emperor, my sister just had a stomach ache. My mother took her to the toilet. The ministers. This young lady, her illness really isn't the right time. When they heard that Wan Wan was unwell, Shen Yunwen and Shen Huaijin both turned to look worriedly in Sen Yunli's direction. How could Ninger suddenly have a stomach ache? Yes, Little, what's wrong with your sister? Sen Yunli spread her hands and made a face. How would I know? She usually causes a lot of trouble. The Empress turned her face, pretending to be concerned. Marquis, do you think the fourth miss might be sick? That year, the Marquis's family happily welcomed a daughter. Jun Qing'an personally sent a gift of congratulations, knowing that the Shen family's child had gone missing. The current emperor also issued notices to help find her. When they heard Wan Wan was unwell, Jun Qing'an waved his hand hurriedly. Fuan, go check on the young girl. Fuan agreed and stepped out of the main hall. He asked a palace servant outside the door and then jogged to the side hall. Seeing Du Rua and Wan Wan come out of the toilet, Fuan smiled and approached, bowing slightly to Du Rua. Madam Shen, the emperor wants to see the fourth miss. Quickly take her back to meet him. Wan Wan was worried about returning to the main hall and being seen by Sui Sui, so she frowned and bent down. It hurts so much, mother. Ninger can't stand the pain. Can we go home? Du Rua bent down and held Wan Wan in her arms. Please, sir, just inform the palace that Ninger isn't feeling well, and it might not be suitable for her to see the emperor. Seeing Wan Wan curled up in Du Rua's arms, looking pained, Fuan couldn't rest easy. Madam, it seems the young lady is in quite a lot of pain. Let me arrange a room for her and find a doctor to examine her. Wan Wan was afraid of being caught, so she hurriedly clung to Du Rua, crying and acting cute. Mother, I don't want to see the doctor. I want to go home. I want to go home. Be good, Ninger. The doctor will see you and you'll be fine soon. Seeing her fuss, Du Rua became even more worried. She patted her back soothingly, then turned to look at Fuan. Then I'll trouble you, sir. Fuan summoned a palace servant and instructed him to invite the doctor and take Du Rua and Wan Wan to a side hall for a room. Soon, the doctor hurried in. This doctor was none other than Wang Ta-yi, who had previously traveled with Jun Qing'an to the palace. After a brief check with Du Rua, Wang Ta-yi smiled and took Wan Wan's hand, frowning. From her pulse, it seemed the young girl was not seriously ill. But seeing her like this, she seemed to be in a lot of pain. This was very strange. Seeing his serious expression, Du Rua became more worried. Dr. Wang, what exactly is wrong with Ninger? Well, Dr. Wang hesitated for a moment. Miss Forth's illness is quite unusual. Du Rua frowned. What do you mean? Since she was a daughter of a noble family, Dr. Wang was afraid of misdiagnosing and causing trouble. I'm not very skilled in medicine, so I can't be sure. Today, Dr. Song from the Imperial Hospital is on duty. Maybe we can ask him to come and take a look? That sounds good. Du Rua raised her face with a frown. Fugongong, please inform my lord about this. Fugan nodded and quickly left the hall. He ordered a young eunuch to invite Dr. Song for a joint diagnosis, then hurried back to the main hall to explain the situation to the emperor. In the main hall, the emperor and officials were chatting happily. The atmosphere was peaceful. Knowing it was the little princess's big day, Fugan was worried about disturbing the emperor's enjoyment. He quietly went behind Shen Huaijing and whispered the news. Hearing that his daughter suddenly fell ill, Shen Huaijing quickly put down his wine cup and stood up. Your Majesty, please allow me to leave and go see her. Your Majesty, Shen Yunwen also stood up. I want to go too. Father, Sui Sui, who was eating snacks, looked up. Sui Sui also wants to see Ninger. Father, Jun Qian stood up. Can I take Sui Sui with me? The Empress knew this was a good chance to show kindness to the Shen family. She put down her utensils and stood up. Your Majesty, the fourth miss is a girl. It might be inconvenient for Prince Qin to go. I will go in your Majesty's place to see her. Right now, all officials were present. Jun Qing'an didn't want to leave just because of a young lady. All right, then I will have the Empress go in my place. Last time, because he punished Sui Sui, Jun Qing'an scolded him. In front of everyone, the Empress pretended to be kind and loving. Sui Sui, let's go. Peach Blossom brother, wait for me. Little dear, hurry up. Sui Sui showed no gratitude. She walked down the steps with her short legs and stood beside Shen Yunwen. The little deer at her feet trotted down the steps and stopped next to her. The Empress was disappointed but secretly clenched her teeth and walked down the steps. Shen Yunwen knew Jun Qian was worried about Sui Sui, so he nodded slightly to him. He reached out and held Sui Sui's hand, then followed the Empress and his father out of the hall. Seeing the little deer-like tail of the small deer following Sui Sui, Shen Yunli's eyes widened in surprise. The fairy princess was so powerful, her divine beast listened to her so well. He ran over quickly, and Shen Yunli carefully moved closer to Sui Sui. Little princess, my name is Shen Yunli. I am the younger brother of Brother Yunwen. Hello, Brother Yunli. My name is Sui Sui. Seeing Shen Yunli staring at the small deer beside her, Sui Sui asked proactively, Brother Yunli, do you want to pet my little deer? Shen Yunli looked excited. Can I pet it too? Of course. You're Sui Sui's good friend, and you're also a good friend to the deer. Sui Sui reached out her hand, gently patted the little deer's head, and earnestly advised, Little deer, this is Brother Yunli. You should be good friends. The little deer sniffed Shen Yunli and licked his left hand with its soft tongue. Wow, his hand was licked by the deer? Shen Yunli excitedly raised his hand, his little heart pounding with excitement. He decided right then he wouldn't wash that hand anymore. Seeing Shen Yunli standing there in a daze, Sui Sui reached out her small hand and held Shen Yunli's finger. Brother Yunli, Let's go quickly. The little girl's fingers were soft, as if they had no bones. Shen Yunli was afraid he might crush her, so he carefully controlled his grip. He looked down at his right hand, which the little girl was holding, and his tiny heart beat faster. His left hand touched the deer, his right hand held the little princess, and he thought to himself that when he returned to the clan school, his classmates would surely envy him. He carefully clasped her soft little hand with his fingers. Shen Yunli turned his face slightly, gazing at her delicate profile, feeling a wave of gentle warmth in his chest. The little princess was both adorable and generous, much better than his annoying sister. If only the little princess were his sister. Soon, they arrived at the side hall. Shan Huaijin, worried about his daughter, hurried forward and was the first to rush into the room. "How is Ninger?" Seeing Wan Wan curled up in Du Rua's arms, Shan Huaijin frowned with concern. "Why does it hurt so badly?" "What did the doctor say?" "Father, Ninger feels so uncomfortable." Wan Wan, nestled in Du Rua's arms, reached out and tugged at Shan Huaijin's sleeve, trying to act pitiful. "Can we go home?" Fuan smiled and lifted the beaded curtain. "Fourth Miss, the Empress and the Princess are here to see you." Hearing the word, princess, Wan Wan's heart tightened and she nervously turned her face toward the door. Seeing Sui Sui, she shivered in fright and loosened her grip on Du Rua's sleeve. Du Rua saw her extend her hand toward Shan Huaijin, and she just let go of her hand. Thud! Wan Wan tilted her body and fell heavily to the ground. She didn't bother to pretend to be sick. She quickly sat up in a panic. Her eyes met the big eyes looking from the door of the room. Recognizing that the person in front was her little senior sister, the little girl's eyes lit up. "Little senior sister, I finally found you." When she heard Sui Sui say this, everyone was surprised and froze in place. Did these two children know each other? After the initial shock, Wan Wan quickly regained her composure, pretending to be excited as she got up. "Sui Sui, you're not dead. That's great." Thinking back to the last look her little senior sister gave her on the cliff, Sui Sui instinctively took a step back and hid behind Shen Yunwen. Seeing that Sui Sui wasn't very friendly to her, Wan Wan was afraid she might say something bad about her. "I thought I'd never see my little senior sister again, boo-hoo." Pretending to cry, she reached out her hand and tried to hug Sui Sui. Seeing Wan Wan suddenly rush over, the little deer thought she was attacking her young master and immediately got angry. Lowering her head and using her forelegs, she forcefully bumped her head heavily into Wan Wan's stomach. "Ouch!" Wan Wan screamed and sat down on the ground. The little deer was still a bit upset, sticking out her little butt and trying to push against Wan Wan's body again. Ninger, Du Rua, worried about her daughter, quickly pulled Wan Wan into her arms, shielding her with her body. Afraid that the little deer might hurt Du Rua, Sui Sui hurriedly stopped her. "Little deer, come back now, no pushing people." The little deer obediently turned around and moved to the side of the small girl, rubbing against her. Seeing Wan Wan tightly held in Du Rua's arms, Sui Sui felt a twinge of envy again. If only she had such a mother. "Ha!" Shen Yunli looked at Wan Wan's embarrassed state and burst out laughing. No wonder she's a divine beast. She could tell at a glance who disliked her the most. "Shaoli," Shen Yunwen softly scolded his brother, Sui Sui. "Do you really know Ningyu?" "Sui Sui is my junior sister." "I am Sui Sui's senior sister." Wan Wan peeked out from behind Du Rua.
"Right, Sui Sui."
Sui Sui stood beside Shen Yunwen and nodded gently. Shen Yunwen glanced at the little girl's expression and frowned slightly. Normally, seeing her little senior sister, Sui Sui should be happy. Why does she seem a little scared? "Sui Sui," Shen Yunwen squatted down and pulled Sui Sui in front of him. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see your little senior sister?" Wan Wan was afraid Sui Sui might say something inappropriate, so she hurriedly ran over, grabbed her hand, and pretended to cry. Every year, little senior sister really didn't do it on purpose. At that time, I was truly exhausted. Shan Huaijin listened nearby, confused. "Ninger, what exactly happened?" "Master was seriously ill. Sui Sui and I went up the mountain to pick herbs for him. We found a golden lingji mushroom, but neither of us could reach it. I held Sui's hand to pick it. She exaggeratedly sniffed. Wan Wan vigorously rubbed her eyes, squeezing out 2 tears. Later, I was really too tired and couldn't hold Sui, and she fell down the mountain. Shen Huijin and Du Ruo both frowned at the same time. Shen Yunwen's face also darkened. Thinking of such a cute little girl in front of them, who almost lost her life because their own daughter fell off a cliff, the 3 of them felt both scared and heartbroken. Shen Yunli furrowed his brows and glared at Wan Wan, sneering disdainfully. Why didn't you go pick the herbs yourself? Why let Sui do it? Are you really a good older sister? Wan Wan, afraid of being exposed after Shen Yunli pointed out her fault, frowned and bent her body again, clutching her stomach.
Dad, Mom, Ninger.
Her stomach hurts really badly. She deliberately swayed her body and pretended to faint, collapsing softly onto the ground. Ninger, everyone was startled when they saw Wan Wan suddenly faint. Shen Huijin bent down, picked her up, and laid her on the bed. At this moment, Song Yuanpan, the head of the Imperial Hospital, just happened to walk in carrying a medicine box. The eunuch Fuan hurriedly grabbed his arm. Dr. Song, hurry. Dr. Song quickly set down his medicine box and rushed over, feeling her pulse at her wrist. Seeing Wan Wan faint, Sui and everyone else gathered around the bed. Looking at Wan Wan on the bed, the little girl comforted everyone with a smile. Don't worry, everyone. Senior sister is not sick. That's nonsense. The Empress turned her head and glared sharply at Sui. Ninger fainted. How could she be fine? Shen Yunwen hurriedly pulled Sui over, shielding her beside himself. Sui tilted her small head, carefully examining senior sister on the bed. Her little eyebrows furrowed into 2 small lumps of confusion. Senior sister is so strange. She fainted even though she's not sick. Lord Song, what is happening to my daughter? Shen Huijin asked anxiously. Well, Dr. Song frowned deeply. The pulse of the young girl in front of him was steady, and aside from some indigestion, there was no other problem. Did the 4th miss have any unusual symptoms just now? She said her stomach hurt, and when she saw Sui after a long separation, she was so excited she cried a lot, Du Ruo explained. So, it was probably just excitement, causing her to get upset. I will give her 2 acupuncture needles to try. Taking a silver needle from the medicine box, Judge Song pinched one and supported Wan Wan's head. He forcefully stabbed the needle into her middle. As soon as the needle went in, Wan Wan almost couldn't hold back and cried out in pain. Does this strict judge really need to be so forceful? Not knowing what else Judge Song might do to her, Wan Wan hurriedly opened her eyes. Seeing her awake, Judge Song became even more proud. His needle technique was clearly improving. Wanting to show off in front of the Empress and the Shin family, Judge Song reached out and held Wan Wan's hand. Wan Wan looked panicked. You. What are you doing? Judge Song smiled and explained. Young lady, don't be afraid. I will help you bleed a little more and your fire will be completely gone. Wan Wan. Bleed more? I don't want to. Wan Wan tried hard to pull her finger back. Du Ruo felt sad inside but had to hold Wan Wan's hand tightly to help her, softly comforting her. Ninger, be good. Don't be afraid. After we finish bleeding, it will be fine. Shen Huijin also worried she might move around, so he reached over and pressed her shoulder. Judge Song raised his hand and swiftly stabbed the needle into Wan Wan's fingertip. The sharp needle pierced her tender flesh, and Wan Wan couldn't hold back her scream, crying out loudly. Shen Yunwen was worried she might scare Sui, so he held the little girl's hand, pulled her to the corner, and covered her eyes. Brother will block your eyes so you can't see, then you won't be scared. Shen Yunli also came over, raising his hand to cover the little girl's ears. Yunli will cover your ears so you won't hear anything. Sui looked up at the 2 brothers, feeling warm inside. They are so kind to her. Next to the bed, Judge Song squeezed a few drops of blood from Wan Wan's fingertip. Little girl, are you feeling better now? Wan Wan's fingers were almost crushed, tears in her eyes as she nodded. Yes. Much better. Du Ruo felt heartache and her eyes reddened. She gently held Wan Wan's hand and softly blew on her fingers. Mommy blows, then Ninger won't hurt anymore, Sui Sui turned her face away, looking at Du Rua's gentle expression, feeling a wave of envy. If only she had a mother like that. The Empress sat on a nearby chair, tired of hearing Wan Wan's loud crying. Since Miss Fourth is safe, I will go back first. Sui Sui, come with me to the inner palace. Shen Yunwen knew the Empress didn't like Sui Sui and was worried she might take the chance to bully her, so he naturally wouldn't agree to let her leave with Sui Sui. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and Ninger haven't seen each other in a long time. They must have many things to talk about. I will send the Crown Prince back later. That's fine. The Empress gently nodded. Judge Song, please carefully prepare a prescription. Do not let Ninger have any mishaps. Everyone together saw the Empress out, and Judge Song went back to his room to prepare medicine. Sui Sui stood on the steps outside, still a bit confused. Brother Tao Hua, little senior sister, is awake now. Why does she still need to take medicine? Sui Sui, Shen Yunwen explained with a smile. Ninger still has a stomach ache, so Judge Song needs to give her medicine. That's so strange. Sui Sui frowned, her big eyes full of doubt. Little senior sister isn't sick at all, so why does her stomach hurt? Shen Yunli turned his face to look at Wan Wan, who was leaning on Du Rua, and reached out to hold Shen Yunwen's arm. Second brother, do you think Ninger might be pretending to be sick? Shen Yunwen chuckled. How could that be? Why not? The first day she came home, I kindly brought her toys, and she threw my toy on the ground, then told Mother I was the one who dropped it, thinking of his beloved slingshot that Wan Wan had broken. Shen Yunli looked very annoyed. My sister is just a liar. Just now in the main hall, she was jumping around lively, almost knocking over the palace maid's tray. How could she suddenly be sick? She's definitely pretending. Shen Yunwen knew Shen Yunli's personality well. This kid was straightforward, said what he thought, and wouldn't make things up. Shen Yunwen turned his gaze to Wan Wan inside the room, his brow slightly furrowed. But why would she pretend to be sick? A 3- or 4-year-old child pretending to be sick without reason was hard to explain. Well, Shen Yunli scratched the back of his head. I'm not her stomach bug. Who knows what bad idea she's thinking of. Tonight, thank you, Lord Song. Du Rua saw Judge Song out of the room and quickly turned back inside when she saw Sui Sui still standing at the door. She took out the small cloak prepared for Wan Wan, draped it over Sui Sui's shoulders, and carefully tied the belt to secure it. Du Rua squatted down and held the child's hand. Little His Highness, you weren't scared just now, were you? Sui Sui grinned. Sui Sui has seen the master give injections. Sui Sui isn't afraid. Our little His Highness is very brave, Du Rua said with a smile, pulling the hood on the cloak to cover the child's face. It's late today. You should go back first. Once Ninger is better in a few days, I will bring her to play with you, okay? Yes. Sui Sui nodded softly. Du Rua stood up. It's getting late. Yunwen, hurry and take little His Highness back, so Prince Qin won't worry about not seeing him. Shen Yunwen turned his face and looked toward the door. Ninger is okay, right? Don't worry, we will take her out of the palace soon for medicine. She will be fine, Du Rua said. Shen Yunwen relaxed and took Sui Sui's small hand, guiding her toward the main hall. Outside the main hall, Jun Qian was standing on the steps, looking toward the side hall. Seeing Shen Yunwen and Sui Sui return, Jun Qian, along with Chong Lu, hurried down the steps to meet them. Yunwen, is your sister all right? Don't worry, Your Highness. Judge Song has already given her medicine, so she's fine now, Shen Yunwen said with a smile. Honestly, Your Highness might find it hard to believe. Sui Sui and Ninger are actually master and disciple sisters. Since they last met Wan Wan on the road and couldn't find her, Jun Qian had been sending people to look for her these past few days. Hearing this, Jun Qian stepped forward and grabbed Shen Yunwen's arm. Where is she? My parents should have taken her out of the palace, Shen Yunwen replied, noticing Jun Qian's strange expression. Your Highness, what's wrong? Not wanting Sui Sui to hear and feel sad, Jun Qian pulled Shen Yunwen aside and quietly explained the matter of Sui Sui's jade pendant. Shen Yunwen's beautiful eyebrows furrowed tightly. Are you saying that Wan Wan took that jade pendant? In front of her biological brother, Jun Qian couldn't say much. He suspected Wan Wan was the thief. I just want to ask if Wan Wan has seen that jade pendant, Jun Qian said. To Shen Yunwen, Sui Sui was already like a younger sister. because of her background, he dared not be careless. Okay, I will leave the palace, now to find Wan Wan, and ask her carefully. Wait, Jun Qian suddenly grabbed his arm. It's already late at night, and the palace gates are closed. How can you go out now? I was so focused on Sui Sui that I forgot the time, Shen Yunwen said with a self-deprecating smile. Tomorrow is a day off, and I will go home at dawn. Let's do this. Jun Qian hesitated for a moment. Tomorrow I will take Sui Sui and you out together and we can visit Ninger. A few days ago, Su Mu wanted to take Sui Sui as a disciple. At that time, because Du Ruo was eager to find him, Jun Qian hurriedly took Sui Sui back to the palace. Sui Sui was very smart, and if she could become a disciple of Su Mu, it would be a good thing for her. He just took this chance to leave the palace and take Sui Sui to seek a master. They agreed on a meeting place, and Shen Yunwen said farewell and left. Jun Qian also took Sui Sui back to Xianming Palace. Qing He and others took Sui Sui to wash up and rest, while Chong Lu followed Jun Qian into his sleeping quarters. I never expected that Miss Ninger is actually the little prince's senior sister. You said, was the jade pendant of the young prince really taken by Miss Ninger? Jun Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. If it was her, you'll find out tomorrow. North Marshal's residence. Qinger gently pushes open the door and brings in the prepared medicine. Madam, the medicine is ready. She helps Wan Wan to sit on her chest. Du Ruo takes the bowl, carefully blows on it to cool, and tests the temperature with her lips. Ninger, be good and take the medicine. Your stomach won't hurt anymore. The court doctor from Song is heavy-handed with acupuncture, and it's unclear what strange prescriptions he gave her. Wan Wan looks at the dark, muddy medicinal soup in the bowl and instinctively swallows a mouthful of saliva. Mother. Ninger doesn't want to eat. How can that be? Shen Huijin smiles as he takes a plate of candies and sits beside the bed. Be good and take the medicine and all these candies will be yours, okay? Testing the temperature of the medicine, Du Ruo smiles as she brings the bowl to Wan Wan's lips. Come on, mother has blown it cool for you. Drink quickly. Knowing she can't avoid this bowl of medicine, Wan Wan hardens her heart, holds the bowl, and grits her teeth, forcing herself to swallow. Seeing how scared Sui Sui is, she didn't eat any dinner and drank a bitter, astringent medicinal soup. Wan Wan gagged, almost vomiting, and hurriedly grabbed a candy from the plate to put in her mouth. Good girl, Ninger. Du Ruo took a handkerchief to wipe her lips. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? After drinking a full bowl of medicine, Wan Wan had no strength to eat and shook her head weakly. Mother, Ninger is sleepy, she said. All right, then go to sleep. Du Ruo took a small dish from the table and brought it to her mouth. Spit out the candy in your mouth quickly, Wan Wan. She just ate it, didn't she? The bitter taste still lingers in her mouth. Wan Wan frowned and pouted. No, sleep with the candy in your mouth, or your teeth will get cavities. Du Ruo smiled and pinched her little face. Ninger, be obedient. She just said she was sleepy, and now she can't change her mind. Reluctantly, Wan Wan spat out the candy back onto the dish and lay down on her pillow. After being pricked with needles and blood drawn by the court doctor and drinking a full bowl of medicine, she felt terrible and had trouble sleeping. But Du Ruo, worried about her daughter, slept beside her. Wan Wan could only endure and stayed awake until late at night, barely falling asleep. Just as she was drifting into a light sleep, the door was suddenly kicked open. Jun Qian strode in and roughly pulled back her blanket. Tell me, is the jade pendant of Sui Sui yours? Wan Wan was startled and hurriedly sat up. I didn't do it, I really didn't. You little thief, today I will avenge Sui Sui. The young man drew his sword and coldly stabbed toward her. Stop, Wan Wan cried out and suddenly sat up. Hearing her voice, Duru hurried over to help her wipe the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. What's wrong, Ninger? Does your stomach hurt again? Wan Wan looked around anxiously, only then noticing that it was already bright outside. Realizing it was just a dream, she let out a deep breath. Qinger came in carrying a porridge bowl, noticing Wan Wan's sweaty face and pale complexion, and frowned with concern. Madam, the young lady doesn't look well. Maybe we should call a doctor to check on her? Seeing Wan Wan's condition, Duru also looked worried. She took the bowl from Qinger's hand. Prepare the carriage. I'll take Ninger to Baichao Hall to see Dr. Su. The words, Dr. Su, made Wan Wan's heart race with excitement. In her previous life, Sui Sui had been chosen by Su Mu as his apprentice. Su Mu had no children and treated Sui Sui like his own granddaughter. Before he died, he left her all of Baichao Hall's shops and over 10,000 acres of medicinal gardens. She had learned medical skills in her past life. Could she really be inferior to Sui Sui? After finishing her porridge and changing clothes, Wan Wan suppressed her excitement and followed Duru by carriage to Baichao Hall. Holding Duru's hand and looking up at the golden sign of Baichao Hall, Wan Wan's heart was filled with joy. Sui Sui, ah Sui Sui, your identity as a divine doctor's disciple will soon be mine. Walking beside Duru, Wan Wan stepped onto the stairs. Behind her, a soft, cheerful voice suddenly sounded. Little senior sister, we finally caught up with you. Hearing Sui Sui's voice, Wan Wan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her plan was exposed? Panicking, she froze with her right foot still in midair, not stepping onto the stairs, her toes just kicking the stone steps. The sharp pain from the stones made her body lean forward, and she fell heavily to her knees. Duru hurried to help her up. Ninger, did you hurt yourself? Not caring about why Sui Sui was looking for her, Wan Wan ignored Duru and turned to look behind her. On the street, Jun Qian had just jumped down from the carriage, holding Sui Sui down from the carriage's yoke. The little girl was dressed in a light yellow spring outfit, with two simple cowlick buns on her head. Under the bright spring sun, her small figure was bathed in a soft glow, making her skin look even whiter and her delicate features more adorable. Your Highness King Qin, Your Highness Princess. Durua walked over holding Wan Wan's hand. What brings you two here? Jun Qian often visits the Marquis's residence, so Jing'e naturally recognized him. She stepped forward to bow to the two and looked at Sui Sui carefully. Is this the princess? No wonder Madame came back praising how cute the little princess is, just like a porcelain doll. Opening her small food box, Jing'e pinched a piece of snack and offered it to the little one. Little Highness, would you like some snacks? The little one reached out with a small hand, took the snack and smiled at her. Thank you, sister. I'm not worthy of that.
Just call me Jing'e, she replied.
Thank you, Sister Jing'e. Hearing the sweet, childish voice, Jing'e felt even more fond of her. Although she was a princess, she was not spoiled at all. Compared to the fourth miss who just returned to the residence, she was truly in a different league. Recognizing that Wan Wan was the child who had thrown a silk ball at the carriage before, Jun Qian's handsome brow furrowed slightly, barely noticeable. Madam Xin, is this Ninger? Last time, Wan Wan's act of pretending to be cute had made Jun Qian unhappy. This time, she dared not act out again. She learned to behave like a proper young lady and bowed to Jun Qian. Your servant has seen His Highness the King of Qin. Hearing her delicate, affected voice, Jun Qian frowned in disdain. A child so young acting so pretentiously was really annoying. At this moment, Chong Lu and Zhou Yanshu, standing by the carriage, helped Shen Yunwen down from the vehicle. Seeing her son was also there, Du Ruo looked at him worriedly. Wunner, you're not feeling unwell, are you? Mother, don't worry. I'm fine, Shen Yunwen explained with a smile. His Highness came to visit Ninger at the residence. When I heard that Mother brought her here for a checkup, we hurried over. Hearing this, Wan Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Jun Qian observed Wan Wan carefully. Is Ninger's illness not yet better? Her stomach doesn't hurt anymore, but she didn't sleep well last night. That's why I brought her here, to see Mr. Su, Du Ruo said. Jun Qian nodded gently. This isn't a place for talking. Let's go inside the Marquis's clinic first. They all entered the 100 Herbs Hall. The shopkeeper behind the counter saw Wan Wan and Jun Qian walk in and immediately lit up with excitement. Honored guests have arrived. Please come inside. The shopkeeper smiled politely and led them to the backyard, settling them in a pavilion on the side of the Marquis's consultation area. Please wait a moment. I will ask Mr. Su to come right away. Wan Wan leaned on Du Ruo, quietly glancing at Sui Sui nearby. In her past life, she lost her chance to Sui Sui. This time, she must not lose again. Sumu's disciple can only be her. She glanced at the patients waiting and noticed a young girl outside the bamboo grove, covering her mouth and vomiting. Wan Wan's heart moved. She hurried over to the bamboo grove, reached out her hand, and supported the young girl's arm. "Big sister, are you okay?" Pretending to be concerned, she quietly felt the young girl's pulse on her wrist. Seeing the girl care about herself, the young girl smiled gently. "Maybe I ate something bad. My stomach has been upset, and I feel like vomiting these days. Come, drink some tea and rinse your mouth." A young man ran over quickly, offering a cup of tea to the girl. Wan Wan withdrew her hand, looked at the young man and girl, and smiled as she raised her face. "Congratulations, big sister. You're not sick. You're going to have a baby."
You.
The young girl was stunned and froze in place. "What are you talking about? I'm not lying. You really are going to have a baby." The young man placed the teapot on a nearby stone table, took a step forward, and pushed Wan Wan aside forcefully. "Nonsense. Get out of here." The maidservant Ching Er saw this, hurried over, and helped Wan Wan up from the ground. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting people?" Du Rua, Jun Qian, Sui Sui, and others also came out of the pavilion and gathered around Wan Wan. Hearing the commotion, the patients waiting in the consultation area also gathered. "What happened? I heard someone hit a child. Everyone help me judge this." The young man snorted coldly, raised his hand to point at Wan Wan. "My sister is not married yet. This little yellow-haired girl just said my sister is going to have a baby. If she weren't a child, I would tear her mouth apart today." Everyone. After hearing his explanation, Du Rua frowned and glared at Wan Wan, then politely bowed to the two of them. "Sir, young lady, we're very sorry. It's because the women in charge didn't discipline her well, so my daughter spoke without thinking."
Ning Er.
Shun Yunwen gently pushed Wan Wan's shoulder. "Go and apologize to the young lady and the young man." Wan Wan turned her face and saw Su Mu walking into the crowd, deliberately raising her voice. "Mother, Ning Er didn't lie. Ning Er just helped this big sister feel her pulse. She really is going to have a baby."
You.
The young girl was embarrassed and angry, clutching her handkerchief and wiping her eyes, looking aggrieved. "You child, how can you ruin my reputation like this?" Du Rua saw Wan Wan so stubborn and disobedient, her expression darkening, and she couldn't help but feel like losing her temper. "Everyone, please don't worry. Let me ask a few questions first." Su Mu stepped into the crowd, smiled at Du Rua, and respectfully nodded. He then looked around and carefully examined Wan Wan. "Young girl, you just said you can feel the pulse." "Of course," Wan Wan pretended to be cute, tilting her head. "I learned it from my master. Such a young child knowing how to feel the pulse is quite impressive. Yes, it's the first time I've seen it too." The onlookers watched Wan Wan with surprise. Hearing their comments, Wan Wan lifted her chin proudly. Shun Yunwen and Jun Qian looked at her, surprised that she spoke so confidently. Could it be that this child really knows medicine? "Mr. Su," the young girl sniffled and tugged at Su Mu's sleeve. "Please, I beg you, clear my name." Ye, who was protected behind Jun Qian, looked sad when she heard the girl crying. The little one curiously poked her head out and looked at the young girl with big eyes. "Big sister, don't be sad. You're not pregnant, you just ate something bad." Seeing the little one, Su Mu smiled. His little apprentice was becoming more adorable. In front of Su Mu, Wan Wan certainly wouldn't fall behind. "What are you talking about?" She glared at Yaya and sarcastically asked, "My master never taught you how to feel the pulse, and now you want to treat others." "Master did teach Yaya that when treating others, you should use the look, listen, ask, and feel methods." Yaya stretched out her small hand and pointed to her fingers one by one. "Looking is the most important, feeling the pulse is last." Su Mu curiously looked at the two children. "Are you both from the same master?" "I am her senior sister, and she is my junior sister," Wan Wan quickly answered. "I see." Su Mu nodded and stroked his beard. "All right, I will examine both of you to see who is correct." He led the young girl to sit at a stone table, took out her pulse, placed it under her wrist, and lifted his finger to her pulse point. Wan Wan stood beside him, feeling very proud. In her previous life, she had studied medicine, so she shouldn't have mistaken a pulse for happiness. This time, Su-mu would surely see her as a genius and accept her as a disciple. With hundreds of pharmacies and over 10,000 acres of medicinal gardens, all of this would belong to her. Seeing Su-mu move his hand away, Wan Wan shot Yia a proud look. Mr. Su, who do you think won, me or Yia? Everyone's eyes turned to Su-mu's face. This young lady only has indigestion and bloating, causing vomiting discomfort, not a sign of happiness. Su-mu slowly stood up and smiled at Sui Sui. This time, Sui Sui has won. Hearing this, the young girl sighed in relief and quickly thanked Su-mu. Her accompanying older brother snorted coldly and glanced sideways at Wan Wan. Did you hear that? Such a young girl, full of herself, even trying to check pulses. Do you know where the pulse is? I thought she was a real little doctor, but it turns out she's just bragging. Fortunately, she's still a junior sister. She's not as good as her younger sister. Exactly. The people watching nearby shook their heads. Losing to Sui Sui in front of everyone, Wan Wan listened to their teasing, feeling both shy and angry. Afraid of losing the chance to become Su-mu's disciple again, she stepped forward, reached out, and grabbed Su-mu's arm. Mr. Su, Ninger really likes studying medicine. Would you accept me as your apprentice? The onlookers burst into laughter. Little girl, you're not very capable and you have big ambitions. She's the divine Dr. Su. How could he take you as a disciple easily? Plus, look at yourself. Do you think you're worthy? Wan Wan ignored the crowd, coquettishly swinging Su-mu's sleeve. Mr. Su, please accept Ninger. I promise I'll be obedient. Knowing she was wrong but not willing to apologize, she only wanted to become his disciple. With such character, how could Su-mu possibly look up to her? Su-mu smiled and shook his head, pulling his sleeve away from Wan Wan. I have already chosen my disciples. I can't be your master. Wan Wan looked surprised. Who is it? Of course, it's little Sui Sui. Su-mu smiled warmly and stepped towards Sui Sui, bowing slightly. Sui Sui, have you thought it over? Do you want to call me your master? But Sui Sui lifted her small face. Sui Sui already has a master. Really? Su-mu was a bit surprised. Where is your master? Sui Sui drooped her little head. My master rode a crane to the sky. Even among disciples with the same master, the senior sister only wants to climb higher, while the junior sister keeps thinking about her master even after he passes away. The difference is clear. Su-mu looked at Sui Sui, a little disappointed, and nodded gently. He was right, he hadn't mistaken her. Such a young child, yet she knows the words, loyalty, and righteousness. He extended his hand and gently placed it on the little girl's shoulder. Since your master has gone to the sky riding a crane, you have no master now. If you don't become my disciple, who will teach you in the future? Right? The old man's words sounded somewhat reasonable. Well, Sui Sui tilted her small head and thought for a moment. Just treat me as your second master, Su-mu. After fussing for a while, he still became her second master? Staring at the little girl in front of him for a moment, Su-mu clenched his teeth. For this precious disciple, being a second master was fine. Afraid she might change her mind again, Su-mu cleared his throat. Sui Sui, we agreed. You can't change your mind. Sui Sui reached out her small hand and hooked her little finger with his. We make a promise. Whoever breaks it is a little dog. Okay, Su-mu chuckled softly, extending his finger to gently hook hers. Promise, if you break it, you're a little dog. Everyone.
Wow.
If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? The usually proud and noble Dr. Su-mu was so eager to accept a disciple. Watching Sui Sui's side face, Du-ruo smiled slightly. No wonder Su-mu wanted to take this child as a disciple. Who wouldn't like such a kid? Glancing sideways at Wan Wan, Du-ruo sighed silently, took her hand, and led her to the young woman and the man. Ninger, hurry up and apologize to the young master and young lady. Not having successfully recognized her master and being ridiculed by everyone, Wan Wan felt a surge of anger and resentment but dared not show it. Lowering her head, she bit her lip. I'm sorry. Forget it, forget it. The shopkeeper waved his hand. Since it was a misunderstanding, everyone dispersed now. Everyone dispersed and went back to queue for treatment. Du Rua held Wan Wan's hand and brought her to Su Mu. Quickly, apologized to Mr. Su too. Su Mu was surprised. Is this the fourth miss who got lost in the Marquis residence? Please forgive me, Du Rua said with a self-deprecating smile. I wonder if it's convenient for you to help my young lady also check her pulse. Afraid Su Mu would see through her pretending to be sick, Wan Wan withdrew her hand and ran away. I don't want to. Miss, don't run. Qing Er hurried after her. Ning Er. Du Rua wanted to stop her, but Su Mu smiled and waved his hand. Madam Shun, don't worry. The young lady speaks with strong breath. In my humble opinion, her health is perfectly fine. Mr. Su, do you mean? Shun Yunwen stepped forward. Ning Er is pretending to be sick. That? Su Mu smiled faintly. Eating grains and vegetables, a headache or fever is quite normal. It's common for children to fall ill. If her behavior had issues, that would be a real problem. That's what you mean? Du Rua understood the underlying tone and respectfully bowed to Su Mu. Then we'll take our leave now, sorry for the trouble. Thinking about the jade pendant, Jun Qian held Sui Sui's small hand. I returned home last year, reported to my father, and then brought Sui Sui to formally seek apprenticeship. Su Mu nervously held Jun Qian's arm. Your Highness, we agreed that I will definitely accept this disciple. Rest assured, His Majesty knows about this and will be very happy, Jun Qian said with a smile. Good. Su Mu smiled and patted Sui Sui's head. Good apprentice, don't forget our promise. If you regret, you're just a little dog. The little one nodded seriously. Sui Sui doesn't want to be a little dog. Great, Su Mu straightened up. Then, Master is waiting for you to come pay respects. Second Master, Sui Sui corrected in a childish voice. Yes, Sui Sui is right. Second Master is waiting for you to come pay respects. Standing with his hands behind his back by the bamboo grove, Su Mu watched everyone leave. He raised his hand to stroke his long beard. Someone, tell the kitchen to add 2 more dishes for lunch and open a jar of girls' red wine. I am so happy to have a new disciple. I want to drink a good cup. His medical skills finally have a successor. 2 carriages stopped one after the other outside the Marquis of Zhenbei's residence. Du Rua led everyone into the living room and ordered the servants to prepare tea, fruits for Jun Qian and Sui Sui. Her gaze fell on Wan Wan, who was brought in by Qing Er. She frowned. Ning Er, do you know you were wrong? Wan Wan nervously ran over and threw herself into her arms.
Mutter, Ning Er.
Ning Er will never speak carelessly again. Please don't be angry, okay? Repetition is one thing, but doing it again and again is another. Du Rua suppressed her pain. Today, I will punish you. Do you accept the punishment? Ning Er accepts. Good. Du Rua made up her mind. Qing Er, take the young lady back to the backyard. Starting today, she is forbidden from leaving the main gate for 3 days. Qing Er frowned. Madam, the young lady, no one is allowed to plead for her. Du Rua interrupted sternly. Qing Er helplessly held Wan Wan's hand and led her out of the living room. Watching the 2 walk away, Du Rua sighed deeply. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. Madam Shin, you are too kind. Jun Qian put down his teacup. Yunwen, Sui Sui rarely visits your house. Why don't you take her out for a walk? How could I forget this? Shin Yunwen stood up with a smile, lifting the little one off the chair. Come on, Sui Sui, brother will take you out to play. Shin Yunwen held Sui Sui's hand and led her out of the living room. Jun Qian watched them go far, then turned serious and faced Du Rua. Actually, besides visiting Wan Wan this time, I have something else I want to ask you, madam. Today, when at Baichao Hall, Jun Qian kept watching Wan Wan. This child doesn't seem honest at all. If he directly asked her about the jade pendant, she probably wouldn't tell the truth. It's better for him to ask Du Rua directly. Seeing Jun Qian's serious expression, Du Rua raised his hand to dismiss a few servants. What does His Highness want to ask? I heard Ninger returned to the Taoist temple. Was she brought back by General Shin? Yes, it was just a coincidence. Hui Jin had just returned from the northwest and met Ninger on the way.
Then,
Jun Qian was surprised. How could General Shin recognize that Wan Wan was Ninger at first glance? It's been 3 years. It's hard to recognize her. Huaijin only knew because he saw the jade pendant she was wearing, Du Ruo explained. Hearing the word jade pendant, Juanqian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the jade pendant is Sui Sui's jade pendant? Hearing Du Ruo say that Wan Wan indeed brought back a jade pendant, Junqian felt very excited. Madame Xin just mentioned that jade pendant. What kind of jade pendant was it? When Ning'er was a month old, Huaijin returned from the northwest with a top-quality Hetian jade. They made a safety charm for Ning'er from that jade. Du Ruo smiled. Thanks to that jade pendant, otherwise, when we face the child, we might not recognize her as our Ning'er. Junqian frowned slightly. Besides that jade pendant, did Wan Wan bring back anything else? Du Ruo shook his head gently. When the child returned, she didn't even have an extra piece of clothing. There was nothing else. Junqian was stunned. Was he mistaken? Wan Wan didn't steal that jade pendant. Or perhaps, the jade pendant Du Ruo mentioned was Sui Sui's. If that's true, could it be that Sui Sui is actually Shun's real daughter? After thinking for a moment, Juanqian's mind moved. Madame Xin, are you sure Wan Wan is Ning'er? Just a jade pendant isn't enough to be certain. Wan Wan has a birthmark on her arm, exactly the same as Ning'er had when she was a child. I see, Junqian said, disappointed and frowning. If Wan Wan isn't Shin's daughter, she wouldn't have the same birthmark as Ning'er. Could it really be that he was mistaken? Mother, suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded. Shen Yunli ran into the living room, looking excited. He looked around but didn't see Sui Sui, so he paused in confusion. Where's the little prince? Didn't you say the little princess is at our house? Du Ruo stood up, took out a handkerchief, and helped him wipe the sweat from his forehead. You're an adult now, still so impatient. Why don't you greet His Highness the Prince Qin? Hello, Prince Qin. Shen Yunli obediently bowed to Junqian and then turned to hold Du Ruo's arm. Mother, quickly tell me, where's the little princess? Sui Sui and your second brother are playing in the back garden. Du Ruo smiled. Shen Yunli couldn't hold back any longer and ran out of the hall. Chonglu. Junqian stood up. Let's go see the garden too. The two arrived at the Marquis's garden and saw Sui Sui playing with a ball on the grass from afar. The little girl was walking on her tiny legs, chasing a colorful ball on the grass, her face full of smiles. Yunli, watch over the princess carefully. Don't hurt her, he reminded his brother. Shen Yunwen turned around and came over to meet Junqian. Have you asked my mother yet? Madame Xin said that when Wan Wan returned, she only had a jade peace amulet from Ning'er's childhood, nothing else, Junqian replied. He turned to look at Sui Sui playing with the ball on the grass. It seems Sui Sui's jade pendant might really be lost. Don't be discouraged. Let's look for Ning'er carefully and ask her. Maybe she saw that jade pendant, Junqian said, unwilling to give up. He left Chonglu to watch Sui Sui and went with him to Wan Wan's courtyard. Their plan to apprentice failed, and Du Ruo kept Wan Wan in her room. Wan Wan was sitting on the bed, angry at the pillow. Damn Sui Sui, I won't let you go. Hearing the door open, Wan Wan turned her face. Through the beaded curtain, she saw Shen Yunwen and Junqian entering the living room, and she was startled. She hurriedly jumped off the bed, tidied the pillow and quilt, and pretended to look aggrieved as she came out. Second brother, is Mother still angry with me? Mother was just angry and punished you. Just apologize to her later, Shen Yunwen said, holding Wan Wan onto a small stool and gently holding her hand. Does your stomach still hurt? Wan Wan, unsure of their intentions, shook her head lightly. Seeing she was fine, Shen Yunwen relaxed. He sat beside her on the small stool and asked gently, did you and Sui Sui live together in the Taoist temple before? Do you know that Sui Sui also has a jade pendant? Hearing about the jade pendant, Wan Wan nervously clenched her fingers, trying to stay calm. Which jade pendant are you talking about? Junqian also came over and stood by the table. There's a box on the bookshelf where your master keeps a jade pendant. It was left by Sui Sui's parents. Have you seen it, Wan Wan? Old and unkind Taoist priest, she clearly poisoned his medicine, yet he still told Sui Sui about the jade pendant. Frustrated, she clenched her teeth and shook her head again. I don't know. My master didn't tell me. The two young men exchanged glances, each seeing disappointment in the other's eyes. Young masters, Qing'e entered carrying a bowl of hot porridge. Lunch is ready. Madam invites you to the side hall to eat. Shen Yunwen helplessly stood up and left with Jun Qian. Seeing this, Wan Wan also stepped forward to follow. Brother Qin Wang, wait for me. Fourth miss, Qing'e hurriedly grabbed her arm. Madam has ordered you to stay put. You can't go out. I'm starving. Wan Wan stopped reluctantly. I can't even eat. Qing'e nodded toward the porridge on the table. Is this fourth Miss's lunch? Glancing at the plain porridge on her wrist, Wan Wan pouted and turned her head aside. I want to eat meat, not just porridge. Miss is just recovering from illness. She can't eat fish now. She can only drink porridge, as Judge Song said. Wan Wan. Sui, with her big fish and meat, can only eat porridge. Sitting at the table, the steaming bowl of porridge, Wan Wan's small eyes slowly narrowed, her expression turning sinister. Now Shen Yunwen knows about the jade pendant. If he finds out about Sui's birthmark, he will surely suspect she is an impostor. With Du Ruo's temper, she might not even recognize her as her adopted daughter this time. No. Wan Wan clenched her fists tightly. She must get rid of Sui quickly. She absolutely can't let Sui ruin her plans. Seeing Wan Wan sitting still at the table, Qing'e pushed the porridge bowl toward her. If Miss doesn't drink the porridge, she might have to go see Judge Song for acupuncture later. Recalling the sharp pain from the needle in her hand, Wan Wan trembled in fear and hurriedly drank the porridge. Qing'e watched silently, with a smile. Indeed, when dealing with such a mischievous child, tough measures are necessary. Just across the courtyard, in the hall, various exquisite dishes filled the air with tempting aromas. Jun Qian held Sui onto a small stool and handed her chopsticks.
Du Ruo sat beside her, speaking softly.
Little lord, which dish do you like? Sui's big eyes scanned the delicious food on the table and pouted her little lips. Can Sui eat all of these? Of course. Du Ruo carefully removed fish bones from her fish to prevent her from choking and placed the fish meat into her bowl. Here, try a bite of fish first. Shen Yunwen happily tore off a chicken leg and handed it to the little girl. Brother gives me a big chicken leg. Shen Yunli watched everyone share dishes and stood up eagerly. One chopstick, then another. Finally, he carefully picked up a large meatball from the plate and placed it into Sui's bowl. All of these are for you to eat. She took a bite of fish and a bite of chicken leg. Sui's small belly was full, and she could barely finish half a meatball. Looking at the mountain of vegetables still in her bowl, the little girl pursed her oily little lips. Brother Yunli, Sui's tummy is really full. Can I take some home to eat later? It's okay, Shen Yunli said as he reached out to take her bowl. I'll finish the rest. Holding her bowl, Shen Yunli quickly ate all the food inside. Sui watched with admiration, her eyes wide with amazement. Brother Yunli, you're so amazing. Feeling happy from her praise, Shen Yunli put down his chopsticks and patted his chest. From now on, I will take care of all your leftovers. At the end, he couldn't help but let out a big burp, and everyone at the table laughed together. After lunch, Du Ruo specially asked her servant to bring her homemade dessert. She was sitting with Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen under the corridor, drinking tea, while Sui and Shen Yunli played with toys nearby. Looking up at the sky, Chong Lu softly reminded her, Your Highness, it's time for us to go back to the palace. Seeing the two about to leave, Du Ruo carefully packed her homemade snacks into a box and handed it to Chong Lu to take back for Sui to enjoy. Shen Yunwen also took out a treasured picture book suitable for children and gave it to Sui to read. Shen Yunli looked at the toys he packed into his box and also wanted to give Sui a gift, but he was worried she might dislike it like Wan Wan, so he hesitated and didn't speak. Seeing his thoughts, Du Ruo gently patted her son's shoulder to encourage him. Sui loves playing with balls. Why don't you give her your soccer ball? Shen Yunli carefully wiped the ball with his sleeve and nervously handed it to Sui. Brother's ball is for you. Do you want it? Sui reached out her small hand to take the ball from Shen Yunli, hugging it like a treasure, and gave him a sweet smile. Thank you, Brother Yunli. Seeing how much she liked his gift, Shen Yunli was so happy he almost jumped up from the ground. Next time you come to see me, I will bring you even more fun toys. Fairy brother, Sui Sui turned to Jun Qian. Can I still come to play with Yunli Gij? Don't worry, Sui Sui. Duo Rua smiled as she helped the little one straighten her dress. In a few days, the Empress will bring Ninger and Yunli to visit you in the palace. Is that okay? Yes, the little one happily agreed. She carried the little one onto the carriage, and Jun Qian bade farewell to everyone before taking the child back to the Imperial Palace. Thinking about Sui Sui's apprenticeship, Jun Qian specifically brought Sui Sui along to the Imperial study to pay respects to Jun Qing'an. Seeing Sui Sui, Jun Qing'an immediately put down the official document he was reviewing. Come here, to your father. He held the little one on his lap and asked with a smile, How was your day out of the palace? Did you have fun? Yes, Sui Sui nodded happily. Sui Sui also played ball with brother Yunli, father. Jun Qian walked over smiling, explaining that Su Mu was going to accept Sui Sui as his disciple. When he heard that Su Mu wanted to take the little one as a student, Jun Qing'an was pleasantly surprised and gently pinched Sui Sui's small nose. My daughter is really impressive. She even caught the eye of Su Mu, who is usually very proud, Sui Sui explained happily. Sui Sui and Mr. Su made a deal. I want him to be my teacher. Is that so? Then Sui Sui must keep her promise. Jun Qing'an chuckled. All right, I approve. Fuan, prepare a ceremony for Sui Sui to formally accept her teacher, and find an auspicious day to invite Mr. Su into the palace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Jun Qian went to Manhwa Hall for his morning lesson. Meanwhile, Sui Sui was in the backyard watering and fertilizing the herbs she had planted. She had brought so many seeds that the windowsills, steps, and almost every flower pot was filled. The herbs were lush and fragrant, with medicinal scent. The flowers in the Xianming Palace were not enough, so Qing he ordered a little eunuch to have the palace gardener send more flower pots. The gardener delivered the pots to the backyard and was surprised when he saw the herbs Sui Sui had planted. Little prince, how did you grow these herbs so quickly? They're growing so tall in just a few days. Normally, plants take at least 10 days or more to sprout. But these herbs had already grown so big in just a few days, which puzzled the gardener. Having grown flowers all her life, she had never seen herbs grow so fast. Sui Sui stood up holding her watering can. Because I talk to them every day, telling them to grow faster. They listen very well. The gardener was speechless. Talking to plants every day, do they really understand? A palace maid entered and said, Your Highness, Lady Shen and the 3rd young master and 4th miss have come to see you. When she heard that Duo Rua had arrived, Sui Sui quickly put down her watering can and ran to the front yard. The little girl's dress was still stained with dirt, so Du Rua hurried to kneel down and help straighten her skirt. Your Highness, what happened? Your clothes are all dirty. Madam, you don't know. The little crown prince has planted many herbs in the backyard. Every morning, he gets up early to loosen the soil and water the plants, Qing he explained with a smile. Really? Du Rua looked surprised. Our little crown prince is quite diligent. Wan Wan watched the luxurious palace around her and secretly envied. She heard the disdain in her ears and sneered. Growing herbs in a temple and being a princess. What a life. This girl, she's destined to spend her life planting herbs and never enjoy happiness. Sui Sui. Shen Yunli took out a specially brought kite. Brother brought a kite. Shall we go to the Imperial Garden to fly it? Seeing the beautiful butterfly-shaped kite in his hand, Sui Sui looked eager. Can brother fly kites? Of course. Shen Yunli looked around. But it's too small here. We can't fly it. Why not go to the Imperial Garden? There's more space there, Qing he suggested with a smile. Let's go to the Imperial Garden. Shen Yunli happily held Sui Sui's hand and walked toward the palace gate, with a little deer following closely behind. Du Rua watched with surprise and asked, Is that white deer always following Sui Sui? Qing he chuckled. Yes, unless His Highness leaves the palace, the deer will follow her wherever she goes. Everyone in the palace says that the little princess is like a fairy fallen from the sky, so the deer likes to stay close to her. A fairy? Wan Wan rolled her eyes. Today, she would turn this fairy into a wild ghost. Everyone arrived at the Imperial garden. Shen Yunli took Sui Sui to a wide grassy area to fly the kite, while Qing, he helped Du Ruo sit on a stone bench in the pavilion. Seeing Wan Wan standing nearby, Qing he smiled and looked at the girl. Miss Fourth, why aren't you playing with the crown prince? Worried that Du Ruo might notice her strange behavior, Wan Wan pretended to walk onto the grass. She watched Sui Sui and Shen Yunli flying the kite, then slowly narrowed her eyes. Since she had a rare chance to enter the palace, she had to think of a way to get rid of Sui Sui this time. She glanced around and noticed the oleander plants by the pond, her eyes lighting up. That plant is extremely poisonous. If she could put some juice from it into what Sui Sui eats or drinks, even a fairy couldn't save her. Anyway, she was just a child, so no one would suspect her. Pretending to look at the fish in the pond, she checked that no one was paying attention. Quietly, she circled behind a flowering tree and plucked a branch of oleander. Squeeze the juice inside onto my handkerchief, hide the peach branch deep in the grass, carefully wrap the handkerchief, and tuck it back into my sleeve. Adjust my dress to make sure others see nothing unusual, and Wan Wan pretends to be calm as she returns to Duru. Mother, Ninger is a bit thirsty and wants some water. Wolfzu, Qinghe gestures to the accompanying Wolfzu. Since we're close to the kitchen, go and get some tea and snacks. Wolfzu agrees and quickly leaves. After a moment, she returns carrying a food box. She opens the box, takes out snacks and plum juice, and places them on a stone table. Qinghe pours a small bowl, smiles, and offers it to Wan Wan. Fourth miss, have some plum juice to quench your thirst. Wan Wan takes the small bowl, pretends to drink a few sips. Sweet, she says, raising her face to look innocent and obedient. Sui Sui has played for so long and must be thirsty too. Ninger, give her a bowl. Qinghe doesn't realize her malicious intent. Madam Shen is a good teacher. Fourth miss is very sensible. It's rare for her daughter to be so obedient, and Duru feels happy. She takes the jar of plum juice, pours a small bowl, and smiles as she hands it to Wan Wan. Take it slowly, don't drop it. Wan Wan agrees, holding the small bowl as she walks onto the grass. She bypasses the flower trees, making sure Duru and Qinghe can't see her. She takes her handkerchief from her sleeve, carefully dips the part with the poison on it into the plum juice, mixing the poison with the juice. She stuffs the used handkerchief into the grass, then walks over to Sui Sui with the plum juice. Sui Sui, you're thirsty, right? Drink this bowl of plum juice. Holding the kite string spool, Sui Sui turns her face to look at the plum juice in Wan Wan's hand, then proactively asked Shen Yunli. Brother Yunli, are you thirsty? Do you want some plum juice? Yunli doesn't want to compete with her, so he just smiles and responds softly. I'm not thirsty, Sui Sui. You go ahead and drink. Sui Sui nods gently and takes the plum juice from Wan Wan. Just as she is about to bring the juice to her mouth, Wan Wan's lips curl into a sinister smile. Sui Sui, today is your doom. Holding the small bowl of plum juice with both hands, Sui Sui slowly lifts her tiny hands. Just as she is about to drink the juice, a childish shout suddenly rings out from nearby. Move aside for this princess. Yunli and Wan Wan both turn their heads. Sui Sui, about to drink, also puts down her bowl. They see Princess Dexiu standing not far away, holding a kite in her hand. Shen Yunli rolled her eyes dismissively. Why should we move aside? Junyu pouted and walked over proudly. Because I want to fly my kite here. Shen Yunli rolled her eyes again. You do your thing. It's none of our business. I am the princess. This is our royal garden. Sui Sui is also a princess. This is her royal garden too. Wan Wan, worried that Junyu might ruin her plan, gently nudged Sui Sui's arm. Drink quickly, Sui Sui, and ignore her. Junyu couldn't win against Shen Yunli and was feeling annoyed. Seeing Sui Sui holding plum juice, she angrily stepped forward, snatched the bowl, and took it for herself. Wan Wan was startled. You can't drink that. I insist on drinking, Junyu said, raising her hand to bring the bowl to her lips. Seeing her grab Sui Sui's plum juice, Shen Yunli became very angry. She stepped forward and slapped the bowl out of Junyu's hand. The porcelain bowl shattered on the ground, and the remaining plum juice splashed out, staining Junyu's and Sui Sui's clothes with dark red water. Wan Wan stood nearby, nervously looking at the spilled juice and worriedly glancing at Junyu's face. Junyu had only taken 2 sips. She should be fine, right? Why you? Junyu wiped some plum juice off her face and pointed at Shenyunli.
You.
How dare you hit me? Just wait, Suddenly, her stomach twisted painfully. She bent over in pain, swayed, and softly collapsed onto the grass. Your Highness! 2 palace maids, frightened, screamed and hurried over to support Junyu's arms. Your Highness, what's wrong? Wan Wan stood nearby, swallowing nervously. Could she have poisoned Junyu? Shenyunli rolled her eyes again. Who are you trying to scare with this act? Sui Sui looked at Junyu carefully. Yunli Gij. She's not pretending. She's poisoned. Poisoned? Shenyunli looked surprised. Really? As soon as Shenyunli finished speaking, Junyu twitched and her mouth foamed. The 2 young palace maids were so frightened they screamed and shouted. Someone help. Empress, come quickly. The princess has fainted. Hearing the screams, Du Ruo and Qing He hurried over. The Empress, who was walking nearby in the royal garden with others, also rushed over in a panic, bringing Zhou Mama and others. Yue, seeing her daughter lying on the grass, convulsing, the Empress screamed and rushed forward, pulling Junyu into her arms. Wan Wan's face turned pale with fear. She hurriedly took 2 steps back and moved aside. Du Ruo was the first to react. She turned to the crowd and urgently shouted, Quick, call the Imperial doctor. A young eunuch agreed and hurriedly ran off. Sui Sui tilted her head, watched Jingyu thoughtfully for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Got it. She looked around, then reached down to pick a blade of grass from the ground. She ran back, reached out her small hand to hold Jingyu's face. Her daughter was in danger, yet she was still causing trouble? The Empress was furious and pushed her away. What are you doing? Sui Sui wants to help her sister detox, the little girl said seriously, frowning. Otherwise, she might die. Qing He saw Jingyu twitch all over and also frowned. Your Majesty, the illness that Shunban Du had before was cured by Sui Sui. Maybe we should let the young prince try. Yes, Your Majesty, Du Ruo also advised. The Imperial doctor hasn't arrived yet. Let Sui Sui try first. Your Majesty, let the young prince try. Your Majesty. Because the princess's safety was at stake, several young palace maids also agreed. Seeing her daughter trembling more and more severely, the Empress finally nodded in agreement. Du Ruo stepped forward, holding Jingyu's head with both hands. Sui Sui, what should we do now? Open her mouth. Du Ruo followed her instructions and gently opened Jingyu's jaw. Sui Sui crouched beside her, holding the grass stem tightly in her small hand, and carefully pushed it deep into Jingyu's throat to stir. The grass stem stimulated Jingyu's throat, causing her to gurgle twice, then vomit a large amount of foam and food. The young eunuch who went to call the Imperial doctor hurried back to the grassland. Your Majesty, the Emperor and Dr. Su have arrived. Everyone turned around and saw Su Mu, Jun Qing'an, Fuan, and others walking quickly toward the grassland. Today was an auspicious day according to the celestial calendar. Jun Qing'an had arranged for Su Mu to come into the palace, intending to prepare a grand ceremony for Sui Sui to become a disciple. They arrived at the Xianming Palace, but couldn't find Sui Sui. They heard she and others were playing in the Imperial Garden, so they went there directly. They just happened to meet the young eunuch who was going to find the Imperial doctor. Hearing about Princess de Xiu Jingyu's accident, they hurried over. Come, let me check. Su Mu squatted down and carefully took Jingyu's pulse. Noticing some vomit on the grass beside her, the old man looked up. Did she vomit that? Is it not her? The Empress raised her hand and pointed at Sui Sui. She used a broken piece of grass to poke Jingyu's throat, claiming it could detoxify. I see. Su Mu withdrew his hand, took out a small medicine bottle, and fed a pill to Junyu. Mr. Su, is Yue all right? The Empress hurriedly asked. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I just gave the princess an antidote pill, so she should wake up soon. The Empress's worry eased, and she said, "Thank you, Mr. Su. You're welcome, Your Majesty." Su Mu smiled and gently patted the little girl's head. "You should thank not me, but Yaya." If she hadn't quickly made the princess vomit to expel the poison, giving her more pills wouldn't have helped at all. Jun Qing'an, hearing that his daughter was safe, also relaxed. He lovingly raised his hand and gently touched the child's hair. Today, Yaya has done a great deed again. Turning his face, he looked sternly at everyone. How did Yue suddenly get poisoned? Two palace maids trembled as they knelt on the grass. "Your Majesty, please forgive us. We really don't know." "Yes, Your Majesty." The princess was fine just now. It was only after drinking Princess Anning's plum juice that she got sick. "Good." The Empress raised her right hand and pointed at Yaya. "No wonder you knew to help Yue vomit to detox. Did you deliberately poison her?" Yaya did not. Yaya looked innocent and raised her small face, grabbing Jun Qing'an's sleeve. "Your Majesty, I didn't poison anyone. I didn't do anything bad. I really didn't." Seeing the little girl's eyes red and almost crying, Jun Qing'an quickly bent down and hugged her. "Yaya, don't be afraid. Your father believes it wasn't you, that's right." Su Mu stepped forward and stood beside Jun Qing'an. "Good girl, don't cry. Master also believes in you." The Empress. When did this naughty girl become Su Mu's disciple? Madame Zhou stepped forward unwillingly, holding the still unconscious Jun Yu and kneeling on the ground, crying as she spoke. "Your Majesty, please see clearly. If it wasn't the young prince's doing, how would he know that Princess Dexiao accidentally ate poison? Your Majesty, you must stand up for the princess." Reporting to Your Majesty, Lu Zhu stepped forward and knelt down. That plum juice was taken from the Imperial kitchen by the servant. It's impossible that the princess deliberately poisoned herself. Qing He also knelt and said, after the juice was taken, Madame Shen also drank a bowl and showed no signs of illness. The young prince was playing with Fengzheng with a kite. How could he have had time to poison? Your Majesty, I also drank the plum juice and felt no different, Du Roi added. If Yaya intentionally put poison in the bowl and made Yue drink it, the Empress Dowager asked back. That's not true, Shen Yunli quickly said, defending Yaya. Yaya didn't make her drink it. She took it away from Yaya. Wan Wan was afraid everyone would find out it was her, so she quietly stepped forward, trying to hide the bowl of plum juice under her skirt. Just as she was about to reach out and hide the bowl, Su Mu's voice rang out again. Where's the bowl with the plum juice? I will check. Wan Wan was startled and hurriedly stepped back, hiding behind Du Roi. Qing He looked around, saw the porcelain bowl on the ground, and carefully picked it up, handing it to Su Mu. Sir Su, this is it. Su Mu took out a silver needle used for testing poison, dipped it into the remaining plum juice in the bowl for a moment, then took it out again. Everyone looked on as the needle tip turned black. Qing He and others were all surprised. You all saw it. The silver needle turned black, which proves the plum juice here is poisonous. The Empress Dowager stepped forward, snatched the silver needle from Su Mu's hand, and looked around coldly at everyone. Now, do you still want to say I am wrongfully accusing Yaya? Your Majesty, please don't wrongly accuse Yaya. Shen Yunli raised his hand and patted his chest. I can prove Yaya didn't put poison in the bowl. You can prove that, the Empress Dowager said with disdain. How do you prove it? Shen Yunli replied. Yaya was flying kites with me. When Ninger brought the plum juice over, I was right there watching. Really? The Empress Dowager snorted. If it wasn't her, then it must have been your sister Ninger. Anyway, none of you can escape blame. Du Roi frowned and turned around, pulling Wan Wan from behind her. Ninger, did you touch the plum juice? Wan Wan looked nervously at everyone, then grabbed Du Roi's dress and threw herself into her arms. Mother, Ninger is innocent. I didn't put poison. Su Mu carefully examined the plum juice in his hand and sniffed it again. He handed the bowl to the little eunuch beside him, then turned to face Wan Wan. Young girl, before you took this bowl, did you touch anything? Knowing he couldn't hide it from Su Mu, Wan Wan lowered her eyelashes and thought for a moment. She suddenly seemed to remember something and pointed at the oleander in the distance. I was looking at fish by the pond just now, and I touched that flower. Su Mu looked in the direction she pointed and nodded gently. No wonder. Sir Su, what exactly is going on? Jun Qing'an asked. Your Majesty, you may not know that this type of flower is called oleander. Although it looks beautiful, its flowers, leaves, and branches are all highly poisonous. I suspect that after the young girl touched the oleander, she accidentally came into contact with the plum juice in the bowl. Even wise people like Su Mu wouldn't think of this. The little girl in front of us, only a few years old, could not possibly have such malicious thoughts. Therefore, I believe it was just an accident caused by Wan Wan.
Accident?
I see it as intentional. The Shen family has always ignored her attempts to win favor. Now, this daughter, who was found again, almost poisoned our little princess. How could the Empress not be angry? Glancing at Du Rua, the Empress hesitated. She stepped forward and stood in front of Wan Wan. Raising her right hand, she struck her hard. In her anger, the Empress showed no mercy. This slap was delivered with full force. Wan Wan was pushed back 3 steps and fell heavily onto the grass, her ears buzzing and blood dripping from her lips. Since she was her own daughter and caused such trouble, what could Du Rua do? Madam, I deserve to die. Du Rua knelt on the grass. It was my poor discipline that caused the little princess to suffer this. Please, Your Majesty, punish me. Afraid of being punished, Wan Wan, despite her pain, quickly got up and knelt behind the Empress, bowing her head vigorously. Empress, Ning'er was wrong. Ning'er didn't do it on purpose.
Truly.
It was not intentional. Do you still have the nerve to beg for mercy? The Empress's chest heaved with anger. If anything happens to you, I will take your lives. Shen Yunli hurried over and knelt beside Du Rua. If the Empress wants to hit, then hit me. Yunli is willing to take the blame for my mother. Qing He and Lu Zhu, seeing the Empress targeting Du Rua, quickly pleaded for her. Your Majesty, Lady Shen was just helping to care for the princess. Please forgive her. Yes, please show mercy, Your Majesty. Yaya, who had always liked Du Rua, was anxious when she heard she might be punished. She gently shook Jun Qing'an's shoulder. Father Emperor, Yaya also wants to take the blame for Lady Shen. Between her daughter and her most valued official, Jun Qing'an felt a bit conflicted. Just then, Princess Junyu, who was being held by Granny Zhou, opened her eyes again. Fuan saw this and quickly reminded her, Madam, look, the princess is woken up. Yue, the Empress, no longer angry, turned around and rushed to hold her daughter in her arms. How do you feel? Is it uncomfortable? Sumu stepped forward to help check Princess Junyu's pulse. Your Majesty and Your Majesty consort, rest assured. The princess is safe and sound. She will recover fully after a few days of rest. Seeing Junyu was unharmed, Jun Qing'an coughed softly. This was just an accident. Madame Shen's trouble was unforeseen. The Empress has already scolded and punished her. Let's put this matter behind us. He glanced at the oleander by the pond and frowned as he ordered, immediately have someone cut down all these poisonous trees. Send people to carefully check all the flowers in the palace, removing any toxic plants. If any palace staff make mistakes again, I will not forgive them. The Emperor spoke, and the Empress dared not argue further. She had to take Junyu back to the palace to rest. Everyone helped Du Rua and others to stand up. Noticing the plum juice spilled on Sui Sui's dress, Su Mu was worried about his precious disciple. The oleander juice on the body might hurt the skin. Your Majesty and Sui Sui quickly change into new clothes, just in case. He handed Sui Sui to Qing He and carefully reminded, give Sui Sui a thorough bath. All the clothes stained with poison should be burned. Jun Qing'an left with Fuan, and Su Mu carefully stored the bowl still stained with poison. At the pond, he watched the guards cut down the oleander trees to prevent more people from being poisoned. Du Rua followed Qing He, taking Sui Sui to the wise and bright palace. Green Pearl was busy calling the palace maids to prepare hot water for Sui Sui to bathe and change clothes. A young palace maid brought water, and Du Rua hurriedly called Shen Yunli and Wan Wan to wash their hands. After Shen Yunli finished washing, he turned to look at Wan Wan beside him, sneering with disgust. Sui Sui was falsely accused, mother was scolded. All because of you, Ning'er. Wan Wan lowered her head and softly defended herself. Ning'er didn't do it on purpose. Seeing she still refused to admit her mistake, Du Rua's brows furrowed in anger. You think it's okay because you didn't mean to? If Princess de Xiu hadn't taken that bowl of plum juice, Sui Sui would have been poisoned just now. If Sui Sui had truly been poisoned, they wouldn't have known how to cure her. Even if Sumu arrived, it might have been too late. Thinking of this, Du Rua felt both fear and guilt. Wan Wan also knew she had caused a big problem. She hurried over, grabbing Du Rua's hand. Mother, Ning-er was wrong. Ning-er truly knows she was wrong. I'm sorry. Du Rua frowned, feeling helpless. She took a deep breath, trying to control her emotions. You should be apologizing, not me. It's Sui Sui who should apologize. Wan Wan looked up pitifully. Mother, Ning-er will go apologize to Sui Sui now. Please forgive Ning-er this time. Seeing her swollen face, Du Rua sighed deeply. Wait here first. Mother will go see if the little princess is okay. After all, Su Mu said that the poison juice could cause harm even if it got on the skin. Mother, Wan Wan hurriedly grabbed her hand. Realizing she had just made Du Rua angry, Wan Wan wants to apologize to the little junior sister. Du Rua nodded and led her outside Sui Sui's room. Miss Qinghe, is the little prince all right? Qinghe also understood that this was not Du Rua's fault, so she stepped forward and opened the door. She glanced sideways at Wan Wan standing behind her, frowned, and looked away. Madam, please come in. Seeing the two enter, Sui Sui, soaking in the bath, raised her little arms on the edge of the tub. Her small chin rested on her hand, and she lifted her face to Du Rua. Madam Shen, don't worry, Sui Sui is fine. The steam rose in the bath. Her long hair was loosened and wet, draping over her shoulders. Her long eyelashes, damp with water, looked even thicker. Because she was bathing, her face had a slight pink hue. Water droplets still clung to her nose, making her look like a divine child descending from heaven. Seeing her adorable face and thinking about how she almost got poisoned just now, Du Rua felt a pang of heartache again. She squatted down, gently tucking the messy hair behind her small ear, and softly stroked her little face. Sui Sui, today it's all my fault for making you suffer. Originally, the red birthmark on her arm was hidden by her hair. Now, as Du Rua parted her long hair, the birthmark was fully exposed. Because of the hot water, the faint red color of the birthmark was more noticeable than usual. It looked like a new lotus blossom blooming brightly on her arm. Noticing the birthmark exposed on Sui Sui, Wan Wan was shocked. She hurriedly stepped forward to prevent Du Rua from seeing it. She reached out both hands to hold Sui Sui's arms, covering her birthmark with her palms, and pretended to look guilty and regretful. Sui Sui, the little junior sister, really didn't know that oleander is poisonous. I didn't mean to harm you. Sui Sui, I'm sorry. The warm bath suddenly became cold when Wan Wan's icy little hands grabbed her. Sui Sui, feeling the cold, frowned and instinctively tried to pull her arm back. Let go, it's so cold. Worried that Du Rua might see her birthmark, Wan Wan held Sui Sui's shoulders tightly with both hands. Sui Sui, the little junior sister, really didn't do it on purpose. Her arms hurt from the grip, and Sui Sui struggled hard. Let go. I feel so much pain. Ning. Du Rua quickly reached out and grabbed Wan Wan's arm, pulling her away from Sui Sui. What are you doing? Afraid the little one might catch a cold, he grabbed a towel from the shelf and wrapped it around the child. Green, he crouched down, shielding the other side of Sui Sui, and angrily turned her face toward Wan Wan. How bold you are. His Highness told you to let go. Didn't you hear him? Du Rua looked worried and turned her gaze to Sui Sui. Sui Sui, are you hurt? Mother, Wan Wan hugged Du Rua's leg and cried loudly. I want to go home. Because Wan Wan was causing trouble, Du Rua didn't notice Sui Sui's birthmark. Seeing Wan Wan crying and fussing, she frowned and grew serious. Be quiet. Apologize to the little prince immediately. Forget it, Green Pearl said irritably, annoyed by Wan Wan's fuss. Madam, you should take Miss Fur back. The little prince might catch a cold later. Du Rua had no choice but to apologize to everyone, hold the still crying Wan Wan, and walk out of the hall with a serious face. Help a little prince get some hot water, she instructed a young palace maid standing nearby. He got up and followed to the door. Madam Shen, please wait. At the foot of the stairs, Du Ruo stopped, looking embarrassed. It's my poor manners. Please forgive us, young lady. Even with 3 sons, Du Ruo had never seen Wan Wan cry and fuss so often. As a mother, she felt helpless. The child is still young. Madam, don't take it to heart, he said with a smile. The little prince will have a ceremony to accept a teacher soon. I won't keep you any longer. She called a young eunuch to escort Du Ruo, Shen Yunli, and Wan Wan out. He returned to the room, carefully checked Sui's arm, and looked around at everyone. From now on, Ninger is not allowed to go into the palace alone with the prince. Anything she touches is not to be given to the prince. Do you hear me? Today, Sui was lucky to escape harm. He would not allow such things to happen again. Yes. Everyone responded together. She wrapped Sui in a dry towel, carefully carried her to the bed, and gently wiped away the water on her small body. Sui sat on the bed with her legs crossed, looking sad and pouting her little lips. Aunt Qinghe, does Miss Sister want to poison Sui? Even Su Mu said it was just an accident, and Qinghe didn't think Wan Wan, who was her sister in the same master, would really harm her. Qinghe hesitated, unsure how to answer. This. I remember reading in a book that one should not have the heart to harm others, but always be cautious of others, so His Highness should protect himself well. Green Pearl carefully helped the little one wipe his face and applied fragrant ointment. From now on, any food or drink that Wan Wan gives to the prince, he must not eat or drink it. Who knows what her dirty little hands have touched? Qinghe also agreed. Yes, it's better to be cautious. Today's incident was very dangerous. If Princess Deshui hadn't just taken the plum juice, it could have been Sui in trouble. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Sui nodded seriously. I understand. I will wash my hands before eating from now on. Our little prince is the cleanest and most obedient. They helped her dry her hair, change into clean clothes, and carefully dressed her to be presented to Emperor Yontai. The palace steward eunuchs had prepared everything in advance. Not only was the empress invited, but also the crown prince, Jun Qian, and other princes, who came to watch the ceremony. Su Mu sat quietly in the guest seat. Following Qinghe's instructions, Sui bowed to her teacher and offered tea. Smiling happily, Su Mu took the tea and took a sip. He then took out a small, dark gold badge and handed it to the little one. This is a gift from your master to meet you. The badge was slightly larger than Sui's small hand, hanging from a silk cord, with uneven edges. It looked like a badge that had been broken in half. Jun Qing'an was surprised. Is this the token from Baichao Hall? Su Mu nodded gently. Yes, that's right. Everyone, including the Empress, was surprised. The token from Baichao Hall is similar to a military tiger talisman. With this badge, Sui could draw money and medicinal herbs from any Baichao Hall shop. This gift from Su Mu was almost like giving her control over the entire Baichao Hall. Jun Qing'an cleared his throat. Mr. Su, isn't this gift too heavy? Not at all. Sui held the badge in her small hand and raised her right hand, which was holding the badge, to Jun Qing'an. Daddy, look, I can hold it with one hand.
Jun Qing'an chuckled.
He didn't mean the weight of the badge. Su Mu watched the innocent look on the little one's face with affection. Sui is my most trusted disciple. Of course, I want to give her the best.
Sui.
A broken badge, yet it was the best thing her master had. Her master must be very poor. She took out a small pouch filled with silver coins, pulled Su Mu's hand, and poured all the silver coins into his palm. Su Mu was surprised. Sui, what are you doing? Master isn't very rich, so Sui is giving you the silver coins to use. The little girl lifted her small face and smiled at him. If you ever run out of money, just ask Sui. The Emperor Daddy will give Sui lots and lots of silver. Everyone was surprised and all started to laugh. This is Su Mu, a famous doctor from a family of healers. Not to mention the medicinal gardens owned by the Su family in the capital and in Jiangnan. There are also hundreds of herbal shops across different places. If he were poor, how many rich people would there be in the world? Su Mu did not smile. For others, these might just be a few pieces of silver. But to him, it was a sign of filial piety from his young disciple, more precious than gold or treasure. The old man carefully closed his hands and put the small pouch into his sleeve. From now on, I will rely on you, little one. The little girl puffed out her small chest and patted it with her tiny hands.
Don't worry, master.
Sui Sui will earn lots and lots of money to spend on you in the future. Your Majesty, Su Mu turned proudly. Is my disciple filial enough? Jun Qing'an cleared his throat. Sui Sui, you only take care of your master and not your father. Sui Sui also spends money on father. The little girl turned to Jun Qian, and Brother Immortal. The usually cold boy heard her mention his name, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Sui Sui, what about Brother Liu? Jun Liu, who had been ignored, looked unhappy. Don't you want Brother Liu too? And me? The fourth prince also asked eagerly. Sui Sui turned her little face and looked at everyone. She slowly clenched her small fists. So many people want her to support them. She must earn more money. The Empress sat nearby, watching Su Mu give her the most precious token of the 100 herbs haul. She felt both jealous and resentful. When the ceremony was over, she stood up to leave. Mother, please stay. Jun Qian stepped forward and stopped the Empress. Father once promised to leave the medicinal garden that his wife, your mother, had. He said it would be given to Sui Sui to grow herbs. Hasn't he sent the land deed to the Palace of Wisdom? Or did you forget? After Jun Qing'an was made king, Jun Qian had a county's land and wealth, so he was not short of money. This medicinal garden was a gift from the emperor to Sui Sui. The little girl didn't understand these things. As her older brother, he naturally wanted to help her. Sui Sui was worried about earning money. When she heard Jun Qian mention the medicinal garden, she suddenly became excited and lifted her small face. Brother Immortal, will I have a place to grow herbs in the future?
Yes, Jun Qian smiled ahead.
As long as Mother gives you the garden, you can grow as many herbs as you want. Mother, Sui Sui turned her small face. Then please give me the land quickly. I want to grow herbs and earn money. The princess intentionally said these words in front of Lord Qing'an, so the Empress couldn't claim she was unwilling to give. These days, the palace affairs are busy, and I forgot for a moment. Later, I will have someone deliver the land deed to the noble bright palace. Lord Chonglu was given no chance to delay. He turned and waved at Chonglu. Chonglu, go with Mother to the noble bright palace, so she won't have to worry. Trying to back out? Not a chance. Yes, your servant obeys. Chonglu guessed Lord Qian's intentions and deliberately raised his voice. In front of Lord Qing'an, the Empress was furious but helpless. She could only take Chonglu back to the Kunning Palace and hand over the land deed for the medicinal garden. Thank you, Empress. I will take my leave. Chonglu held the land deed, bowed happily, and turned to leave. Watching Chonglu leave with the deed, the Empress grew angrier the more she thought about it. She raised her hand and slammed the cup onto the ground. This is outrageous. My Yuer almost got harmed by that wicked girl, and yet they all spoil her. It's just a medicinal garden, Your Majesty. Why get so angry? Madame Zhou picked up the broken porcelain pieces from the floor, smiled sinisterly, and leaned close to the Empress. Moreover, since Princess Sui loves planting herbs so much, why not go with the flow and send her out of the palace to grow herbs? Hearing Madame Zhou's insinuation, the Empress looked suspiciously to the side. Are you suggesting? Madame Zhou sneered maliciously. The medicinal garden is in a remote place. If the prince encounters wild animals or venomous snakes and gets bitten or poisoned, the palace will be quiet. Humph, the Empress snorted. I will let that wicked girl go and never return. At that moment, the Empress carefully planned. The next morning, after Lord Qian left for his morning lessons, the Empress immediately took people to the noble bright palace, instructing Madame Zhou to hand over the account book and other items to Qinghe. Since His Majesty has entrusted that medicinal garden to Sui Sui, from today, All management affairs will be transferred to the noble bright palace. It will be hard on you from now on. Qinghe stepped forward and solemnly received the account book. Qinghe will not fail your majesty's trust. Now it is early spring, the perfect planting season. You should go with the princess to see the garden. The empress supported Madame Zhou's arm as she stood up, handed the palace exit badge to Qinghe, and cast a stern glance at everyone. Remember to bring more guards. If anything happens to the princess, I will skin you all. When the princess had an accident, she planned to pin the blame on Qinghe. Remove the capable lady-in-waiting beside Jun Qian, making it easier to target him in the future. Everyone helped the empress leave, and LV Zhu was still smirking. You're still clever, your highness. When you ask the emperor in front of the empress, she has to give it to you even if she doesn't want to. Yes, Qinghe looked at the account book in her hand and smiled happily. From now on, when your highness goes to the medicine garden, you won't have to worry about the empress stopping you. Sui Sui had been waiting eagerly and hurried back to her room, holding a small jar of medicinal seeds. Qinghe, hurry up. Qinghe quickly ran over and took the small jar from the little girl. Your highness doesn't need to do anything. Later, the servants will help you. The young eunuch prepared the carriage and horses. Qinghe directed everyone to load Sui Sui's precious seeds onto the cart. She ordered LV Zhu to stay in the palace, then took Sui Sui onto the carriage. With a group of Imperial guards protecting them, they left the palace smoothly. The medicine garden was outside the city in the northern suburbs. When they arrived, it was almost noon. The old eunuch Dashi, who managed the garden, had been waiting at the gate with others. Back in the familiar mountains, Sui Sui looked excited. She jumped down from the carriage and looked around. Qinghe, where is Sui Sui's land? According to what His Highness said, Dashi smiled and pointed. All this land in front of you belongs to you. Sui Sui looked around in surprise. All this land is mine. Not just here. The mountain area over there and the valley on the other side of the mountain all belong to you, Dashi said. Sui Sui's mouth opened wide in shock, and she looked worriedly at Qinghe. Qinghe, what if Sui Sui's seeds aren't enough? Doesn't His Highness have silver? Just buy more seeds if you want. Qinghe smiled. Oh, why didn't she think of that? Qinghe, you're so clever. Sui Sui sighed in relief and ran toward the hillside. Little dear, hurry up. Let's go see the mountain. Just as Qinghe was about to follow, Dashi smiled and said, Miss Qinghe, I need to check the accounts with you first. That's fine. Qinghe stopped. You two protect the prince, and everyone else carry down the medicinal seeds. Be careful not to break the jars. The other guards were responsible for the carriage. 2 guards flanked Sui Sui, escorting her from behind. Qinghe watched the little girl's back, then turned to follow Dashi into the medicine garden mansion. They ran up the hillside, and Sui Sui, with her hands on her knees, panted heavily. Noticing a medicinal herb growing near a tree root not far away, she immediately ran over happily. Little dear, look, there's a medicinal herb here. Wow, there's a 7-star herb here. This place used to be a medicinal garden. When the noble consort was still here, she planted many herbs. After she left, the empress took over the garden. Since she didn't know much about herbs, she turned the garden into farmland. The herbs growing on the mountain somehow survived and are mixed with weeds. Every year, Sui Sui picks one herb from the east and another from the west. Soon, her small hands can't hold them all. She hands the herbs to a guard who is following her. The little girl looks at the herbs in front of her, her eyes shining with excitement. There are so many herbs, they could sell for a lot of money. Quick, go get a basket and a small hoe for digging herbs. One guard stays behind while the other runs down the mountain to fetch the basket. They look for herbs and dig as they go. Soon, they arrive in a forest. Since Sui Sui grew up in the woods, her small hands and feet are very quick. The guard carries the herbs behind her, following as she moves through the trees, climbing and crawling, sweating and panting. Little Highness, let's rest for a bit. I really can't walk anymore. Sui Sui stops and notices a vine wrapped around a tree nearby. She walks over, looks up at the vine as thick as her small arm, and lifts her face to look at it. Wow, This is the first time I've seen a blooming blood vine. It's so amazing. She lifts her skirt and walks over, hugging the tree trunk to climb up. Just as she's about to climb, the guard rushes over and grabs her arm. Your Highness, it's dangerous. But Sway Sway wants to pick seeds. Wait here, I'll help you pick them. The guard puts down the herbs wrapped in his robe and climbs the tree, reaching for the seeds. He picks them and drops them under the tree. Sway Sway bends down carefully, picks up the seeds, and puts them on a handkerchief. Your Highness, is that enough? Pick a few more, the more the better. Got it. The guard agrees and climbs higher. The little girl looks happily at the seeds on the handkerchief. With these seeds, she can grow lots of herbs. One person picks seeds, the other collects them. Neither of them notices that, not far away in the grass, two masked figures are sneaking closer. Through a gap in the grass, a man in black with a scar over his eyebrow looks closely at Sway Sway's side face. He whispers to his companion, leaning in. It should be her, right? The other man in black replies, no mistake. The Imperial Forest Guard is protecting her. It must be that little princess. Let's move. Scar-faced man in black nodded, took out a cloth bag, and untied the opening. He reached into the bag with a gloved hand and pulled out a venomous snake. The man in black pushed his hand out of the bushes and threw the snake near Sway Sway. The snake slowly crawled toward Sway Sway, and both men exchanged a sneaky smile. This was the deadliest five-step snake. Just one bite, and the little one would surely die. Everyone would think it was an accident, and no one would suspect anything. SSS. The five-step snake flicked its tongue and moved closer to Sway Sway. It was now less than a foot away from the little one. Hearing a noise behind, the little deer standing behind Sway Sway turned its head in panic. Seeing the snake on the grass, the deer was startled and ran to Sway Sway's side. Meh, little master, there's a snake. Little deer, what's wrong? Sway Sway turned around with a medicine pouch, saw the snake not far on the ground, and smiled. So, the little deer was afraid of snakes. Sway Sway crouched down, reached out her small hand to protect the deer, and tilted her head to smile at the snake. Good snake, listen to me. The little deer is scared of you. Can you crawl away, please? The snake, hearing her words, obediently turned and crawled deeper into the woods. The two men in black. No. Is this really happening? Now what? One of the men in black whispered. Scar-faced man in black frowned, stared at Sway Sway for a moment, and clenched his teeth. Damn it, just attack now. Since they couldn't make it look like an accident, they would directly take the little one's life. He looked up at the guard on the tree, still picking medicine pouches, and made a hand gesture to his partner. He carefully parted the branches, reached behind Sway Sway. The guard on the tree pulled down a bunch of medicine pouches and turned to throw them to Sway Sway. Seeing the men in black below, the guard didn't hesitate and jumped down from the tree. He reached out to protect Sway Sway and pulled her behind him. He lifted his right foot to push back the scar-faced man and pushed the little one aside. Your Highness, run. Sway Sway took a small step and turned to run. Another man in black from the bushes rushed over quickly, grabbing the little one into his arms. Let go. Let me go. Sway Sway struggled hard. The scar-faced man took a step back, dodging the guard's sword, and shouted to his companion. Run now. The companion understood, turned, and quickly ran into the woods with Sway Sway. Hearing there were more enemies, the guard looked worried and turned his face. Your Highness? Taking advantage of the guard's distraction, Scarface suddenly stepped forward and stabbed his sword into the guard's chest. He aimed his dagger at the side of the guard's waist, causing the guard to stumble back and sit down on the grass. Ignoring him, Scarface turned to chase after his companions. Meh. Seeing Sway Sway being taken away, the little deer looked worried and hurriedly ran into the woods. He managed to chase a few steps, but was soon left behind by two men in black. Your Highness, the small medicine basket is here. Another guard, carrying a medicine basket and tools, found the woods and saw the injured guard on the ground rushing over. What happened? Where is your Highness? Hurry. The injured guard reached out and grabbed his arm. Hurry, and find someone to save. Save your Highness. The guard was startled and turned to run toward the grassy slope. Someone. Your Highness has been taken. Hurry, come quickly. Hearing the noise, the guards who were tending to Sui Sui's medicinal field quickly mounted their horses and galloped up the hill. In the living room, He was counting with the old eunuch De Shi when he heard the noisy commotion outside and hurried out. What's going on? Little Highness has been kidnapped. What? He's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. She grabbed her skirt and hurried toward the hill. Everyone go. No matter what, we must find Little Highness safely. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, 2 men in black rushed onto the grassy clearing, one in front of the other. The man holding Sui looked at her and then at the other black-clad man. Boss, what do we do now? Scarface turned to look at the woods behind him and tore open the reins tied to the tree. Someone's chasing us. We need to take her away first. His original plan was to use a poisonous snake to bite Sui, making it look like an accident. But things went wrong. If the guards caught up, the child could help them hold out for a while, so they needed to keep her alive for now. The other man in black jumped onto his horse with Sui and chased after him. Sui was pressed face down on the horse's back, her small hands and feet still struggling. Let me go. You bad guys, let me go. Let you go. The man in black pulled her into a sitting position and covered her mouth and nose with his big hand. You're not going anywhere today. If these villains took her away, she would never see her fairy brother and friends again. No, she couldn't be taken by the bad guys. Seeing the birds flying up from the trees caused by the sword, Sui's eyes lit up. She opened her small mouth, then quickly clenched her tiny teeth and bit down hard on the man's finger. Little brat, scar-faced man was bitten painfully, and he angrily cursed, moving his hand away. Seizing this moment, Sui tilted her small face upward. Little bird, come help me quickly. Several startled birds heard her voice and all turned around to fly over. 2 men in black lifted their faces from their horses, staring at the flying birds rushing toward them, their eyes nearly popping out. How did this child do it? Bite him. Bite them quickly. Seeing the birds come to help, Sui cheered happily. A few mountain birds flapped their wings and dove down, fiercely pecking at the 2 black-clad men's bodies and faces. One bird just happened to peck at the eye of the man holding Sui. The man in black screamed and covered his eye with his hand, falling off his horse and hitting his head on a stone, dying instantly. Sui was pulled by him and almost fell from the horse. In the chaos, the little girl reached out her small hand and tightly grabbed the white horse's mane. Big white horse, run quickly. The white horse sped up, rushing forward with her. The scar-faced man clenched his teeth, slapped away a flying bird reaching for him, and chased after Sui on horseback. Turning his head to look back, he saw she was still being chased, so he hurriedly shouted to the horse. Stop now. Don't let him catch me. The white horse under the scar-faced man heard her command and suddenly stopped, throwing him forward. He tumbled onto the grass, almost breaking his neck. Supporting his sore waist, he got up and jumped back onto the horse, squeezing its belly hard. Go! The horse stood still. No matter how the black-clad man scolded and urged, it wouldn't move. Damn it! Today's really unlucky. The scar-faced man cursed angrily, jumped off the horse, and strode towards Sui. That girl. Today I swear I'll skin her alive. Hearing the black-clad man's voice behind her, Sui felt nervous. Big white horse, run faster. He's catching up. The white horse obediently sped up, rushing through the forest with her. Suddenly, the white horse's eyes flickered with panic, and it abruptly stopped. Sui's small hands on the saddle loosened, and her tiny body fell directly from the horse. Midair, she pouted her little mouth. It's over. This time, her little bottom will definitely be hurt badly. She spun in the air and landed with a thud in a patch of tall grass. Instantly, leaves and dirt flew everywhere. The nearby white horse sensed danger and turned around to run away. Sui sat up, reached out to rub her little bottom. Strange. Why does the area below my body feel soft and warm? That sensation is even more comfortable than the big bed Sister Chingha prepared for me in the palace. The little creature hesitantly sat up and turned its face behind. Its big eyes looked directly into a pair of bright amber eyes. Seeing the big creature in front, the little one smiled shyly and scratched its small ear. I'm sorry, Sway Sway didn't mean to hit you. I hope I didn't hurt you. Not far away, a scar-faced man hurried over. When he heard the little creature's soft voice, he turned his head to look toward the bushes. Seeing a vague figure of the little creature in the bushes, he reached out and pulled off the face covering. He wiped the blood from his face, which was bleeding from a bird peck, and sneered darkly. You naughty girl, let's see where you run this time. Holding a blood-stained dagger tightly, the scar-faced man sneered and stepped closer to Sway Sway. This time, the little creature was not afraid at all. She clapped her hands and stood up, tilting her head as she looked at the man in black passing by. Now, I have friends to help me, so I'm not afraid of you. Friends? Could it be that the guards are already chasing after us so quickly? The scar-faced man slowed down cautiously, glancing around uncertainly, but saw no sign of pursuers. Rustling. The tall grass swayed as a large creature slowly moved aside, revealing itself. The creature was taller than Sway Sway by half a head. Its colorful fur shimmered in the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Above its small amber eyes, black patterns formed a big king-shaped symbol. A tiger? Scar-faced man. A shiver ran from his tailbone to the back of his head. Seeing someone invading his territory, the tiger lowered its head, opened its huge mouth, and let out a deep roar. Roar! The scar-faced man's hair stood on end in fright. Help! He shouted in alarm, turning pale and running away. Feeling scared, his legs trembled, and in his panic, he bumped into a tree. One of his front teeth was knocked out, but he didn't care about the pain, hurriedly rolling and crawling away. Watching him run away in a funny way, Sway Sway snorted proudly. Humph, see if you dare to catch me again. As the scar-faced man's figure disappeared into the woods, the little creature turned around and reached out to touch the tiger's side neck. Little tiger, thank you for saving me. Roar. The tiger tilted its head and rubbed against her hand. Are you sick? Sway Sway tilted her head and carefully looked at the tiger in front of her. It turns out there's a thorn stuck in your throat. Open your mouth, let me see. The tiger obediently opened its big mouth. A strong fishy smell hit her nose. Sway Sway wrinkled her little nose and waved her small hand to fan the air. Little tiger, your breath smells bad. Didn't your mother teach you to brush your teeth? The tiger. She rolled up her sleeve, tilted her head to examine, then reached her small hand into the tiger's mouth to touch it. Sure enough, she felt a bone spur above the tiger's throat. The bone spur had been in the tiger's mouth for days, deeply embedded in the flesh. The little creature struggled and suddenly exerted force. She successfully pulled out the bone spur, and she fell back onto her little bottom. Looking at the blood on her hand, Sway Sway glanced around. Is there a river nearby? I want to wash my hands, she said. After removing the troublesome bone spur, the tiger happily stretched and led her toward the river. She cupped her hands to wash off the dirt, then turned her head to look around. Little tiger, do you know how Sway Sway can go home? The tiger wagged its tail, indicating it couldn't help. Tired, she sat down on the grass, resting her chin on her small hands, frowning. What should we do? There's not even someone to ask for directions. Gently, the tiger nudged her shoulder with its head. It turned its head toward the hillside. Sway Sway lifted her little face and looked in the direction the tiger was watching. Far away on the hillside, among blooming peach blossoms, a glimpse of golden glazed tiles appeared. Little tiger, you're so clever. Sway Sway happily stood up. There's a house there. Someone must live there. Let's go ask for directions now. The girl and the tiger left the river and headed toward the temple. They hurried up the mountain. Moreover, Sway Sway's short legs made it even slower. As the sky darkened near dusk, they only reached halfway up the mountain. At first, the little girl was running and jumping, occasionally picking wild fruits to snack on, but gradually, she slowed down more and more. Little tiger, let's rest for a while. I'm so tired, she said. She turned her head to look at the tiger. The tiger came to her side, lowered its front legs, and gently nudged her small arm with its head. "Will you carry me?" She read the tiger's thoughts. Her eyes widened. "But I'm so heavy. Can you carry me?" The tiger gently bit her sleeve and tugged at her. "Then I won't be polite," she said. She put the wild fruits she picked into her skirt pocket, then stepped onto the tiger's back. The tiger steadily carried her on its back as it stood up and walked toward the temple. At first, Sway Sway was a little nervous, clutching tightly to its fur. Later, she gradually learned how to balance properly and comfortably sat on the tiger's back, eating fruit happily. When the evening bell rang in the temple, a person and a tiger smoothly arrived outside the temple gate. Two young monks lit lanterns and hung them back at the gate, preparing to close the door. Seeing the tiger coming down the mountain path, they were so scared they shivered and didn't notice there was a little girl sitting on the tiger's back. Chi-Chi screamed loudly, and both of them turned around and ran into the temple.
Sui sui.
She hadn't even asked for directions, and those two little brothers ran away so quickly. Monk brothers don't run. I haven't asked for directions yet. Afraid she wouldn't get her question answered, the little girl grabbed her skirt with one hand and held onto the tiger's fur with the other. Little tiger chased after them quickly. Howling, the tiger let out a loud roar, paused lightly on all fours, and steadily carried Sway Sway inside the temple gate. The two young monks were so frightened they lost their footing and fainted on the spot, collapsing to the ground.
Sui sui.
Inside the main hall, Du Ruo was adding oil to the lamps with the Empress Dowager. Years ago, Du Ruo had made a vow in the temple that if she found her daughter, she would come back to fulfill her promise. This time, she came with Wan Wan to fulfill her vow. Hearing the sounds outside, she put down the oil and stepped out of the hall. Seeing Sway Sway sitting on the tiger's back, Du Ruo was stunned in surprise. "Sway Sway, why are you here?" "Madam Shen." Seeing her, Sway Sway happily smiled and jumped down from the tiger's back, running up the stairs. Sway Sway thought she'd never find her home again. At this moment, the Empress Dowager was also helped out by two palace maids. Seeing Sway Sway in front of Du Ruo, the Empress Dowager was surprised and paused. "Madam Shen, this is..." According to the Empress Dowager, "This is Princess Anning," Shen Madam explained with a smile. Every year around the Bathing Buddha festival, the Empress Dowager would go to Daxiangguo Temple to eat vegetarian and meditate for a month. This year was no different. So today was the first time she saw Sway Sway. "You are Sway Sway?" the Empress Dowager asked with a smile. Sway Sway lifted her little face and curiously looked at the kind old lady. "Grandma, how does she know my name?" "Sway Sway," Du Ruo smiled and introduced. "This is the Empress Dowager, the mother of the emperor. When you were crowned, she even gave you a gift." "I understand." The little girl tilted her head happily and sweetly said, "You're the Empress Dowager that the fairy brother mentioned, right?" Noticing the little one covered in dirt and with messy hair, the Empress Dowager looked puzzled and asked, "Sway Sway, what happened?" "Sway Sway was just taken away by two bad people, but Little Tiger saved her and brought her here," Sway Sway explained. "Little Tiger?" Everyone turned to look. They saw the tiger standing at the foot of the stairs, and their faces changed in surprise. "Grandmother, don't be afraid. Little Tiger is well-behaved and won't bite," Sway Sway comforted them with a smile. "Little Tiger, lie down quickly so you don't scare Grandma." The tiger obediently lay down on the ground, acting as gentle as a cat. Everyone. One was the current Empress Dowager, and the other was a noble lady. Neither was an ordinary person. From just a few words from Sway Sway, they guessed something serious had happened. This child was alone here, and the palace must be worried sick. "Someone come here," called a guard. Du Ruo ordered in a deep voice. "Ride quickly back to the capital and tell the Emperor and Prince Qin that Sway Sway is safe with the Empress Dowager." "Hurry." The guard nodded and carefully bypassed the tiger, running out of the temple. Noticing the fruit still in her skirt pocket, Sway Sway carefully held it in her hands and offered it to the Empress Dowager. "This is a wild fruit I picked from the mountain when I was hungry. Would you like to try some, Grandma?" Despite being hungry all day, the first thing she did when she saw her was to give her a piece of fruit. Looking at the dusty, disheveled little girl in front of her, the Empress Dowager felt both touched and heartbroken. "Go prepare some food for the child, and also get some hot water and clothes," she ordered. The palace maid agreed, and went to the back courtyard to prepare. The Empress Dowager was worried about the white tiger hurting someone, so she ordered the monks in the temple to clear a storage room. She told Sui Sui to keep the tiger inside, feed it, and lock the door carefully afterward. Holding the little one's hand, they all went to the back courtyard. In the courtyard, Wan Wan was sitting in the hall, pretending to recite her lessons with Qing air. Seeing Sui Sui brought by the Empress Dowager, she stood up in surprise. "Sui Sui, why are you here too? Don't ask too many questions. Focus on your reading." Du Ruo waved her hand and held Sui Sui's hand. "Your Highness, may I take you to wash up?" Because of a previous poisoning incident, Du Ruo had been feeling guilty about Sui Sui. Feeling sorry for the little girl who had just faced life and death, she wanted to do something for her. Wan Wan was startled and hurriedly ran over, grabbing Du Ruo's arm. "Ning Nian just finished her book. Is mother going to check it? Here are the palace maids. No need for Lady Shun to work." The Empress Dowager smiled and waved at the maids. "Take the crown prince to bathe and change clothes." After a moment, the young monk brought in a simple meal, and the maids also brought out the clean and fresh Yiya. The little boy was dressed in gray monk robes, his hair still damp and casually draped over his shoulders. His cheeks were pink, lips red, and teeth white. He looked like a fresh summer lotus flower, clean and adorable. Although the Empress Dowager was in the temple, she had heard many stories about Yiya. Seeing such a cute little child, she felt both fondness and pity, and couldn't help but hug him close. "Yiya must be hungry. Come, I will help you with some food." Wan Wan stood beside Duhua, watching the Empress Dowager feed Yiya, her hand quietly clenched inside her sleeve. Now, even the Empress Dowager liked her so much. If the Shun family found out Yiya was actually their daughter, what would happen to her? No matter what, she couldn't let Yiya recognize her family. After a busy day, Yiya, unable to hold back her yawns after dinner, looked tired. Knowing the little one was exhausted, the Empress Dowager immediately ordered 2 maids to take Yiya to the nearby meditation room to rest. "Mother, Ninger is practicing calligraphy." After telling Duhua, she quickly entered the meditation room where Duhua and she lived, closed the door, and climbed out the back window. She skirted around the backyard, stepped on flower pots, and sneaked into Yiya's room. She tiptoed to the table, where a Buddha statue and an oil lamp were placed, and smiled quietly. "Once I remove your birthmark, no one will know you are the Shin family's daughter." She placed the oil lamp on a small table nearby, reached out her hand, and lifted the quilt covering Yiya, revealing her right arm. Turning around, she held the oil lamp again. Looking at the hot oil burning in the lamp, Wan Wan's eyes turned cold. "Little junior sister, for your happiness, you should sacrifice a little." Holding the lamp carefully, she turned around slowly. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang. "Yiya?" News had arrived, and Jun Qian, riding swiftly, rushed into the room with Chong Lu. Wan Wan hurriedly tugged at Yiya's sleeve, then turned around. She shook the oil lamp in her hand, and the hot oil spilled all over her left hand. "Ah!" Wan Wan screamed and loosened her grip. Crash! The oil lamp fell heavily to the ground, splashing oil and wick everywhere. Jun Qian was startled. He quickly stepped to the bed, stomped out the burning oil, and frowned at Wan Wan. "What are you doing here?" Wan Wan curled her burnt hand and timidly took a step back. I was just here to see my younger sister, not." I accidentally knocked over the oil lamp. In the palace, because of Wan Wan, Sui Sui almost got poisoned. She even dared to secretly go to Sui Sui's bed. If the lamp oil spilled on Sui Sui or caught fire by accident, the anger in Jun Qian's chest flared up. He took a step forward, grabbing Wan Wan's neck and pressing her hard against the wall. "From now on, if you dare come near Sui Sui again, I will skin you and use your flesh to make oil for the lamp." The young man's slender fingers tightened like iron tongs, almost choking Wan Wan's neck. Unable to breathe, Wan Wan struggled to gasp for air. I don't dare. Ignoring her burn injuries, she weakly reached out and tugged at Juanqian's sleeve. Chong Lu saw Wan Wan nearly faint from Juanqian's grip and hurried over to hold his arm. Your Highness, please calm down. Let go quickly, or you might hurt her. She is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's house. If she really died, how would this be settled? How could Junqian face everyone in the Shen family? Junqian was furious, and Chong Lu couldn't pull him back. Someone help. Come quickly. He turned around and shouted loudly. Guards and palace maids rushed in from outside. Seeing Junqian's bloodshot eyes and him choking Wan Wan, everyone hurried over, trying to pull Junqian away. Your Highness, let go. Your Highness. 2 guards successfully pulled apart Junqian's arms, and the palace maid hurriedly held Wan Wan and dragged her to the side. Let go. Junqian, still being pulled, roared angrily. Today I will kill this troublemaker. Sui Sui, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly woke up when she heard the noise. Seeing Junqian standing beside the bed, the little girl didn't even bother to put on her shoes and jumped down. Brother Immortal, why are you here? Hearing Sui Sui's voice, Junqian snapped out of his rage. He shook off the others, turned around, and gently picked up the little girl, placing her back on the bed. Brother is fine, Sui Sui. Don't be afraid. What's going on? Why are they shouting? The Empress Dowager, supported by 2 palace maids, entered the room with Du Ruo. Seeing Wan Wan, tear-streaked and holding her red hand, being carried by a maid, Du Ruo's expression changed drastically.
Ningya.
She rushed forward and hugged Wan Wan tightly. What happened to your hand? How did it get burned? Her fingers were connected to her heart. Wan Wan was scared and in pain, crying loudly. Mother, Ningya hurts so much. Do you still dare to cry? Junqian raised his foot and kicked the oil lamp that had fallen to the ground in front of Du Ruo and Wan Wan. Fortunately, I arrived just in time, or this house would have been set on fire. His gaze swept over the oil lamp and the still smoking wick.
Du Ruo's brow furrowed deeply.
She turned her face and looked at Wan Wan with a frown. Mother, Wan Wan cried as she defended herself. Ningya didn't do it on purpose. Ningya just wanted to see Sui Sui. Ningya really did mean to. Last time because of you, Sui Sui almost got poisoned. Today, it's because of you again. Junqian drew his sword suddenly. I will kill you, troublemaker. Stop, the Empress Dowager hurriedly shouted, afraid he might act impulsively. Du Ruo quickly hugged Wan Wan tightly, looking at Junqian with pleading eyes. Please, Your Highness, spare Ningya. The mother, am willing to take the punishment for her. Seeing Du Ruo kneeling on the ground, begging and pleading, Sui Sui felt a wave of pity. Brother Immortal, Sui Sui hurriedly got off the bed, stretching out her arms to protect Du Ruo. Don't kill Madame Shen. Madame Shen is a good person. Du Ruo saw her daughter actively pleading for her, feeling even more ashamed. Ignoring her own pain, she grabbed Ningya and knelt on the ground. Quickly apologized to His Highness and the princess, and accept your punishment. Ningya. Ningya was wrong. Wan Wan cried as she knelt down. Please, Your Highness and the princess, forgive me. All right, I will spare her life. Junqian pulled Sui Sui to his side to protect her. Bring someone to punish her with 30 strokes. Du Ruo knew her daughter couldn't escape this time. If the palace servants punished her, the child would surely get hurt. Thank you, King Qin, for your mercy. I will punish her myself. She took the feather duster from the table used for dusting and raised her right hand, spanking Wan Wan on her bottom. Let this be a lesson for you not to play tricks again. Children have delicate skin. After a few swats, Wan Wan's skin was already torn and bleeding, and she burst into heart-wrenching tears. Madam Shen, please speak nicely. Don't hit the child. The Empress Dowager, kind-hearted and compassionate, waved her hand to the palace maids behind her. A few maids hurried over, pulling Du Ruo away and snatching the feather duster from her hand. Yes, Madam Shen. If you keep hitting her, she might get hurt. Qing'er took the opportunity to hug Wan Wan, shielding her behind her. Du Ruo, exhausted, turned around and knelt in front of the Empress Dowager with red eyes. I am an unworthy mother. I almost caused her to make a big mistake. Please, Your Majesty, punish me. The Empress Dowager stepped forward gently and helped her up. This matter today is not entirely your fault. The child also got burned herself. You've already punished her. Let it go. Knowing that her daughter had escaped danger, Du Ruo wiped her eyes and looked grimly at Wan Wan, who was hiding behind Qing. Come here and thank the Empress Dowager. Wan Wan, enduring her pain, walked over and knelt on the ground, crying. Ninger, thank you for sparing the Empress Dowager's life. As a mother, she felt the pain of losing a part of herself. Noticing her red, blistered hand on the ground, Du Ruo felt a sharp pain in her chest. The Empress Dowager, seeing her distress, waved her hand to Qing. All right, go take care of the child's injury so it doesn't get worse. Qing hurriedly left with Wan Wan, holding her. Du Ruo, tears in her eyes, walked over to Sui Sui. It's because I didn't discipline you well, causing the young master to be frightened. Sui Sui shook her head, noticing her red eyes and feeling uncomfortable in her chest. She quickly reached out her small hand to wipe her tears. Madam Shen, don't cry. Seeing you cry makes Sui Sui sad too. Hearing the little girl's voice, Du Ruo's eyelashes trembled and tears fell. I am sorry to Prince Qin and Princess. I bow to apologize. She lifted her skirt slightly and bent down to kneel. Madam, you mustn't. Jun Qian stepped forward and grabbed Du Ruo's arm. Though Du Ruo was a servant woman, she was always treated like a sister to her mother, and he couldn't let her kneel. The Empress Dowager quickly came over, supporting Du Ruo's arm. I understand your feelings. Go back and check on her first. We can deal with everything else tomorrow. Worried about Wan Wan's injury, Du Ruo hurriedly bowed and left. Seeing Sui Sui standing beside her in only a shirt, Jun Qian quickly picked up the little girl and tucked her into bed, pulling the quilt tightly around her. Fairy brother, Sui Sui, still confused about what happened, blinked her big eyes. What just happened? How did little sister get burned? Humph. Jun Qian snorted softly. She deserved it. You're such a kid. The Empress Dowager sat beside the bed, looking at Jun Qian with a responsible gaze. Grandmother has told you many times. Why can't you control that fierce temper? Madam Shen is the child's real mother. What are you going to do if she acts like this? Jun Qian turned his head away, still feeling uneasy. Because Ninger almost hurt Sui Sui. Do you think only you care about Sui Sui? The Empress Dowager shot him a glance, her caring eyes falling on Sui Sui. Sui Sui, are you not afraid? Come here. To Grandma. The little girl obediently crawled over and leaned against the Empress Dowager's chest. She pulled the quilt around her, wrapping her softly in her arms. The Empress Dowager gently brushed her long hair. Did you find out what happened to Sui Sui being grabbed? Compared to the recent accident, the old lady cared more about the danger Yaya faced today. Yaya is a princess, and for someone to dare kidnap her is a serious matter. The other person was two people. One died in the woods, and the other probably escaped. Jun Qian frowned. We haven't figured out who they are yet. The Empress Dowager looked puzzled. Such a young child, with no enemies or conflicts. Why would they want to kidnap Yaya? The royal medicine garden was a place most common people avoided. Even if someone wanted to kidnap a child, they wouldn't be so foolish as to do it in the palace where the current princess lives.
Jun Qian snorted softly.
In my opinion, it's probably the Empress Dowager's doing again. The Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was surprised. What do you mean? Jun Qian turned serious and leaned closer to her, lowering his voice. My mother has always disliked Yaya. Today, I went to morning lessons and she eagerly sent someone to Xianming Palace to have Qinghe take Yaya out of the palace for a check at the medicine garden. As soon as Yaya arrived at the garden, something happened. Don't you think this is too much of a coincidence? The Empress Dowager's face became serious. Do you have proof? Jun Qian shook his head. It's just a guess. You. The Empress Dowager raised her finger and gently tapped Jun Qian's forehead. This matter will definitely be investigated thoroughly by your father. What you just told me must not be shared with anyone else, understand? The Empress Dowager had always been close friends with the noble consort. When the noble consort left, Jun Qian was only 5 years old. She loved her clever grandson very much. But deep down, she understood that palace affairs were more complicated than they seemed. They involved more than just family disputes. Jun Qian couldn't prove that the Empress Dowager was behind it, but it was considered a crime of rebellion. If the Empress Dowager turned around and accused him, he would be the one to suffer. Knowing that his grandmother loved him, Jun Qian nodded softly. Grandpa knows. Yaya lifted her small face. Yaya won't tell anyone. Yaya will keep the secret for the immortal brother. You little girl, you really are a clever little fox. The Empress Dowager smiled and hugged her tightly, doting on her. She gently tapped the child's nose. Luckily, it didn't burn Yaya. Otherwise, I would be heartbroken. As she spoke, she reached out and gently patted her slightly uncomfortable knee. The little girl turned her face to look at her leg and gently placed her small hand on the Empress Dowager's knee. Grandma Empress, does your leg hurt a little? Jun Qian carefully supported the old lady's arm. Great-grandmother, is your leg bothering you again? A few days of continuous rain have made me feel a bit uncomfortable. The Empress Dowager frowned and gave him a quick look. Why did you tell Sui Sui about this kind of thing? It wasn't the immortal brother who told Sui Sui, but Sui Sui figured it out herself. The Empress Dowager, this is called rheumatism and leg stiffness, the little one said with a smile, lifting his face to the elder. Now all the little bees are sleeping. When it gets bright tomorrow, Sui Sui will treat the Empress Dowager's leg, and then her leg won't hurt anymore. The Empress Dowager. Earlier, the palace eunuch said that Shen Yunwen's illness was cured by Sui Sui, but she thought it was just a coincidence. After all, the little one was only a child of a few years old. Now, hearing the child speak about his own illness with her own ears, she was surprised. Does this child really know how to treat illnesses? Not only Shen Yunwen's illness, but also a few days ago, Princess Deshio was poisoned, and Sui Sui helped her vomit promptly, saving her life, he explained. So, the Empress Dowager smiled and hugged Sui Sui to her chest. You really brought back a little doctor this time? The little one felt a bit shy from her praise. Grandma, Sui Sui is not a doctor. My master is the real doctor. You have a master? Yes, Mr. Sumu. Jun Qian briefly explained how Sui Sui had identified the wrong herbs being used by the shopkeeper at Baichao Hall. The world is so big, full of wonders. No wonder this child can tame a tiger. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Jun Qian. What tiger? Sui Sui met it in the woods. It was a little tiger that scared away the bad guys and saved Sui Sui, she said, raising her hand to wipe her nose. Luckily, the little tiger sent me here, or I wouldn't have been able to find my home. Jun Qian. The tiger? The Empress ordered someone to lock it in the firewood room. It's too late today. You can go see it tomorrow. The Empress Dowager stood up, rubbing her prayer beads, raising her hand to recite a Buddhist chant. May Buddha bless us. To have this princess is a blessing for our great Yi. You will stay in the temple for now. After the bathing Buddha festival, I will take you back to the palace, she said with a gentle smile, tapping Sui Sui's nose. I want to see who dares to bully Sui Sui in the future. Jun Qian was overjoyed. Thank you, grandmother. With the Empress Dowager protecting Sui Sui, even the Empress would have to be cautious. From now on, he wouldn't worry that the Empress might trouble Sui Sui during morning lessons. Jun Qian helped the Empress Dowager back to her room and ordered the palace maids to escort her home. Hearing the crying from the nearby meditation room, the young man looked sternly at the palace maids standing outside. Who let Ning Air into Sui Sui's room? The two maids hurriedly knelt to the ground. Your Highness, please understand, the two maids have been standing at the door the whole time and truly did not see the fourth miss go inside. Yes, Your Highness, we did not see her at all. If we didn't see her, could she have flown in by herself? Long Lu frowned. Fortunately, Your Highness arrived just in time today. If something had happened to the young master, could you take responsibility? Knowing Jun Qian's temper, the two maids trembled with fear. We apologize and ask for Your Highness's mercy. Jun Xian was about to scold them, but a soft sound of footsteps came as Sui Sui, wrapped in a coat, stepped out and held the young man's hand. "Brother immortal, don't be angry with the two older sisters. Master said that being angry can hurt your health." Seeing how thin Sui Sui's clothes were, Jun Xian quickly bent down and picked her up. "Seeing Sui Sui's face today, I will spare you. But if there is a next time, I will skin you." Long Lu hurriedly waved his hand to signal them to step back. The two maids, as if granted amnesty, got up and retreated to the steps. Jun Xian turned around, carried Sui Sui back to the room, and tucked her into bed. Long Lu followed him, closing the door tightly behind. "Your Highness, you should rest for a while too. Here, someone is watching over the young master." He helped Sui Sui pull up her blanket, and Jun Xian sat beside her. "Tonight, I will personally watch over Sui Sui. Since the person who took Sui Sui away has not been found yet." Jun Xian felt a bit uneasy. Knowing his temper, Long Lu didn't dare to persuade him further. Instead, he poured a cup of hot tea and turned to tidy up the oil lamp and the oil stains on the floor. Miss Fourth of the Shin family is still just a young girl, more mischievous than boys. Why did she sit by the bed with the oil lamp? Thinking of that annoying Wan Wan, Jun Xian frowned and let out a soft sigh. Sui Sui quickly fell asleep on the pillow. Jun Xian stood up, gently lowered the bed curtain. The night breeze blew through the window, almost blowing out the candle on the table. Worried that the little girl might catch a cold, Jun Xian went to the window, reached out to close the window tightly. He stepped on something with a soft sound. Looking down, he immediately saw a delicate red agate bracelet with gold inlay lying on the stone floor. He bent down and picked up the bracelet. "This bracelet looks a bit familiar." Long Lu came over and looked at the bracelet in Jun Xian's hand. This was a reward given a few days ago by Aunt Xing He to you and the princess for the fourth miss of the Shin family. It probably fell off accidentally just now in the room. In the Palace of Wisdom, these exchanges of favors are managed by Xing He, the head maid. Knowing that Wan Wan is Sui Sui's junior sister, Xing He specially prepared a gift for the two of them to give to Jun Xian for review, which included this bracelet. Xing He, a palace maid, finds it inconvenient to leave the palace, so errands outside are usually handled by Chong Lu, whom he has also seen. He looks at the bracelet in his hand, then at the open window, and frowns in confusion. The palace maid said she didn't see Wan Wan. Could she have climbed in through the window? Probably not. If she wanted to come in, she could have used the door. Why climb through the window? Jun Xian turns the bracelet in his hand and then looks at the open window, frowning. If she's targeting Sui Sui but doesn't want others to know, what if she's trying to hide something? Chong Lu is stunned. But isn't she the young lady's junior sister? Why would she target the young lady? Jun Xian doesn't answer. He takes the candlestick from the table, then skillfully leans out the window. He carefully examines the surroundings and notices a small footprint on the flower pot. He hums softly. I guessed right. This junior sister definitely has a problem. Chong Lu leans against the window, looking left and right. She probably just wants to steal something, right? From a distant Zen room, faint crying can be heard.
Sure.
He puts his index finger to his lips, signaling Chong Lu to stay quiet. Jun Xian walks quietly, bends down carefully, and approaches the window outside Wan Wan and Du Rua's Zen room, listening closely. Inside the window, Wan Wan is lying face down on the bed, wearing only a belly band and shorts. On her back, where Du Rua had injured her, Qing Er has already applied the medicinal ointment sent by the monk. Her left hand, scalded with hot oil, has several transparent blisters. There is no burn ointment in the temple, so Du Rua can only use a simple method to treat it temporarily. Qing Er holds Wan Wan's wrist, carefully heats a golden needle over the fire, and gently pricks the blisters to burst them, squeezing out the pus with cotton. She then applies the burnt oil, brought by the maid Tong, onto Wan Wan's hand. Her fingers are connected to her heart, and Wan Wan can't help crying out in pain. Mother, it hurts so much. The injury is on her body, but it pains her mother's heart. Hearing her cry, Du Rua's eyes almost tear up. After carefully applying the ointment, Du Rua turns her face away. She wipes her tears with her hand, then takes the woven cloth from Qing Er to wrap Wan Wan's wound.
Ninger, you must listen to your mother from now on.
Never cause trouble again, do you hear me? Wan Wan's left hand burns painfully, and she feels both angry and wronged. She doesn't want to listen to Du Rua's harsh words. It was me who got scalded, and my mother still hits me.
Why?
Now she is considered a legitimate daughter of the Marquis's residence, so why would her mother push her away? Ninger, your mother just hit you to protect you. Mother doesn't like me at all. Wan Wan snorted coldly and turned her face towards the bed. Du Rua felt sad and frowned as she left the room. Miss, you're being too unreasonable. Qing Er carefully covered her with a blanket and kindly reminded her. Tonight's matter is really serious. The prince is a princess's noble child, and if the Duke of Qin punishes you, will you still be alive? Your mother is only trying to protect you. Wan Wan thought crying and acting cute would soften Du Rua's heart. But unexpectedly, she was so harsh. Feeling secretly angry, Wan Wan pretended to be obedient. Little sister Qing, Ninger knows that mother is doing this for her own good. Can you please say something to help, so mother won't be angry? Qing Er didn't realize she was just pretending and thought she was genuinely sorry. She smiled and gently wiped her tears. Don't worry, Mississippi. Your mother is your real mother. She wouldn't truly be angry with you. She'll calm down in a few days. Afraid she might accidentally hurt her hand, Qing Er carefully placed her hand on the pillow. Noticing Wan Wan's empty wrist, Qing Er paused slightly. Miss, where is your bracelet? Wan Wan turned her face and glanced at her left wrist, feeling nervous. She didn't know if she lost the bracelet outside the window or in Sui Sui's room. If it was found outside the window, everyone would suspect something. Wan Wan dared not tell the truth, so she had to lie. I took it off while writing because it was in the way. That's good. I thought you accidentally lost it, Qing Er said with a smile, and got up. Rest well, Mississippi. I'll go see the lady. She reminded the little maid nearby to take good care of Wan Wan before leaving. Wan Wan looked at her swollen hand, clenched her teeth, and bit her back teeth. Lying down was uncomfortable. She carefully moved her body but accidentally pulled her wound, which made her grimace in pain.
Dam Sui Sui, just wait. No.
Not only Sui Sui, but also Du Rua. Once she established herself in the Marquis's residence, she would definitely get rid of this ruthless mother. Outside the window, Jun Qian looked at the bracelet in his hand and returned to Sui Sui's room. Seeing him come back, Chang Lu carefully closed the window. Your Highness, how is it? I guessed right. Wan Wan is indeed lying. If the bracelet had truly fallen in her room by accident, there was no need to lie to Qing Er. She was just too afraid to tell the truth, which proved she was guilty. Chang Lu scratched his head. I just can't understand this servant. What is she trying to do? The young girl squinted and said, I will find out the truth slowly. Chang Lu asked, what should we do about this bracelet? Keep it carefully, Jun Qian said, tossing the bracelet into Chang Lu's hand. Once I find out her background, we will settle the score properly. My hand hurts, my bottom hurts, and I worry that someone might discover the bracelet. That night, Wan Wan couldn't sleep well either. At dawn, she endured the pain, dressed quietly, and slipped out of her room. Seeing no one around, she turned and went to the backyard. From her room to Sui Sui's window, she found no sign of the bracelet. Noticing the footprints on the flower pot she left behind, she hurriedly wiped them away with her hand. Fourth Mississippi, where are you? From afar, Qing Er called out. Wan Wan couldn't delay any longer. She quickly turned and ran back, holding back her pain. She never thought that her actions had been watched by Jun Qian and Chang Lu hiding behind the flower trees. Following Jun Qian out from behind the trees, Chang Lu looked surprised. It seems the prince was right. This little girl is quite cunning for her age. She even knows how to wipe away her footprints. Humph. Jun Qian snorted coldly. This sneaky, despicable thing must have bad intentions towards Sui Sui. Fairy brother, what are you doing here? Not far away, Sui Sui, dressed in a little monk's outfit, ran over holding a small jar. Behind her, two palace maids followed closely. Last night, the little girl almost got hurt. Now, the two maids dared not slack off, afraid of missing anything that might happen to her again. Jun Qian turned his handsome face full of gentleness. Sui Sui, why did you get up so early? Sui Sui is helping Grandma Empress find bees, the little girl said, frowning in frustration. We looked all over the backyard, but found none. Seeing her disappointed expression, Jun Qian gently took her hand. Brother will take you to the peach blossom forest to look. There are many flowers there and surely some bees. He turned around and looked at Chonglu from the side. I will take Sui Sui to see first. Chonglu, go find some things and prepare 2 catching nets for her. Chonglu took the palace maids to make the nets. Jun Qian held Sui Sui and entered the peach blossom forest outside the temple through the side gate. The peach blossoms outside the temple were in full bloom, attracting many butterflies and bees. Noticing a few bees flying among the flowers nearby, Sui Sui's eyes lit up. Fairy brother, look. There are quite a few over there. She let go of Jun Qian's hand and ran over with her jar. Jun Qian quickly followed, calling out, Sui Sui, be careful not to get stung. Don't worry, Gurgut, they won't sting me. Sui Sui opened the lid of the jar. Little bees, come in quickly. Hearing her voice, a few bees busy collecting nectar flew over and landed on the jar. Jun Qian. He looked inside the jar with curiosity, but saw nothing unusual. Sui Sui, how did you make the bees come in? Sui Sui looked around, then grabbed Jun Qian's hand and signaled for him to bend down. Let me tell you a secret. Guh. Sui Sui can talk to bees, and they will listen to her. Having spent a lot of time with Jun Qian, the little girl trusted him a lot and decided to share her secret. Not only bees, but butterflies also listen to me. Seeing that Jun Qian seemed doubtful, Sui Sui raised her little hand. Butterflies, come here quickly. A few butterflies fluttered over, some landing on her shoulders, others flying around her in circles. Yun Qian. After a while, he finally recovered from his shock. Sui Sui, who taught you this? The little girl shook her head. No one taught Sui Sui. Could it be that she was born with this ability? Jun Qian. Then, does anyone else know your secret? Only my master knows. He said if bad people find out, they will take Sui Sui away and not let her tell others. Jun Qian relaxed but was still curious. If your master told you not to tell others, why did you tell Gaga? Sui Sui raised her small face, her big eyes blinking at him. Besides my master, Gugud is the best to Sui Sui. The little girl was too young to understand big principles. She just felt that the person in front of her was someone she could trust. Seeing her trust, Jun Qian smiled brightly, reached out, and gently stroked her hair. Guga will not betray your trust. Holding the small jar with both hands, Sui Sui tilted her head, watching the boy's smiling face. Guga, your smile is really nice. Jun Qian. The young man blushed and frowned at Sui Sui. Stop talking nonsense. The little girl looked serious. Sui Sui is not lying. Guga is the most handsome person Sui Sui has ever seen. Flatterer. Jun Qian chuckled softly and reminded her seriously, don't tell others about this, especially your little sister Wan Wan, okay? Having something valuable is a double-edged sword. The little girl was so young, but already so clever. If people with bad intentions find out, it might cause trouble. Thinking of the cliff, Wan Wan's eyes. Sui Sui pursed her lips. Fairy brother, is the little senior sister a bad person? Afraid that the little girl might fall for Wan Wan again, Jun Qian squatted down. That's right. In the future, you must be more careful around Wan Wan. Jun Qian paused, then added. Not just Wan Wan, including the Empress, the Nanny Zhou, the Crown Prince. Whoever they are, if they do bad things or bully you, you should fight back. If you can make animals listen, then let bees sting, mice bite, or your cat catch. Anything is fine. Sui Sui blinked big eyes. If Sui Sui bullies others, does that mean I am a bad kid? If the other person is kind, you should be kind too. If they are mean, you shouldn't be nice to them anymore. Jun Qian held her arms and said, this isn't being a bad kid, it's protecting yourself. Sui Sui thought for a moment and nodded. From now on, whoever bullies Sui Sui, Sui Sui will bully back. Jun Qian hummed softly. Not just bully back, but bully twice as much. Sui Sui nodded firmly. Sui Sui listens to fairy brother. Jun Qian smiled. Our Sui Sui is the smartest, Your Highness. Chong Lu and 2 palace maids ran over with a freshly made trap net. The net is ready. Servants will help catch bees for the young prince. Jun Qian stood up and took Sui Sui's hand. No need, we've caught enough. Chong Lu and the maids. They returned to the temple, where the Empress Dowager's residence was. Wan Wan just ran over and saw Sui Sui and Jun Qian. She quickly put on a smile and ran over, wanting to mend their friendship. Sui Sui, little. Jun Qian bent down and leaned close to Sui Sui's ear. Today, we'll practice with your little senior sister. Sui Sui nodded, opened the jar lid quietly, and whispered. Little bees, go quickly. A bee buzzed out and flew straight toward Wan Wan. Seeing the bee heading for herself, Wan Wan was startled. There's a bee. Help me. She waved her hands in the air to drive away the bee, shouting and panicking as she ran away. She ran blindly and fell into the lotus pond in the courtyard. Jun Qian's lips twitched, almost laughing. Fortunately, it was just the lotus pond. The water wasn't deep, and Wan Wan quickly struggled to stand up. Her whole body was covered in smelly mud, her burned hand soaked in river water, and it hurt like fire. Wan Wan couldn't bear it and burst into tears. Seeing the little senior sister looking so embarrassed, Sui Sui felt very happy inside and couldn't help but giggle loudly. Jun Qian cleared his throat, gently pinched the child's cheek, and shook his head. Don't laugh. Sui Sui quickly raised her small hand and covered her mouth to hide her smile. Long Lu didn't realize that this was Sui Sui's intentional act. He thought the bee had accidentally flown out. Seeing Wan Wan covered in mud, with a dirty face and tears and snot running down, he also secretly smiled. Serves her right for bullying our little prince. Jun Qian had watched enough of the scene and waved his hand. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring out the 4th Mississippi. 2 palace maids hurried over and pulled Wan Wan out of the lotus pond. They wrinkled their noses at the smell of mud on her and covered their noses in disgust. On the steps, Du Rua was just about to leave after saying goodbye to the Empress Dowager. Wan Wan cried out and complained to Du Rua. Mother, Sui Sui deliberately released the bee to chase me, causing Ning Air to fall into the water. Du Rua turned her face and looked around. Where was the bee? With Jun Qian's cleverness, he wouldn't let others find Sui Sui's mistake. He had already reminded the little girl to put the bee away. How dare you? Jun Qian scolded angrily. You were careless yourself, and now you want to blame Sui Sui. Wan Wan looked around, a bit stunned. Mother, I clearly saw the bee. Even if you saw the bee, what does it have to do with Sui Sui? Jun Qian looked around. Did you see the little prince deliberately releasing the bee to chase her? Long Lu immediately agreed. 4th Miss, don't falsely accuse our little princess. The palace maids, having served in the palace for many years, naturally had good judgment. On one side was the prince, the princess, and the emperor and empress dowager's favorites. On the other was just a young girl from a noble family. Everyone knew who the real master was. I didn't see anything. I only saw the 4th Miss running around and falling into the lotus pond by herself. Du Rua worriedly held Wan Wan's hand and looked at her carefully, afraid her wound might get infected. She didn't care about the mud and water and quickly carried Wan Wan into her arms. I will take the child to change clothes first. Once the Empress Dowager returns to the palace, I will go pay my respects. After saying goodbye to the Empress Dowager, Du Rua hurriedly left with Wan Wan in her arms. Watching Du Rua walk away, Jun Qian withdrew his gaze, bent down, and leaned close to the child's ear with his lips. Are you happy? The little one covered her mouth with her small hand, smiling with big, curved eyes. Hearing Jun Qian's question, she held onto his arm and leaned her small face close to his ear. Fairy brother, teasing bad people is really fun. Jun Qian smiled back at her. Next time you meet a bad person, you should treat them like this. Watching the 2 children whisper secrets, the Empress Dowager also became a little curious. Little ones, what secret are you 2 sharing behind Grandma's back? Jun Qian winked at Sui Sui and sat up straight. This is a secret between Sui Sui and her big brother, right? The little one looked at Jun Qian, then at the Empress Dowager, looking a bit embarrassed. Sui Sui doesn't want to lie to Grandma. Please don't ask, okay? All right, I won't ask about your secrets, the Empress Dowager said with a smile. And what precious thing are you holding in your arms? Can you tell, Grandma? The little one softly hummed and ran to the Empress Dowager holding a small jar. This is a bee that Sui Sui caught to help Grandma heal her leg pain. A bee? The Empress Dowager paused in surprise. She took the two children back to her room, sat on her throne, and dismissed a few palace maids. Jun Qian, that Ning girl was crying and making a fuss about bees just now. Was that your idea? In front of the Empress Dowager, Jun Qian did not deny it. Jun Qian was just teaching Sui Sui how to protect herself. Since the Emperor's grandmother has been teaching me martial arts since I was young, isn't that the same reason? His careful plan was clearly seen through by the child, which made the Empress Dowager feel a bit pleased. She reached out and gently patted his hand. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. If you want to protect Sui Sui, you need not only martial skills, but also a good mind. You need trustworthy helpers, understand? Jun Qian nodded. Grandma, I will work hard. Sui Sui, young and innocent, took the lead to speak. The bee queen has little worker bees to help, and brother Shen also needs his own little helpers. The Empress Dowager turned her face in surprise, looking at the little girl. Who taught you that? Brother Tao Hua told Sui Sui that story, she replied. That Tao Hua brother is Shen Yunwen, Jun Qian explained proactively. The second young master of the Shen family is truly talented, the Empress Dowager sighed. Then she shook her head gently. The children of the Shen family are all outstanding, but this fourth miss. She doesn't look like she's from the Shen family at all, the old lady casually commented, but Jun Qian heard it clearly in his heart. General Shen Huaijin from Jinbei was just returning to the capital that day, and coincidentally, he met Wan Wan on the road. Could this coincidence be too much? When the Shen family's Ning girl went missing, the capital was searching everywhere and many people knew about it. Could it be that this Ning girl was deliberately arranged to be a fake? Sui Sui. The young girl waved and called her over. Brother, ask you, did anyone come to the temple before you left? Sui Sui replied, only the master and the little sister have been there. No one else has come. Jun Qian asked, think carefully again. Has your little sister ever seen anyone else? Sui Sui thought for a moment and shook her head. Jun Qian frowned. This was strange. Wan Wan was just a child raised in the mountains. She should know about the Shen family's missing child. If no one arranged it, she wouldn't know Shen Huaijin, especially since he just returned to the capital that day.
Could it be?
Did he guess wrong? Your Majesty, the second young master of the Shen family, Qing He, and others request an audience. Outside the door, a palace maid announced. Let them come in, the Empress Dowager ordered, then turned to Jun Qian. Qianer, I know you don't like Wan Wan, but don't let this matter cause trouble for the Shen family. Jun Qian replied, the Shen family cares for Qianer deeply. I understand. The palace maid stepped inside and led Shen Huaijin and Qing He, along with others, into the living room. Sui Sui. Seeing Sui Sui standing in front of Jun Qian, Shen Yunwen and Qing He hurried over. Shen Yunwen strode forward, squatted down, and hugged the little girl into his arms, his voice trembling with emotion. Little girl, you worried your brother to death. Having spent these days with a child day and night, Shen Yunwen felt that Sui Sui was like a younger sister to him. Qing He also had tears in her eyes and almost cried. Your Highness, are you all right? Cough, the Empress Dowager coughed heavily. Do you all know your sins? Qing He stepped back and knelt before the Empress Dowager along with everyone else. Qing He, failed to protect my master. I am sorry for betraying your trust, Your Majesty. Please forgive me. Jun Qian handed Sui Sui to her care, but the child had an accident right under her watch. Qing He felt responsible and kept blaming herself. Seeing the Empress Dowager's stern face, Sui Sui was afraid she would punish Qing He. She reached out her small hand and shook the old lady's arm. Grandmother, please don't punish Aunt Qing He, okay? Great-grandmother. Jun Qian also stepped in to speak for Qing He and the others. This time, it was the work of bandits. It's not their fault. Yes, your majesty, Shen Yunwen continued. Qing He and the others have served the Prince of Qin for many years. If new people replace them, they might not care for the two young masters properly. Shen Yunwen had been in the palace for many years and understood the palace affairs clearly. Qing He and the others were wise and always served Jun Qian faithfully. If they were truly punished, the Empress would surely send new people to serve in the palace. The palace is full of queens, which only makes things worse for Jun Qian and Sui Sui, who is the Empress Dowager. To reach the position of Empress Dowager in the Deep Palace, one must be very wise. Shen Yunwen thought of this, and she also understood it. At her age, how many years does she have left to live? It's all about giving this favor to Jun Qian and Sui Sui. This time, King Qin, Sui Sui, and Shin Banta helped you plead, so I will forgive your death penalty. You will be fined for a year's allowance as a warning. From now on, you must be loyal and diligent to King Qin and Sui Sui. Understand, when Sui Sui had an accident, everyone naturally bore some responsibility. They originally thought they would definitely die. Seeing Jun Qian and Sui Sui actively plead for mercy and the Empress Dowager's kindness, everyone felt very grateful. Servants thank the Empress Dowager and your highnesses for your kindness. I will serve you wholeheartedly in the future. All right. The Empress Dowager waved her hand. Everyone go change your clothes and tidy up. Everyone bowed and left. Seeing that He was safe, Sui Sui breathed a sigh of relief and happily hugged her small jar. Grandma Empress Dowager, shall we treat your leg now? Jun Qian called 2 palace maids to help the Empress Dowager into the inner room. The maids carefully lifted her skirt and rolled up her trousers, revealing her uncomfortable knee. Sui Sui opened the lid of the jar, rolled up her sleeve, and reached inside with her small hand, pinching a bee. Watching the little girl hold the bee in her hand, everyone was stunned. Sui Sui, how are you going to treat this bee? Let it sting Grandma, and it will be fine. The Empress Dowager. Grandma Empress Dowager, don't be afraid. Sui Sui gently supported the old lady's knee. It might hurt a little, but Sui Sui can blow on it to make it better. The Empress Dowager was a bit nervous at first, but hearing the little girl's innocent and serious words of comfort, she couldn't help but smile. I've lived all these years, but I'd rather have a child to help me. Come on, let's see if it works. Grandma Empress Dowager is so brave. Later, Sui Sui will reward you with candy. Her attitude was clearly like an adult comforting a child. Both the Empress Dowager and the maids were amused by the little girl. Supporting the Empress Dowager's knee, Sui Sui carefully stabbed the bee's stinger into her skin. To everyone's surprise, the sting didn't hurt as much as expected. As she poked several bees into her leg, the aching, swollen knee surprisingly felt much better. When the little girl removed the bees, the old lady gently moved her knee, supported herself with the maid, and slowly stood up. She took a few steps, then turned her face happily. This method really works. My leg feels so much better. During weekdays, whenever the elderly person reaches this time of year, they experience severe leg pain. Even with someone helping them walk, they can only take a few steps before needing to rest. Now the elderly person walks alone and surprisingly moves very steadily, almost no sign of leg trouble. The 2 palace maids are both surprised. Little Prince is truly amazing. Yes, from now on, the Empress Dowager won't have to suffer from leg pain anymore. Sui Sui reaches out her small hand to support the Empress Dowager's arm. When we return to the palace, Sui Sui will give the queen bee's royal jelly to Grandma, and her legs will be completely better. Good. The Empress Dowager smiles and bends down, pinching the child's soft little face. I leave my legs in your hands. Suddenly, from outside the window, a faint howl is heard. It's little tiger calling. Recognizing the tiger's call, Sui Sui quickly turns and runs out the door. Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen see the little girl suddenly run out and stand up to follow her. Sui Sui, where are you rushing off to? Shen Yunwen asks curiously. The little girl quickly runs down the steps. Little tiger must be hungry. Sui Sui is going to find something for it to eat. Little tiger? Shen Yunwen looks puzzled. What kind of animal is that? Jun Qian, a tiger I tamed. Shen Yunwen, a tiger that can be tamed? They all arrive at the backyard. A few monks and palace guards brought by the Empress Dowager are standing at a distance, carefully watching the direction of the storeroom. Sui Sui steps onto the stairs, looking at the chains hanging on the storeroom door. Open the door quickly. Everyone looks at each other, standing still, not daring to move. Good-for-nothings. Jun Qian mutters low, snatching the key from the monk, and walks up the stairs to unlock the door. Sui Sui pushes open the door, and when the tiger inside sees her, it wags its tail and jumps out. Shen Yunwen originally thought the little girl might have caught a young tiger. Seeing such a huge creature, he is also stunned. Oh my goodness, the tiger is out. Everyone gasps and hurriedly steps back a few paces. The palace guards, being trained, are braver and quickly draw their swords to defend themselves. The monks, however, are too frightened and scramble to run away. Hearing everyone's exclamations, Sui Sui frowns and turns around. What are you calling it? Don't scare little tiger. Everyone. It's not them scaring the tiger, it's the tiger scaring them. Chong Lu nervously steps on the railing, holding onto a pillar, his legs trembling. Your Highness, this is no little tiger, it's a big tiger, okay? Who said it is a big tiger? Little tiger is only 2.5 years old, not even as old as a year yet. The little guy rolled his eyes at him, reached out his small hand to touch the tiger's back. Right, little tiger, Zhang Lu. The tiger's age isn't counted like that. Roar. Feeling comfortable from the little guy's touch, the tiger shook his ears, lay down naturally, and showed his belly to Sui Sui. His big head was still being rubbed by the little guy, with a look of asking for more petting. Everyone. The fierce king of the mountain, in front of the little princess, was surprisingly gentle, like a cat. Little tiger, are you hungry? He reached out his small hand to rub the big creature's belly, then turned to face Sui Sui. Quick, get some food for him. Your Highness, a monk cautiously peeked out from the corner of the wall. Our temple only has vegetarian food, no meat. The tiger needs meat to eat. Brother Immortal. Sui Sui looked at Jun Qian with a worried face. What if little tiger doesn't have any meat to eat? Hearing this, Zhang Lu, who had just loosened the pillar, hurriedly hugged it tighter and hid it away. He really hoped no one would mistake this big guy for a snack and try to eat him. How about this? Shen Yunwen suggested proactively. This place isn't far from my father's camp. The army, there is plenty of supplies, and they definitely have meat. When Jun Qian heard Shen Yunwen's suggestion to go to Shen's army camp, he was moved. Originally, it was Shen Huaijin who found Wan Wan. He took this chance to carefully ask Shen Huaijin for details about how Wan Wan was found. He ordered the guards to prepare horses, and together with Shen Yunwen, he took Sui Sui and the tiger to the temple gate. Zhang Lu and the guards were somewhat cautious and only dared to follow from a distance. Come on, Sui Sui. Jun Qian reached out his hand to Sui Sui. Brother will take you riding. He patted the tiger's back, signaling the big guy to lower his front legs. Sui Sui lifted her short legs and sat neatly on the tiger's back. Brother Immortal rides the horse. Sui Sui just rides little tiger. Shen Yunwen looked worried. Sui Sui, you won't fall off, right? No way. Sui Sui patted the tiger's neck with her small hand, looking proud. Yesterday, Sui Sui rode little tiger back. Seeing her determined face, Jun Qian took out a spare rope from his bag, helping her tie it around the tiger's body to make a simple bridle. He handed the rope to her and reminded her, hold on tight with both hands, don't go too fast. Sui Sui grabbed the rope lightly, then gently kicked the tiger's belly with her small foot. Let's go, little tiger. The tiger straightened up, let out a soft cry, and swiftly carried the little one up the mountain trail. Be careful, Sui Sui. Slow down, Sui Sui. Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen hurriedly mounted their horses, leading Chong Lu and the guards to follow. On the mountain path, a child and a tiger moved smoothly, as if walking on flat ground. The little one held the reins tightly, sitting steadily on the tiger's back. His hair flew in the wind, looking both cute and brave. The guards saw this and all marveled in surprise. Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen watched the child ride confidently, and their worries eased. This tiger is big enough for Sui Sui to ride comfortably, Shen Yunwen said with a smile. Yes, Jun Qian also smiled. When we return to the palace, I will have someone make a proper tiger saddle for her. My father's soldiers have a special craftsman for making saddles. I'll ask them to prepare one for Sui Sui later, Shen Yunwen added. Ahead on the mountain path, Sui Sui stopped the tiger and turned to face the two men. Fairy brother and Peach Blossom brother, you're so slow. The little tiger can't wait anymore. Coming now, the two young men responded with a laugh and both spurred their horses to catch up behind the little one. They quickly descended the mountain, passing through the woods near Shun's camp. It was just noon. The soldiers in the camp were cooking, and when they caught the smell of the meat drifting through the air, the tiger couldn't hold back. It sped up and rushed down the slope. The guards on both sides of the camp saw the tiger rushing over from afar and immediately blew their warning horns. Thinking it was an invasion, the soldiers rushed out, drawing their bows and aiming at the approaching tiger. When they saw the tiger carrying a small, pale gray monk's robe-clad child, they all paused in surprise. Why was this tiger carrying a child? Don't hurt her. Don't shoot. Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen watched from afar, shouting loudly and rushing over. The deputy general recognized Shen Yunwen and Jun Qian and raised his right hand. Retreat. The soldiers quickly lowered their weapons and stepped back to the sides. The child and the tiger reached the camp gate in an instant. Ignoring everyone, the tiger used its limbs to leap lightly, soaring over the 3-foot-high gate and barriers, landing steadily inside the camp. Sniffing the air, it turned and ran into the main tent of the soldiers. The busy soldiers saw a tiger suddenly rush in, and all looked shocked and frightened. Oh my goodness! Where did this thing come from? Everyone forgot about their meals, panicking as they grabbed shovels, fire sticks, and other tools, shrinking into a corner of the tent. Noticing the wooden basin filled with fresh meat on the ground, the tiger quickly rushed over and happily started eating. Sui Sui held the rope, jumped down from the tiger's back, and smiled reassuringly at everyone. Don't be afraid, little tiger only eats meat, not people. A group of soldiers huddled in the corner of the large tent. People are made of meat too. Sui Sui, Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen hurried into the tent one after the other, seeing the tiger lying in front of the basin, snoring loudly as it ate. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads with a mix of laughter and helplessness. It seems everyone is really hungry. The leader of the soldiers recognized Shen Yunwen and cautiously moved closer. Young Master Shen, who is this little girl? How come she's riding the tiger? This is Princess Anning, the adopted daughter of His Majesty and Crown Prince Qin. Shen Yunwen smiled at everyone. Don't worry, this is the princess's tame mount, it won't bite. Everyone hurriedly knelt and paid their respects. The tent curtain was lifted, and Shun Huaijin, who had just rushed over from the military training ground, strode into the tent. Prince Qin Yunwen, is that you? Shen Yunwen explained with a smile. The little princess's tiger mount was hungry, so it came here to get some meat. Shan Huaijin turned his face and saw the small girl standing beside the tiger, looking surprised. So young and already able to tame a tiger? A large basin of meat was quickly eaten clean by the tiger, leaving no scraps behind. Sui Sui raised her pink face, looking a little nervous as she looked at Shen Huaijin. Uncle Shen, the little tiger is very hungry and ate all the meat. Please don't be angry. Sui Sui will pay you back. Last time at the palace, Shan Huaijin only saw the little girl briefly when Wan Wan pretended to be sick. This was actually his first real interaction with her. Seeing that the little girl was a bit afraid of him, the usually calm and emotionless general, afraid of scaring her, knelt down and spoke softly, using baby talk to comfort her. Little prince, don't be afraid. There's plenty of meat in the storage. I don't want any money. Shen Yunwen. The soldiers. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that even the great general could be so gentle? Feeling the kindness from the man in front of her, the little girl's fear instantly disappeared. Uncle Shen, can Sui Sui bring the little tiger here again tomorrow to eat meat? Watching the adorable face of the little girl, Shen Huaijin's heart softened. Seeing her hair blown a bit messy by the wind, He couldn't help but reach out and gently help tidy her hair around her ears. Worried about accidentally hurting the little one, the general who fights on the battlefield with careful movements, all his actions show a gentle caution. When His Highness wants to eat little tiger, he will bring it here. I have plenty of meat for him. Sui Sui smiles warmly in response to Shen Huaijin. Uncle Shen, you're so generous. Next time, Sui Sui will bring you something delicious too. Dad, Shen Yunwen speaks up voluntarily. Sui Sui's tiger doesn't have a proper saddle. Can the craftsman in the camp make one for her? Sui Sui is the savior of his son. Shen Huaijin was already worried about how to thank the little girl. Helping Sui Sui with something is naturally what he wants to do. Let's go. I will measure the little tiger now and make her a saddle, Shen Huaijin says. Everyone. Is this person addicted to repeating words? They all go outside. Shen Huaijin personally lifts the little girl onto the tiger's back. Despite being a seasoned warrior, he remains calm in front of the tiger. He gently places Sui Sui on the tiger's back, takes the ruler from his subordinate, and measures her size. The deputy takes out paper and pen. Shen Huaijin sketches the design and marks the measurements. Tell them to pause their other work and focus on making the little prince's tiger saddle first. He hands the drawing to the deputy, reminding him, remember to use the best soft deer leather. Stuff the saddle with bird feathers and cotton to prevent hurting the little prince's legs. Yes, the deputy agrees and turns to leave with the drawing. Shen Huaijin smiles and gently holds Sui Sui's small hand. Little prince must be hungry too. Come, I will take you to eat fruit. General, wait a moment. Footsteps approach quickly. A middle-aged deputy rushes over. I have urgent news to report. Hearing the deputy's voice, Shen Huaijin stops and turns around. What happened? The deputy's expression is serious. Reporting to the general, the carrier pigeons in the pigeon camp suddenly died in large numbers. What? Shen Huaijin's eyebrows tighten. The Shen family has been famous for years. Besides their strong cavalry and infantry, an important factor is the pigeon camp. The army guarding the northwest relies on these pigeons to communicate with the capital. It takes at least 2 years for a pigeon to hatch, be trained, and become usable. Every successfully tamed pigeon requires a lot of manpower and resources, and is as valuable as a warhorse. The carefully raised carrier pigeons suddenly died in large numbers. As the leader, Shen Huaijin couldn't help but feel worried. Yunwen, take the 2 princes to rest in the tent first, he instructed. After giving the order, Shen Huaijin hurriedly ran over, leapt off his horse, and headed toward the pigeon camp. Sui Sui stood beside Jun Qian, watching Shen Huaijin's departing figure with curiosity. Brother Immortal, what are carrier pigeons? She asked. Carrier pigeons are used to send messages, Jun Qian explained gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. Sui Sui, you ride your tiger and let's go see with brother. Jun Qian knew how important these pigeons were. Sui Sui can communicate with animals, so she probably understands pigeons too. Taking her along might help. The little girl nodded and climbed onto her tiger. Jun Qian and others mounted their horses separately and chased after Shen Huaijin. They all caught up with him at the side of the main camp, heading toward the pigeon camp. On the grass, there were about a dozen dead pigeons scattered on the ground. The pigeons in the cages looked listless and exhausted. Some had already given up and fallen inside the cages, their eyes half closed. Su Zhani, the 100-man leader responsible for the pigeon camp, was furious. He stood angrily by the cages, scolding everyone. Idiots. These are the pigeons we've raised for 2 years, carefully tamed.
How could you let them die?
Why didn't you take better care of them? Everyone looked worried and distressed. Captain, we don't know what happened, they replied. Last night they were fine. This morning they were all like this. We have no idea why, they added. Seeing Shen Huaijin jump down from his horse, Su Zhani hurried over, kneeling on one knee before him. Your subordinate is useless. Please punish me according to military law, he said. Now's not the time for that. Shen Huaijin frowned, looking at the dead pigeons on the ground. Have you found out what caused this? He asked. Yes. A young soldier rushed in. Dr. Liu has arrived. Outside the camp, an old army doctor carrying a medical kit hurried in with 2 assistants. Su Zhani was the first to rush over, grabbing Dr. Lu's arm. Quick, take a look. What's wrong with these pigeons? Dr. Lu looked at the pigeons in the cage. General Su, I am a military doctor, not a pigeon expert. Su Zhani replied, humans are alive and pigeons are alive too. How can they be different? Dr. Lu, this pigeon has no visible injuries and it also can't feel a pulse. I really can't tell what's wrong. At this moment, Jun Qian and Sui Sui, along with others, follow the camp gate. Seeing the dead pigeon on the ground, Jun Qian jumps down from his horse. He takes Sui Sui's small hand and leads her to the pigeon cage. Sui Sui, can you tell what happened to these pigeons? She tilts her head to look at the pigeons in the cage, then lifts her little face. Brother Immortal, these pigeons are poisoned. A soldier from the pigeon camp steps forward to block the cage. Who is this child? What trouble is she causing? Don't be rude. Shen Yunwen frowns and stops him. This is His Royal Highness Prince Qin and Princess Anning. After hearing Shen Yunwen explain their identities, everyone hurriedly bows. No need for formalities. Jun Qian waves his hand. Shen General, since Sui Sui says these pigeons are poisoned, you should find a way to detoxify them quickly. The veteran pigeon breeders in the camp can't see any problems. How can anyone believe a little child's judgment? Your Highness, you don't understand pigeon breeding. Please don't cause trouble. Yes, Your Highnesses, you don't know that the pigeons in our camp eat the same food as people. They can't be poisoned. If the grain was poisoned, wouldn't everyone in the camp get sick? Everyone else doubts Sui Sui's words, and Jun Qian frowns in displeasure. Sui Sui definitely won't be mistaken. Yes, father. When I was sick before, Sui Sui was the one who saw it at a glance. She must have her reasons. Shen Yunwen, standing nearby, looks around and notices the water bowl in the cage, which gives him an idea. If the grain is fine, could the water be the problem? Water? Everyone's eyes focus on the water bowl. The water bowl is clean and the water inside looks clear. Nothing seems wrong. It shouldn't be. We clean these bowls every day, and the water the pigeons drink is fresh from the river, brought in by water carts. The water cart is still there. Let me check. Long Lu strides over, quickly jumps onto the water cart, and lifts the wooden lid. Gurgle. As he opens the lid, a small frog suddenly jumps out of the water bucket. Long Lu is startled and almost falls. Sui Sui squats down, watching the frog that jumps in front of her.
Sui Sui knows.
It was the frog that poisoned them. A frog can poison? Su Zhani glances at the frogs on the grass and dismisses Sui Sui's words as childish jokes. Princess, maybe it's not just a frog. Perhaps it's a spirit in disguise. The people standing nearby, due to their status, didn't dare speak, but their expressions clearly showed distrust. Your Highness, don't touch recklessly. Shun Huaijin quickly held back Sui Sui's hand as she reached for the toad, frowning and glancing sternly at the others. Toads are the most poisonous of all creatures. Don't you know that? That's right, Lu Army Doctor agreed. Toads are poisonous. If their venom gets into the eyes, it can blind you. Su Zhani blushed. General, you know we can't read many characters. How would we know that? The others nearby also looked on with admiration. A toad is so powerful. How did it get into the water bucket? Probably didn't see it when drawing water and accidentally poured it in. Seeing the little creature find its reason, Shen Huaijin stood up with a look of surprise. Dr. Lu, can you prepare some antidote medicine for these pigeons? Lu Army Doctor hesitated. If humans are poisoned, we usually induce vomiting and give antidotes. But for these pigeons, I'm not sure what medicine or how much to give. After all, humans and animals are different. Too little medicine might be ineffective. Too much could harm or even kill the pigeons. Uncle Shen, Sui Sui tugged at Shen Huaijin's sleeve. Just boil water with ox bile for the little pigeons. Jun Qian walked over to Shen Huaijin. Sui Sui is young but very talented. Why not give it a try, General? Shen Yunwen also came over. Yes, Dad. The situation is urgent. If we delay, these carrier pigeons will all be lost. General, The deputy frowned and softly suggested, "Maybe we should report this to the emperor. There are over 1,000 carrier pigeons in the whole pigeon camp. If something goes wrong, the prime minister, who already looks down on Shen Yunwen, might take the opportunity to criticize Shen Huaijin harshly in front of the emperor." Shen Huaijin has never been one to play it safe. He looked at the sickly pigeons in the cage and made a quick decision. "Do as the young prince says. Lu army doctor, go get the ox bile. Others set up the stove and boil water. Lord, what if something goes wrong? If something happens, I'll take responsibility." "Yes." Everyone quickly moved into action, setting up the stove. Lu army doctor took the prepared ox bile from the medicine storage and handed it to Sui Sui. "Young prince, how much ox bile should we add?" The little guy looked at the water in the pot, pinched a small piece of bezoar from his paper package, and threw it into the water, then clapped his small hands. "Okay, now you guys hurry and start the fire, Dr. Lu." Does the little ancestor use medicines so casually? While a few soldiers boiled water, Su Zhan-yi and others prepared clean, empty pigeon cages. Soon, they finished boiling the medicine. Everyone hurriedly poured the medicine into wooden basins, letting it cool down from the boiling heat. They quickly rushed over, opened the pigeon cages, each carrying a bowl of medicine, and one by one, caught the carrier pigeons to feed them the medicine. There were over 1,000 pigeons. Feeding each one was slow because the pigeons didn't cooperate. For a while, chaos broke out in the carrier pigeon camp, birds flying everywhere, feathers flying wildly. "You're so clumsy," Sui Sui watched anxiously, walking over with her short legs. She squatted by the wooden box holding the medicine, pinched a small stick, and tapped the edge of the basin. "Little pigeons, come and take your medicine." Hearing her voice, the active pigeons all squeezed out of their cages. They flew, ran, or walked over to the basin, stretching their little heads to drink the medicine voluntarily. Next to the medicine basin, the little guy's side was suddenly crowded with pigeons. Long Lu stood nearby, watching these pigeons obediently come to drink, looking surprised. "General Shen, your carrier pigeon training is amazing. They're so well-behaved." Everyone. It seemed they hadn't noticed before that their carrier pigeons were so obedient. Of course, Jun Qian knew very well. It wasn't the pigeons being obedient, but Sui Sui's effort. Because this was a secret of Sui Sui's, he chose not to reveal it. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed lightly, hiding a smile at the corner of his lips. With Sui Sui's help, over 1,000 pigeons were fed quickly. The pigeons with mild poisoning were the first to become active, gathering around the food box to eat. The more severely poisoned pigeons, lying in their cages, showed obvious signs of recovery. Seeing most of the pigeons start eating normally, Su Zhan-yi was so excited he couldn't hold back. He strode over quickly, bending down, and with his large, fan-shaped hands, casually pinched Sui Sui off the ground. "Your Highness, you've made a great contribution this time. All the heads of our carrier pigeon camp are safe." He placed the little guy on the water wheel's axle, then waved his big hand. "What are you standing around for? Come over quickly and kowtow to thank the little prince." Everyone hurried over, following Su Zhan-yi, kneeling on one knee, bowing their heads to thank Sui Sui. "Thank you, little princess, for saving our lives." The fate of the carrier pigeons was a matter of great importance. If it weren't for Sui Sui rescuing these carrier pigeons in time, Shen Huaijin, as the commander, would be responsible. No one in the pigeon camp would be able to escape. Although soldiers are rough, they understand this principle. Sui Sui was placed high up by him, trying to jump down but unable to. Seeing everyone kneeling in front of her, she became very anxious and blushed. "Why are all of you kneeling? Get up quickly. Don't scare the little princess. What if she gets frightened?" Shen Huaijin glared at everyone and carried Sui Sui down from the stone platform. This time, the little princess truly made a great contribution. When I return to the capital, I will report it to the emperor and praise her properly. Send orders to prepare more delicious dishes at noon and bring all the good food and fun things for the little princess. Everyone returned to the main tent, and the cook quickly brought lunch. Sui Sui was visiting the camp for the first time and found everything new and interesting. After lunch, hearing the sound of cavalry training outside, the little girl couldn't sit still. She grabbed some snacks and ran out to watch. Jun Qian waved to Chong Lu, signaling him to take good care of Sui Sui. Seeing no one else around, he cleared his throat. Marquis, when you met Wan Wan, did you see her with anyone else? At that time, Ning Er was alone. Shun Huaijin put down his teacup. Why do you ask, Your Highness? Since the other person was Wan Wan's father, Jun Qian didn't want to speak badly of Wan Wan in front of him. I'm just curious, just asking casually. Don't you think this is too much of a coincidence? Yes, I also couldn't believe it at the time, meeting Ning Er on the road. Thinking of his daughter's disappearance over the past 3 years, Shun Huaijin sighed deeply, full of regret. Since Ning Er went missing, my wife and I have tried everything to find her, but after 3 years, we had no results. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever see Ning Er again in this life. Luckily, heaven has mercy on me. General. The deputy general entered with a smile. The tiger saddle for the little princess is ready. We're all afraid the tiger might be scared and not approach. Can you help try it on? All right. Shun Huaijin stood up happily and strode out of the tent. Jun Qian and Xin Yunwen also stood up and followed, watching Jun Qian walk ahead, while Xin Yunwen frowned slightly. The subordinate handed over the finished tiger saddle. Shun Huaijin personally helped Sui Sui put it on. Made of fine black deer hide, decorated with beautiful gold rivets, simple and elegant in design. A red silk cushion, filled with feathers and cotton, making it soft and comfortable. The fierce mountain tiger, already imposing, looked even more majestic with the saddle on. Shun Huaijin gently helped Sui Sui onto the tiger saddle, adjusting her little feet on the stirrups. She patiently bent down, guiding the little girl on how to hold the reins and control the tiger's direction. If you want the little tiger to go a certain way, pull the reins that way. If you want it to stop, pull both sides down. The little girl listened carefully and remembered everything. Come on, Your Highness. Give it a try. Shun Huaijin stood up and stepped aside. Sui Sui gently tapped the tiger's belly, and the big animal immediately slowed down and moved forward. Following Shun Huaijin's instructions, the little girl gently pulled the reins and turned around to come back. The tiger saddle Shun Huaijin designed was comfortable and soft, also protecting her waist and belly, making riding easier. The training ground was perfect for practice, and Sui Sui quickly learned the basics of riding, gradually increasing her speed. The colorful tiger, swift as the wind. She noticed the soldiers practicing riding skills over obstacle wooden walls. Sui Sui, having watched the cavalry training, was eager to try. She lightly guided the tiger toward the wooden wall. Following Shun Huaijin's method, she held the reins tightly and suddenly pulled. Little tiger, jump! The tiger stepped back a few steps, then ran and leapt into the air. Jun Qian and others watched nervously, gasping in surprise. Sui Sui, be careful. Shun Huaijin and the soldiers, watching also, held their breath. In everyone's worried eyes, the tiger smoothly jumped over the wooden wall and landed steadily on the other side, carrying Sui Sui on its back. On the tiger's back, Sui Sui turned her face to smile at everyone. Sui Sui can also jump over the wooden wall. Good. Amazing. The soldiers around cheered for Sui Sui. A deputy infantry general, who only saw Sui Sui as the young lady Shin's family brought back, joked with a smile. Lord, this must be our 4th Mississippi truly. Like father, like daughter. Amazing. Watching the cute yet brave little girl on the tiger's back, Shun Huaijin shook his head gently. I don't have such luck. This is Princess Anning. She is the emperor's daughter. The Shin family has been generals for generations and, unlike typical noble families, they don't only teach their daughters embroidery or painting. Both boys and girls can learn martial arts, riding, and archery if they like. Shun Huaijin, who married the southern Chu king's sister Shin Huayu, was a female general who fought on the battlefield with the old marquis. If his own daughter had such courage, Shun Huaijin would definitely train her to become the most formidable female general in Yi. Unfortunately, thinking of Wan Wan, who is so delicate that she needs to be coaxed even when taking medicine, Shun Huaijin sighed quietly. He couldn't help feeling a little jealous. The emperor is really lucky to have found such a good daughter. Until dusk, after confirming that the pigeons in the letter message were safely cured, Jun Qian and Sui Sui, Shen Yunwen, and others bid farewell. Shen Huaijin was still worried about the three of them, so he personally led a group to escort everyone outside the Great Xianghua Temple before leaving. Qing He and others were already waiting at the temple gate. When Sui Sui jumped down from the tiger's back, everyone hurried over to greet her and took the little girl back to wash up. He handed the horse to the attendant, and Jun Qian stepped onto the stairs to leave. Your Highness, Shen Yunwen hurried over and stopped him. Earlier in the camp, you asked my father about Ninger. What exactly did you want to ask? When mentioning Wan Wan, Jun Qian suddenly felt angry. It's none of your business. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Ninger is my sister. Why isn't it my business? Shen Yunwen quickly followed a few steps and grabbed his arm. I know after your mother passed away, you deliberately distanced yourself from me because you were worried I would get too close to you and the Empress would make things difficult for me. I don't blame you. But do you really not want me as a friend, Your Highness? He looked at the hand on his arm for a moment, then Jun Qian coldly shook him off. Even if I tell you, you won't believe it. You haven't said anything, so how do you know I won't believe? Fine. Jun Qian frowned and turned around. I think Wan Wan wants to harm Sui Sui. Do you believe that? Shen Yunwen was momentarily stunned. He wasn't angry but calmly asked again, Your Highness, can you tell Yunwen why you think Ninger is targeting Sui Sui? He is 1 year older than Jun Qian and grew up together, so he knows Jun Qian's personality well. Without evidence, Jun Qian wouldn't falsely accuse his own sister. Seeing that Shen Yunwen was not angry, Jun Qian carefully explained the discovery outside Sui Sui's room that night. He signaled Chong Lu to take out the bracelet Wan Wan dropped, and Jun Qian placed the bracelet in Shen Yunwen's palm. I think your sister must be hiding something from us. Looking at the bracelet in his palm, Shen Yunwen thought for a moment. All right, early tomorrow morning, let's go together and find out the truth. Jun Qian was a bit surprised. You're not angry at me? Shen Yunwen smiled. If it's a misunderstanding about Ninger, I will help you find out the truth and clear her name. If Ninger really has something to hide from everyone, it's better to find out early. Why is Yunwen angry with His Highness? Jun Qian turned his face. If Wang guess is right, you must not protect your sister. Shen Yunwen firmed his tone. If Ninger dares to hurt Sui Sui, Yunwen will be the first to disagree. Jun Qian extended his right hand. It's a deal. Shen Yunwen waved and pressed his palm. It's a deal. Not far away, Chong Lu nudged Shen Yunwen's page. Zhou Yan. Does this mean the prince and Shin Gongzi have made up? Zhou Yan grinned mischievously. Of course. It's been years. I haven't seen them talk this much. Since the death of the concubine, Shen Yunwen and Jun Qian gradually grew apart. Chong Lu and Zhou Yan also secretly worried about the two. Seeing the two boys reconcile, they were very happy. The next day was the Buddha Bath Festival. Inside the Great Xianghua Temple, monks prepared carefully. Before dawn, people came to burn incense, citizens, merchants, and nobles from the capital, lining up outside the temple. Early in the morning, Jun Qian and Sui Sui, along with others, accompanied the Empress Dowager to offer the first incense in the main hall. Sui Sui stayed to treat the Empress Dowager's leg, while Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen hurried back to the capital to check the situation. When they entered the Jinbei Marquis's loyal and righteous hall, Du Ruo had just finished family matters and came out of the study. Seeing them, he immediately smiled and greeted them. Your Highness, Wenner, isn't today Buddha Bath Festival? Why are you back? He dismissed the servants, and Shen Yunwen took out the bracelet Jun Qian gave him, explaining everything to Du Ruo carefully. Du Ruo frowned. My wife knows that Your Highness might have a bias against Ninger. Sui Sui and Ninger are master and disciple sisters. Why would Ninger target Sui Sui? That doesn't make sense. He admitted his child's mischievousness. But a 3 or 4 year old deliberately harming someone, Du Ruo couldn't believe it. Mother. Shen Yunwen held Du Ruo's arm. Let's call Ninger and ask her carefully. As soon as Shen Yunwen finished speaking, the light outside the door dimmed, and Qinger walked in with a smile. Madam, 4th Miss has come to apologize to you. The three turned their heads together, seeing Wan Wan holding a stack of rice paper, excitedly rushing in. Seeing Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen sitting in the living room, Wan Wan hurriedly stopped. Earlier, because of Sui Sui, Jun Qian almost strangled her. Now, Wan Wan was naturally terrified of Jun Qian. Brother Qin, second brother. Why are you here too? Seeing that her left hand was wrapped in thick bandages, Shen Yunwen stood up worriedly. Ninger, how is your hand? It still hurts a little. Wan Wan carefully took a few steps back, hiding behind Du Ruo, and looked cautiously at Jun Qian. Brother Qin, I really know I was wrong. Please don't hurt Ninger, okay? Don't be afraid, Ninger. Second brother and His Majesty the King are just here to see you, Du Ruo said, gently supporting her shoulder and taking the rice paper in her hand. What is this? Wan Wan handed the rice paper to Du Ruo. This is the birthday gift Ninger prepared for Mother. Du Ruo curiously unfolded the rice paper and saw a neatly written 100 longevity painting, looking amazed. If an adult wrote like this, it would be considered average. But she was only a 3 or 4-year-old child, yet she managed to draw a proper 100 longevity picture. Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen looked at the 100 longevity painting in her hand and also appeared surprised. Seeing their expressions, Wan Wan felt a bit proud. Earlier, to avoid revealing her rebirth, she had been pretending to be a child. Now it seemed she needed to show more of her skills. Jun Qian glanced at the neat calligraphy on the rice paper and also found it hard to believe. Did you really write this, Mother? Wan Wan tugged at Du Ruo's sleeve. Ninger didn't lie. Yes, madam. The fourth miss heard that your birthday is coming soon, so she stayed up all night copying the characters, Qinger explained proactively. I saw her write it myself. Earlier, at Xianghua Temple, she failed to harm Sui Sui and even angered Du Ruo. To win back Du Ruo's favor, Wan Wan worked hard to think of ways to regain her affection. Seeing Du Ruo happy, Wan Wan looked at her pitifully. Mother, can you forgive Ninger? As long as you admit your mistake, I won't blame you. Du Ruo placed the 100 longevity painting on the table. Ninger, come. I have a few questions for you. Not sure what she was going to ask, Wan Wan carefully approached Du Ruo. Ninger, Du Ruo held her shoulders with both hands. Tell Mother honestly, why did you go to Sui Sui's room that night? Wan Wan lowered her face in a panic. I just wanted to play with Sui Sui. Ninger. Du Ruo's face turned serious. Mother doesn't like children who lie. Wan Wan raised her face, pretending to be innocent. Mother, Ninger didn't lie. I really want to play with Sui Sui. Ninger, Shen Yunwen stood up and walked over to her. Since you're going to play with Sui Sui, why did you take the oil lamp from the table? Wan Wan sniffed and said, at that time, the room was a little dark. Ninger just wanted to see if Sui Sui was asleep. Really? Jun Qian squinted and looked coldly at Wan Wan. When you entered Sui Sui's room, did the palace maid stop you? He didn't directly mention the window. He deliberately confused the situation, just to see how she would respond. Unfortunately, the three of them never expected that. Inside the body of the 3 or 4-year-old child was the soul of an adult. Hearing Jun Qian's question, Wan Wan felt a sudden wave of nervousness. Was he intentionally misleading her? Did he discover something important? She rolled her eyes, clenched her teeth, and decided to tell the truth. Ninger didn't go in through the door. She climbed in through the window. When we were at the Taoist temple before, Sui Sui and I often played hide and seek like that. Hide and seek. Jun Qian snorted coldly and stood up. Then why did you erase your footprints, Wan Wan? They really knew. Ninger was afraid that Mother would find out she climbed through the window and might sell her. Wan Wan cried as she threw herself into Du Ruo's arms, sniffling and speaking between sobs. When Ninger did something wrong at the Taoist temple, the master would beat me and say he would sell Ninger. Ninger promises she won't lie anymore. Mother, please don't sell Ninger, okay? Stop pretending, Jun Qian said coldly. I won't believe your nonsense, madam. Qinger spoke cautiously. Miss Fourth does have a scar on her lower leg. Du Ruo pulled up Wan Wan's pant leg, and the 3 of them looked at her calf. Sure enough, just below the knee, there was a scar over 2 inches long, a diagonal wound that looked like it had healed from a cut with a sharp object. Du Ruo felt a pang of heartache when she saw it. Did your master also beat you for this? Wan Wan herself didn't know how she got the scar. To avoid suspicion, she cried and played the victim. The master beat Ninger until she bled. Ninger really didn't want to lie to mother. It's just, I was scared. How can someone practicing Taoism be so cruel? Du Ruo frowned with concern, feeling guilty. Mother promises she won't hit Ninger again. Wan Wan pretended to be remorseful. Ninger also promises she won't lie to mother anymore. Du Ruo couldn't hold back anymore and hugged her tightly. Good girl. Ninger Xinyunwen heard that his sister was beaten and felt a pang of sadness. He stood up, frowned, and pulled Jun Qian aside. Now, your highness should believe Ninger, right? His gaze swept over Wan Wan's leg scars. Jun Qian frowned but said nothing. He had just been testing, and Wan Wan took the initiative to mention climbing out the window, which Jun Qian hadn't expected.
Could it be?
He had truly misunderstood her? In the suburbs of the capital, Great Xiongwa Temple. Using bees they found early in the morning, the Empress Dowager treated her leg. Sui Sui raised her small hand and gently brushed her messy hair from her forehead. Noticing fewer people around, the little girl looked around in confusion. Grandmother Empress Dowager, where are Aunt Qinghe and the others? Today is the Bathing Buddha festival. As usual, the Empress Dowager distributes porridge. The palace maids have gone to help with the charity. Itsue smiled. The Empress Dowager is a Buddhist and gives generously every year during the festival. The monks in the temple are too busy, so the palace maids and eunuchs go to help in front. Only Itsue, her personal maid, and the guards remain. Sui Sui packed her small honey jar and asked, Grandmother Empress Dowager, can I go find Aunt Qinghe and the others to play? The Empress Dowager smiled and took her hand. Today, there are too many people in the temple. What if someone bad takes you away again? The little girl was a bit disappointed. Can I go ride my little tiger outside? There are many common people coming to burn incense at the temple. If they see your little tiger, they'll all be scared away, she said. Seeing that the girl was eager to go out, the Empress Dowager stood up with a smile. All right, bring your little tiger, and let's go for a walk in the back mountain. How about that? First, she was worried that the little tiger might scare people. Second, she was afraid that outside, there might be trouble or chaos. Villagers usually don't come to the back mountain to worship, so it's quieter there. Hearing she could go out to play, Sui Sui happily agreed and stood up from her small stool. Okay. Not wanting to attract attention, the Empress Dowager didn't bring many guards. Besides Itsue, she only took 4 plainclothes guards. They left through the back gate of Xiongwa Temple, heading to the back mountain. Sui Sui climbed onto her tiger confidently, ran a few steps on the grass, and still felt it wasn't enough. Noticing the river at the foot of the hill, she raised her hand and pointed downward. Grandmother Empress Dowager, there's a river over there. Let's go play there. The Empress Dowager's old arms and legs can't keep up with you, she replied. The Empress Dowager waved her hand to the guards behind her. You too, follow His Highness and come along. Sui Sui is losing hair every year. I want your heads. Yes. The 2 plainclothes guards responded in unison. Sui Sui, the Empress Dowager smiled as she adjusted the child's clothes. If you see anyone, hide your little tiger. Otherwise, your big tiger might scare people to death. Sui Sui understands. The little one nodded happily. Go now, but don't play too long. I'll be waiting here, the Empress Dowager reminded gently, waving goodbye to the child. Sui Sui happily rode on the tiger's back, gently tugging the reins. Little tiger, let's go. The tiger stretched its 4 legs and ran down the mountain, with the 2 guards hurriedly following. At first, they could keep up with the tiger using their light skills. But once Sui Sui rode into the woods, they quickly fell behind. Some secret guards, worried she might get into trouble, shouted anxiously, Your Highness, slow down. Your Highness, we can't keep up. Hearing their voices, the little one grabbed the reins tightly. Little tiger, let's run more slowly. Help! Help! From outside the woods, faint cries for help could be heard. Hearing the sounds, the child turned around on the tiger's back. Through the gaps in the trees, they saw a boy of about 6 or 7 being swept downstream by the water, struggling up and down. Sui Sui saw this from afar and patted the tiger's back. Little tiger, hurry, let's go save him. The tiger charged out of the woods, carrying the child, and leapt into the river. They quickly reached the boy, carefully biting his clothes and pulling him to the shore. Ignoring her wet clothes, Sui Sui slid down from the tiger's back. Following her master's teachings, she helped the boy lie on his side and used her small hands to pat his back hard. Big brother, wake up quickly. Cough. The boy coughed up some river water and opened his eyes. Just then, he saw a huge tiger's head in front of him, which frightened him so much that he blacked out again.
Sui Sui.
Strange? Why did the little brother faint again after waking up? She turned to look at the tiger standing beside her and suddenly understood. Little tiger, you really scared him to death. Quickly hide, or else the little brother will faint again from fright. The tiger. Can it be blamed? The tiger wagged its tail and, following Sui Sui's instructions, jumped into the woods and hid behind a dense bush. Sui Sui reached out her small hand and pinched the boy's pressure point, applying firm pressure. The boy who fainted suddenly opened his eyes again. Seeing the young girl in front of him, he blinked in confusion. Where is the tiger? Afraid she might scare him again, Sui Sui smiled gently. Big brother, don't be afraid. There are no tigers now. The boy looked around but didn't see any tiger shadows. Strange, did I just see things? Linger in the woods. Shadows flickered as a woman in plain clothes quickly ran out. Seeing the boy on the grass, she hurried over. Linger, are you okay? I'm fine, mother. The boy replied, pointing at Sui Sui. This little girl saved me. The woman in red turned her face and looked Sui Sui over with surprise in her eyes. She looked about 3 or 4 years old, younger than her own son, yet she managed to save him from the water? Princess. Footsteps hurried closer, and 2 maids and a few guards rushed over. Is the young master all right? The little brother just choked on water. I helped him spit it out, Sui Sui explained with a smile. The woman in red was none other than Shen Huayu, the princess of Nanchu. In the Dai dynasty, it was customary every spring for the princes and princes to visit the capital. The king and queen of Nanchu, Chu Tianxi and his wife, naturally followed this tradition. Last night, they arrived late and couldn't enter the city, so they stayed at an inn with their attendants. Today is Buddha Bath Festival. Shen Huayu dressed simply to go burn incense, pray for her brother to find his lost daughter soon. Because the roads were crowded with carriages and people, they took a detour to the back mountain to rest a while, waiting for the crowd to thin. Their youngest son, Chu Yunting, just 6 years old, was very playful. He went to play in the river but accidentally slipped and was swept away by the current, just happening to meet Sui Sui. 2 hidden guards quickly ran out of the woods. Noticing the crowd by the river, the guards hurried over to protect the guards nearby. What are you doing? Shen Huayu's guards frowned and stepped forward when they saw the 2 speaking rudely. How dare you? Shen Huayu, who disliked using her status to pressure others, stopped them and smiled as she explained. Don't misunderstand. These 2 are just here to burn incense at the Gui temple. I just wanted to thank them. Seeing Shen Huayu's striking appearance and elegant manner, the guards guessed she was a noble lady visiting for incense. Since she showed no hostility and spoke politely, they relaxed their attitude. Since the young master is fine, we will take our leave now. One of the secret guards reached out and held Sui Sui's hand. Miss, let's go back quickly, or else Grandma will be worried. Not wanting to reveal Sui Sui's royal identity and cause unnecessary trouble, the guard only calls her Mississippi. Please wait a moment, 2 of you, Shen Huayu said, noticing Sui Sui's clothes were soaked. Her clothes are all wet, and going back like this might make her catch a cold. Why don't you come with me to the roadside carriage, so she can change into clean clothes? Turning around, the woman in red pointed to the side of the road with a smile. Our carriage is over there. The 2 guards looked at each other, hesitant. Achoo! Sui Sui raised her little hand to rub her nose and sneezed heavily. The guards were worried she might catch a cold or get sick, so they bowed to the woman in red. Thank you, madam. Everyone moved back to the roadside, and Shen Huayu personally helped Sui Sui onto the carriage, lifting the curtain. Hurry, find some clothes for the young master. I will help the child change. The maid brought a set of clean clothes and some towels, handing them inside the carriage. Little girl, are you not afraid? I will help you change into a new outfit, and you won't be cold anymore. Smiling at the little girl, Shen Huayu untied Sui Sui's wet clothes and used a towel to wipe off the water. Noticing the lotus birthmark on Sui Sui's arm, Shen Huayu was stunned and paused in surprise. This birthmark, why does it look exactly like the one on her missing niece? She placed her hand on Sui Sui's arm, afraid she might be mistaken, and carefully looked at the birthmark again. The child's birthmark was a faint red, like a lotus flower. In her memory, her missing niece's birthmark was exactly like this. She lifted her face and carefully examined the little girl's features. Her niece was still a baby when she went missing, and she was adorable and lively. 3 years had passed, so her facial features must have changed. For a moment, Shen Huayu wasn't sure anymore. Taking a deep breath to calm her excitement, she gently asked, "Little girl, tell me, how old are you this year?" Sui Sui shook her small head. "I don't know, then." Shen Huayu frowned and thought for a moment. "Do you know what zodiac sign you belong to?" Sui Sui smiled. "I know. My master said I am a dragon." "A dragon? That matches her age." "Then your parents." Auntie, Sui Sui, still not dressed, curled up her little arms and hugged her chest. "I'm cold. Can I wear clothes first?" "Look at me. I was only asking you questions and forgot to put on my clothes." Shen Huayu was worried that the little one might catch a cold, so she hurriedly took the son's clothes nearby and helped the little one put them on. Outside the carriage, the 2 secret guards hadn't seen Sui Sui come out for a long time and were getting a bit anxious. Concerned that something might have happened to the child, one of them stepped forward, raised his hand, and tapped the trunk. "Madam, has our young lady finished dressing?" "Almost done." After tying the child's belt, Shen Huayu stretched out her arm to lift the curtain, handed the wet clothes to the secret guard waiting by the side of the carriage, and also helped Sui Sui down from the carriage. The boy, a bit older, wore clothes that were too big for Sui Sui. Seeing her walking awkwardly in a large robe, another secret guard nearby bent down and gently picked up the little girl. "Thank you, madam. We will take our leave now." The 2 secret guards expressed their thanks to Shen Huayu and prepared to leave with Sui Sui. They might be the daughter of her lost brother, so Shen Huayu certainly wouldn't let them leave so easily. "Wait a moment." Shen Huayu stopped the secret guard holding Sui Sui, quickly asking, "Do you know where this young girl lives? Who her parents are? I want to visit and thank them." The girl was only about 3 or 4 years old, too young to explain or understand many things. In Shen Huayu's view, as long as she could find the child's parents and ask carefully, she could determine whether this child was truly her niece. Since her identity was not yet confirmed, Shen Huayu only used her gratitude as an excuse. After all, it was hard to believe that a child with only a birthmark was definitely someone she lost. Sui Sui was a princess, and her father was the emperor. Such an identity made it inconvenient for the secret guards to reveal. The secret guard politely smiled at Shen Huayu. "It's just a small favor, madam. No need to thank us." "Yes, auntie." Sui Sui, carried in her arms, also smiled at Shen Huayu, showing a cute expression. "You don't need to thank us. This little princess was the emperor's beloved, and the empress dowager had just reminded her not to let anything happen to her." Since her hair was still wet, the 2 secret guards hurriedly decided to take her back to the temple. They nodded to Shen Huayu and quickly walked toward the woods. Seeing that they refused to explain further, Shen Huayu felt anxious and stepped forward to grab the arm of one of the secret guards. "This matter is very important. If you 2 are unwilling to explain, can I go back with you?" A few days ago, Sui Sui had just faced danger, so the 2 secret guards were naturally very cautious. Watch Shen Huayu hold onto her arm. The secret guard is only worried that the other person might harm Sui Sui, so his face darkens immediately. "You're so talkative. If you don't step back now, don't blame us for being rude." He shakes off Shen Huayu's hand and, holding Sui Sui, signals to his companion before walking quickly into the woods. Shen Huayu quickly steps forward, blocking their path with her arm. Young men, I really have something important. This child might be from my family. In her hurry, Shen Huayu uses her light skills to move swiftly. The two secret guards see that she is skilled and realize she might want to do harm to Sui Sui, so they are no longer polite. Take the young lady away. Before Shen Huayu can finish speaking, the secret guard holding Sui Sui warns his companion. He steps forward, protecting Sui Sui, and throws a punch at Shen Huayu. Shen Huayu steps back, avoiding the punch. Taking this chance, the secret guard with Sui Sui leaps into the air and runs into the woods. Not far away, the palace guards see the secret guards attacking Shen Huayu.
They won't just stand by.
What are you doing? How dare you? The crowd shouts loudly and draws their swords, ready to rush over. Stop! Shen Huayu commands her subordinates to hold back, then steps back 2 paces, keeping distance from the secret guards. Don't misunderstand. I mean no harm to this child. I just want to see her parents. Then don't follow us. The secret guard snorts coldly, turns around, and chases after his companions into the woods. You all, seeing the 2 secret guards rushing into the woods with Sui Sui, Shen Huayu becomes anxious. Her brother and sister-in-law have been searching for the child for 3 years. Now there's a little news, and she can't miss it. Today, no matter what, she must stop the child from leaving. Stop them. Don't hurt anyone, no matter what. She must first hold them back. She commands her subordinates, and then chases into the woods. The palace guards follow behind Shen Huayu, rushing into the woods. Sui Sui, holding onto the secret guard's shoulder, turns her face and sees Shen Huayu and the others chasing after her. She mistakes them for bad people trying to take her away. Afraid she might be taken again, the little girl quickly speaks. Little tiger, stop them, roar. The obedient tiger hiding in the forest hears her command, lets out a roar, and rushes forward to block Shen Huayu and the others. Seeing a colorful tiger suddenly charging over, Shen Huayu is also startled. She stops in her tracks and raises her arm to block the guards behind her. There's a tiger. Quickly retreat. The guards saw a tiger suddenly appear in the woods, and everyone was panicked. They quickly drew their swords to protect Shen Huayu and retreated outside the forest. Protect the young master. Hurry, get on the carriage. 2 young maids hurriedly carried Chu Yuntin onto the carriage, worried the tiger might hurt him. Shen Huayu, concerned, returned to the carriage area, pulled out her spear, and held it in front of the carriage for protection. The guards formed a fan shape around her, standing on either side to guard the carriage. Unexpectedly, the tiger did not rush out. Following Sui Sui's orders, the crowd was stopped, and everyone turned their heads. Seeing Sui Sui being taken away by 2 secret guards, they immediately turned to chase after her in the direction she left. Shen Huayu stood by the carriage, holding her spear, waiting for a moment. When the tiger did not come out, she signaled everyone to stay by the side of the carriage. She carefully walked into the woods with her spear. Young lady. Sui Sui had already been taken away by 2 secret guards, and there was no sign of her anymore. Shen Huayu frowned, then turned back to the side of the carriage. She grabbed a guard's horse and jumped onto its back. Worried that the tiger might appear again and hurt everyone, she held the reins with one hand and her spear with the other, turning around. Quickly protect the young master and return to the inn. Tell the Lord that I will be back soon. After giving this order, she suddenly kicked the horse's belly. Go! Today was Buddha festival, and the young girl who appeared earlier was probably at the great Xiangwa temple with her family to worship. She decided to chase to the temple to see if she could find any clues. Shen Huayu rode quickly along the mountain road toward the great Xiangwa temple on the mountain. The closer she got to the temple, the more people there were. Young men and women, old and young, the mountain path was crowded and blocked. Even horses couldn't move freely. How could she find the girl alone? Damn it! Shen Huayu pulled on the horse's reins in frustration and cursed softly. After a moment of deep thought, she had an idea. She strongly pulled the reins and charged down the mountain toward the main road. As a princess from an outer region, she had no authority in the capital to mobilize people, but the Marquis of Jinbei's estate was different. If she informed her sister-in-law, Du Rua, she might be able to send troops from the city. At worst, they could surround the temple and carefully search it, surely finding the girl. This was a matter involving her niece, so Shen Huayu urged her horse forward without hesitation. Rushing into the city, she headed straight for the Marquis of Jinbei's estate. The gatekeeper recognized her and hurried to greet her. "Young lady, what are you? Move aside." Shen Huayu jumped off her horse, quickly climbed the stairs, and ran into the Ho mansion gates. Du Rua happened to be walking from the backyard and saw her young sister-in-law rushing in while holding her skirt. She was stunned in surprise. "Huayu, sister-in-law." Shen Huayu grabbed Du Rua's arm before she could catch her breath. "Please gather some people quickly. I found. Mother, look. I learned to write today with a teacher." Before Shen Huayu could finish speaking, Wan Wan ran over holding a piece of rice paper, as if showing off a treasure. Seeing Shen Huayu standing in front of Du Rua, Wan Wan looked her over with curiosity. In her past life, Wan Wan was Shen's adopted daughter and knew well that this fierce woman was a brave general. But the woman in front of her, the Queen of Nanchu, looked strange. Her hair and clothes were a bit messy. She was sweaty and panting, as if she had hurried over. Could something have happened? Holding Du Rua's hand, Wan Wan pretended not to recognize Shen Huayu and asked cautiously, "Mother, who is this?" Seeing the little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, Shen Huayu became curious. Hearing her call Du Rua mother, Shen wondered when their family had a daughter. "Sister-in-law, this child is. This is our lost Ninger." Du Rua smiled and took Wan Wan's hand. "Ninger, this is your aunt, your father's sister. Call her aunt." In Chu land, this kind aunt was a wealthy and powerful princess, so Wan Wan naturally wanted to flatter her. She stepped forward, tilted her head, and tried to look cute, speaking sweetly. "Hello, aunt. I am Ninger." "Ninger?" Shen Huayu looked confused. Did our Ninger find her? Was that child just now really her mistake? "A few days ago, your eldest brother just brought the child back," Du Rua explained with a smile. "He wanted to send you a letter with this good news. Your brother said you were going to the capital for the court meeting, and since you're on the road, you might not receive the letter. So I thought it would be fine to tell you when you arrive." When Shen's daughter was born, Shen Huayu's husband hadn't yet been made king and also lived in the capital. Since they had no daughter, Shen Huayu treated her niece as her own and loved her very much. Hearing that her niece was found, Shen Huayu's excitement turned into joy. She knelt down, placed her hands on Wan Wan's shoulders, and looked into the little girl's face. Even a fierce female general's eyes could turn moist. She hugged her niece tightly and couldn't help but choke with emotion. 3 years have passed, and finally, I found him. I'm glad I found him. I'm really glad. Wan Wan eagerly shows her handwriting, taking the paper she wrote and handing it to Shen Huayu. "Auntie, look. This is what Ninger just wrote." She unfolds the rice paper, revealing neat calligraphy, and Shen Huayu looks at it with surprise. A child of 3 or 4 years old writing so well. No wonder our Shen family has such talent. Truly gifted. "Let's go." Du Rua smiles as she helps Shen Huayu to stand. "Let's go to the hall and talk." The 3 walk into the living room, where a servant has already brought hot tea. Shen Huayu finally has a chance to breathe and takes a sip of water. Seeing her tired appearance and the gun she still carries, Du Rua feels a bit confused. "Huaijin, why did you rush over alone? Where are King Chu Nan and the children? Don't mention my sister-in-law." Thinking about almost mistaking someone, Shen Huaijin laughs at himself and waves his hand. "I was at Daxiang Temple, and I almost made a big joke, almost brought back a daughter for you." Du Rua is stunned. "What do you mean?" Wan Wan also feels a shock in her heart. Could it be that Shen Huaijin met Sui Sui? Shen Huayu takes a breath and briefly recounts what happened at Daxiang Temple, how her son fell into the water, and then she met Sui Sui. "When I was helping that girl change her clothes, I saw a birthmark on her arm similar to Ninger's. I even thought she was our Ninger. I almost fought with her servant over it."
Du Rua looked surprised.
"That child's birthmark is the same as Ninger's?" Does your sister-in-law not believe it? Shen Huayu sighs, smiling wistfully. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it either. The girl is very delicate and beautiful, like a tiny porcelain doll, adorable and loved. She's the same age as Ninger, too. Isn't that a coincidence? Shen Huayu speaks casually, but Wan Wan is trembling with fear. She naturally knows the truth. The person Shen Huayu mentioned is obviously Sui Sui. Not wanting the two to discuss this further, Wan Wan pretends to care and asks, Auntie, you said the little brother fell into the water. Is he okay? The world is full of surprises. Seeing her daughter in front of her, with her jade pendant and birthmark matching, Du Ruo just considers it a coincidence. It's unbelievable. Such coincidences happen, she says, then asks about Chu Yunting. Yes. How is Yunting? Is he all right? The boy is very tough, he's fine. Empress Dowager Shen Huayu was a carefree person who shook her head indifferently and smiled as she pulled Wan Wan into her arms. Nana has been found, so I, as her aunt, can rest easy. Wan Wan lifted her face and returned a harmless smile to Shen Huayu. But inside, she sneered coldly. The young girl Shen Huayu mentioned must be Sui Sui. Once Shen Huayu visits the palace and sees Sui Sui and then mentions this matter to Du Ruo again, she will definitely be caught. To become the daughter of the Marquis family, she has worked very hard. No one should ruin her plans. Shen Huayu is no exception. She must find a way to stop Shen Huayu from entering the palace. In the outskirts of the capital, Daxiangwo Temple, seeing Sui Sui brought back by two secret guards, dressed in ill-fitting boys' clothes and still wet on the head, the Empress Dowager frowned with worry. She gently held the little one in her arms and scolded the two guards. It's shameful that you are palace guards and still so useless. How could you fail to watch a child? What's wrong with Sui Sui? The two guards broke out in sweat and hurriedly explained what had happened downstairs. The lady didn't seem to know who she was, but insisted on meeting Sui Sui's parents. I was worried she had bad intentions, so I brought Sui Sui back. Yiki looked worried. Empress Dowager, do you think these people are the same ones who tried to kidnap the princess before? Sui Sui. The Empress Dowager also sensed something was wrong and pulled the little one forward. Did that person say anything when she changed her clothes? Sui Sui tilted her head and thought for a moment. That Annie asked me how old I was, what zodiac sign I belonged to, and also asked about my parents. Sui Sui's rescue of the other child was understandable, and her gratitude was natural. But it was strange that the other person tried to stop Sui Sui. Because her safety was at stake, the Empress Dowager dared not take it lightly. Yiki, go and help Sui Sui change into new clothes, pack up our things, and we will return to the palace this afternoon. Yiki took Sui Sui away. The Empress Dowager turned to look at the two guards. Describe that lady's appearance. Did she have any special features? One guard thought for a moment. She was very beautiful, with an extraordinary presence. Her accompanying guards seemed to be soldiers. Exactly, the other guard continued. Her two maids spoke with an Imperial capital accent, but her guards sounded like they were from the south. After hearing their descriptions, the Empress Dowager nodded gently. Recently, many princes and high officials have come to Beijing for court meetings. This lady might be related to an official or a prince's family member. Please investigate carefully and report back immediately once you confirm the person's identity. When such an incident occurs, the Empress Dowager must also inquire clearly. The two secret guards left as ordered, and Itsue brought back Sui Sui, who had changed clothes. The grandmother and granddaughter ate lunch together. Then, protected by guards, left the great Xianghua temple and returned to the city. Worried that a tiger might scare the common people on the road, the Empress Dowager prepared a special carriage, and Sui Sui was sent to drive the tiger into it. Some guards had already returned to the city early and reported the news. When the Empress Dowager returned to the palace, the Empress and other concubines went to Qian Palace to welcome her. The carriage stopped outside Qian Palace, and eunuchs helped the Empress Dowager get out. Sui Sui, who was riding in the same carriage as the Empress Dowager, was also carried down by Itsue. Thinking about her tiger, Sui Sui paused on the steps. Grandma Empress Dowager, you go inside. Sui Sui will go see my little tiger. The Empress Dowager paused on the steps and turned to smile at the little one. Remember to come have dinner with me later. Okay, Grandma Empress Dowager. See you later. The little one promised and ran toward the palace path, with Qing He and others hurriedly following behind. On the palace road, Princess Deshio, who had just recovered, was walking over with a large mastiff given to her by the Empress, planning to visit the Empress Dowager at Qian Palace. When she saw Sui Sui from a distance, Princess Deshio grinned mischievously and deliberately loosened the leash of the mastiff. General, bite her. The mastiff, given the command, growled low and strode towards Sui Sui from behind. It opened its mouth, sharp teeth aiming at the little one's leg. Your Highness, be careful. Everyone watched in horror, shouting in alarm. Princess Deshio, with her hands behind her back, sneered sinisterly. Humph, this is the price of offending her. Hearing the shouts of Qing He and others, Sui Sui stopped and turned her face. Seeing the fierce Tibetan mastiff rushing straight at her, the little girl frowned unhappily. Stinky dog, dare to bite me. Feeling the strong pressure from the little one, the mastiff, which had been snarling fiercely moments before, suddenly backed down. It shrank its neck, bowed its body, and wagged its tail in submission. Woof woof. It was my little owner who told me to bite her. If I don't listen, they hit me with sticks. No one knew that this person and dog were communicating. Seeing the mastiff still barking at Sui Sui, Qing He, ignoring her own safety, was the first to rush forward. Sui instinctively pulled behind herself to protect, looking at the large dog that was about half a person tall. Your Highness, please watch your dog. How dare you? A palace maid beside Deshio glared at Qing He. Still dare to scold the princess? The princess didn't mean it. Zhu stepped forward angrily. Why are you talking like that? What if it bites our little princess? Another maid curled her lips. It didn't bite, did it? Sui frowned, her eyes scanning the injured-looking Tibetan mastiff, then resting on Princess Deshio's face. The fairy brother was right. She really was a naughty child. Seeing Sui staring at her dog, Junyu thought she was jealous and arrogantly crossed her arms. This is the mastiff general given to me by Queen Mother, brought from Tubo. It's much stronger than your little deer. Really? Sui chuckled. It's just a dog. Only soldiers on the battlefield are called generals. Seeing Sui mock her dog, Junyu's face darkened. If you dare, bring out your little deer and compare? Sui's lips curved. Little deer isn't here now. I'll compare my little tiger with you. Do you dare? Junyu was stunned. Could it be that Sui had a new pet again? Little tiger? Just hearing the name didn't sound impressive. It probably wasn't very strong either. Let's compare. Junyu snorted coldly. If you lose, you have to give me your white deer. What if you lose? Sui asked. If I lose, Junyu looked at her mastiff. I'll give you my general. Anyway, she wouldn't lose. The Tibetan mastiff wagged its tail at Sui. Woof. Help. I don't want to get beaten again. Seeing the poor dog, Sui looked up at Junyu. Okay, but you must not regret it. Not far away, 6th Prince Junlu heard Sui had returned and came to visit. Hearing their conversation, Junlu hurried over. What are you two going to compare? Qing He was worried no one would testify for Sui and smiled to salute Junlu. Your Highness, the two princesses are comparing their pets. Whoever's pet is stronger wins. We also asked 6th Prince to be the judge. Exactly. Junyu's palace maid, afraid Sui might back out, nodded in agreement. We asked 6th Prince to witness. Princess Anning said if she loses, she'll give her white deer to Princess Deshio, Junlu. This was getting a bit too serious. Afraid Sui might fall for Junyu's trick, Junlu grabbed Sui's arm and pulled her aside. Clapping her hands over her ears, Junlu gently reminded her, don't fall for her tricks. This general is very strong. No one can beat him in the palace. Sui smiled back at him, then tiptoed like him, bringing her lips close to Jiulu's ear. 6th brother, don't worry. Sui's little tiger won't lose. Junyue, Worried Sui Sui might change her mind, hurriedly urged. What are you two whispering about? Are you comparing or not? On the palace road, a carriage just happened to pass by. Sui Sui raised her small hand and waved at the guards pulling the carriage. Quick, bring my little tiger over. A few guards hurriedly moved the carriage closer and stopped it in front of everyone. Junhua looked at the stopped carriage and waved to the guard dog. General, come over. Afraid of getting scolded, the guard dog obediently ran over and stood beside Junhua. Junhua raised her small hand and glanced at Sui Sui. What are you waiting for? Let your little tiger come out. Sui Sui walked to the side of the carriage. Little tiger, come out. Junhua and the palace maids all turned their heads, looking disdainfully at the carriage. The curtain was lifted, and suddenly the scene darkened. An enormous creature unexpectedly jumped out of the carriage and landed beside Sui Sui. Everyone inside the carriage had been cramped all the way, and they were all eager to stretch. Finally able to move a muscle, it stretched its thick paws, shook its mane, and let out a deep howl. Howl, Jean Lu. Is that really a tiger? He shivered all over and almost sat down on the ground. The two palace maids accompanying Junhua screamed and turned to run, forgetting their young master. Junhua was even more frightened, her soul almost leaving her body. Her face turned pale as she stood there, so scared she wet her skirt on the spot. That stinks. Sui Sui raised her small hand to cover her nose, looking disgusted. Why are you still wetting your pants at this age? Hearing her voice, Junhua's frightened soul finally came back. She looked down at her wet skirt, scared and ashamed, and let out a loud scream. She dragged her still dripping skirt and ran away.
Sui Sui. Don't run.
We haven't even had a fair fight yet. Seeing Junhua run far away, without looking back, the little girl turned to look at Ju Lu. She ran before we even compared. Sixth brother. Who do you think won? Seeing the tiger also looking at her, Ju Lu's mouth was almost uncontrollable.
Of course it's you.
You won. Then from now on, this general will be Sui Sui's. The little guy happily curled his lips and waved his small hand at the Tibetan Mastiff general. Come here, I want to introduce you to Little Tiger, the Tibetan Mastiff. Trembling all over, the Mastiff almost pressed its belly to the ground and carefully crept to the tiger's side. The tiger cast a disdainful glance and ignored it. Seeing that the big guy had no intention of attacking, the Mastiff was relieved and quickly moved to the corner. In the animal world, the strongest is the boss. The Mastiff knew very well where it stood. Don't fight, you two, Sui reminded them, then turned to Jun Lu. Little tiger, this is brother 6. From now on, you should be his good friend. The tiger obediently sniffed Jun Lu. To show friendliness, it even rubbed its head against Jun Lu's arm. As the huge tiger had approached, Jun Lu stood still, not daring to move. His hair almost stood on end. Prince 6, don't be afraid. Your tiger is well trained and won't bite. Qinghe saw this and comforted him proactively. Afraid of losing face as a brother, Jun Lu quickly cleared his throat.
Who
Is afraid? Everyone else secretly smiled. With words so unsteady, who wouldn't be afraid? Sui skillfully mounted the tiger's back and turned to look at Jun Lu. Do you want to ride Little Tiger with Sui? Ride a tiger? He was only 7 and wanted to live a few more years. No need. Jun Lu hurriedly took a step back. Brother 6 is worried that Little Tiger might get tired of you, so let's walk instead. All right then. Sui gently tugged the reins. Little Tiger, let's go back to the palace. The little guy sat upright on the tiger's back and led the way, with the Tibetan Mastiff general carefully following beside him. Jun Lu and Qinghe and others followed behind. They walked through the palace corridors, past officials, maids, or pets like cats and dogs kept in the palace. All of them screamed in fear and ran away in panic. Green Pearl watched from behind, smiling as she saw her young lord's impressive display, and nudged Qinghe. Now, our little lord is the ruler of the palace. Who dares to bully him? Qinghe didn't speak but smiled softly. This time, Sui's narrow escape truly turned misfortune into blessing. With this tiger as a guard, Even the Empress might have to avoid Xianming Palace. People must bow to power, but tigers don't care about that. Whether you're an empress or a princess. In front of it, you're just a pile of meat and bones. Meanwhile, in the palace of earthly tranquility. Mother.
Boo-hoo. Avenget Yuea. Boo-hoo.
Junyu, dragging her wet dress, ran into the palace crying. She had just visited the Empress Dowager at Qian Palace and hurriedly ran over to support her daughter. What happened? That girl. She took my general. What? The Empress Dowager was furious. She just returned to the palace and dared to bully someone. I will go see her now. Who gave her such courage? The palace maid, looking pale, hurriedly stopped her. Empress Dowager, please, you must not go. The little princess brought back a tiger. You really shouldn't go. Two palace maids nervously explained what happened. She dared to keep a tiger in the palace? The Empress Dowager was angry and was about to rush out of the hall. I will go find the emperor now.
Stop.
A man in his 50s, wearing purple official robes, with features somewhat similar to the Empress Dowager, rushed out from the side room and grabbed her arm. How could you be so careless? The man was none other than the Empress Dowager's brother, the Grand Duke of Yi, Prime Minister Qin Beicheng. Take the princess to change her clothes. He instructed a few palace maids, then frowned and pulled the Empress Dowager back into the hall to sit. The Empress Dowager sat down with a frown. When did you return, brother? Just last night, he said, dismissing the servants. Qin Beicheng took a box nearby and handed it to her. This is a rare wild Hua Mountain dendrobium. Brew some tea with it daily. It's very nourishing. Thank you, brother. Seeing the precious dendrobium on the table, the Empress Dowager smiled and sat down. Perfect timing, brother. Please help me come up with a plan to get rid of that stubborn girl, Sui Sui. My silly sister. Qin Beicheng looked at her helplessly. Why do you target her? Because that girl spends all her time with Jun Qian, and both the emperor and the Empress Dowager treat her as a favorite. How can I keep her? That's exactly why we shouldn't oppose her. Qin Beicheng leaned in. The most important thing now is to protect Zair's position as crown prince. If you keep causing trouble, you'll only bring trouble upon yourself. If things get exposed, can Zair still keep his crown prince position? The Empress Dowager snorted. That girl and Jun Qian are close, always opposing me. Keeping her around is just inviting disaster. Qin Beicheng, she's just a young girl with yellow hair. We can find a way to use her for our benefit. The Empress frowned and said, Brother speaks so easily. She spends every day with Jun Qian. How could she be with us? Qin Beicheng smiled mysteriously. Could my sister have forgotten? Our brother once had a daughter who went missing. The Empress paused. What do you mean? If I pretend that Sui Sui is my daughter, then the Emperor and the Empress Dowager would be on our side. That's impossible. Why is it impossible? Qin Beicheng looked confident. I've already found out that the child is a dragon, and she's the same age as the niece who disappeared. He looked around, then stood up and moved closer to the Empress, lowering his voice. Sister, if you think of a way to find out more about Sui Sui, I can find a chance to say she's my daughter. Think about it. If Sui Sui becomes my daughter and your niece, her divine beast would be the same as our crown prince's. The Empress still worried. But that girl has always been close to Jun Qian and the Shin family. What if? That would be even better. We can use her to control Jun Qian and the Shin family, Qin Beicheng said, patting her arm. A child of 3 or 4 years old is easy for us to manipulate. The Empress thought carefully and smiled. Brother, your plan is brilliant. Qin Beicheng grinned proudly. If it weren't for this, how could I sit comfortably on this throne? The Empress smiled back. Don't worry, brother. Once you succeed in putting Zair on the throne, I will remember your kindness. We're family. Why talk about this? Qin Beicheng sat back down. Once Zair is secure as emperor, the Marquis of Jinbei, King Chunan, I will make them all obedient. Good. The Empress leaned back. I'll have someone look into Sui Sui's background carefully. Remember, be thorough. Look for birthmarks, scars, their color, size, and location. Make sure to ask everything clearly, Qin Beicheng advised carefully. The Empress listened attentively and took notes. Oh, and the Shen family's daughter has been found. Do we have any news about our niece? Shen's daughter is back. Qin Beicheng was surprised. That girl is really lucky she didn't die. The Empress paused. What do you mean, brother? Do you know something about that girl? Humph. Qin Beicheng snorted. If it weren't for the Shen family, my beloved daughter wouldn't have gone missing. Since they caused me to lose my daughter, I naturally want to get rid of their girl. Qin Beicheng's wives and concubines had 3 or 4 children, all sons. Until 3 years ago, the favored concubine gave birth to a daughter for him. Qin Beicheng, who was getting old, loved his daughter dearly and pampered her very much. The concubine took her daughter, Qiuyo, on a trip and happened to meet Shen Yunchuan, the eldest son of the Shen family, returning to the capital with his troops. Relying on her status in the noble household, the concubine blocked the road and refused to move. Shen Yunchuan, busy with military affairs, angrily killed Qin's horses. The concubine had no horse to ride, so she had to sleep outdoors with her servants. They were kidnapped by mountain bandits, and her daughter was lost. Qin Beicheng was furious and resentful toward the Shen family, so he deliberately arranged for someone to take away and eliminate the Shen girl. Thinking of his beloved concubine and daughter, Qin Beicheng clenched his teeth in silent anger. Those fools, tell me the child is dead. It turns out they lied to me. Things from 3 years ago, it's better not to mention them. When Zaire becomes emperor, I will have plenty of chances for revenge. Qin Beicheng said, don't talk about that. You need to carefully investigate what happened to Sui Sui. First, we must deal with this little princess. The Empress smiled. Brother, rest assured, I will handle it. That night, Jun Qing'an specially held a banquet at Xinang Palace to welcome the Empress Dowager and Sui Sui. To please Sui Sui, the Empress brought her daughter and many gifts. Before the palace gates, she reminded Junyu, remember, after dinner, you must invite Sui Sui to Kuanning Palace to play, understand? Junyu rolled her eyes. I don't want to play with her. The Empress grabbed her arm. As long as you can get Sui Sui to Kuanning Palace, I will give you anything you want. Mother will do it. Fine. Junyu reluctantly pouted. This princess will give her a face. Our wearer is the best. Holding Junyu's hand, the Empress smiled and entered Xinang Palace. Seeing Sui Sui in Jun Qing'an's arms, she hurriedly pretended to be happy and rushed over. Mother has been worried to death these days. Luckily, you're safe. Otherwise, Mother would be heartbroken. She comforted Sui Sui and then turned around to instruct Zhou Mama to bring the prepared gifts. Come, Sui Sui, these are specially chosen by Mother. Do you like them? Sui Sui, who had a bad impression of the Empress, refused her gifts. Sui Sui doesn't want them. Feeling rejected, the Empress felt awkward. Sui Sui, the Empress Dowager smiled and pulled the little girl over. Since these are from the Empress, you should keep them. Sui Sui nodded obediently. Okay, I will listen to Grandma Taiho. Jun Xian saw the Empress taking the initiative to show kindness and frowned secretly. Father, something serious has happened to Sui Sui. I am willing to investigate personally and find out who kidnapped Sui Sui. Good. The Emperor gently nodded and said, You are not young anymore. You should gain some experience. I am entrusting this matter to you. The Empress suggested proactively. Sui Sui is a disciple of Su Mu and also needs to manage the medicinal garden. She will have to leave the palace often. Perhaps I could help her select a few skilled guards to protect her. What do you think? If she could have her people around Sui Sui, she could naturally find out more about the little girl. The Empress's suggestion makes sense. Jun Qing'an turned to look at Lin Chongqing, who was standing nearby. Chongqing, carefully choose some capable guards to serve as Sui Sui's personal protectors. Your servant will arrange it immediately, Lin Chongqing replied. The Empress. Hearing the Emperor's arrangement, Jun Xian and the Empress Dowager both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Empress wanted to say more, but the Empress Dowager smiled and waved her hand. We are all hungry, let's eat. They presented a pile of gifts, but none of it brought any real benefit. The Empress felt a twinge of pain but could do nothing but smile politely and join everyone for dinner. Once Sui Sui had eaten enough, The Empress quietly nudged Junyu's arm and made a gesture. Junyu understood her mother's hint and stepped forward willingly, holding Sui Sui's hand. Sui, your sister has many fun toys. Would you like to go play with her? Sui refused to play with a naughty girl, pulling her hand back with a look of disgust. I still want to go back and see my herbs. Herbs? The Empress's eyes lit up. I have a dendrobium from Manhwa. Would Sui like to have it? When she heard the words, Manhwa dendrobium, Sui's big eyes immediately lit up. Is the Empress lying to Sui? Her master once said that dendrobium is the top of the 9 great herbs, and the Manhwa dendrobium is the best in the world. Just one plant is worth a lot of money. Seeing Sui so excited, the Empress secretly smiled. The little girl was finally hooked. How could I lie to you? This dendrobium was brought back by my brother from the south and was given to me today. Jun Qian guessed that the other party had bad intentions. That herb was a gift from the Duke of Gua to the Empress. It must be a precious item. If the Empress gives it to Sui, Lord Chancellor might not be pleased. The Empress smiled. I'm not good at growing flowers and plants. If I kill it, it would be a pity. Sui likes to grow herbs and is probably better at it than I am. It's better to let her have it. Seeing the Empress smile so kindly, Sui blinked her big eyes in suspicion. Usually the Empress either scowled at her or wanted to hit or scold her. Why is she suddenly so nice today? Could she be trying to trick her out of her money? The little girl reached into her sleeve pocket, nervously clutching a small pouch filled with broken silver coins. How much does the Empress need to collect every year? Her words made everyone laugh. The Empress chuckled softly, her tone becoming even gentler. I'm your mother. How could I take your money? Once this child entered her palace, she would find many ways to learn her true background. As long as she could bring this little princess back to the Qin family and help her son secure the throne, a single orchid was nothing. This time, Sui finally relaxed. Then I won't be polite. Empress, please bring your orchid over. Sui just wants to make honey tea for Grandma Taiho. Bring it over? Wouldn't that ruin her plan? The Empress hesitated. Seeing her hesitation, Sui pouted. Are you the Empress changing your mind? The Empress. In front of the Emperor and Taiho, how could she say she wouldn't give it? I knew Taiho needed it, so I would have just brought it myself. The Empress pretended to be obedient. Zhou Mama, hurry and take that orchid to Taiho. Jun Qian, worried she might do something sneaky again, glanced sideways at Qing He standing nearby. Zhou Mama is old and tired from running around. Qing He, please go and fetch it for Zhou Mama. Qing He agreed and left. Moments later, she returned with the precious orchid to Sinang Palace. Sui eagerly ran over, looking around happily with a big smile. As long as she had this orchid, she could have a second, a third. Countless orchids. Then she could sell many coins, and her master and fairy brothers wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. The Empress was giving her a mountain of gold. Qing He carefully prepared warm water with palace maids, mixing the honey royal jelly brought by Sui. Little Lord, how should we use this orchid? Sui stretched out her small hand and plucked 2 orchid flowers. Wash the flowers clean, then soak them in water. Qing He followed her instructions, washing the flowers and soaking them in the honey royal jelly water, then presented it to Taiho. At first, the flowers didn't smell much, but once soaked in the mixture, they immediately emitted a fresh, sweet aroma. Just smelling it made her feel refreshed.
Taiho took a sip.
It was sweet with honey, and the floral scent masked the slightly bitter taste of the royal jelly, making it sweet but not greasy. The elderly lady smiled and praised. It's fragrant and sweet, not greasy at all.
Delicious. Sui stepped forward happily.
Grandma Taiho, this not only cures illnesses but also strengthens the body. It will help you live to 100 years. You have a small mouth that's even sweeter than honey, the Empress Dowager said with a gentle smile, holding the little one close. Thanks to our good fortune, I hope to live a few more years. Seeing that it was getting late, Jun Cheng'en smiled and stood up. Let's stop here for today. The Empress Dowager and Sui are tired after a long day. It's best they rest early. Everyone bowed and prepared to leave. The Empress Dowager waved kindly at Qinghe. Don't forget to bring Sui Sui back with that dendrobium. The plan didn't succeed, and all the credit was taken by Sui Sui. What kind of thing is this? The Empress looked at the dendrobium, frowned, and took her daughter out of the palace. On the way back to Kuanning Palace, Zhou Mama was still complaining. This is clearly the Empress's thing, but Sui Sui took all the credit. The Empress Dowager is too much. Enough, the Empress interrupted her with a frown. Go and check carefully who usually helps Sui Sui with bathing and dressing. Zhou Mama was stunned. Your Majesty, what do you mean? The Empress waved her hand. No need to ask more. Just find out and tell me. Pretending to be a princess is a serious crime. If the secret gets out, the Qin family will be in big trouble. Of course, the Empress wouldn't tell Zhou Mama that. She stepped back 2 steps, sat on a chair, and snorted coldly. I don't believe there are secrets in this palace I can't find out. In the wise and bright palace, Lu Zhu was helping 2 palace maids bathe Sui Sui. Qinghe smiled as she placed the dendrobium on the table. Thinking of the Empress Dowager's expression just now, as if she had eaten a fly, Qinghe chuckled softly. Today, Your Majesty, does this count as losing both the wife and the soldier? Maybe she's just drunk and doesn't realize it, Jun Qian said, looking serious. In the next few days, I will investigate what happened when Sui Sui was caught. Tell everyone to be careful. We must not let Sui Sui have any more problems. He reminded Qinghe and then turned to wash up. Qinghe called everyone in the palace outside and gave some instructions. She took the dendrobium into Sui Sui's room and helped Lu Zhu bathe the little one. After bathing, she helped Sui Sui lie down to rest. Everyone moved quietly, tidying up and leaving the room. Sui Sui immediately sat up from the pillow, took the golden lingji mushroom from the flower pot, and placed a dendrobium into the empty tray. Little lingji, little dendrobium, grow quickly. Sui Sui is waiting to sell you for money. The lingji and dendrobium shimmered with golden light and grew rapidly. The lingji, which could only grow 1 leaf at a time before, now sprouted 3 leaves at once. The newly planted dendrobium was bigger and stronger than the original. Sui Sui watched happily, smiling with joy. I think I've become even more powerful. Cover the stone orchid with a cloth. The little one yawns happily and climbs back into bed. The white cat jumps onto the foot of the bed, and the little white deer lies on the footstool. The big dog, General, jogs over, also looking for a spot to rest. Seeing the tiger walking confidently towards her, she quickly bends down and slips under the bed, giving the side of the bed to the tiger. In the blink of an eye, the night passes. When the morning light brightens the wise palace again, Sui Sui gets up early. She practices a set of 8 brocade exercises her master taught her in the backyard. After breakfast, she immediately rushes to Sinang Palace to treat the Empress Dowager. After the treatment, she returns to the Wise Palace, where Lin Chongqing sends over 2 skilled secret guards. From now on, when the prince leaves the palace, they will protect you. Sui Sui can't wait and immediately carries out the prepared herbs. Help me load these onto the carriage. I want to leave the palace to see my master. Lin Chongqing arranges the carriage. Under the protection of 2 plainclothes secret guards, the little one leaves the palace smoothly. Meanwhile, at the Marquis of Zhenbei's residence, hearing that her husband, King Chu Nan, and their son have arrived, Shen Huayu, who stayed overnight at the Marquis's house, walks into the living room. Chu Yunting, who was happily chatting with Shen Yunli, immediately stands up and runs over. Brother Yunli said that the little princess is amazing. Tinger also wants to see the little deer. When will we go to the palace? Sitting nearby, King Chi notices his wife's face looks unusual and quickly stands up to support her arm. What's wrong? Why do you look so tired early in the morning? Shen Huayu touches her temples and sits down. I don't know what's wrong. I felt weak all over when I woke up and my head hurt badly. Wan Wan, sitting at the table, secretly smiles. As usual, the prince needs to visit the emperor when entering the capital. To prevent Shen Huayu from seeing Sui Sui in the palace, Wan Wan brought a large bouquet of lilies from the garden last night for her. Shen Huayu, carefree and unaware of her malicious plan, is touched by her kindness and puts the flowers in a vase in her guest room. It's still early summer, and the windows are closed when she sleeps. The strong lily scent keeps her awake all night. No wonder she feels unwell. Wan Wan pretends to be concerned and pulls Shen Huayu's arm. Auntie must be sick. You should find a doctor to check her. Our Ninger really knows how to care for people. Shen Huayu comforts her with a smile. Annie just didn't sleep well. It's nothing. No. Wan Wan refuses to let her go. Master said that small illnesses can turn into big ones. Ninger doesn't want Annie to get sick. Shen Huayu has practiced martial arts since childhood and has always been healthy, rarely catching colds. Chuyu has always loved his wife deeply. When he saw her suddenly fall ill, he couldn't rest easy. Ninger is right. She was fine all this time, and now she suddenly gets sick. We must find a doctor to check her. Yes, there's no rush to go into the palace today. Durua also couldn't relax and kindly advised, Mr. Su is in the capital these days. Why don't you go to Baijiao Hall and have him check her pulse? That way, we can be sure. When she heard her mother was sick, Shen Yunting didn't care about anything else and hurried over to hold Shen Huayu's arm. Let's go find a doctor. Once mother recovers, Yunting can still visit the little deer later. Unable to persuade everyone, Shen Huayu smiled and shook her head. All right, I'll listen to you. She bid farewell to Du Rua, and the three of them left the Marquis of Beibei's residence together, heading to Baijiao Hall. Auntie, go see the doctor first. Ninger can visit you a little later. Wan Wan stood beside Du Rua, pretending to be obedient. Watching everyone walk away, a cold smile flashed in her eyes. This time, she didn't poison or drug anyone. Even if the divine Dr. Su Mu guessed Shen Huayu was scented by flowers, he wouldn't suspect her on purpose. For now, she needed to stabilize Shen Huayu. Before she found out the truth, she had to find a way to get rid of Sui Sui. Having failed twice, Jun Qian was already suspicious of her. Du Rua wouldn't let her enter the palace easily again. What should she do? Wan Wan was secretly worried. Who? Down the stairs, a carriage stopped nearby. Inside the carriage sat Prime Minister Qin Beicheng, who lifted the curtain and stepped out. His cold gaze swept over Wan Wan's face, and he smiled. Madam Shen, is this the fourth miss? Knowing Qin Beicheng held a grudge against the Shen family, Du Rua stepped forward, shielding Wan Wan behind her. Why is the Prime Minister free to visit today? I heard the Shen family found their lost daughter. I came to congratulate you. Noticing Wan Wan's hand wrapped in gauze, Qin Beicheng smiled and reached out to grasp her injured hand firmly. Come, let Uncle Qin see. Does our fourth miss resemble the Marquis or the Madame Moore? Ah, my hand. Wan Wan screamed in pain, struggling to pull away from Qin Beicheng and retreating behind Du Rua. Ninger, Du Rua, distressed, held Wan Wan in her arms and gently lifted her injured hand. Her hand, now scabbed over, was squeezed hard by Qin Beicheng, causing blood to soak through the gauze. Oh dear! How did this child get hurt? Surely, I am getting old and useless. I didn't notice the truth. I should be punished. Qin Beicheng pretended to look regretful and apologized to Du Rua. Madam Shen, please take the children back to handle things. Be careful not to hurt your bones or get an infection. Realizing the other person was deliberately doing this, Wan Wan, with tears in her eyes, glared at Qin Beicheng, wishing she could tear the old man apart. Old scoundrel. When your Qin family is overthrown, I wonder if you'll still be smiling. Qinger, go get some gauze. Du Rua was worried about Wan Wan hurting her hand and, ignoring Qin Beicheng, hurriedly carried her back to the Marquis's residence. Then I won't bother Madam Shen. I will visit another day to offer my congratulations. Qin Beicheng bowed slightly to Du Rua's back, then turned to walk down the stairs and sat back in the carriage, pulling the curtain. Did you see clearly? Rest assured, your lordship, the attendant standing beside the carriage said with a sly smile. I saw everything clearly. When we get back to the house, I will arrange for someone. If there's a chance, I will eliminate that girl immediately. Humph. Qin Beicheng clenched his teeth silently. This time, I want to see her die with my own eyes. The Shun family caused him to be separated from his daughter, yet they managed to find her and enjoy family happiness. He would never let them have their way. The attendant waved his hand, and the coachman continued driving the carriage forward. At the intersection, a carriage suddenly sped past Qin Beiqing's carriage. The coachman quickly pulled the horses to a stop. Qin Beiqing inside the carriage jolted, almost hitting his head. "What's going on?" The attendant noticed the black mastiff following the carriage and leaned toward the window. "Prime Minister, I saw that black dog. It looks like the princess's dog." The mastiff that the empress gave to Junyue was originally arranged by the prime minister's residence, so the attendant recognized it immediately. Qin Beiqing lifted the curtain and looked at the mastiff beside the carriage ahead, then chuckled softly. Yesterday, when he entered the palace, Junyue said her mastiff had been taken by Sui Sui. The carriage ahead must be the emperor's most beloved little princess. It's truly heaven helping the Qin family. Quick, follow them. Qin Beiqing was right. The carriage ahead was indeed Sui Sui. Worried that a tiger might scare the common people, Sui Sui only brought her mastiff for protection. The carriage stopped in front of a pharmacy, and the secret guards respectfully carried Sui Sui down. "Miss, this is the largest rejuvenation pharmacy in the capital besides by Chaotang. Do you think this place is okay? Let's go in and ask." Sui Sui, with her short legs, walked into the shop with two secret guards on either side protecting her from behind. One of them was holding a small creature, and last night, it was the newly grown batch of Manhwa orchid. She used to sell medicine with her master, so she wasn't shy at all. She ran up to the counter and grabbed onto the high edge. "Shopkeeper, do you buy medicinal herbs?" The shopkeeper, sitting behind the counter, looked down at the small girl who was shorter than the counter and chuckled. "Little girl, are you here to sell herbs?" "Yes." Sui Sui raised her little hand and pointed at the dark guard holding something. "I want to sell this Manhwa orchid." The dark guard carefully placed the orchid on the counter and gently removed the cloth covering it. The shopkeeper turned around and saw the beautiful, blooming Manhwa orchid on the counter. He almost dropped his jaw. Having run a pharmacy for 30 years, he had never seen such a fine orchid before. "Little girl," the shopkeeper said seriously, "how much do you want for this?" He knew it was valuable, but Sui Sui didn't know how to set a price. "How much do you want to pay?" The shopkeeper cleared his throat. "How about 2,000 taels? At market price, a top-quality orchid like this was worth at least 3,000 taels. If it was divided and replanted, it could generate more money." Seeing that she was a child, the shopkeeper deliberately lowered the price. 2,000 taels. Sui Sui didn't really understand money. She turned her little face and looked at the dark guard behind her. "Uncle, is that okay?" The dark guard. He didn't understand this either. At the entrance of the pharmacy, Qin Beiqing and his attendants entered. He glanced at Sui Sui and then at the blooming orchid on the counter and was surprised. This little girl actually had such a treasure? To make a good impression on her, Qin Beiqing pretended not to recognize her. "Such a wild Manhwa orchid of this quality. You only want 2,000 taels? That's bullying a child. I'll give 3,000 taels." The shopkeeper, caught off guard, hurried to raise the price. "I'll pay 3,500 taels. The little girl wanted to sell it to me first." Qin Beiqing. "I'll give 5,000 taels. It's just a few thousand taels, which is nothing to him." Soon he would take the girl back home. As her father, he had to show his good side. First, he wanted to win her favor. Later, it would be easier to persuade her to become his daughter. The shopkeeper couldn't compete and had to give up. 5,000 taels? That's a lot more. Sui Sui counted on her fingers, very happy with the price. She held out her small hand to Qin Beiqing. "Money now." The attendant handed over the silver note, and Qin Beiqing bent down to place it into Sui Sui's hand. "Little girl, what's your name?" "My name is Sui Sui." "Where did you get that piece of dendrobium orchid?" "I won't tell you." Holding a stack of silver notes, Sui Sui turned and ran out of the shop, with two secret guards following closely behind. "Sui Sui." Qin Beiqing wanted to speak to her, but at that moment, a guard dog at the medicine shop barked loudly and showed its sharp teeth at him. Startled, Qin Beiqing quickly stopped in his tracks. "General, let's go quickly." Sui Sui. carried into a carriage by the secret guards, waved at the guard dog, and then climbed inside. Looking at the thick stack of silver notes in her hand, she grinned, revealing a small white tooth. Her master would be so happy if he saw she had so much money. Take me quickly to see my master. The carriage sped through the street and arrived at the main branch of the 100 Herbs Hall. The secret guards helped Sway down, and she, clutching her silver notes, ran swiftly to the back consultation room. Master, look. Sway earned so much money, sitting opposite Sumu. Shen Huayu, who had just finished checking a pulse, turned around at the sound and saw Sway, and her eyes lit up instantly. Little girl, I've caught you this time, haven't I? Recognizing Shen Huayu as the person who tried to capture her at the foot of the great Xianghua temple, Sway nervously took 2 steps back and hid behind Sumu. She tightly clutched Sumu's clothes with her small hands. Master, please save Sway. She's trying to take me away. Hearing her words, the 2 secret guards rushed over from both sides, drawing their swords to protect her. How dare you? King Chu Nan, Chu Yu, didn't know their identities, but seeing them draw their swords at him, he frowned and stood up to protect his wife and child, gripping the sword at his waist. How bold you are, daring to disrespect the king and the princess. The guards outside, hearing his voice, also rushed in to protect Chu Yu and his family. Fearing something might happen to the young girl, the 2 secret guards nervously kept her behind them. The guard dog general at the door also charged in, baring its sharp teeth in front of Sway. In the small consultation room, tensions instantly rose. Everyone, please don't be impulsive. It's all a misunderstanding. Afraid of a fight breaking out, Sumu quickly stood up, blocking the way between the 2 groups. He turned to look at the 2 secret guards with Sway. Don't be rude. This is King Chu Nan and the princess. After hearing Sumu explain their identities, the 2 secret guards sheathed their swords and took a step back. We apologize for the offense. Please forgive us, Your Highness and Your Highness. It's not your fault. Shen Huayu also stood up, supporting Chu Yu's arm, and warned his subordinates. What are you doing? Don't scare the young girl. She's the one who saved your son's life. Chu Yu moved his hand away from his sword hilt and looked suspiciously at the young girl hiding behind Sumu. Are you saying that this child is the one who saved Ting? The young girl in front of them, only 3 or 4 years old, was smaller than their own son. How could she possibly save a child older than herself? Shen Yunting carefully looked at Yue and tugged on his father Chu Yu's sleeve. Father, it's this little sister who saved Yunting. After hearing their explanation, Sumu chuckled aloud. Who would have thought that the princess and Yue would have such a connection? Let me introduce them. He cheerfully pulled Yue out from behind him, held her shoulders, and pushed her forward. This is my disciple Yue, the daughter-in-law recently adopted by the emperor, Princess Anning. Yue, these are King Chu and the Queen. They are not bad people and won't take you away, so don't be afraid. Wow. Chu Yunting eagerly ran over. Are you the little princess that Brother Yunli said was a fairy? Yue shrank beside Sumu, her big eyes curiously watching Chu Yunting. Do you also know Brother Yunli? This is really a big coincidence. It turns out we are all related. Shen Huayu smiled as he squatted down, took Yue by the hand, and brought her in front of everyone. Do you know who I am? Yue shook her head. I am your brother Yunli's aunt. Shen Huayu pointed at Chu Yu with a smile, and this is your brother Yunli's uncle by marriage. Chu Yunting introduced himself confidently. I am brother Yunli's cousin. My name is Chu Yunting. Yue has always been close to the Shen family. When she heard that Shen Huayu and the others were relatives of the Shen family, she sighed in relief. So, you are relatives of brother Yunli. I thought you were bad people. Sumu watched over his beloved disciple with a look of concern. A few days ago, Yue was kidnapped by bad guys and almost came to harm. Please don't take it to heart, Prince and Princess. Shen Huayu nodded gently. I see. No wonder those 2 guards were so cautious with me that day. In the capital, under the emperor's nose, someone dared to poison the princess. Chu Yu's face darkened with irritation. He glanced sideways at the secret guards behind Yue. Have they found out who did it? The secret guard replied. Your Highness, the Emperor has handed this matter over to Prince Qin. They haven't found the mastermind yet, Chu said. Go back and tell Prince Qin that if he needs my help, just ask. 2 secret guards hurriedly agreed. Little princess, Chu Yunting couldn't hold back and stepped closer to Sui Sui. Do you really have a white deer? Sui Sui smiled and replied, I not only have a white deer, but also a kitten, a little tiger, and a general. A black mastiff lying in the corner heard the little girl call it and wagged its tail as it ran over. Sui Sui raised her small hand and patted its back. This is my general. Wow, so impressive, Chu Yunting said with admiration. Mother, when can we go to the palace? Young master, don't be in such a hurry, Su Mu said with a smile. Let me help your mother finish her checkup first. Chu Yunting stepped back sensibly, and Chu Yu helped Shen Huayu back into the chair. Mr. Su, what exactly is wrong with Huayu? Prince, there's no need to worry, Su Mu replied with a smile. I just checked the princess's pulse, and there's nothing serious. Chu Yu asked, then why does she have a headache and feel nauseous? Su Mu frowned. That's a bit strange. Sui Sui blinked her big eyes and carefully looked at Shen Huayu. Strange, Auntie doesn't seem sick, so why does she have a headache? Smelling the clear fragrance in the air, the little girl gently sniffed. Is this the lily scent on Auntie? Shen Huayu lifted her sleeve and sniffed lightly. Your little nose is really sharp. Last night, my niece picked a lot of lilies and put them in my guest room. Maybe some of the scent got on my clothes. Lilies? Su Mu suddenly understood. I see, so the princess's illness is caused by the lilies. Really? Shen Huayu was surprised. Lily scent can make people sick. Lily fragrance can refresh the mind, but if you smell too much, it can make you uncomfortable. This is called excess. As he mentioned the idiom, Sui Sui hesitated, then raised her small hand and rubbed her forehead, looking at Su Mu for help. Master, what is that idiom called? Excess leads to reversal, Su Mu reminded with a smile. Yes, that's it. Excess leads to reversal, the little girl said shyly to Shen Huayu. Sui Sui always forgets idioms. This small, chubby baby was not much taller than the table. With her hands behind her back and her head slightly tilted, she spoke in a babyish voice, her tender face showing a little adult expression, cute and playful. Shen Huayu and Chu Ju both looked surprised. Such a small baby, yet so knowledgeable about medicine? Sui Sui is right. These fragrant flowers and herbs should not be kept in the bedroom. Su Mu deliberately turned his face to look at Sui Sui, wanting to test his young apprentice. Sui Sui, what do you think the princess should do to cure her illness? Sui Sui needs to think carefully. Sui Sui pinched her chin and thought hard. Got it. She untied the small fragrant pouch around her waist and raised her tiny hand to present it to Shen Huayu. This fragrant pouch contains medicine and herbs. Annie, can you smell it and see if it works? Shen Huayu took the small pouch from the child's hand and sniffed it. A faint medicinal scent entered his lungs. Like a gentle breeze clearing fog, he felt a surge of energy, and his headache eased a little. This child is really amazing, Shen Huayu exclaimed in surprise. It really works. Using scent to cure scent, this method is quite good. Su Mu took the pouch, examined the herbs and ingredients inside carefully, then handed it back to Shen Huayu. Since Sui Sui made this fragrant pouch, I won't give the princess a prescription. As long as she keeps the pouch with her and smells it when feeling unwell, rests well for a couple of days, she should recover fully. Hearing Su Mu say this, Chu Yu's worries finally eased. This child, at such a young age, understands so much about medicine and herbs. It seems that Mr. Su's reputation as a divine doctor will soon be taken over by your little apprentice. Thanks for the kind words, Prince. Su Mu chuckled and patted Sui Sui's head. I just hope this child can inherit my skills someday. The little one saved his son and helped his wife relieve her headache, so naturally, he wanted to thank her properly. However, this visit was only to treat his wife, and he hadn't brought any gifts. Gold and silver are too common. Chu felt they were not suitable. Noticing the jade pendant on his waist, he untied the silk ribbon, took the pendant, and held it out to Sui Sui. Today I came in a hurry, so I haven't prepared a thank you gift. I'll give you this jade pendant instead. Though small, the child knew jade was valuable and hurriedly waved his hands. This is too precious. Sui Sui can't accept it. Shen Huayu took the jade pendant from Chu Yu, shortened the silk ribbon, and tied it around the child's waist. You give a fragrant pouch to Auntie, and she gives you a jade pendant in return. That's called exchanging gifts. If Sui Sui refuses, Auntie might get angry. Seeing how serious Shen Huayu was, Sui Sui didn't realize he was trying to tease her. The little one frowned helplessly. Auntie, don't be angry. Sui Sui can accept it, okay? Seeing her take it seriously, Shen Huayu couldn't bear to tease her further and smiled again. This child is truly adorable in every way. Gently pinching the little one's delicate face, Shen Huayu leaned in affectionately and kissed the child's cheek. Today, my aunt isn't feeling well. Once she's better tomorrow, she'll come to see you in the palace, okay? Sui Sui nodded, reaching up to touch her face where she was kissed, her big eyes blinking brightly. Aunt just said that politeness should be returned. If you kiss me, Sui Sui, then I should kiss you back, right? The little one's pure eyes looked serious. Hearing her innocent words, Shen Huayu felt her heart melt into a warm, gentle feeling. That's right, she said, leaning her face close to the child and smiling. Give me a good kiss, okay? Afraid her return might not be enough, Sui Sui hugged her neck, leaned in, and kissed her face hard. Aunt, is this okay? The adults nearby couldn't hold back their laughter and all chuckled. Standing beside, Chu Yunting watched Sui Sui's small face with longing. He thought about how brother Yunli has Ninger, his sister. If only he had a sister like Sui Sui, that would be perfect. Chu Yu handed over the consultation fee, but Sumu refused to take it. This time, it's all thanks to Sui Sui. I can't accept this fee. Chu Yu couldn't insist further, so he had to stand up, take his wife and child, and say goodbye. Sumu and Sui Sui saw the family off and asked the other doctors to continue the consultation for him. He held Sui Sui's small hand and took her to the backyard. From today, my master will officially teach you medical skills. Seeing the wooden figure in the corner, scaled to life size, Sui Sui curiously walked over. Master, what is this wooden person for? This is called a point massage doll. The little red dots on it are acupoints, Su Mu explained patiently, pointing at the doll. Once you learn to identify and locate acupoints and master acupuncture, you can treat illnesses without medicine. If used properly, a single needle can even be deadly. Wow, that's amazing, Sui Sui exclaimed in awe. I want to learn that. Your master will teach you exactly that, Su Mu said, taking a beautiful box from the table and opening it. Here, everything you need is ready. Inside the box, besides an acupoint chart, there's a needle pouch and gold needles made just for Sui Sui. Since Sui Sui got into trouble, Su Mu hadn't slept well these past few days. He finally found a promising disciple, and as her master, he worried about her being in danger again. After much thought, he decided to teach her how to locate acupoints and perform acupoint techniques, just enough for her to protect herself. Sumu raised his right hand, pointed at the acupoints on the doll, and carefully explained. There are 402 acupoints on the human body, with 108 vital points. The little girl stands nearby, tilting her head and listening carefully. When the master and apprentice begin their first lesson, Lady Wan Wan has just finished her morning class at the Marquis of Jinbei's residence. She takes the prepared medicinal powder from the room, puts it into her sleeve, and walks to the living room. Mother, Ninger has finished her morning class. Shall we go visit Auntie? Lily flowers make Shen Huayu feel the worst for a day. To completely stop her from entering the palace, she plans to use some more tricks. In the living room, Du Rua is busy handling household affairs with the steward. When Wan Wan suggests visiting Shen Huayu, the steward smiles and praises her. Miss Fourth is so sensible. Even at such a young age, she knows how to care for others. Since the time at the Great Xianghua Temple, Wan Wan has been well behaved. Now she even suggests visiting Shen Huayu, which makes Du Rua feel relieved. Closing the account book in her hands, she stands up with a smile. Just in time, Mother, I've finished checking these accounts. Let's go see your aunt. The steward prepares the carriage, and mother and daughter go together to King Chu Nan's residence in the capital. The gatekeeper recognizes Du Ruo and quickly leads them to Shen Huayu's residence at Qingmei Pavilion. Inside the bedroom, Shen Huayu is lying on the bed resting. Seeing Du Ruo and Wan Wan come in, she smiles and sits up. I was planning to rest tonight and visit my sister-in-law at the house tomorrow, but she came first. Wan Wan pretends to be concerned and leans over the bed. Auntie, does your head still hurt? Noticing the fragrant pouch on Shen Huayu's pillow, Wan Wan's heart skips a beat. This fragrant pouch. Why does it look familiar? This child really knows how to care for others. Shen Huayu leans on the pillow, reaching out to pinch her little face. Ninger, don't worry. Auntie will sleep a bit, and I'll be fine tomorrow. Wan Wan hides her surprise and smiles obediently at her. Du Ruo sits beside the bed, looking at Shen Huayu with concern. What did Mr. Su say? Is she seriously hurt? Don't worry, sister-in-law. It's really nothing. Shen Huayu waves her hand and calls a maid over. Take Miss Forth to the courtyard to play for a while. We need to talk. The maid takes Wan Wan away, and Shen Huayu finally explains the situation to Du Ruo. Mr. Su said I just smelled too much lily flower fragrance, and that's why I felt dizzy.
I'm perfectly fine.
Du Ruo looks both amused and worried. Ninger, this child, always trying to help but sometimes making things worse.
No wonder.
Kids don't understand these things. Shen Huayu felt sorry for her niece and held Du Ruo's arm. Don't tell Ninger, so she doesn't think she did something wrong. Du Ruo nodded gently, but still felt uneasy. Has Mr. Su prescribed medicine? No need for medicine. Just this fragrant pouch is enough. Shen Huayu took the fragrant pouch from her pillow and weighed it in her palm. Sister-in-law, guess who gave me this pouch? Du Ruo took the pouch from her hand and looked at it. It looked similar to the pouch Yi gave Wan Wan before. She smiled and looked up. Did you see Yi at Baichao Hall? Exactly. Shen Huayu smiled mysteriously. You probably wouldn't guess that the girl who saved Tinger is Yi. Du Ruo's hand stiffened, and the pouch slipped from her grasp onto the bed. What did you say? That day at Daxiangguo Temple, the girl who saved Tinger was Yi, Shen Huayu said. Du Ruo gasped and reached out to hold Shen Huayu's arm. You mean Yi also has a birthmark on her arm? Yes, exactly the same as Ninger's. That's right. You. Du Ruo's voice trembled. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? When my sister-in-law gave birth to Ninger, Chu Yu and I were still in the capital. I must have held that child many times. How could I be mistaken? If sister-in-law doesn't believe it, she can go to the palace and see for herself someday. Du Ruo froze in place. How could two young women, who are close sisters, have the same birthmark? Seeing Du Ruo's pale face and strange expression, Shen Huayu's smile froze. Sister-in-law, what's wrong, Huayu? Du Ruo pressed her lips, her voice trembling slightly. If you're sure you didn't see Yi's birthmark wrong, do you think we might have mistaken this girl for our daughter? That. Shen Huayu was stunned. Didn't you and your brother both confirm the jade pendant and the birthmark? Du Ruo briefly explained the situation of the two children to Shen Huayu. It's not unusual for people to have the same birthmark, she said, but for two sisters from the same school to have the same birthmark, isn't that strange? Her words left Shen Huayu speechless. After a moment of deep thought, Shen Huayu raised her face. Let's not disturb Ninger for now, to avoid making things worse and hurting the child's feelings. Yi should still be at Baichao Hall. Sister-in-law, go there and see Yi's birthmark with your own eyes. Once confirmed, we can decide what to do. Shen Huayu is just an aunt, not as knowledgeable as Du Ruo, who is like a mother to the children. It has been over 3 years since the children went missing. Shen Huayu also worried that she might be mistaken about her memory, confusing the appearance of the birthmark. Please watch over Ninger for me. I am going to Baichao Hall right now. Du Ruo stood up quickly and hurried out of the room. Chu Yunting and a maid hurried into the courtyard. Seeing Du Ruo about to leave, Chu Yunting quickly approached. Auntie, Ninger is missing. Du Ruo's face suddenly changed. Did she go play with you? Just now, I took the young master and the fourth miss to the garden to play. The fourth miss said she heard someone selling hawthorn cakes outside and wanted to buy some. I took them to the side gate to buy the cakes. When I looked back, the fourth miss was gone. The maid knelt down anxiously and fearfully. It's all my fault for not watching the lady carefully. They had finally found their daughter, but she was missing again. Du Rua's chest ached painfully, almost fainting on the spot. Ninger, she hurriedly turned and ran toward the side gate of the Wangfu garden. Shen Huayu heard the noise and hurried out. After hearing the maid's explanation, her brows furrowed tightly. Immediately notify the lord and gather all the household guards, maids, and guards to search. Quickly, with that command, Shen Huayu strode after Du Rua. Listening to the crowd's distant footsteps, Wan Wan cautiously peeked out from behind a rock. When she saw Shen Huayu's sachet earlier, she felt something was wrong. She deliberately made an excuse to come back and eavesdrop. Sure enough, she overheard them mentioning Suesu. As she listened to Du Rua's increasingly distant calls, she sneered coldly. Clearly recognizing me as her daughter, yet always suspicious. This time, she won't see Suesu again. Carefully avoiding a few guards and maids, Wan Wan quietly slipped out of the Marquis's residence. Looking around to make sure no one was nearby, she quickly crossed the street and ran into an alley. Behind her, a large hand suddenly reached out and forcefully covered her mouth and nose. Ugh, Wan Wan struggled, but the man raised his hand and delivered a sharp chop to her side of the neck. Everything went black. Wan Wan fainted weakly. In the chaos, she didn't know how much time had passed, until a bucket of cold water was poured over her, causing her to shiver and open her eyes again. She found her hands tied with rope and was lying on prickly straw. It was dark around her, like a small wooden shed. Terrified, Wan Wan sat up quickly, opened her mouth to call for help, but her mouth was gagged with a rag, and she could only make a faint sound. How dare you call for help? A short man kicked her forcefully, hitting her hard. If you make a sound again, I'll cut you up and feed you to the dogs. Wan Wan trembled all over, quickly holding back her tears and daring not to make a sound. Suddenly, a soft creak sounded as the door of the storeroom was pushed open. A short man smiled politely and bowed to the visitor. Sir, you've arrived. She's inside. The light dimmed, and two figures entered one after the other. It was none other than Prime Minister Qin Beiqing and his personal attendant. The short man pulled Wan Wan over and brought her in front of Qin Beiqing, grabbing her messy hair and forcing her to lift her face. Look, isn't it her? Wan Wan initially thought the man grabbing her might be a thug trying to sell her. Seeing Qin Beiqing in front of her, she instantly felt cold all over. She had lived again and knew well the feud between the Qin and Shin families. Qin Beiqing's capture of her was definitely not for money. Today, her life was probably in danger. Confirming that the girl in front of him was the recently found fourth young lady of the Shin family, Qin Beiqing smiled slightly. Fourth young lady, don't blame me, Qin Beiqing, for being ruthless. It's just that you shouldn't have been born as the Shun family's daughter. He took a step back, hands behind his back, raising his chin.
Take your time.
I want to see her painful expression clearly. The Shin family had caused him to lose his daughter, so he wanted to torment this girl to vent his hatred. The short man smiled politely and suddenly grabbed Wan Wan's neck. Her throat was squeezed, and her breathing grew more urgent. Desperate to survive, Wan Wan struggled hard and finally spat out the rag in her mouth. Prime Minister, spare me. I'm not the Shun family's daughter. You've killed the wrong person. Looks like you're a bit clever. Qin Beiqing sneered coldly. Trying to fool me? You're still not quite there. I really am not.
Sui Sui. Sui Sui is Shen Yuning.
I'm not lying to you. If the Prime Minister doesn't believe me, go check Sui Sui's birthmark. Hearing her mention Sui Sui's birthmark, Qin Beiqing raised his right hand. The short man loosened his grip, and Wan Wan collapsed weakly onto the straw, her face flushed like pig liver, coughing non-stop. Qin Beiqing stepped forward and pulled her up from the ground. You say Sui Sui has a birthmark?
Yes.
Yes, she has a birthmark on her arm. My birthmark is fake. She's the real Shin family daughter. I was just a child picked up by my master, an impostor. Wan Wan begged desperately, fearing for her life. Lord, spare me. As long as you don't kill me, I can help you. Pfft. All three of them burst out laughing. You want to help me? Qin Beiqing chuckled softly. Do I still need a child's help? Your Grace, I am not lying to you. I truly can help you, Wan Wan said, looking up at Qin Beiqing with a sad and pleading face. I know many secrets. Could it be that the Shun family has discovered his true background? Qin Beiqing became somewhat interested. What secrets? The Shun family's daughter was kidnapped by your arrangement, wasn't she?
And
that Juanqian's mother, concubine Xian, was also killed by you in alliance with the Empress, right? Qin Beiqing narrowed his eyes. Who told you these things? Not only do I know these, but I also know many things about the Shun family, Wan Wan hurriedly said, showing her sincerity. As long as the Prime Minister spares my life, I can help you deal with the Shun family. I can also help you get rid of Junqian so the Crown Prince can succeed the throne smoothly. The Prime Minister, please trust me. Trust you? Qin Beiqing suddenly pushed her away. I only trust the dead. Wan Wan, desperate for mercy, struggled to stand up and turned to run. At the door, a servant kicked out his leg. Wan Wan was knocked back and fell heavily to the ground. Noticing the small scar on her leg beneath her dress as she turned over, Qin Beiqing's brow furrowed deeply. That scar, how does it look the same as his own daughter's? He stepped forward and grabbed Wan Wan's ankle. What is this scar from? I don't know. Wan Wan shivered, clutching her stomach from the kick. I was already injured when Master found me. Qin Beiqing examined her carefully.
how old are you?
I'm a few months older than Sui Sui. Where did your master find you? In a dilapidated temple. My mother and others were killed by bandits. Please, Lord, spare me. I am really not a daughter of the Shin family. Qin Beiqing pulled Wan Wan closer and parted her hair behind her ear. Seeing a black mole among her hair, his hand trembled. My good daughter, I finally found you. Wan Wan was stunned. Qin Beiqing is actually her biological father.
You.
She hesitated, looking at Qin Beiqing. Are you really my father? Silly girl, the scar on your leg was caused by an accident when I was young. And that mole on your head, could I mistake it? Staring at Wan Wan's face, which resembled his beloved concubine, Qin Beiqing's eyes filled with tears. Ever since your mother died, I've been looking for you. She thought her dream was shattered, but unexpectedly, there was a turn of events. Wan Wan was both excited and sad. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known, why would I suffer in the Shin family? Holding Wan Wan in his arms, Qin Beiqing looked regretful. Did I hurt you just now? A few people standing nearby looked at each other, all confused. They wondered why, after capturing the daughter of the Qin family, the Prime Minister had become her biological father. Master, what is really going on? A servant whispered. Qin Beiqing glanced at the others, then wiped his tears from his eyes. Everyone leave first, he ordered. The others stepped outside. Qin Beiqing untied Wan Wan from the ropes and softly asked, Who told you those secrets just now? Because it involved the safety of the Qin family, he needed to find out the truth. Dad, Wan Wan wiped her tears and snot from her face. It wasn't someone else. My daughter is reborn, having lived a whole life again. Qin Beiqing looked at her with suspicion. Is that true? Wan Wan grinned mischievously. Dad, do I look like a 3 or 4-year-old now? The girl in front of him seemed only 3 or 4, but her tone, gestures, and eyes didn't seem like those of a child. It was truly heaven helping the Qin family, not only finding his daughter, but also giving her the gift of prophecy.
Then,
Qin Beiqing was excited. Has the Crown Prince become Emperor smoothly? Am I now powerful at court? What are you talking about? Wan Wan pouted. You failed to assassinate Junqian, then failed to seize the throne, and the Qin family was wiped out. The Crown Prince died tragically, and the Empress was sent to the royal cemetery to watch over the graves. Qin Beiqing. After all the trouble, he still lost to the Shin family? Frowning in deep thought, Qin Beiqing's gaze fell on Wan Wan, and he smiled again. Are you willing to help your father fight against the Shin family and Junqian? That Du Ruo didn't see me as her real daughter at all, and Jun Qian almost killed me for Sui Sui, Wan Wan said through clenched teeth, full of resentment. I wish I could tear them all apart. My daughter will definitely help Dad eliminate the Shin family, King Chu, and that damn Jun Qian and Sui Sui. It's all Dad's fault for letting our precious suffer so much. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Qin Beiqing took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood from Wan Wan's lips. Since the Shin family has accepted you as their daughter, stay with them for now. Together, we'll secretly work inside and out to wipe out the Shin family and Jun Qian. Later, I'll bring you back and let you be the noble lady of the Prime Minister's residence. But Wan Wan frowned. Du Ruo now knows about Sui Sui's birthmark. She will definitely suspect me. Don't worry. Qin Beiqing sneered. I have my ways. Pizza Hall. Mr. Su, the shopkeeper, hurriedly ran into the backyard and entered Su Mu's study. There is an urgent letter from Jiangnan. Su Mu, who was about to teach Sui Sui, paused his demonstration and took the letter. After reading it, his white eyebrows furrowed tightly. Arrange the carriage. I will leave immediately for the south. Sui Sui, who was focused on practicing with silver needles, stopped her movements. Master, where are you going? An infectious disease has appeared in Jiangnan. Your senior brother has asked me to go help treat and save people. Su Mu carefully packed the acupuncture charts and other items into a wooden box for the little girl. Take these back to the palace. Study them carefully. If you see any unfamiliar characters, ask others. When I return, I will continue teaching you acupuncture. Sui Sui nodded obediently after receiving the box. I will study hard, Master. Su Mu smiled, gently ruffling her hair, and handed her a specially made deer-hide needle pouch. Remember what I taught you. Carry this pouch with you at all times. Practice with it often, and it can also be used for self-defense if needed. The girl nodded obediently. Sui Sui understands. He then told the two secret guards to escort Sui Sui back to the palace. When the carriage arrived at the palace gate, Jun Qian and Shin Yunwen, having received news that Wan Wan was missing, came out with their people to help search. Seeing Sui Sui's carriage, Shin Yunwen rode over and asked, Sui Sui, have you seen Ning Er? Sui Sui shook her head. Fairy brother, Peach Blossom brother, where are you going? Wan Wan is missing. The brothers are going to help find her. Jun Qian comforted her with a smile. You should go back to the palace first. Isn't my little senior sister also taken by bad people? Seeing the large dog general lying beside her, Sui Sui volunteered. I want to go with you. I can ask the general to help find her. Dogs have a good nose. Jun Qian nodded. All right. Since Sui Sui can communicate with animals, her help will definitely make the search more effective. Everyone went to King Chu Nan's residence. Shun Huayu was helping Du Ruo, who had red eyes and a hoarse voice from shouting, to come back from the backyard. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Chuyu has contacted the guards and officials. All 4 city gates are being checked. The child can't leave the city. We will find her, Shun Huayu assured. The maid also comforted her. Yes, Lady Shun, don't worry. Miss will definitely be found. It's all my fault. Du Ruo, with tearful eyes and a look of guilt, said, if I had just stayed with her, Ning Er wouldn't have gone missing. How could I be so careless, Lady Shin? Every year, I feel sad inside. I run over and hold her hand tightly. Sui Sui will definitely help you find the little sister. Yes, mother. Shin Yunwen also walks up to Du Ruo. His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin is here to help too. Don't worry, we will find Ning Er. Sui Sui brings a large dog and asks, did you bring any of Wan Wan's clothes or things? Du Ruo quickly wipes her tears and takes a thin cloak used by Wan Wan from the hall. Sui Sui waves her hand at the dog. General, come over and smell this. To imitate Sui Sui's natural scent, Wan Wan usually keeps a fragrant pouch with her. The smell on the cloak is very strong. The dog sniffs the cloak and quickly follows the scent to find her. They go around a fake mountain and run out of the main gate. They cross the street and turn into an alley on the other side. Passers-by chase after the dog and arrive at the alley entrance. Du Ruo looks around and frowns. Maybe we are mistaken. Wan Wan was lost near the corner gate. Everyone looks around and notices the footprints on the ground. Jun Qian squats down and examines them carefully. The general is not mistaken. There are indeed footprints here. There are some messy small footprints on the ground, probably Wan Wan's. There are also larger footprints, likely belonging to an adult man. It seems someone has taken Wan Wan away. Shen Huayu frowns and looks around. Sway, can the dog still smell it? Sway pats the dog's back. General, smell carefully again. The dog sniffs around and picks up the trail, chasing out of the alley. Everyone either rides horses or gets into carriages, following behind. They pass through streets and alleys and arrive at the southern residential area of the city. The dog, following the scent, stops outside a house. It barks loudly. Sway raises her small hand and points at the wooden door. Little sister is inside. Jun Qian lifts Sway off his horse and hands her to two secret guards. Protect Sway and Madam Shen. He draws his sword and kicks open the wooden door. Shen Yunwen, Shen Huayu, and the guards follow closely. Seeing the general rush to the woodpile, everyone rushes over and pushes the door open. Ninger, seeing Wan Wan tied to a post, Shen Yunwen happily rushes in and unties her. He quickly hugs her into his arms, his eyes turning red. It's okay now. Brother is here. Mother, come quickly. Ninger has been found. Du Ruo rushes in, looking at Wan Wan's messy hair and red neck. Tears start to fall uncontrollably. It's all my fault, mother. I made Ninger suffer. Seeing Wan Wan safe and sound, Jun Qian's song let out a sigh of relief. Search. The guards dispersed and carefully searched around. Noticing Sway standing at the door, Wan Wan tightly hugged Du Ruo's neck. Mother, they hit me, kicked me, and even choked Ninger. They said they wanted to sell Ninger. Sell her away. Ninger is in so much pain and so scared. Hearing Wan Wan speak so sadly, Shen Yunwen frowned with concern. Mother, quickly take Ninger to see a doctor. Don't let anything get hurt. I'll go ask someone to bring the carriage. Shen Huayu turned and ran outside, instructing the servants to bring the carriage. Du Ruo helped Wan Wan to stand while comforting her, and together with Shen Yunwen, they rushed out of the gate. Watching everyone carry Wan Wan away, Sway felt full of envy. Her little sister had such a good mother, and her father was so powerful. Brother Taohua and Brother Yunli were also her brothers. But her own parents would never be found again. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. The little girl drooped her small head in disappointment, clutching her clothes. Noticing her unusual behavior, Yun Qian stepped over. What's wrong, Sway, fairy brother? The little girl, with red eyes, looked up, tears still on her eyelashes. Will I never find my parents? Seeing her tearful eyes, Jun Qian felt a pang of sympathy. He squatted down and took out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. It won't happen. Brother will help you find them, I promise. Okay. She reached out her small hand to hug Jun Qian, pressing her face against his neck. The little girl nodded with tears in her eyes. Chong Lu watched the poor little girl, his eyes turning sour. The two secret guards also sighed quietly. Your Highness. One guard hurried over. We found nothing, not a single person. They probably heard the noise and ran away early. Chong Lu stepped forward softly. Since Miss Shen has gone back, let's head back to the palace first. It's getting dark, and the little prince must be hungry. Looking at the small girl in his arms, Jun Qian also felt a pang of sympathy. Send someone to notify Jing Zhao Yi to investigate the owner of this house. Issue a city-wide wanted notice. Tonight you all stay here. Any news, inform me immediately. After giving instructions to the guards, Jun Qian took Sway and Chong Lu back to the palace together. After dinner, the two went to Xinang Palace to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. Sway helped the Empress Dowager brew honey medicinal tea, and Jun Qian took out a chessboard to play chess with the elderly lady to pass the time. Halfway through the game, the Empress Dowager entered with Lady Zhou and several palace maids. Seeing Sway sitting in the Empress Dowager's arms, the Empress's eyes flashed with a smile. Oh, what a coincidence. I was just about to send someone to Xiaming Palace to get some summer clothes for Prince Qin and Sway. Lady Zhou, please take the young master inside and help measure his size. Yes, Lady Zhou smiled and approached Sway. Little young master, come inside with your servant. I'll help too, said Qinghe, worried that the others might have bad intentions, so she took Sui Sui's hand and led her into the inner room. They worked together to take off Sui Sui's outer robe and inner clothes, with Lady Zhou holding a measuring tape nearby. When she saw the birthmark on Sui Sui's right arm, she exclaimed dramatically and turned to run to the living room. Your Majesty, you should come see. The little young master has a birthmark that looks exactly like the girl from the Guojiu family who went missing. Sui Sui also has a birthmark? Putting down her chess piece, Jun Qian stood up quickly and strode into the inner room. As a boy, Jun Qian usually avoided Sui Sui during her dressing and bathing times. But this time, when he heard about the birthmark on Sui Sui, he didn't care about gender differences. On the big bed, Sui Sui was only wearing a light yellow belly band and shorts. Her fair skin, exposed by the clothing, was as white as snow, and her arms were tender and smooth like lotus roots. When Jun Qian rushed in, the little girl was obediently stretching her small arms, waiting for everyone to measure her size. Seeing Jun Qian suddenly come in, Sui Sui blinked her big eyes in confusion. Why are all of you coming in? He quickly walked to the side of the bed and looked at Sui Sui carefully. Where is the birthmark, Sui Sui? Your Highness, please look. It's on the right arm. He gently turned Sui Sui to the side and supported her right arm. Jun Qian held Sui Sui's arm and looked closely at her face. Sure enough, on her snow-white skin, there was a faint red birthmark shaped like a lotus flower just beginning to bloom. Come, I want to see too. The Empress, following Jun Qian into the room, moved closer to his side and looked at Sui Sui's arm. Oh, indeed. This birthmark is exactly the same as that of my niece. Congratulations to the Empress, Lady Zhou said happily. If Guojiu's family finds out their daughter has been found, they will be so happy. Qinghe and the others stood nearby, all looking stunned. The little young master they loved most turned out to be the lost daughter of the Guojiu family. This was beyond everyone's imagination. Come here. Auntie will hold you. The Empress smiled and reached out her arms, wanting to hold Sui Sui in her embrace. Mother, wait a moment. The prince reached out his arm, blocking the queen and Sui Sui. Just based on a birthmark, the mother is sure that Sui Sui is the daughter of the lost daughter of the Duke's family. Isn't that too hasty? What do you mean, Your Highness? The queen's face darkened. Could it be that I would mistake someone? Why are you arguing again? The Empress Dowager stepped into the room, glancing at everyone. What are you all talking about? I can't understand a word about this birthmark. Mother, please help us judge this. The queen held the Empress Dowager's arm and helped her to the bed, pointing at Sui Sui's arm. The birthmark on Sui Sui's arm is exactly the same as the daughter of my brother, who went missing. Isn't she the lost daughter of our Qin family? But King Qin won't let me recognize her. Tell me, is there any reason in this world? The queen claims Sui Sui is your lost niece. I want to ask. Jun Qian stepped forward. Besides the birthmark, does the queen have any other evidence? The queen had already expected that Jun Qian wouldn't easily let her recognize Sui Sui. She smiled quietly. I remember my brother said that when this niece was born, she carried a natural fragrance. Your Highness, why not check for yourself? Does Sui Sui have a faint scent? That. Qinghe was surprised. The young prince does indeed carry a faint fragrance. Now, Your Highness, have you got nothing to say? The queen smiled proudly. Her age matches, the birthmark matches, and the scent matches. Does Your Highness still want to accuse me of mistaken recognition? Jun Qian was speechless, standing there in silence. The Empress Dowager, standing nearby, also looked surprised. She glanced sideways at Jun Qian, then the queen happily walked to the bed, reaching out her hand kindly towards Sui Sui. Come, Sui Sui, come to your auntie. Sui Sui stood still, her big eyes full of confusion. She had just said the queen was her mother, then suddenly changed to being her auntie. The change was too quick, and the little girl didn't understand what was happening. She didn't trust the queen at all. Turning her small face, she looked at Jun Qian with big, questioning eyes. Brother Fairy, is the queen really Sui Sui's mother or her auntie? Why can't Sui Sui understand? Seeing the child's eyes, Jun Qian felt a dull pain in his chest. He had found Sui Sui outside the palace. Over these days of living together, he had already treated her like a real sister. Jun Qian, who always hated the queen and the duke's family, couldn't accept the fact that Sui Sui was a daughter of the Qin family. It's impossible. Sui Sui cannot be your Qin family's daughter. The young man reached out his arms to gently pull Sui Sui into his embrace, holding her tightly. Sui Sui is my sister. No one can take her away from me, he shouted angrily and forcefully pushed aside the empress, then ran out of the palace with Sui Sui in his arms. Stop him, the empress frowned and turned her face, shouting loudly. Stop him at once. Hearing her voice, the guards outside the door stepped forward to block Jun Qian. Holding Sui Sui in one arm, Jun Qian drew his sword with the other. I want to see who dares to stop me. How dare you? Are you trying to attack the prince? The Empress Dowager frowned and commanded loudly. Everyone, step back. Everyone, afraid to disobey, lowered their heads and moved to the sides. Your Highness, wait a moment. Qinghe, worried Sui Sui might catch a cold, hurriedly picked up her discarded clothes and ran after him. Seeing Jun Qian take Sui Sui away, the Empress clenched her teeth and turned her face away with a frown. Mother, what are you doing? Sui Sui is clearly a child of our Qin family. Don't we have the right to recognize her? Things are not clear yet, the Empress Dowager sighed. It's too early to say that this child belongs to your Qin family. Moreover, that child is dear to Jun Qian. If you take her away like this, how can he bear it? The Empress looked unwilling. But even if Sui Sui is truly your Qin family's child, she is still our princess to you. If your Qin family wants to recognize her, the Emperor's approval is also necessary. The Empress Dowager's expression hardened, and her tone became serious. This is an important matter. I suggest we wait until tomorrow to inform the Emperor and let him decide. What do you think, Empress? Since she was the Empress Dowager, the Empress dared not oppose her. Worried about possible changes, she smiled and gently held the Empress Dowager's arm. Mother, you're right. Since I am not the child's biological mother, perhaps I should send someone to the palace now to summon the Duke of Gua. Nonsense. The Empress Dowager frowned and shook her arm away. You, as a mother of the nation, shouldn't rush this recognition. Why must it be done tonight? Opening the palace gates over such a small matter. Can you bear the responsibility if something goes wrong? Please don't be angry, Your Majesty. Lady Zhou, the maid, gently tugged at the Empress's sleeve and made a subtle gesture. Your Majesty, let's follow the Empress Dowager's advice. We can wait until tomorrow morning after the Duke of Gua has attended court, and then have him confirm. Realizing she had been a bit anxious, the Empress Dowager's expression softened, and she smiled faintly, patting her face lightly. My daughter-in-law spoke out of turn. Very well. We will wait until tomorrow morning, and then let the Duke of Gua come to recognize her. Yes, the Empress Dowager nodded gently. It's getting late. Everyone go back now. Your Majesty's servant bows out. She led her attendants out of Sinang Palace, and the Empress immediately instructed Lady Zhou. Tomorrow morning, arrange for someone to wait at the main hall. Once the Emperor finishes his court, notify the Imperial uncle to come for the engagement. Sitting in the sedan, the Empress smirked coldly and leaned back in her chair. Jun Qian, I want to see how you'll stop me tomorrow. In the wise and bright palace. Main hall. Jun Qian held Sui Sui and sat on her bed, his face dark. Qinghe and Chong Lu knew he was upset and stood quietly nearby, not daring to speak. Sui Sui looked up at his expression, pulling at his clothes with her small hand. Brother Fairy, did Sui Sui make you angry? You're not the reason I'm angry. It's just, looking into her clear, bright eyes, Jun Qian's brows furrowed tighter. I don't want others to take you away. That won't happen. Sui Sui smiled and leaned against his chest. Brother Fairy, I want us to be together forever. No one can take me away. The little girl looked innocent and pure, but Jun Qian felt a pang in his heart. He reached out and hugged her, his eyes reddening uncontrollably. Your Highness, Qinghe looked on with pity. It's getting late. Maybe it's best to let the young princess rest first. We can discuss more later. Jun Qian controlled his emotions and nodded gently. He carefully tucked the little girl into bed, pulling the blanket over her. Are you sleepy, Sui Sui? Go back to sleep now. Sui Sui yawned on her pillow, rubbing her eyes with her small hand. Brother Fairy, you should sleep early too. Jun Qian smiled and sat by the bed, waiting for her to fall asleep. He frowned and returned to the main hall. Qing He and Chang Lu followed behind, both looking worried. He poured a cup of hot tea for Jun Qian. Qing He softly said, the birthmark and the scent match. Could it be that the young princess is really Qin's daughter? No way, Jun Qian scoffed. That despicable Qin Beicheng, his sons are all bad. There's no way he could have a kind-hearted girl like Sui Sui. He harbored resentment towards the Qin family and the empress, and he refused to believe Sui Sui was Qin's daughter. Many maids in the wise palace knew that the servant had warned them not to speak carelessly, but some might still gossip. Qinghe felt guilty and said, it's all my fault. If I had told His Highness earlier, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Changlu suddenly understood. No wonder the queen has been bringing medicine to the young prince and making summer clothes for him these days. Humph. They probably see how strong the young prince is and want to trick him back to the Qin family. What should we do now? Qinghe frowned, her brows tight. The young prince is innocent. If he goes into the Qin family's dangerous place, he might suffer a lot. Yes, Your Highness, Changlu said sadly. Please think of a way to keep the young prince here. The birthmark matched, and the natural scent was right too. It was clear the queen had prepared in advance. If the other side really reached the emperor, even Jun Qian couldn't stop them. Jun Qian, who was clever, couldn't think of any solution at the moment. Feeling frustrated, Jun Qian suddenly raised his arm and knocked the things on the table to the ground. These fools have caused me to lose my mother, and now they want to take Yaya away. I will never let them succeed. Seeing the candle burn the carpet, Qinghe and Changlu hurried over to clean up the mess. Getting angry won't help, maybe. Qinghe placed the candlestick back on the table. Your Highness should go find Madame Shen and young Master Shen to discuss. Madame Shen treats Yaya like her own daughter, and young Master Shen is very clever. Maybe they have a way. Earlier, Jun Qian had thought Yaya was the daughter of the Shen family because Du Ruo mentioned her birthmark. Hearing Qinghe mention the Shen family, Jun Qian's mind moved. Changlu, last time Madame Shen mentioned her daughter's birthmark, did she say where it was? Changlu shook his head. I don't think so. Qinghe was surprised. Your Highness, do you suspect that Yaya is the daughter of the Shen family? Whether she is or not, we'll find out if we ask, Jun Qian said, and stood up. Prepare the horse. I'm going to ask the Shen family right now. It's not right for you to do that. Qinghe quickly grabbed his arm. The palace gates are closed. Opening them secretly is a serious crime. Yes, Your Highness. Changlu also rushed to hold him back. In a few hours, the palace gates will open. Young Master Shen will definitely come to the palace for morning lessons. If you ask him, you'll know. The palace has its rules. Even as a prince, Jun Qian cannot leave secretly at midnight. Jun Qian frowned, took a step back, and sat down again. Fine. When the palace gates open tomorrow morning, I will go find Yunwen. Worried about Sui Sui, the prince stayed awake all night. Qing He and Chang Lu felt sad for Sui Sui and also worried that the prince might do something rash, so they stayed nearby, afraid to sleep. A drip of water from the corner of the palace echoed softly. The morning bell from the distant palace gate finally rang. Hearing the bell, the prince immediately stood up from his chair. Stay here and watch Sui Sui carefully. If the empress comes, make sure she doesn't take Sui Sui away. He ordered Chang Lu and Qing He, and then quickly rushed out of the hall, mounted his horse, and rode off. He sped through the palace gates and arrived at the cultural hall. Seeing him, Shen Yunwen greeted him with a smile and bowed gratefully. Your Highness arrived just in time. I left in a hurry yesterday and haven't yet thanked Prince Qin and Sui Sui. Stop talking nonsense. The prince interrupted sharply, frowning. Tell me, where is Ning Er's birthmark? On her right arm. Why do you ask? Color, shape. The prince anxiously grabbed Shen Yunwen's collar. Quick, tell me. Seeing the anxious expression on the prince's handsome face, Shen Yunwen didn't ask any more and simply explained. The birthmark is on her right upper arm, light red, and looks a bit like a lotus flower. The prince took a piece of rice paper from his sleeve and pressed it into Shen Yunwen's hand. Is this it? On the rice paper, Shen Yunwen saw the pattern he had drawn based on Sui Sui's birthmark and was stunned in surprise. How do you know this, Your Highness? I drew it based on Sui Sui's birthmark. Shen Yunwen held the rice paper, wide-eyed in shock. Wan Wan has a birthmark, and Sui Sui has one too. Our Shen family only has one daughter. It's simple, the prince snorted coldly. Among these two children, one is real and one is fake. Your household has many servants. Surely someone knows about this birthmark. Shen Yunwen's brows furrowed deeply. In the Ho residence, there are many servants, and many probably know about his sister's birthmark. He remembered that when they posted notices to find his sister, it was no secret. Sui Sui lost her jade pendant, but Wan Wan was seen with it when she met their father. Thinking back now, many doubts arose. Could it be? Shen Yunwen looked up from the rice paper. Sui Sui is actually my sister. The prince glared at him irritably. I told you long ago, Wan Wan has a problem. You still don't believe it. Shen Yunwen. For days, he had been immersed in the joy of finding his sister. He never expected that his father might have mistaken someone else. After thinking for a moment, Shen Yunwen made a quick decision. Now you are bringing Sui Sui into the palace. We will take her back to confront Wan Wan together. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. You wait at the palace gate, and I will go to pick up Sui Sui. Jun Qian turns and rushes down the stairs. He tucks the rice paper into his sleeve. Shen Yunwen instructs Zhou Yanshu to ask the teacher for leave and hurries out of the palace gate to wait. After a moment, the sound of hooves rushes quickly. Jun Qian, with Sui Sui, rides a horse over. The little one is still a bit sleepy, wrapped in a thick cloak, leaning on Jun Qian's chest, yawning. Brother Immortal, Brother Peach Blossom, where are you taking Sui Sui? He helps cover Sui Sui's cloak and smiles brightly. Brother wants to take you to find your real parents, okay? Really? Sui Sui, who was a bit confused before, suddenly opens her eyes wide and becomes alert. Where are Sui Sui's real parents? You'll find out soon. He hugs the little one tightly and suddenly kicks the horse's belly. Go. Your Highness. Shen Yunwen hurriedly rides after them, still reminding, help Sui Sui wrap her cloak tighter so she doesn't catch a cold. The two boys ride quickly, escorted by dark guards, and soon arrive at the gate of the Marquis of Jinbei's residence. Jun Qian jumps off the horse holding Sui Sui, and Shen Yunwen rushes up the steps to open the main door. The gatekeeper sees him and looks surprised. Second young master, why are you back so soon? Don't ask more. Knowing Du Ruo must be in Wan Wan's room, Shen Yunwen strides into the house. Come with me. Everyone walks through the corridor and courtyard to the backyard where Wan Wan lives. Du Ruo just got up, worried about waking Wan Wan, and tiptoed out. Seeing Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen coming in with Sui Sui, Du Ruo stops in surprise. Is there an urgent matter? Madam Shen, Sui Sui lifts her little face happily. Brother Immortal said he found Sui Sui's parents. Earlier, Shen Huayu mentioned Sui Sui's birthmark because her daughter had an accident and caused a delay. Du Ruo originally planned to go to the palace today to check carefully. When she hears that the little one has found her parents, the big stone hanging in her chest drops. It seems she was overthinking. Do we know who Sui Sui's parents are? Are they people from the capital? Jun Qian brings Sui Sui to Du Ruo, supports her arm, and lifts her sleeve to reveal her birthmark. Madam Shen, the person I am talking about, is you. Du Ruo squats down, raises her arm to support Sui Sui, and carefully examines the little one's birthmark. Seeing the familiar birthmark, her hands trembled uncontrollably. How can this be? Her daughter had been missing for 3 years. She hardly slept at night and had shed countless tears. Recently, her daughter was found again. Several nights, she woke up suddenly, afraid it was just a dream. She quietly sneaked into the room, relieved to see her daughter sleeping peacefully. How did things turn out like this? Madam Shen, Do you recognize Sui Sui's birthmark? Sui Sui looked happy. Do you know who Sui Sui's parents are? Du Rua gently lifted her hand to touch the child's cheek. Sui Sui, besides this birthmark and the jade pendant, does your master know anything else about your parents? The little one tilted her head and thought for a moment, then shook her head. Jun Qian stepped forward and explained the old monk's last words. The old monk said clearly that Sui Sui had a jade pendant left by her parents. He was worried the child might lose it, so he kept it in a wooden box. When we returned, we found the box was empty. Later, I visited the temple and saw a child's handprint on the shelf where the box was kept. That's why I suspected Wan Wan stole the jade pendant. You mean, Du Rua slowly looked up at the room where Wan Wan was staying. Ning Er's jade pendant was stolen from Sui Sui. Madam, think carefully. How could fellow disciples have identical birthmarks? Jun Qian said. Inside the room, Wan Wan was already awake. Hearing their voices, she narrowed her eyes coldly. It seemed her father's plan had failed. She put on a cloak and deliberately acted as if she was fine, walking out. Sui Sui, when did you arrive? Why didn't you come in? Hearing Wan Wan's voice, everyone turned to look. Staring at her little sister on the stairs, Sui Sui frowned. Did you steal my jade pendant? What jade pendant? Wan Wan pretended to be naive. Sui Sui, what are you talking about? Stop pretending. Jun Qian was not as gentle as Sui Sui. He snorted coldly, strode up the stairs, grabbed Wan Wan's arm, pulled her down, and threw her to the ground. Wan Wan took 2 steps back and fell heavily. Her cloak slipped off, and the jade pendant hanging around her neck fell out, showing outside her collar. Noticing the jade pendant hanging from her chest, Sui Sui looked curiously. Is this Sui Sui's jade pendant? It's not yours. Wan Wan raised her hand to grab the pendant, looking aggrieved. Why are you accusing me? Miss Fourth, Qing'er just finished bringing back the prepared medicine. She hurriedly set the medicine bowl aside and helped Wan Wan up. Prince Qin, what are you doing? What am I doing? Prince Qin snorted coldly. She is not your Miss Fourth at all. Mother, do you no longer want Ning'er? Wan Wan cried as she ran over and threw herself into Du Rua's arms. Yaya blinked her big eyes and also stepped in front of Du Rua. Madam Shin, are you really Yaya's mother? Du Rua looked at Wan Wan in her arms and then at Yaya's gaze fixed on her. Her lips moved, but she didn't know how to answer the little one's question for a moment. Ning'er, come here. Let me see. Du Rua helped Wan Wan up and pushed aside her sleeve to look at her arm. Qing'er, you also reveal Yaya's arm. Qing'er quickly put down the medicine bowl, ran over and held Yaya's arm, pushing her sleeve up as well. Seeing the same birthmark on both children, Qing'er was stunned in surprise. Why does His Highness also have such a birthmark? Madam, what is going on? Don't speak. Du Rua brought the 2 children's arms together and leaned in to examine carefully. Apart from slight color differences, Wan Wan's and Yaya's birthmarks were almost exactly the same in shape. Even Du Rua, as their mother, couldn't tell at a glance which was real and which was fake. Seeing the birthmark on Wan Wan's arm, Yaya furrowed her small brow in confusion. Little senior sister, why do you also have the same birthmark as me? Yaya, Shin Yunwen stepped closer to the 2 children. Have you seen Wan Wan's birthmark? Yaya shook her head uncertainly. Yaya doesn't know. Nonsense. Wan Wan grabbed Yaya's arm. Why are you lying? I clearly have a birthmark. You just want to steal my mother and father, right? I didn't expect you to be such a bad kid. Accused by Wan Wan, Yaya pouted her small face in grievance. I didn't lie. Yaya never lies. Wan Wan didn't give her a chance to reply and shouted sharply, louder than before. So, when we were at the Taoist temple, all the good things belonged to you. The master doted on you, gave you all the delicious food, all the fun things. And you kept telling on me to the master, causing him to beat me every day. Now you still want to steal my mother, don't you? Yaya was just a child and couldn't compare to the sharp-tongued reborn Wan Wan. Hearing Wan Wan's accusations, Yaya felt wronged and furrowed her small brow. She was also anxious because the other said her master was wrong. Why are you speaking badly about my master, Sui Sui? When did Sui Sui ever tell you a lie? The little girl looked upset and wronged, her fists clenched tightly, and her face turned red. Seeing Wan Wan keep accusing Sui Sui, Jun Qian could no longer hold back. "Shut up," he stepped forward, pulling Sui Sui behind him to protect her. Jun Qian raised his leg and kicked Wan Wan forcefully aside. "I want to see how long you can keep talking back." Jun Qian snorted coldly and drew his sword. Afraid that Jun Qian might really hurt Wan Wan in anger, everyone hurried over to stop him.
Shanglu tightly hugged Jun Qian's waist.
"Your Highness, we haven't figured everything out yet. Please don't act impulsively." Even Du Ruo couldn't tell if the child was genuine or not. There might be hidden reasons. If he really killed someone, how would Jun Qian explain himself later? "Prince Qin, don't be in such a hurry," Du Ruo said, blocking Wan Wan with his arm. "Let me ask her. If anyone dares to bully Sui Sui again, I'll cut out their tongue." Frowning, he glared at Wan Wan, and Jun Qian stepped back with a serious face. Turning around, Du Ruo knelt slightly and helped Wan Wan up. "Mother knows you're a good child. Tell me, did your master ever mention where he found you, Mother?" Wan Wan exaggeratedly cried. "My master said that he was buying medicine in the capital when he found Ning Er after the Lantern Festival." "Ning Er really didn't lie to you. This birthmark."
Ning Er.
"Ning Er has had it all along, found after the Lantern Festival, just matching the time his own child went missing." Even Du Ruo was completely at a loss now. "Madam," hurry footsteps sounded as the steward rushed into the courtyard. "The inner servant, Uncle Fu, has arrived." Du Ruo steadied himself, stood up, and turned to look at the courtyard gate. Soft footsteps approached. Fuan, the emperor's close servant, with a few young eunuchs, stepped into the courtyard. Seeing Jun Qian and Sui Sui, Fuan hurried over. "Little masters, I've finally found you. The emperor has ordered you to return to the palace immediately." "What's going on?" "Don't worry, your highness. This is good news," Fuan explained with a smile. "The empress has informed the emperor that Sui Sui is the daughter of the Duke of Gui's family who is lost. You must bring the little princess back to the palace to identify her." Du Ruo and the others were all stunned. Why is even the chancellor involved? "Mother, look, Ning Er really isn't lying." Wan Wan took the opportunity to hold Du Ruo's hand. Sui Sui clearly his parents. Du Ruo looked at Jun Qian with doubt. "How is this related to the chancellor?" Wan Wan glanced sideways, and Jun Qian gently supported Du Ruo's arm, leading her and Shen Yunwen aside. He carefully explained last night's events at the palace, where they wanted to recognize Sui Sui. "Because of this, I noticed Sui Sui's birthmark," he said. "But," Du Ruo frowned, "how can the prime minister's child also have such a birthmark?" Jun Qian shook his head. "Right now, I can't be sure if it's true or not. Ninger insists her birthmark is real." "Could it be?" Shen Yunwen turned to look at Wan Wan and Sui Sui standing nearby, frowning deeply. "Is one of these children the prime minister's daughter?" Jun Qian snorted coldly. "Even if it's true, it can't be Sui Sui." Knowing Jun Qian always disliked Wan Wan, Shen Yunwen kept silent, biting his lip. The most important thing now is to confirm whether Sui Sui is really Shen's child. He doesn't want to argue with Jun Qian over Wan Wan. This matter concerns the two children's backgrounds. "No matter what, I must find out who is truly my Shen family's daughter," Du Ruo said, adjusting her dress. "The servant woman will take Wan Wan and you all into the palace. Today, we will clarify everything." She asked Qinger to help Wan Wan change her clothes, then briefly instructed the butler. She took Wan Wan and got into the carriage that Fuan had sent from the palace. Jun Qian was wary of Wan Wan and wouldn't let Sui Sui sit with her in the same carriage. As before, he carried the little one onto his horse to ride together. Everyone headed back toward the palace. Sui Sui looked at the direction of the carriage, tilting her small head to gaze at Jun Qian. "Brother Immortal, is Madame Shen really Sui Sui's mother?" Since their first meeting, the little girl had felt a natural closeness to Du Ruo. In her heart, she hoped Du Ruo was her mother. Jun Qian helped her tighten her cloak and leaned close to her ear. "Think carefully. Did your little senior sister ever have a birthmark?" Sui Sui shook her head. "My senior sister never sleeps in the same room as Sui Sui, so Sui Sui doesn't know." Then, Jun Qian pondered for a moment, Has your master ever mentioned anything else about you? Sui Sui lowered her head, frowning in thought, then suddenly lifted her small face. Oh right, I remember. My master once said, "Sure." Jun Qian glanced at the direction of the carriage, pointing to his ear. Come closer and tell your brother quietly, so others can't hear. He lowered his head, and Sui Sui obediently moved her small mouth to his ear, whispering softly. After listening to the little one's story, Jun Qian smiled softly. Okay, brother understands. Don't worry, I will help you find out who your parents are. Inside the carriage, Du Ruo looked at Wan Wan in her arms and lifted the curtain to see Sui Sui sitting in front of Jun Qian, her brows furrowed. Seeing Du Ruo hesitate, Wan Wan tearfully reached out and held her hand. Mother, do you no longer want Ning Er? Having lived together for so long, Du Ruo had always treated Wan Wan as her own daughter and felt affection for her. Seeing her sad, scarred face, Du Ruo felt a wave of heartache. No, I don't. I just want to find out who is the real daughter of our family. Mother. Wan Wan pretended to hug her neck. Ning Er doesn't want to leave mother. Wan Wan. Shen Yunwen was moved and smiled as he supported her arm. You don't need to be afraid. Even if you're not our Shin family's daughter, as long as you tell the truth, we will treat you as our daughter. Humph. Wan Wan silently snorted. Shen Yunwen still wanted to deceive her. Wan Wan sniffed. Ning Er is telling the truth. Why doesn't second brother believe me? Why believe Sui Sui? Does second brother not like Ning Er? Shen Yunwen was speechless. Horseshoes clattered over the blue stone square in front of the palace, and the carriage drove all the way to the palace gates, stopping outside the main hall. Everyone entered the Imperial study together. The Emperor, Jun Qing'an, sat on the main seat, with the Empress and Prime Minister Qin Beiqing sitting beside him. Seeing Sui Sui walking in beside Jun Qian, Qin Beiqing was the first to stand up.
Sui Sui, come.
Quickly come over and let Dad see you, Sui Sui. Why is there another dad now? She looked up and down at Qin Beiqing, blinking her big eyes. I know you. You're the person who bought my herbs. That's right, Qin Beiqing smiled kindly. Little Crown Prince, you have a good memory. It seems. This is also fate for us to be father and daughter. Jun Qian held Sui Sui's hand and protected her behind himself. Prime Minister, calling Sui Sui dad now might be a bit too soon. Jun Qian, the Empress, stood up with a serious face. I know you and Sui Sui are like siblings, and you don't want to part with her. Yesterday, you stopped me from recognizing her as my daughter, but I don't blame you. Now, in front of the Emperor, do you still want to cause trouble, Empress? Please don't be angry. Du Ruo stepped forward and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, the little prince has a birthmark on his arm that looks exactly like our Shin family's daughter. This time, I entered the palace hoping to ask the Prime Minister face-to-face to clarify the identities of the two children. Please raise your arm to signal Du Ruo to stand up. The Emperor Qing'an frowned as he walked around the desk, showing some surprise. Are you saying that the birthmark on Sui Sui's arm is the same as Ning Er's? Exactly, Du Ruo replied, standing up gracefully. When Ning Er went missing years ago, we made it clear in the notice that she had a birthmark. Do you remember, Your Majesty? Emperor Qing'an nodded gently. Yes, I do remember that. Then I want to ask the Prime Minister. Emperor Qian turned his gaze to Qin Beiqing. What does the Prime Minister's daughter's birthmark look like? Qin Beiqing smiled. I love my daughter very much and remember well. Her birthmark is red and shaped like a lotus flower. Prime Minister, besides this birthmark, does Miss Qin have any other features? Shen Yunwen asked. When my daughter was born, she had a special fragrance. The midwives were all amazed. But, Qin Beiqing smiled, I was worried about this news spreading and causing trouble, so I never told anyone. Qin Beiqing looked at Sui Sui with a gentle smile. The Empress said that the little princess has both a birthmark and a special fragrance, so she must be our daughter. Prince Qian sneered coldly and pointed at Wan Wan. Sui Sui's little sister, Wan Wan, also has a birthmark and a special fragrance. Did the Prime Minister not think she might also be your daughter? Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Qin Beiqing pretended to be surprised and turned to look at Wan Wan. Wan Wan pretended to be scared and shrank behind Du Ruo. I remember Madame Shen mentioned that Miss Shen has a birthmark and also wears a jade pendant. The girl with the jade pendant is from the Shen family, and the one without it is my niece. The Empress smiled at the two children, pretending to be gentle. Which of you has a jade pendant? I do, Wan Wan said quickly. Your Majesty, father. Sui Sui ran to Emperor Qing'an. That's Sui Sui's jade pendant. She stole it. Wan Wan immediately retorted, I didn't steal it. My master gave it to me. Prince Qian turned to look at Prince Qian and asked, what about the jade pendant? Prince Qian briefly explained the situation. In the temple, besides the old monk, only Sui Sui and Wan Wan are there. Sui Sui wouldn't lose her own things, so the answer is obvious. King Qin, you're mistaken. Qin Beiqing said with a smile, taking over. Since the temple is in the mountains, maybe others have been there too. How can you be sure that the jade pendant was stolen by Miss Shen? Standing nearby and listening, Shen Yunwen noticed a flaw in Qin Beiqing. Regarding the jade pendant, I would like to ask the Prime Minister a question. Shen Yunwen stepped forward politely and bowed to Qin Beiqing. The old master said before he died that he found Sui Sui, and Sui Sui has a jade pendant. Why didn't the Prime Minister mention the jade pendant she was wearing when she went missing? The Empress immediately retorted, the Crown Prince has been working hard for the country day and night. These matters are managed by the concubines at home. How would he know what the child was wearing? Blame me for being busy with court affairs every day. If I had gone on an autumn outing with my daughter that day, my poor child wouldn't have had an accident. Qin Beiqing sighed and wiped his eyes. He knelt on the ground, pretending to cry, and said, Please, Your Majesty, help me. Let me take Sui Sui out of the palace, so she can reunite with her father. On one side was the Marquis of Jinbei's residence, and on the other, the Prime Minister's maternal uncle. Both are pillars of the court. This matter involved his most beloved adopted daughter, Sui Sui. Emperor Jun Qing'an was naturally cautious not to make a mistake. Besides the birthmark and the scent, do you have any other marks? Reporting to Father King, Jun Qian coldly glanced at Qin Beiqing. My son can prove that Sui Sui is definitely not the Prime Minister's daughter. Your Highness King Qin, are you speaking too confidently? How can you be sure that Sui Sui is not my son's daughter? Qin Beiqing's eyes reddened. He knelt and took a few steps to King Jun Qing'an's desk. I only have this one beloved daughter. Please, Your Majesty, help me. The Empress also knelt down to support him, saying, The Crown Prince has always loved his daughter. Since she went missing, he has gone gray. Please, Your Majesty, have mercy on my brother. Jun Qing'an stood up and helped Qin Beiqing and the Empress to their feet. Qianer, what evidence do you have for this? Jun Qian narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Beiqing, who was still wiping tears. I want to ask the Prime Minister, when did your beloved daughter go missing? Everyone in the city knew this. Qin Beiqing couldn't lie. Our daughter was lost shortly after the Mid-Autumn Festival 3 years ago. The Emperor and Empress both know about this. Jun Qian brought Sui Sui, who was standing nearby, in front of him. Sui Sui, tell everyone how your name was given to you. The little girl raised her face, speaking in a soft, baby voice. When my master found Sui Sui, it was right after the New Year. My master named me Sui Sui, hoping that I would be safe and sound. Standing nearby, Du Ruo and Shen Yunwen looked at each other at the same time. When the daughter of the Shen family went missing, it was during the Lantern Festival, right after the New Year. Every year, she is innocent and honest and she never lies. You all shouldn't doubt what she says, right? Jun Qian gently held the little one's shoulder, his deep eyes fixed on Qin Beiqing. When the Prime Minister's daughter went missing, it was in autumn, but Sui Sui was found by her master after the New Year. Doesn't that mean Sui Sui isn't your daughter? Opposite them, Qin Beiqing's face remained calm and expressionless. The Prime Minister's daughter was indeed lost in autumn, but if the family who found her didn't want her and abandoned her again in the wild, that's also possible, isn't it? Shen Yunwen continued, From what I know, the Prime Minister's concubine was killed by bandits. Bandits kill for money, so why would they leave the jade pendant on Sui Sui? The Empress looked displeased. Perhaps the bandits didn't notice the jade pendant on Sui Sui, and she was taken away by someone else. Jun Qian smiled faintly. If Sui Sui was taken by someone else and then abandoned, Why would the person who found her leave her jade pendant behind? Your Majesty, Du Rua hurriedly spoke. What Lord Qin and Yunwen said makes perfect sense. All these details don't match up, which proves that Sui Sui is definitely not Qin's daughter. Since their first meeting, Du Rua had been deeply impressed by Sui Sui, feeling both pity and love for the child. He knew well how Qin Beiqing was as a person. Whether or not Sui Sui was his daughter, he couldn't bear to see her fall into the hands of someone like Qin Beiqing. So he immediately opposed and argued strongly. Jun Qing'an frowned, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Minister Qin, I understand you want to find your daughter, but these details simply don't add up. Your Majesty, Sui Sui has been missing for 3 years. The Taoist priest who knew her is no longer here. Based on these details alone, I find it hard to agree. By the way, the Empress pretended to suddenly remember something. Why not have Sui Sui and the Duke of Gua do a blood test? If she isn't Qin's daughter, the Duke can be at ease. If she is, then everything will be settled. Qin Beiqing also took the opportunity to plead. Please, Your Majesty, give me a chance to recognize her as my daughter. Seeing Qin Beiqing with tears in his eyes, Jun Qing'an, as the emperor, naturally couldn't refuse harshly. Minister Qin, if you want to do a blood test to confirm, I will grant your wish. The Empress looked sideways at Fuan and said, Hurry and send the Imperial doctor here to confirm the relationship between the Duke of Ping'an and Sui Sui with a blood test. Fuan nodded and walked to the door. Send the Imperial doctor to come in. The little eunuch responded and hurried off to summon the doctor. Sui Sui blinked her big eyes, looked around at everyone, and curiously gazed at Jun Qian. Brother Immortal, what is a blood test to confirm family ties? Don't be afraid, Sui Sui. Jun Qian held her finger gently. When the doctor arrives, he'll just prick your finger a little. Soon, footsteps were heard outside. Dr. Song from the Imperial Medical Office carried a medicine box and followed an assistant into the study, kneeling before the dragon desk. I'm not sure if the Emperor sent me here to check the health of the young lady or someone else feeling unwell. Jun Qing'an raised his right hand to signal the doctor to stand. The Duke of Ping'an suspects that Sui Sui might be his lost daughter. Please help them do a blood test to confirm. Father, Jun Qian turned slightly, glancing at Wan Wan who was hiding behind Du Rua. Since Wan Wan also has the same birthmark, why not let her and the Chancellor also have a test, just to be sure? The Empress, worried about revealing something, immediately stopped her. Children from the Shin family have already been identified. How could they be my brother's daughter? Qin Beiqing, being shrewd, was worried that others might notice something unusual. He raised his hand to stop the Empress and smiled faintly. Qin Wang makes a good point. It's just a little blood after all. I will have the 2 children tested together. As long as we find the daughter, I am willing to shed all my blood. All right. Jun Qing'an nodded gently. Dr. Song, please begin. Yes, Your Majesty. Dr. Song slowly stood up, looked at Qin Beiqing and nodded. Thank you, Doctor. He opened the medicine box. Coincidentally, I have 2 small bowls for medicine here. Bring some clean water. Fuan, standing nearby, brought over a teapot with water for the Emperor to drink tea. I'll do it. Dr. Song took out the 2 small bowls from the box, placing one on each side of the table. He took the water pitcher from Fuan and poured water into both bowls. Chancellor, young master, and Miss Fourth, please come over. Dr. Song. Qin Beiqing stepped forward, looking at the water on the table. Can this water really tell if they're father and daughter? Rest assured, Chancellor. Dr. Song smiled at him. This blood test method has been used since ancient times. If they are close relatives, the blood will immediately merge into the water, and there will be no mistake. Then I am at ease. Qin Beiqing smiled and stretched out his hand. Judge Song took out a silver needle and pricked his fingertip, squeezing 2 drops of blood into 2 small bowls. He turned to look at Sui Sui. Little Crown Princess, it's your turn now. Jun Qian sidestepped to block him and led Sui Sui to the table. It's okay, just a quick finger prick. It'll be over soon. Curiously, Sui Sui looked at the water bowls on the table and reached out her small hand. The Empress and Qin Beiqing siblings, standing nearby, exchanged glances and smiled. When they caught Wan Wan earlier, Qin Beiqing also wanted to carefully check the details to avoid giving Jun Qian any loopholes. But unexpectedly, Sui Sui used her special ability, and the Great Dane general quickly found Wan Wan's hiding place. The father and daughter didn't have much time to communicate. To ensure the smooth recognition today, Qin Beicheng had prepared everything in advance. The bowl prepared for Sui Sui is such that any blood dropped into it will merge together. The bowl for Wan Wan is different. Any blood dropped into it will not blend. Once the blood test is complete, it will be certain that Sui Sui is her father's daughter. Even if Jun Qian is unwilling and speaks wildly, he cannot stop Qin Beicheng from taking Sui Sui. He took out his needle pouch, and Judge Song held Sui Sui's hand firmly, while carefully holding the silver needle. Crown Princess, be careful, it might hurt a little. Qin Beicheng stood nearby, slowly curling his lips. As long as he recognizes Sui Sui, no one can argue about Wan Wan being Shun family's daughter. He can control Sui Sui, and Wan Wan can stay safely in the Shin family. Watching Sui Sui's finger, Qin Beicheng felt a surge of excitement. Damn girl, wait until you get to the Qin family. Just watch how I deal with you. Under everyone's watch, Judge Song's silver needle slowly approached Sui Sui's finger. Woof! Suddenly, a dog bark came from outside the main hall. You can't go in. Stop right there. Then came the hurried yet helpless voices of the young eunuchs. Everyone turned in confusion, only to see the beaded curtain sway and a large figure rush in. It was Sui Sui's Great Dane general, covered in shiny black fur. On its back, a pure white cat was lying. One black, one white, a stark contrast. Everyone. Woof woof. The big head turned left and right, spotting Sui Sui standing by the table. The general wagged his big tail happily and strode towards Sui Sui. Seeing this fierce dog suddenly rush over with a cat on its back, everyone was surprised. Standing beside Sui Sui, Officer Song was so frightened that he stepped back 2 paces, nearly dropping the silver needle in his hand. Woof. Little master, we finally found you. The general rushed in front of Sui Sui, panting heavily, sticking out his long tongue, and speaking with a tone full of complaint. It's all because of that stinky cat. It insisted I carry it. So tiring. I'm exhausted. The white cat on the general's back stood up and lazily stretched, speaking arrogantly. Carrying me is your good luck. If other stinky dogs want to carry me, I wouldn't sit still. The two of them argued back and forth, but only Sui Sui understood what they were saying. To others, it just sounded like woof 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 and meow meow meow. General little kitty, Sui Sui smiled warmly as she turned her face. Why are you both here too? The white cat leapt into her arms. Little master, please don't think that Prime Minister is a good person. He's a big bad guy, Sui Sui. She looked up at Qin Beicheng, puzzled, and glanced at the white cat in her arms. How do you know that? That morning, Jun Qian had taken Sui Sui out of the palace without bringing any animals. The empress sent people to Xianming Palace to find someone. When the palace maids heard that Sui Sui might be taken back by the prime minister, they couldn't help but gossip about his character, feeling sorry for Sui Sui. The white cat and the general, being a cat and a dog, weren't shy about listening. So, these 2 animals overheard everything. Afraid that their little master might be taken away by bad people, the white cat and the general hurriedly came back from Xianming Palace. Meow. The white cat reached out with its paw, grabbing Sui Sui's sleeve. The palace maid said that this prime minister is a wolf in sheep's clothing. If the little master goes home with him, he'll definitely bully her. Woof. That's right. The general wagged his tail and moved closer to Sui Sui. I know best. There's not a good person in the Prime Minister's house. The general was originally a pet of Princess Dishio, chosen by the Qin family. They sent him into the palace to train him to be obedient. He had probably been beaten many times at the Qin household and knew their ways well. Hearing the complaints from the cat and dog, Sui Sui looked at Qin Beicheng, hesitated, and took a step back, seeking help. Brother Immortal. Seeing her distress, Jun Qian bent down. What's wrong, Sui Sui? Because Jun Qian had previously warned her not to tell others that she could understand animals. Every year, she reaches out her small hand, pulls on his sleeve, and tiptoes to whisper into Jun Qian's ear. Brother Immortal, The cats and dogs say this prime minister is a big bad guy, and I don't want to call him dad. Sure enough, when someone is mean, even the cats and dogs dislike him. He smiles comfortingly at the little one, then leans in to whisper softly. Don't worry, he is not your dad, so you don't have to be afraid. The general stands nearby, panting heavily. He ran from the Palace of Wisdom carrying the white cat to the main hall. Everyone was thirsty. Seeing the water bowl on the table, his eyes brighten instantly. He steps forward and sticks his big mouth to the edge of the bowl. Don't move. Just as the general is about to drink, Song Yuanpan quickly shouts and rushes over to stop him. But the general ignores him, sticking out his tongue and politely licking a big gulp of water. Song Yuanpan. Qin Beicheng. He had carefully prepared the water, but the general just drank it all. The water tastes strange. The general sticks out his tongue and shakes his head in disgust. Yuck, yuck, yuck. It tastes terrible. This water has blood. I can't drink it. Seeing the general drink from the bowl, she shyly turns away. He's just very thirsty. Don't scold him. It's okay, Jun Qing'an says with a smile, not bothering with the little one. Fuan, bring another clean bowl of water. Fuan agrees and has the little eunuch bring a new bowl, filling it with water and placing it on the table. Hearing Jun Qian say that this bad guy is not her real father, she relaxes. She puts the white cat down and walks over to extend her right hand to Song Yuanpan. Go ahead, I don't mind. Song Yuanpan glances at the Empress and Qin Beicheng with a helpless look, then withdraws his gaze. With so many eyes watching, even with 800 guts, he wouldn't dare make a move now. He holds her tiny hand and gently pricks her fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood into the water. Knowing the water is clean, Qin Beicheng hesitates a little. What if this blood test isn't accurate? Didn't Song Yuanpan just say it's absolutely correct? Jun Qian raises her eyebrows calmly. Prime Minister, what are you waiting for? Qin Beicheng can't find a good excuse, so he must muster his courage and prick his finger again. He drops a drop of blood into the water. Duo Ruo also pulls Wan Wan to the side of the table, and Song Yuanpan pricks her finger, dropping her blood into the other bowl. Both children finish dropping their blood one after another, and everyone's eyes are fixed on the water bowls. There is no sign that the blood in the two bowls has merged. Judge Song, what does this result mean? Replying to the Emperor, Judge Song nervously glanced toward the Empress. The blood hasn't fused, which proves that both children are not the biological daughters of the Prime Minister. Once it was confirmed that Sui Sui was not the Prime Minister's daughter, Jian Qian and the others secretly relaxed. He took out a handkerchief, wrapped Sui Sui's finger, and led the little girl to the side. Now, does the Prime Minister believe that Sui Sui is not your daughter? Could it be that I really can't find my beloved daughter? Qin Beicheng sighed disappointedly, raised his hand to his chest, took 2 steps back, and sat heavily in a chair. Brother, don't be sad. If we didn't find her today, we will keep searching. The Empress hurriedly supported his arm. Judge Song, please help the Imperial uncle check again. Does his chest pain mean his old illness has flared up? Sui Sui turned her face and looked at Qin Beicheng. The Prime Minister does have health issues, like insufficient blood and energy, and her big eyes blinked carefully as she examined Qin Beicheng's face, then seriously added 2 words. Kidney deficiency. Everyone. Jian Qian, Shen Yunwen, Chong Lu, and others all twitched their mouths at the same time. Jian Qing'an forcibly held back a smile. It seems the Prime Minister needs to take good care of his health. Yes, His Majesty is right. Sui Sui nodded seriously, kindly reminding him, Prime Minister, if you don't treat your illness properly, you'll only live a few more years before you die. Everyone. Only this little ancestor would dare curse the Prime Minister to death, right in front of him. Including the eunuchs Fu Wen and Chong Lu, they all strained their cheeks tightly to avoid laughing out loud. Since the plan failed, the Empress's mood was already bad. When she heard Sui Sui's words, her face immediately darkened. The Prime Minister and the little princess have no grudges or enmity. Why does the little princess curse the Prime Minister like this? Who cursed him? I was just helping him check his health. Seeing that the Empress didn't believe her diagnosis, Sui Sui disdainfully pouted and rolled her big eyes at her. If the Empress doesn't believe me, then fine. I won't help him check anymore. He can die if he wants. Humph. Anyway, he's a big villain. If he dies, he dies. Mrs. Shen. Giant Xian took Sui Sui to do Rua's side. Since blood testing can reveal the truth, why not let Judge Song also help you, Sui Sui, and Wan Wan verify their parentage? The truth will be clear then. Yes, mother, Shun Yunwen supported Du Rua's arm. Let's also ask Judge Song to help with the test. Right now, this seemed to be the best solution. Du Rua nodded and stepped forward to Giant Qing'an, bowing respectfully. The concubine earnestly asked the emperor for permission. She requested that Judge Song help her and Sui Sui and Ning Er with a blood test to determine which of the two children was truly her daughter from the Shin family. Both children had the same birthmark, which even Emperor Jun Qing'an had never heard of before. Naturally, he was very curious. All right, today I will clarify the true origins of these two children. I will have the servant wash these two bowls to prevent blood contamination. Fuan took the two medicine bowls from the table and went outside to clean them. Qin Beicheng and the Empress watched anxiously. Under the Emperor's watchful eye, Judge Song could not tamper with the results. If they tested now, Wan Wan would surely be caught. Your Majesty, Qin Beicheng supported himself on the chair arm and stood up. Since these two children are not related to me, I will take my leave first. Knowing he hadn't found his daughter, he felt sad. Jun Qing'an kindly smiled at him. Sir, there's no need to rush. We can continue searching for the child slowly. Since you are unwell, I grant you 2 days off to rest at home. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Beicheng stood up, reluctantly glancing at Sui Sui. I thought today we would be reunited as father and daughter, but I didn't expect. He shook his head and swayed a few steps before suddenly falling to the ground with a thud. Brother, Prime Minister. Seeing Qin Beicheng faint on the ground, everyone hurriedly stood up and rushed over. Jun Qing'an also stood and approached, looking concerned at Qin Beicheng lying there. Judge Song, what happened to the Prime Minister? Just now, the Prime Minister seemed unsteady in his pulse. It's likely he failed the blood test and is overwhelmed with longing for his daughter, making it hard for him to accept the truth, which caused his heart condition to flare up. Someone come quickly. The Empress waved her hand. Take the Prime Minister to the side hall for acupuncture. A few eunuchs and guards worked together and finally carried the plump Qin Beicheng out of the Imperial study. Madam Shin, Judge Song turned around, looking apologetic at Du Rua. I need to perform a treatment for the Prime Minister. Can we postpone the blood test? The Prime Minister was unconscious and needed medical treatment. Du Rua naturally couldn't force him to undergo the test immediately. His health is the priority. Judge Song, please treat the Prime Minister first, she said. Judge Song hurriedly took his medicine box and quickly headed towards the side hall. Everyone followed him to the side hall bedroom. He instructed his assistant to fetch moxibustion herbs, then took out a needle pouch and carefully inserted a few acupuncture needles into specific points on Qin Beicheng. Your Majesty and Empress, do not worry. Once Zhu Xiang retrieves the ointment and combined with acupuncture, the Prime Minister will be fine. As he spoke, he gave the Empress a subtle signal. The Empress understood and released her fingers from Qin Beicheng's arm. Your Majesty just finished court not long ago and probably hasn't had breakfast. Please go and eat something. My brother has this old problem, but with your presence here it should be fine. Hearing from Judge Song that Qin Beicheng was unharmed, Jun Qing'an nodded gently. All right, since that's the case, everyone, let's finish breakfast together before we check on the family matter. He ordered Fu Wen to prepare breakfast in the flower hall, then left with everyone. The Empress raised her right hand, dismissed the palace maids and eunuchs, and, once sure no one was around, bent down to hold Qin Beicheng's arm. No outsiders are here now, brother. You don't need to pretend. Qin Beicheng opened his eyes and quickly grabbed Judge Song's arm. No matter what method you use, I absolutely cannot let Sui Sui recognize her family. We must make Wan Wan acknowledge the Shin family. Prime Minister, it's not that I don't want to help. Judge Song looked troubled. In front of the Emperor, I really don't have the chance. If the Emperor finds out, it would be a crime of deceiving the ruler. Deceiving the ruler, the Empress snorted coldly. If the Emperor finds out that you tampered with the concubine Xian's medicine and caused her death, do you think you would still be alive? Your Majesty. Judge Song looked helpless. It was your command that I follow. Enough, Qin Beiqing interrupted, frowning. We're all in the same boat. What's the point of discussing this now? We should think of a way quickly. Judge Song stood up, frowned, and paced back and forth for a moment before suddenly coming up with an idea. He turned back to the bed, lowered his voice, and looked serious. Tampering in front of the emperor is too risky. It might be difficult to stop the little princess from recognizing her family, but I have a way. We can help Wan Wan pass the test smoothly. Oh, Qin Beiqing's eyes lit up. What method? Now, recognizing Sui back into the Qin family was no longer possible. If Wan Wan could return safely to the Shin family and act as their inside agent, he could use this chance to overthrow the Shin family. Sui was the Shin family's daughter and naturally involved. In the future, he might even involve Jun Qian to achieve a 3-in-1 plan. Ming Fan has hemostatic effects. Adding it to water can promote blood flow. Just now, Judge Song added this to the little princess's bowl. If they could find a way to add Ming Fan to the water used for Wan Wan's blood test, it could make her bloodline blend with Madame Shin's. However, the Empress frowned and said, with so many eyes watching, how can I secretly do anything? Judge Song raised his right hand and pointed to the Empress's finger. Could the Empress have forgotten how she painted her nails? Nails? The Empress looked at her fingers and suddenly understood. In the palace, nail polish was made by crushing the flower of balsam and alum. If she could find a way to help Wan Wan dye her nails and secretly apply the ink water to Wan Wan's hand, she could ensure that the blood test later would go smoothly. All right, my brother is resting here. I will take care of this matter. At the door, the Empress looked around and called Zhou Mama over, pulling her aside to give detailed instructions. Zhou Mama understood and turned to leave quickly. At this moment, the assistant also brought moxa incense from the pharmacy. Judge Song was applying moxa to Qin Beiqing, and the Empress, adjusting her dress, went to the flower hall. She saw Jun Qing'an sitting and eating, and she put down her chopsticks. Empress, how is the Prime Minister? Judge Song is helping my brother with acupuncture. He's already awake, but still weak. The Empress smiled at Du Ruo and said, but the moxibustion will take about half an hour. To prevent Lady Shin and others from waiting anxiously, I came to inform you all. Du Ruo responded with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. Outside the hall, footsteps sounded lightly. Zhou Mama brought Princess Deshio and Jun Yu in, walking quickly. Jun Yu happily handed a piece of calligraphy paper to Jun Qing'an. Father, look. This is Yueris writing from this morning. This child has been working hard these days, the Empress said with a smile as she approached and helped Jun Qing'an unfold the paper. Your Majesty, please take a look and see if there's any improvement. Jun Qing'an examined the few simple brush strokes written by Jun Yu and nodded gently. Yes, you've improved a lot compared to before. Keep working hard. Hearing the praise, Jun Yu smiled and nodded. Yuer knows. After practicing all morning, you must be tired, the Empress said, patting Jun Yu's shoulder. Yeah, and the 4th Miss Shun from the Shin family are here. You 3 young ladies can go out and play for a while. Just in time, Zhou Mama said with a smile. The balsam flowers in the garden are blooming quite a lot. Come along, little miss. I'll help you all dye your nails beautifully. Princess Deshio eagerly shouted, I want to dye mine red. All right, Zhou Mama replied with a smile and stepped forward, taking Wan Wan from Du Ruo's arms. 4th Miss, what color would you like? Suspecting this was arranged intentionally by Qin Beiqing, Wan Wan turned her face to look at Du Ruo. Mother, can Ninger go? Du Ruo kept thinking about the 2 children, feeling anxious. She didn't eat a bite and had no mood for anything else. Qinger, take Ninger with you. Everyone left together, but Sui still sat there, holding her small bowl of rice, her head bowed and silent. Jun Qing'an smiled and gently supported the little one's arm. Sui, why aren't you going to get your nails done? Thinking only about her parents, the little girl had no appetite and no interest in getting her nails painted. She placed her untouched porridge bowl on the table and gently shook her head. Sui, I don't want to get my nails done. She looked up at Du Ruo across the table, her long eyelashes drooping. Her small hands nervously clenched her clothes as she pitifully looked at Jun Qing'an, her brows furrowing into two little bumps. Father Emperor, is Madame Shen really Sui Sui's mother? Despite feeling wronged inside, the little girl held back her tears. Her expression was truly heartbreaking. Du Rua couldn't sit still anymore. She got up, walked around the table, and hugged the little girl into her arms. No matter if she was Shen's daughter or not, the concubine was willing to be Sui Sui's mother. Her long eyelashes trembled as Sui Sui pouted her small mouth in frustration. Sui Sui didn't want to steal her older sister's mother. She just wanted to know.
Who
Was my mother? Jun Qian sat by the table, clenched his fists tightly. Shen Yunwen also looked helpless. Fuan and Chonglu, standing nearby, couldn't help but have red eyes. Jun Qing'an couldn't bear to make the little girl wait any longer. He immediately frowned and ordered, Fuan, bring Wan Wan back immediately, and send for a doctor to do a blood test to confirm Sui Sui's parentage. Yes, Your Majesty, Fuan replied and hurried to the palace gate. Emperor's order, summon Wan Wan back to the palace and call a doctor. Hurry up, the two young eunuchs promised and ran off quickly. Fuan turned back inside and instructed the eunuchs to prepare water bowls, pouring 2 bowls of clean water, ready for the test. Soon, the doctor entered. This time, the doctor was none other than Dr. Wang, who had previously accompanied them to the hunting ground and treated Shen Yunwen. After hearing everyone's explanation, Dr. Wang quickly prepared his tools, including needle bags. Sui Sui had been waiting impatiently to find out if Du Rua was her real mother. She stepped forward eagerly, rolled up her sleeve, and held out her small hand to Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang, hurry and do it. Sui Sui isn't afraid of pain. Previously, when in the enclosure, Dr. Wang had interacted quite a bit with Sui Sui. He liked this innocent and adorable little girl who was also very skilled in medicine. Seeing her eager face, Dr. Wang turned to Jun Qing'an and bowed. Your Majesty, how about this? I will first verify for Madame Shen and the young master. What do you think? Afraid that the little girl would be disappointed, Jun Qing'an stepped forward willingly, reaching out his large hand to hold Sui Sui's arm. Sui Sui, even if we do find out this time that there was a mistake, don't be sad. Your father and mother will help you find your real parents, okay? The little girl nodded firmly. Du Rua also came over, standing beside her, lifting her sleeve to reveal her fingers. Dr. Wang stood nearby, watching them, and couldn't help but smile. Madame Shen and the young master really do look like mother and daughter. Not only their features but also the way they roll up their sleeves is the same. Everyone present turned to look carefully at the two standing by the table. Indeed, their postures and movements were almost identical. Sui Sui stretched out her small hand again toward him. Dr. Wang, you're so slow. Sorry, it's my fault. Dr. Wang smiled, took out a silver needle, heated it over the fire, carefully wiped it with a cotton cloth, and gently held the delicate finger of the little girl, worried about hurting her. He carefully pricked her fingertip, drawing a drop of blood. Then he held Du Rua's finger and pricked a small amount of blood into the mixture. Sui Sui clung to the table, tiptoeing with her little feet, eagerly looking at the water bowl. Du Rua and Jun Qing'an, among others, did the same. In the water bowl, 2 drops of blood slowly merged. Jun Qian, usually so calm and cold, couldn't help but feel anxious now. Dr. Wang, is this the result or not? Yes. What is the result? Jun Qing'an asked next. Dr. Wang carefully examined the blood in the water and smiled. Your Majesty, the blood of the young master and Madame Shen matches. This proves they are indeed mother and daughter. Sui Sui clenched her hands on the table, wishing she could press her little head right in front of Dr. Wang. Madame Shen really is my mother? That's right. You're not lying to me. This matter is very important. How could I speak carelessly? Her big eyes sparkled with hope. Turning her face, she looked up at Du Rua, wanting to speak, but her lips trembled, and her eyes turned red. Mother. Mother. The first word was full of joy, but the next 2 words already carried a crying tone. Du Rua could no longer speak. She stepped forward, knelt before Sui Fu, and tightly embraced her small body in her arms. All my fault, Mother. I made you suffer. Mother, I'm sorry. She tightened her grip and cried loudly. Her tone was full of pain, regret, and self-blame. How many times had she met the little one? How could she not recognize that the person in front of her was her own daughter? If she had thought more carefully before, why would she have let the child wait so long? Jun Chungin stood nearby, smiling softly and quietly wiping his eyes, turning slightly to hide his tears. Jun Qian watched the little one finally recognize her mother, and a huge weight in his heart also lifted. Just as he was about to turn away, he saw Shan Yunwen looking at him from the side. Thank you, Prince Qin, for finding my sister. The young man's eyes were red, and his voice carried a hint of crying. Earlier, Yunwen misunderstood you. I hope His Highness the Prince of Qin doesn't mind. Jun Qian frowned and shot him a glance. Enough. I am not doing this for you, Mother. At the palace door, Wan Wan stepped inside. Noticing the royal doctor standing nearby, her gaze fell on Du Ruo, who was holding Sui Sui. Her steps suddenly froze. Sui Sui tightened her arms and hugged Du Ruo even more closely. This is my mother, not yours. You're not allowed to call her that. Because of Wan Wan, she had only recently found her mother, and naturally, the little one harbored resentment. Mother, Wan Wan ran over quickly. Do you really? Do you not want Ninger anymore? The general and the white cat standing nearby sensed Sui Sui's resentment towards Wan Wan. They rushed over, one on each side, protecting their young master. One bent over, puffed up fur, and hissed at Wan Wan. The other lowered his head, bared his teeth, and made a low growl in his throat. If Sui Sui gave an order, they could tear Wan Wan apart immediately. The Empress also saw that something was wrong and strode in confidently. Madam Shen, what do you mean? Replying to the Empress, Fuan smiled and explained, the royal doctor has just verified that the young master and Madam Shen are indeed mother and daughter. The Empress. Then, Wan Wan reluctantly spoke, I haven't been tested yet. You? Jun Qian snorted coldly, pushed Shen Yunwen aside, and walked in front of Wan Wan. He reached out and grabbed the red string around her neck, pulling the jade pendant from her. There is only one daughter in the Shen family. Sui Sui has already been verified. How could you still be Shen's daughter? Now I want to ask, where did this jade pendant come from? Du Ruo held Sui Sui and turned her face, watching Wan Wan with eyes full of sadness. Have you been lying to me all along? Mother, Ning Er is not. This jade pendant is really given to me by Master. Shan Yunwen also frowned. It's gotten to this point and you still won't admit it. You don't believe me, Ning Er. Wan Wan cried as she walked over, snatched the silver needle from Dr. Wang's hand, and forcefully pricked her finger, squeezing out blood into an empty bowl. Now Ning Er will be tested for you. Both children need to be tested to get a result. The Empress stepped forward. Testing only one is not fair. We should give this child an explanation. Otherwise, if someone mentions this in the future, they might say the Shen family only wants to claim the princess. And what do you think the emperor would say? Jun Qing'an always valued the Shen family and didn't want Du Ruo to be falsely accused. The Empress makes a good point. Madam Shen, you should also test Wan Wan to avoid future gossip. Yes, I will follow your orders. Du Ruo placed Sui Sui on the table, pressed her finger to squeeze out a drop of blood, and let it fall into the bloodied water bowl. Sui Sui, wipe your mother's hand. Afraid her mother's hand might hurt, Sui Sui took out her small handkerchief and gently held her mother's hand. Mother, it doesn't hurt. Du Ruo smiled as she crouched down, holding her small hand. Does it hurt? Just as Sui Sui was about to speak, Dr. Wang frowned and looked at the blood in the bowl. Strange, how can these 2 drops of blood merge together? Madam Shen, do you have 2 daughters? 2 daughters? Everyone was surprised at the same time. Du Ruo put Sui Sui down and looked puzzled. Dr. Wang, what do you mean? Everyone look. Dr. Wang raised his right hand, pointing to the water bowl with Wan Wan and Du Ruo's blood tests. Everyone looked at the bowl and saw the 2 drops of blood inside had also merged together. Seeing everyone's confused faces, Dr. Wang explained. As you can see, Madam Shen's blood and this little girl's blood are completely mixed, and the result is exactly the same as with the young prince. This means both children are Shen family's children. But Shen Yunwen looked stunned. I clearly only have one sister, Dr. Wang. Jun Qian approached the table and looked at the clear water in the bowl. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Let's see. The queen glances sideways at the water bowl on the table, a hint of a smile in her eyes. I told you. Those few who made their conclusions too early. Wan Wan's plan succeeds. She steps forward and grabs Du Ruo's hand. Mother, Sui Sui frowns and, unwilling to be outdone, also pulls at Du Ruo's other hand. This is my mother, not yours. Just when everyone thought the truth was clear, an unexpected situation arises. Du Ruo looks at Sui Sui and Wan Wan, appearing confused, and then turns to the Imperial physician Wang. Imperial physician Wang, our Shin family only has one biological daughter. How can you say both children are daughters of the concubine? Imperial physician Wang. Emperor Jun Qing'an slams his hand on the table. This concerns the daughter of the Marquis estate. Do you understand the consequences of spreading such rumors? Your Majesty, forgive me. Wang hurriedly kneels, pulling up his robes. I only interpreted the blood connection based on the blood merging result. I dare not speak carelessly. If the emperor doubts, he can have other physicians examine it. Light footsteps approach, and Judge Song helps Qin Beiqing walk in from outside. I don't know the outcome of these two children's paternity test, but I came to see, Qin Beiqing explains, glancing around. Seeing Du Ruo's serious expression and Jun Qian's somber face, Qin guesses the situation and secretly laughs, maintaining a look of innocence. What is going on? Has the paternity test not finished yet? Judge Song, you arrived just in time. Wang physician is confused but quickly seeks help when he sees Judge Song. Please come and look. The blood in these two bowls of water shows signs of bloodline merging. Judge Song walks to the table, pretending to examine the two bowls of water. What do you think? Jun Qing'an asks, showing his concern for Sui Sui and the daughter of the Marquis estate. Your Majesty, Physician Wang is not mistaken. Based on the blood merging in the water, both blood samples belong to close relatives. Even Judge Song agrees with Physician Wang's opinion. It seems there is no doubt about the result. The Empress shakes her head and sighs deeply. In this world, anything can happen. These two children are even blood-related to Lady Shen. Even blood recognition can't tell which one is the true Shen family daughter. It will be difficult to identify the real one. Lady Shen is truly lucky. Qin Beiqing shakes his head, looking envious. I can't even find one daughter, but you've found two. Mother, Wan Wan swings Du Ruo's arm. Now do you believe Ninger didn't lie? Mother, Sui Sui's eyes turned red with worry. Sui Sui didn't lie. Du Ruo stood between the two children, feeling torn. Not only did they share the same birthmark and scent, but even the blood test couldn't tell who was real. How could she choose? Always clever, Shen Yunwen was also at a loss now. Maybe. Shen Yunwen cleared his throat. We should test again. There's no need, young Master Shen, Song Panyuan said, watching the children carefully. If the blood matches, testing 100 times won't change the result. Besides, both children are still young. Repeated testing could harm their health and drain their energy. It might do more harm than good. Look at you all, frowning so much. The Empress stepped forward, pulling Sui Sui and Wan Wan to her sides and bringing the children close. Let me say this. It's fate. Sui Sui and Ninger were originally sisters in training, and both can share blood with Lady Shen to become close. Since we can't tell who is real, why not let them grow up together as sisters of the Shen family? Isn't that a good idea? Your Majesty, what do you think? Before Emperor Jun Qing'an could answer, Sui Sui suddenly raised her hand and pushed away the Empress's hand. I don't want to be her sister. The little senior sister had first stolen her jade pendant, then tried to take her parents. Now she wanted to be her sister too. Sui Sui refused. There is only one daughter in the Shen family. They can't both be real. Jun Qian stepped beside Sui Sui, supporting her shoulder. One of these children must be fake. That may be true. The Empress raised her eyebrows, confronting him. But I want to ask Prince Qin, since both children share Lady Shen's bloodline, who do you think is real and who is fake? Jun Qian pointed at Wan Wan. Of course, she's the fake. Wan Wan cried and looked up. Why does Brother Qin always say I'm fake? Is it because you like Sui Sui and not me? Yes, Your Highness, the Empress quickly agreed. We know you like Sui Sui, but you can't let your personal feelings make you say she's real, and Wan Wan is fake. Mother, Wan Wan sobbed, hugging Du Ruo. I'm not fake. Ninger isn't fake. Don't cry, dear, Du Ruo said gently. Mommy will ask again. Always sharp, Du Ruo was now a little unsure. She comforted Wan Wan, and then looked earnestly at Dr. Wang Tai and Song Panyuan. You are both top doctors. Surely there must be another way to tell. Song Panyuan shook his head gently. Lady Shin, I really don't know what else to do. Dr. Wang also sighed deeply. Normally, only one of the children should share your blood, but given the current situation, I cannot make a clear decision. Sui Sui turned around, holding Jun Qian's sleeve, and looked up at the young man. Brother Immortal, is Shun Furen really Sui Sui's mother? Since her master passed away, Jun Qian has been Sui Sui's most trusted person and naturally believes what he says. She is your mother, no mistake. Jun Qian took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and gently held the little child's soft hand in his palm. You all don't believe what I say, right? Fine. I will find proof to show that Wan Wan is a shameless impostor. Sui Sui, let's go. Holding Sui Sui, Jun Qian strode toward the palace door. Sui Sui, Your Highness. Seeing Jun Qian and Sui Sui about to leave, Du Ruo and Xin Yunwen both turned around to chase after them. Mother, wait for me. Wan Wan cried out and ran after, grabbing Du Ruo's leg and falling to the ground, pretending to be pitiful. Mother, don't you want Ninger anymore? Mother, don't go. Du Ruo was held by her and couldn't move forward. She could only turn around, pick Wan Wan up into her arms, and chase after Sui Sui. After all, the truth was still unclear. Both children could be her daughter. Her heart ached for either one. Your Highness. Wait a moment, Your Highness. Xin Yunwen hurriedly ran, clutching his robes, finally reaching the palace gate and catching up with Jun Qian and Sui Sui. I know you care about Sui Sui. I do too. Even if Sui Sui isn't my biological sister, I would treat her like one. But now, with blood tests unable to tell the truth, what are we supposed to do? As long as it's Sui Sui, not Wan Wan. Jun Qian took a deep breath and turned his face, his dark eyes meeting Xin Yunwen's. That Wan Wan is definitely fake. Good, you say Wan Wan is fake. Where's the proof? Jun Qian was speechless. Right now, he had no strong evidence. Sui Sui, standing beside Jun Qian, looked up at Xin Yunwen with her small face. Brother Taohua, Sui Sui has never lied or deceived anyone. The little girl's eyes were red, full of grievance. At such a young age, she couldn't understand these complicated matters. She thought she had found her real parents this time and was very happy. But suddenly, everyone was unsure who was real or fake. Such ups and downs were really cruel for a child. Shen Yunwen lowered his head, meeting the bright black eyes of the little girl, and his chest felt like a knife was twisting inside. Squatting down, Shen Yunwen raised his palm and gently cupped the soft face of the little one. Sui Su, your brother believes you are telling the truth. Having spent these days with Sui Su, he already regarded her as a younger sister. The usually serious boy's eyes were red at this moment. Seeing Shen Yunwen's approval, Sui Su happily curled her lips. Thank you, Brother Taohua. With tears in her eyes, she smiled at the little girl. Shen Yunwen reached out his hand to hold her small hand, then stood up and looked at Jun Qian. Your Highness, I will work with you to find out the truth. Can I take Sui Su home first? No way. Before Wan Wan was driven out of the Shin family, you can't take Sui Su away. Jun Qian bent down and held Sui Su in his arms, then leaped onto the nearby black horse. Sui Su is not only your sister, but also my sister. I won't let anyone bully her. Mount up. Jun Qian pressed his heels into the horse's belly. The black horse kicked off and rushed toward the palace gates. Shen Yunwen wanted to chase after them, but two guards stepped forward and blocked him on each side. Inside the palace is a restricted area. Men, stay outside. Young Master Shin, please don't make things difficult for us. Sui Su, Du Ruo, holding Wan Wan, ran over, sweating heavily. Seeing Jun Qian taking Sui Su further away, she helplessly sat down on the ground. In the wise and bright palace, Everyone knew Suesu was going to meet her relatives. They all eagerly waited at the door for news. When they saw Junqian returning with Suesu, Qinghe was the first to step forward and take her from Junqian's arms, placing her on the ground. "How is it, little prince? Did she recognize her family?" Suesu wrinkled her little brow, looking upset. The Imperial doctor said that Suesu was her mother's daughter, and Wan Wan was also her mother's daughter. They couldn't tell who was real. Everyone was stunned. How could both be daughters of the Shin family? Qinghe wanted to say more, but Changlu, who had hurried back with Junqian, quickly held her back and briefly explained what had happened. That Wan Wan must be fake. Lu Zhu was the first to speak. "That child can't compare to our little prince. What kind of thing is this? Can't the emperor issue an imperial decree?" Several palace maids and eunuchs in a wise and bright palace felt sorry for Suesu. "Stop talking nonsense." Qinghe frowned and scolded everyone, her tone serious. "If even the imperial doctor can't tell the truth from the lie, what can the emperor do? It is not right to ask the Shin family to send Wan Wan away just for his highness. Wouldn't people say that the young prince stole Wan Wan's parents? The Shin family only cares about gaining favor with the powerful. They want the princess, not Wan Wan." Qinghe naturally worries about Sui too, since she has been in the palace for many years and knows that some things cannot be fixed just by worrying. Gugu Qinghe is right. No one should gossip. Changlu waves his hand, and everyone disperses to do their own tasks. Both of them look toward the palace door and sigh at the same time. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Outside, the eunuch Gao Xian announces. Qinghe and Changlu quickly go to greet her. The Empress Dowager raises her hand to signal them to stand up and glances around. "Where are Pinyin and Sui?" Replying to the Empress Dowager, "His Highness is inside," Qinghe replies with some frustration. "His Highness." As for Sui, "I already know everything." The Empress Dowager raises her right hand to stop her from speaking further. "You don't need to follow. I will go in and see for myself." Inside the main hall, Junqian sits on a chair, his beautiful eyebrows knitted in worry. He thought he could help Sui find her biological parents, but in the end, it turned out like this. The young man feels angry and frustrated, not knowing how to vent his feelings. Sui sits on her small stool, resting her chin on her tiny hands. Usually a cheerful girl, now she droops her little head sadly. When she sees the Empress Dowager enter, Sui stands up and runs over, throwing herself into the old lady's arms. "Grandma Dowager, look at this poor child." The Empress Dowager smiles and hugs her, patting her back comfortingly. Has Sui been wronged? The little girl snuggles in her arms and finally starts crying. She sits with her on the chair, and the Empress Dowager gently wipes her tears. "Do you want to see your mother?" Sui nods, then looks at Junqian from the corner of her eye and shakes her head. She is thinking about it but also worried that Junqian might be upset. Such a sensible child. The Empress Dowager guesses her thoughts and lovingly holds Sui close, then looks at Junqian. You only care about being angry with yourself. Have you ever thought about whether Sui wants to see her mother? Junqian stiffens and speaks angrily. "The Shun family. They don't deserve her. You're still so temperamental at your age." The Empress Dowager beckons him to sit beside her. "Grandmother asks you. Both children might be Shin family's daughters. Can you prove Wan Wan is fake right now?" Junqian falls silent. "If you can't prove it, how can the Shin family just abandon that girl?" The Empress Dowager raised her hand and gently touched Junqian's shoulder. "If you truly care about Sui, you should send her back to the Shin family." Junqian looked up and asked, "What does the Empress Dowager mean? If Wan Wan is truly fake and wants to take her place, then not letting Sui return home is just what she wants. Over time, the Shin family and Wan Wan will grow closer, and Sui won't be able to compete with her." The Empress Dowager looked down and lovingly stroked Sui's long hair. "Fake can't be real, and real can't be fake. Do we still fear her, Sui?" "Sui isn't afraid of her," she said, lifting her little face. Her eyes were a bit red, and her young face was full of stubbornness. "Sui will chase her away and take back Mom and Dad." "Well said." The Empress Dowager looked seriously at Junqian. Since you believe Wan Wan is fake, we should send Sui Sui back so that the child can reveal her true nature sooner. But Junqian looked at Sui Sui with worry. What if she bullies Sui Sui? Silly child. Even if Sui Sui goes back to the Shin family, she will still be a princess. Who dares to bully my granddaughter? The Empress Dowager thought for a moment and stood up from her chair. I will issue an imperial decree for Sui Sui and Wan Wan to come to the palace to study, right under your watch. Will that make you feel at ease? Junqian glanced at Sui Sui for a moment and finally nodded. Seeing his agreement, Sui Sui happily lifted her little face. Can I go back to see Mom now? Yes, the Empress Dowager smiled and patted her shoulder. Hurry up and get ready, bring what you need. The little girl cheered and ran out of the hall. Junqian called Qing He and Chong Lu, carefully packing the child's clothes and usual belongings. Once everything was ready, he took Sui Sui to the Marquis of Jinbei's residence. Hearing the news, Du Ruo and Shin Yunwen hurriedly came to the gate. Seeing Sui Sui being carried down from the carriage by Chong Lu, Du Ruo happily ran down the steps. Sui Sui, Mom, the little girl cheered and ran over, jumping into her arms. She hugged her tightly, tears in her eyes, and kissed her face several times. She looked gratefully at Junqian. Thank you, Your Highness, for sending Sui Sui back to the Shun residence. Shin Yunwen stood nearby, also full of gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for bringing my sister home. The Empress Dowager ordered me to bring a decree, summoning everyone in the Shin family to hear it. Junqian, still upset, did not look kindly on the two. With a command, he stepped into the grand gate of the Marquis of Jinbei. Wan Wan was originally proud that her plan had succeeded. When she heard the maid say that Junqian had sent Sui Sui back, she hurried to the main hall. Seeing Sui Sui being held in Du Ruo's arms, she sneered and pretended to be obedient and well-behaved. Little sister Sui Sui, you're back too? I'm not your little sister. Sui Sui hugged Du Ruo's neck. I came to find my mother. The butler called all the servants in the house to the front yard. Junqian cleared his throat and unfolded the imperial decree he was holding. Listen up, people of the Shin family. Everyone knelt down on the ground. Du Ruo also put down Sui Sui and knelt at the front. Sui Sui stood nearby and blinked. Brother Immortal, do I also have to kneel? Chong Lu smiled. The princess doesn't need to receive the decree. Just stand. He glanced sideways at Wan Wan kneeling on the ground. Junqian loudly read out the contents of the decree. Although Sui Sui is recognized as a member of the Shin family, she remains a princess and can freely enter and leave the palace. No one should show any disrespect. If Sui Sui makes any mistakes, the entire Shin family will be held accountable, and I will not forgive them. Because Sui Sui and Wan Wan are still young and just starting to learn, they will go to the palace to study together every day. Also, there is only one biological daughter in the Shin family. Anyone in the mansion who can tell the real from the fake of these two young ladies will be rewarded with 500 taels of gold. Wan Wan knelt on the ground, secretly grinding her teeth. The Empress Dowager was truly cunning. Since Sui Sui was the Shun family's daughter, the Shin family naturally wouldn't target her. But the so-called Shin family mentioned here actually referred to her. Especially the last part about the reward. Who doesn't want to make money? From now on, all the servants in the mansion would watch her and Sui Sui carefully, looking for flaws to claim the 500 taels of gold. If she wanted to do something bad in the future, it would be even harder. She closed the imperial decree and looked down at Wan Wan kneeling before him. Junqian's voice was cold and sharp as a blade. If you dare to harm even a single hair of Sui Sui, I will be the first to take your life. Wan Wan knelt on the ground, pretending to be obedient, but secretly snorted. She really thought that being a prince would make her untouchable? Soon, her life would be in danger, and she might even lose her own life. Of course, in front of Du Ruo and others, Wan Wan had to keep acting. She pretended to be scared, raised her face, and looked harmless. Brother Qin Wang, Sui Sui is Ning'er's good sister. I definitely won't hurt her. Since Sui Sui is a princess, you're not qualified to be her sister yet. Junqian scoffed lightly. Remember, Even if Sui Sui returns to the Shin family, she will still be a princess. In front of her, you are still a servant. Do you hear me? Wan Wan felt angry inside, but could only hold back her temper outwardly.
Ning Er knows, she said. Ning Er?
She still dares to call herself Ning Er. Sui Sui also wants to steal the name. Jun Xian clenched his fists, wishing he could kick the little girl in front of him away. He was too lazy to argue with Wan Wan. He turned his gaze to Du Ruo, who had stood up. Madam Shen right now, Sui Sui, and Wan Wan are not sure who is who. That means she might not even be Ning Er. Maybe she doesn't deserve to call herself Ning Er. Both children could be his biological daughters. If Wan Wan called Sui Sui Ning Er, then what would Sui Sui call herself? The prince is right. Du Ruo frowned and looked at Wan Wan for a moment. Wan Wan, from now on, you should use your real name again. Don't call yourself Ning Er anymore. Knowing Du Ruo didn't trust her now, Wan Wan deliberately acted obedient. Wan Wan understands. Does that mean I should also give up my room and let Sister Sui Sui stay there? No need, Du Ruo replied. I will arrange another place for Sui Sui. The Shin residence had plenty of rooms, so Wan Wan didn't need to give up her own. Du Ruo hesitated for a moment before giving orders to Qing Er and others. Qing Er, find some people to clean up Tianning Pavilion carefully and prepare it for Sui Sui to stay. Qing Er agreed and took a few maids to tidy up. Besides the Chewy Hall where Du Ruo and Shen Huijin lived, Tianning Pavilion was the largest and most luxurious courtyard. Wan Wan. She could only stay in a small, shabby courtyard, but Sui Sui could move into the best Tianning Pavilion? Du Ruo gently held Sui Sui's small hand. Come, mother will take you to see where you will live. Chang Lu immediately ordered a few little eunuchs to move Sui Sui's clothes over. Wan Wan didn't want to go along and make things awkward, so she turned and walked toward her small courtyard. Servants stood in groups, whispering quietly. I thought she was our lost young lady, but it turns out she's a fake. What if she really is the real one? If she's the real one, the little princess can still come back. Could that jade pendant be stolen by her? Everyone, be careful and watch her closely. Can you tell who's real or fake? There's 500 taels of gold on the line. Listening to these harsh words, Wan Wan clenched her fists in anger. Humph. They think she cares about being a young lady. Once she and her father work together to overthrow the Shin family, she will make these servants regret it. Cut out their tongues, gouge out their eyes, and turn them into minced meat to feed the dogs. Back in the room, Wan Wan sat on the bed with a bad mood. Jun Qian suddenly sent Sui Sui back, and she didn't know what he was thinking. Right now, she must find a way to gain the trust of Du Ruo and others so she can help her father deal with the Shin family. After leaving the courtyard, Wan Wan quietly slipped into Tianning Pavilion. Once she confirmed that Jun Qian and Chang Lu had already left, she deliberately rubbed her eyes until they were red and tiptoed inside. Mother, can Wan Wan come in? Inside, Sui Sui was sitting in Du Ruo's arms, talking to her. Seeing Wan Wan come in, the little girl immediately became alert. What are you here for? Wan Wan ignored her and walked up to Du Ruo, then knelt down with a thud. Wan Wan bows to mother and also returns this to her. Wan Wan sniffled and looked up, taking off the jade pendant hanging around her neck and offering it to Du Ruo. Everyone said I am fake and also called me a thief, trying to steal things from home. Mother, please send Wan Wan back to the temple. I don't want everyone to think I am a thief. Du Ruo released Sui Sui and helped Wan Wan up from the ground. You are also my daughter. How could I send you away, mother? Wan Wan tightly hugged Du Ruo, crying more dramatically. Wan Wan also can't bear to part from you. Seeing her cry with tears and snot all over her face, Du Ruo felt a sharp pain in her chest. 3 years of searching for her daughter had failed. Since Wan Wan returned to the Shin residence, Du Ruo had always treated her as her own daughter and wanted to make it up to her. She stayed up all night untying her belt to care for Wan Wan. She even risked her dignity to plead with Jun Qian for her. Although this child had made mistakes, she was also pitiful. She stayed up all night to write a 100-year longevity painting for her, her hand wounds bleeding and raw. Even caring for a dog can develop feelings over time. Moreover, the other person was a living person. Now, the two children's true identities were unclear, and Duruo didn't want to hurt either one. She squatted down, holding each child's hand. Don't listen to what the servants say. Both of you are my daughters. You should get along like sisters, okay? Suesu looked at Wan Wan's face, recalling the Empress Dowager's words, and nodded gently. Once she and the fairy brother found evidence that proved the little sister was pretending to be a thief, Mother would naturally send her away. Wan Wan had her own goal in mind. She just wanted to stay in the Shin family and was trying her best to behave. From now on, Wan Wan will take good care of Sister Suesu, just like she did in the temple. Mother. Soft footsteps sounded as young Master Shin Yunli hurried in. I heard that Sui Sui is really my sister. Is that true? That's right. Duruo sat up straight. From now on, Sui Sui and Wan Wan will both live with us. They're your sisters. Is that okay? Shin Yunli was stunned. But I only have one sister, right? Things were too complicated for Duruo to explain clearly to a child. Anyway, Sui Sui and Wan Wan are both your sisters from now on, understand? Okay. Shin Yunli nodded, holding Sui Sui's hand. Let's go. Big brother will take you to play. He took Sui Sui and Wan Wan to his room. Then he turned around to get his toys from inside. Shin Yunli looked at Sui Sui, who tilted his head, glancing around. He noticed a half-finished book on the desk. Curious, the little boy walked over and saw the characters on the rice paper. He was momentarily stunned. Big brother's writing. Why does it look like bugs crawling? Wan Wan stood nearby and noticed the wooden sword on the bookshelf. She quietly took the sword and placed it at Sui Sui's feet. In her past life, she was a foster daughter, and Sui Sui was the true daughter of the family. Because she often competed for attention with Sui Sui, she was scolded many times. This time, she wanted Sui Sui to taste what it was like to be scolded. She prepared a trap and turned around to walk to a distant spot. Big brother, hurry up. No, I can't hold on much longer. You two come in and help me. Hearing Shin Yunli's voice, Sui Sui turned around, wanting to help. He stepped forward, right onto the wooden sword Wan Wan had deliberately placed. This sword had been broken once before, when Wan Wan dropped it, and it already had a crack. Crack! The wooden sword snapped in two immediately. Feeling something under his foot, Sui Sui quickly pulled his foot back. Seeing the broken sword, the little boy looked puzzled. Strange? Why is there suddenly another wooden sword on the ground? Wan Wan's heart was filled with mischief, but her face showed surprise. Oh no, this is Big Brother's favorite wooden sword. Sui Sui, how could you break it? Hearing that Shin Yunli liked it, Sui Sui hurriedly bent down to pick up the sword. Big brother, come quickly, Wan Wan shouted loudly, pretending to complain. Sui Sui broke your wooden sword. Shin Yunli heard her voice and hurried out from inside, clutching something. Seeing the broken wooden sword in Sui Sui's hand, the young boy's face tightened with pain. He set aside his toy and strode over, grabbing the sword. Wan Wan stood nearby, secretly smirking. Sui Sui, do you think life will be easy now that you're back in Shin's house? Dream on. Now, Shin Yunli was about to lose his temper. With Shin Yunli's quick temper, he would definitely scold Sui Sui harshly, maybe even get physical. Knowing she had done something wrong, Sui Sui timidly pursed her lips, looking at Shin Yunli with apology. Brother Yunli, sorry, Sui Sui didn't mean to. Feeling sorry, he tightly held his broken wooden sword. Shin Yunli, with red eyes, looked up and extended his right hand towards Sui Sui. Seeing Shin Yunli raise his right hand, Wan Wan almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Hit her. Hit her hard. She is your little sister. Shin Yunli's palm slowly reached out. Instead of hitting Sui Sui, he gently placed it on her head, awkwardly rubbing it and softly comforting her. It's okay, Sui Sui, don't cry. It's just a broken wooden sword, and it's already damaged anyway. Of course, he felt sorry, but since she was his sister, he naturally wanted to protect her. After all, Sui Sui didn't intentionally throw his toy on the ground like Wan Wan did. Shin Yunli has a quick temper, but he's never unreasonable. Wan Wan. She threw the wooden sword, causing it to crack. Shin Yunli got angry at her, but Sui Sui broke her toy, without issue. What's wrong with Shin Yunli? Seeing that Shen Yunli wasn't angry at her, Sui Sui felt even more guilty. Brother Yunli, Sui Sui will help you fix it. Can you fix a wooden sword? Just find something to glue it together, isn't that enough? Sui Sui held his hand and pulled him out of the room. Looking around, she noticed a pine tree in the yard. The little girl quickly walked over, plucked some fresh pine resin from the branches, and carefully applied it to the cracked part of the sword, aligning the broken ends. Satisfied with her repair, Sui Sui returned to her room. Sui Sui will put it on the shelf for brother. The pine resin will dry by tomorrow. She walked to the bookshelf, tiptoed, and wanted to place the wooden sword on it. But she was too short to reach. Come on, brother. Do it yourself. Shen Yunli took the wooden sword from her hand and placed it on the shelf. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. If Sui Sui couldn't reach that high, how did she get the sword down? It wasn't Sui Sui, then it must be. Shen Yunli turned his face and harshly looked at Wan Wan. You naughty girl, how dare you set a trap for Sui Sui, Wan Wan. Had he not noticed before? This brat was quite clever. Third brother, I didn't. Stop lying. It was you. Shen Yunli grabbed her arm and pushed Wan Wan out the door. If you come into my room again, see how I deal with you. Get out. Her plan failed, and Shen Yunli scolded her loudly. Wan Wan pouted and left in a dejected way. After she walked away, Shen Yunli turned back to face Sui Sui. Sui Sui, don't be afraid. If she bullies you again, third brother will stand up for you. Thank you, Brother Yunli. Looking at the caring eyes of the young boy, Sui Sui pursed her lips. Brother Yunli, are you willing to help Sui Sui find out if Wan Wan is really my sister? Shen Yunli was surprised. You say Wan Wan is fake? Yes, she's fake. She stole Sui Sui's jade pendant and wanted to pretend to be her. Shen Yunli frowned thoughtfully. All right, I will help you investigate. If she's fake, we will send her away together. Yes, Sui Sui happily smiled. Thank you, Brother Yunli. The next morning, as the Empress Dowager requested, Shen Yunwen took Sui Sui and Wan Wan to Manhwa Palace to study. To make it easier to take care of Sui Sui and Wan Wan, Du Ruo specially asked Jinger to accompany them into the palace. There are many princes in the palace, but few princesses. The second princess has already married outside the palace, and there is a little princess still in swaddling clothes. Currently, the only princesses attending classes are Sui Sui and Junyu. The other young girls are mostly daughters of noble or official families, here to study together. Besides learning calligraphy, reading, and math, the princesses also learn etiquette, music, flower arranging, and embroidery. After 2 lessons, everyone packed up their books and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. The Empress is here. The Empress, dressed in splendid clothes, slowly entered the classroom. Mother, Junyu saw her and happily ran over, grabbing her arm. Why are you here? Today is Sui Sui and Wan Wan's first day of class in the palace. I came to see them, said the Empress, glancing around at everyone with a caring look. How did these 2 children do today? The teacher respectfully replied. Your Majesty, the young princess and Miss Wan Wan are both very smart and learned quickly. The Empress nodded gently, her gaze passing over Sui Sui and settling on Wan Wan. She walked to their desks, looked at Sui Sui's writing, then turned to check Wan Wan's work. Wan Wan, you need to practice your writing more carefully. The Empress's visit was arranged by Qin Beiqing, of course. The Wenhua Palace was crowded and noisy. If Qin's family members or Wan Wan interacted, Shen Yunwen and Jun Qian might become suspicious. Everyone knew about the Queen's dislike of Wan Wan. The Queen deliberately picked fights with Wan Wan so others wouldn't suspect her. Wan Wan guessed the Queen's intentions and pretended to be disrespectful. The master says Wan Wan's writing has already improved a lot. Rude. The Queen sharply slammed the rice paper onto the table. I will discipline you for talking back. Lady Zhou, take her to the side hall and make her kneel for an hour. Yes. Lady Zhou rushed over, grabbed Wan Wan, and dragged her out. The Queen also snorted coldly and left the room. Just after they left, Qinger and other maids from the study group came to the door to pick everyone up after class. Seeing Wan Wan was not there, Qinger walked uncertainly to Sui Sui's table. Sui Sui, where is Wan Wan? The queen called her to kneel as punishment. Qing'er's mind suddenly went blank. Last time, because of Wan Wan, Princess de Xiu almost got poisoned. Now, the queen suddenly called Wan Wan for punishment, clearly targeting her. Sway, wait here for a moment. I'll go see how Wan Wan is doing. Qing'er asked a few eunuchs on duty and heard that the queen took Wan Wan to the rear hall. She hurried to find her. Entering the courtyard, she saw Lady Zhou leaning against the corridor, guarding cautiously. Worried that Lady Zhou might stop her, Qing'er carefully circled to one side of the courtyard. Using the plants as cover, she sneaked to the window of the main hall, tiptoed close, and quietly looked inside. Inside the main hall, the queen sat on a chair. Wan Wan knelt before her, earnestly explaining, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry. About Princess de Xiu earlier, Wan Wan really didn't mean to target her. It was all a coincidence. Please forgive me. I have already heard from my brother that it was unintentional," the queen said, reaching out to help Wan Wan stand up. "Since we are all family, let bygones be bygones." Hearing Qin Beiqing say that this child had come back to life, the queen looked Wan Wan over with some doubt. "Are you really reborn, having lived through a whole lifetime?" Seeing that the queen didn't seem to mind the previous events, Wan Wan let out a quiet breath. Could Wan Wan even lie to her aunt? "Rest assured, I will do my best to help you and Prince Yong ascend the throne early." To please her aunt, Wan Wan took the initiative to offer advice and plans. Very soon, there will be a grand imperial court banquet. The Xiongnu envoy will deliberately cause trouble for Yi. I can tell my aunt that if they prepare in advance, Prince Brother can definitely outshine Shen Yunwen and Jun Qian in front of the emperor. Previously, her older brother said this child had died once and could predict the future, but the empress still found it hard to believe. Watching this 3- or 4-year-old child speak like an adult and clearly talk about the banquet, the empress looked surprised. "Is this true?" she asked. Wan Wan confidently replied, "If I am wrong, aunt can punish me." These were all things she experienced in her past life, so she was sure she was right. The empress was very happy. With such a child helping her, defeating Jun Qian wouldn't be easy. Indeed, heaven is helping the Qin family. I never expected that our Qin family would have such a treasure. The empress smiled and pulled Wan Wan forward, gently pinching her face. "Good. If this plan works, I will reward you greatly and let you enjoy endless wealth and honor in this life." Thinking about her bright future, Wan Wan also smiled happily. Wan Wan will do her best to bow and serve the empress and Prince Brother. Outside the door, Qing'er listened to their conversation, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out. Revived from the dead? Aunt? Does that mean she is not Shin family's daughter at all, but the daughter of Chancellor Qin Beiqing? It turns out this was all a trap set by the Qin family. These despicable people, to target the Shin family, did such things. Qing'er hunched over and stood outside the window, listening to Wan Wan and the empress talk, her hands trembling with anger. No. She must quickly tell her lady and the marquis. She absolutely cannot let this child stay in the Shin family. Otherwise, the Shun family would be doomed in Wan Wan's hands. Her heart pounded like a drum, and cold sweat broke out on her palms. Qing'er held her breath, carefully tiptoed, trying not to make a sound. Crouching low, she carefully bypassed the plants, avoided Granny Zhou's gaze, and tiptoed quietly toward the courtyard gate. Suddenly, a figure flashed outside the gate. A bright yellow figure strode in confidently. It was none other than Crown Prince Junzhe. Seeing him, Qing'er hurriedly stopped in panic. Recognizing the person as the maidservant of Marquis Jinbei, her tense expression caught Junzhe's attention, and he frowned, stopping in his tracks. "What are you doing here?" he asked. The servant was just passing by. Qing'er was afraid that Zhou Mama would hear the noise and discover her. She hurriedly bowed to Junzhe and tried to bypass Jun Qian to leave quickly. Not far away, Zhou Mama turned her face toward the courtyard gate after hearing their conversation. Seeing Qing'er about to leave the courtyard, Zhou Mama was suddenly shocked. "Prince, stop her!" Hearing Zhou Mama shout, Junzhe extended his arm to block Qing'er. "Wait." Qing'er took a deep breath, her heart pounding almost out of her chest. What she overheard was a very serious secret. She knew that if she was stopped, the other person would definitely kill her to keep it quiet. Ching'er gritted her teeth and pushed hard against Junze, turning around and rushing toward the courtyard gate while shouting loudly. Help! Junze wouldn't give her a chance to escape. He lightly jumped and used his light skills to swiftly move behind Ching'er. Before she could finish saying life, he grabbed her hair and forcefully pulled her back into the courtyard. He turned around and threw Ching'er out. How dare you be so bold and disrespectful to me? Ching'er took 2 steps back, accidentally stepping on her skirt, losing her balance and falling hard. Her back hit the fake mountain stone in the courtyard, and blood immediately flowed from the back of her head. Inside the main hall, the Empress and Wan Wan heard the sounds outside and hurried out. Seeing Ching'er lying on the ground, the Empress frowned secretly. Zaire, what happened to her? Just now, Ching'er was acting suspiciously. I suspect she heard something, so I had the prince stop her just in case, Zhou Mama explained. Wan Wan squatted down, reached out her finger to check Ching'er's nose for breath. She's still alive. The Empress coldly glanced at Ching'er on the ground. She must have overheard us talking. We can't take any risks. Ching'er can't stay. I will deal with her. Junze snorted coldly, squatted down, and reached toward Ching'er's neck. Ching'er sister, where are you? Sui ran into the courtyard with short legs, looking around anxiously. Everyone turned their heads at the same time, and seeing Sui run in, Junze quickly withdrew his hand from Ching'er's neck. Ching'er sister, seeing Ching'er lying on the fake mountain stone, Sui's big eyes widened. Her breath caught in her throat as she hurried over, worriedly supporting Ching'er's arm. Ching'er sister, what's wrong? The Crown Prince Junze stood behind her, looking at the Empress and making a hand gesture around his neck to indicate a cut. The Empress gently shook her head, signaling him not to act rashly. Ching'er was just a servant girl from a noble household. No one cared much about her life or death. Sui had the status of a princess, and both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor favored her greatly, especially Jun Qian, who treated her like a sister. If something happened to Ching'er in the palace, the Emperor would turn the entire palace upside down. If the news leaked out, it would be a big loss. Knowing the matter couldn't be hidden, Wan Wan also pretended to be worried and rushed over to hold Ching'er's arm. Big sister Ching'er, are you okay? Wake up, please, big sister Ching'er. The Empress knew she couldn't get rid of Ching'er, so she frowned and looked at the wet nurse Zhou. What are you standing there for? Go call someone to help. Zhou understood and turned to rush out of the courtyard. Someone come quickly. Help. Someone has fallen. Hearing Zhou's shout, several eunuchs and palace maids hurried into the yard. Some went to the Imperial hospital to find the Imperial doctor, while others scrambled to lift Ching'er and carry her to a nearby room to lay her on a bed. When the Imperial doctor Wang hurriedly rushed in, Jun Qian and Xin Yunwen also received the news and came in one after another. Seeing Ching'er, pale and hiding on the bed, covered in blood, Xin Yunwen's eyes immediately reddened and his voice choked with emotion. Dr. Wang, how is big sister Ching'er? Ching'er was Du Ruo's maid, and she had grown up watching Xin Yunwen. She was a servant girl, but in the hearts of Shun's children, she was like their own big sister. Dr. Wang took the cotton swabs and other tools from his assistant and carefully treated Ching'er's wounds. He reached out to check her pulse and gently shook his head.
I'm afraid.
It's unlikely she will survive. Upon hearing that Ching'er might not make it, the Empress and Crown Prince Junze secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Big sister Ching'er, Wan Wan pretended to be sad and threw herself onto Ching'er. Big sister Ching'er, don't die. Sui stood nearby, her small eyebrows furrowed tightly. She had a good impression of this big sister, who had given her a snack the first time they met. When everyone said Ching'er might die, the little girl took the initiative to walk over and carefully examine Ching'er's face, immediately noticing the problem. Big sister Ching'er has bleeding in her brain. As long as the blood clots in her head are removed, she won't die. Xin Yunwen, who had been heartbroken after hearing Dr. Wang say Ching'er couldn't be saved, suddenly felt hopeful when Sui said there was a way to save her. Sui, Can you cure big Sister Qing? Sui Sui tilted her head and thought for a moment before nodding gently. Every year, Sui Sui can prepare a medicine for Sister Qing to help disperse the blood stasis in her head. That's wonderful, Shen Yunwen exclaimed happily, wiping away tears with her hand. She turned around quickly to the desk, ready with paper and pen. Sui Sui, you tell me the ingredients, and I will write it down. Sui Sui raised her small hand, pointing her finger gently at her cheeks. While tilting her head thoughtfully, she recited the medicine ingredients. 5 qian of licorice, 3 qian of black pepper, 6 qian of red flower. Oh, and 5 qian of musk. Several eunuchs and palace maids stood nearby, secretly surprised. They had heard that this little princess was very skilled in medicine, but thought it was just a rumor. To their surprise, such a young child could actually prepare a prescription? Wan Wan watched Sui Sui's side profile with a look of amazement. This little girl's medical skills seem even better than in her previous life. It was Sui Sui who cured Shen Yunwen's illness. Although she was small, her medical talent was extraordinary. The Empress was worried that Sui Sui's prescription might really work and cure Sister Qing, exposing her secret. She pretended to look concerned. Sister Qing is Lady Shen's personal maid. How can a child's prescription be used? Dr. Wang, you should prepare the medicine. When Sui Sui announced the prescription, Dr. Wang had been standing nearby, listening carefully. He was surprised to hear the names and proportions of the ingredients. Seeing the Empress suspect Sui Sui's prescription, Dr. Wang took the prescription Shen Yunwen had written from the table and examined it carefully. Your Majesty, I have listened carefully to the young prince's prescription. These ingredients do have the effect of dispersing blood stasis. The proportions he used are quite unusual. Even I might not come up with a more perfect prescription. In my opinion, we should follow the young prince's plan. Jun Qian trusted Sui Sui's medical skills completely. Seeing that Dr. Wang agreed with her method, he immediately nodded at Chong Lu. Why are you still standing there? Chong Lu, go get the medicine for Sister Qing as quickly as possible. Yes, I will go right now. Chong Lu took the prescription from Dr. Wang and hurriedly rushed out of the room. The Empress couldn't stop him anymore and could only stand by and watch quietly. When Chong Lu returned with the freshly brewed medicine, Shen Yunwen's page, Zhou Yanshu, also brought Du Ruo from Shen's residence. Sister Qing, Du Ruo hurriedly rushed into the room, seeing Qing pale and weak on the bed. She felt dizzy and almost fainted on the spot. Mother, Lady Shen, everyone hurried to support her arm and help Du Ruo to sit on a chair. Sui Sui approached worriedly, holding her hand and gently pinching her palm. Mother, are you okay? Du Ruo took a deep breath, finally pulling herself out of overwhelming sadness. She reached out and held Qing's cold hand in her palm. She slowly raised her face, her gaze fixed on her son. Yunwen, how exactly did Qing get hurt? Since her maid had an accident in the palace, Du Ruo naturally wanted to find out what happened. I know, Mother, Sui Sui said, pointing at Wan Wan. Just now, Empress Dowager called Wan Wan away to punish her, and when Qing went to find Wan Wan, she fell. With just this small statement, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the Empress Dowager behind them. Shen Yunwen's eyes were red, and his tone was deep but slightly assertive. Your Majesty, please give us an explanation. How dare you, Shen Yunwen? Junzai's face darkened, and he snapped. How dare you question the Empress Dowager? Jun Qian stepped forward to protect Shen Yunwen. Brother, there's no need to rush. When Yunwen's servant had an accident, we need to find out what happened. Is that wrong? All right. If you want to know, I will tell you. I did find Wan Wan and asked her a few questions. As for Qing the Empress Dowager straightened her sleeve, acting as if she was unaffected. I heard someone gasp outside the door, so I immediately took Wan Wan out with me. At that moment, Qing had already fallen to the ground. This matter has nothing to do with me. I can testify for this. I was with the Empress Dowager at the time. We didn't see how Qing fell. Zhou Mama shook her head and sighed with regret. The ground on one side of the fake mountain was slippery. It had rained a little in the past few days. Qing was probably in a hurry and accidentally slipped on the moss. It's all the lazy servant's fault. They don't bother to clean properly. It's such a pity that a young girl got hurt like this. Jun Qian didn't believe them easily and turned to ask Sui Sui. Sui Sui, who was with you when you found Qing'er? Sui Sui raised her hand and pointed to several people one by one. Empress Dowager, Zhou Mama, Crown Prince, and her small hand finally pointed at Wan Wan. Wan Wan. Shen Yunwen hurriedly pulled Wan Wan over. Tell your brother, how did Qing'er fall? Did you see it? Wan Wan was originally a member of the Qin family, so she naturally helped the Empress speak. When Wan Wan and the Empress left the room, Sister Qing'e had already collapsed on the ground, and Prince Brother also ran over. The Empress immediately asked Prince Brother to find someone to help. Do you believe me now? The Empress snorted coldly. I was just trying to help and save her in time, but now I'm the one at fault. Du Run never expected that her daughter Wan Wan, whom she had taken back home, would help the Empress and others speak against her. She raised her hand to wipe her tears and stood up from her chair, bowing politely to the Empress. His Highness the Prince of Qin and Yunwen were also in a hurry and accidentally bumped into the Empress and the Crown Prince. Please forgive them, Your Majesty. Forget it, forget it. The Empress pretended to be generous and waved her hand dismissively. Qing'er had an accident and you all were worried. I understand. The medicine is here, the medicine is here. Chong Lu held the prepared medicine and Du Ruo took it, personally feeding Qing'er the medicine. Qing'er was unconscious and naturally wouldn't cooperate. Shen Yunwen stepped forward to gently hold Qing'er's face and carefully open her mouth. Since she was in a daze, she wouldn't cooperate. Most of the medicine that was fed and spilled out. Du Ruo held the bowl and fed Qing'er, tears falling into the bowl. Qing'er was a biological daughter of the Du family. She was married to the Shin family from her hometown in Jiangnan when she was 7. They had been together day and night for over 10 years, and in Du Ruo's heart, she was as close as a sister or brother. Originally, they wanted her to enter the palace to help take care of the 2 children, but unexpectedly, she encountered such a sudden disaster. Du Ruo felt more sadness than guilt. It's all my fault. If I hadn't let her go into the palace to take care of the children, Qing'er wouldn't have had this accident. Mother, don't cry. Sui Sui stepped forward to wipe her tears. Sui Sui promises to cure Sister Qing'er. Sui Sui isn't lying. Sui Sui can really cure her. Feeling the soft touch of the little one's fingers brushing her cheek, Du Ruo felt a warm feeling in her heart. Tearing up, she nodded gently at the little girl. Sui Sui is the best. Mother believes in you. Seeing that Du Ruo and the others looked so sad, Dr. Wang, known for his kind heart, also felt a bit reluctant to see them like this. He stepped forward and checked Qing'er's pulse again. Feeling her pulse stabilize, Dr. Wang showed a happy expression. Qing'er's pulse is much steadier now. As long as she keeps taking the medicine, she will surely recover. Hearing this, Du Ruo, Shen Yunwen, and the others all showed happy smiles. The Empress and others stood nearby, but they secretly frowned. If Qing'er does not die, their secret will be exposed. That's what Imperial physician Wang said, so I feel reassured. The Empress Queen pretended to be happy and gently patted Du Ruo's shoulder to comfort her. Madam Shen, don't be too upset. I have some other matters to attend to first. There's no need to worry about Madam Shen. Just instruct your servants at any time. Thank you, Your Majesty, Du Ruo gratefully replied. I will send you off. The Empress Queen held her shoulder and said, You should take good care of Miss Qing'e. She glanced sideways at Wan Wan and cleared her throat softly. Wan Wan, Qing'er was hurt because she went to find you and fell. You must take good care of her. Wan Wan understood her hidden meaning and immediately lowered her head to agree. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Wan Wan will take good care of Sister Qing'er. After the Empress Queen and others left, Du Ruo quickly pulled Wan Wan in front of her. Now that there are no outsiders, tell me honestly, did you really not see how Sister Qing'er fell? I really didn't. Wan Wan gently shook her head. I already said that just now. Du Ruo was worried that because the Empress Queen and others were present, Wan Wan wouldn't dare tell the truth. Hearing this, she assumed everything was just an accident and sighed with a frown. Your Majesty just called you over alone. What did she say? Not wanting Du Ruo to suspect, Wan Wan pretended to look aggrieved. The Empress Queen told Wan Wan to kneel on the ground and said, "I must not tell anyone. If I do, next time she will prick me with a needle." Du Ruo didn't realize Wan Wan was lying. She thought the Empress Queen was deliberately taking revenge on the Shin family through Wan Wan and felt even more guilty and distressed. "It's all my fault, Mother, for making you suffer too." Shin Yunwen frowned in anger. "This wicked woman is so poisonous. Don't speak nonsense." Du Ruo hugged Wan Wan and softly reminded her, "Be careful, there are ears everywhere." Wan Wan pretended to be scared, leaning against her chest, but a cold smile played on her face. She didn't need to listen through the wall. Her ear was right inside it. She really wanted to see what expression her cheap mother and brother would have once they knew the truth. In the afternoon, seeing that Qing'er was stable, Du Ruo and Shin Yunwen and others took her back to the Shun residence to rest and recover. Jun Qian took Sui Sui to the palace for lunch, then sent Sui Sui back to the Shun residence. Worried about the little girl's safety, he specially arranged for Lu Zhu and 2 young palace maids to stay at the Shin residence to take care of Sui Sui's daily needs. After checking on Qing'er's injury, Jun Qian also reminded Du Ruo. Qing'er's injury is unclear, and Madame Shin needs to be more careful. If Qing'er didn't fall by herself, the person who hurt her probably doesn't want her to wake up. Right now, the Shin family still has Wan Wan. Jun Qian is very worried about this child. So, he didn't tell Du Ruo and the Shin family about Sui Sui's ability to communicate with animals. Du Ruo also guessed that Jun Qian was worried about something. She gently wiped the blood from Qing'er's cheek with a warm cotton cloth. "Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness. I will be extra careful," she said. "Mom, don't worry," Sui Sui said as she stepped forward and took out a special golden ginseng from the palace, placing it in Du Ruo's hand. "This is the golden ginseng I brought back for Sister Qing'er. Adding it to her medicine will help her recover faster." Wan Wan stood nearby, watching the golden ginseng in Sui Sui's hand, her eyes nearly popping out. The golden ginseng they picked from the cliff was very small. "This big piece looks fresh and newly picked. Where did Sui Sui get it?" Wan Wan pretended to be curious. "Sui Sui, I remember we found tiny golden ginseng on the mountain cliff. Where did you get this big one?" Worried Wan Wan might discover Sui Sui's secret, Jun Qian quickly made up a lie. "This was taken from the Imperial medicine room." Hearing this, Wan Wan didn't ask further. She walked over, pretending to cover Qing'er with a blanket and quietly checked Qing'er's pulse. To her surprise, Qing'er's pulse didn't show signs of imminent death. Wan Wan's heart skipped a beat. She thought that with such a serious injury, Sui Sui wouldn't be able to cure her. But this girl's medical skills were surprisingly good. No! She had to think of a way to get rid of Qing'er. She absolutely couldn't let Qing'er wake up. All afternoon, Wan Wan kept looking for a chance to harm Qing'er. Unfortunately, Du Ruo was always in the room watching Qing'er, so she never found an opportunity. Until dusk, the housekeeper asked Du Ruo to come and discuss her upcoming birthday celebration. Finally, Du Ruo left. Seeing this as an opportunity, Wan Wan ran over in the garden, sneaking into Qing'er's room. A young maid from the Shun residence was placing the freshly brewed medicine on the table. Wan Wan pretended to be concerned and walked to the bed. "Why isn't Sister Qing'er awake yet? The injury is so serious. She'll probably wake up in a few days." The maid smiled and comforted her. "I'll help cool down Sister Qing'er's medicine." Wan Wan walked to the table, grabbed a spoon, and deliberately pretended to be careless, dropping the spoon onto the ground. Clink, a sharp sound. The spoon broke into several pieces. "Oh no," Wan Wan pretended to scream in surprise. "The spoon is broken. I'll go get a new one for Sister Qing'er." "Let me see if I've burned my hand," the young maid asked, unaware of Wan Wan's scheme. She carefully checked Wan Wan's palm and relaxed when she saw it was not burned. Since Wan Wan was the young lady, the maid dared not let her go to fetch things. "The medicine just finished boiling and is still hot. Miss, please don't touch it." "I'll go instead," the maid said, tidying up the broken spoon pieces and turning to leave the room. She glanced outside the window to make sure no one was nearby. Wan Wan cast a cold, sideways glance at Qing'er on the bed, then reached into her pocket and took out a prepared paper package. Chinger sister, you look so miserable, almost like you're about to die. I'm just trying to help you out, she said with a sneaky smile, opening her hand to pour the medicine from the paper package. Outside the door, Sui Sui was holding a newly grown golden lingji mushroom and came over. Seeing Wan Wan's little move, she quickly stepped into the doorway. She reached out her tender hand and grabbed Wan Wan's wrist as she tried to pull it back. Wan Wan turned her face in surprise, only to see Sui Sui standing beside her, her big, clear eyes glaring at her. What are you trying to do now?
Sui Sui asked.
Afraid her plan would be exposed, Wan Wan struggled hard. Let go. You hurt my wrist. I didn't do anything wrong, Wan Wan said. You're lying. I saw you putting something into Sister Chinger's bowl, Sui Sui insisted, not willing to let go after catching her doing something bad. The little girl held Wan Wan's arm tightly and shouted loudly. Someone come. Someone come quickly.
Wan Wan poisoned Sister Chinger.
Fearing her plan would be discovered, Wan Wan quickly knocked the medicine out of her hand. Shan Huaijin and Shen Yunwen just happened to walk into the yard. Hearing Sui Sui shout, the father and son hurried into the room. Wan Wan immediately accused others first. Father, Sui Sui hit me, and I accidentally spilled Sister Chinger's medicine. Sui Sui pointed at Wan Wan's small hand. She's lying. Wan Wan poisoned Sister Chinger, and I caught her in the act. Wan Wan refused to admit it. I didn't do anything. Don't talk nonsense. Sui Sui was not willing to give up. You're lying. The paper package is still on you. Shan Huaijin squatted down and helped Wan Wan up from the ground, reaching out to check her sleeve pocket. Sure enough, he pinched a small paper package. His face darkened as he reached out his right hand. Wan Wan, take out the things yourself. Wan Wan helplessly reached into her sleeve pocket and took out the paper with the medicine. Dad, Wan Wan didn't put poison in it. Wan Wan was just worried that Sister Chinger would find the medicine too bitter, so she took some sugar powder from the kitchen for her. Since the medicine was spilled anyway, whatever she said was what it was. Shan Huaijin opened the paper with the medicine, and Sui Sui leaned over to carefully look at the white powder on the paper. This isn't sugar powder, it's lye. The little one was always very familiar with different medicines and could tell at a glance that this wasn't sugar. The powder on the paper was indeed lye, taken from the kitchen, used for cleaning grease. Wan Wan thought of this idea because she was worried that if she used poison directly, it might be discovered. Lye can damage the stomach and intestines. Adding a little each day to Chinger's medicine could slowly harm her, and no one would suspect. But she didn't expect Sui Sui to notice it on her first try. Of course, Wan Wan wouldn't admit it in front of Shen Huaijin. This is sugar powder given to me by Aunt Lee from the kitchen. If Dad doesn't believe me, I will drink the remaining medicine now. She reached out her hand, grabbed the bowl with some leftover medicine, and tilted her head as if to drink. Shen Huaijin quickly grabbed her arm and took the bowl away. Stop fooling around. Medicine isn't something you can just eat randomly. Are you a pig brain? Usually, Shen Huaijin was used to scolding his soldiers in the army. Today, he was angry and couldn't control himself. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and Wan Wan looked upset. Dad, I really didn't lie. This is sugar powder Aunt Lee gave me from the kitchen. Sui Sui wouldn't believe her and anxiously tugged at Shen Yunwen's arm. Brother Taohua, she's lying again. Wan Wan, Shen Yunwen's face darkened. Why did you put that stuff in Chinger's medicine? Second brother, I didn't lie. I was just worried that Sister Chinger would find the medicine too bitter, so I added sugar. Wan Wan sniffled and started to cry, while also trying to argue with Sui Sui. Sui Sui, we should be good sisters. Why do you always target me? Do you want to chase me away so no one will fight for Mom and Dad with you? Sui Sui was still a child and naturally not as clever as Wan Wan. It's obviously you who did something bad. Why do you keep blaming me? Seeing the little one both angry and anxious, Shen Yunwen gently hugged Sui Sui. This is about you now. Don't always target Sui Sui. Knowing that Shen Yunwen always loved Sui Sui and wouldn't easily believe her, Wan Wan cried and threw herself into Shen Huaijin's arms. Father, Wan Wan really didn't lie. Feeling upset from her crying, Shen Huaijin frowned and spoke. All right, since you say this was given to you by Aunt Lee, Let's call her here to clarify. Bring Aunt Lee here. A young maid replied and ran off. Soon, the cook, Aunt Lee, wearing an apron, nervously entered the room. Master, is there something you need from me? Standing in the kitchen, Aunt Lee felt nervous when suddenly facing Shen Huijin. Shen Huijin sat down and pointed at Wan Wan's medicine bag. Is this thing given to Wan Wan by you? Aunt Lee turned around, looked at the paper package on the table, and examined it carefully. Yes, this is something from the kitchen. Miss Wan Wan went to the kitchen to ask for sugar powder, saying she was worried that Miss Chinger's medicine was too bitter. Aunt Lee didn't know Wan Wan's true thoughts, kept in the dark by the little girl, and was still defending her. Honestly, Miss Wan Wan is very kind-hearted. Look at how Miss Chinger is now. Can she tell if something is bitter or sweet? Aunt Lee had known Chinger for many years and always got along well. When mentioning her sadness, Aunt Lee pinched her handkerchief and wiped her eyes. Women just think that the young lady's good intentions mean they shouldn't stop her. Bang! Shen Huijin slammed his hand on the table. Look carefully. Is this sugar powder? Aunt Lee took the paper package from the table, examined the residue of powder on it, and was shocked. This isn't sugar powder. It's lye. Aunt Lee's face turned pale, and she hurriedly knelt in front of Shen Huijin. At that moment, she said, the woman was kneading dough and couldn't free her hands, so she told Wan Wan to get it herself. It must have been a mistake. Miss Wan Wan couldn't tell the difference. Miss Chinger is usually kind and considerate of us in the kitchen. The lady would never poison her. Please, your lordship, see for yourself. Aunt Lee, the wife of the old steward, had been diligent in the estate for over 20 years and always had a good relationship with Chinger. Shen Huijin really didn't believe Aunt Lee would poison Chinger. Aunt Lee, don't be afraid. We're not accusing you of poisoning Chinger. Shen Yunwen helped Aunt Lee up. I ask you, are the sugar powder and lye stored together? All these things are kept in jars on a wooden shelf. The maids usually take from there for convenience, Aunt Lee replied. All of this was carefully arranged by Wan Wan, just worried about getting caught, so she could explain herself smoothly. Hearing Aunt Lee's explanation, Wan Wan cried and knelt in front of Shen Huijin. It's all my fault for being too careless and taking the wrong thing. Please, father, punish me. Auntie Lee is kind-hearted. She thought she was just being lazy and caused Wan Wan to make a mistake, so she took the initiative to plead for her. Master Ho, these children who are 3 or 4 years old can't tell the difference. If you want to punish someone, punish the servant girl. With Auntie Lee's testimony, Shen Huijin also believed it was just a misunderstanding. Fortunately, Sui Sui noticed it in time, so a big mistake was avoided. Shouldn't you apologize to your sister? Wan Wan knew she had just escaped punishment, so she obediently walked over to Sui Sui. Sui Sui, I'm sorry. I wrongly accused you just now. Sui Sui pouted and turned her face away, ignoring her. Shen Huijin frowned, pointing his hand toward the door. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. Go outside and stand for an hour. Lye is used in the kitchen to clean grease, but it is a very toxic substance. Because of Wan Wan's momentary mistake, Chinger almost ate something harmful. Shen Huijin wouldn't tolerate that. Wan Wan pretended to be regretful, lowered her head, and went to stand in the yard for punishment. Sui Sui lifted her long eyelashes, looked at her stern father, and nervously twisted the corner of her clothes with her little finger. Does Daddy also want to punish Sui Sui? Seeing how nervous yet adorable the little girl looked, the usually ruthless man instantly softened. He reached out his large hand to pick her up and placed her on his lap. Shen Huijin smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Thanks to Sui Sui today, Sister Chinger is safe. You did a great job. Daddy won't punish you, but will reward you. Shen Huijin thought for a moment, gently poked her nose, and said, You already have a tiger saddle. Daddy will make you a small leather armor set. How about that? Really? Sui Sui happily curved her lips. Thank you, Daddy. Shen Huijin set Sui Sui down on the ground, patted her back. Sui Sui, go to the study and prepare paper and brushes. Daddy will design a leather armor for you later. The little girl agreed and ran out the door. Dad. Shen Yunwen from the side watched Wan Wan standing in the yard. Do you really believe Wan Wan didn't do it on purpose? Shun Huijin watched Wan Wan standing in the yard and gently shook his head. I don't know why, but I always feel something is strange about this child. Having fought on the battlefield for many years, Shun Huijin's children were mostly cared for by his wife. He had little experience in raising children, but his years of experience as a general gave him a gut feeling that Wan Wan was a bit off. Dad, Shen Yunwen lowered his voice. In my opinion, Wan Wan isn't really our Shen family's child at all. Shen Huijin sighed heavily, his tone full of helplessness. Do you think your father doesn't want to know who is truly who? Your father also likes Sui Sui and hopes that Sui Sui is really a child of the Shen family. But to tell who is genuine and who is fake, we need enough proof. If we make a mistake, we might send away our own flesh and blood, your own sister. Honestly, among the two children, Sui Sui is smarter and more mature. He is also the one your father prefers. But just because he is liked more, we can't ignore the other one. Both children have been tested with blood to confirm their parentage. Who can guarantee that Wan Wan isn't the real daughter? If we make a mistake and send away the true daughter, how can a father bear to do that? Shun Huijin gently pats his son's shoulder and smiles to comfort him. Don't worry. I have already arranged for someone to rush to Jiangnan and personally deliver a letter to Mr. Su to ask about the blood test. Once we hear back from Mr. Su, we will find a way to tell who is who. Understanding his father's feelings, Shun Yunwen nods softly. Okay, the next day. The grand banquet as scheduled. Shun Huijin and his wife, Du Ruo, along with Wan Wan, Shen Yunwen and Shen Yunli, arrive together. When the family of five reaches the front square of Zhengyang Palace, Chancellor Qin Beicheng, along with Crown Prince Junzai and the second son Qin Jia, come over. Wan Wan exchanges a quiet look with Qin Beicheng and subtly follows Du Ruo to take her seat. Qin Beicheng had already received news about Wan Wan from the Empress. Seeing the falcon perched on the envoy from the Xiongnu delegation, just as Wan Wan described, Qin Beicheng smiles softly. It seems his precious daughter was right. Today's banquet will surely showcase the Qin family and the Crown Prince. Qin Beicheng glances at Crown Prince Junzai with a smile. Your Highness, you must seize this chance and perform well in front of the Emperor and the ministers. Uncle, rest assured, I won't let Mother and you down. Junzai adjusts his robes and strides up the steps confidently. He glances sideways at Jun Qian and Sui Sui, then sits at his designated spot on the left. Qin Beicheng pulls his son to sit at the Qin family seat, then glances sideways toward Shen Yunwen. Tonight, if you can answer the questions before Shen Yunwen and outshine him, the Emperor will surely notice you more in the future. Qin Jia sneers darkly. Father, don't worry. I won't give him a chance to show off. His Majesty and Her Majesty have arrived. The eunuch announces loudly. Everyone stands and kneels. The envoys from various countries also bow in greeting. Jun Qing'an, along with the Empress, walked onto the main hall, following the red carpet up the stairs, smiling as he took his seat at the main throne. Stand at ease, no need for Li. The music and ceremonial sounds resumed as eunuchs and palace maids brought out fine wine and delicious food. Ambassadors from various countries and princes and kings from vassal states stood up one after another, presenting gifts to the emperor to show their respect and loyalty to the great Yen. After everyone had finished presenting their gifts and stepped back, the national master Golai, sitting in the middle of the Xiongnu envoy group, stood up with a smile. I, the great Khan of the Xiongnu, have specially sent me to bring a gift for your majesty, hoping you will like it. Golai raised his palm and clapped 3 times in the air. Immediately, several Xiongnu envoys led in a tall, snow-white horse. I've heard that the grasslands are full of fine horses, truly famous. Jun Qing'an nodded with a smile. Please thank the Han for their kindness on my behalf, National Master. You're too kind, Your Majesty. Golai's gaze fell on Sui Sui. I've heard there's a fairy princess in your country who found the auspicious beast, the white deer. May I see it too? Of course. Jun Qing'an turned to Sui Sui. Sui Sui, show everyone your little deer. Sui Sui patted the white deer lying on her lap. Little deer, go and let everyone see. The young deer obediently stood up, stepped down the stairs, and walked onto the red carpet. Seeing this pure white little creature, everyone gasped in amazement. It's really a white deer. This is a sign of good fortune. Great Yan's destiny will surely flourish. The young deer was a bit shy and turned back to Sui Sui's side. Gulai cast a sidelong glance at Sui Sui and then raised his face again. The appearance of a white deer in Great Yan truly shows the land is blessed. Speaking of which, when I left the grasslands, I encountered a problem I couldn't solve. May I ask everyone present to help me find an answer? In recent years, the Xiongnu had grown stronger and stronger. Their annual tribute was increasingly late, showing signs of disloyalty to the Great Yan court. Gulai's actions were clearly a challenge to Jun Qing'an and the court of Great Yan. Jun Qing'an felt a slight displeasure, but still kept a smile on his face. Since the national master has spoken, let's all listen. Maybe we can think of a solution together. The matter is like this, Gulai said with a gentle smile. I have a horse trainer under my command. He has 17 horses. When he was dying, he wanted to divide his horses among his 3 sons. The eldest son should get half, the second third, and the youngest ninth. But the horses cannot be divided. How should the emperor distribute them? Everyone present immediately began to think. Many officials looked confused and shook their heads, unable to find a solution. It's so hard and Ma can't be divided into 2 halves. Yes, it's impossible. Wan Wan, sitting happily beside Durua, smiles proudly. Indeed, just like in her past life. In her previous life, Shun Yunwen solved the first problem of the Xiongnu. He was appointed as a close attendant to the emperor and quickly rose in rank. This time, it should be their Qin family who rises quickly. Qin Beicheng exchanged a look with his son Qin Jia, and both smiled at the same time. Glancing sideways at Shen Yunwen, who was sitting at the table, he seemed still unsure of the answer. Qin Jia closed his folding fan, straightened his clothes, and stood up gracefully, ready to answer before Shen Yunwen. Just as he was about to speak, Sui Sui, sitting on the steps, giggled softly, speaking in a cute, childish voice. You're so silly for not knowing such an easy question. Qin Jia. Wan Wan. Could it be that this little girl finds the math problems so hard? Sui Sui's words immediately drew everyone's attention. Gulai, the Xiongnu royal advisor, turned his face to look at the little girl on the steps, sneering slightly. So, the little princess can solve this problem? The empress glanced at Sui Sui from the side, also unsure if the little girl was telling the truth or just talking nonsense. Having been tricked by Sui Sui several times, the empress didn't want to take risks again. After all, this matter concerns the future of the Qin family. She had to leave this answering opportunity to her own nephew. Just a childish joke. How could the royal advisor take it seriously? Our Great Ya dynasty is full of talented people, and we don't need a child to answer questions. Smiling, she looked around at everyone, her gaze falling on Qin Beicheng and others. Does anyone here think they can solve this difficult problem? Your Majesty, I humbly offer to try. Qin Jia stood up from the cushion. Gulai's purpose in posing the question was to deliberately make the Great Ya dynasty look bad in front of the envoy group. Knowing that Qin Jia was from the Qin Beicheng family and was known for his talent, if he answered correctly, the question would lose its meaning. Since the little princess was able to find the divine beast, she must also be talented and clever. Gulai deliberately bowed towards Sui Sui. I would like to hear the little princess's answer first. In his view, a child like Sui Sui definitely wouldn't know the answer. Shun Huaijin was also worried that his daughter might answer incorrectly, be laughed at, and get hurt emotionally. The little princess is young and naive. Why make things difficult for her, royal advisor? All the officials present were sharp-minded. Sui Sui finding the divine beast had already made her fame known throughout the land. Once she gives the wrong answer, she will definitely be laughed at by Gli and others, and it will damage the reputation of the Great Ya dynasty. Yes, Your Majesty, this is too harsh on a child, said the officials. Our Prince Qin is a famous, talented young man in the capital, and his answers will surely satisfy the Grand Master. Hearing the officials talk endlessly, Sui Sui blinked her long eyelashes in confusion. Are you really asking me to speak, or not letting me speak at all? Even Shen Huaijin, her father, didn't let his daughter answer, which shows Sui Sui simply doesn't have the ability. Qin Beicheng didn't mind at all, letting Sui Sui embarrass herself. Your Majesty, Qin Beicheng stood up. In my opinion, it's better to let the little princess try first. If she gets it wrong, then my son can add his answer later. All right, Jun Qing'an smiled and looked at Sui Sui sitting beside him. Sui Sui, just tell us how to divide these horses. Sui Sui stood up from her seat, clearing her small throat. Wan Wan watched her from afar with a disdainful look and pursed her lips. She didn't believe that a little girl could solve such a difficult problem. This is very simple. If we bring another horse, then 17 horses plus 1 makes 18 horses. The little girl held up her two small, white hands, counting on her fingers as she explained. Half of them is 9 horses, 1/3 is 6 horses, 1/9 is 2 horses. 9 plus 6 plus 2 equals 17 horses, which leaves the new horse, Gli. Wan Wan. Everyone. She really knew how to do it? A few days ago, Shen Yunwen had just taught her similar math problems. Afraid she might make a mistake, Sui Sui turned her small face and looked down at Shen Yunli sitting at the foot of the stairs. Brother Taohua, did I get it right? Shen Yunli nodded approvingly and gave her a thumbs up. Not wrong at all. Seeing Gli's surprised expression, Jun Qing'an chuckled softly. Gli, does this answer satisfy you? Gli didn't expect that a little child could be so clever, and he sneered. Little princess is very smart. Gli admires her greatly. The officials, who had been anxiously watching Sui Sui, all smiled. Little princess is truly amazing. Yes, even I didn't expect such a clever method. Listening to everyone's praise, Sui Sui blushed shyly and pointed toward Shen Yunwen. Don't praise me. Brother Taohua taught me that a few days ago. The officials looked at Shen Yunwen, some nodding in approval, others showing surprise. It's not unusual for someone to be clever, but teaching a 3- or 4-year-old such complex problems is more difficult than solving them. For Shen Yunwen, Jun Qing'an had long admired him and was just waiting for the right opportunity to give him an official position. Prince's companion tutor, Shen Yunwen, is very smart. I grant him the title of scholar attendant. From now on, he will stay close to me and serve as my personal attendant. Shen Yunwen knelt down with a bow. I obey the order. The opportunity was gone in an instant. Qin Beicheng and Qin Jie's eyes were filled with jealousy. Wan Wan sat behind, secretly grinding her teeth. That damn Shen Yunwen, always teaching Sui Sui math problems, ruining her plans. She wanted to make things difficult for De Yi, but was slapped in the face by a little girl. Gritting her heart with resentment, she kept a gentle smile on her face. The little princess is very clever. I admire her. I forgive her for the divine beast she just summoned. Let me also show you the divine beast from our grasslands. Geli raised his right hand and whistled. A hawk's cries sounded from the sky. A black hunting hawk swooped down and landed on Geli's arm. Geli stroked its back gently. This black hawk is the strongest on our grasslands, an incarnation of the hawk god. It can fly thousands of miles to find its way home and hunt wolves alone. He grabbed a walnut from the table and casually threw it into the air. The black hawk swiftly swooped, claws grabbing the walnut. Crack! The walnut shattered instantly. Sui Sui tilted her head, looking at the black hawk on Geli's arm. Wow, so amazing! Prince Junzhe had long been eager to show off in front of the emperor. I recently tamed a golden eagle. Does the Grand Master want to have a contest? Geli was delighted, eager to accept the challenge.
Sure.
How do you want to compete? Junzhe waved his hand, and a personal attendant immediately ran over. Soon, 2 young eunuchs brought in a large iron cage. Inside was a golden eagle. It was tall and strong, twice as big as Geli's black hawk. The Grand Master said your eagle can hunt wolves, so why don't we see who catches prey first? The winner is the one who catches it.
How about that?
If we're going to compete, there should be a prize. Geli stepped forward provocatively. If His Royal Highness the Crown Prince loses, our country will waive all future annual tribute today. What do you think? That year, the Xiongnu invaded. Shun Huaijin led 100,000 Shin family cavalry and pushed the Xiongnu deep into the grasslands. It took the blood and lives of many soldiers to make the Xiongnu surrender. Now, Geli daringly proposed to reduce the tribute. The ministers all looked angry. How dare you? Lord Jun slammed the table and stood up. A small vassal state like yours wants to refuse paying tribute? Are you planning to rebel? If that's the case, Shun Huaijin also stood up. I have no problem leading troops again to the grasslands and wipe out the Xiongnu. It's just a small bet, Geli smiled. If His Royal Highness the Crown Prince isn't willing to compete, then forget it. The Crown Prince, Junzai, was unhappy about losing the spotlight to Lord Jun. He snorted coldly. If the National Master's eagle loses, the annual tribute to the grasslands will be doubled. Does the National Master dare to compete? According to the agreement, when the Xiongnu surrendered, they paid 50,000 cattle and sheep each year. Doubling the tribute means 100,000 cattle and sheep. He didn't believe Geli would dare to bet. Geli, wise and cautious, wouldn't be frightened by Junzai's provocation. With a faint smile, he turned the tables on him. It's just 100,000 cattle and sheep. We grassland people can afford to lose. Can His Royal Highness the Crown Prince afford to lose? Junzai.
Is Gele crazy?
Junzai opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Anything could happen. If his golden eagle really lost, how could he explain to the emperor? The clever Shin Yunwen quickly thought of a way. Just now, the National Master mentioned that last year's heavy snow in the grasslands froze many cattle and sheep. If His Royal Highness the Crown Prince really wins, many common people in the grasslands might go hungry. Our emperor is kind and wouldn't want his subjects to suffer. This statement showed the grandeur of a great nation and perfectly resolved the deadlock. The ministers nodded in agreement. Yunwen is right. Since the Xiongnu are vassals of our great country, I certainly wouldn't be so ruthless. Emperor Jun Qing'an, sitting in the main seat, smiled slightly. Remember when the Xiongnu Khan came to surrender and offered me a fine jade rui carved from sheep fat? If the National Master wins, I will let you take this rui home as a token of my goodwill. If you lose, you must leave your eagle behind. What do you say? Geli knew the other side wouldn't agree to bet on tribute. He just wanted to beat Junzai and humiliate Day's arrogance. All right, everything will follow the emperor's decision. Emperor Jun Qing'an ordered Fu and to bring an embroidered ball. He stood up and held it in his hand. This is a sacred place in the palace, so no bloodshed is allowed. Let's consider this embroidered ball as a prize instead. Glei and Junzai each hold their own falcon and walk to the side of the red carpet. Glei glances sideways at the falcon on his arm, while Junzai gives a cold smile. He had already received news from Wan Wan that the golden eagle he bought at a high price was very large, twice the size of Glei's falcon, strong enough to tear apart sheep. This time, he is sure he will win. Seeing both ready, Chuanan raises his right hand and throws the embroidered ball. Begin! Glei releases his falcon, and Junzai loosens the leash of his golden eagle. The falcon flies toward the embroidered ball on the ground. The golden eagle swoops down and sharply claws the tail of the falcon. The falcon can't dodge in time, losing several blood-stained feathers, then turns and soars into the air, with the golden eagle chasing after. Junzai, the empress, Qin Beicheng, and others look up at the golden eagle in the sky, all smiling. Wan Wan sits behind, also looking proud. This time, Sui Sui definitely cannot stop her plan again. The golden eagle has an advantage in size and strength, but in agility and speed, it cannot match the eagle. Using the smaller size and skill, the falcon seizes the opportunity and slaps the golden eagle's wing with its claw. The bone breaks, and the golden eagle screams in pain, falling to the ground. Glei watches his black eagle win, looking proud. Your Highness the Crown Prince, do you admit defeat? Seeing the golden eagle captured, Junzai frowns in frustration. The National Master's eagle also didn't catch the prey. It's too early to say who wins, he says. All right, then I'll make sure His Highness is convinced of his loss. Glei whistles, a command in his tone. Different whistle rhythms mean different orders. This whistle is meant to have the black eagle tear the golden eagle apart. Sui Sui sits on the steps, watching both eagles injured and bleeding, feeling a bit sad. She stands up and runs down the stairs on her short legs. Stop fighting. Please stop now. Hearing her voice, both the falcon and the golden eagle obediently stand still. Sui Sui runs over, helps the injured golden eagle, and frowns at the black eagle. Look at you, breaking its wing. That must hurt so much. The black eagle, scolded, cowers in a grievance, like a child being scolded by a parent. And you, big guy, Sui Sui pouts and glances at the injured golden eagle, who told you to bite first during the hunt. The golden eagle, scolded, shrinks its injured wing and droops its head. The little girl squats down, takes out a small bottle of medicine, and waves her hand to signal the two big birds. Come quickly, I will apply some medicine, and it won't hurt anymore. Hearing the little one's command, the hawk and the golden eagle obediently walked over, standing on either side in front of her.
Gree.
Yunsi. Everyone. How could these two fierce birds listen so well to her? Jun Qian's eyes flickered with a smile. Day always values peace. It seems that the National Master's hawk and golden eagle are also prepared for a ceasefire, just like the two countries. Well said. Jun Qing'an nodded approvingly at Jun Qian. Whenever there is war, the common people suffer the most. Instead of fighting, it's better to live peacefully. Neither of the fierce birds caught prey this time, so it's a tie. The National Master doesn't oppose this, right? Glancing at his own hawk, Gree didn't give up. The match isn't over yet. How can it be considered a tie? Jun Qian sneered. All right then, as long as the National Master can have your eagle retrieve the prey, we lose. He had trained the eagle since childhood. How could it not listen to him? Who? Gree puffed up his cheeks, blowing with spit flying everywhere, sweat beading on his forehead. The hawk standing in front of Sui Sui seemed not to hear him at all, not even glancing his way. Seeing his embarrassed state, the ministers around couldn't help but laugh. National Master, you might as well give up. Even if you blow your tongue off, your hawk has already surrendered to our little princess. This is the meaning of your eagle god, to make the Xiongnu forever bow to our great Yi. Having his hawk taken away was a huge shame for the nomads, and Gree felt both humiliated and angry. Grinding his teeth, he turned around and sat back in his seat. He lost face in the contest, and didn't even get the prey. Junzei's heart was full of anger and hatred. He frowned and waved to the two eunuchs. Throw him out to feed the dogs. Don't throw him. Sui Sui reached out with her small hand to hold the golden eagle. If you don't want it, I do. If it hadn't been for Junzei provoking, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Fortunately, Sui Sui stopped him in time. Otherwise, if the hawk caught the prey, it would be the great Yi who would look bad. How could Junzei have such a son?
Jun Qing'an frowner erklärt Yunsi.
Since Sui Sui likes it, just give her this golden eagle. Junzei dared not argue, glared at Sui Sui, then frowned and walked back to his seat on the steps. Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen stepped forward voluntarily, helping Sui Sui bandage the wounds on the golden eagle and the hawk. Jun Qian took Sui Sui onto the steps, and the two large birds, wrapped in bandages, followed her like guards on either side. All the ministers and their families watched in surprise. Ambassadors from various countries also looked shocked. I heard that this young princess is like a fairy come down from heaven. She's really impressive. Today, I truly opened my eyes. Shen Yunli sat beside Du Rua, looking excitedly at Sui Sui standing far away on the steps. Wan Wan, look. Sister Sui Sui is so amazing. Seeing Shen Yunli praise Sui Sui, Wan Wan felt even more annoyed. Her carefully planned scheme was completely disrupted by Sui Sui. The plan failed, the crown prince lost face, and the empress will surely be angry. The banquet soon ended. It was not appropriate to talk to Qin Beiqing in front of so many people. Wan Wan looked upset as she followed everyone out of the palace and got into the carriage heading back to Shen's house. On the carriage, Shen Yunli kept praising Sui Sui. Sui Sui was so impressive just now. I couldn't solve such difficult questions. Shen Huijin kept nodding. Yes, it's all thanks to Sui Sui today that we managed to resolve the Xiongnu's trouble. Exactly. Duruo smiled and hugged the little girl. If it weren't for Sui Sui, Yunwen wouldn't have been awarded his title. Sui Sui was holding the injured falcon, smiling shyly at everyone. Brother Yunwen taught me. That's why I knew how to do it, she said. Hearing everyone praise Sui Sui, Wan Wan leaned on the soft cushion, feeling both jealous and angry. Everyone returned to Shen's house and went to rest in their rooms. Wan Wan and her maid Dyer, who took care of her, went back to her small courtyard. When they reached the door of Tianing Pavilion, where Sui Sui lived, Wan Wan stopped. Dyer, let's go see Sister Sui Sui. Her carefully planned scheme was all ruined by Sui Sui. She definitely wouldn't let that girl get away with it. Not everyone in the Shen family praised Sui Sui, right? This time, she wanted Sui Sui to lose favor. Taking advantage of Dyer not paying attention, Wan Wan quietly took off the jade pendant around her neck and pushed aside the beaded curtain in the bedroom. Sui Sui, sister's coming in. The room was lit, but there was no sign of Sui Sui or others. The injured falcon and golden eagle had been brought back to the Shun house by Sui Sui. Sui Sui, Green Pearl, and 2 young maids were in the side room, preparing nests for the 2 large birds to rest at night. In the room, only a white cat lazily lay on the table. Is this the cat the little prince brought from the palace? It's so pretty. Dyer reached out and gently stroked the white cat's back. Seeing her focused on the cat, Wan Wan took the opportunity to sneak to Sui Sui's bed. She slipped the jade pendant into the gap beside the bed, where it wouldn't be easily seen. Watching her movements, the white cat lazily stretched and yawned. With light footsteps, Sui Sui, who had just helped the falcon with medicine, entered together with Green Pearl. Seeing Wan Wan standing in her room, the little girl frowned in displeasure. What are you here for? Big sister just came to see you. Wan Wan pretended to be friendly. Didn't we agree with Mom that we would be good sisters in the future? Sui Sui didn't fall for her tricks and let out a cold snort through her nose. You stole my jade pendant and want to take my mom and dad away too. I don't want to be your sister. Glancing at her secretly hidden jade pendant, sure it wouldn't be discovered. Wan Wan's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Sui Sui, just wait until tomorrow when your real mother scolds you. I can't believe I thought of you as a sister. I didn't expect you to treat me this way. Wan Wan pretended to be sad and turned to run out. Dyer didn't have much to say and could only bow to Sui Sui and follow her out. Who needs a bad sister like you? Sui Sui wrinkled her little nose and rolled her big eyes. The little prince is right, Green Pearl said with disdain. Children like Wan Wan are not worthy to be our prince's sister. The next morning, to make her plan succeed, Wan Wan got up early, pretending to search for something by turning things over. Dyer came in with hot water and a cloth, ready to help her wash. Seeing her, she hurriedly put down the basin. Miss, what are you looking for? Wan Wan's jade pendant is missing. I clearly wore it around my neck. Knowing the jade pendant was important, Dyer helped her search thoroughly, checking every corner of the room but found nothing. Miss, think carefully. Where did you go yesterday? Could you have lost it somewhere? It was still here last night. Wan Wan pretended to suddenly remember. Oh, maybe I lost it at Sui Sui's place. Shall we go check? Wan Wan took Dyer to Tianing Pavilion. Sui Sui had just woken up and was watering the medicinal herbs she brought from the palace in the yard. Seeing Wan Wan come in, the little girl put down her small watering can with an expression of dislike. Why are you here again? Since the other was also a daughter of the Shin family and a princess, Dyer was very polite. Little prince, don't be angry. Miss Wan Wan's jade pendant is missing. We just came to ask if it was left here. Wan Wan was determined to catch Sui Sui in the act and seized the opportunity to sneak into her room. Do you think Tianing Pavilion is just a place where you can come and go as you please? Green Pearl's face darkened, and she crossed her arms to block the two of them. I tell you, our little princess is a princess. No one is allowed to enter her room without her permission. Jun Qian deliberately arranged for Green Pearl and others to come here to protect Sui Sui. Green Pearl is usually straightforward and won't give the two a friendly look. Wan Wan pretended to be harmless. Green Pearl's sister, I just want to look for something. Is that okay? Looking for something? Who knows if you're searching or stealing? Green Pearl snorted coldly. There are no jade pendants in this room. Go look somewhere else. Seeing she couldn't win her over with softness, Wan Wan turned hostile. I think it's you who hid my jade pendant on purpose and refused to return it to me. Green Pearl had long disliked her, but wouldn't spoil her like Dyer. Stop talking nonsense. What jade pendant? I've never seen it. Duo Rua happened to pass by the door, heard the argument, and stepped into the courtyard. What's all this noise so early in the morning? Madam Shin, please judge fairly. Green Pearl pointed at Wan Wan and Dyer. This early, they're saying they came to find a jade pendant. Our little princess has plenty of treasures. Does she really lack a jade pendant? The jade pendant I lost was a safety lock made by my mother and father for me. Wan Wan held Duo Rua's arm. It was with me yesterday, but it disappeared after I came here to Sway. She won't even let me look for it. Wan Wan, Duo Rua crouched down. Think carefully. Where exactly did you lose it? Wan Wan didn't go anywhere else. She only came here to Sway yesterday. Yes, madam. We did come to Tianing Pavilion yesterday, Dyer also explained for Wan Wan. But we were just looking around and Green Pearl Girl wouldn't even let us. After all, it was made specifically for her own biological daughter, and Duo Rua didn't want to lose it either. She turned around and smiled at Green Pearl. Green Pearl Girl, how about this? I'll go in and take a look. Maybe I accidentally dropped it somewhere. Since Duo Rua is Sway's mother and a lady of the noble house, Green Pearl had to give her some face. Madam can look inside, but others. Green Pearl shot a side glance at Wan Wan. No. Green Pearl's sister, Sway ran over with a small water jug. It's okay. Let her go in and look. Wan Wan was the first to push aside the curtain and run inside, and Green Pearl, fearing she might cause trouble, quickly followed. In the living room, she pretended to look around, then directly rushed into Sway's bedroom. Noticing the red string peeking out from under Sway's pillow, she pointed in that direction with her hand. Mother, look. Isn't that the red string used to hang the jade pendant? Turning her face, Wan Wan proudly glanced at Sway and Lu Zhu, then looked at Du Rua with a look of grievance. Mother, you see, it's Sway who hid my jade pendant and refuses to give it back. If it weren't in front of Du Rua, Lu Zhu would be so angry she'd want to slap her twice. What nonsense are you talking about? Wan Wan strode forward quickly, grabbing the red string exposed beside the pillow and pulling it out forcefully. Mother, look. Isn't this my jade pendant? Everyone's eyes shifted to the jade pendant in her hand. Wan Wan held the red string, looking at Sway with a hint of mockery. Humph. Let's see how you end this. Are you blind or stupid? Lu Zhu almost laughed with anger. This is clearly the jade pendant that King Chu Nen once gave to our little lord. How did it become yours? Wan Wan was stunned, turning her face to look at the red string in her hand. Sure enough, hanging from the red string was not that lotus-shaped jade pendant. It was a square-shaped jade tablet, engraved with an elegant character. Chu. Wan Wan froze in place. Last night, she had clearly tucked the jade pendant under Sway's pillow. How could it be gone? Turning around, she unwillingly grabbed Sway's pillow and quilt, searching carefully. Meow, the white cat, dozing on the quilt, gently leapt onto Sway's lap, nuzzling affectionately against the little one's face. Meow, little master, I've done a good deed, right? Sway smiled, petting its back fur. Got it. I'll give you fish later. Didn't you say I took your jade pendant? Sway put the white cat back on the bed. Where is it? Wan Wan was speechless. Wan Wan. Du Rua's face darkened. Where exactly did the jade pendant go? The jade pendant, which was clearly tucked under Sway's pillow, had mysteriously disappeared. Wan Wan was puzzled beyond words. Wan Wan lowered her head. I don't know. Wan Wan. Du Rua's hand clenched in anger. How could you lose something so important? That was a gift from her and her husband for their daughter's full moon celebration. Now, with the truth unclear, Wan Wan had actually lost it. At this moment, Du Rua's chest was also filled with anger. Madam Shin, now that everything is clear, our little lord has not seen any jade pendant. Green Pearl coldly watched Wan Wan. In my opinion, She lost to herself and is trying to blame our little princess. Madam Shin, these two children are both your daughters. You must be fair and give our little prince justice. That's right. If this happened in our palace, daring to falsely accuse the princess would earn at least 10 slaps. 10 is too few. I say 20. The two young palace maids were both arranged by Junqian from the wise and bright palace. Naturally, they both stood on Sui Sui's side, eager to see Wan Wan's irritating little mouth get what it deserves. Mother, Wan Wan begged, pulling Du Rua's hand. I really didn't do it on purpose. Shut up. Du Rua was angry and couldn't be soft-hearted. If you lost something, just tell the truth. Why falsely accuse Sui Sui? Seeing Du Rua angry, Wan Wan could only turn her face and plead with Sui Sui. Sui Sui, I didn't mean to falsely accuse you, Green Pearl snorted. Our little prince is a princess. You, a small servant girl, dare to call yourself sister? Kneel down. Wan Wan looked to Du Rua for help, but Du Rua frowned without speaking. Green Pearl was right. Both could be her daughters. She couldn't favor one over the other. This time, Wan Wan was at fault. If she helped Wan Wan, wouldn't she hurt Sui Sui's feelings? Reluctantly, Wan Wan had to kneel and kowtow to Sui Sui, admitting her mistake. Your humble servant Wan Wan misunderstood the princess. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Green Pearl wouldn't let her off easily and took the opportunity to vent her anger for Sui Sui. Empress Dowager has already issued an edict. Anyone who dares to offend the princess will not be spared. If in the palace, at least 20 slaps on the face. Since Madam Shun is here, I'll cut it in half, 10 slaps. Will you hit yourself, or shall I have a servant do it? If Green Pearl really hit her, could she still keep her face? Wan Wan bit her lip, raised her right hand, and slapped her own face. After Wan Wan finished, Sui Sui hugged her white cat and shot her a sidelong glance. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to enter my room. Do you hear me? Wan Wan understands. Get up and leave. Wan Wan stood up and quietly walked out. Sui Sui. Du Rua apologized, squatting down. It's all my fault. I made you suffer. It's not your fault, mother. Sui Sui curved her little mouth and smiled at her. Don't worry, mother. The jade pendant definitely won't be lost. Even though she was the one who was wronged, she was still comforting herself. Du Rua felt a twinge of sadness, reaching out to wipe the water droplets that had splashed onto the child's hair. Du Ru sighed and turned to leave the room. Good job, Sister Luju. That's how you should deal with kids like that. Two young palace maids giggled secretly and continued helping the little girl organize her herbs. Luju tidied the pillow and blanket again, still muttering complaints. This Wan Wan really isn't easy to handle. She even blamed the little prince for losing the jade pendant. If it weren't for Madam Shin, I would have torn her apart. Sui Sui climbed onto the bed, holding Luju's hand and whispering softly. Sister Luju, the jade pendant wasn't lost. What? Luju was surprised. How does the little prince know? Sui Sui took out a key, opened her box from the palace, and pulled out a jade pendant. Look, the jade pendant is right here. Luju looked outside the window, took the pendant, and lowered her voice. Did the little prince hide it? This was sneaked in by Wan Wan yesterday and tucked under my pillow, Sui Sui said with a mischievous smile. I knew she had bad intentions, so I secretly hid it. Of course, it was White Cat who told her. But this was her secret, and she couldn't tell Luju. Luju held the jade pendant and chuckled. No wonder she went straight to your bed. She's trying to frame the little prince. Luju happily hugged Sui Sui and kissed her several times. Exactly, we should deal with her like this. Our little lord is really clever. Sister Luju. It's so ticklish. Haha. Sui Sui giggled and curled up on the bed after being tickled. Luzu gently poked her a few times, then helped her up. The little prince must keep this jade pendant safe. Don't let others find out. Sui Sui held the jade pendant with her small hands, gently stroking its surface. Is this my jade pendant? Yes, Luju said tenderly, hugging her. This time, it's returned to its owner. I'll keep it safe for the little prince. When we find proof that she's pretending to be him and the truth comes out, you can wear it again, okay? Sui Sui nodded, reluctantly looking at the pendant for a moment, then handed it back to Luzhu. Luzhu wrapped it in velvet, placed it in a box, then stored it in a hidden drawer, carefully locking it and hanging the key around her neck. Once she was sure the little girl's treasure was safe, she smiled and helped Sui Sui off the bed. Let's go eat first, then head to the palace. Not only did she vent her anger for the little girl, but she also got the jade pendant back. At this moment, she felt secretly pleased. Speaking with an upward tone, walking with confidence. After meals. Every year, as usual, she goes to the palace with Shen Yunwen and Wan Wan for morning lessons. Green Pearl helps the little one carry her book bag, sends her inside, and responsibly stays outside the window. After finishing calligraphy class, the teacher who teaches music and arts enters with a maid. This is Li Mama from Sinang Palace. Today, Miss Qing Xian is playing the zither for the Empress Dowager. The Empress has asked Mama to take everyone to see. Princesses and young ladies, go quickly. Of course, this was arranged by the Empress herself, mainly to have a chance to talk with Wan Wan. When she heard that Mu Qingxian was in the palace, Wan Wan felt very happy. Miss Mu Qingxian is the daughter of the famous scholar Mu Tianzong in Beijing. She has been talented in music since childhood and is known as the best string player in the world. Because Mu Tianzong is acquainted with the Empress Dowager, Mu Qingxian was considered her adopted daughter when she was young. Even now, after getting married, she often visits the palace to see the Empress Dowager and plays music to cheer her up. In her past life, because of her talent, Sui Sui studied under Mu Qingxian, but she never had this chance. This time, she just happened to use her past skills in playing the zither to gain Mu Qingxian's recognition. Everyone gathers in the Imperial garden. Mu Qingxian, with a beautiful face and dressed in a green robe, sits on a mat, playing the zither. The Empress Dowager, the Empress, and several consorts listen carefully. The old maid worries about disturbing the Empress Dowager's enjoyment, so she raises her hand to signal Sui Sui and others to stop. Standing below the steps, Sui Sui listens intently to the music. Unconsciously, she thinks of her master, feeling a pang of sadness in her chest. After a while, the piece ends. The old maid steps forward, bows to everyone, and brings Sui Sui and others to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Noticing Sui Sui's big, red eyes and her look like she's about to cry, the Empress Dowager feels sorry for her and beckons her over.
Sui Sui, what is wrong?
Did someone bully you? No one bullied Sui Sui. She walks to the Empress Dowager, sniffling. Grandmother Empress, Sui Sui just heard the big sister play, and it made her think of her master. She feels very sad. Mu Qingxian is surprised and turns to look at Sui Sui. I didn't expect that such a young little prince could understand the true meaning of music. Afraid Sui Sui might steal the spotlight again, Wan Wan steps forward. This piece is called Remembering an Old Friend, and it's said to be written by Confucius for his student Yan Hui. It's originally about missing an old friend. Mo Qingxian turned her face in surprise and looked at Wan Wan carefully. Do you know this song? Wan Wan raised her chin. Wan Wan not only knows it, but can also play it. Could it be that today she met a child prodigy? Mo Qingxian stood up from the piano stool and took Wan Wan to her own piano. Try playing it. Wan Wan raised her finger and played the piece that Qingxian had just played from start to finish. In her past life, she practiced the song for half a year, but still couldn't compare to US Way. Now, she was just a 3 or 4-year-old child, which was enough to impress people. The Empress leaned back in her chair, smiling with satisfaction. The other consorts sitting nearby were also amazed. This child is really talented, playing such a complicated piece at such a young age. She's truly a genius. Hearing everyone's praise, Wan Wan felt proud. This time, she was sure she could outshine US Wei and be accepted by Mo Qingxian. US Wei turned her face away from the Empress and looked around with big, curious eyes. Wan Wan made mistakes in her playing. Didn't you notice? Jun Yu, standing in front of the Empress, scoffed disdainfully and glanced at US Wei with contempt. You can't even play the instrument yourself, and you're talking about others making mistakes? That's nonsense. Wan Wan pretended to be humble and smiled kindly at US Wei. US Wei, can you tell Deje where she made mistakes? Humph. She wanted to see how US Wei, who didn't even know the 5 tones, could criticize her. Yes, US Wei, the Empress said with a teasing smile. Why don't you tell everyone how Wan Wan played it wrong? US Wei pursed her small lips. US Wei doesn't know how to say it, but Wan Wan's playing was different from Big Jijis. It's okay if you can't say, Mo Qingxian encouraged gently, smiling at the little girl. You can hum the tune. Hearing Mo Qingxian's reminder, US Wei stood up from the Empress's lap and straightened her small back. She cleared her throat and hummed the melody she remembered from start to finish. This is what Jiji Qingxian just played. Then she hummed Wan Wan's version of a song. This is Wan Wan's playing just now. There are 3 places different from Jiji Qingxian's. Wan Wan. She actually remembered everything?
Unbelievable. Montag Qingxian nodded in praise.
You are right. Miss Wan Wan did make mistakes in 3 places, 2 notes too high and 1 too slow. The young prince's airs are so impressive, said Yi Chui, standing beside the Empress Dowager with a smile. I couldn't hear a thing. Wan Wan secretly clenched her teeth and quickly tried to improve herself. I've only been learning this song for a few days, so I'm not very good yet. Please forgive me, Miss Qingxian. Just a few days of practice to reach this level is quite rare, said Mu Qingxian, looking at the 2 young girls with admiration. I never thought that during my visit to the palace today, I would meet 2 such talented children, she added. The Empress smiled and said, It seems like Miss Qingxian is thinking of taking apprentices. Miss Qingxian, Wan Wan would like to become your student. Wan Wan took the opportunity to step forward. Please accept me as your apprentice. I love playing the piano. Mu Qingxian didn't know that Wan Wan's talent was only because she was reborn and had this so-called gift. As long as you like it, you can come to my music school and take a few lessons to try, she said. Mu Qingxian not only plays the piano but also makes and sells them. Her music school has many students from all over the country. She has seen many children with different talents. Learning the piano depends not only on talent but also on effort and persistence. She was worried that a young lady from a noble family like Wan Wan might not be able to handle the hard work, so she didn't immediately accept her as a student. When Mu Qingxian agreed to let Wan Wan learn at her music school, Wan Wan was very excited. She stepped forward and bowed to Mu Qingxian. I will study hard with you, big sister. For the first time in her life, she heard such beautiful music and looked at it with longing. Her eyes fell on the piano on the table. Yaya took a deep breath and gathered her courage. Big sister, can Yaya also come to your music school to learn? Mu Qingxian liked this talented little girl very much and had already considered taking her as a disciple. But because she was a princess, she didn't speak openly. When she heard Yaya ask, she smiled gently. If the young prince wants to learn the piano, I would be very happy. But your status might prevent you from leaving the palace every day. Don't worry about that, said the Empress Dowager with a smile. Yaya usually lives at the Marquis of Jinbei's estate. Coming to the palace for half a day is enough. She can spend the afternoon learning the piano at your place. That's wonderful. Today, Miss Qingxian, I really didn't come for nothing, said Mu Qingxian, holding Yaya gently and pulling Wan Wan closer. Let's agree that both of you can come to my music school later, okay? Both girls nodded at the same time. Every year, she happily ran to the Empress Dowager's side. Grandma, I want to learn the zither too. The young granddaughter was eager to learn, and the Empress Dowager was naturally pleased. Good, Itsue. Bring out the treasured phoenix tail zither. Later, put it on Sui Sui so she can start learning. Yes, Itsue replied with a smile. Congratulations to the young princess for finding a famous teacher. Wan Wan stood nearby, feeling quite jealous. The phoenix tail zither that the Empress Dowager kept was a famous instrument made by a renowned musician from the previous dynasty. Yet it was given to Sui Sui so easily. The Empress Dowager was truly generous. Seeing that it was almost noon, Mu Qingxian stood up to leave. It's almost lunchtime. Let's take the children back, the Empress Dowager said with a smile, holding Sui Sui's hand. Come, Sui Sui, let's go have lunch with me. Wan Wan, you're not allowed to leave. Junyu pointed at Wan Wan. Come play in the garden with the princess. Knowing the Empress wanted to talk to her, Wan Wan pretended to be reluctant. Princess, Wan Wan still needs to go home for dinner. Can I not take care of your meal? The Empress Dowager said with a glance.
Don't worry.
After you've played enough with the princess, I'll arrange for someone to take you home. Madame Zhou stepped forward and held Wan Wan's hand, following behind the Empress Dowager and others. Not far away, Jun Qian had just finished his morning lessons and returned. Seeing Wan Wan and the others, he quickly walked to the Empress Dowager and Sui Sui. Great-grandmother, why did the Empress Dowager take Wan Wan away again? It's not the Empress Dowager, it's Princess Deshio who asked Wan Wan to play in the back garden, Itsue explained. Wan Wan had almost been poisoned by Jinger before, yet she was now willingly playing with Wan Wan? Feeling something was wrong, Jun Qian hurriedly chased after the Empress Dowager's departure. Brother Fairy, where are you going? Wait for Sui Sui. Seeing him suddenly leave, Sui Sui quickly ran after him with her short legs. They followed Jun Qian to the Imperial garden. When he bent down behind the bushes, Sui Sui stepped closer. Brother Fairy, shh. Jun Qian signaled her to be quiet and pulled her to hide behind the bushes. Let's see what the Empress Dowager and Wan Wan are talking about. Sui Sui nodded, crouched behind the bushes with him, and carefully parted the leaves to look at the pavilion by the lake in the distance. Pretending to sit two children at the table to play chess, the queen acts like a spectator. She deliberately leans close to Wan Wan and whispers, "How is Qinger? Have you dealt with her yet?" Wan Wan doesn't want to admit her mistake and just says that Du Ruo is watching closely, so she hasn't had a chance yet. The queen gives her a sharp look and says, "It's a pity you're still alive after dying. Such a waste." Annie, don't worry. Wan Wan leans in and says, "If it doesn't work this time, there will be another chance. In a few days, the Shun army will hold a military drill, and I have a way to help you get rid of Jun Qian." Hearing this, the queen becomes interested. What's your plan? During the drill, the Xiongnu Prince Balu will provoke trouble on purpose. Jun Qian will defeat him. Humph. The queen snorts. I will not let him take the spotlight. No. Annie, you want him to be in the spotlight. Wan Wan grins mischievously. After Balu is defeated by Jun Qian, he will be furious and attack with a knife. Jun Qian will be cut by his curved blade. If we can find a way to put poison on Balu's blade, can Jun Qian survive? Good. The queen nods softly. I will tell your father and ask him to arrange something. Seeing the queen's calm expression, Wan Wan flirts sweetly. After Jun Qian dies, Wan Wan will break up the Shin family and rush to Jiangnan to help Auntie get rid of Du Ruo's family. Oh, the queen looks surprised. Do you really have a plan? Du Ruo's family, the Du clan, has strong influence in Jiangnan. If we get rid of the Du family, dealing with the Shin family will be easier. Auntie, you don't know this, but a plague will soon spread in Jiangnan. There will be chaos. You can ask your father to inform your eldest brother to prepare secretly, keeping the medicines in our hands. After dealing with Jun Qian, Wan Wan will go to Jiangnan to see her elder brother. Then, not only can she help Auntie eliminate the Du family, but she can also make a lot of money and help the crown prince succeed. Being someone who's been reborn, Wan Wan knows very well how serious the Jiangnan plague is this time. Qin Jie, the eldest son of the Qin family, is the prefect of Wuqing in Jiangnan. With him planning ahead, everything will go smoothly. That's wonderful, the queen exclaims happily. By then, only King Chu Nan and Shun Huayu will be left. Wan Wan grins mischievously. As for King Chu Nan, Auntie, you don't need to worry. This summer has heavy rains. No matter how powerful King Chu Nan and Shun Huayu are, they can't stop the raging floods. You mean, a great flood is coming in Chu territory? Exactly. Indeed, heaven is helping us. The Empress snorted softly, a proud smile on her face. By then, no one will be able to shake Zer's position as crown prince. Behind the bushes, Jun Qianyuan watched the two speak from afar, feeling worried. Near the lake pavilion, the open space was too far to hear clearly what the Empress and Wan Wan were saying. Sui Sui, can you think of a way? Maybe a small bird or some other little animal could go and listen to what they're saying. She looked around and noticed a small bird on a nearby branch. Sui Sui waved her little hand. Little bird, come here. The bird obediently flew over and landed on her hand. Go quickly, listen to what they're saying, and tell me when you return. Upon hearing her command, The bird spread its wings and flew to the railing on the side of the pavilion in the lake. Sway Sway hid behind the bushes, watching the bird land on a branch not far behind the two. A happy smile appeared on her lips. This time, she could finally learn the secret of the Empress and Wan Wan. But it was just a little bird. Neither Wan Wan nor the Empress paid it any mind. Wan Wan said she had a way to help her get rid of the thorn in her side, Jun Qianyun, and the Empress was very pleased. If you, before the Empress could finish her sentence, Crown Prince Jun just strode over, pointing at Wan Wan and scolding her. You little brat, you almost caused my sister to die last time, and now you dare to play with her. Big brother Wan Wan was still stunned. Junja yanked her up from the chair and pushed her onto the grass outside the pavilion. If you dare come near Yuer again, I won't forgive you. What are you doing? The Empress grabbed Junja's arm. Wan Wan, Mother, Jun Qianyun is nearby. He whispered a reminder to the Empress, then shot Wan Wan a look and pretended to be angry as he scolded loudly. Get lost already. Knowing the Empress had arranged for Wan Wan to meet in the garden, Junja hurried over to find out about Qing'er. When he entered the Imperial garden, he saw Jun Qianyun walking in with Sway Sway. But when he came closer, Jun Qianyun and Sway Sway were nowhere to be seen. Suspecting that Jun Qianyun might be suspicious of Wan Wan, Junja quickly came to warn the Empress and Wan Wan. Wan Wan sensed something was wrong, put on a sad face, and ran away crying. Arranged for someone to send her out of the palace. He waved his hand at Zhou Mama, then turned to leave with the Empress, Junja and Junyu. Watching them walk away, Sway Sway, hiding behind the grass, frowned in frustration. Brother Fairy, do we still need to follow them? No need. Holding her small hand, Jun Qianyun frowned and stepped out from behind the bushes. If Wan Wan was truly arranged by Qin Beicheng and others, Junzai shouldn't have been so harsh to Wan Wan. Could he have guessed wrong? Schwer, what's wrong? Someone help quickly. Not far away, suddenly there were shouts for help. Recognizing the voices as Jun Lu and Consort Shu's cries, Jun Qian held Sway Sway's hand and ran quickly over. Nearby, Jun Lu was kneeling on the grass, holding a white West Highland Terrier in his arms, looking so anxious he almost cried. Schwer, what's happening to you? Schwer. The West Highland Terrier in Jun Lu's arms was twitching all over, foaming at the mouth, looking very distressed. Consort Shu, Jun Lu's mother, crouched beside him, her hand on the dog's back, also looking worried. It was fine just now. How did it suddenly happen? Sway Sway, come take a look. Sway Sway hurried over, crouched beside the dog and carefully examined it. Brother Lu, it's poisoned. Seeing Sway Sway, Jun Lu seemed to grasp a lifeline. Sway Sway, please, save Schwer quickly. Consort Shu is a princess from the Northern Yi Kingdom, married into the Great Yi Alliance a few years ago. The dog, named Schwer, was brought back from her hometown before she entered the palace. Having raised her for many years, Schwer was like family to Consort Shu and Jun Lu. Brother Lu, don't worry, Sway Sway has a way. Sway Sway reached into her sleeve, took out a small medicine bottle given to her by her master before leaving. She opened the lid and took out a pill, holding it in her hand. This is the Xiaorao pill my master gave me before leaving. It can detoxify. Having spent many years in the palace, Sway Sway knew how deep the palace waters were. Afraid her young disciple might make a mistake, she not only taught her acupuncture, but also left this antidote pill just in case. Sway Sway reached out her small hand, patted the dog's back, and brought the pill close to its mouth. Schwer, be good. Open your mouth and take the medicine. Hearing her, the dog obediently opened its mouth and swallowed the pill. Done. Sway Sway smiled and clapped her hands. Schwer will be fine soon. After taking the pill, the dog calmed down noticeably. Jun Lu hurriedly picked it up, tenderly stroking its back fur. Sway Sway, is it really okay now? Don't worry, Brother Lu, Schwer just has a stomach ache. Rest for a while, and she'll be fine. Hearing that her beloved dog was safe, Consort Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you all are here. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Thank you, King Qin and the young prince. This dog was fine just a moment ago. Why did it suddenly get poisoned? Did it eat something strange? It was playing in the flower bushes earlier, and then suddenly it happened. Could there be some poison? The concubine worriedly frowned. Everyone moved closer to the flower bushes. Jun Xian reached out and pushed aside the branches. Under the flowers, a corner of a white handkerchief was faintly visible among the leaves. Shuer, held in Junlu's arms, saw the handkerchief and immediately shouted, "Woof, woof, woof. That's it. I just licked it, and then I got a stomach ache." "Be careful, brother immortal." Sui Sui hurried over and grabbed Jun Xian's arm. "That handkerchief is poisonous." Jun Xian broke 2 flower branches to use as chopsticks, pinched the handkerchief, and shook it open on the grass. The handkerchief was smaller than usual, looking like it had been in the flower bushes for a long time, dirty and covered with dirt. In the middle of the handkerchief, there was a clear stain. There was a pink lotus pattern embroidered on it, with a character, Ning, embroidered above. The concubine stepped closer and examined the handkerchief on the ground carefully. Looking at the size, it seems to be for a child. There are words on it. Junlu tilted his head to look at the writing. Ning, whose name in the palace is Ning. The maidservant of the concubine bent down to examine the material of the handkerchief carefully. This should be made of soft silk from the Jiangnan region. Only someone with enough money would use such fabric. It probably belongs to a prince, princess, or a noble lady visiting the palace. Sui Sui tilted her small head, looking at the handkerchief on the grass. "Why does this handkerchief look just like the one my mother gave Sui Sui?" "Sui Sui, take out your handkerchief and let brother see." Jun Xian reached out his hand. Sui Sui took out the handkerchief her mother Du Rua had given her and handed it to Jun Xian. Jun Xian carefully unfolded the small, neatly folded handkerchief and held it in his hand. Sure enough, whether it was the fabric, size, color, or embroidery, it was exactly the same as the one on the grass. The concubine smiled. Could this be the handkerchief Sui Sui lost? No. Sui Sui shook her head. My mother gave me this handkerchief this morning. In the past, the little girl had always lived in the palace, wearing and using things prepared by Qing He and others. Recently, I just moved back to Shun's house. Du Rua specially prepared some new clothes for the little one, and she personally made the handkerchief. Jun Xian watched the handkerchief on the grass, his dark eyes slowly narrowing. The handkerchief was embroidered with the character, Ning, clearly made by Du Rua for her daughter. Only Wan Wan and Yu could have a handkerchief like this. Jun Xian took out his own handkerchief, carefully wrapped the old one, and tucked it into his sleeve pocket. I will investigate this matter carefully. Please, concubine Shu, do not reveal anything for now. The palace is very complicated. Even a small change can cause a big fuss. If the queen learns that this handkerchief is the same as you use, who knows what trouble might happen. Yu not only saved her dog, but also rescued her son during the spring hunt. She is a great benefactor to both her and her son, and concubine Shu doesn't want to cause her trouble. Prince Qin, rest assured, I understand, she said. Then, the prince and Yu will go back first, Jun Qian said, pulling Yu to leave. Today, I won't let you go. Concubine Shu smiled and stopped them. Last time, the young prince saved Lu Air. I haven't had a chance to thank him, because I wasn't feeling well. Today, I want to thank him properly. Our northern tribe's envoy brought some mountain mushrooms. Yu, come and have hot pot at my place. Yu had never heard of hot pot before, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is hot pot delicious? Of course, Jun Lu said proudly. My mother's hot pot is the best. Yu pursed her lips, swallowed her saliva, and gently tugged on Jun Qian's finger, shaking it lightly. Brother Shin Xian, let's go try it. Yu has never had hot pot before. Concubine Shu was very enthusiastic. The little one looked like a little glutton, and with those big eyes, even Jun Qian couldn't refuse. They arrived at Changchun Palace, where palace maids prepared the ingredients. Yu's curious eyes fell on the box on the table. What's inside? Why does it make a rustling sound? Concubine Shu took the wooden box and placed it on the low table. This is the silkworms I raised. Seeing the yellow-green silkworms on the leaves, the little one's eyes widened in surprise. Are these sky silkworms? Wow, you know about them? Concubine Shu smiled. These are special to our northern land. The envoy brought them from my hometown a few days ago. Yu rested her chin on her small hands, leaning on the table, her big eyes curiously watching the silkworm babies inside the box. These silkworms looked chubby and cute. Concubine Shu was worried because she didn't have a good gift to thank her with. I can't take my eyes off the little one with big eyes, and the concubine Shu smiles softly. If Sui Sui likes them, I will give you these silkworms to raise and play with. Wild silkworms are usually rare. Because of the climate, central China isn't suitable for silkworms to grow. The envoy team brought over more than 20 silkworm eggs, which the concubine Shu carefully cared for. In the end, only 6 hatched. The maid knew these were precious, and was a bit reluctant to part with them. Your Majesty, this. The concubine Shu glared at the maid, signaling her not to say more, and then carefully explained some feeding tips for the silkworms to Sui Sui. After lunch in the Chongqun Palace, Jun Qian immediately took Sui Sui to Wenhui Hall to find Shen Yunwen. Didn't you want proof that Wan Wan is fake? Jun Qian took out a handkerchief and threw it on the table, snorting coldly. Here's the proof. Shen Yunwen looked closely at the handkerchief on the table and immediately recognized it as a handkerchief embroidered by his mother for her younger sister Ning'er. This is my mother's embroidery. What do you mean? Jun Qian explained how he found the handkerchief, pointing to it on the table. Back then, when Princess Deshio was poisoned, Wan Wan said she accidentally put poison into the bowl. If that were true, how could the handkerchief be poisoned? That proves Wan Wan was lying. Shen Yunwen looked puzzled. But why would she target Princess Deshio? She wasn't trying to poison Deshio. She wanted to poison Sui Sui. That plum juice she planned to give Sui Sui. Jun Qian snorted angrily. She must have known Sui Sui was the daughter of the Shen family, so she wanted to eliminate her. But Shen Yunwen examined the handkerchief again. How can you be sure the poison on it is from the oleander plant? If the poison on the handkerchief really was oleander, everything Jun Qian said makes sense. If it was contaminated with other toxins, then it might have nothing to do with Wan Wan. Since this concerns his own sister, Shen Yunwen couldn't take any chances. Jun Qian had already expected this question. I'm here to take you to Baichao Hall, he said. He couldn't be certain what poison was on the handkerchief, so they needed someone to test it. He didn't trust the palace doctors, but Baichao Hall was run by Sumo, and Sui Sui was Sumo's disciple. Asking for help was easy. So, the two boys stood up together. Jun Qian took the handkerchief from the table, and Shen Yunwen held Sui Sui's hand. The three of them strode out of Wenhui Hall with their attendants. Watching the carriage stop outside by Chao Tang, Jun Qian gently lifted the little one down, still reminding him. Once inside, you need to be a little bossy so they'll be afraid of you. Only then will they listen to you. Because Sumu wasn't here, he could only let Sui Sui pretend to be powerful. Sui Sui blinked her big eyes, looking confused. Brother Immortal, what does it mean to be a little bossy? Jun Qian thought for a moment. It's like how Mr. Su usually acts. Master's way?
Sui Sui tilted their head, recalling Sumu's usual impressive manner.
Okay, I understand now, she said confidently. She put her small hands behind her back and swaggered into Bai Chao Tang. The shopkeeper saw her and Jun Qian and politely smiled, guiding them to the back hall's sitting room. Are the two of you free to come today? Sui Sui didn't answer. She walked over and climbed onto Sumu's grand chair. She rested her little hands on the armrests and coughed softly, sounding cute. Master said everyone in Bai Chao Tang must listen to Sui Sui. Do you hear me or not? Sumu had no children of his own. Sui Sui was his only disciple. The shopkeeper guessed that Sumu planned to raise this child as his heir. This little kid might become the young master of Bai Chao Tang someday, so the shopkeeper naturally wouldn't dare to neglect her. Whatever your highness commands, just say it. Sui Sui glanced at Jun Qian sitting beside her, following his instructions. I want a test for poison. Find me the best doctor you have. Expertise varies. The doctors at Bai Chao Tang specialized in different fields. Some focused on internal issues, some on external injuries, and others studied medicine and poisons. Not knowing what this young master wanted, the shopkeeper nodded and quickly called over a middle-aged doctor. This is Mr. Bai. He usually treats external wounds and detoxifies poisons. He knows a lot about poisons. Jun Qian took out a handkerchief and placed it on the table. Mr. Bai, can you tell what poison is on this handkerchief? Mr. Bai put on leather gloves and carefully examined the cloth. Poisons are many and varied. It's quite difficult to identify exactly which one is on this. Jun Qian thought for a moment. If I just want to know whether there's oleander poison on this handkerchief, can you tell me? This time, bringing Sui Sui along, he just wanted to confirm if the poison on the handkerchief was oleander. Earlier, Wan Wan's bowl of plum juice almost poisoned Princess Deshio. If the handkerchief contains the poison from oleander, then it proves that Wan Wan's actions were deliberate, not accidental. Then it becomes much easier. I can put poison on the handkerchief and feed it to the mice along with oleander poison to see if the two poisons are the same, Mr. Bai said. When can you test it? Sui Sui asked anxiously. Mr. Bai paused briefly. I need to find fresh oleander to extract the poison, then conduct experiments with the mice. It will take a few days. Jun Qian's tone grew serious. This matter is very important. Do not lose the handkerchief and do not tell anyone. The shopkeeper smiled. Mr. Bai has been with Baichao Hall for many years and is friends with Mr. Su. He definitely won't betray us. Sui Sui raised her small hand, imitating Su Mu, tidied her non-existent beard, and didn't forget to shake her little head. All right, I leave it to you. She looked just like a lively little Su Mu. A small person sitting on a big grand chair, although a little girl, was pretending to stroke her beard like an elder. Next to her, Jun Qian almost spat out the tea he just drank. The shopkeeper and Mr. Bai also couldn't help but laugh.
Bang!
Sui Sui, imitating Su Mu's angry expression, slapped her tiny hand on the table. Why are you laughing? Everyone, go out and do your work. Everyone. Well, it seems the little lady is really getting into her acting. Yes, the shopkeeper and Mr. Bai tried hard to hold back their laughter and left the room. After they left, Sui Sui immediately frowned, raised her small hand, and flicked it. Master always gets angry and slaps the table. It hurts my hand. Who told you to slap the table? Jun Qian looked both amused and helpless, reaching out to hold her small hand and look at her red palm. The young man lowered his head, gently massaging her fingers. Does it still hurt? The little girl shook her head softly, her big eyes smiling as she looked at his face. Fairy brother, you are so kind to Sui Sui. I am your brother, so of course I am kind to you. He gently lifted her down from the chair and softly reminded her, don't tell anyone about today's matter, understand? Sui Sui nodded and walked out of Baichao Hall with him. When they reached the steps, the little girl suddenly remembered something and stopped. Fairy brother is good to Sui Sui, so Sui Sui will also be good to fairy brother in the future. Jun Qian smiled gently, deliberately asking, then how will you be good to your brother? The little girl tilted her head, thought for a moment, and her eyes brightened. When I grow up, I will marry fairy brother and be his wife, and I will give you all my money. Jun Qian. Shen Yunwen. Snicker, Zhang Lu, who was following behind the two, finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Glancing at Zhang Lu, Jun Qian took her by the hand and led her down the steps. Don't say things like that to others in the future. It might make people laugh. Oh, Sui Sui nodded. Then I will only talk to the divine brother. Yun Qian. As expected, talking to a little kid is pointless. Zhang Lu tried to hold back his laughter and cleared his throat. If what His Highness suspects is true, I am a bit worried that Wan Wan might target her again. Maybe we should bring the young prince back to the palace to stay for a few days? Now that Sui Sui has acknowledged the Shen family, bringing her back to the palace might cause suspicion. Jun Qian naturally also feels uneasy about Sui Sui. After thinking carefully, he already had an idea. Let's go back to the palace first and send Sui Sui's tiger and the general, along with the white cat, back to the general's residence. These animals around Sui Sui can serve as her spies and also protect her safety. Zhang Lu chuckled. Yes, I should have thought of that. That tiger alone could have scared Wan Wan to death. So, everyone returned to the palace together. Jun Qian immediately arranged for his men to prepare carriages and horses, sending Sui Sui's tiger, the general, and the white cat back to the general's residence. When they arrived at the general's house, it was already dusk. Shen Huajin was in the training yard at Ho's residence, teaching Wan Wan how to ride a horse. Du Rua also brought 2 maids and stood to the side watching. In her past life, Wan Wan had learned to ride, so this was easy for her. Soon, she was riding around the training yard. Seeing such a small child riding so skillfully, the young servants and maids watching from the side all gave thumbs up. Miss Wan Wan is only on her first day of riding, and she's already so good. Amazing! The Ho's family is going to have another female general. Be careful. Du Rua smiled and reminded her. Shen Huajin stood beside Du Rua with his hands behind his back, watching Wan Wan ride confidently with a look of surprise. Before, I thought this child was delicate and often cried, but I didn't expect her to be so brave. Today is her first day learning to ride, and she's already so skilled. Listening to everyone's praise, Wan Wan felt very proud. Noticing Sui Sui and Jun Qian walking over to the training yard, she deliberately rode her horse over to show off. Sui Sui, come learn to ride with sister? Looking at the small horse Wan Wan was riding, Sui Sui looked unimpressed. What's so good about riding a horse? She didn't even think her little tiger cub could run faster. Wan Wan chuckled softly. I think you're just scared and don't dare to ride, right? Who said we are afraid to ride every year? Jun Qian glanced at the little guy with a smile. Every year, bring out your mount for everyone to see. Just wait, the little guy promised and ran away. Wan Wan looked confused and turned her face. Every year, he has a mount. Why haven't I heard about it before? Roar. A deep tiger roar came from the entrance of the training ground. Birds in the trees were startled and flew away. A colorful beast strode in quickly. There's a tiger! A tiger! The servants around the training ground screamed and ran in all directions. The maids all felt weak in their legs and cowered in place, too scared to move. Seeing every year riding the tiger over, Wan Wan's horse became nervous and stomped loudly. Wan Wan was even more frightened, pulling on the reins desperately trying to escape. Unfortunately, the horse didn't move. Scared and unbalanced, she fell to the ground. Luckily, the ground was soft yellow earth, so she wasn't hurt. Wan Wan scrambled to her feet, looked up, and saw a huge tiger head. Help! Wan Wan screamed and rolled and crawled away, trembling as she hid beside Shen Huajin. Father, help me. Every year's tiger is going to eat me. This child is really not easy to praise. I just said she's brave, and now she's scared to this extent by a tiger. Since that is every year's mount, it's a tame tiger, Shen Huajin said helplessly. How could it eat you? Chang Lu had long disliked Wan Wan and took the opportunity to tease her. Miss Wan Wan, isn't it true you want to compete with our little prince? Do you want to crawl on the ground? Our little prince wouldn't compare himself to you. A few wise palace officials and eunuchs who followed along chuckled. Knowing that the people in the wise palace didn't like Wan Wan, Du Rua didn't say much. He quickly stepped forward, helping Wan Wan up from the ground. This is a tame tiger trained by every year. You don't need to be afraid. Wan Wan got up angrily, glaring at Chang Lu and others, her gaze fixed on Jun Qian. The young man crossed his arms, a mocking smile on his lips. Wan Wan could tell he was doing it on purpose, deliberately bringing the mount over to embarrass her. Humph! Tomorrow is the military drill at the guard camp. Let's see how you'll die. Du Rua bent down, helping Wan Wan brush off the dirt from her clothes, then held her hand. Let's go. Mother will take you to wash up. She was taken back to her room and immediately ordered the maids to prepare a wooden basin and hot water. In the past, Chinga was responsible for taking care of Wan Wan. This was the first time Du Rua personally bathed Wan Wan. She sat beside the bathtub on a small stool, carefully washing away the dirt from her head and body. As she scrubbed, something felt off, like something was missing. She stared at Wan Wan for a moment and suddenly realized what it was. It was the scent. Before Wan Wan went missing, whenever she bathed her daughter, the smell became stronger afterward, and her hair always smelled nice. But now, Wan Wan had no scent at all. Seeing Du Rua lost in thought, Wan Wan looked at her with curiosity. Mother, what's wrong? Madam, here. A maid brought Wan Wan's clothes and handed them to Duruwa. Duruwa snapped out of her thoughts and gently shook out the clothes. Immediately, a strong fragrance hit her. Without even trying, she could smell the obvious scent on the clothes. A strange look appeared in Duruwa's eyes. Wan Wan had no scent, so why did her clothes smell like that? Feeling confused, Duruwa kept her expression calm. She carefully helped Wan Wan put on her clothes, dried her hair, and then carried her to bed. All done. Go out and play now. Wan Wan went to the door but looked back, still feeling uneasy. She quietly turned around and slipped back to the door. Seeing Duruwa walk toward her wardrobe, Wan Wan's heart skipped a beat. To keep her scent, she had hidden scented sachets in her wardrobe. If Duruwa found them, her cover would be blown. When she saw the maid bringing hot water, Wan Wan deliberately took a step forward and, pretending to be casual, stuck out her right foot to trip the maid. Splash! The maid, unprepared, fell hard to the ground. The hot water spilled everywhere, and the wooden tray also fell and crashed onto the floor. Mother, come quickly. Sister fell. Wan Wan pretended to be worried and ran over to help the maid. Duruwa, who is usually kind to her servants, hurried over to help the fallen maid, without hesitation. Are you okay? It hurts so much, the maid said, grimacing and holding her right foot. Madam, I think I twisted my ankle. Mother, help sister sit down. I'll get some ointment. Duruwa helped the maid onto a chair, and Wan Wan took the opportunity to sneak into the room. She took out the scented sachet from her wardrobe, tucked it into her clothes, grabbed the ointment from the table, and hurried out. Duruwa took the ointment carefully, applied it to the young maid, then put away the box and stood up. Wan Wan, go find 2 people to help sister back to her room. Wan Wan nodded and ran out. Duruwa stood up, returned to the room, and opened Wan Wan's wardrobe. As the door opened, a stronger fragrance filled the air. Duruwa carefully looked through the clothes inside, examining each piece. Besides the clothes, there was nothing else in the wardrobe. Hearing Wan Wan return with people outside, Duruwa hurriedly closed the wardrobe. The 2 young maids helped the girl with the sprained ankle away, tidying up the water stains and clutter on the ground. Duruwa then went back to Wan Wan and squatted down. Come, sit down. Mother will help you comb your hair. She led Wan Wan to sit at the dressing table, took a comb, and gently combed her long hair. She lowered her head quietly, leaned close to Wan Wan's neck, and sniffed softly. Wan Wan had a fragrant pouch tucked into her clothes, giving off a natural scent. Smelling the familiar fragrance, Duruwa frowned and sighed. She thought she could tell the difference between real and fake, but it turned out to be nothing. Which of these 2 children is the real daughter? The next day, everyone went together to the military camp near the capital to participate in the military parade ceremony. Because Wan Wan had just fallen from her horse, Duruwa was worried she might be unsafe riding again, so she took her along in the carriage. Sui Sui finally had a chance to have fun and refused to sit in the carriage, climbing onto the tiger's back early. Jun Qian, Shen Yunwen, and Shen Yunli, brothers, also rode horses, protecting the little girl beside them. Shen Yunli was eager to see how his sister rode the big tiger and couldn't hold back. When everyone rushed out of the city gates, Shen Yunli raised his hand and pointed to the forest ahead. Sui Sui, come on, let's race. The one who reaches the forest first wins, okay? Sui Sui held the reins happily and nodded. Okay. Shen Yunwen smiled on his horse. Literally, if you lose to Sui Sui later, don't cry. Could he possibly lose to his sister? Shen Yunli raised his hand and rubbed his nose. Second brother, don't look down on people. Ready, go. A tiger and a horse charged forward together toward the forest. Shen Yunwen and Jun Qian were worried about the children, riding behind them for safety. At first, Shen Yunli was running neck and neck with Sui Sui, but gradually fell behind. After all, a horse's speed couldn't compare to that of the king of the mountains. The first to reach the edge of the forest, Sui Sui signaled her tiger to stop, turned her small head, and looked at her third brother in the distance. Third brother, you lost. You lost, you lost. Third brother can't compare to you. Shen Yunli cheerfully chased over, not angry about losing to Sui Sui. He parked his horse beside Sui Sui, jumped down, and looked at her tiger with envy. Sway Sway, when will you get a tiger for third brother to ride? Just as Sway Sway was about to speak, a strange flute sound suddenly came from the nearby woods. Both Sway Sway and Shen Yunli turned their faces at the same time. A figure slowly stepped out from the shadows of the trees. Are you the little fairy princess? The boy in the woods was about 11 or 12 years old. He wore a dark blue, exotic-style robe with a slanted collar, and his black hair was braided with hanging gemstones. His skin was a healthy wheat color, probably from the sun. Under his long eyebrows, there were striking blue eyes. The tall grass parted, revealing the boy's figure bit by bit. Under him there was a large black wild wolf. Moreover, on the grass behind the boy, there were several faint figures, gray fur, yellow eyes. They were wolves. Shen Yunli's horse, startled, stepped back 2 steps. The tiger also sensed the threat, crouched, and prepared to defend. Don't be afraid, Sway Sway. Shen Yunli's palms were sweaty with nervousness. He was scared to death, but still rushed forward. He spread his arms, shielding Sway Sway with his body. Third brother.
Will.
Protect you, he spoke bravely, but his teeth were chattering, and he stuttered. Sway Sway had seen many wild animals in the mountains, even more ferocious than wolves, so she wasn't afraid. She was more curious about this boy, who dressed and looked different from boys in the capital. Seeing the boy's blue eyes, Sway Sway was surprised and opened her mouth wide. Wow. Your eyes are blue. So pretty. This is the first time I've seen that.
Who are you?
How do you know me, Zhao Noah?
Come on.
He was leading so many wolves. Shouldn't the little girl be scared? Stop trying to get close to me. Zhao Noah frowned and interrupted Sway Sway. My name is Zhao Noah, prince of the grassland wolf tribe. Give me back my eagle now. Sway Sway was confused. What eagle? When did I take your eagle? Does the little girl still want to be stubborn? It's the black eagle you took during the palace feast. That was my eagle king. Oh, so the eagle was yours to raise? Every year, she suddenly realizes, no, I can't give the eagle back to you now. Its wings. Yue originally wanted to say that the eagle's injury wasn't healed yet, but Zhao Noah misunderstood and thought she didn't want to return it. If you don't give me back the eagle, I will have my wolf eat you. Zhao Noah opened his lips and let out a short, wolf-like howl. Having grown up among wolves, he understands their language. Upon hearing his command, the wild wolves hidden in the trees and grass quickly rushed over, forming a fan shape around Yue and Shen Yunli. The horses, frightened, turned and ran away quickly. The muscles of the tiger also tensed up, and it opened its mouth wide, letting out a deep, long roar. Ugh! The wolf pack slowed down but did not stop. If it were just one wolf, it might be afraid of the tiger, but a pack is a different story. Shen Yunli. It's over. Today, I probably won't survive. Shen Yunli clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. If you're hungry, just eat me, but don't eat my sister. He stepped in front of Yue, teeth chattering. Yue, quickly ride your tiger and run. Since both of them couldn't escape, one of them had to run. If only he had more flesh on his body. He wondered if he alone could satisfy these wolves. While Shen Yunli was lost in thought, Yue started to laugh. Third brother, don't be afraid. The wolves won't eat us. Yue reached out her small hand and patted the tiger's back. You're not allowed to fight. Sit down quickly. The tiger wagged its tail and obediently sat on the ground. The little girl, with her short legs trembling from her soft belly, stepped out from behind Shen Yunli. Her bright eyes looked at the wolves glaring fiercely around her. What are you staring at me for? Want to bite me? Sit down quickly. Hearing her command, the wolves obediently lowered their hind legs and sat down one by one. They retracted their fierce teeth, no longer baring them. All of them looked down, as if they were dogs scolded by their owner after doing something wrong. Shen Yunli.
Zhao Noah.
Yue stepped forward to the big black wolf where Zhao Noah was riding and tilted her head up. Her eyes were blinded by the sunlight behind the trees, so she raised her small hand to shade her eyes and waved at the big black wolf. Can you lower yourself a bit? I want to talk to this little brother. The big black wolf bent its front legs into a bowing posture. On the wolf's back, Zhao Nua didn't notice at first. He leaned forward and nearly fell off. Nervous little calf almost cramping, Shen Yunli saw his expression and chuckled softly. Zhao Nua felt embarrassed and angrily bit his lip. What do you want to tell me? Looking up at Zhao Nua on the wolf's back, Sui smiled back. Your eagle's injury isn't healed yet. When it's better, I'll return it to you, okay? Zhao Nua was surprised.
You.
Really willing to give the eagle back to me? As the eagle's owner, of course I will return it. Afraid the other wouldn't believe, Sui extended his right hand, curling his delicate white fingers. If you don't believe me, we can make a promise. After bringing the eagle back to the residence to recover, Sui had talked to it. That night, the national master wasn't its real owner. Knowing the eagle's home was very far away and that it had a kind owner who loved it, Sui originally planned to release the eagle once it healed. Zhao Nua looked down at the small hand extended, sitting quietly on the wolf's back. He was a man from the plains and wouldn't make a promise with a girl. Sui, Yunli, Jun Qian and Xin Yunwen, who followed behind, also arrived nearby. Seeing Yunli surrounded by a pack of wolves, they immediately rode over with guards. Guards drew their swords and jumped onto their horses, while Jun Qian smoothly leapt up, drawing his sword and placing it beside Sui. He quickly pulled the little one behind him, frowning as he looked at the boy on the wolf's back. Who are you? Shen Yunwen also hurried over, protecting Shen Yunli. Sui turned his face and smiled as he explained. Brother Immortal, he's the owner of that eagle. Jun Qian frowned and looked at the foreign boy carefully. When the Grand Tutor taught the princes, he also talked about nearby countries. It was said that the Xiongnu had a little prince from the Heavenly Wolf tribe who grew up with wolves, could speak wolf language, and usually rode a giant wolf. Could the person in front of him be that little prince? Are you the prince of the Xiongnu tribe? Jun Qian asked. That's right. Zhao Nua's gaze swept over Jun Qian and others, then returned to Sui's face. Within 3 days, send my eagle to the relay station. Facing those innocent big eyes, Zhao Nua's threatening words froze in his throat. His lips moved, and he angrily pressed his lips together. If you dare to lie to me, I will go to your house and take back the eagle. Let's go. Patting the back of the big black wolf, Zhao Nua turned around and rode the wolf into the woods. At the same time, he let out a long whistle. The wolf pack sitting on the ground stood up and followed him. Soon, they disappeared from sight along with Nua and the wolf tribe. Shall we go too? Sui turned around and mounted her tiger again. Jun Qian looked around cautiously, worried there might be more traps. All right, let's go to the camp first, second brother. Shen Yunli turned around with a sad face. My horse was scared away by the wolves. What should I do? It's just a horse. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Shen Yunwen comforted him, patting his shoulder. Let's go, I'll ride with you. Everyone remounted their horses and headed quickly to the guard camp. Shen Yunli was young and very curious. While on horseback, he kept asking, Sui, how did you make those wolves listen just now? The little girl blinked her eyes. It's simple, just talk to them. Jun Qian glanced at the approaching carriage, not wanting Wan Wan to find out Sui's secret, so he deliberately cleared his throat. Time is getting late. Hurry up, everyone. We can talk more later. Everyone urged their horses to speed up and rushed toward the guard camp. Sui was the first to charge through the camp gate, leading the way. She was dressed in red, with her hair tied in a ponytail with red ribbons. A small, adorable little girl, with short arms and legs, sat steadily on her tiger's back, her hair flowing in the wind. Cute, lively, and brave. Inside the camp, officials and envoys from various countries had already arrived. A person and a tiger rushed into the camp gate, instantly becoming the center of attention. Is that the legendary little princess? Wow, riding a tiger, amazing. Old man, I've never seen such a miracle in my life. It's worth it to live this long. Jun Qian and Sui, being children of the royal family, and Xin Yunwen, a close servant of the emperor, were all seated on a high platform. They led Sui up the platform, while the big tiger nodded and followed behind. Wan Wan was just a court lady and had no right to go up. She cast a jealous glance at the little girl's back and followed Du Rua to the side viewing platform. Qin Beicheng, sitting nearby, saw Wan Wan and gently cleared his throat. Wan Wan turned her face, and Qin Beicheng nodded lightly at her. She understood this was his signal, that everything had been arranged. Wan Wan sat beside Du Rua, gazing coldly at Jun Qian, who was talking to Sui Sui on the viewing platform, and she sneered. Today was Jun Qian's Day of Doom. Dramatic drums sounded. The Emperor's procession, guarded by the Imperial Forest Army, slowly entered through the camp gate. Everyone stood up, bowed, and paid their respects, shouting "Long live!" Dressed in a golden dragon robe, Lord Cheng'an stepped down from the carriage. The Empress on the carriage was carefully helped down by the eunuchs. Crown Prince Junzhe followed behind them, walking onto the high platform amid a crowd support. Lord Cheng'an sat in the main seat, watching the soldiers on the training ground prepare for the drill. He smiled and raised his right hand. "Begin." An order from the Emperor. "The drill starts." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shan Huaijin, riding his horse, saluted and responded, waving the command flag. The war drums sounded. First, the infantry formation performed, demonstrating their tactics and formations. Then, the light cavalry equipped with swift horses appeared. On the training ground, horses neigh and dust clouds rise. Having never seen such a scene before, Sui Sui sat on a mat, excited, her small face turning pink. Finally, the heavy cavalry entered, fully armored, even their horses seemingly armed to the teeth. The three different military units moved under Shan Huaijin's command, sometimes dispersing, sometimes gathering together. Their maneuvers, from surprise attacks to coordinated tactics, were all well trained. The ambassadors from various countries sitting below watched the drills with faint smiles. The strength displayed by the Shun family army was intimidating. Even vassal states with their own ideas had to consider whether their nations could stand against a Yi. The Xiongnu military advisor, Jili, also frowned deeply. De Ye's strength is truly not to be underestimated. After the Xiongnu submitted voluntarily, De Yi had enjoyed several years of peace. They had thought that even the powerful Shun family army, not fighting for a long time, would grow complacent. But unexpectedly, the Shun army seemed even more formidable than before. Prince Baru of the Xiongnu, sitting nearby, scoffed disdainfully. These infantry and heavy cavalry are useless on the plains. The advisor shouldn't boast so much. Turning his face, Baru looked at the young prince Chao Nua sitting beside him. "Chao Nua, what do you think? Should we let your wolf king and the little princess's tiger compare?" Chao Nua glanced at the small red figure on the high platform, lowering his long eyelashes. "My wolf king is meant to protect the tribe, not to fight." Baru sneered dismissively at Chao Nua. "You're just a wild child born of slaves, no match for the weather." "Watch and see." "Your Highness, please don't be impulsive." Jili tried to stop him. Baru, standing up with a curved sword at his waist, looked arrogantly at Lord Cheng'an and others on the platform. "Earlier, because I was not used to the local climate, I didn't attend the palace banquet myself. I heard that the princes of Great Yiyu are trained in martial arts from a young age. Does anyone dare to challenge me?" Hearing this provocation, the officers present couldn't hold back. A young general leapt down from his horse. "I am the deputy commander of the garrison, and I am willing to learn from the prince." Balu grinned fiercely and jumped off the platform, standing in front of the young officer. He has been very strong since childhood, and his height is much taller than ordinary people. The young officer is already considered tall, but he only reaches Balu's shoulder. The young officer was not intimidated by Balu's size. He shouted loudly and charged forward. As the bravest on the plains, Balu had been trained in martial arts since childhood. Not only was he strong, but his skills were also excellent. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the young officer with both hands and sharply struck his knee. With a cracking sound, the young officer spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Balu pretended to bow politely. "Sorry, Your Majesty. I was a bit too rough." Seeing how fierce he was, the civil and military officials present changed their expressions. That was too harsh. This isn't a challenge, it's almost like killing. On the platform, Emperor Jun Qing'an also frowned deeply. Jun Qian frowned and stood up, about to speak. Sui Sui couldn't hold back anymore and stood up, running down from the platform. The tiger saw her get up and quickly followed her down. He took out a pill left by Su Mu from his body and handed one to the injured young officer. Eat this quickly, or you might die. After feeding the pill to the other, the little girl crossed her arms and looked at Balu with anger. You big bad guy, how can you hit someone like that? TSK. Balu sneered and bent down. I didn't expect that the bravest person in Great Yu is actually a little girl. So, do you want to lay your tiger and I have a match? Jun Qing'an, Shin Yunwen, Shin Yunli, and others on the platform all stood up worriedly. Sui Sui, you must not. Sui Sui, Shin Huaijin, afraid something might happen to his daughter, jumped off his horse, wearing heavy armor, and rushed over to protect her. Prince, as a man, bullying a little girl is shameful, don't you think? Jun Qian leapt down from the platform, landing in front of Sui Sui and Shin Huaijin, and coldly clasped his fists toward Balu. King Qin, Jun Qian, I am willing to learn a few moves. Seeing Jun Qian stepping forward to challenge Balu, as Wan Wan suggested, Qin Beiqing felt a surge of pride. Last night, everything was arranged carefully. Baru's knife was coated with a deadly poison that could seal the throat. Even a small scratch would be fatal for Jun Qian. The father and daughter exchanged a silent glance, and both smiled grimly. Shin Huaijin originally planned to challenge Baru himself. However, Jun Qian spoke first, and Shin Huaijin couldn't stop him. This Baru is not very quick. Your Highness, don't fight him head-on. Use your agility to dodge, and only attack when you see an opening. If you can't win, retreat immediately. I will fight him myself, Shin Huaijin softly advised Jun Qian, then pulled Sui Sui aside and handed her to the deputy general. He took a few steps forward, standing a little distance from the two, ready to step in if needed. On the training ground, Baru looked at the shorter young man and sneered. Your Highness, be careful. He rushed forward in a quick step, reaching out with a big hand to grab Jun Qian's collar. Jun Qian dodged sideways and kicked him in the back. The kick missed, and Baru frowned, turning around and brushing dirt off his clothes dismissively before lunging at Jun Qian again. Knowing he was weaker in strength, Jun Qian relied on his agility, dodging left and right. He occasionally kicked or punched to fight back. Baru's physique was both an advantage and a disadvantage. As he was chased around by Jun Qian, his stamina quickly drained. After several missed attacks, Baru frowned and cursed, You're just like a mouse running around. What's that supposed to be? Jun Qian deliberately provoked him. Only fools and big clumsy guys use brute force. Angered, Baru roared and charged at him. Jun Qian seized the opportunity, grabbing Baru's arm and using a Tai Chi move to redirect his force. Baru was thrown like a broken sack, crashing onto the dirt with a loud thud. Jun Qian brushed dust off his clothes. You lost. Good. Cheers erupted around him. Sui Sui looked very happy. Brother Shin is amazing. It's not over yet. Baru got up quickly and rushed forward in a stride. He grabbed the hilt of his curved sword and suddenly drew it, swinging it toward Jun Qian. Your Highness, be careful, Shin Huaijin shouted urgently. On the platform, Shin Yunwen and Jun Qing'an, among others, held their breath nervously. Under everyone's watch, the curved sword flashed with a cold light, slicing toward Jun Qian's chest like lightning. Seeing the scene repeat, Wan Wan's lips curled into a cold smile. In his past life, Jun Qian was injured just like this. But this time, the sword was poisoned. Jun Qian, go to hell. The sharp, gleaming blade of the curved sword swiftly approached Jun Qian. Just as the sword was about to strike his chest, Sui Sui tightly clenched her small fists, her tiny heart pounding with anxiety. She couldn't hold back anymore. Little tiger, attack, roar. At Sui Sui's command, the tiger let out a low growl and suddenly kicked off the ground with its hind legs. Its huge body, like a small mountain, rushed forward with a gust of wind, landing beside Baru and Jun Qian. The tiger opened its big mouth and bit down on Baru's right arm, which was holding the sword. Ah! Baru cried out in pain as the tiger bit his arm. His fingers weakened, and the curved sword that had just cut through Jun Qian's clothes fell heavily onto the training ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing this moment, Jun Qian stepped back carefully, narrowly avoiding the attack. The tiger closed its jaws and shook its head, pulling Baru roughly. The immense strength of the king of the mountains was evident at this moment. Baru, tall and strong, was instantly thrown like a broken kite, crashing heavily to one side of the training ground. Everyone who had been worried about Jun Qian suddenly relaxed and let out a breath of relief. Qin Beicheng, who had been eagerly waiting to see the show, froze in place with a look of shock. His mouth was open, and his neck stretched out like a quail choking on something. Wan Wan, sitting next to Durua, almost dropped her chin in surprise. This girl, how does she always ruin her good plans? On the training ground, the tiger licked the blood from the corner of its mouth with its tongue. For the first time, the big creature tasted human blood, and it was excited. Before Sui Sui could give another command, the tiger strode forward, rushing to Baru's fallen body, ready to enjoy a rare feast of human meat. Seeing the blood-stained tiger opening its big mouth to bite down, Baru's face turned pale with fear, almost fainting on the spot. Jun Qian, watching this, quickly shouted, "Sui Sui, stop it now." Baru, with the status of a Hun's prince, would definitely face serious consequences if he were killed by Sui Sui's tiger. The peace between the two nations, maintained for 5 years, could be shattered in an instant. At that time, the suffering would fall on the common people at the border. Hearing Jun Qian's shout, Sui Sui hurriedly called out to stop. "Little tiger, stop, tiger." The meat was right in front of him, but he wouldn't let it eat. The blood-stained sharp teeth paused less than half an inch from Baru's face. If Sui Sui had spoken a moment later, Baru's life would have been lost. Baru lay on the ground, not daring to move or even breathe. Fearing to provoke the large creature, the other side simply said one word, and he would be in great danger. He lowered his head and sniffed Baru's face. Tigers are somewhat reluctant to eat their prey completely. They like to taste a bit first. Tigers have sharp, backward-facing barbs on their tongues, which help them lick meat and tendons from bones. Since the skin on the face is so tender, it's even more tempting for a tiger to lick. The tiger's tongue flicked lightly, tearing a layer of skin and flesh from Baru's face. Losing blood from his arm and feeling intense pain on his face, the usually brave grassland warrior suddenly blacked out and fainted. The tiger turned back to Sui Sui, licking the blood from the corner of its mouth and still savoring the scent of Baru's flesh. Watching Baru lying on the ground, the tiger squinted slightly. If the young master hadn't stopped it, it would have eaten a full meal. Next time it had a chance, it definitely wouldn't miss it. "Your Highness, Prince." Xiongnu's royal advisor Glei, along with a few followers, hurried down the viewing platform and helped the injured Baru to sit up. Even the bravest warrior on the grassland, Baru was just an ordinary person. A human's bones can't withstand a tiger's bite. His right sleeve was quickly soaked with blood, and his bones had already been shattered by the tiger's bite. His right forearm lost support and hung limply, like noodles. Even if it were treated, it would be useless now. He took out spare medicine to stop the bleeding and quickly dressed Baru's wounds. He was a healthy person brought out, but now he might lose an arm. How could he explain this to the Grasslands Khan? Glei frowned and stood up, glaring angrily at Sui Sui, his chest heaving with rage. "How dare you let the tiger bite my prince? Serves him right for cutting my divine brother with a knife." Sui Sui clenched her small fists, her cute face full of anger, her big eyes almost shooting fire. Her divine brother not only saved her life, but also cared for her like an older brother, helping her find her family. In Sui Sui's eyes, Jun Qian was already the most important person in her world. The little girl was furious that someone wanted to harm her divine brother. Glei's face darkened with anger. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't open his mouth. He wanted to hit someone, but he couldn't move. After all, the little girl was a princess of the Day dynasty. You. Glay gritted his teeth, only managing to say 4 words. This is too much. The person who wanted to hurt her divine brother was definitely not a good person. Sui Sui was angry and upset, glaring at the other person who was scolding her, her eyebrows furrowing tightly. If you dare to scold me again, even a tiger will bite you, Glay. He glanced at the tiger still chewing on Beryl's flesh and instinctively took a step back. Who isn't afraid of such a fierce beast? Fearing that Glay might harm Sui Sui, Shen Huijin quickly stepped forward and protected her side. Prince, you clearly lost already, yet you still try to attack with a knife. That's just cowardly and shameful. On the high platform, Shen Yunwen and Shen Yunliang, the brothers, hurried down to stand beside Jun Qian and Sui Sui. Shen Yunwen. The prince attacked first. My sister was just protecting the king of Qin. What's wrong with that? Shen Yunliang. Exactly. If he can use a knife, then my sister can use a tiger. Many officials, generals, and soldiers shouted in agreement.
He hurt our people.
Why don't you say anything? You grassland people are really unreasonable. Of course, the Xiongnu wouldn't give up easily. Your tiger injured our prince. You must give us an explanation. Hand over the little princess. How dare you? On the high platform, Jun Qing'an frowned and stepped closer to the edge, speaking sternly. Training grounds are for competitions, and points are awarded accordingly. Beryl already lost, yet he dares to attack my prince with a knife. That's just despicable. Sui Sui was only protecting her brother. What's wrong with that? On the land of Day, we do not tolerate such arrogance. Seeing so many foreign envoys present, and the opponent daring to attack his son, he wanted to kill him. This was not just about Jun Qian, it was a challenge to the dignity of the entire Day dynasty. As a father and emperor, Jun Qing'an would not allow such things to happen. The emperor's authority was immense and commanding. The previously arrogant Xiongnu crowd suddenly fell silent. After all, this was Day's territory. If the emperor truly lost his temper, they wouldn't get any advantage. Frowning, Jun Qing'an looked over the crowd and carefully watched Jun Qian below, his tone full of concern. Qian, are you hurt? Sui Sui turned her small face and looked at Jun Qian with worry. Seeing his torn robe, she quickly ran over, reached out her small hand, and grabbed Jun Qian's sleeve. Fairy brother, are you hurt? Squat down. Sui Sui will check for you. No need to worry, brother is fine. Seeing that the little guy looked about to cry, Jun Qian bent down voluntarily and opened his robe. See, it's just a tear in my clothes. Noticing the faint red on his inner shirt, Sui Sui pouted her little mouth. My brother is lying. I am clearly bleeding. When they heard that Jun Qian was injured, the Shin father and son rushed over and surrounded Jun Qian. How are you? Where are you hurt? Is it serious? He didn't feel any pain, so how could he be bleeding? I'm really fine. Jun Qian suspiciously unbuttoned his outer robe and saw red marks on his white inner shirt, which made him pause slightly. What is this? Sui Sui pulled open his robe and looked around, confirming there was no wound, and felt relieved. Squinting her big eyes, she tiptoed carefully to examine Jun Qian's clothes again, then sniffed them with her nose. No smell, not blood. Sui Sui has seen this before. This is. The little girl tilted her head, thought for a moment, and her big eyes lit up.
Sui Sui knows now.
This is a deadly poison called Crimson Crane Top Red. Hearing the words, Crimson Crane Top Red, Jun Qian and Shen Huijin and Shen Yunwen's father and son all changed color at once. It was impossible for Jun Qian to have such a deadly poison suddenly on him. His clothes had been cut by Baru's sword, which means the sword was poisoned. Everyone knew Sui Sui's talent in medicine. She was sure her judgment wouldn't be wrong. This was a serious matter, so Shen Huijin didn't dare to delay. Someone come here. Shen Huijin calmly waved his right hand. Arrest all the Xiongnu envoys. As he gave the order, the soldiers responded in unison. More than 100 guards nearby immediately drew their swords and spears, rushing over to surround Jelly and the injured Baru and others. The Xiongnu envoys quickly drew their weapons and swords. What are you doing? Are you going to hurt our prince and arrest people? Everyone be quiet. Jelly raised his right hand to signal everyone behind him to be silent. He looked at his swords and weapons, then raised his face to stare at Shen Huaijin not far away. What does Lord Ho mean? First, the little princess attacked our prince, and now you want to execute the envoy group on the spot. Jun Qing'an also didn't understand why Shen Huaijin was doing this. He shouted loudly, "What is going on?" Reporting to the emperor, Shen Huaijin turned to face the high platform. "I suspect that Baru Prince's curved sword is poisoned." One sentence shocked everyone present. The officials and envoys on the stage and below all stood up in unison. Impossible. Could they be trying to poison King Qin? These people are crazy. Both Qin Beiqing and Wan Wan were stunned. Could it be that the truth had been exposed? This was a serious matter, so Jun Qing'an frowned and strode down from the high platform. Qin Beiqing exchanged a glance with the empress and, along with Wan Wan and the civil and military officials, followed behind Jun Qing'an. "Don't accuse without proof," Glei frowned. "There's no poison on my prince's blade." Balu was raised by Glei since childhood, impulsive and proud. Before the military drill, Glei specifically warned Balu. It's okay to provoke the prince, but only to injure him. He must not be killed. After all, it is still spring, and the cattle and sheep on the grassland are not fattened yet. It's not the time to fully break with the Day dynasty. Balu always listened to him, so how could he have poisoned his blade? Just test it to know if there's poison. Seeing two soldiers rushing over with a medical kit, ready to treat Balu's injury, Shen Huaijin waved his hand. "Both of you, check the curved sword and the sheath on the spot for poison." Balu wouldn't die immediately, but testing for poison was more important now. The two medics opened the medical kit, wearing protective deerskin gloves. One took the dropped curved sword, and the other removed the sheath from Balu. They laid a clean white cloth on the ground and began inspecting. They carefully wiped the blade and sheath, then checked with silver needles. Afterward, the two medics stood up together. One older medic stepped forward to report the result. "Your Majesty, the grease on this curved sword and inside the sheath all contain poison." Jun Qing'an's brow furrowed tightly. "Do you know what poison it is?" "Based on the color, it should be red arsenic." Everyone knew that red arsenic was a deadly poison that could stop the heart at the sight of blood. If that blow really cut Jun Qian, there would be no antidote, and he would surely die. Hearing this, Jun Qing'an was furious. "Are you trying to poison my prince?" This is impossible." The guards supporting Balu looked confused. "I was with the prince all day yesterday. He definitely didn't poison anyone." "Calm down, Your Majesty. This is definitely not my prince's doing." Glei didn't expect such a situation and immediately lowered his voice, softening his tone. "I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Please, Your Majesty, investigate carefully." Qin Beiqing, fearing the truth might be exposed and traced back to him, snorted coldly. "The sword belongs to your prince." "It's not him. Who else could it be?" Glei, being the grassland military strategist and a clever man, quickly defended himself. "If it were truly my prince trying to poison the prince, why would he poison his own sword? Wouldn't that be like shooting himself in the foot? My prince is impulsive, but he wouldn't do something so foolish. Someone must be deliberately framing us, trying to ruin the peace between Day and the grasslands." Glei raised both hands and bowed deeply to Jun Qing'an. "The Xiongnu envoy is willing to cooperate with your investigation. Please, Your Majesty, clear my prince's name." "Your Majesty," Shen Huaijin also sensed something was wrong. "In my opinion, this matter is quite suspicious. It's best to investigate thoroughly. The poisoner applied poison to his own sword and killed someone openly. Such a plan seems too childish." Glei, the Xiongnu master, is usually very thoughtful. With his intelligence, he would never allow Baru to do something so stupid. After initial anger, Jun Qing'an calmed down again. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he nodded gently. "This matter concerns the relations between our two countries. Qing, you, and the Dali court will investigate together. Be sure to find the real culprit who poisoned him." His gaze swept over Glei and the other envoys, then slowly looked around at the group. Our great Ye will never wrong an innocent person, and we will not allow anyone to act recklessly on our land. Glaire sighed in relief. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Xiongnu envoy will fully cooperate with Lord Ho's investigation. The prince's condition is critical. Take him to the back tent to treat his wounds first. As for the others, please go to the back tent for questioning by Lord Ho. Shen Huijin strode forward to Glaire. Master Guesher, please. 2 military doctors moved quickly, lifting Baru, still unconscious, onto a stretcher and taking him to the back tent for treatment. Glaire signaled a guard to follow and cooperated by going with Shen Huijin for questioning. The little prince, standing silently at the back, approached Noah and stepped in front of Sui Sui. Little princess, don't forget what you promised me. A reminder to Sui Sui. Then Jiang Nua turned to follow Glaire and the others. Jun Qing'an turned to look at Jun Qian, concern in his eyes as he supported his brother's shoulder. Go change into clean clothes and take a good bath so the poison doesn't harm your body. A deputy general hurried over, leading Jun Qian to the back tent for a bath and change. Sui Sui, worried about his health, took the tiger along as well. Because the tiger had bitten Baru and was covered in blood, she took everyone to a nearby river to wash off the blood. By dusk, everyone returned to the Marquis of Zhenbei's residence. While drinking tea and having some snacks, Shen Huijin also entered the hall. Knowing he had just returned from the inn where the Xiongnu stayed, everyone turned to look at him. Shen Yunli was the first to ask eagerly, Father, how is it? Have you found out anything? Shen Huijin sat at the table, wiping the rain off his face. He took the hot tea handed over by Du Rua, took a sip, and shook his head with a frown. Nothing conclusive yet. Prince Balu was not an easy person to deal with. Last night, he not only went out to enjoy wine and flowers, but also played at the casino until midnight. If someone wanted to tamper with his dagger, it would be hard to detect. Finding out who poisoned him was not an easy task. Father, wipe yourself quickly so you don't catch a cold. Sui Sui stepped forward with a cotton cloth, holding his shoulder, and tiptoed to hold the cloth up to his face. Father has a chill, and it might make you cold, Shen Huijin said with a smile, taking the cloth from the little girl. Come, let me do it myself. Yunli, being young and simple-minded, thought straightforwardly. I think we should just catch all the Xiongnu people. Shen Wenjin looked at his younger brother with disapproval. It's not that simple. Balu is a Xiongnu prince. If we really catch him, it would give the Xiongnu a reason to declare war on us. Yunli looked unconcerned. Then just fight them. Isn't that what father fears? Winning a war isn't so easy, Shen Huijin said seriously. 5 years ago, we lost over 50,000 soldiers in that battle, and countless civilians in the northwest were killed or injured. Even your second uncle died on the battlefield because of it. Many children your age lost their parents. Do you think war is a good thing? As a general, he knew well how brutal war was. Every victory was paid for with the blood of many people. Yunli knew he had said something wrong and lowered his head in shame. Yunli was wrong. Du Rua helped her husband add more hot tea. Who do you think is behind the poisoning? That's hard to say. Shen Huijin shook his head gently. If our court and the Xiongnu go to war again, these small neighboring countries might take the chance to attack. Or it could be some spy from another country. Jun Qian snorted. It might not be spies. Many people in Day are hoping for my death. Realizing he was talking about the Empress and the Prime Minister, Shen Huijin and Du Rua both sighed. Marquis, madam. The butler carried an umbrella and hurried to the steps outside the hall. Mr. Bai from Baichao Hall said it's urgent and wants to see the young princess. Jun Qian guessed it was about the handkerchief and immediately stood up from his chair. Quick, let Mr. Bai come in. After a moment, Mr. Bai followed the servants into the living room. Jun Qian was the first to rush over and stand in front of Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, do you have the results? Mr. Bai. Sui also ran over, still holding the half-eaten snack in her hand. Have you found out anything? I have checked carefully. Mr. Bai smiled at both of them. This time, I came to explain the results to the princess. Shen Yunwen looked at them with doubt. What exactly are you talking about? Jun Qian glanced around. Marquis, madam, this matter is very important. Please ask the uninvited to leave. Shen Huaijin raised his hand, and a few maids and servants quickly put down their tea sets and left the room. Noticing Shen Yunli still sitting in the chair, Jun Qian cleared his throat. Yunli, are you going outside to play? Since Shen Yunli was young and couldn't hide things well, Jun Qian was worried he might accidentally reveal something. Yunli. Why can Sue listen but I can't? Stop talking nonsense, Shen Huaijin said, lifting his chin. Go outside and play. Yunli pouted and ran to the backyard to play with the ball. Jun Qian signaled Chong Lu to watch outside, then took a deep breath and looked around at Shen Huaijin, his wife, and Shen Yunwen. I firmly believe that Sue is the real daughter of the Shen family. Today, I specifically invited Mr. Bai to come here to find out the truth. Before Mr. Bai announces the results, I want to ask Marquis, Madam, and Yunwen, do you believe me? I definitely believe you. Shen Yunwen was the first to answer. Prince Qin, Du Ruo slightly frowned. I have never doubted you from the beginning. Ninger is part of me. After 10 months of pregnancy and 3 years of being lost, I was truly afraid of making a mistake. Yes, Prince Qin, Shen Huaijin sighed softly. All we want is solid proof. After all, this concerns our own flesh and blood, so we must be cautious. Jun Qian nodded lightly, raising his right hand to gesture to Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, please speak. Whether all his guesses were correct depended on what Mr. Bai would say. Mr. Bai nodded gently, opened his portable medicine box, and took out a handkerchief wrapped in deer hide, placing it on the table. Seeing the familiar handkerchief, Du Ruo stood up in surprise. Isn't this the handkerchief I embroidered for Ningyu? How did it end up with you? This was found in the Imperial garden, near the place where Deshio was poisoned last time. The young man carefully explained to everyone how the dog of concubine Shu was poisoned. Following the orders of the 2 princes, I carefully examined the handkerchief for poison, Mr. Bai said seriously. Now I can confirm that the handkerchief indeed has oleander toxin, and it is very strong. It seems I was right after all, Jun Qian said cautiously as he gently picked up a corner of the handkerchief and unfolded it. The stain on this handkerchief is the same color as plum juice, clearly soaked in plum juice. If Wan Wan accidentally got oleander into the plum juice, how could her handkerchief be contaminated with oleander poison? Why would she secretly hide the handkerchief? Isn't that strange? Based on what you said, Shen Huaijin was surprised. Did Wan Wan intentionally poison Deshui? Not Deshui. Du Ruo's voice trembled. It's Sui. At the time of the incident, she was present and even poured the plum juice herself. That bowl of plum juice was meant for Sui, but it was snatched away by Junyu halfway through. How is that possible? Shen Huaijin looked incredulous. Not to mention how a child could know these things. Why would she target Sui? Dad, have you thought about this? Shen Yunwen stepped forward. If Wan Wan knew she was fake and Sui was real, and she didn't want to be exposed, wouldn't eliminating Sui be the best way? Exactly. Jun Qian continued. Last time at Daxiangbo Temple, she secretly went to Sui's room. I couldn't understand it then, but now I finally see. She wanted to burn Sui's birthmark with hot oil, so we would all be kept in the dark. Thinking about the strange scent on Wan Wan yesterday, Du Ruo's heart skipped a beat.
Could it be?
She really guessed right. If Wan Wan was truly fake, what about this blood test? Mr. Bai, Du Ruo stepped forward. Earlier, my lord wrote to Mr. Su asking about important matters. Has there been any news from Mr. Su? Mr. Bai sighed. Madam, you don't know. Recently, the plague in Jiangnan spread quickly. Mr. Su has been busy with that and probably can't attend to any letters. Everyone was surprised. They had heard that Mr. Su went to Jiangnan to help, but they didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Shen Huaijin also frowned secretly. They had initially wanted to ask Mr. Su for help, but now it seemed unlikely. Mr. Bai, Shen Huaijin held Mr. Bai's arm. You are experienced and wise. Do you know if a blood test for paternity can be faked? This. Mr. Bai hesitated for a moment and said, I have a friend who works as a mortician at the Dali Temple. He told me that adding vinegar or alum to a water bowl can help blood mix better. But I only heard this secondhand and haven't actually tested it myself. Shen Yunwen frowned and thought for a moment. But that day during the paternity test, we were all present. Wan Wan probably didn't have a chance to tamper with anything. After all, the water and bowl were prepared by Fuan, who wouldn't help Wan Wan. Think carefully, could someone else have helped her? Or are there any details you might have overlooked? Shen Huaijin was not at the scene, so he could only remind everyone to recall carefully. Everyone fell into deep thought, trying to remember what had happened. Sui Sui looked around, then habitually reached out her small hand to scratch her ear tip. Her gaze fell on her fingers. Her nails had been dyed a few days ago by Qing He. Suddenly, the little girl remembered something.
Sui Sui remembers.
Little senior sister went to get her nails dyed. Get her nails dyed? Zhou Yanshu, the young servant, looked puzzled. What does that have to do with anything? Jun Qianbai shot her a look and explained proactively. When women dye their nails, they usually mix Blatilla striata and white pigment, which helps the color stick better. So, Shen Yunwen's tone grew serious. So, Wama was able to match her bloodline with my mother's because she accidentally touched alum. It might not have been an accident. Maybe it was intentional, Jun Qianbai snorted. It's strange that Queen Mother Wan Wan, who dislikes her, would kindly let Zhou Mama dye her nails. Isn't that suspicious? Who cares? Zhou Yanshu waved his hand. Let's just test her again. Then we'll know the truth. Wait. Shen Huaijin raised his hand. It's better to do this quietly so Wan Wan doesn't find out. First, it prevents her from tampering again, just in case. Second, if Jun Qianbai's suspicion is correct, someone must have manipulated the situation after the bloodline test. After all, Wan Wan is only a 3- or 4-year-old child. She couldn't have done all this alone. How can we test her without her knowing? Do we wait until she's asleep? Zhou Yanshu shook his head gently. She'll wake up if we prick her. Sui Sui has a way, Sui Sui said mischievously. I have calming medicine that can make her sleep like a pig. She won't wake up no matter what. All right, Shen Huaijin decided firmly. Tonight, we'll find out the truth. That evening, Du Rua specially prepared Wan Wan's favorite lotus seed soup in the kitchen. Following Sui Sui's instructions, after preparing her hands and feet in advance, the maid was asked to bring Wan Wan over. Everyone sat around the table. Du Rua served each person a bowl of soup, placing the last one in front of Wan Wan. The plan to borrow someone for a military exercise to commit murder failed, so Wan Wan had little appetite at first. Seeing her favorite lotus seed pudding, she became a bit interested and ate more than half a bowl before stopping. Everyone at the table looked at each other silently and continued eating. After everyone finished, Du Rua asked the servant to bring out some cards and invited everyone to play leaf cards. Wan Wan leaned against Du Rua and soon yawned. Mother, I am so sleepy. Come here. Mother will take you back to rest. Du Rua put down her cards, carried Wan Wan into her arms, and before reaching her room, Wan Wan had already fallen asleep on her shoulder. Du Rua gently shook her shoulder and placed Wan Wan back on her bed inside the room. Wan Wan, Wan Wan. After taking her medicine, Wan Wan was sleeping so deeply she couldn't be awakened. Once she was sure she was asleep, Du Rua called everyone over and also asked Mr. Bai, who was staying at the Shen residence, to come in. Shen Yunwen took the prepared bowls, washed them carefully several times, and poured in clean water. To prevent Wan Wan from noticing, Mr. Bai pricked her toe with a needle and squeezed out a drop of blood into the water. Du Rua couldn't wait and also pricked her fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood into the water. 2 drops of blood fell into the water one after the other. Everyone's eyes fixed on the 2 drops of blood in the water, waiting for the final result. Severely punishing Wan Wan, mother protecting her daughter, 1. The 2 drops of blood slowly sank to the bottom of the water, but after a long time, they did not merge. Du Rua stood by the table, fists clenched tightly, her palms sweating with nervousness. Mr. Bai, how do you interpret this result? The blood drops have coagulated and show no signs of merging. Mr. Bai smiled at everyone. Madam Shen and this child are not related by blood. So, Du Rua grabbed his arm with both hands. Wan Wan is really my daughter? Wan Wan is really my Ninga? If you're unsure, madam, you might want to test the little prince again, Mr. Bai suggested. No need to test again. Du Ruo trembled as she squatted down, suddenly hugging Wan Wan tightly and crying uncontrollably. Mother is so stupid, I almost harmed my Ninger. Thinking about how the little girl had been harmed by Wan Wan several times, and yet she still pleaded for Wan Wan's sake, Du Ruo felt her heart tighten painfully, almost unable to breathe. It's all my fault, all my fault. Mother, don't cry. Every year, Yeye's eyes also turned red. She raised her small hand to wipe her mother's tears and said, It's not Mom's fault. It's all Wan Wan's fault. She's the bad one. If anyone should be blamed, it's me. I mistakenly brought her back after recognizing the wrong person. Shun Huijin's eyes were also red. He helplessly squatted down and kneeled in front of Yeye, full of guilt and regret. Yeye, Daddy is sorry for you. Shin Yunwen turned his face to look at Wan Wan, who was still sleeping on the bed. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. I want to kill her. I want to kill her myself to avenge Yeye. The usually gentle young man was now full of anger. He reached out and drew his sword, stepping forward to rush at Wan Wan. Young Master Shen. Second young master. Chong Lu and Zhou Yanshu both shouted in surprise. At this moment, the calmest person was Jun Qian. After all, from the very beginning, he had no good impression of Wan Wan. He wasn't surprised at the current outcome. Just before Shin Yunwen could seize Wan Wan, Jun Qian rushed over in time, grabbing his wrist and pulling him away from Wan Wan's bed. Shun Yunwen struggled. Why are you stopping me? Haven't you always wanted her dead? That's right, but now is not the time, Jun Qian said firmly, tightening his grip on Shin Yunwen's wrist. The Marquis is right. The Empress Dowager also said that Wan Wan, with her current strength, can't be the only reason. We need to find out who is helping her. Shun Huijin, being the Marquis of Jinbei and experienced in battle, quickly calmed down. He took a deep breath, controlled his emotions, and stood up. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the study and discuss it there. Bai Xianxing took out some ointment and carefully applied it to Wan Wan's toes to prevent her from noticing the needle holes. Everyone tidied up the small courtyard, restoring everything to its original state, then quietly left Wan Wan's room. They instructed the butler to prepare the carriage. Everyone gratefully saw Bai Xianxing off at the gate and then went to Shun Huijin's study. After Yeye's birthmark was exposed, they still insisted that Wan Wan acknowledge the Shun family. They must have their own purpose. Let's use a plan to take advantage of Wan Wan and find out who the real mastermind is. No way. Du Ruo, with tears in her eyes, hugged Yeye. I won't let her stay. What if she hurts Yeye again? Mom, Yeye isn't afraid of her. Yeye is very brave. The little hand held Du Ruo's hand, and the small girl smiled at her. Yeye can help find out who the big bad guy is. Yunwen doesn't want Yeye to be in danger either, but Shin Yunwen held his mother's arm. Mom, don't you want to know how Sister Qing'e got into trouble? Yes, madam. Shun Huijin also came over softly and comforted him, saying, If we don't find the mastermind behind this, even if we drive Wan Wan away, will they really let Yeye and our Shin family go? Du Ruo naturally understood these reasons. But just thinking about having to let her daughter stay with that malicious girl Wan Wan, how could a mother bear it? Jun Qian quietly gave Yeye a look, and the little girl understood. Yeye held onto Du Ruo's arm, acting cute and swinging. Please, mother, just agree for everyone's sake. Yeye promises she won't fall for the little senior sister again, okay? Hugging the little girl into her arms, Du Ruo looked at everyone and finally nodded. All right. Starting tomorrow, everyone must watch Wan Wan carefully. We need to find out who is behind this and drive her out of the Shin family. After everyone carefully discussed their plan, Jun Qian stood up. It's getting late. I will return to the palace first. If he stayed at the Shun house, Wan Wan might become suspicious. Brother Immortal, wait a moment. Yeye ran over quickly and hugged his waist with her small arms. Thank you, Brother Immortal, for proving that Yeye is real and not fake. Looking into her big eyes, the young man smiled gently. He raised his finger and lightly tapped her forehead. Remember, in the future, earn lots of money for your brother to spend. Yeye wants to earn lots and lots of money, all for Brother Immortal to spend. Good, it's settled then. Jun Qian smiled at her and raised his face. Seeing Du Ruo, Shen Huijin and Shen Yunwen standing in front of him. He paused in confusion. Marquis, Madam, what are you all doing? The three of them didn't speak but bowed deeply to him in a respectful gesture. Thank you, Your Highness, for helping us find Ninger, Shen Huijin said as he straightened up. If Your Highness needs anything from us in the future, we are willing to risk everything. Let's go. I will see you off. Shen Yunwen raised his left hand and gestured for them to follow. Shen Huijin and his wife each held one of Ye's small hands and accompanied them to the study door. They waved to the others, and the two youths walked together to the Marquis's residence gate. Worried that someone might be listening behind the wall, they kept silent in mutual understanding. It wasn't until they reached the gate and saw Jun Qian off that Shen Yunwen stopped. Your Highness. Thank you. Jun Qian glanced sideways and shot him a sidelong look. I never realized that even the usually gentle and elegant second young master of the Shen family has moments when he draws his sword to kill. Shen Yunwen blushed slightly. It was just a moment of impulse. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Jun Qian stepped down the stairs, jumped onto his horse, and turned back to him. Based on your request, here is the corrected and simplified version of your text. Just because of what you did earlier, I've decided to be friends with you. Holding the reins tightly, Jun Qian suddenly squeezed the horse's belly. Go! In the darkness, a few riders quickly rode away. Shen Yunwen stood on the steps, watching his back, and smiled slightly. Your friend, Yunwen, has also decided to be friends with you. He turned and went back to his house. Shen Yunwen walked to Sui Sui's place, Tian Ningxian, where Du Ruo was holding the little one. Seeing Shen Yunwen, Sui Sui smiled and said, Brother Taohua, why are you still awake? Shen Yunwen reached out and gently held the child's soft fingers. Sui Sui, from now on, call me second brother, okay? The little one pursed his lips and changed his words, second brother. Hearing this long-missed title, Shen Yunwen's eyes welled up again, and he softly responded. Du Ruo reached out and patted her son's shoulder. It's late. Go back and sleep early. Sui Sui has me here. Shen Yunwen nodded, released Sui Sui reluctantly, and left. With LV Zhu, he took the little one to her room. Du Ruo still held her tightly, reluctant to let go. LV Zhu's eyes also turned red. Congratulations, madam. Finally reunited with the little prince and daughter. Such a pity. Du Ruo gently shook her head. The jade pendant was lost by Wan Wan. LV Zhu chuckled softly, took out the box holding the jade pendant, unlocked it with a key, and handed the treasured pendant to Du Ruo. How could such a precious thing be lost? Shen Huijin frowned. How did the jade pendant end up with you? LV Zhu carefully explained how Wan Wan had deliberately framed Sui Sui and how Sui Sui had discovered it early. Du Ruo was both angry and relieved. She carefully took out a handkerchief, wiped the jade pendant clean, and placed it around Sui Sui's neck. Worried it might get cold, she used her palm to warm the pendant and tucked it into Sui Sui's collar. Today, it's finally returned to its owner. Sui Sui raised her little hand, touched the jade pendant under her clothes, and smiled. I will protect the jade pendant well and never let anyone steal it again. Good. Du Ruo smiled and hugged her daughter. Sui Sui, do you want to sleep with mommy tonight? Really? Sui Sui happily hugged her neck. Sui Sui has always wanted to sleep with mommy but didn't dare to say. Silly child. Du Ruo's eyes welled with tears again. From now on, if you want anything, just tell mommy. Whatever you want, mommy will agree. At this moment, Du Ruo felt both heartache and guilt. She wished she could give her daughter all the beautiful things in the world to make up for her past regrets. She helped the little one take off her clothes, tucked her into the small bed. Du Ruo took off her outer robe and lay beside the little girl, holding her close. Du Ruo gazed at the delicate, doll-like face and couldn't help but lean in to kiss her again and again. She pressed the small face against her warm chest, and Sui Sui quietly lowered her long eyelashes and closed her eyes. Mom smells so good. So soft. She reached out and hugged the little girl tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Mom's Sui Sui is the softest and sweetest. Green Pearl wiped her tears with her hand and smiled as she left the door. Seeing Shen Huijin outside, she nodded and stepped back willingly. Shun Huijin stood outside the window, listening to the faint sound of the little girl's innocent voice, feeling a tight pain in his chest. Worried about disturbing his daughter's sleep, he didn't go inside. He turned around and went back to the study, took the prepared deer hide and other materials, and, personally, made a leather armor for his daughter. The man sat at the table, cut the deer hide, punched holes, and carefully sewed it together with leather cord. After all, Wan Wan was brought back by him. All of this started because of his mistake. This man, who was not good with words, was full of pain and regret. He just wanted to do something for his daughter in this way, to make up for his guilt.
Soon a night passed.
By morning, when Sui Sui woke up, Shun Huijin was already sitting beside her bed, holding the leather armor he had made overnight. Seeing the little girl open her eyes, he smiled and held the armor out to her. Look, does Sui Sui like it? The small black leather armor was very delicate. It was decorated with metal studs, carefully crafted at all the joints to be soft and comfortable, so it wouldn't hurt the little girl. Wow, Sui Sui sat up quickly, happily taking it. So pretty. Sui Sui loves it so much. She casually glanced at Shun Huijin's face and noticed his red eyes from staying up all night.
She was surprised.
Daddy, why are your eyes so red like a rabbit's? Rua, carrying clothes, walked over and glanced at her husband with a smile. That's because your daddy didn't sleep all night last night, making your leather armor. Feeling touched beyond words, Sui Sui climbed over, pouting and kissed the man's cheek. Before Shun Huijin could react, she quickly pulled back. Daddy, your beard is scratchy. Shun Huijin. Rua chuckled, raised her hand, and pushed him gently. Look at you, go wash your face and change your clothes. Shun Huijin left with a smile. Rua personally helped Sui Sui put on her clothes and then squatted down to help the little girl put on her shoes. Mommy, Sui Sui can put on her own clothes. Mommy knows Sui Sui can do it, Rua said with a smile as she picked up her shoes. This time, let Mommy help you put them on, okay? Feeling guilty about the little girl, Rua wished she could always hold her in her arms and take care of her. Sui Sui nodded happily and stretched out her little feet. After Rua helped her get dressed properly, Sui Sui remembered she wanted to learn the piano from Mu Qingxian. She specifically went back to her residence at Tianning Pavilion and brought over the phoenix tail zither given by the Empress Dowager. Mother and daughter then went to the front hall, with Wan Wan following behind a maid. Seeing the phoenix tail zither in Rua's hands, Wan Wan looked at it with envy. When Rua was young, she also loved playing the zither. Once, Shun Huijin bought her a famous zither called Wan Wan at a high price to please her. In her past life, Rua had given that zither to Sui Sui. Now that Sui Sui had the phoenix tail zither, Rua would definitely give her the Wan Wan too, right? Mommy, in the afternoon, Wan Wan also wants to learn the piano from Sister Qingxian. Can you help Wan Wan prepare a zither too? Okay, Rua replied lightly. When we go to the music room this afternoon, I will ask Sister Qingxian to help you pick a beginner's practice zither. Wan Wan pretended to be her own daughter to sneak into the Shin family and even wanted to harm Sui Sui. At this moment, Rua really wanted to slap her hard but knew she could no longer afford to buy her a good zither. Wan Wan. If Sui Sui could use a famous zither, Wan Wan could only use a practice zither? Wan Wan clenched her teeth and said, "Thank you, Mommy." She shot Rua a sidelong glance, and Rua tried to suppress her anger and forced a gentle smile. Both of you, hurry up and eat. Later, I will personally send you to the palace to study. Cheng, worried about the safety of the two children, was no longer willing to leave Sui Sui to others after the incident earlier. In the morning, after sending the children to the palace for their studies and lunch, Rua personally took them to Mu Qingxian's zither hall. She heard Wan Wan didn't have a zither yet, so Mu Qingxian helped her choose a suitable beginner's guqin. Let's go. I'll take you to the music room for class. Rua couldn't go inside the music room and sat at a stone table in the corridor waiting. Since it was the first lesson, Mu Qingxian only taught the children some basic knowledge and techniques. Good. Start practicing the simplest 5 notes. Sui Sui obediently practiced seriously. Wan Wan, who had already learned these before, felt bored. Miss Qingxian, I already know these. When will I start learning songs? Learning the instrument can't be rushed, Mu Qingxian said, glancing at Sui Sui, who was focused on practicing. You should learn from Sui Sui and practice steadily. Don't be impatient. A maid quietly entered, saying, Miss Qingxian, the southern region sent some zither wood. Please go take a look. All right. You two practice well. I will check on you later. She left with the maid, heading out of the music room. Sui Sui sat at the table, concentrating on her practice. Wan Wan glanced at her famous zither and then looked at her own ordinary guqin. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she felt. In her past life, she was overshadowed by Sui Sui. This time, she would not let that happen again. Duo Ra, you are so biased toward me. Don't blame me for targeting your daughter. She took the scissors on the table used for trimming strings, hiding them in her sleeve. Wan Wan stood up and walked to Mu Qingxian's precious guqin.
Sui, come look.
The teacher's zither is so special. Sui Sui sat on the stool, her small fingers carefully plucking the strings, not even lifting her eyelids. I'm practicing the zither. Don't disturb me. Knowing that Sui Sui was always interested in herbs, Wan Wan exaggerated loudly. Come quick. This string seems to be made of silkworm silk. Silkworm silk? Sui Sui paused her playing, curious. She stood up and walked over to Qingxian's guqin, leaning in to look closely. Seizing the chance, Wan Wan quietly extended her right hand, aiming the scissors at the strings and cutting forcefully. Buzz! The strings emitted a sharp sound and snapped in two. Sui Sui was startled and quickly stood up. How did you break the teacher's zither? It was you who broke it. Wan Wan retracted her hand, secretly putting the scissors back. Someone come quickly. This is bad. Students and maids nearby heard the noise and rushed over. Wan Wan pointed at Sui Sui, accusing her first. Sui Sui broke Miss Qingxian's zither. The maid from the music hall hurried over, seeing the broken strings, and frowned with concern. This is a family heirloom. How could you touch it so carelessly? It wasn't me who broke it, Sui Sui hurried to explain. I just looked at it. I didn't even touch it. Sui Sui, don't lie, Wan Wan snorted. It's obviously you. I saw you tear the string with my own eyes. How can you lie? The students around, misled by Wan Wan, started to blame her. How could the strings break if she didn't touch them? Thinking she's a princess, she can do whatever she wants. Doing bad things and not admitting it, this is too much. Everyone don't be in a hurry. Du Ruo raised her right hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Sui Sui, tell Mom what really happened. Wan Wan said the strings are made of silkworm silk, so I came over to look, Sui Sui said, lifting her small face seriously. Mom, I just looked, I didn't touch anything. In the past, Du Ruo might have been fooled by her, but now she definitely wouldn't trust Wan Wan. Knowing Sui Sui wouldn't act spoiled, she was sure Wan Wan was causing trouble again.
Du Ruo face d'Arkened.
Wan Wan, why are you falsely accusing Sui Sui? Seeing Du Ruo supporting Sui Sui, Wan Wan secretly clenched her teeth. I didn't falsely accuse her. She broke it herself. Sui Sui didn't even touch it. How could she be the one who broke it? Du Ruo's expression grew serious. Wan Wan, if you dare to lie again, Mom will be angry. Since only they were in the music room, and Wan Wan knew Sui Sui couldn't find anyone to prove her innocence, she felt confident. I'm not lying. Sui Sui was the one who made the mistake. Sui Sui. Du Ruo bent down. Think carefully. Did Wan Wan just touch the instrument? Sui Sui had been so focused on the instrument that she hadn't paid attention to Wan Wan. Frowning, the little girl was still deep in thought. But her ears caught the sound of a few sparrows outside the window. Chirp, chirp, it was her. I saw it too. She cut the strings with scissors. This child is really bad. She broke the instrument herself and then tried to blame others. Hearing the sparrows' voices, Sui Sui's eyes lit up. She raised her hand and pointed at Wan Wan. Mom, she cut the strings. Wan Wan refused to admit it. She grabbed Du Ruo's hand and looked aggrieved. Mom, she's falsely accusing me. I didn't do it. Mu Qingxian ran over from the backyard and saw everyone gathered at the door of the music room, walking over with a puzzled look. Mrs. Shen, what's going on? Miss Qingxian, Your instrument strings were broken, the maid said with a frown. Sui Sui said Wan Wan cut them, but Wan Wan said Sui Sui tore them.
Now.
We can't tell who is telling the truth. Afraid Mu Qingxian would get angry, Du Ruo took the initiative to apologize. No matter who broke it, the Shen family will take responsibility. Miss Qingxian, please don't be angry. Mrs. Shen, don't worry. I'll take a look. Mu Qingxian comforted Du Ruo and carefully examined the broken strings. It's just the strings that are broken. Replacing them will fix it. Right now, the most important thing isn't the instrument, but who is lying. Looking carefully at the two children, Mu Qingxian asked seriously. Now, I want to ask you both again, who really broke the strings? Wan Wan was the first to speak eagerly, saying, It was Sui Sui who broke it. Sui Sui looked up with a sincere face and said, Teacher Qingxian, it wasn't me. It was Wan Wan who cut it with scissors. The strings can't be broken by both of you, so one of you is definitely lying. Now, I will give the lying child one last chance. If you come forward and admit it voluntarily, I won't pursue it. I will count to 3. The person who broke the strings, step forward now. Mu Qingxian took a deep breath and began counting. 3, 2, 1. When Mu Qingxian reached the last number, her tone and expression grew serious. People with poor character, no matter how talented they are, I, Mu Qingxian, cannot tolerate them. Madam Shen, once I catch the lying child, she will no longer be allowed in my music room. Du Ruo nodded gently. Miss Qingxian, I understand what you mean. You can say it directly, no need to worry about others. No matter which child made the mistake, I will punish her. Du Ruo believed that her own daughter Sui Sui would never lie. Wan Wan shot a sidelong glance at Sui Sui, a cold look flashing in her eyes. Humph, let's see how you get kicked out. Then please forgive me, Madam Shen, Mu Qingxian said in a serious tone. Wan Wan, you don't need to come here anymore, Wan Wan. Everyone? After a moment of stunned silence, Wan Wan finally came back to herself. Teacher, why are you asking me to leave? Sui Sui is the one who lied. The disciples around also looked at Mu Qingxian with confusion. They really couldn't understand. What game was Mu Qingxian playing? Are you still refusing to admit it? Mu Qingxian looked at Wan Wan with disappointment and shook her head. You have such talent. I thought you would be an excellent musician, but I didn't expect you to have such a dirty mind at such a young age. Wan Wan was unwilling to accept this. She immediately pointed her finger at Mu Qingxian. Teacher Qingxian, how can you accuse me? Just because Sui Sui is a princess, you're protecting her, right? You're still stubborn, Mu Qingxian said coldly. Fine. Today I will give you a good lesson. She turned to the side and ordered a maid to bring a guqin, ancient Chinese musical instrument. Taking the instrument in her hands, Mu Qingxian looked around at everyone. She reached out and plucked the strings, suddenly pulling one string apart with force. Her long fingers pinched the broken string. Everyone looked carefully. What does the broken part of this string look like? Everyone examined the broken string in her hand. In the sunlight, the broken silk strings were frayed, some long, some short, uneven. Mu Qingxian turned around, grabbed the scissors, and forcefully cut another string from the guqin, showing it to everyone. Everyone, take another look. What does the cut string look like now? The string cut with scissors had a neat, straight edge, completely different from a torn string. She placed her instrument aside, picked up the ancient guqin passed down in her family, and pinched the broken string. The strings used on a guqin are made by twisting several fine silkworm threads together. Different ways of breaking will create different types of breaks. Now, everyone, look carefully. Was this string torn or cut? Having learned to play and make guqin since childhood, Mu Qingxian knew the strings well. How could she be easily fooled by Wan Wan? Everyone's eyes focused on the string. The neat cut clearly showed it was sliced, not torn. It was obvious Wan Wan was lying. Wan Wan, Du Ruo's voice grew stern. You should apologize to Miss Qingxian and Sui Sui. Even if the string was cut, who can prove I did it? Maybe Sui Sui cut it. Seeing her continue to cause trouble, Du Ruo's anger flared. If not to find out the truth, she would have already driven Wan Wan out of the Shen family. Now, right in front of her, Wan Wan dared to frame her daughter again. She stepped forward, raised her right hand, and slapped Wan Wan hard across the face.
How dare you?
Miss Qingxian has already exposed your lie. Are you still accusing Sui Sui? With that slap, Wan Wan's face bore the shape of 5 fingers. She covered her painful face and looked up in disbelief. How could Du Ruo, who always protected her, now hit her because of Sui Sui? Mother, you hit me. Angrily glaring at Du Ruo, Wan Wan turned to run. Stop her. Du Ruo grabbed her wrist. Someone, take her back to the house and make her kneel for an hour. Yes. A young maid hurried over, took Wan Wan's hand, and led her away. Seeing Du Ruo's troubled expression, Mu Qingxian reached out to hold her arm. The child is still young. Madam Shen, don't be so upset. Du Ruo was unable to speak freely about Wan Wan's background at this moment, so she could only apologize with a forced smile. It's all because of improper teaching. Miss Qingxian, please don't mind. Rest assured, we will compensate for your instrument. Mu Qingxian, who often moved around the palace and was an old acquaintance of Du Ruo, would never accept compensation. Madam, you're too kind. The instrument isn't damaged. Just replace the strings. The maid frowned with concern on her face. The young lady speaks lightly, but silk from silkworms is always rare. Where can we find new strings? Teacher Qingxian, don't be sad. Silkworms appear every year. When they spin their cocoons, I'll make strings for the piano. You. Mu Qingxian looked surprised. You have silkworms? Yes, the little girl nodded softly. They were sent to me by the Empress Dowager. Really? The maid was delighted. That's wonderful. Silkworm silk makes the best strings. We won't have to worry about strings at the music hall anymore. Mu Qingxian's music hall not only teaches and sells pianos, but also makes them. Compared to ordinary strings, silkworm silk is stronger and produces a more beautiful sound. It's perfect for making high-quality pianos. Really? Mu Qingxian looked excited. That's great. If it's true, I will cover all of Sui Sui's cocoons in the future, and the price will be based on market value. To get silkworm silk, the music hall once spent a lot of money buying silkworm eggs and tried to raise them but failed. They could only buy cocoons at high prices from the north, but the quality was uncertain. If she had enough silkworm silk, she could make more high-quality ancient pianos, which would be worth more. No need, no need. Sui Sui waved her small hand. I won't take the teacher's money. Yes, how could we take your money? Du Ruo smiled. One thing at a time, Mu Qingxian said seriously. Qingxian knows that the lady doesn't lack silver. Why not keep it for Sui Sui's dowry? Du Ruo wanted to refuse again, but Mu Qingxian pretended to be angry. If the lady won't take it, then I, as her student, won't take it either. Seeing this, Du Ruo had no choice but to nod in agreement. All right, everything will be as Miss Qingxian says. Then please Lady Shen come to the sitting room and wait. I will continue Sui Sui's lesson. Du Ruo smiled and left. Mu Qingxian led the little girl back to the piano table and carefully guided her. Watching her become familiar with the strings and the simplest fingerings, Mu Qingxian taught her a simple tune, the Yellow Oriole song. After class, she sent the mother and daughter out of the music hall together. Mu Qingxian also reminded the girl to practice well and come back for the second lesson in 3 days. At this moment, Wan Wan had just finished kneeling as punishment. She stood up from the cushion, grimacing and rubbing her sore knees. Listening to the distant sound of the piano from Sui Sui's yard, she raised her hand and touched her swollen face, slowly clenching her fist. Du Ruo, just wait. I will make your Shin family's house be seized and exiled, and none of you will have a good ending. The 3 of them returned to Shin's house. After dinner, Sui Sui immediately went back to her small courtyard to practice the piano. Wan Wan also returned to her room. While Dai was not in the room, Wan Wan took out the powder from her fragrant pouch and sprinkled it into the incense burner in the living room. She then entered the inner room, closed the door tightly, and pretended to practice writing at the desk after putting a detox potion into her mouth. Dai closed the courtyard gate, came back, saw Wan Wan practicing calligraphy without disturbing her, and went outside to sew with needle and thread. She smelled the mysterious fragrance from the incense, and soon she fell asleep on the table. Wan Wan walked over, pushed her arm, and confirmed that the maid was deeply asleep. She then quietly slipped out of the courtyard gate. In her previous life, she had lived at Shin's house until her teens and was very familiar with the layout. Using her memories, she skillfully avoided the guards on patrol and sneaked into Shen Huijin's study. She approached the long table with spears on it, bent down, counted on the ground, and found the hidden mechanism. She pressed hard on a brick wall. Crack! A soft spring sound sounded, and one side of the wall moved aside to reveal a secret door. She stepped inside, feeling proud. The Shin family would never suspect that she knew about the secret chamber. She slipped into the secret room, closed the door carefully, took out a fire stick to light a candle on the table, and looked around. She noticed a sandalwood box on the ancient shelf in the secret room. She quickly tiptoed over, lifted the box, and opened it. The light reflected the black tiger talisman inside. Wan Wan reached out her palm, took out the military command tiger talisman of the Shun army, and sneered with satisfaction. Sway sway, even if you find her biological parents, so what? The Shun family, with hundreds of people, none of them will survive. As long as she managed to get this tiger talisman to her biological father and find a way to deliver it to the Xiongnu, she could frame the Shin family for treason and selling out the country. When the Shin family was destroyed, she could safely return to the Prime Minister's residence and be the young lady of the mansion. After leaving the secret room and closing the hidden door, Wan Wan proudly weighed the tiger talisman in her hand. Du Ruo, oh Du Ruo, how dare you hit me? When the Shin family is overthrown and you are demoted to a servant, I wonder what your expression will be. Suddenly, the study door was pushed open with a creak. Sway Sway, holding the acupoint map left by Su Mu, raised her short legs and stepped across the threshold. Before she could hide the tiger talisman in her sleeve, Wan Wan quickly concealed her right hand, which was holding the talisman, behind her back. Sway Sway, little sister, why did you come in so suddenly? You scared me. He looked at Wan Wan from above and below, noticing her hidden hand behind her back. Sway Sway's big eyes fell on her right arm. What are you holding in your hand? Wan Wan nervously took a step back, pretending to be innocent. Nothing. Then why are your hand and arm behind your back? Are you afraid to show me? Sway Sway didn't believe her and stepped forward to stand in front of Wan Wan. Are you stealing again? I already said I'm not. Afraid Sway Sway would find the tiger talisman she was hiding, Wan Wan raised her left hand and pushed her away, trying to slip out of the study. The guard dog at the door saw her bullying her young master and immediately got angry. The dog leapt over the threshold, rushed in front of Wan Wan, bared its teeth, and barked loudly. Fearing it might bite her, Wan Wan quickly stepped back. In her panic, she accidentally tripped over a chair leg. She fell onto the ground with a thud, her head hitting the bookshelf beam hard. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain and saw stars. Who's inside? Footsteps sounded lightly as Shen Huijin strode into the study. Afraid he would find the tiger talisman in her hand, Wan Wan quietly hid it under the bookshelf and looked sad. Dad, Sway Sway's dog is going to bite me. Dad, the dog didn't bite anyone. It only growled because she pushed me. Sway Sway raised her hand and pointed at Wan Wan. Just now, my little sister was stealing things in the study. You're lying. Wan Wan stood up quickly and ran to Shin Huijin. I didn't steal anything. I just ran out of paper to write with. I was coming to get paper to practice calligraphy, and Sway Sway is framing me. As she spoke, she held out both hands to Shen Huijin. Don't believe me? Check. I have nothing on me. Sway Sway looked at her empty palms. If you didn't steal anything, why didn't you light a lamp? Wan Wan quickly made up a reason. Because I couldn't find the fire starter, Dad. I really didn't steal anything. Shen Huijin squatted down and carefully felt her body, but didn't find anything unusual. All right, it's just a misunderstanding. Let's forget about it. Since she wanted to stay and find out more about Wan Wan, Shen Huijin pretended to be unaware. He walked to the table, found a fire starter, lit the candle, and took a few sheets of rice paper, handing them to Wan Wan. Here, go ahead and write. Thank you, Dad. Glancing at the bookshelf where the tiger talisman was hidden, Wan Wan sighed helplessly. She could only wait until later to come back and take it. Turning around, she clutched the rice paper and left the study. Sway. Shen Huijin sat at the desk. What are you doing in the study? Every year, there are a few characters I don't recognize. Come, ask your father how to read them. US Wei places the diagram of acupoints on the table, and her small, delicate finger points to a character on it. She is very tiny, not much taller than the table, and when she learns to read, she has to stand on her toes. Shen Huijin reaches out his big hand and picks up the little girl, placing her on his lap. He carefully teaches her the characters she doesn't know, one by one. The brave dog general, bored, lies down on the cool brick floor beside the bookshelf. It sniffs the air, sensing something on the shelf. It extends a paw and pulls out a tiger charm from under the desk, gnawing on it like a bone. At the table, Shen Huijin finishes explaining the last character to the little girl. Seeing that she recognizes every character, US Wei looks up at him with admiration. Wow, Daddy knows so many characters. That's amazing. Once US Wei reads a few more books, she'll recognize even more characters. She'll definitely surpass Daddy someday. He smiles and gently places the girl on the ground, folding the diagram of acupoints neatly. He reaches out and takes her small hand. It's getting late. Daddy will take you back to sleep. General, let's go. Hearing her command, the dog general, holding its chew stick, runs over. It brings the tiger charm to US Wei as if offering a treasure, wanting to play fetch with her. US Wei takes the tiger charm from the dog's mouth, puzzled, and raises her small hand. What is this? Shen Huijin turns curious and looks at the black tiger charm in her hand, his mind suddenly alert. US Wei, let Daddy see. He takes the tiger charm from her hand, wipes it carefully with a cloth to remove saliva and dirt, and leans close to the candle to examine it. Confirming that it is indeed the military tiger charm of the Shin family, Shen Huijin is stunned and frozen in place. US Wei, where did the general find this? General, where did you pick this up? The brave dog walks over to the desk, sniffing the ground near the shelf where the tiger charm is found. US Wei goes over and pats the shelf. The general found it under this shelf. She turns and walks to the door, closing and locking it tightly. Shen Huijin walks to the secret door under the long table and activates the hidden mechanism. A secret door appears on the wall, and US Wei opens her mouth in surprise. Daddy, how can the wall move? Daddy will explain it to you later. Shen Huijin picks up the candle holder and walks into the secret room with US Wei. They look at the candle on the table inside the secret chamber under the light. Sure enough, there are burn marks on it. He places the candle holder aside and takes the wooden box containing the tiger charm, opening the lid. The box is completely empty. Holding the box, Sway was brought out of the secret room. Shen Huijin carefully closed the hidden door and walked out confidently. Someone come here. A servant quickly ran from outside the courtyard. Yes, sir. Please have Madam and the second young master come here. The tiger talisman had been taken from the secret room, which was a serious matter. Shen Huijin dared not take it lightly. Soon, Du Ruo and Shen Yunwen arrived at the study. Shen Huijin placed the tiger talisman on the table, still feeling a bit shaken. We were lucky that Sway almost lost the tiger talisman when she was moving troops. This item was very important for commanding the Shin family army. If someone stole it and secretly moved the soldiers, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shen Huijin feared that not only he, but the entire Shin family could be affected. The mother and son were stunned in shock. Only Shen Huijin, his wife, Shen Yunwen, and the eldest son knew about the secret room. Even the third son, Shen Yunli, was not told because he was too young. It was shocking that the thief knew about the secret room's mechanisms. Could it be? Du Ruo frowned. That Wan Wan stole it. Shen Yunwen looked confused. We are usually very careful when entering and leaving the secret room. How would Wan Wan know about it? This must be related to Wan Wan, Shen Huijin said with a frown. She probably saw Sway come in earlier and, worried she might be discovered, hid the item under the bookshelf. Did Wan Wan come to the study? Shen Yunwen asked. Shen Huijin explained what had just happened. Prince Qin guessed right. She deliberately sneaked into our Shin family, Shen Yunwen stood up. I'll catch her now and send her to the Ministry of Justice. Spying on the tiger talisman was a serious crime. Even if the person was a child, they could not escape punishment. Catch the thief and find the evidence. The tiger talisman wasn't found on her, so she probably won't admit it. Besides, Shen Huijin's expression was serious. She's just a child. How would she know where the secret room is, or how to enter? I suspect there are others helping her in her house. That's right. Shen Yunwen thought for a moment. Let's test her. She probably doesn't know we've discovered the tiger talisman yet. She'll likely come back to retrieve it. When she does, we'll catch her and get the full story. Shen Huijin nodded. Madam, you and Sui Sui go rest. I'll stay here and keep watch. I'll stay with father, Shen Yunwen said. Shen Huijin turned off the lights, and everyone left the study together. Du Rua sent Sui Sui back, and the father and son went to the room opposite the study, quietly keeping watch on the door and windows with the lights dimmed.
At the desk,
Wan Wan absent-mindedly wrote a few lines, then put down her brush and quietly went to the door to look outside. Dai Er, the maid, was still under the influence of medicine and was sleeping soundly on the table. Tomorrow, Sui Sui would go to the inn where the Xiongnu stayed to deliver an eagle to the little prince, Chao Nua. Tonight, she must get the tiger talisman. Using the written words on the paper as a cover, Wan Wan slipped out of the small courtyard, holding the prepared letter, and approached Shen Huijin's study. Standing outside the study's courtyard gate, she looked toward the entrance from afar, then paused to think. She had almost been caught by Sui Sui and Shen Huijin just now. This time, she needed to be more careful. A sudden idea struck her, and she turned toward Du Rua and Shen Huijin's Choi Hall. Du Rua was about to rest when she saw the young maid bring Wan Wan inside. She looked puzzled. It's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? This is the homework I need to submit tomorrow. I want my mother to check if I wrote it poorly, Wan Wan said. She handed the paper to Du Rua and quietly looked around. Shen Huijin was not in the room. He was still in the study. Fortunately, she was cautious. Otherwise, she might have been caught. Mother, did I make any mistakes? Not wanting Wan Wan to see her flaw, Du Rua carefully examined the calligraphy on the paper and nodded. It's very well written, no mistakes. Thank you, mother. Now I can sleep peacefully, Wan Wan said. Just then, the maid brought in a foot basin. Wan Wan squatted down voluntarily. I'll wash mother's feet. I used to do this for my master at the Taoist temple, she said. Although Du Rua was the matriarch of the Marquis's household, she never spoiled herself like this, nor would she let a child serve her. No need, Du Rua said, busy wiping her hands with a cotton cloth. We have early classes tomorrow, so go to bed early. Wan Wan initially wanted to find a chance to go to the study after Shen Huijin returned. Seeing Du Rua dismiss her and worried she might suspect something, she could only return to her own room. Soon, the Xiongnu envoys would leave the capital. If she didn't seize this opportunity to frame the Shen family again, it would be difficult later. Her eyes casually swept over the paper on the table, and a sudden idea came to her. Yes. She decided to write a secret letter to the Grassland Khan in Shen Huijin's voice, pretending to plot rebellion. Then she would have her chancellor father arrange for someone to find and seize the letter. By that time, Shen Huijin's reputation would be impossible to clear, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. So, she decided to act immediately. Wan Wan sat at the table, took the calligraphy copybook that Shen Yunwen had helped her write before, and mimicked his handwriting to write a secret message. She carefully checked it once more. Everything was perfect. Wan Wan then hid the secret letter inside her pillow, grinning mischievously as she climbed into bed and closed her eyes. The next morning, Yusui woke up early and quickly found a small box, carefully lined with leaves. She gently took a handful of silkworm larvae from her silkworm tray and placed them inside the box. A few young attendants in the palace, who had become familiar with Yusui these days, heard she had silkworm larvae and all wanted to see what they looked like. Yusui's silkworms were meant to be taken into the palace to show everyone. She closed the box and held it carefully, bringing her recovered falcon and tiger along to the front courtyard's flower hall. Seeing Shen Yunwen nearby, the little girl ran over quickly. Did brother catch Miss Wan Wan stealing something last night? She asked. Shen Yunwen shook his head gently. Father stayed up all night, but didn't find anyone going into the study. US Wei blinked her big eyes. Is it really true that Wan Wan stole that thing? It's not certain yet. It might not be her, or she might have been too scared to go back, Shen Yunwen replied. US Wei frowned slightly. Miss Wan Wan is so clever. Don't worry, Shen Yunwen comforted her with a smile. You can't hide the truth forever. If she really did it, we will catch her. Noticing Wan Wan and Dyer walking nearby, Shen Yunwen straightened up. Mother, I want to go with US Wei to the post station later to return the falcon to the Xiongnu prince. Can you arrange a carriage to take Wan Wan to the palace for her lessons? Duer nodded and turned to the maid standing beside her. Dyer, you'll go with Wan Wan to the palace later. Seeing the wooden box on the table, Duru asked curiously, US Wei, what is inside this? US Wei opened the lid. It's the silkworms I brought for my friends in the palace. The young lady's silkworms grow very fast. They hatch every few days. If this keeps up, our family might even start a silk farm, the maid said with a smile. A young maid came in and announced, Madam, breakfast is ready. Duru smiled and waved everyone to the dining room. Wan Wan, worried about her secret message, finished her porridge quickly and then put down her chopsticks. Mother, I'm full. I want to go get my books, she said. She ran back to her own room, carrying her secret letter along with her book bag. Looking at the people still dining in the flower hall, Wan Wan quickly slipped into the living room. She opened the box containing the silkworms and carefully tucked the secret message into the leaves underneath. Before going to the palace for class, Sui needed to visit the relay station to return the hunting falcon. She would also bring the silkworm babies to the relay station first. The maid Dare went to help her arrange the carriage, just in time to see her. What are you doing? Dare asked. Wan Wan was startled and hurriedly pulled her hand back. I just wanted to see what the silkworm babies look like. Dare thought Wan Wan was just curious and didn't pay much attention. Holding Wan Wan's hand, she led her onto the carriage to the palace for class. Wan Wan pretended to walk into the classroom, but after Dare left, she turned around and ran toward the courtyard where the princes were having class. Prince Qin Jia, was walking in with a page. Wan Wan coughed and gave him a signal. Qin Jia understood, waving his elegant fan. Go ahead first. I'll wash my hands. The page agreed and left. Qin Jia looked around to make sure no one was watching, then grabbed Wan Wan's arm and pulled her into a quiet corner. What's going on? Wan Wan explained simply to Qin Jia about hiding the secret message in Sui's box. I placed the letter inside Sui's silkworm box. You should notify my father immediately, so he can catch the Shen family off guard. Good thinking. Our Qin family's child is really clever, Qin Jia said with a smile, patting Wan Wan's shoulder. Second brother will go tell our father now. He signaled Wan Wan to go back to her class, then ran to Xingyang Palace. The civil and military officials had just finished the morning court. Seeing his son, Qin Beiqing turned to walk over. Qin Jia lowered his voice and told Qin Beiqing about what Wan Wan had shared with him. All right, father, I'm going now to the Xiongnu relay station to catch them. This time, let the Shen family have no place to hide. He turned and quickly left the hall, climbing onto a carriage. At this moment, Sui had just arrived at the relay station where the Xiongnu envoy stayed, with Shen Yunwen. The gatekeeper saw her riding a tiger and guessed she was the legendary princess. He hurriedly let the two in and notified the officials responsible inside. After Shen Yunwen explained the situation, the official politely led them to the back courtyard. This is where Prince Chao Nuo lives. The boy doesn't seem to get along well with Prince Baru. He only has an old servant living in this small yard. He signaled for them to wait and went up the steps to knock on the courtyard door. After a moment, an old servant with a wrinkled face and white hair opened the wooden door. The listener explained their purpose, and the old servant politely led the brother and sister into the living room, setting out tea and snacks. Sui looked around curiously. Grandpa, why hasn't brother Chao Nuo come yet? Please forgive him, little princess, the old servant said with a smile. Our little prince suddenly fell ill this morning, so he's not feeling well enough to meet guests. If you have anything to say, I can pass the message. When Sui Sui heard that Chao Noa was sick, she immediately jumped down from her chair, acting like a little grown-up, clapping her hands.
Where is he?
I'll go help him get better. The old servant was speechless. A tiny child, not even as tall as a chair, wanted to help with the doctor? Your Highness, there's no need to trouble yourself. I've already sent someone to call a doctor for the prince. He should arrive soon. A nearby official from the relay station smiled. You don't know, but our little princess is famous for being a little healer. Xin Yunwen stood up. Yes, old sir. Maybe Sui Sui can take a look. She promised Prince Chao Nua she'd return his eagle, and we also need to talk to him about the sacred eagle. When they heard they were here to deliver the eagle, the old servant's face lit up with joy. Having been close to Chao Nua for years, he knew well how he behaved. The Khan was indifferent, and his mother had passed away early. His wolf and his eagle were the most important things to Chao Noa. All right, please follow me, the old servant said, leading them to the back courtyard outside Chao Nua's room, signaling them to wait a moment before entering the inner chamber. Little His Highness, Princess Anning is here to give you the eagle. Chao Nua, resting on his bed, immediately jumped up and strode into the living room. Seeing him, Sui Sui couldn't help but giggle. Chao Noa, why are you wrapped up like a big zongzi? Chao Noa was not only dressed in clothes but also had his head and face wrapped tightly, leaving only his eyes visible, which looked quite strange. Hearing Sui Sui's teasing, Chao Noa looked a little uncomfortable and cleared his throat. Where's my eagle? Sui Sui raised her small hand and pointed outside. Isn't that it? Sure enough, Chao Nua's face lit up when he saw outside. A black hunting eagle was standing on the tiger's back, helping scratch its itchy spots with its sharp beak. Kanwa. His proud hunting eagle had been with this little girl for only a few days, and it had become like this? He pouted and whistled. The eagle heard his call, spread its wings, and flew over, landing on Chao Nua's outstretched arm. It tilted its head and affectionately rubbed its beak against Chao Nua's head. Everyone kept biting and rubbing against her. The cloth on Chao Nua's head was pulled loose by them, falling off her face and revealing a face and neck covered with red rashes. Seeing Chao Nua's face, Sui Sui suddenly understood. So, you have chickenpox. The old servant was surprised. Does the little princess know what this illness is? Sui Sui walks over with her hands behind her back, tilting her head to carefully observe Chao Nua's face. This is called wind rash, also known as ghost wind bumps. They grow in patches, and they can be itchy. The more you scratch, the more they spread, right? Exactly, the old servant exclaimed, surprised. The little princess is really clever. She's right on point. Seeing Sui Sui speak confidently, Chao Nua curiously asked, what caused my illness? Because Chao Nua grew up with a wolf pack and lived outdoors since he was young, only returning to the tribe at age 5 or 6. He was very healthy and rarely sick. Suddenly developing a rash, he couldn't understand why. Sui Sui explained, there are many reasons. Eating the wrong food or being bitten by bugs can cause wind rash. Yes. Yesterday after dinner, my little prince also got a rash, the old servant said. What did you eat? Sui Sui asked. I only eat meat, and last night was the same, Chao Nua said with a pout. I eat the same food every day, so why didn't I get a rash before? The old servant thought for a moment and added, after dinner yesterday, a messenger from the Manhwa delegation brought a box of shrimp balls. The prince said they were bad, and only ate one. Then he vomited. Maybe the shrimp balls were spoiled. That's likely, Sui Sui smiled. Some people develop bumps after eating fish or shrimp, and some even have trouble breathing. My master calls this food intolerance. I remember after eating, the prince also coughed for a long time, saying he felt a scratch in his throat. The old servant was even more surprised, looking at Sui Sui as if she were a little fairy. Little princess, do you have a way to treat this? The station officer and attendants nearby looked amazed too. They had only heard about how powerful this fairy princess was, but today they saw it with their own eyes. Sui Sui tilted her head and thought for a moment. I'll tell you a medicine recipe. You go and get the herbs. I'll remember. The officer beside her took out paper and pen. Please tell us, little princess. She walked to the table and explained each ingredient. Banlanjian, Chinese gentian root. 2 qian. And also add Xingdi Huang, raw Rehmannia root. Zhao Nua stood nearby, watching her call out the names of medicines one by one, looking surprised. Is this child really so talented? The official finished writing the prescription and handed it to his assistant to buy the medicines. Sui Sui turned around and picked up the box on the table that contained silkworms. Brother Taohua, let's go. Shen Yunwen stood up and bowed to Zhao Noa. Little His Highness, rest well. We will take our leave now. Wait a moment. Zhao Nua stepped forward and called out to Sui Sui. He pulled out a small, delicate curved knife made from cow horn, holding it with both hands and presenting it to Sui Sui. Our people from the grasslands don't owe favors. I give you this knife as a token of repayment. Sui Sui not only returned the eagle as promised, but also helped him with his illness. Zhao Nua felt grateful, though he didn't want to admit it openly. The handle of the curved knife was made from cow horn and embedded with natural gemstones. Very beautiful. It's so pretty. Sui Sui took the curved knife and played with it in his small hands. But what if I don't have a gift to return to you? Who said you need to return it? Zhao Nua calmly turned his face away. This knife is to repay your kindness. From now on, neither of us owes the other. That's not right. My mother said, if someone gives you a gift, you should return one. Sui Sui looked around and saw the box on the table containing silkworms. The little boy handed the curved knife to Shen Yunwen, then hugged the box with the silkworms and offered it to Zhao Noa. Can I give you these silkworms to raise? Zhao Nua didn't reach out. Keep them for yourself to play. I don't want them. He gave her the gift simply because he didn't want to owe her a favor. If he accepted her gift again, wouldn't he owe her a favor? Was his knife not a gift? Seeing Zhao Nua standing still without taking it, Sui Sui thought he didn't like his gift. He put the box with the silkworms back, pursed his little lips, and lowered his head. If you don't like it, then forget it. Brother Taohua, let's go. Shen Yunwen noticed the little boy looked a bit disappointed and didn't blame Zhao Nua. He frowned and glanced at him, then followed behind Sui Sui. He saw Sui Sui frowning and looking sad. The old servant standing beside Zhao Nua felt a pang of sympathy, gently nudged his arm, and gave him a look. Girls are such trouble. Watching Sui Sui's back, Zhao Nua frowned but ultimately chased after him. Wait, I want it. Sui Sui stopped outside the door, holding the box and turning around. His big eyes looked at Zhao Nua with confusion. You didn't want it before, so why do you want it now? Zhao Nua was at a loss for words. He wouldn't tell her that he just didn't want to make her sad. I just don't know how to raise them. I'm afraid I can't take care of them. Caterpillars are easy to raise. You just feed them leaves. Sui Sui raised her small arm and handed the box to him. She opened the lid and pinched out a leaf from inside. This is called a mulberry leaf. The silkworm only eats this kind of leaf. Zhao Nua looked down at the few silkworms inside the box. Noticing a corner of a letter peeking out from under the leaf Sui Sui was holding, the young man asked in confusion. What's that? Sui Sui leaned her head close and looked at the envelope showing under the leaf. She was also surprised. Strange. Where did this come from? The little girl reached into the box to take out the envelope. Just as her fingertips touched it, suddenly, bang, the courtyard door was kicked open. Sui Sui quickly withdrew her finger and turned her face toward the door. Dressed in official robes, Qin Beiqing strode in, carrying his big belly. Behind him was Qiao Liang, the head of the Shangjing Supervisory Office, dressed in fine clothes, along with more than a dozen officials. He glanced at the box in Zhao Nua's hands, guessing it was the paper box Wan Wan mentioned that held the silkworms. Master Qiao, the Shun family secretly conspired with the Xiongnu to plot rebellion. She and Shen Yunwen came to deliver secret messages. Master Qiao, the station officer nearby, hurriedly stepped down the stairs.
Please don't misunderstand.
The little princess and young master Shen only came to return the falcon to the little prince. There's no plot to rebel, that's right. Shen Yunwen stepped down as well. Prime Minister Qin, you're just spreading false accusations. What proof do you have that my Shin family is trying to rebel? Qin Beiqing raised his hand and pointed at the paper box in Chao Nua's hands. The secret report I received says the enemy correspondence is inside that box. Chao Nua glanced at the letter inside the box, sensing something was wrong. He quickly closed the lid with his right hand. The box only contains the little princess's silkworms. There's no secret letter. Afraid Sui Sui might reveal something, he leaned close and whispered in her ear. Don't let anyone find out about the letter inside. Otherwise, your parents will be in danger, Sui Sui. Is a letter so powerful? She's only 3 years old and hasn't lived enough yet.
She doesn't want to die.
The box only contains silkworm babies, nothing else. Sui Sui frowned and glared at Qin Beiqing with a cute but fierce expression. You bad guy. Don't try to harm my parents. Since that's the case, why don't you hand over the box so that Master Qiao can take a look? Qin Beiqing smirked. Are you lying and afraid to show it? Your Highness the Princess, young Master Shin, the head of the inspection office, Qiao Liang, stepped forward and bowed to the two of them. The duty of the inspection office is to supervise officials. Since Lord Qin has accused you both, it is my responsibility to check. If there are no secret messages in the box, I will report this to the Emperor and clear the Shin family's name. Chao Nua knew there was a letter inside and refused to let him see it. This is a gift from the little princess to my lord. Why should you be allowed to see it? The Shin family had been loyal for generations, and Xiao Liang knew this well. However, since Qin Beiqing personally came to report, Qiao Liang felt he should show respect. He initially thought this visit was just a formality. But seeing Chao Nua and Sui Sui unwilling, Qiao Liang began to doubt. If the box only contained silkworm eggs, what was there to hide?
Could it be?
Could the Shin family really be traitors? This was a matter of national security, and Xiao Liang's tone grew colder. If you refuse to cooperate, I will have to offend the little princess and take the box myself. How dare you? A dark guard standing below stepped forward. The princess is a noble lady, and you have no right to behave so presumptuously. He stopped Qiao Liang and turned to Sui Sui. Little lord, if they want to see, just let them take a look. The guard watched as Sui Sui carefully placed the silkworm eggs inside, thinking it was Qin Beiqing deliberately framing the Shin family. He never imagined there was actually a secret letter hidden inside. Shen Yunwen turned his face and also looked at the box. If there was no solid evidence, Qin Beiqing wouldn't be so sure. Had he really tampered with something? He took the box from Chao Nua's hands and slowly looked at everyone. Fine, I'll let you see. Chao Nua. Was this little girl stupid? They had clearly seen the letter inside, and he had already warned her. Yet she still foolishly handed over the box. This was going to be trouble. Today, this little girl was going to get him into big trouble. Holding the box, Sui Sui stepped down the stairs and raised her small hand to present the box to Qiao Liang. Here, take a look. Next to them, Qin Beiqing's lips curled into a cold smile. Qiao Liang took the box, supporting it with one hand and opening the lid with the other. In the box, a large bunch of chubby yellow-green silkworms was packed tightly, munching away happily. Perhaps disturbed during their meal, the tiny heads all turned sharply toward Qiao Liang. Qiao Liang. As the head of the inspection office, who had been afraid of bugs since childhood, he suddenly felt a cold shiver run down his spine, and his body's hair stood on end. The entire box was almost filled with these little creatures, making it impossible to see what was underneath. Qin Beiqing couldn't hold back anymore and leaned over to peek inside the box with his small eyes. Lord Qiao, what are you waiting for? They must be inside. Does he not want to check? With so many bugs, he really couldn't reach in. Xiao Liang handed the box to him. Lord Qin, you check yourself. Qin Beiqing looked at the bugs inside the box, frowned, and raised his right hand. Sui Sui, with her pink little face, raised a small finger to point at Qin Beiqing's nose. Be careful, don't hurt my silkworm babies. If you damage one, it'll cost 10,000 silver coins. Little princess, don't worry. I can afford it, he replied coldly. Trying to scare him with money? Qin Beiqing sneered coldly, reached into the box, and pushed aside the big silkworm. Seeing the corner of an envelope peeking out from under the leaves, he smirked slyly. Look, what is this? He pinched the corner of the envelope and pulled it out from under the leaves. Everyone's eyes focused on Qin Beiqing's hand. Seeing the torn, hole-ridden letter he held, Qiao Liang's lips twitched. Is this really a letter? At most, it's just the wreckage of a letter. Of course, it was Sui Sui's masterpiece. She had just told Nuan not to let everyone see that letter. When she was walking over holding the box, she specifically reminded her silkworm babies to eat the letter quickly. Her silkworm babies were really amazing. They ate so much. Thinking of Jun Qian teaching her, afraid she might laugh out loud and be caught, Sui cleared her throat, pretending to cough twice in a high-pitched voice. She tilted her head and rolled her big, white eyes at Qin Beiqing. Cough, cough. This is just some scrap paper I brought for the silkworm babies to use as diapers. Is that okay? Humph. Qin Beiqing didn't believe her at all. Carefully, he opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. Let's see what it says. Shen Yunwen and Chao Nua, standing on the steps, strode over together and looked at the torn, holy paper where most of the words were missing or incomplete. Some were just the remnants of arms and legs. His personal guard standing beside Qin Beiqing also leaned over, squinting hard to make out the words. Chancellor.
Wang. Ba.
Transformation. Lord Qin, so you're a turtle changing? Sui's big eyes looked him up and down, then nodded lightly. Small head, thick neck, big belly. Lord Chancellor, you really do look like a turtle. Suddenly, everyone, Shen Yunwen, Chao Nua, the dark guards, and the officials from the supervisory office, burst into laughter. How dare you insult me? Qin Beiqing angrily said. How rude. Shen Yunwen's face darkened. My sister is just speaking honestly. Do you, the Chancellor, think you can speak to her disrespectfully? Even if Sui acknowledged her family, she was still officially a princess appointed by the emperor. Qin Beiqing, as the Chancellor, was also inferior to her. Sir Qin, Qiao Liang frowned and looked at the so-called secret letter in his hand. Our inspection department is very busy. Are you wasting our time? Wait a moment. Qin Beiqing stubbornly grabbed the silk moth box in his hand and walked to the stone table in the yard. He opened the box and took out the silk moths, grabbing some torn paper inside. I will piece together the letter now. Most of the letter had been eaten by the silk moths. With only these scraps, how could he possibly reconstruct the letter? Qin Beiqing's hands were full of silkworm dust, and he couldn't piece together a single word. Qiao Liang had been waiting impatiently. Sir Qin, how much longer do you need? We still have many official matters to handle. After a long time, he couldn't piece together a single word, so Qin Beiqing had to give up helplessly. It seems I was mistaken. Thank you, Lord Qiao. These officials, each one fat and well-fed, spent their days plotting and scheming. They were busy every day, but had no time to play childish games like this. Qin Beiqing flicked off the silkworm dust on his hand and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Sui reached out her small hand to stop everyone. You killed all my silk moths. You owe me compensation, little princess. Please don't accuse me unfairly. Qin Beiqing turned his face and pointed at the box on the stone table. These silk moths are all lively and jumping. Seeing the silk moths in the box lying stiffly with their bellies up, Qin Beiqing froze on the spot. They had just been eating happily. How could they all die so suddenly? See for yourself, they are all dead. Everyone knew that this was the emperor's favorite. If he reported this to the emperor, he couldn't bear the consequences. Chancellor Qin, this has nothing to do with me. You will have to pay. Qiao Liang immediately distanced himself from the matter. I earn only a little each day. Selling me wouldn't be worth even one of the little princess's silk moths. If Sir Qin doesn't want to pay, then... Shen Yunwen crossed his arms. I will tell the emperor and let him judge for the little princess. Qin's family name was scheming against Shen's family. Today, he deserved to suffer some loss. Qin Beiqing clenched his teeth and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Fine, I will pay. I'll count them. Sui reached out her small hand and began counting the silk moths one by one. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. 15, 16. The little one counted each number, and Qin Beiqing felt a sharp pain in his heart every time. Fortunately, she finally stopped. 37, 38. Sui raised her small arm, stretching her white, tender little paw high in front of Qin Beicheng. Total 38,000. Please pay the money. Ahem. Qin Beicheng awkwardly pursed his lips. I don't have that much money with me. Then please, Lord Chancellor, write an IOU, with Lord Qiaoliang as a witness. We'll come to the Prime Minister's residence to collect the debt another day. Shen Yunwen tilted his chin. Yan Shu, get some paper and ink ready. Since they had planned to go to the palace for class, the writing materials were already prepared. Zhou Yanshu quickly took out paper and ink, even helping Qin Beicheng grind the inkstone, then handed him the brush. Prime Minister Qin, please go ahead. If things really got to the emperor, Shen Huaijin accusing him of false charges would only make things more complicated. Qin Beicheng could only accept it and obediently write the IOU. He threw the pen down on the table and turned to leave. Qiaoliang, seeing that he wouldn't have to pay, was happy to be a witness. He signed his name and cheerfully took his leave. Although today's delay took half a day, he was glad to see the Prime Minister being tossed around by a little kid and still paying 38,000 silver coins. This trip was not a waste. Sui tilted her small head, looking at the IOU Qin Beicheng had written. Brother Taohua, he didn't write it wrong, right? Don't worry, Sui, it's correct. Shen Yunwen blew dry the IOU on the table, folded it up, and put it away for Sui. What a pity about your silkworm babies. Sui giggled, covering her mouth with her little hand, and mischievously leaned toward everyone. The silkworm babies are either dead or sleeping. The little one took a spare leaf from her bag and placed it in a box. All right, no more sleeping. Time to eat. The sky silkworms, who had been lying belly up just moments ago, twisted and turned over, then resumed eating eagerly. Everyone. They were still stunned, staring at the sky silkworms. Sui reached out her small hand and took the torn-up letter on the table. I clearly didn't put it there. How come there's a letter? When she said she was using the sky silkworms as diapers, Shen Yunwen thought it was just a piece of waste paper. Hearing her words, he suddenly became alert. No wonder Qin Beicheng confidently rushed in, claiming to check the box. This letter was probably also deliberately arranged by Qin Beicheng. Sui, who has touched this box? Shen Yunwen asked. Before the little princess ate, she placed it on the table. Maybe someone took the opportunity to put it in. Standing nearby, the dark guard said, It seems. Chao Nua crossed his arms. Your Shen family has many enemies in day. Your Highness, don't forget, if Sui's silkworm had not bitten the letter, you wouldn't be involved. Shen Yunwen reminded Chao Nua gently, carefully taking back the damaged letter and pressing it inside his book. Although the letter was torn, some handwriting was still visible. If this letter was written by a traitor inside the household, comparing the handwriting could help find the real culprit. After such a big event, Shen Yunwen had no mind to attend lessons at the palace. He took Sui with him and returned to Shen House to tell Durua about it. This Qin Beicheng actually wants to frame us for treason? Durua's face turned pale with anger. It seems there is indeed a traitor inside our house. The person who stole the tiger talisman might be the one who wrote the letter. Although the letter was torn, some strokes are still clear. I will gather the handwriting of those who can write in the house over the next few days, compare carefully, and surely find the real culprit. Not many servants can recognize writing, and even fewer can write themselves. Even if someone deliberately changes their handwriting, they will still inadvertently reveal their style and habits. By collecting everyone's handwriting, they can find the person who forged the secret letter. Hearing that Shen Yunwen planned to compare handwriting, Durua immediately brought out the signature list of household staff who received their monthly pay. Everyone who can write in the house signs for their pay. You can take it and look at it first. All right, Yunwen will go now. Taking the signature list from Durua, Shen Yunwen immediately returned to his study. He took out the damaged secret letter, carefully spread it on the table, and examined it closely. One character at a time, comparing strokes and recognizing handwriting. He stayed up all night, comparing every signature in the list, but found no similar handwriting. Wiping his face with a cold cloth to refresh himself, Shen Yunwen sat back down, exhausted. His eyes fell on the secret letter on the table, and suddenly he remembered something. He had been so focused on examining the handwriting that he hadn't thought to check the paper and ink. He picked up the letter carefully and looked at it closely. From childhood, Shen Yunwen was quick-witted and loved reading and calligraphy, so he knew a lot about paper. Soon, he recognized it as 4 or 5/5 mature bouillon paper. This type of paper is fine and absorbs ink well, suitable for children learning to write. In Shen House, only Shen Yunli, Wan Wan, and Sui Sui use this kind of paper.
Could it be?
Shen Yunwen's fingers trembled slightly as he held the paper. Is the secret message really related to Wan Wan? She is just a 3 or 4-year-old child. How could she write a letter? While Shen Yunwen was still thinking, a young servant came to the door. Second young master, King of Nanchu and the Queen are here to wish the lady a happy birthday. The lady asked me to invite you to meet the guests. Okay, I understand. He carefully stored the secret message, locked it in a drawer, washed up, changed into a new outfit, and went to the front hall. In the living room, Du Ruo and Shen Huaijuan were both present. The birthday celebration had been prepared in advance, and many relatives and friends had been notified. When Qinger suddenly had an accident, it was naturally inconvenient to cancel, so everything continued as usual. Elder and senior members of the family were chatting with King of Nanchu, Qiyu. Queen Shun Huayu was directing the servants to bring in the prepared gifts. This box contains high-quality silk fabric, which will be made into summer clothes for Sui Sui, comfortable and cool. May Mother's happiness be as vast as the East Sea, and her longevity as high as the southern mountain. Wan Wan, holding the prepared gift, smiled as she entered the living room and presented the framed longevity picture to Du Ruo. Mother, look. Wan Wan asked someone to frame the characters. Do you like it? Wan Wan unfolded the longevity picture, holding it with both hands, and presented it to Du Ruo. Last night, because of the military token incident, she almost exposed herself. She specifically brought this calligraphy to use it as a tool to gain Du Ruo's sympathy and concern. Seeing the blood-stained longevity picture and recalling how she used to teach her calligraphy by hand, Du Ruo felt a complex mix of emotions. Chuyu stood up, took the calligraphy from Wan Wan, examined it carefully, and nodded gently. Surprisingly, this child, at such a young age, can write such beautiful characters. Several elders and guests from the family also showed approving expressions. As expected from Madame Shen's teaching, she's truly impressive. Hearing the praise, Wan Wan's eyes flashed with pride. Since Chu Yunting was still young, he was not interested in these things, and his gaze was fixed outside the door. Uncle, why hasn't Sui Sui come yet? I'm here. A sweet, clear voice came from afar. Sui Sui, dressed in colorful clothes, and Jun Qian walked in together. Reaching the steps, the little girl let go of Jun Qian's hand, flew in with her tiny arms like a butterfly, and grabbed Du Ruo's hand. Mother, come see the gift I prepared for you. Come, Auntie, look at what our little treasure has prepared. Let's also take a look. Everyone quickly stood up and followed the little one into the living room. At this moment, Chong Lu was carefully guiding a few palace eunuchs as they carried a large flower pot covered with red silk inside. Shen Yunwen happened to arrive at the door and stood aside out of curiosity. Wan Wan originally thought that Sui Sui would give some rare treasure. Seeing the flower pot being brought in, she sneered and deliberately mocked. Sui Sui, are you planning to give your mother a flower? The noble little princess only giving a flower was truly laughable. It's not a flower. The eunuchs placed the flower pot on the steps, and Sui Sui waved her little hand. Hurry up and uncover the cloth so Mother can see. Chong Lu carefully approached and lifted the red silk. When the others saw what was revealed beneath, they all stared in surprise and gasped in amazement. Inside the flower pot was actually a bayberry tree, with branches as tall as a person, densely covered with fruit. The fruits were large, full, and bright red, more than twice the size of ordinary bayberries. As soon as the silk was lifted, a tempting aroma of fruit filled the entire yard, making everyone salivate just from the smell. Is this a bayberry? Oh my, this is a priceless treasure. Bayberries are southern fruits, and ordinary people rarely get to eat fresh ones. Even wealthy families and nobility could only get a few from the palace's tribute, transported from afar, and not fresh at all. In the capital, this is a rare delicacy that money can't buy. Moreover, at this season, even southern bayberries are not yet ripe. The value of this bayberry tree cannot be measured with money. Sway Sway ran down the steps, plucked a fruit, and held it with both hands to give to Du Rua. Brother said that mother loves to eat bayberries, so Sway Sway planted a pot for you. Try it and see if it's tasty? She lowered her head and put the bayberry into her mouth. Du Rua's lips curved into a smile, and her eyes turned red. Having grown up in the south, she loved the bayberries of Lingnan since childhood. Because fresh fruits are hard to preserve and transport, since marrying into the Shin family, she could only eat dried fruit sent by her family to satisfy her craving. It had been many years since she had tasted such fresh bayberries. The little princess has such magical skills to be able to grow such a bayberry tree in the north. Amazing! Madame Shun is truly blessed. Yes, if I had a daughter like her, I'd wake up smiling from my dreams. Wan Wan stood nearby, gnashing her teeth in frustration. In the face of such rare treasures, her calligraphy was even less impressive than a bayberry seed from Sway Sway. Everyone sit down again. When dinner is ready, let's all try some fresh food together. Du Rua gently guided everyone into the living room. Shin Yunwen also came in and greeted the guests. Noticing the longevity painting Wan Wan had on the table, he curiously picked it up. What is this? Wan Wan proudly explained, this is the longevity painting I gave to my mother. Shin Yunwen, who liked elegant things, would surely praise her. He unfolded the calligraphy and carefully looked at the brush strokes. His eyes flickered as he saw the strokes on the letter, and his brow furrowed deeply. The style of the brush, the shape of the characters, the way the strokes were made. It was very similar to the writing on the secret letter. Could it be that Wan Wan really wrote that letter? Shin Yunwen was stunned for a moment. He looked up from the longevity painting in his hand. Wan Wan, did you really write this longevity painting? Wan Wan felt a bit proud. She knew Shin Yunwen would be amazed. Yes, second brother. Every character on it was written by me, carefully copying from a calligraphy model. She lifted her chin, trying to hide her pride and waiting for Shin Yunwen's praise. The painting was filled with different styles of the character for longevity, which she could copy from a calligraphy book. But the letter's content required knowing many characters and being able to write a full article. A child around 3 or 4 years old couldn't do that. So, why did her handwriting look so much like the writing on the secret letter? Was it just a coincidence? Or had someone written the letter for her to copy? Shin Yunwen was still thinking when suddenly someone patted his arm. Second brother, what are you daydreaming about? Father is calling you to greet the guests. Shin Yunwen snapped out of his thoughts, rolled up the longevity painting, and said, It's well written. I'll look at it more carefully later. He quickly stepped down the stairs to greet the arriving guests. A large basket of fragrant yangmei, a type of berry, sat in the yard, making a strong presence. Every guest who arrived would stop to admire and comment. They heard that this was a birthday gift from Sway Sway to their mother, and they all praised the young princess for her filial piety. In the hierarchy, the princess's status was very high. Even respected elders from the clan had to bow and greet her. Wan Wan, standing on the steps, looked innocent and cheerful, without any airs, making her even more likable. Meanwhile, Wan Wan on the stairs had become completely ignored. No one paid attention to her, no one looked at her, no one cared. In the blink of an eye, dusk was approaching. From the kitchen to the front hall, everyone was busy as servants continuously brought out various dishes. Guests sitting at the table mostly talked about Sway Sway. Watching Sway Sway, who was surrounded by guests and children like the moon among stars, Wan Wan's jealousy slowly grew. Finally, she couldn't hold back and stood up. Today is my mother's birthday. Should I play a song to cheer her up? Could a 3 or 4-year-old child really play the piano? Wan Wan's words successfully drew everyone's attention. Miss Wan Wan can also play the piano. Yes, I've never seen such a young child play before. Come on, play for us. Feeling the crowd's focus, Wan Wan's vanity was finally satisfied. She straightened her dress and walked over to the musician who had been invited to perform. The musician stood up and moved the stool for her. Turning sideways, Wan Wan sat on the stool and looked around. My mother is from Jiangnan, so I will play, remembering Jiangnan for her. Taking a light breath, Wan Wan raised her hand and pressed her fingers on the strings, plucking them delicately. To prove herself, she played this piece with all her might. Listening to her smooth and fluent playing, the guests around looked amazed. Seated at the main table, Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen also turned their heads. They had only heard before that Wan Wan could play the piano, but this was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. For someone her age, playing so well was truly impressive. Noticing that even Jun Qian was watching her, Wan Wan felt even more proud. Humph. Now you see how talented I am? Virum. After finishing the last note, Wan Wan stood up and bowed to everyone. Wishing my mother happiness as vast as the East Sea and longevity as the Southern Mountain. If my playing was not good, please forgive me. Excellent, as expected of a child trained by the Shin family. If she grows up, she'll be amazing. Yes, she's so talented. The crowd cheered and clapped loudly. The musicians standing nearby looked on with admiration. Lord Ho, Madam Shin, this child is truly gifted. If she finds a famous teacher, she might even rival Miss Qingxian in the future. Hearing the mention of Mu Qingxian, Du Ruo shook her head gently. Sui Sui sat next to Du Ruo, tilting her little head with curiosity. Her little sister clearly knew how to play the piano, so why hadn't she played before? Feeling proud of earning everyone's praise through her music, Wan Wan felt a surge of pride. When she heard the musician mention Miss Qingxian, Wan Wan deliberately shifted the topic to Sui Sui. You probably don't know yet, but Sui Sui is a student of Miss Qingxian, and she's much better than me. Of course, it's just a matter of playing hard to get. Wan Wan knows very well that Sui Sui has just started learning the piano, and has only practiced one piece so far. She probably hasn't mastered it yet. Intentionally revealing that Sui Sui is Miss Qingxian's student in front of everyone, Wan Wan wants Sui Sui to make a little mistake. When they hear that Sui Sui is a student of Mu Qingxian, the guests become even more excited, and all look at Sui Sui. Oh, the little princess is also learning the piano. Being under Miss Qingxian's guidance, she must be very talented at playing. Everyone praises her, and Sui Sui quickly waves her little hands. Sui Sui is not that good. Teacher Qingxian just taught me one song. Shen Huayu watches the little girl and smiles quietly at her serious look. Can Sui Sui play a song for Annie to listen? Sui Sui, you try playing too. Qi Yinting agrees. Little princess, would you like to try? The guests also start to cheer. Sui Sui looks around nervously with her big eyes, then looks for Du Ruo and leans her little head close to her. Mommy, what if I play badly? Will everyone laugh at me? It's okay, you just started learning. Du Ruo encourages her with a gentle smile. If you want to try, go ahead. Don't be afraid. Sui Sui pouts her little lips. Do you want to listen, Mommy? Du Ruo nods softly. Of course, then I will play for you, Sui Sui says, pouting her lips. She climbs down from her chair. If I don't play well, you all must not laugh at me. Her voice is sweet and innocent, her eyes as pure as a mountain stream. Her adorable and cute appearance makes all the guests feel a natural urge to protect her. Sui Sui, don't worry. Big brother definitely won't laugh at you. Yes, 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 I'll cheer for you. Qi Yinting and Xin Yunli brothers speak up eagerly. Don't be nervous. Jun Qian gently pats her back. Take your time. Xin Yunwen, sitting nearby, smiles and gives her a thumbs up. We believe in you, Sui Sui. Encouraged by everyone, Sui Sui waddles across the table and chairs to the piano. Wan Wan moves aside to make space and hands her the piano. The song I want to play is called Yellow Oriole Singing. It's about many orioles singing. She explains to everyone what she will play, then turns around and stands in front of the piano. The piano bench is set high, and the small girl, just the right size, can barely reach the strings when standing. She took a gentle breath and raised her soft, white hand to the strings of the zither, her fingertips skillfully plucking the strings. The music was clear and bright, like birds singing, as if real oriole birds were chirping on the branches. One sound from you, one from me, rising and falling in turn. People seemed to suddenly find themselves in a deep, quiet valley, with only the sound of birds in their ears. The music spread out from the courtyard, slowly drifting away. A pair of orioles in a nest on a tree heard the music and flew over, landing on Sui Sui's shoulder. As Sui Sui's small hand moved the strings, the two orioles chirped along, as if singing with her. It was like they were singing a duet. After a moment, another bird appeared. Then two. Then three. Sparrows, magpies. Even Sui Sui's golden eagle from afar flew over. Soon, the area around the music platform was filled with birds. They circled around Sui Sui like a flock of birds paying homage to a phoenix, all gathered close. The guests' eyes widened in amazement. After finishing the last note, Sui Sui lowered her hand. Everyone was so moved by the music or surprised by the birds that they forgot to applaud or cheer. The little girl shyly touched her slightly warm ear. "Did I play too badly?" she asked softly. Jun Qian, sitting at the table, stood up and clapped his hands 3 times in the air.
Sui Sui played beautifully.
"I love listening to your music. It makes me feel like I'm right there with you." Hearing his words, everyone finally came back to their senses. Children like Xin Yunwen, Xin Yunli, and Du Ruo, along with others, cheered for the little girl. Suddenly, the courtyard burst into applause and cheers. Legend has it that Fushi's music could summon phoenixes. I never thought I'd see it today. No wonder even Miss Qing Xian wants to take the young princess as her disciple. These birds seem to understand the princess's music. Yes, I believe the young princess is a reincarnation of a fairy, blessed by heaven. The Marquis and his wife are so lucky to have such a daughter. What a blessing for 8 lifetimes. Everyone looked at Sui Sui, surrounded by birds, filled with admiration. Wan Wan stood nearby, nearly dropping her chin in surprise. She had hoped to embarrass Sui Sui, but unexpectedly, she had used the simplest tune to attract a flock of birds to worship her, with orioles resonating in harmony. Unbelievable. Feeling annoyed, she kicked at the bird at her feet. The magpie, angry, turned its head and aimed its sharp beak at Wan Wan's foot, pecking fiercely. The spring clothes she wore were thin, and she almost lost a piece of flesh from the bite, nearly crying in pain. Wan Wan turned and ran to a corner of the courtyard, just escaping the magpie's attack. She quickly moved away from the sparrows and stopped in a corner of the yard. She bent down to lift her skirt and looked at her red, pecked legs, biting her lip to hold back her anger. "See Sui Sui, just wait and see, Miss Wan Wan," a man's quiet voice called from nearby. "Over here." Wan Wan thought it was a servant from the household. When she noticed something strange, she was startled and hurriedly looked up. In the dim shadows of the corridor, an unfamiliar middle-aged man was sneaking around, waving at her. Wan Wan took a step forward and looked him over. "Who are you?" His face looked a little familiar, but she couldn't remember who he was. "Miss Wan Wan," the man whispered, glancing around, "the Prime Minister's man sent by the master to deliver something to you." Seeing no one was paying attention, he handed her a small wooden box. "If you need to tell the Prime Minister something, just put a message on a pigeon's leg and find a hidden spot to release it. It will fly back to the residence naturally." Not sure about his identity, Wan Wan pretended she didn't understand. "What are you saying?" "I don't understand." "Miss Wan Wan, there's no need to doubt." The man took out a badge from his waist and showed her. "This is the Qin family badge. If you don't believe me, there's also a letter from the Prime Minister himself inside this box." Noticing a servant from the Shun household approaching, the man signaled to Wan Wan. Pretending to be calm, he quickly walked over and took a seat among the guests in the courtyard. Wan Wan hurriedly clutched the wooden box and ran back to her room. She carefully closed and locked the door, then ran to her bed, lowered the curtains, and opened the box. Inside was a pigeon, wrapped in cloth strips around its body and beak to prevent it from making noise or moving. Next to the box was a letter stamped with Qin Beicheng's personal seal. Qin Beicheng, who had been unable to find a chance to contact Wan Wan, used Du Rua's birthday as an opportunity, sending someone in under the guise of delivering a gift to secretly meet with the Shin family. After reading the letter, Wan Wan lit it with a candle and threw it into the incense burner. She looked around, closed the wooden box, and hid it in a corner under her bed. "Miss Wan Wan, where are you?" Her little maid, who was in charge of watching her, suddenly couldn't find her and came looking for her. Wan Wan carefully tidied up her bedding, then quickly ran out the door. "I'm here." The maid ran over and took her hand. "Miss Wan Wan, let's hurry. We need to pick the Yangmei soon, or we won't get any if we're late." Wan Wan secretly pouted. What's so good about spoiled Yangmei? The two of them returned to the front yard where a servant had already picked the Yangmei, washed them carefully, and placed them on the guests' tables. Everyone started tasting and praising them. "It's really delicious, even better than the ones I had in Jiangnan before. Today, thanks to the little princess, we get to enjoy such rare treats." The air was filled with the scent of fruit. Watching the Yangmei on the plate, Wan Wan couldn't help but swallow. She wanted to see just how good it was. Seeing a few big, red Yangmei in a small plate on the table, Wan Wan stepped forward and reached out her hand. Snap! A pair of chopsticks heavily slapped her hand, and Jun Qian's tone was colder than his gaze. "That is for Sui Sui. Stay away." Because Wan Wan almost caused Sui Sui to get into trouble several times, he wouldn't let her touch Sui Sui's food. As the future king, he showed no mercy or weakness when facing her. Wan Wan bit her lip and withdrew her red hand. "Miss Wan Wan, come here." The young maid, knowing she couldn't afford to offend him, quickly pulled Wan Wan aside and handed her the plate of Yangmei. "These are your fruits. Eat them quickly." Wan Wan took a deep breath, trying hard to control her urge to throw the Yangmei away. This time, she endured. "Jun Qian, wait for it. I won't let you live too long." Holding the fruits, she pretended to look sad and went to Du Rua, ready to act cute and complain. Behind Sui Sui, a large golden eagle sniffed the aroma of the fruit in her plate, turned its big head, and swallowed all 4 Yangmei in her plate with one bite. "Wan Wan." The young maid. Jun Qian glanced at Wan Wan with a sideways look and pushed the remaining Yangmei towards Sui Sui. "Sui Sui, these are yours." "Thank you, fairy brother." Sui Sui pinched a Yangmei and brought it to her mouth to take a bite, happily squinting her big eyes. "It's really delicious." Hearing the little one's voice, Du Rua and Shen Huijin turned their heads at the same time.
Sui Sui.
Du Rua reached out to wipe the juice from her lips, curious, and asked, "Haven't you tried it yet?" With her small, juice-stained red mouth, Sui Sui looked completely innocent. "This is a gift for mother."
Sui Sui cantis ni cabite.
It was just a casual remark, but Du Rua's eyes reddened. She reached out and hugged the little girl tightly. Shen Huijin also stretched out his hand and gently patted her back with love. Wan Wan, ignored by everyone, stood behind, clenching her fists little by little. "Humph. Wait for us." The banquet that night didn't end until around midnight. After the guests left, Jun Qian stood up from his seat. "Marquis, Lady Shen, I have something to say." "Your Highness, please speak in the study," she replied. Shen Huijin raised his right hand in a gesture of invitation, and Du Rua held Sui Sui. Shen Yunwen signaled the maid to take Wan Wan back to rest, then followed the others into the study. Everyone took their seats, and Du Rua asked the maid to serve tea. She sat down with Sui Sui. "Your Highness, what would you like to say?" Jun Qian's gaze lingered on Sui Sui's face before he spoke seriously. "In a few days, the old Taoist priest Memorial Day will be here. I want to take Sui Sui to visit his grave and tell him that she has found her parents, so he can rest assured." Du Marquis and Lady Shen agree. Shen Huijin's tone was serious. "We will go with your Highness. We will prepare a good coffin for the old priest, build a monument, and help repair his temple to show our family's gratitude. It's because of the old priest that Sui Sui was able to survive. Sadly, he has passed away, and there's no chance to thank him. We can only handle his funeral and pay respects." "Wan Wan, do you want to go too?" Shen Yunwen asked. Shen Huijin nodded. She is also the old priest's disciple. "Let's go together to pay our respects." They agreed on a specific date. Shun Yunwen saw Jun Qian off the main gate and went to Wan Wan's room. Wan Wan was sitting at the table, thinking about her next move. When she saw him come in, she quickly pretended to practice calligraphy. Thinking of the previous 100 longevity picture, Shun Yunwen walked behind her with his hands behind his back, watching her right hand carefully as she wrote. Usually, children just starting to learn calligraphy hold the brush unsteadily and write messily. But Wan Wan was different. She seemed very skilled, as if she had been writing for many years. Is she really such a genius? Second brother, what are you looking at? Noticing Shun Yunwen staring at her, Wan Wan turned her face. Second brother, your calligraphy is really good, Shun Yunwen said thoughtfully. Do you know how to write the character for Xiang? Wan Wan raised her brush, the tip touching the paper, then suddenly stopped. She was just a child, having only taken a few literacy lessons. How could she know such complicated characters? Teacher hasn't taught you this character yet. Shun Yunwen looked at her expression.
Could it be?
He was overthinking again. It's okay. Keep practicing and you'll learn more characters. Shun Yunwen sat down on the nearby chair and said, Second brother came to tell you that in a few days, your master will have the 5-7 ceremony. We are going to repair his coffin, and you should come to pay your respects to him too. Wan Wan's hand holding the brush trembled slightly. She knew about her master's funeral. Now Shin family plans to repair the coffin, which means they might dig up her master's body. To avoid any hidden dangers, she had secretly poisoned him back then, just in case. If they really dig up the body, her poisoning would be exposed. Wan Wan tried to hide her emotions and smiled at Shun Yunwen. Okay, second brother. Wan Wan will pick some pretty flowers to bring to master. Watching Shun Yunwen leave, Wan Wan clenched her fists nervously. No, she must see her father. She absolutely cannot let the Shin family discover her secret. She tore off a small piece of paper and wrote a few words. Wan Wan looked out the window, confirming that the young maid was still helping in the front yard and hadn't come back. She quickly took out a pigeon, rolled the note into a small scroll, and tucked it into the tiny tube on the pigeon's leg. In the dark, she walked to a corner where no one was around, raised her hand, and threw the pigeon into the air. The pigeon flapped its wings twice and flew over the roof toward the northeast. Before it could leave the Shun residence, a golden eagle circling in the sky suddenly swooped down, swiftly grabbing the pigeon and returning to Sui Sui's courtyard. The pigeon struggled fiercely and let out a sharp cry. Hearing the sound, Sui Sui yawned and came out. Seeing the eagle pecking at the pigeon's claws, the little one hurriedly stopped it. You've already eaten me today. Why are you bullying the little bird again? The eagle drooped its head and took a step back. Sui Sui ran over, holding the injured wing in her hands. Little pigeon, are you okay? Knowing that her mother was busy caring for Qing'er these days, Shun Yunwen came specially to check on the little bird. Seeing Sui Sui standing in the corridor, he smiled and walked in. Why aren't you asleep yet, Sui Sui? Sui Sui raised her small hand and held the pigeon up to him. Brother Taohua, look. There's a message tube on this pigeon's leg. Is it from someone's home? A message pigeon? Shun Yunwen took the pigeon from Sui Sui's hand and indeed saw a small silver tube tied to its right leg, sealed with wax, which seemed to contain a secret message. Let's go inside and take a look. Holding the pigeon, Shun Yunwen carried it into the room with Sui Sui. Near the capital city, besides Shun's army, there was also the guard camp and important agencies like the supervisory department. To prevent delays in delivering important messages to the court, the management of carrier pigeons in the capital has always been very strict. Ordinary families are not allowed to use pigeons to send letters. Recently, Shun Yunwen was investigating a traitor in his household when a pigeon suddenly appeared at the Ho residence. Naturally, he wanted to check it carefully. He placed the pigeon on the table, carefully broke the wax seal, and took out the note inside. The note only had a few simple words. 3 days later, the Shin family and Jun Qian will go to rebuild the master's tomb. There was no recipient or signature on the note. However, Shun Yunwen was very familiar with the handwriting. From the style and habits of the writer, he could tell that the person who wrote this secret message was the traitor he was looking for. Shun Yunwen held the note, pacing back and forth in the room. Unfortunately, I don't know who released this pigeon. Otherwise, My brother could find the traitor hiding in our house. Seeing Shen Yunwen look anxious, Sui Sui lifted her small face. Does brother want to know who the pigeon belongs to? Yes, the person who released the pigeon is the traitor hiding in our house. Sui Sui can help ask the little pigeon. Shen Yunwen. Ask the pigeon? But pigeons can't speak human language. How can I ask? She gently stroked the back feathers of the pigeon on the table, embarrassed and smiled. Sorry, little pigeon. It's all because of Sui Sui's eagle. It must have hurt you.
Sui Sui apologizes.
Please don't be angry, okay? The pigeon. Cuckoo. Thank you for saving me. As it made the sound, it also tilted its little head and rubbed against her hand. You really are a good pigeon, Sui Sui said with a smile. Can you tell me who wrote this letter? The pigeon. Cuckoo. I don't know the name. It's a little girl, about your age. Sui Sui turned her face and looked at Shen Yunwen. The little pigeon said the person who wrote the letter is a little girl, about Sui Sui's age. Shen Yunwen? It's been making cuckoo sounds all along and Sui Sui can understand it? Can you understand what it's saying? Shen Yunwen blinked uncertainly.
Sui Sui nodded gently.
It's not just the pigeon. As long as it's a small animal talking, Sui Sui can understand. Shen Yunwen was stunned. No wonder the little girl could tame tigers, and she had previously trained falcons and eagles like her grandchildren at a grand feast. Seeing Shen Yunwen staring blankly without speaking, Sui Sui thought he was angry. It's not that Sui Sui didn't want to tell brother. It's because the fairy brother said. He's afraid. Afraid Wan Wan will find out Sui Sui's secret. The little one pursed his lips, lowered his small head, and gently scraped the ground with his tiny embroidered shoes. He blinked his eyelashes, then looked up again. Brother Tao Hua, can you not be angry all the time? No. Shen Yunwen came to his senses quickly, shook his head, and crouched down to hold the little one's shoulders. Brother isn't angry with you. He's just very surprised. Even the most skilled animal trainer relies only on experience to communicate with animals. He had read many books, and apart from myth stories, Shen Yunwen had never heard of anyone who could understand animal speech. Who would have thought that such a young child could have this ability?
Sui Sui blinked their eyes.
Really? Of course it's true, Shen Yunwen said with a gentle smile. The prince doesn't want you to tell others because he wants to protect you. Brother likes Sui Sui just as much as the prince does. He wouldn't be angry. The little one happily curled his lips and reached out his small arm to hug his neck. Sui Sui also likes brother Tao Hua. He picked up the little one and placed him on a chair. Shen Yunwen took a deep breath to calm his surprise. You just said the pigeon said the letter writer is a young girl? Sui Sui nodded. So, he hadn't guessed wrong. The person who wrote this secret letter really was Wan Wan? If the letter was written by Wan Wan, who is she going to give it to? Sui Sui, can you ask the little pigeon where it's flying to and who it's supposed to deliver the letter to? Sui Sui turned her head and looked at the pigeon on the table. Do you know who this letter is supposed to go to? The pigeon immediately cooed again. After hearing it, Sui Sui gently shook her head at Shen Yunwen. The little pigeon said it only knows it has to fly back home. After all, it was just a messenger pigeon, only knowing to fly home. It didn't have much other information. Shen Yunwen thought for a moment, then placed his hands back on Sui Sui's shoulders. Wait here. I'll ask Dad to come over and discuss this. He turned to leave, but stopped at the door. Don't let anyone see the pigeon, he reminded Sui Sui, and then ran straight to his father's study, explaining about the secret letter and the pigeon. When Shen Yunwen heard that the internal traitor had been found, Shen Huaijin, Du Rua, and he went to Sui Sui's room. Hearing the footsteps, the little one hurriedly waved his small hand to signal the pigeon to hide. The messenger pigeon obediently flew down from the table and slipped into the gap under the cabinet. Seeing Shen Yunwen, Shen Huaijin, and Du Rua enter, the little one raised his tiny hand and patted his chest. You scared Sui Sui a little. Shen Huaijin smiled at the little one and looked around. Where are the pigeons? I told them to hide. Sui Sui crouched down and waved her little hand at the pigeon hiding under the cabinet. Little pigeon, come out quickly. No need to be afraid. Upon hearing the command, the carrier pigeon lowered its head, crawled out from under the cabinet, shook its wings, and walked over to Sui Sui. Although Shen Yunwen had just said that Sui Sui could understand animal language and communicate with animals, seeing this scene in person, not only Du Ruo but even the seasoned General Shen Huaijin couldn't hide his surprise. No wonder, in the military camp, whenever the little one just tapped the basin, all the carrier pigeons obediently went to drink water. So that's how it is. He realized his daughter was truly a rare treasure. Sui Sui reached out her small hand and picked up the pigeon, holding it close. Shen Yunwen looked at his father with a side glance. What do we do now, Yunwen? Shen Huaijin looked at his son, still somewhat in disbelief. Are you really sure this letter was written by Wan Wan? The pigeon just told Sui Sui that the person who wrote this letter is a little girl about her age. The only girl in our family close to Sui Sui is Wan Wan. I'm sure it's her handwriting. Shen Yunwen gently shook his head. Or maybe Wan Wan is also talented in reading and writing, just like she can play the piano at such a young age. Shen Huaijin nodded. The world is full of wonders. Shen Huaijin was also very clever from a young age, able to recognize characters at 2, and by 3 or 4, he could read simple books on his own. Wan Wan learning to play the piano at such a young age shows she is naturally smart too. Du Ruo shook her head lightly. This child is so clever, yet she spends all her thoughts on these sinister things. Shen Huaijin was silent for a moment, then finally made up his mind. Then let's see who Wan Wan really wants to meet. He carefully put the secret letter Wan Wan wrote back into a small silver tube, helped Sui Sui put on a large cloak, and gently adjusted her collar. Yunwen, go and have someone prepare 2 horses. We'll take Sui Sui with us. Shen Yunwen called the butler and asked him to prepare 2 horses at the side gate. Shen Huaijin held Sui Sui and was about to leave, but Du Ruo frowned and grabbed his arm. You really are a father, she said. She gave him a sidelong look, opened the cabinet, and found a thin cloak for the little one to wear. You're tough and thick-skinned, not afraid of the cold. What if we freeze Sui Sui? It's the lady's scolding, but it's all my fault. Shen Huaijin smiled, wrapping Sui Sui tightly in his arms. Is this okay? Seeing the 2 of them, Sui Sui smiled softly. So, Daddy is also afraid of Mommy, Shen Huaijin.
Who said that?
Daddy doesn't call it fear. It's more like not wanting to embarrass her in front of her daughter. Shen Huaijin cleared his throat and glanced at Du Ruo. It's called being considerate of her. Enough. Du Ruo raised her hand to tidy Sui Sui's hood. Don't say silly things in front of your daughter. Go quickly and be careful. Don't hurt my girl. Who would hurt Sui Sui? I'd fight anyone who tries, Shen Huaijin said jokingly. But Sui Sui took it seriously and frowned her little eyebrows. No, Daddy can't fight. Sui Sui finally found Daddy, and she doesn't want anything to happen to him. Shen Huaijin was stunned. He never expected his joke would hurt the little girl's feelings. Yes, Sui Sui is right, Shen Huaijin said, patting his lips lightly and holding the little girl tightly with a caring look. It's all my fault. Daddy hopes to live a long life, to see Sui Sui grow up. Sui Sui nodded, her sadness turning into happiness. Shen Yunwen held a pigeon on the table, and Du Ruo personally saw the 3 of them off to the side gate to mount their horses. They reached a quiet alley, and Shen Yunwen handed the pigeon to Sui Sui. Let it fly slowly, and take us to find its home. Sui Sui told the little pigeon a gentle instruction, then released her hand and gently sent it off. The pigeon immediately spread its wings and flew into the sky. The father and son quickly followed on horseback. Guided by the pigeon, they soon passed through streets and alleys and arrived at a corner. The pigeon folded its wings again and landed on Sui Sui's hand. Coo. The house is right across. Sui Sui raised her little hand and pointed to the brightly lit, grand mansion across the alley. Daddy, the little pigeon says this is it. Looking in the direction her little girl pointed, the father and son both paused. The magnificent mansion in front was none other than the residence of Prime Minister Qin Beiqing of Day. It really is him. Gazing at the grand house across, Shen Huaijin's grip on the reins tightened slowly. This despicable man. Shen Yunwen angrily turned his face. Tomorrow, we'll go to the palace and bring Wan Wan to confront him face to face. How to confront him? Just with this pigeon and this secret letter? Shen Huijin shook his head gently. These are useless. Although Shen Yunwen was clever, he was still young and didn't understand the complexities of court politics. Shen Huijin knew very well that with just this letter, they couldn't shake Qin Beicheng in the slightest. The secret message only says that the Shen family plans to visit the old master's grave. What does this mean? Qin Beicheng can easily find a reason to explain it away. Then what does father say we should do? Wan Wan told him our whereabouts, which must serve her purpose. We just need to see what Qin Beicheng plans to do. Shen Huijin reached out and placed his hand on his son's shoulder. To win, you must stay calm. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Shen Yunwen nodded gently. It was Yunwen's impulsiveness. All right, everything will follow father's plan. Sway sway, Shen Huijin smiled. Let the little dove go home. He gently stroked the dove's back feathers, and Sway Sway opened her small hands. Little dove, you can go home now. The dove spread its wings and flew into the Prime Minister's residence, finally landing at the door of the dovecot in the backyard. Seeing the returning dove, the servant responsible for managing the pigeons quickly came over, took off the small silver tube on its leg that carried the message, and hurried to Qin Beicheng's study. Sir, a pigeon has returned with a message. Qin Beicheng took the secret letter and waved to the servant. He opened the message and looked at its contents, his brow furrowing tightly. Father, Qin Jie, the second son of the Qin family sitting opposite, suspiciously took the secret letter and looked at it. What does this mean? The old master on the mountain was poisoned by Wan Wan. If the Shen family goes to repair his grave, they will surely discover her secret, Qin Beicheng said. These things, Wan Wan had already told Qin Beicheng before. He didn't need her to spell it out. Qin Beicheng already understood what she was worried about. It's simple. Qin Jie waved his fan carelessly. We can send someone tomorrow morning to deal with the old master's body. Foolish. Qin Beicheng glared at his son. If the Shen family goes to fix the grave and finds the body missing, won't they become suspicious?
Then,
what should we do? Qin Jie thought for a moment. Qin Beicheng paced back and forth, his gaze gradually turning cold. Forget it. This time we'll go all out, no turning back. Let them have no way to return. All previous plans had failed, and they almost exposed their secret because of Qing'er. If they continued like this, the Shen family would eventually become suspicious. Since Jun Qian also plans to go with the Shen family, he might as well take this opportunity to eliminate him and Sway Sway. Getting rid of Jun Qian would ensure that no one would threaten the crown prince's position anymore. As for Sway Sway, that troublesome girl had ruined his plans several times. Of course, he wouldn't let her live. As for the Shen family members, the more of them who died, the better. But Qin Jie leaned closer to his father. Shen Huijin and Jun Qian are both very skilled. That girl Sway Sway also has a tiger. It won't be easy to get rid of them. Don't worry, Qin Beicheng sneered. Father has a plan. Besides, we still have Wan Wan as an inside informant. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Early morning. The butler stood at the gate, preparing the carriage and horses for departure. Jun Qian, along with Chong Lu and a few palace guards, rode to the Marquis of Zhenbei's residence. Shen Yunwen just came out from inside the gate. Seeing Jun Qian, he hurried over, pulling Jun Qian aside. Didn't we agree that you wouldn't go this time? Wan Wan reported the message to Qin Beicheng, but no one could be sure of its purpose. If the other side wanted to target the Shen family, Jun Qian going along would be dangerous. Yesterday, during morning lessons, Shen Yunwen specifically reminded him to find an excuse to stay in the palace, just in case. I promised the old monk I would help Sway Sway find her parents. Of course I have to give the old man an explanation. But what if I do things my way? I don't need your advice. Seeing Du Ruo leading Sway Sway and Wan Wan out on either side, Shen Huijin and Shen Yunli followed behind. Jun Qian strode forward, protecting the little ones.
He knew there was a risk involved.
But if Qin Beicheng really wanted to cause trouble, he would suspect if Jun Qian didn't go. Moreover, letting him stay in the palace and risking Sway Sway's safety was not something a responsible brother would do. Wan Wan looked around, then turned to Shen Huijin walking behind her. Dad and third brother, aren't you coming with us? There's an emergency at the military camp. Dad really can't leave. He won't be coming this time. Shen Huijin raised his big hand, patting Shen Yunli's back. Yunli has to study, so he can't go either. Shen Yunli looked at everyone longingly, pouting and sighing deeply. Hearing Shen Huijin wouldn't go, Wan Wan let out a quiet breath of relief. Her father would surely be prepared and find a way to deal with Jun Qian and the others. Shen Huijin was always careful and skilled in martial arts. If he went along, he would bring his deputy and guards, which could cause trouble later. The butler approached. Madam, everything is ready. Du Ruo led Wan Wan onto the carriage, Sui Sui climbed onto the tiger-shaped saddle, and Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen split up to ride their horses. Shen Yunwen frowned slightly, glancing at everyone, then stepped forward, reaching out to help the little one adjust his clothes. Do you remember what Dad told you? Yes, the little girl nodded happily. Not even a single hair can be missing. Wan Wan lifted the curtain of the carriage and gave a cold smile. Humph. She didn't know if her hair was really missing much, but she was determined to settle this troublesome girl. Okay, Shen Huijin masked his emotions and took a step back. Let's go. Little tiger, let's go. Sui Sui gently shook the reins and ran to the front. Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen flanked her on either side, protecting her. A golden eagle on the roof of the carriage spread its wings and flew into the air. Everyone left the Marquis of Beijing's residence together, passing through the East City Gate and heading toward the temple. They headed northeast, soon entering the mountain area. They had been staying in the city for a while and rarely went outdoors. Not only Sui Sui, but even the tiger beneath her looked very excited, rushing ahead so fast that the carriage behind almost couldn't keep up. Du Ruo was worried the little girl might run too far, so she quickly lifted the curtain. Sui Sui slowed down. As soon as she spoke, the golden eagle suddenly let out a sharp cry and swooped down onto the tiger's back behind Sui Sui. Young mistress, someone is on the mountain ahead. Hearing the eagle's cry, Sui Sui raised her small hands and tightened the reins. Little tiger, stop. Whoosh! Seeing her stop, Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen, who were guarding her, simultaneously pulled their horses to a halt. Jun Qian looked cautiously ahead. What's wrong? Sui Sui. Sui Sui stared toward the mountain path ahead. There are people up ahead. Hearing her say that, Jun Qian raised his hand to grip his sword handle, and Shen Yunwen raised his right hand to signal the carriage behind to pause. Two guards protected Sui Sui on either side, while palace guards and the household servants of the Marquis's estate guarded Jun Qian, Shen Yunwen, and Du Ruo's carriage. Inside the carriage, Wan Wan curiously lifted the curtain and looked outside. Mother, what's wrong? Du Ruo sensed something was off and reached out to pull Wan Wan into her arms. Of course, not to protect her. If something really happened, the Prime Minister's people might take action, and Wan Wan could serve as her hostage. After all, Wan Wan was one of their people. To protect her child, a mother would do anything. Ow! From the distant hillside, a long howl echoed. Something burst out of the woods and ran onto the mountain road. Riding a huge black wolf, with a gemstone shining on her braid and a falcon perched on her shoulder, she appeared. It was none other than the Xiongnu prince, Chao Nua. Seeing Sui Sui, the proud falcon that had been standing on Chao Nua's shoulder immediately spread its wings and flew over from his shoulder. It dove into Sui Sui's arms, affectionately rubbing its head against the child's face. Chao Nua. Since raising this child, his eagle seems to have changed into a different one. It's so embarrassing. He reached out his small hand to touch the large bird's back feathers, and Sui Sui looked at Chao Nua with a smile. Is it you? Are you feeling better now? Jun Qian held his sword hilt without moving his hand. What are you doing here? Chao Nua is from the Xiongnu, so Jun Qian doesn't trust him as much as Sui Sui does. Chao Nua whistled, and the falcon flew back to him, landing on his shoulder. He jumped down from the wolf's back and walked a short distance to Sui Sui. Come here, I want to talk to you. He patted the tiger's back, signaling it to lower its front paws. Sui Sui, with a little pout, climbed down from the tiger's back. Sui Sui, brother is coming with you. Jun Qian, still worried, quickly mounted his horse and followed the little one. The two of them walked to Chao Nua, one behind the other. We're about to go home soon. I'm here to say goodbye to you. Chao Nua's deep blue eyes glanced at Jun Qian, then stepped forward and stood beside Sui Sui. Jun Qian frowned, drawing his long sword and pointing the tip at Chao Nua's face. You are not allowed to hurt her. I'm not trying to hurt her. I want to tell her a secret. Ignoring Jun Qian's sword, Chao Nua bent down, brought his lips close to Sui Sui's ear, and whispered a few words. Then he stood up, turned around, and jumped onto his wolf's back. I'm leaving, brother Chao Nua. Sui Sui raised his small, white paw and waved at him. Come back and play with Sui Sui when you have time. Hearing the child's voice, Chao Nua on the wolf's back tightened his grip on the reins slightly. The black wolf sensed his movement and slowed down voluntarily, stopping. Chao Nua turned his face, watching the small figure standing on the road. He pursed his lips, moving his mouth slightly. It's best if you never see me again. He raised his palm and heavily patted the wolf's back. The black wolf sped up and quickly disappeared into the woods. Watching Chao Nua leave, Sui Sui pouted and turned his face toward Jun Qian. Brother Fairy, what did brother Chao Nua just say? I don't know. Jun Qian shook his head and released his grip on the sword hilt. What did he just say to you? Sui Sui turned his face, looked behind him, and lowered his voice. Brother Chao Nua said to be careful, because someone wants to kill me. He paused for a moment. Who? He didn't say. It turns out that the farewell was just an excuse. Chao Nua came here on purpose to remind Sui Sui about something. But who could the person he mentioned be? Shen Yunwen also walked over from nearby and stood in front of the two. What's wrong? Chao Nua said someone wanted to kill Sui Sui, but didn't say who. The Xiongnu prince is really strange, said Jun Qian with a frown. Sui Sui, are there any other people ahead on the road? Shen Yunwen softly asked. Sui Sui looked at the golden eagle beside her and shook her head gently. Little Eagle said he's the only one. Shen Yunwen breathed a sigh of relief. Let's hurry up, or we might not reach the palace before dark. Sui Sui climbed back onto the tiger's back, and the two of them mounted their horses. Let's go. Jun Qian waved his hand, and the group continued on their way. They hurried all day and finally arrived at the palace in the outskirts of the city as the lanterns were lit. Because Jun Qian and Sui Sui are princes and princesses, they naturally had the right to enter the palace. The palace steward had already received the news and welcomed everyone with a smile at the gate. The emperor ordered us to take good care of the two young masters and Lady Shen. If you need anything, just ask. According to palace rules, outsiders are not allowed inside. Jun Qian and Sui Sui were still arranged in the same place as before, the Luo Xing Hall. Du Rua, Shen Yunwen, and Wan Wan still stayed in the small courtyard Shen Yunwen had previously occupied. Because they needed to discuss rebuilding the old monk's tomb. After a simple rest, Jun Qian brought Sui Sui over to have dinner with everyone. The eunuchs and maids in the palace brought hot, steaming food for everyone. After a long day of travel, Sui Sui was very hungry. She sat at the table and ate happily. Wan Wan had something on her mind and ate intermittently. She glanced at Jun Qian and the others, pretending to be curious. Mother, when are we going to visit the master's grave? Du Rua helped Sui Sui blow on her soup before placing the bowl in front of her. Tomorrow is the 5th day of the 5th month, the day of the old monk's memorial. We will go then. Tomorrow? Wan Wan immediately became nervous. Until now, Qin Beicheng hadn't arranged anyone to contact her, so she was a bit anxious. Once the tomb was opened, her secret could no longer be hidden. With her mind preoccupied, Wan Wan ate her meal half-heartedly. Seeing everyone finish eating, Jun Qian stood up. Everyone rest well tonight. No one is allowed to be late tomorrow. Come, take everyone to their rooms. There were already palace maids waiting outside the door. After everyone finished eating, they respectfully came forward to greet her. A young palace maid stepped forward voluntarily, took Wan Wan's hand, and led her to a private bedroom. She helped Wan Wan wash up and change clothes, then gently laid her on the bed. The young maid quietly left. Wan Wan lay on the bed, but she had no desire to sleep. After thinking carefully, she decided she couldn't take any risks. Until she confirmed good news with her father, she must not let anyone go up the mountain. She sat up, grabbed her fragrant pouch, put on her shoes, and left the bedroom. Du Ruo was always soft-hearted. As long as Wan Wan acted cute and tricked her, she could find a way to give her a little poison. Starting tomorrow, Du Ruo wouldn't be able to get out of bed, and the plan to go up the mountain would definitely be postponed. Determined, Wan Wan went to Du Ruo's door and gently knocked. "Mother, can I come in?" Du Ruo opened the door, allowed Wan Wan to enter, and looked her over from head to toe with a gentle tone. "Wan Wan, why are you still awake so late?" I just had a nightmare. I'm a little scared." Wan Wan pitifully grabbed Du Ruo's sleeve. "Can I sleep with you tonight, mother?" "Of course." Du Ruo smiled and lifted the bead curtain.
Come in.
Seeing Du Ruo fall for her trick, Wan Wan grinned mischievously and happily followed her into the room. Her eyes immediately caught sight of the big tiger lying by the bed. "Wan Wan, little senior sister, you're here." Sui Sui sat on Du Ruo's bed, not wearing an outer robe. She was only dressed in a light blue inner garment, with her two small, white feet bare. Seeing Wan Wan, the little girl wiggled her tiny feet. "Be careful not to touch little tiger, or if it gets angry and bites you, I won't help." The tiger lying by the bed glanced at Wan Wan and slowly stood up. Wan Wan hurriedly stopped and took a step back in panic. She kicked lightly on the tiger's back with her small foot. The tiger understood and snarled, showing its sharp teeth with a deep growl. Faced with such a huge beast, Wan Wan was suddenly terrified. She no longer dared to make any moves. "Mother, I think I should go back to my own room and sleep." She turned around and ran away in a panic. "Wan Wan." Du Ruo reached the door, looking concerned. "Wan Wan, don't go, please."
Wan Wan.
Watching Wan Wan hurriedly run back to her room, Du Ruo closed the door tightly, covered her mouth with her sleeve, and chuckled softly, then returned to the inner chamber. "Everyone make way for Mother." Every year, she gently kicks the tiger's back with her small feet, making the tiger give up its spot so that Du Ruo can snuggle into her arms. "My mother belongs to me. I won't let her sleep with her," she says affectionately. Their rooms are just next to each other. Wan Wan leans against the door, her heart pounding still. With Sui Sui and the tiger here, she definitely can't get close to Du Ruo. What should she do? Suddenly, there are 3 gentle knocks on the window, and then something is thrown out. Wan Wan quickly runs over and picks up what's on the ground, a note wrapped around a small wooden stick. She unfolds the note and looks at it carefully in the light. It has only a few simple words. "Everything is arranged properly, don't worry." Knowing this was sent by her father's spies inside the palace, Wan Wan's heart instantly relaxes. She had guessed it. Her father wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Jun Xian, Sui Sui, and Shen Yunwen. This time, none of you will escape. In the yard, Wan Wan faintly hears Shen Yunwen talking. She quickly burns the note, extinguishes the candle, and lies down on the bed. The next morning, Wan Wan gets up early. She opens the door and sees Du Ruo and Sui Sui coming out of their room. At the foot of the stairs, Shen Yunwen, dressed in plain clothes, is also ready to leave. "Everyone go have some breakfast first. When Prince Qin arrives, we will leave together," she says. Du Ruo holds Sui Sui's hand and leads the way into the living room. Wan Wan follows behind them. After breakfast, Jun Qian and Chan Lu also come in. The servants have already arranged the carriages and prepared offerings. Everyone leaves the palace together, guarded by guards and Shen family servants, heading toward the temple. The mountain road is difficult, and the carriage can only go halfway up the mountain. Du Ruo leaves the maids behind at the bottom of the mountain and rides horses with Sui Sui, Wan Wan, Jun Qian, and others to the temple. "Mother, look. Sui Sui used to live in that house." Sui Sui points to her old room with her small hand. The old temple, already dilapidated, looks even more abandoned after nearly a month without anyone living there, like a ruin. Du Ruo looks around and feels a wave of sadness. 3 years have passed. Her daughter grew up here. She, once a pampered treasure in the Marquis's mansion, had endured cold and hardship. If one day they find out who harmed her daughter, she will definitely tear that bastard apart. The old Taoist master's grave is on the hill behind. Jun Qian jumped down from his horse, handed the reins to Chong Lu, and said, "Let's go. I will take you there." They all arrived at the old Taoist master's grave on the back hill. Du Rua immediately took out the prepared offerings and arranged them, then handed the incense to Sui Sui and Wan Wan. "Burn incense and bow to the master." Sui Sui held the incense carefully and bowed to the grave with respect. "Master, Sui Sui brought my mother and the fairy brother to see you. I also brought a lot of delicious food, all things you haven't eaten before." As she spoke, her eyes turned red. Wan Wan knelt beside her, staring at her master's grave, but her eyes showed no warmth or affection. She only quietly looked into the distance. She received news from her father yesterday, but she didn't know where they might be planning to act. Seeing Jun Qian looking at her, Wan Wan quickly looked away, pretending to cry a little, then stood up and moved to the side. "Thank you, Taoist priest, for taking care of and raising my daughter. I can't repay your kindness, but I will help you rebuild the Taoist temple, choose an auspicious day, and build a new grave for you. I hope Taoist priest won't mind my disturbance." Du Rua lit the incense carefully, knelt beside Sui Sui, and respectfully bowed 3 times to the old Taoist master. Then she turned and helped Sui Sui up from the ground. "Be good, don't cry anymore. Master knows you're happy, and he will be happy too. Do you understand?" Sui Sui climbed up, wiped her face with her small hand, and followed Du Rua to the side. After everyone finished paying respects, Jun Qian also went to the grave of the old Taoist master. "Old Taoist, don't worry. Sui Sui has found her family, and everything else will be resolved in time." Jun Qian focused on what he was doing and didn't notice. In the dense forest behind him, a pair of eyes was staring coldly at his back. In the shadows of the forest, the Xiongnu national master Jelly squinted, his expression full of coldness. Everyone listened carefully. Jun Qian must die. No matter who else, kill them all. Shan Huijin's wife and daughter must live. Master, a subordinate frowned. Which of Shen's 2 daughters should we capture? The matter of Shen's 2 daughters was a big topic in the capital. The Xiongnu envoys didn't know who was real or fake. Jelly snorted coldly. "Capture them both. Who cares which one is real? Capture both, and one will surely be the true one." This time, Jelly led the envoy to the Day dynasty to pay a visit. Not only did they embarrass the Xiongnu, but they also caused the Prince Baru to lose an arm. Jelly knew very well that if he returned like this, he would have no way to explain himself to the Grassland Khan. He arranged for Baru and Gelly to return early, and he learned about Sui Sui and Jun Qian's whereabouts. He secretly followed them with his elite soldiers. Besides seeking revenge for Baru, another goal was to capture these 2 children. The Xiongnu Khan had long planned to invade Day. This time, he sent Gelly to lead a delegation to gather intelligence on the Day court. Gelly observed the strength of the Shen family army. In a battle, the Xiongnu might not always gain the upper hand. If they could capture Shen's daughter and bring her back to the grasslands, they could use her as a hostage when the Xiongnu cavalry invaded Day, to control Shen Huijin and the Shen army. As long as they controlled the Shen army, Day's northwest wouldn't be safe from the Xiongnu's control. "All units, prepare," Gelly quietly ordered, then raised his right hand and took down his bow and quiver. The Xiongnu soldiers hiding around also prepared to shoot. Gelly knocked his arrow, took a deep breath, and slowly pulled the bowstring tight. The sunlight overhead reflected off the arrowhead, making it shine brightly. The tip of the arrow faintly flickered with a blue glow, indicating it had been poisoned. Gelly narrowed his eyes and aimed the arrow at Jun Qian's back. He loosened his grip on the arrow's shaft. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, spinning as it passed through the leaves, heading straight for Jun Qian's back. As the arrow flew, Gelly's face twisted into a fierce expression. "Baru, your highness, I've avenged you this time." Gelly's smile was just blooming on his face. Suddenly, a second arrow shot through the air, hitting the poisoned arrow Gelly had just released. The second arrow changed direction and struck a nearby rock with a ding. An assassin. Protect the prince and the lady. The guards and servants surrounding them immediately rushed forward, drawing their swords to shield Sui Sui and Jun Qian. Du Rua grabbed Sui Sui and protected the little girl in her arms. Everyone, hide quickly. Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen called out to everyone, hiding behind a damaged low wall of the temple. Sui Sui curled up in Du Rua's arms, still waving her little hand at her tiger. Little tiger, come here quickly. Suspecting that the assassin arranged by Qin Beicheng was starting to act, Wan Wan was afraid of getting hurt. She looked around, trying to escape in the chaos. Sui Sui's tiger ran over just in time, but she couldn't dodge in time and bumped into the tiger's belly. The tiger turned its head and roared loudly at her. Wan Wan fell to the ground, so frightened she almost fainted on the spot. A servant ran over, helped her up, and took her to Shen Yunwen's side. A group of guards and servants drew their weapons, surrounding everyone carefully and staying alert. In the woods, seeing his poison arrow miss its target, Glay immediately realized something was wrong. Everyone, be careful, he warned. He quickly hid behind a tree. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Glay hid, arrows like flying insects shot out from the distant woods. In an instant, 7 or 8 of Glay's men nearby were hit and turned into pincushions, falling to the ground dead. Thanks to his quick dodge, Glay escaped danger. He glanced at the remaining soldiers around him, his face grim with anger. He had thought this time he could successfully eliminate Jun Qian and capture Shen's daughter. But unexpectedly, they had fallen into an enemy trap. Retreat. Taking advantage of the arrow rain, he leapt out from behind the big tree, leading his men to escape to the other side of the woods. A black spear suddenly pierced through the leaves, aiming straight at him. Glay raised his bow instinctively to block.
Clang.
The bow and spear tip clashed, producing a harsh, grating sound. Glay was shaken by the powerful force, causing the skin at his palm to tear. He retreated 3 steps before finally stabilizing himself. Not far away, a figure landed on the ground, dressed in black armor, with a sleek leather coat, carrying a black longbow on his back and a black spear reflecting a faint dark glow in his right hand. He looked to be in his early 40s, weathered from sun and rain, with healthy wheat-colored skin. Despite his age, his youthful, handsome features were still visible, with cold, fierce eyes full of killing intent. When Glay saw his face clearly, he gasped aloud. Shen Huaijin, the person standing opposite him, was Shen Huaijin. Knowing someone was secretly colluding with the Prime Minister's house indicated the whereabouts of his family. As the head of the family, Shen Huaijin could not truly ignore his family's safety. On the surface, he claimed that the army camp had matters that prevented him from going together, only sending Du Rua and others with Sui Sui. In reality, Shen Huaijin had already made arrangements. Since Sui Sui left the city gates, he had been leading a small elite team, protecting the convoy nearby. Glay's movements were not hidden from the eyes of the scouts he had arranged. The person who just shot Glay's poison arrow away was him. Holding his spear with one hand, Shen Huaijin looked at Glay coldly. The Grand Master cares so much about Shen's family. How could Shen not come? Humph, Glay snorted coldly. Do you think one person can stop us? Glay drew his curved dagger. Charged together, more than 10 Xiongnu soldiers behind him drew their swords and rushed toward Shen Huaijin with Glay. Shen Huaijin snorted coldly, wielding his spear in a sweeping motion, forcing the attackers back. Protect the marquis. Kill them all. In the woods, footsteps hurriedly approached. Accompanied by shouts of battle, Shen's soldiers hiding around suddenly rushed out and fought Glay's men. Seeing the situation turning bad, Glay knocked back a Shen soldier in front of him. He panicked and retreated a few steps, then, amid the chaos, turned and ran into the woods. Stop him! Shen Huaijin slapped away a nearby Xiongnu soldier, then used a spear to counterattack and kill another Xiongnu who was trying to sneak up behind him. He strode quickly after Glay. To save himself, Glay sped up, running madly toward the hillside, while blowing a whistle. The horses left in the woods heard his whistle and galloped over to support him. Glay grabbed the reins and leapt onto his horse. Realizing he couldn't catch up, Shen Huijing raised his hand, took down his bow from his back, knocked an arrow, and aimed at Glay on horseback. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air, hitting the horse's thigh. Glay wobbled and fell heavily onto the grass. The horse, startled, ran away. Shen Huijing quickly caught up, raised his spear, and pointed it at Glay's throat. Grandmaster, do you still want to escape? Glay struggled to curl up and chuckled softly. Shen Huijing, I lost to you this time, but the Xiongnu will not lose. He raised his right hand, grasped his curved dagger, and forcefully stabbed it into his chest. Shen Huijing didn't expect him to commit suicide suddenly. By the time he reacted to stop him, it was too late. Shen Huijing, soon our Xiongnu horses will sweep across the northwest. Blood will wash over Daxi. Avenge me. Glay barely managed to say his last words, spitting out a mouthful of blood, tilting his head, and dying instantly. Shen Huijing bent down to check his neck pulse, frowned, and then stood up straight. Damn it, only by saving Glay's life could he find out whether the other was colluding with Prime Minister Qin Beiqing and uncover the truth before the Emperor. Now that Glay was dead, the clues were cut off. Marquis, General, several deputy generals and soldiers hurried out with swords and blades. What happened? Shen Huijing turned around. Are there any survivors? Both of them took their own lives, the deputy general said helplessly. These people are Hun's loyal soldiers. They never plan to come back alive. Shen Huijing raised his hand to remove the spear from Glay's body and wiped away the blood. I will go see the lady and the children. You all stay behind to clean up the battlefield. Deal with the bodies and take Glay's remains back. He left the others to handle the bodies in the woods and strode out of the forest toward the back of the temple. Seeing him, the people hiding behind the wall relaxed. Father, Sui Sui was the first to run over. Seeing the blood on his clothes, the little girl tightly grasped Shen Huijing's finger. Father, why are you bleeding? It's not my blood, it's the bad guy's blood. Shen Huijing comforted her with a gentle smile. Look, I don't have any wounds. He looked him over and saw no injuries, so Sui Sui breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. Father, did you find the bad guys? Yes, they've all been dealt with. Wow, Father is so amazing. Duo Rua Junqian and others lying nearby also came over to see Shen Huijing, smiling because he returned safely. Wan Wan was hiding behind, feeling very anxious. This Shen Huijing was playing tricks. Could it be that he killed all the assassins sent by the Marquis's house? How would he know about the secret attack arranged by the Marquis's house? He tidied his clothes and walked to the old Taoist's grave, bowing sincerely to the old man. Thank you, Master Tao, for taking care of my daughter. Our family will remember your kindness forever. Lord, an old servant approached. It's about time. Should we start? Yes. Shen Huijing held Sui Sui's hand and took a step back. Let's begin. The servants nearby took the tools prepared and began to dig away the soil on the grave. Worried that the children might be scared by the bones, Shen Huijing turned around. Madam, take the children to the front to wait. Duo Rua held Sui Sui and Wan Wan, and under the protection of 2 secret guards, they returned to the front yard of the temple. Mother, this is the house I live in. Sui Sui pointed to her room with her small hand. There are herbs I planted in the backyard. I'll show you. Okay. Mother and daughter walked toward the back of the temple together. The 2 secret guards carefully protected them, worried Sui Sui might get hurt. Wan Wan saw that the others weren't paying attention to her, so she quietly stepped back, planning to slip out of the gate. A flash of light and shadow appeared before my eyes. The young man quickly stepped in front of the courtyard gate to block the way. Where are you going? Wan Wan hurriedly stopped, trying to come up with a reason. Your Highness, second young master. A servant quickly approached. The Marquis asked you to bring the little lord and Miss Wan Wan immediately. Hearing the servant's voice, Du Rua quickly took Sui Sui's hand and stepped out, and everyone moved back behind the temple. Standing beside the grave, Shen Huijing strode over and crouched down in front of the 2 children. Sui Sui, Wan Wan, before your master passed away, did anyone else come to the temple? Sui Sui shook her head. No. Wan Wan guessed that the poisoning incident might have been exposed, and she tried to stay calm. I was gathering herbs with Sui Sui on the mountain. I don't know if anyone came. Seeing Shen Huijing's serious expression, Jun Qian asked with curiosity, Marquis, what happened? The old priest's bones turned black, especially around the throat area. Shen Huijing frowned. He didn't die of illness. He was poisoned. When she heard that her master was poisoned, Sui Sui's eyes widened in shock. Sui Sui, think carefully again. Did anyone else come to the temple? Shen Yunwen softly reminded her. Frowning and recalling what happened before her master died, Sui Sui slowly lifted her small face, her eyebrows furrowed, and her big eyes almost seemed to be blazing with fire. She raised her tiny hand and pointed at Wan Wan's face. Did you poison the master, right? Sui Sui could tell if someone was sick or poisoned just by looking. But she was still a child, and when the old priest passed away, she was overwhelmed with grief and didn't notice these details. She always thought that her medicine hadn't cured her master. Now, after hearing everyone's comments, she carefully remembered the scene at that time and immediately felt something was wrong. Before going to gather herbs, her master was fine. After returning, he was poisoned and died. There were only she and Wan Wan in the temple. Who else could it be if not Wan Wan? Of course, Wan Wan wouldn't admit it and immediately argued loudly.
You.
Don't talk nonsense. Why would I poison the master? It's you. When I was giving medicine to the master, you insisted on doing it yourself. It must be you who poisoned him. If what you say is true, maybe the medicine you gave the master was the problem. You're the one who caused his death. Not only did she refuse to admit it, but she also turned around and bit back. Sui Sui's anger instantly flared. Thinking of the kind old master who loved her like a grandfather, Sui Sui couldn't bear it anymore. She rushed forward and pushed Wan Wan to the ground. Give me back my master. Mother, Sui Sui is innocent. Wan Wan got up, grabbing Du Rua's hand. Even if the master was poisoned, it was because your medicine was toxic. What does that have to do with me? You're talking nonsense. Sui Sui choked, crying out loud. The master eats my medicine every day. My medicine isn't poisonous. She shook off Wan Wan's hand, and Du Rua, feeling sad, held the little girl in her arms.
Don't cry, Sui Sui.
Mother believes in you. Seeing that Du Rua ignored her, Wan Wan cried as she ran over and grabbed Shen Huijin's hand. Dad, you're not even our Shen family's daughter. You have no right to call me that anymore. Shen Huijin snorted coldly and pulled his hand away from her. Wan Wan was about to say more, but Jun Qian suddenly drew his sword. I will kill this wicked child right now, Your Highness. Shen Huijin rushed over, grabbing his wrist tightly. Please don't act impulsively. This is a serious matter. We need to return to the capital and ask the emperor for a decision. The matter of Wan Wan pretending to be related might also be connected to the old master's death. Now, even the Xiongnu are involved. This is no longer just about a family reunion. It concerns the stability of the empire and the safety of the people. Shen Huijin had to be very careful. Jun Qian clenched his teeth, sheathed his sword in anger, and shot a fierce look at Wan Wan. Just let her live a few more days. Guards, take her away and keep a close watch. 2 palace guards hurried over, reaching out their hands to seize Wan Wan like a chick. Wan Wan looked at Du Rua, who was holding Sui Sui and not paying attention to her. Shen Huijin also stood nearby, comforting his daughter. Wan Wan's gaze, full of plea, fell on Shen Yunwen. Second brother, help me. I really didn't do anything. Shen Yunwen looked serious, his tone colder than his expression. Don't call me second brother anymore. You're not our Shen family daughter, and you're not my sister. Wan Wan was about to say more, but Jun Qian coldly ordered. Take her away. 2 guards grabbed Wan Wan and dragged her away. Sui Sui turned her face away from Du Rua, watching Jun Qian. The little girl's lips trembled, tears still clinging to her eyelashes. Brother immortal, it wasn't the medicine that caused my master's death. Brother knows. Jun Qian said tenderly, patting the little girl's back. I believe you. Yes, Sui Sui, don't be sad. We will find out who the real culprit is. Shen Yunwen comforted the young girl and looked at her father. Dad, how is the situation with the assassin? Just now, it was the Xiongnu people who attacked you. The leader was the Grand Master Glei, Shun Huijin said. When they heard it was the Xiongnu, Jun Qian, and the others looked surprised. They originally thought that this time, by setting a trap for the enemy, they could catch Qin Beicheng and Wan Wan all at once. But unexpectedly, Glei appeared. Xiongnu, Jun Qian was stunned. Could Qin Beicheng be collaborating with the Xiongnu? Unfortunately, there were no survivors to question. Now, I can't be sure whether they are working with Qin Beicheng or just seeking revenge against His Highness and Sui Sui, Shun Huijin sighed and frowned. For now, we can only bring back the old monk's body and investigate everything carefully. Jun Qian looked serious. Most likely, Wan Wan is responsible for poisoning the monk. Shun Huijin took a deep breath. Wan Wan pretended to be Sui Sui and entered my Shin family. I hate her deeply. But now that even the Xiongnu are involved, I have to be cautious. This child has done many wrong things. She will pay the price for what she has done, Shun Yunwen said, gently holding Jun Qian's arm. If His Highness impulsively orders her death, it will only give her an excuse. All right, Jun Qian clenched his teeth. Let's go back to the capital now and inform His Majesty. He ordered his men to prepare the old monk's body, and everyone headed down the mountain again. Because this matter involved the Xiongnu, Shun Huijin was also worried about complications arising later. Everyone, rest briefly and prepare to return to the capital immediately. They all mounted their horses and carts, heading back toward the city. Not far away, on a hillside, Qin Jie, the second son of the Qin family, was hiding behind some bushes, watching the distant convoy with a worried face and furrowed brows. This Shun Huijin is playing a dangerous game, he muttered. After receiving Wan Wan's letter, Qin Beicheng made careful plans. He specifically ordered his second son, Qin Jie, to gather people and rush over, intending to use this opportunity to capture Jun Qian and Sui Sui and then frame them for the Xiongnu. But Qin Jie didn't expect that Shun Huijin had already planned everything and had been secretly protecting Jun Qian and the others. Luckily, Glei appeared halfway and acted first, so Qin Jie didn't get exposed. Second young master, a subordinate behind him whispered softly. What should we do now? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry back to the capital and inform our father, Qin Jie ordered. He dashed down the hillside, jumped onto his horse, and led a few men onto the small road. Now, Wan Wan was in Shun family's hands. If this matter wasn't handled properly, not only the Qin family, but it seems even the crown prince and the empress may be in serious trouble. Early in the morning, Emperor Jun Qing'an arrives on time at Zhengyang Palace for the morning court. He walks up the steps and sits on the throne, raising his right hand. Everyone stand at ease, Your Majesty. A young eunuch hurriedly enters the hall and bows down at the steps. Prince Qin, Princess Anning, Marquis Jinbei, and their wives request an audience, saying they have important matters to report directly to the emperor. Jun Qing'an is momentarily surprised. He knows about the old monk restoring the graves. But everyone returning to the capital so quickly and coming early to see the emperor must mean something serious has happened. Declare. Immediately, a eunuch steps out and loudly announces. Announce Prince Qin, Princess Anning, Marquis Jinbei, and others to enter the hall. Soon, footsteps are heard approaching lightly. Jun Qian leads Sui Sui into the hall, followed closely by Shun Huijin, Du Ruo, Shin Yunwen, and others. Behind them, two guards drag Wan Wan, whose clothes and hair are messy and who is tied up. Everyone is shocked at this scene. The Chancellor Qin Beicheng, standing at the head of the officials, sees Wan Wan tied up and strides over to rush to her side. What are you doing? How can you tie up a child? This is outrageous. Chancellor, Shun Huijin steps in front of him, blocking him. This child is suspected of murder. Of course we have to bind her. Hearing Shun Huijin, all the officials' eyes turn to Wan Wan. Qin Beicheng turns to look at Jun Qing'an on the steps. Your Majesty, a child of only a few years old, how could she commit murder? It was her. Sui Sui shouts loudly, interrupting Qin Beicheng. She steps forward and kneels before Jun Qing'an. Please, Father Emperor, help Sui Sui. After a long journey, The little girl hasn't slept well all night. Her big eyes are red, her long hair is a bit messy, and she kneels on the stone ground, almost crying. Jun Qing'an, sitting on the throne, feels pity and stands up. Sui Sui, come here and tell me what happened. Fuan steps down the steps and leads the girl to the throne. Jun Qing'an reaches out and gently wipes her tears, pulling her close. Tell me, Sui Sui, what exactly is going on? Father Emperor, Sui Sui's master didn't die from illness. She was poisoned. Sui Sui turns her face and points at Wan Wan below the steps. It was her who poisoned my master. The little boy's words immediately shocked everyone in the grand hall. De Yi has always valued filial piety. A teacher is like a parent for life, like a second set of parents. If a disciple poisons their master, it is a serious crime of treason. Your Majesty, Qin Beiqing stepped forward, defending Wan Wan. This accusation against the young princess is too childish. Wan Wan is just a girl under 4 years old. How could she possibly commit such a murder? Your Majesty, Shen Huaijin took the lead in speaking. We went to the temple to thank the old priest for caring for and raising my young lady. When we dug up the grave, we found the old priest's bones were dark, especially around the throat, signs of poisoning. If no one had poisoned him, how could he have been poisoned? Qin Beiqing smiled. Even so, how can the Marquis prove that Wan Wan was the one who poisoned him? Sui Sui, standing in front of Jun Qing'an, frowned and turned away angrily, interrupting Qin Beiqing. It was her. Sui Sui feeds medicine to the master every day. If she hadn't poisoned him, she would have cured him. Your Majesty, Jun Qian bowed. Besides the old priest, only Sui Sui and Wan Wan are in the temple. Sui Sui is like a granddaughter to the priest. She would never do such a thing. The one who poisoned him is Wan Wan. A scholar stepped forward and bowed to the emperor. Prince Qin, since you say only Sui Sui and Wan Wan are in the temple, could it be that the young prince himself caused the poisoning by accident? Yes, Your Majesty. I also think we can't be sure that Wan Wan is guilty. Many officials had long been loyal supporters of Qin Beiqing. Shen Huaijin was a solitary person, never forming alliances or factions. He had made many enemies in court. Naturally, some people came forward to speak for Qin Beiqing. Sui Sui is an outstanding healer. Everyone in the palace knows this. Whether it's treating the minister's illnesses or the Empress Dowager's leg, she's been the one to heal them. Everyone knows this. Shun Yunwen snorted. And Sui Sui's medicine master is not new to her. If she had truly been poisoned, she would have died long ago. Why would she only get sick on the day my father returned to the capital? I didn't do it. I didn't kill my master. Wan Wan immediately cried out. Your Majesty, they are framing me, Your Majesty. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Beiqing shook his head and sighed deeply. Even if you don't like Wan Wan, you don't have to blame a child for everything. The old priest is Wan Wan's master. Why would she poison her master? Du Rua immediately retorted. Wan Wan personally said that the old priest only cares about Sui Sui. He often hits or scolds her and even left scars on her legs. She hates him. Isn't that enough reason? Scars. Hearing these words, Qin Beiqing suddenly became emotional. He turned quickly, supported Wan Wan's leg, and rolled up her pants. Your Majesty, the scars on this child's leg are exactly the same as those on my daughter's. Come, Wan Wan, let me see your ear. He held Wan Wan's head and parted her hair near her ear. Your Majesty, Wan Wan is my own daughter.
Look.
The black mole in her hair is exactly the same. Holding Wan Wan tightly in his arms, Qin Beiqing cried tears of sorrow. Good girl, Dad has found you. It's been 3 years. Dad has been thinking of you all along. All the officials and ministers were stunned in place. The people from the Shen family and Jun Qian also froze. Earlier in the palace, Qin Beiqing had blood-verified Wan Wan's identity, and they were not father and daughter. Why did Wan Wan suddenly become his biological daughter again? On the dragon throne, Jun Qing'an looked surprised and stood up. Wasn't it clear before that they had blood-verified the relationship? Isn't this child the daughter of the chancellor? I don't know how this happened, Qin Beiqing said, wiping his tears. But I know for sure it was that Judge Song. He deliberately caused trouble, preventing me from recognizing my daughter. Your Majesty, I want to confront Judge Song directly. Jun Qing'an raised his hand. Bring Judge Song here. 2 guards left on command and soon dragged Judge Song inside. They threw Judge Song to the ground. 1 guard stepped forward, threw a bundle onto the floor. Your Majesty, when we arrived, Judge Song was trying to escape. This bundle was on him. Fuan stepped down the stairs, placed the bundle on the dragon desk, and opened it. Inside, it was heavy with gold and silver. Good job, Judge Song. Carrying so much gold and silver. You wanted to escape? Qin Beiqing stood up, pointed at Judge Song's nose, and scolded. Tell me clearly, why did Wan Wan, who is obviously my daughter, not recognize me when we did the blood test? Judge Song knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and said nothing. What really happened? The Lord Shen angrily shouted, slamming his hand on the table. If you don't tell the truth now, I will punish you. Judge Song slowly lifted his face from the ground, giving a cold smile. It seems you all know. I admit I tampered with the blood test when the little princess and Wan Wan recognized each other. You, Qin Beiqing grabbed his collar. We have no grudges with you. Why did you do this? Humph. Judge Song snorted coldly. Because I hate you and your people. Judge Song raised his hand, pointing at Shen Huaijing. Shen Huaijing frowned, looking at Judge Song with confusion. Do I have any conflict with Lord Song? Conflict? Judge Song bit his teeth. If it weren't for you, my father and brother wouldn't have died. Shen Huaijing was stunned. Who exactly are you? Don't you remember, General Shen? The medic, Song Chung and Song Ji, who were executed in front of the army 5 years ago. They are my father and elder brother. Shen Huaijing carefully examined Judge Song's face, recognizing some familiar features. Song Chung and Song Ji were executed by me because they broke military rules, bought inferior medicines, embezzled, and committed crimes. They deserved death. Breaking military rules? Or was it because they offended you? Judge Song curled his lips. You killed my father and brother. Now I want you to taste what it's like to be torn from your family. Do you know who took your daughter? It was me. You. Shen Huaijing clenched his fists at his sides. Is it really you? Your daughter went missing on Lantern Festival, didn't she? That day, she wore a big red cloak, right? Judge Song laughed loudly. Unfortunately, she was lucky. I threw her into the river, but she didn't die. If I had known, I would have strangled her then. 3 years had passed. Searching for his daughter had yielded no results. And now, the one who tore his family apart was him? Shen Huaijing's anger boiled over. He stepped forward and threw a punch. Judge Song was knocked back and fell heavily onto the stone ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Shen Huaijing was still filled with rage and moved to strike again. Father, Lord. Shen Yunwen and Jun Qian hurriedly grabbed Shen Huaijing's arms, pulling him aside forcefully. You. Du Ruo trembled with anger. How could you treat a child like that? He had heard that it was he who caused himself, his mother, and father to be separated. Suyue stood on the high platform, her big eyes full of anger. Qin Beiqing glanced sideways at Judge Song and took Wan Wan to the side. Your Majesty, now that the truth is clear, none of this has anything to do with Wan Wan. Who says it has nothing to do with her? You won't let Wan Wan go, even if all this was done by Song Yuanpan. What about the person poisoning the old master? Was it also Song Yuanpan? Yes, it was me, Song Yuanpan said, struggling to sit up. Knowing that girl didn't die, I kept looking for her. I poisoned the porridge, but I wasn't sure which girl it was. I originally wanted to poison both of them. I didn't expect both girls to be so lucky. Jun Qian looked at Song Yuanpan with suspicion. Something was wrong. Song Yuanpan was too quick to confess everything. Without being asked, he told all. Jun Qian thought for a moment. You are a medical officer at the Imperial Hospital. You should be on duty there. How could you have time to go to the temple? Prince Qin, Fuan coughed softly. During the time the emperor was at the spring hunting in the palace, Song Yuanpan took leave and was not in the palace, so he couldn't have been with the emperor. Shen Yunwen also felt something was off. Even so, what about the carrier pigeon? Are you talking about the pigeon Wan Wan released? Song Yuanpan chuckled softly. I gave it to her. It was my gift for Madame Shen's birthday. I was just a guest, and I happened to have the chance to give her that pigeon. Wan Wan turned her face away from Qin Beicheng and looked at Song Yuanpan. Realizing he was a scapegoat arranged by Qin Beicheng, Wan Wan nodded in agreement. He gave me the pigeon. He said it was a fun gift. When I opened the box, the pigeon flew away. After the initial anger, Shan Huijin calmed down. Song Yuanpan, you said the pigeon was a gift from you to Wan Wan. Where did you get the pigeon? I stole it from the Prime Minister's residence, Song Yuanpan said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. That day, I went to see Madame Qin. I've been visiting the Qin residence, often over the years. Stealing a pigeon isn't hard. What did you write on the secret letter? Shen Yunwen asked. Song Yuanpan coughed painfully twice. It said you all went to the old master's grave. Unfortunately, the Xiongnu didn't kill you. Otherwise, no one would know it was me. Everyone thought this time they would catch Qin Beicheng. But unexpectedly, it was Song Yuanpan. He could reveal all the details, which no one had anticipated. You despicable person. Qin Beicheng cursed angrily. Why did you drag me into this? Humph. Emperor Qin snorted coldly. You officials and noblemen, how could you understand the suffering of ordinary people like us? I am a court doctor, not your Qin family's personal physician. Why should I obey your commands? Every time I am asked to see a patient, I am paid generously. Yet, you heartless person, you want to frame me, to stir up trouble between me and Lord Shen. Luckily, the truth has now come out today, or else Lord Shen and I would have been harmed by you. Qin Beicheng turned around, looking aggrieved at Jun Qing'an. Your Majesty, such a sneaky person shouldn't be spared. Jun Qing'an, sitting on the throne, also frowned deeply. Qiao Liang, the inspector Qiao Liang stepped forward confidently. Your servant is here. Bring Song Yuanpan back to the inspection office for a thorough investigation. Find out whether what he said is true. Make sure this matter is fully cleared up. This involved the Prime Minister and the noble family of Lord Jinbei, who had served loyally for generations, and even the Xiongnu were drawn into it. Jun Qing'an would not just believe Song Yuanpan's words without question. Yes, Qiao Liang turned around and was about to give the order. Suddenly, Song Yuanpan raised his right hand, stuffing a prepared pill into his mouth. Qiao Liang rushed forward, grabbing his chin to try to pry the pill out, but he was a moment too late. Song Yuanpan took a breath, looked weakly toward Qin Beicheng, spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed to the ground, dead. Sui Sui. Jun Qing'an was worried about frightening Sui Sui, so he hurriedly pressed the little girl into his arms, shielding her eyes. Someone, take him away. Several guards rushed in and dragged Song Yuanpan's body out of the hall. Qin Beicheng withdrew his gaze, quietly letting out a breath of relief. His fat hands were covered in cold sweat, and his back was soaked through. Fortunately, his son had come back overnight and informed him ahead of time. If he hadn't found the scapegoat, Song Yuanpan, their family would really have been finished this time. Your Majesty, now that the truth is out, can our Wan Wan clear her name? Prime Minister, that's premature, Jun Qian said coldly, giving Wan Wan a sharp look. Then he turned to his father on the high platform. Father, there's one more thing. Wan Wan must take responsibility. Jun Qing'an gently patted Sui Sui's back in comfort. What is it? Tell me. Jun Qian said, Father, do you remember what happened in the Imperial garden when Princess Deshio nearly died from poisoning? Jun Qing'an nodded. I remember. At that time, Wan Wan accidentally mixed oleander into the plum juice. I thought she was young and naive, so I didn't hold her responsible. Jun Qian, if she didn't do it accidentally, was it on purpose? Jun Qing'an frowned. Do you have any proof? A few days ago, concubine Shu's pet dog, Shuer, nearly got poisoned. I and Sui Sui happened to pass by and saved Shuer. Later, we found out it was poisoned after licking a handkerchief in the grass. I knew this was serious, so I gave the handkerchief to Mr. Bai at Baichao Hall for testing. Mr. Bai confirmed that the poison on the handkerchief was from oleander. Sui Sui, standing beside Jun Qing'an, immediately spoke in a sweet voice to help. The handkerchief my brother and I found is exactly the same as the one my mother gave to Sui Sui. It belongs to Wan Wan. Du Ruo looked up, recalling the scene at that time, her eyes turning red. At that time, Wan Wan said she wanted to give that plum juice to Sui Sui. I thought she really cared about Sui Sui. Later, Princess Deshio happened to take the plum juice away, and Sui Sui was saved from danger. If not, Sui Sui would have drunk that juice, and the Emperor would have had to decide for her. Lady Shin, Wan Wan is just a child. How could she know all this? Why would she poison Sui Sui? Qin Beiqing once again defended Wan Wan. Even if she isn't your Shin family's child, she has stayed with your family for a while. Just because she's my daughter, Qin Beiqing, you want to condemn her to death? Lady Shin, your heart is really cruel. Me cruel? Du Ruo sneered, tears streaming down her face. Our Shin family loves her like our own flesh and blood. How has she treated us? How has she treated our own daughter? She grew up with Sui Sui, her younger sister. As her teacher and sister, I must ask, is it I who am cruel, or is she? The officials nearby, hearing Du Ruo's tearful accusations, shook their heads repeatedly. Your Majesty, Wan Wan hurriedly knelt down. Wan Wan really didn't do it on purpose. Wan Wan just made a mistake. Shun Yunwen questioned, if you didn't do it on purpose, how could the handkerchief be poisoned? Wan Wan defended herself. Wan Wan accidentally got plum juice on her hands, so she wiped her hands. Jun Qian snorted coldly. You were holding a bowl with both hands. How did you wipe your hands? If you didn't know the plum juice was poisonous, why did you throw away the handkerchief after wiping? Wan Wan bit her lip, unable to answer. Why are all you adults questioning a child? Princess Deshio and Sui Sui are fine, aren't they? Qin Beiqing knelt crying beside Wan Wan. Your Majesty, the laws of Day are very clear. Children under 7 who unknowingly commit crimes are not punished. Wan Wan is only 3 or 4 years old and didn't really harm anyone. Please have mercy, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Wan Wan is not my Shun family's daughter. How did the jade pendant end up in her hand? How can we be sure she didn't steal it? If it wasn't Wan Wan, I would have already recognized Sui Sui as my daughter. Yet, I face her and still can't recognize her. All of this is because of Wan Wan. Shun Huijin stepped forward and knelt on the ground. Please punish Wan Wan and give Sui Sui and our Shin family justice. Shin Yunwen also knelt beside his father. What the judge said might not be true. We can't be sure yet. Please, Your Majesty, punish Wan Wan and give my sister fairness. Du Ruo also knelt with the father and son. If such a wicked child can go unpunished, then the world and my family won't accept it. Initially, they didn't know the truth, and Wan Wan kept it from them. Now that the truth is clear, how could they let Wan Wan go? At this moment, all 3 only had one thought. No matter what, they must seek justice for their daughter or sister. If what the Chancellor says is true, and she is too young to be punished, then I want to ask the Chancellor. Sui Sui is even younger than Wan Wan. If she did wrong, should she also go unpunished? Jun Qian turned his face and looked at Sui Sui on the stage. That tiger of Sui Sui's, if she accidentally bit or ate Wan Wan, should she also be held responsible? Since Qin Beiqing was unreasonable, he would be even more unreasonable. Use evil to fight evil. Your Highness, King Qin, how can you say that? Qin Beiqing forced a bitter smile. Our Wan Wan didn't do it on purpose. Having spent these days with Jun Qian, the 2 children had already formed a tacit understanding. Sui Sui immediately understood his meaning. Then I didn't do it on purpose either. My tiger didn't do it on purpose. Sui Sui turned her little face and shouted loudly with a cute voice. Little tiger, come in. Roar. The quiet tiger outside let out a loud cry and rushed into the hall. The officials and guards froze in place. The tiger ignored everyone, eyes fixed on Wan Wan, and slowly stepped forward with its claws. Dad, save me. Wan Wan trembled with fear, quickly curling into Qin Beiqing's arms. Qin Beiqing's face turned pale with fright, and even his chubby cheeks trembled. The father and daughter hugged each other, trembling as if sifting flour. Your Majesty, this act by the princess must not be allowed. You watch calmly as the father and daughter tremble together, not stopping Sui. I am also thinking, the Emperor says, that Prime Minister Qin really believes that because the child is young, she can be irresponsible. Earlier in the Imperial Garden, it was because Wan was Shun's daughter that he was lenient. Who would have thought there was such a hidden truth? As a father, Qin Beicheng surprisingly wanted to excuse his daughter so lightly. At this moment, Jun Qing'an is filled with anger. Or is it that the Prime Minister's daughter is a daughter, but my daughter and Lord Shin's daughter are not? Having been in official circles for many years, Qin Beicheng is not a fool to reach the position of Prime Minister. The Emperor, Jun Qing'an, is clearly furious. If Wan does not pay the price today, the Emperor will not easily let it go. I admit my mistake. Since she is a child, she should follow the rules. Qin Beicheng pulls Wan to kneel on the ground, crying as he bows his head to the blue stone floor. This is all my fault for not disciplining her properly. Please, Your Majesty, punish me. I beg you to show mercy for the sake of my reunion with my daughter. I promise I will discipline her strictly and never let her do wrong again. Qin Beicheng softens and Wan knows she cannot escape this punishment. She cries and kneels on the ground. Wan admits her mistake. Please, Your Majesty, forgive her. Wan will never dare to do this again. Standing nearby, Crown Prince Junzhe also kneels in his robe. I humbly ask Father Emperor to spare Sister Wan's life. Outside the palace hall, the eunuch Gao Xian reports, Empress Dowager has arrived. The Empress, dressed in splendid clothes, drags Princess Junyu with her, crying as they rush into the hall and kneel at the steps. Your humble servant dares to ask the Emperor to spare Wan's life. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy. Junyu kneels beside her, pleading for mercy from the Emperor. Your Majesty, please consider her age and the fact that Prime Minister Qin is elderly. Give the girl a chance to live. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy. Many ministers inside the hall also plead for Wan. Your Majesty, Qin Beicheng cries as he raises his face. Wan has been missing since she was young. She is a pitiful child. Please give her one more chance to reform. Jun Qing'an stands up, supporting the armrest of his chair, and looks around sternly, his gaze falling on Wan. Wan, do you know you are wrong? Wan, having a second chance at life, certainly does not want to lose her life. She cries and admits her mistake voluntarily. Wan admits her mistake. Wan will change in the future. Please, Your Majesty, forgive her. Jun Qing'an takes a deep breath, just about to speak. Your Majesty, Father. Sui Sui reached out her small hand, grabbing Jun Qing'an's sleeve. That's not right. Jun Qing'an turned his face, looking at the little girl beside him with confusion. Sui Sui, what's not right? The judge from earlier, he said something wrong. Sui Sui anxiously shook Jun Qing'an's arm. My master is very sick, hasn't eaten for days, and he hasn't drunk any porridge. Father, Jun Xian took over. I remember too. The old doctor described the master as very weak, and it looks like he hasn't eaten for several days. Since the doctor didn't drink any porridge, it means the judge's words are false. He wasn't poisoned by porridge. There must be another reason behind this. Wan Wan, worried that Jun Qing'an might suspect again, quickly raised her face. Your Majesty, Sui Sui is wrong. My master did drink porridge. I fed him. He only took a few sips. You're lying. Sui Sui glared with big eyes and shouted, that day I just finished feeding my master medicine and you said you were going to pick spiritual mushrooms for him. We didn't eat anything. Wan Wan was stunned. How dare you? Jun Qian scolded sharply. You dare to lie in front of the Emperor? Your Majesty. Wan Wan knew she had spoken out of turn and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Wan Wan really did make porridge that day. Sui Sui is mistaken. Father, Sui Sui quickly spoke up. Ever since my master fell ill, I have been cooking. Little sister has never cooked. Your Majesty, Qin Beicheng smiled and raised his face. This happened over a month ago. It's possible the princess remembers incorrectly. Your Majesty, I can also prove it. Shun Huaijin stood up from the ground. To protect Sui Sui and Prince Qin, I checked the terrain at the temple the night before. There was no sign of cooking in the pot. You can send someone to check immediately. I swear I am not lying. To set up the ambush early, Shun Huaijin personally went to check the temple and remembers it clearly. Jun Qian raised his right hand and pointed at Wan Wan. Father, the person who poisoned her is her. Sui Sui's jade pendant was definitely stolen by her. She deliberately poisoned Sui Sui because she was afraid her secret would be exposed. Wan Wan truly knelt forward 2 steps. Your Majesty, Wan Wan didn't. I really didn't. Kill my master. Shut up. Jun Qing'an slapped the dragon desk and interrupted her with a stern face. Lies full of holes. So many facts are in front of you. Are you still going to lie? A child only a few years old, with such malicious thoughts. How can I forgive you? Your Majesty, please spare me. I only have this one daughter. I beg you to give her a chance to live. Justice is punishment for murder. Debts must be repaid. Did she think about the old monk's life when she poisoned? Did she consider Yeya's life when she poisoned her? Du Ruo looked full of grief and anger. I would like to ask the Prime Minister, on what grounds can she be exempt from death? Emperor Jun Qing'an took a deep breath and ordered coldly, bring Wan Wan out. Your Majesty, please no. Qin Beiqing hurriedly knelt and took 2 steps forward, rushing onto the steps. Please, Your Majesty, let me have one more meal with her. It would be a chance for us to be together as father and daughter. Yes, Your Majesty. The Empress also tearfully raised her face. Even if you want to execute Wan Wan, at least let her speak with her brother and share a meal, to show some family love. All right, I will give you this chance. Jun Qing'an waved his hand. You may take her down now. The execution will be in 1 hour. Anyone who dares to stop the plea for mercy will share her punishment. The Emperor was furious. Who dared to oppose? Thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty. Qin Beiqing stood up crying, pulling the terrified Wan Wan from the ground, and together with the Empress and others, they left the hall. Watching them leave, Jun Qing'an reached out and gently patted the little one's head. Qiao Yang, your servant is here. Judge Shin has died. Whether what he said is true, and the matter of the Shin family being betrayed and ambushed, I'll leave it to you to investigate carefully. How could a mere hospital judge cause such a big fuss? Jun Qing'an could sense something was wrong. Since it involved the country's stability, he couldn't afford to be careless. Qiao Liang replied, Your servant obeys the order. Your Majesty. Shen Huaijin raised his face. I have one more request. Speak. Now that it's confirmed Yeya is my daughter, I ask Your Majesty to announce this to the world, to clear her name, and let everyone know that Wan Wan is the Prime Minister's daughter, so there won't be any misunderstandings in the future, because Wan Wan had already acknowledged her family first. There were many rumors in the capital. A father naturally didn't want anyone to speak ill of his daughter behind her back. Good. Jun Qing'an nodded. Fuan, have someone prepare a notice to announce this to the world. Dismiss the court. Holding Yeya's hand, Jun Qing'an slowly descended the steps.
Shen King, Qianea.
Follow me to the Imperial study. The old tiger standing nearby nodded and followed behind the little one. Jun Qing'an sat on a chair, took the little one onto his lap, and looked around at everyone with concern, finally focusing on Jun Qian. Is everyone unharmed? Rest assured, Your Majesty, we are all safe, Shen Huaijin said with a frown and a serious tone. However, this time, Jelly dared to attack us. The Xiongnu Khan probably has bad plans. I guessed as much, Jun Qing'an said with a frown. It seems I will have to trouble Xinqing again. Protecting the country is my duty, Shen Huaijin said with a bow. I will send a letter to the northwest quickly, so they can prepare defenses. I will also speed up training new soldiers, just in case. Knowing everyone hadn't eaten, Fuan took the initiative to send a young eunuch to bring breakfast. Du Ruo was busy holding Sui Sui in her arms and feeding her porridge. The little girl hadn't slept well all night and was now very sleepy. While eating porridge, she kept yawning. Du Ruo felt sad and placed the bowl aside, holding the girl close. Since Sui Sui is sleepy, she can sleep in her mother's arms, she said. No, the girl rubbed her eyes. Sui Sui still hasn't avenged her master. As she spoke, the girl was about to give in to sleep, leaning on Du Ruo and yawning again. Fuan, standing nearby, quickly took a blanket and carefully covered Sui Sui. He carefully tucked the blanket around her. Du Ruo stood up and sat to the side, gently patting the girl's back. Jun Qian turned his face and looked at the water clock in the corner of the hall. Fuan, is about an hour enough? Before Fuan could answer, a small eunuch quietly entered. Your Majesty, the Empress and the Chancellor want to see you. Humph. Jun Qian snorted. They are asking for mercy. Their request isn't for mercy. The small eunuch lowered his head. Wan Wan has already taken poison and died. Jun Qian was stunned. He pushed his chair aside and stood up, walking quickly to the door. Du Rua also held Sui Sui and stood up, following Jun Qian and others behind him. Outside the door, Qin Beicheng, with tear-streaked face, knelt holding Wan Wan in his arms. Wan Wan leaned crookedly against him, with blood on her lips, her face pale as paper, her arms limp at her sides, looking lifeless. The Empress, Crown Prince Junzai, young Master Junyu, and others stood behind Qin Beicheng.
Cleansing Evenven, Yun Xing'an Faunal.
What is going on? Seeing Jun Qing'an, Qin Beicheng cried, and looked up. Your Majesty, I really couldn't bear it. I can't believe they beheaded such a young child. I dare to ask your Majesty to spare her body. Please forgive me, your Majesty. The Empress also knelt down with everyone else. The concubine, because the child is young, secretly gave her poison. Jun Qing'an glanced at Qin Beicheng holding Wan Wan, whose face was pale as earth, and shook his head with a frown.
Fine.
Since the person is already dead, you can handle the body yourselves. Anyway, the person is gone, and how they died no longer matters. Qin Beicheng, being a high official and the Emperor's brother-in-law, deserved this face. Thank you, your Majesty. Qin Beicheng cried as he kowtowed, painfully supporting Wan Wan to stand up, then turned to leave. Wait a moment. Jun Qian was still worried and stopped them. Fugongong, summon the Imperial doctor to examine the body. What does His Highness mean? Qin Beicheng turned around with tears in his eyes. Could this be faked? Since someone in the palace has died, an autopsy by the Imperial doctor is the usual procedure. Shun Yunwen coughed softly. The Chancellor should know this, right? Anyway, the person is dead. If you want to examine, go ahead. The Empress wiped her tears with her hand. I haven't done anything shameful, so I have nothing to fear from your inspection. Soon, an Imperial doctor arrived at the Imperial study. Jun Qing'an tilted his chin, and the doctor stepped forward, carefully feeling Wan Wan's pulse, checking her nose and neck pulses, then knelt before Jun Qing'an. Your Majesty, this child has no vital signs. Jun Qing'an nodded gently and waved his hand. My poor child, Qin Beicheng, with a look of pain, cried as he stood up, holding Wan Wan and leaving the hall. Watching him leave, Du Rua shook his head and sighed softly. He looked down at his daughter's sleeping face, slowly tightening his arms to hold her close. Jun Qing'an withdrew his gaze, shaking his head with disgust. Even as a disciple of the old monk, this child is truly not even as good as Yuesui's hair. Turning his face, his gaze fell on the peacefully sleeping Yuesui, and his expression softened. This matter is settled. Take the child back to rest early. Thank you, your Majesty. Everyone bowed to Jun Qing'an and left through the main gate of Jingyang Palace. Finally, this is over, Chong Lu said happily. This is called retribution. It's too early to say it's over. Jun Qian snorted. With just Wan Wan alone, she couldn't have caused such a big fuss. This must be related to the Chancellor. Judge Song is dead, Wan Wan is dead, and there's no evidence now. Shun Huaijin frowned. Once again, that old fox will escape punishment. Keep your voices down, don't wake Yuesui. Du Rua lowered her head to look at Sui Sui in her arms and frowned as she reminded everyone, no matter what, Wan Wan is just getting what she deserves. The rest will be clear once Qing'er wakes up. The lady is right. Evil cannot triumph over good. Sooner or later, they will pay the price, Shun Huaijin said with a smile. Everyone, go back and rest now. Shun Yunwen helped Du Rua onto the carriage, and Shun Huaijin mounted his horse. Everyone bid farewell and left. At the gate, the tiger chased after the carriage, and a golden eagle on the wall spread its wings and flew over to guard above the carriage. Back at the Marquis of Beibei's residence, Du Rua carefully carried Sui Sui down from the carriage and took the little one to her room. Sui Sui slept very peacefully this time. It wasn't until it was almost dark that the little one finally woke from a deep sleep. She climbed out of bed, stretched her small arms lazily, and walked out of the room. Green Pearl was helping her with herbs when she saw Sui Sui come out and smiled as she approached. "Little His Highness, are you hungry? Would you like to eat something tasty?" Everyone in the Shun household now knew about Wan Wan's execution. This wicked girl finally faced her punishment, and Green Pearl was very happy. Sui Sui looked around, knowing she was no longer in the palace, and immediately asked Green Pearl, "Green Pearl, did Wan Wan get beheaded?" "Don't worry, Little His Highness. Wan Wan took poison and ended her own life. She's gone now," Green Pearl said with a smile, helping her adjust her clothes. "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" She raised her small hand to rub her empty stomach and pouted her little lips. "Sui Sui wants to eat meat. Good, I'll go to the kitchen now and ask them to make some delicious meat for you." Afraid the little one might be hungry, Green Pearl brought her a plate of snacks and placed it on the stone table in the courtyard for her to nibble on first. Turning around, she called a young palace maid. "Hurry, go to the kitchen and say that our Little His Highness is hungry and wants to eat meat." The young maid nodded and hurried off to arrange it. Green Pearl poured a cup of hot tea and placed it on the table. "Take your time eating, Little His Highness. Be careful not to burn yourself while drinking tea," she reminded the young one, and then went back to the window to tend to the herbs. Sui Sui picked up a piece of snack and took a few bites when suddenly a small dove flew over and landed on the stone table. The dove looked a bit familiar. It tilted its head and examined it carefully. Seeing the dove, Sui Sui's lips curled into a smile. "I remember you. You're the little dove I caught before, right? Why are you here?" "Cuckoo." The pigeon looked at her with longing as it pecked at the snack in her palm. "There's been a death in the Prime Minister's house and no one feeds us. I had to come out to find food." "Eat it," Sui Sui said, breaking a piece of the snack and placing it on the table. "Are you talking about that dead girl, Wan Wan?" Yes. The pigeon pecked at the snack and swallowed eagerly. "Let me tell you a secret. Wan Wan isn't really dead. She's pretending to be." "Wan Wan is pretending to be dead?" Sui Sui was surprised, forgetting the snack in her hand. She stood still for a moment, then grabbed the snack and got up. She rushed to the courtyard gate like the wind. She took a step out but then stopped, waving her hand to the little pigeon. "Hurry, you come too." The little pigeon obediently flew over. Sui Sui immediately turned around and ran out of the courtyard. "Little prince?" Lu Zhu hurriedly put down her water jar and followed behind the little girl. "What's going on? Why are you so hurried?" She ran out of the courtyard, through the corridor, rushing toward the main hall. "Mother, father." Shen Yunwen had just come out of his own courtyard and nearly bumped into her. He quickly supported her arm with concern, carefully examining her. "Sui Sui, what happened? Why are you in such a rush?" "Wan Wan." Sui Sui panted heavily, gasping twice. "Wan Wan isn't dead. Wan Wan isn't dead? How is that possible?" It must be that Sui Sui didn't see it with her own eyes and didn't believe. Shen Yunwen explained with a smile. "Sui Sui, you didn't see her sleeping in her mother's arms?" The Prince Chin's royal doctor examined her body, and Wan Wan is truly dead now. "No." Sui Sui raised her small hand and caught the pigeon flying in the air. This little pigeon is the same one from the Prime Minister's house last time. It told Sui Sui that Wan Wan is pretending to be. Last time, when they found the messenger pigeon, Shen Yunwen was there too. The gray pigeon that landed in Sui Sui's hand was grayish-white, with some black spots on its wings, very similar to the one they caught before. Pigeons don't lie, so they must be truthful. No wonder Qin Beiqing and others wanted Wan Wan to poison herself and said they wanted her body intact. They were just trying to trick everyone with this trick. Sui Sui, Shen Yunwen hugged the pigeon and held her hand. "Let's go tell our parents right now." The siblings ran to the front yard. Shen Huijin had just returned from the supervisory office and was sitting in the living room drinking tea. Durua sat on the other side, explaining to the housekeeper about the funeral arrangements for the old monk in a few days. "Everyone, go outside now." The hurried voice orders the idle people in the hall to leave. Shen Yunwen pulls Sui Sui and rushes to the two people in front of him. "Father, mother, we were fooled. Wan Wan didn't die. She's pretending to be dead. He places the dove on the table and briefly explains the news Sui heard to Du Ruo. Shen Huijin frowns. Could it be that the little dove heard wrong? Is there really medicine that makes someone appear dead after taking it? Yes, father. Sui lifts her small face, speaking hurriedly. Master said in the medical books that taking 6 times the normal dose of digitalis and opium can make a person fake death. When the medicine's effect wears off, they can come back to life. Everyone is stunned. This Qin Beiqing dares to manipulate in front of the emperor. We must find a way quickly, Du Ruo says. We have no proof to present to the emperor. Qin Beiqing won't admit it. Shen Huijin thinks for a moment. Let's go to the Prime Minister's residence ourselves and see for sure. He straightens his robes. Come on, let's go to the Prime Minister's house now. Everyone gets on their carriages and rides quickly to the gate of the Prime Minister's residence. The accompanying officer knocks on the door. No one opens. Only a voice from inside responds. Today is the Prime Minister's funeral. No outsiders are allowed. Please come back another day. Our princess, the Marquis, and the lady are here specifically to pay respects to Miss Wan Wan, the officer insists loudly. Please open the door. I'm sorry, but our Prime Minister has orders. Anyone coming to pay respects is fine, but the Marquis' family is not allowed. The gatekeeper replies. Sui has no patience for bargaining. She looks around with big eyes and leads the tiger to a shorter flower wall beside the residence. She grips the reins tightly, her embroidered shoes lightly tapping the tiger's belly, then leans slightly forward. Little tiger, jump. It's just a wall, and for a mountain king like the tiger, it's easy. The tiger takes 2 running steps, leaps lightly, and with a graceful jump, carries the little girl over the wall, landing inside the Prime Minister's residence. The gatekeeper, seeing the little girl riding the big tiger, shivers in fright and leans against the door. Princess, this is the Prime Minister's order. It's not my fault. Sui wrinkles her little nose and glares at him. Open the door, little ancestor, don't come over. I will open the door now. Please let your tiger stay away. For safety, the gatekeeper shrinks back and obediently pulls the latch open. The maids and guards, all dressed in white mourning cloth, are busy bringing and delivering tribute items back and forth. Suddenly, a large tiger rushed in, causing everyone to be so frightened they nearly fainted, screaming and running in all directions. The entire Prime Minister's residence was in chaos. Fruit and water. Platters filled with various tribute offerings fell to the ground with a clatter. Everyone hurried to the main hall, where black and white silk cloths hung from the eaves, set up like a memorial hall. There was no sign of a coffin. Seeing a servant trembling inside the memorial hall, Sui rode her tiger and rushed over. Where is Wan Wan? Seeing the tiger charging at her, the servant was so scared he almost peed his pants. Miss Wan Wan has already been buried. She was taken to Tongzhou River for cremation. Everyone quickly came out, mounted their horses again, and hurried out of the city, heading towards the outskirts near Tongzhou River. From afar, they saw many people gathered by the river, with white banners fluttering. Shen Huijin stopped his horse and signaled everyone to get down. Carefully, they crept closer to the riverbank and hid behind tall grass. At the riverbank, the servants from the Qin household, dressed in mourning, threw paper money into the water. Qin Beicheng held a jar of ashes, standing by the river, crying as he scattered the ashes into the water. Poor girl, Dad is sorry for you. I didn't give you a good life. In the next life, we'll still be father and daughter. Those despicable people who caused your death, I won't let them go. He poured all the ashes into the river, speaking more and more sadly, looking devastated. A servant hurried over to help him onto a carriage. Standing nearby, Qin Jia waved his hand and rode away with his servants and maids. After everyone left, Shen Huijin stood up and, with Sui and Xin Yunwen, went to the riverbank. Xin Yunwen glanced at the paper money on the ground and frowned secretly. Earlier in the palace, Qin Beicheng kept saying he wanted to keep a complete body for his daughter. But in just half a day, they cremated her. It seems there might be something suspicious. Noticing a bone on the riverbank, Sui stepped forward, picked it up, and held it high. Dad and second brother, look. This isn't a human bone. It's a dog bone. The deputy general looked at the bone in her hand, confused. Little princess, how can you tell? Tiger bones, fish bones, dog bones. All can be used in medicine, so it's not surprising that Sui Sui could recognize them. Sui Sui blinked her big eyes. I just looked with my eyes, she said simply. The deputy general. Well, that's the same as saying nothing. Too late. Qin Beicheng, this old fox, has surely already arranged for someone to send Wan Wan away. Shen Huaijin frowned and shook his head. Now everyone knows Wan Wan's body was cremated and thrown into the river. Even her ashes floated away with the water, so there's no way to prove Wan Wan was fake dead. The deputy general looked unwilling. Are we really going to let Wan Wan go like this? No, said Sui Sui, with a firm face. Wan Wan poisoned her master. Sui Sui must find her and get revenge for her master. That's right, Shen Huaijin said seriously. Wan Wan poisoned the old master and targeted Sui Sui several times. I will not let her go, maybe. The deputy general thought for a moment. Should the Lord go to the emperor and explain this? Right now, there's no evidence. Even talking about it might be useless. If the news gets out, it could cause trouble. If Qin Beicheng hears rumors, he will be more careful. It will be even harder to find Wan Wan later. Shen Huaijin thought for a moment and then turned to the deputy general. Go find out who left the house today and where they went. To save his daughter's life, Qin Beicheng would take big risks. He wouldn't keep her in the capital and would surely arrange a safe place for her. Wan Wan was just a young child and couldn't leave on her own. As long as we find out who left the house today, we can track down Wan Wan. Yes, the deputy general guessed his plan and promised. He quickly mounted his horse and rode off in a hurry. Sui Sui, shall we go too? Shen Huaijin turned around and saw the little girl had already run to the riverbank. She was forcefully throwing a dog bone into the water. Shen Huaijin walked over, took her hand, and led her to the riverbank. He scooped up some water to wash her hands carefully and looked at her face. Are you angry? Sui Sui is very angry, she pouted, her little eyebrows scrunching up. If Sui Sui hadn't fallen asleep, Wan Wan wouldn't have run away. Dad, I want to tell you something. Shen Huaijin raised his big hand and gently placed it on her shoulder. Things in the world don't always go smoothly. Not everything will be easy right away. As long as you don't give up, you will find a way to get revenge for your master. Sui Sui clenched her small fists and nodded hard. Her baby voice was filled with determination. Sui Sui won't give up. Sui Sui must find Wan Wan. Shen Yunwen came over and stood beside her. Mom, Dad, and brother will help you. 3 days later was an auspicious day. The Shen family carefully chose a sunny hillside in Sui Sui's medicinal garden to find a good feng shui burial site for the elderly man. Not only the Shen family, but also King Chuyu and the couple Shen Huayu came together for the funeral. The emperor and the empress dowager also prepared offerings to show respect and gratitude to the old Taoist priest. Jun Qian certainly wouldn't miss the occasion. He arrived early at the Shen house, personally holding Sui Sui's hand to see the old priest off on his final journey. By noon, the old Taoist priest was successfully buried, and everyone was preparing to leave. Down the hill, urgent horse hooves sounded. The deputy general rode quickly up the hill, jumped off his horse, and ran to the group. Marquis, young master, we found out. We found out. Since that day when Shen Huaijin ordered it, the deputy general had been secretly investigating the prime minister's residence. Today, they finally confirmed the news and immediately rushed to inform everyone. The Marquis guessed right. On the day of the incident, the housekeeper of the prime minister's residence left without attending the funeral. What could be so urgent that the housekeeper left without attending the funeral? It clearly indicated something was wrong. Shen Huaijin immediately asked, "Did you find out where he went?" He claimed he went to Beatty to buy ginseng for Madame Qin, but I specifically inquired, and after leaving the city, he went straight to the canal on the official road, switching to water transport, heading south, not north. The deputy general panted and continued, I also checked at the dock. The housekeeper carried a large box, carefully lifted the whole way. big enough to hold a child. Southward? Du Ruo frowned slightly. Qin's eldest son is the governor of Jincheng in Jiangnan. Qin Beicheng must have sent Wan Wan to her elder brother. She reached out and pulled Du Ruo's sleeve. Sui Sui looked up with her little face. Mother, Sui Sui also wants to go to Jiangnan to find Wan Wan? Du Ruo hesitated. Sui Sui, Jiangnan is very far away. Jiangnan is thousands of miles from the capital. How could a mother bear to let her child travel so far? No matter how far Sui Sui wants to go, she waved her small hand at her sleeve.
Sui Sui esse ais redden.
Please, mother, let Sui Sui go. Madam, Shun Huijin said seriously, you haven't been back to your family for a long time. Just take her there. If they needed someone, Shun Huijin could arrange for help. But the little girl's sincere wish made him reluctant to hurt her feelings. It's better to let her have some fun. Shun Yunwen also spoke up beside her. Yes, mother, your mother, and they also want to see Sui Sui. If so, then you are traveling the same way as us, Shun Huayu said with a smile. After the international court session ended, Chu Yu, the king of Nanchu, and Shun Huayu also had to go south to return to their territories. Jun Qian took the lead. In a few days, I will go south with the Imperial envoy. When the time comes, we can all look for him together. Good. Du Ruo took a deep breath. Let's go together and catch that naughty boy. Turning around, Sui Sui strode to the old monk's tomb and sincerely bowed 3 times. Master, Sui Sui will find Wan Wan and bring her back to avenge you. On the grave, white banners fluttered. The small figure in plain white mourning clothes was tiny, with a young voice, but with a firm determination that matched that of an adult. Everyone watched the child's back, feeling both pity and admiration. After returning from the medicine garden, everyone quickly prepared to leave the Shun family. They only announced publicly that they were taking Sui Sui to visit her maternal grandmother. Shun Yunwen and Shun Yunli, the brothers, also accompanied them. Shun Huijin was busy with military affairs and couldn't go, so he specially arranged for a deputy general to select over 100 elite guards to go along for safety and to help find people once they reached Jiangnan. Considering the fatigue of travel, Sui Sui couldn't bring many animals, only her tiger and golden eagle. Because Qing Er was still sick, Sui Sui also took her onto the boat of King Chu Nan. Early that morning, Shun Huijin and Jun Qian saw everyone off at the dock. Under the morning sun, the fleet quickly set sail. Sui Sui stood at the bow, waving goodbye from afar. Fairy brother, remember to come find Sui Sui soon. Okay, Jun Qian smiled. Brother will come to find you very soon. They traveled southward. After more than 10 days at sea, the boat successfully arrived at Wuzhou Dock, Chu Yu's hometown. Chu Yu and Shun Huayu still had to go further south, so they could only send everyone off here. Servants hurried to unload luggage and find carriages for transport. Since it was Sui Sui's first long trip, she found everything new and interesting. While the adults were busy moving things, the little girl ran to the street, curious and looking around. Over here, over here. Hurry up, or we won't be able to queue today. On the roadside, a few people hurried past Sui Sui, and she turned her small head curiously. From a distance, she saw a temple entrance crowded with people. Big Sister Lu Zhu, there are so many people there. Let's go see too. She grabbed Lu Zhu's arm and hurried over. Walking near the crowd, I saw a temple surrounded by mist. The courtyard was full of people, all kneeling on the ground, extending out onto the steps outside. Everyone was so crowded that it was hard to step forward. Sui Sui tiptoed and looked around, but all she could see was the back of someone's head. Curious, she reached out her small hand and tugged on the sleeve of an elderly woman kneeling nearby. Grandma, what is inside? Why are you all kneeling? The old woman turned her face and saw a pretty little girl, then smiled. Inside is the White Lotus little saint girl. She can see the future, answer prayers, and has magical medicines that cure all illnesses. Sui Sui's eyes lit up. Wow, is this little saint girl really so powerful? The old woman nodded with admiration. Yes, don't underestimate her. She's about your age, but She's actually a reincarnation of a fairy. She can write, diagnose illnesses, and has a special eye that sees everything. She's very good at fortune-telling. Whatever you want to ask, she knows. That's great, Sui Sui said happily. She decided to go ask the little saint girl directly. Then she would know where Wan Wan was.
姐姐绿珠，你等着，我也去问问。
Turning around, Sui Sui squeezed into the crowd with effort. Yes, Sui Sui. Green Pearl tried to stop her, but the little girl had already pushed into the crowd. Green Pearl wanted to follow, but a few people blocked her. Stop, wait in line. Can't you see everyone is waiting in line? Reluctantly, Green Pearl stopped. Sui Sui, just look and come out. Green Pearl is waiting for you here. Got it? Sui Sui replied. Using her small size to her advantage, she pushed and squeezed her way to the front quickly. She peeked out from between two adult shoulders and looked curiously at the temple's main hall. There was a place for a Buddha statue with a lotus platform on which a little girl sat cross-legged. She wore a white dress, probably no older than 4 or 5. She had a veil hat on her head, with a veil of fine silk covering her face. In her left hand, she held a precious bottle. In her right, a white lotus flower. Surrounding her was fragrant mist, giving her an almost fairy-like appearance. Please, Saint Girl, save my child. A woman holding a small child knelt in front of the lotus platform, constantly kowtowing. The girl sitting on the lotus platform lifted her right hand, pinched the lotus flower, and pointed to a golden lotus bowl in front of her. As long as your heart is sincere, your child's illness will soon be cured, the little girl on the lotus platform, who sounded like a child, spoke with the tone of an adult. Hearing that familiar voice, Sui Sui's eyes widened.
Wan Wan?
The bad senior sister, who caused her master's death, wanted to poison Wan Wan. She finally found her. Squeezing out between two adults, Sui Sui's small feet stepped over the temple door threshold and headed straight to the table with the lotus platform. She raised her little hand, furrowed her small brows, and sternly pointed at the young saintess on the lotus platform. Wan Wan, get down now. Bang! Seeing the suddenly appearing bowl, the young saintess's hand trembled. The flower vase in her hand wobbled and crashed heavily to the ground, shards of porcelain flying everywhere. The child held by her mother let out a sharp, loud cry. The worshippers kneeling on the ground, originally devout, all looked up in surprise. Ignoring the broken vase, the young saintess hurriedly stood up from the lotus platform. Take this child out for me. She ordered a few white-clad guards and then jumped down from the lotus platform, pulling aside the hanging curtain behind it. Stop right there, don't run. When she saw the other trying to run, Sui Sui immediately became anxious. She sidestepped an arm reaching out from a guard, pushed hard with both hands, and pushed another guard away. Running over with her short legs, she skillfully stepped onto the stairs and climbed onto the lotus platform, chasing after the young saintess. Behind the lotus platform was a secret door. As she climbed up, the young saintess was opening the secret door, preparing to slip inside. Stop right there. Sui Sui reached out with her small hand and grabbed the other's arm. Crack! In her panic, she only caught the sleeve of the other's gauze clothing, which immediately tore apart. Seizing the moment, the young saintess slipped into the secret door and slammed it shut with a loud bang. When Sui Sui caught up, the door was already closed inside, locked with a latch. She pushed against it several times, but it wouldn't budge. You can't run away. Looking around, Sui Sui turned to jump down from the lotus platform. A white-clad guard rushed over, grabbing her arm and lifting her down from the platform. You have such courage, causing chaos in the temple and disturbing the saintess. What saintess? She's a big villain and a murderer, Sui Sui shouted angrily, struggling hard but unable to break free. The little girl lifted her face, pouted her lips, and blew a loud whistle. A golden eagle circling in the air heard her whistle, suddenly turned around, and dove down swiftly. Like a fierce wind rushing through the courtyard, the panicked crowd stood up and rushed into the hall. With a powerful flap of its huge wings, one of the guards standing beside Sui Sui was immediately knocked flying by its wing. Seeing another protector holding onto Sui Sui, the golden eagle raised its right leg and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp claw attack. The protector's sleeve was torn, and 3 fresh claw marks appeared on her arm. Several protectors standing at the door hurriedly rushed forward. The golden eagle opened its sharp beak and let out a threatening screech. As 2 protectors were knocked flying one after another, the remaining few, frightened, stopped and dared not come closer. Sui Sui shook her small, hurt arm and turned around to chase after them. Little treasure, little treasure. My child, a mother, kneeling on the ground holding her child, suddenly cried out sharply, "Oh, my little treasure, someone help my child." Hearing the woman's heartbreaking cry, Sui Sui hesitated at the doorway, then pulled her leg back. She turned her face and glanced at the child in her arms. The little one was at most 5 or 6 months old, with a pale face, closed eyes, looking very weak. Sui Sui pursed her lips and ran over. "Don't cry, the baby is still alive. I will help treat him." She rolled up her sleeve and took out her portable needle pouch. Quickly, she took out a golden needle and gently held the baby's face. The woman holding the baby instinctively hugged her daughter tighter. "What are you doing?" "I'm helping her treat the illness. If I don't, she might really die." "Don't move around." She supported the baby's side of the neck with her small hand and skillfully inserted a needle into an acupoint on the baby. The child in front of her looked only about 3 or 4 years old, delicate and porcelain-like, as if carved from a picture. Despite being a tiny baby, her needle technique was very practiced. The woman was stunned in surprise, momentarily forgetting to speak. Outside, the followers crowded into the temple. "That little yellow-haired girl, what kind of illness can she treat? She just bumped into the saintess." "Exactly, if it weren't for her, the little saintess wouldn't have gotten angry and left. Take her out." Hiss! The golden eagle let out a low cry, suddenly spread its wings, and, in a protective stance, shielded Sui Sui entirely under its wings. Its feathers on the neck fluffed up, and its sharp eyes fiercely stared at the crowd. It seemed to be saying clearly that anyone who dared to move Sui Sui would face dire consequences. This golden eagle was purchased at a high price by Crown Prince Junzei and was much larger than a normal golden eagle. Its wings spread wide, almost covering half the temple hall, looking fierce and terrifying. The crowd was frightened by the eagle's imposing presence and stopped in their tracks. At this moment, Sui Sui's small hand was still inserting the needle into the 3rd acupoint. Wow! The baby, who had been holding her breath, moved her nostrils and took a deep breath, then burst into loud crying.
小宝，我的小宝活了，我的小宝活了。
The woman holding the child looked at her daughter as if she had been brought back to life and cried out with excitement. She put away the golden needle, and Sui Sui raised her small paw to wipe away some stray hair from her forehead, then gently sighed. "Luckily, I brought the golden needle, or the little baby might have really died from illness." Thank you. The woman hugged her daughter, kept thanking and bowing repeatedly. The believers standing outside the temple gate were all stunned. Did she really get better? Bodhisattva has shown her power. Another little saintess has appeared. Greetings, saintess. Suddenly, everyone knelt down in a rush, bowing to Sui Sui. "Please, little saintess, save my grandson?" "Yes, little saintess, our son has been unconscious for days. Please help him. Little saintess, please save us."
Sui Sui.
It was the first time she saw such a scene, and the little girl was also stunned in place. "Don't bow to me. I'm not a saintess. My name is Sui Sui." She reached out to pull the woman in front of her, but couldn't pull her up, and the little girl frowned helplessly. "I don't care about you all. I'm going to catch someone. Auntie, you better take the baby to get medicine quickly." Reminding the woman holding the child, Sui Sui hurriedly stepped out of the temple.
Sui Sui.
Green Pearl, who was squeezed outside, finally pushed forward and saw the little girl rushing over to hold her. "Little princess, you scared me to death."
Sui Sui.
Little princess. Du Rua and Xin Yunwen, among others, also rushed into the temple and hurried to Sui Sui's side. "Little saintess, don't go. Please save us." Seeing Sui Sui about to leave, everyone hurriedly gathered around her and knelt before her. Fearing they might hurt her daughter, Du Ruo quickly held Sui Sui in her arms, while Shin Yunwen and Green Pearl also stood beside her. Several accompanying guards raised their hands to hold their swords. Move aside immediately, or we won't be polite to you. Du Ruo looked around at everyone and sensed something was wrong. She raised her hand to signal the guards to put away their swords. Everyone, what are you doing? Madam, you don't know. Please let the little saintess help save my son? Yes, my grandson is also sick. Please, little saintess, help save him. Everyone was crying and begging one after another. Shin Yunwen looked puzzled. If you're sick, why don't you go see a doctor? The doctor's remedies didn't work. Yes, my son took medicine for 10 days, but he still passed away.
Mother, sui anxious li shuk duru esse shoulder.
I just saw Wan Wan. Let's go catch her quickly, or she might run away. Hearing about Wan Wan, everyone was surprised. Where is she? Shen Yunwen asked first. Sui Sui pointed inside the temple gate. She was just inside. I chased after her, but she ran out through a side door. Quick! Shen Yunwen turned and rushed into the temple, followed by several guards. Du Ruo also put down Sui Sui and went inside with Lu Zhu and others. The guards followed Sui Sui's instructions, jumping onto the lotus platform table and pulling aside the curtain. Sure enough, they found a hidden door behind. One guard kicked it open several times. One of them went inside to look and quickly came out again. Madam, the hidden door leads to the inner room of the temple, but no one is there. Sui Sui, Du Ruo turned to her. Are you sure it was Wan Wan? She covered her face with cloth so I couldn't see her. I recognized her voice. She told someone to stop me and then ran off. Sui Sui looked around and realized the guards who had stopped her earlier had disappeared without a trace. The little girl looked disappointed and pouted. I was just helping a little child get better and didn't watch her closely. A woman holding a child heard the conversation and stepped forward. Are you looking for the little saintess who is just sitting on the lotus platform? Sui Sui hurriedly asked. Annie, do you know her? She is the little saintess of the Taiping sect. People say she is possessed by a spirit, can predict the future, and heal all kinds of illnesses. Many patients were cured by her. The woman shook the child in her arms. I came here for my own child. If you want to find her, you can go to the Taiping temple in the city. No one expected that they would get news of Wan Wan immediately after arriving in the city. All right, let's go into the city now. Du Ruo held Sui Sui's hand, and everyone hurriedly rushed out of the temple. Du Ruo immediately ordered the deputy general accompanying them to bring some elite soldiers and quickly head into the city to investigate. The deputy general mounted his horse and left with his men. Everyone else also got into a carriage and headed into the city. Since they were in a strange place and worried that Sui Sui's tiger might scare the locals, Sui Sui didn't ride the tiger but sat in the carriage with Du Ruo and others. Shen Yunwen looked at the group left behind, his long eyebrows furrowing tightly. Strange, why are there so many sick people? Earlier, Mr. Su wrote that a serious disease is spreading in the south. It seems really severe. Du Ruo looked away from the window. Everyone, wash your hands carefully so you don't accidentally catch the disease. Green Pearl took a water pouch, dampened a cloth, and Du Ruo carefully helped Sui Sui wash her small hands. Mother, Sui Sui looked puzzled. How did Wan Wan become a little saint? Du Ruo gently shook her head. We'll know once the guards return from investigating. When the caravan entered the city, it was already evening. When they arrived at the Du residence in the North City, Du Ruo's mother was already waiting at the gate with servants. Du Ruo is the third daughter at home, with two older brothers above her. The eldest brother manages silk weaving in the south, and the second manages the tea trade in Jiangnan. Only the grandmother lives at the old Du residence. Du Ruo carried the little girl down from the carriage and immediately began introducing her. Sui Sui, this is your maternal grandmother. Hello, Grandma, the little girl cheerfully greeted. Grandma Du looked her over and then hugged her tightly, tears falling down her face. 3 years, and I finally see you, Grandma. In the Shun and Du families, the men are prosperous, but they only have one precious daughter, Sui Sui. When the little girl was just a month old, Grandma even stayed in the capital for a month. Later, when she heard Sui Sui was lost, she secretly shed many tears. Now that her beloved granddaughter has been found again, she is naturally overjoyed. Having the child back is a good thing. Grandma, don't cry and make yourself sick, the servants and housekeeper nearby advised her. Only then did Grandma wipe her tears and take Sui Sui into the living room. Shen Yunwen, worried about Wan Wan, immediately asked everyone about the Taiping sect. When he mentioned the little saint, the housekeeper explained proactively. I've heard that this little saint is a disciple of the Taiping sect's leader, Taiping Holy Mother. She's only 3 or 4 years old but can read, write, see a doctor, and do divinations. People say she's a reincarnation of a deity. Hearing this, Du Ruo, Shen Yunwen, and others were all surprised. This little saint is the same age as Wan Wan, and can also read and write. Mother. Shen Yunwen was shocked. Could it be that this little saint is really Wan Wan? I knew I wasn't mistaken. Sui Sui snorted softly. Don't be fooled by her face covered with cloth. Even if she turned to ashes, I'd still recognize her. While everyone was talking, the deputy general who had been sent to gather information hurried back to the Du residence. Madam, I have found out that tomorrow at the Peace Temple there will be a ceremony where the Holy Maiden will appear. Many followers will come to see her, and the young Holy Maiden will probably participate too. Green Pearl is a bit worried. If she really is Wan Wan, will she be scared and hide? Shen Yunwen snorts softly. If she really hides, that just proves she is definitely Wan Wan. Sui Sui leans against Grandma Du, clenching her small fists. Tomorrow, I will catch her back. The butler has already arranged accommodations for everyone. After a simple wash-up, they return to the main hall where dinner is prepared. Shen Yunwen glances around. Grandmother, why didn't I see Brother Jihan? Sighing, Grandma Du, who is holding Sui Sui in her lap, shakes her head. That child hasn't liked seeing people since he had that serious illness. Let's wait a few days. Grandmother, who is Brother Jihan? Sui Sui asks curiously. He is your eldest uncle's son, 2 years older than Yunwen. You'll see him later. Grandma Du smiles and pats the little one's back. No more talking, time to eat. After a tiring journey, Sui Sui sleeps peacefully that night. Thinking about Wan Wan, everyone gets up early the next day, worried she might run away again like yesterday. Du Ruo specially arranges for the deputy general to lead the guards among the crowd, ready for action. Shen Yunwen and Du Ruo follow Sui Sui, squeezing to the front of the high platform. A young holy maiden in white walks down from the lotus platform, raising her left hand. Divine blessing from above, a peaceful and prosperous world. Everyone immediately kneels down. Greetings, Holy Maiden. Pray for the Holy Maiden's divine appearance. When they hear her voice, Du Ruo's eyebrows furrow. Her voice is exactly the same as Wan Wan's, but her tone and accent sound more like an adult. Mother, second brother, did you hear that? Sui Sui confidently says, she is Wan Wan. The voice really does sound like Wan Wan's, Shen Yunwen softly reminds. But we need to find a way to see what she looks like. After all, people with similar voices do exist. This young holy maiden has many followers. If they catch the wrong person, it will cause trouble later. While they are talking, several followers are lifting a pale-faced man onto the high platform. Please, young holy maiden, save my husband. A woman nearby kneels and cries. The white-clad young holy maiden walks to the man's side, circles around him, then extends her right hand, offering a pill. This is our holy teach's Tianyu pill, which can cure all diseases. Give it to him. Every year, Sui Sui blinked her big eyes and carefully looked at the man lying on the wooden board. Wait a moment. Everyone on and off the stage looked at her. Du Ruo and Shen Yunwen didn't expect the little girl to speak suddenly, so they turned their faces out of curiosity. Sui Sui raised her tiny paw and pointed at the man on the stage. He's not sick at all. You're all lying. What are you talking about? The young woman kneeling beside the man cried. My man has been sick for over 10 days.
He's about to die.
You're talking nonsense, Sui Sui snorted softly. He's just pretending. I can see clearly that he's not sick, she thought. Of course, her eyes couldn't be fooled. What is this little girl talking about? Little girl, how dare you question the saintess? Suddenly, there was a chorus of scolding around. Shen Yunwen knew Sui Sui's medical skills, and she wouldn't be mistaken. Just as he was about to speak, a clear voice from a young boy suddenly sounded from the crowd. Since this little girl says the man isn't sick, why not let her go on stage and prove her point? Could it be that the little saintess is afraid? Hearing the familiar voice, Sui turned her small face in surprise and saw Jun Qian riding on a horse. She excitedly tugged at Shen Yunwen's sleeve. Peach Blossom brother, look. The immortal brother is here too. Jun Qian nodded at her from his horse nearby, and Shen Yunwen also showed a smile. I see him. On the high platform, the little saintess clenched her lotus-shaped fingers, but remained calm. All right, she can go on stage. But I warn you, if she's wrong, I won't let her go easily. Sui raised her small hand, pulled down the long veil hanging from her hood, and rubbed her nose with the back of her hand. She confidently walked onto the stage. Shen Yunwen and Du Ruo hurriedly followed behind her. Glancing at the man on the ground, Sui's eyes fell on the white-clad little saintess. She raised her chin in a challenge. If I'm right, and he's pretending to be sick, you'll have to uncover your veil, so I can see. Do you dare? The white-clad little saintess raised her right hand and pointed at the lake on one side of the stage. If you're wrong, you'll have to jump into the lake. Do you dare? You're just bullying me because I can't swim, Sui pouted. Let's bet. Who's afraid of you? With her hands behind her back, she took short steps to the man lying on the wooden board. She reached out her small hand, pulled up his trousers, and took a tiny golden needle. With a flick of her hand, she stabbed the needle into an acupoint on the man's leg. The man clenched his teeth and endured the pain. The little girl was unhurried, walking around to the other side and stabbing another needle into the same spot. The man finally couldn't hold back and screamed loudly. He suddenly sat up from the wooden board, clutching his aching, cramping leg, and yanked out the needle. Huh. Sui chuckled. Aren't you almost dead? How come you're awake now? Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. The guardian standing nearby frowned and walked over, kicking the man. How bold you are, pretending to be sick to deceive the holy maiden.
Now, get out of here.
You lost, Sui said, pointing at her face. Wan Wan, today I will catch you and take revenge for my master. Show me your face. The young holy maiden in white smiled softly. You've got the wrong person. I'm really not Wan Wan. I don't believe you. Sui stepped forward and grabbed the veil covering her face, pulling hard. The veil was torn away, revealing the face of the young holy maiden in white. Perhaps because she hadn't seen the sun in a long time, her skin looked pale and lacked color. Her delicate features had a hint of baby fat, and a large red patch was on her right cheek. Seeing her face clearly, Sui froze in surprise. This face was not the Wan Wan she imagined, but a completely unfamiliar face.
Sui.
Did I really mistake her? Strange. She clearly felt she was Wan Wan. The young holy maiden looked at Sui calmly. Now, do you believe I am not Wan Wan? Duo Ruo and Shen Yunwen, standing behind, were also stunned. Seeing Sui standing there in a daze, Duo Ruo quickly stepped forward. The young holy maiden, with her hands behind her back, spoke in a very adult tone. We still need to hold the ceremony. Can you all leave now? Sui. Duo Ruo held her hand gently. Let's go. Sui was a bit reluctant. She carefully looked at the young holy maiden's face, feeling something was off. She took a step forward, reaching out her right hand to touch the young holy maiden's face. Just as Sui extended her hand, the young holy maiden hurriedly stepped back 2 steps, her tone turning stern.
How dare you?
My face is not for you to touch casually, she scolded. Someone remove them. Several white-robed guardians immediately rushed over, shielding the young holy maiden and blocking Sui. Remove them. How dare you insult the holy maiden? Get them out. The crowd below was furious, shouting and pushing forward with excitement. Some even threw objects at Sui. Be careful. Shen Yunwen hurried over, protecting duo Ruwa and Sui Sui. Quick, let's go. The three of them quickly rushed toward the steps. Protect the lady and the young master. The deputy general, blending into the crowd, shouted urgently and strode forward. Several of his men, disguised as common folk, also pushed through to block everyone. Jun Qian saw that the situation was getting bad, jumped down from his horse, and landed beside Du Ruwa and the others. He raised his right hand, revealing a golden badge. The Imperial envoy is here. Who dares to be rude? The officials following Jun Qian also hurried over, standing protectively in front of him. Don't be rude. Everyone, step aside. Finally, the crowd was stopped. Seizing this moment, Jun Qian grabbed Sui Sui and, with Du Ruwa and others, rushed out of the venue. Once he was sure the crowd wasn't chasing after them, he stopped and looked at everyone with concern. Are you all okay? Du Ruwa adjusted her dress and shook her head. Shen Yunwen frowned, looking annoyed. These followers are acting like crazy people. These followers have been fooled by the Holy Mother and the little saintess. They treat them like gods, so of course they listen to them. Noticing Sui Sui standing nearby, wrinkling her little brows, Jun Qian squatted down. What's wrong? Not happy because you didn't find Wan Wan. The little girl pouted her lips and nodded gently. She was so sure that the little saintess was Wan Wan, but it turned out not to be, so she couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Come, look what I brought for you. Jun Qian gestured to Chonglu. Chonglu turned and ran over, took a bundle from his saddlebag, and handed it over. Jun Qian opened the paper wrapping and held it out to Sui Sui. Inside the paper was neatly stacked pale red cakes. When the paper was opened, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Seeing the delicious food, Sui Sui's eyes lit up. Wow, it smells so good. There are words on it too. She looked carefully at the characters. Ding, Sheng. Fairy brother, is this Ding Sheng cake? Exactly. This is the famous Ding Sheng cake from the south of the river. Legend says eating it makes you invincible and your wishes come true. Really? I'll eat it now. I'm sure I can find Wan Wan. Sui Sui opened her small mouth and took a big bite. She bit too hard, and her face puffed out into a big ball. She chewed vigorously for a while before swallowing and squinting happily. Enjoying the tasty treat, her previously gloomy mood was completely lifted, and her face brightened again. So delicious. I want to eat more and find Wan Wan soon. Everyone chuckled. Why is His Highness here so quickly? Shen Yunwen asked. It's hard to explain in a few words. Look around carefully, Jin Chan. Let's go. This isn't a place for talking. Let's find a quiet spot to sit and chat. His assistant led the horses over, and Jin Chan hugged Sui Sui before jumping onto the horse. Du Ruwa and Shen Yunwen sat in the carriage, and everyone found a tea house by the lake to sit around a table. Chong Lu poured tea for Jin Chan, who naturally set the cup beside Sui Sui. Drink some water quickly, don't choke. While nibbling on snacks and sipping tea, Jin Chan explained his situation to everyone. The epidemic was spreading in Jiangnan, and Zimu had sent a letter to notify Jin Chan. Jin Chan followed the Imperial envoy to Jiangnan mainly for this reason. To catch up with Sui Sui faster, Jin Chan didn't take a boat with the envoy but traveled by land with a few guards, riding quickly. Hearing from the villagers along the way about the holy girl of the Taiping sect, Jin Chan came to see for himself. Shen Yunwen sighed. Jiangnan is so big, finding Wan Wan won't be easy. Qin Jicheng, the eldest son of Qin Beicheng, is the prefect here. Wan Wan will definitely go to him. Jin Chan snorted softly. As long as we keep an eye on Qin Jicheng, we'll find out her news. When he heard he could learn about Wan Wan, Sui Sui became interested. Brother Immortal, where is Qin Jicheng? I'll go to the prefect's office soon. He must be there. Sui Sui wants to go too. Jin Chen smiled. All right, I'll take you along. Sui Sui held a teacup bigger than her face and grinned widely at him. Brother Immortal, I've missed you these days. Do you miss me too? Jin Chan's expression stiffened. He raised a finger and gently tapped her small forehead. Drink your tea. If not for worrying about her, he wouldn't be in such a rush to travel. But a proud boy like him would never say such words easily. It's more than just missing you. His Highness talks about the little prince every day. worried he might get seasick or have trouble adjusting to the new environment. He even brought a bag of soil from the capital, Chong Lu said bluntly, betraying Yin Qian completely.
Jin Qian.
He frowned and glared at Chong Lu. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Suddenly, on the official road beside the tea shop, hurried footsteps sounded. A young man in plain clothes rushed into the tea house, hurried to their table, and bowed with a worried look. Sorry to bother you all. I'm a coachman. My horse suddenly fainted, and the carriage overturned by the roadside. Could you help us? Quick, everyone help out here. Du Rua is always kind-hearted. She immediately puts down her teacup, stands up, and waves to the deputy and others sitting at the nearby table. Everyone follows the young man to the nearby official road. Sure enough, they see a carriage turned on its side by the roadside, with luggage spilled on one side. The chestnut-colored horse pulling the carriage seems to be sick or injured, panting and hiding in the grass, with its hooves kicking around wildly. Under the shade of a tree, an elderly woman in her 60s or 70s sits. It looks like she fell when the carriage overturned, with a bleeding wound on her forehead. Two maids are helping her clean and bandage the wound. Everyone works together to lift the carriage back up. Thank you all very much, the young man says, wiping sweat from his forehead. We don't know what happened to our horse. It suddenly got sick. I saw a carriage parked near the tea house earlier. I wonder if the lady can take my elderly lady home, and I can pay for the ride. Du Rua feels a bit hesitant. Our carriage has other things, so it's not very convenient. She isn't unwilling to help, but there is also an old tiger inside the carriage. If these three see it, they might be frightened. Don't trouble yourself, the old lady says, supporting herself with her maid's arm. It's not far to the city. We can walk there. Grandma, you don't need to worry. I can help treat your horse. Sway Sway looks at the horse on the grass, then steps over to it. The old lady is worried that Sway Sway might get hurt by the horse and quickly warns her. Young girl, don't go over there. Be careful of being kicked. Sway Sway stands beside the horse, turns to smile at the old lady. Grandma, don't worry. It won't kick me. Yes, Grandma, Du Rua says with a smile. My child knows some medical skills.
Just let her try.
A 3- or 4-year-old child knowing medicine. Not only the old lady, but also the passers-by drinking tea by the tea house gather curiously to see how Sway Sway will treat the horse. Squatting beside the white horse, Sway Sway reaches out her small hand to pat its belly. Little horse, don't move around. I'll rub your tummy, and it won't hurt anymore. The white horse, which was kicking around on the ground, listens to her voice and obediently lies down, no longer struggling. Jun Qian and others, knowing Sway Sway's abilities, are not surprised. The old lady, maids, and coachmen all stare in amazement. When did their own horse become so intelligent and understanding? Sway Sway raised her small hand, rolled up her sleeve, revealing a tiny arm that looked like pink lotus root. She reached out and gently touched the horse's belly. Then she knelt on the grass, bending her little legs. Clasping her hands together, she pressed on the hard lump on the horse's belly, using all her strength to knead it a few times, as if nursing. Yow! The horse whinnied in pain but soon relaxed. All done, Sway Sway said with a smile, standing up and patting her hands. Is it not hurting anymore? Come on, get up. The white horse, lying on the ground, rolled onto its side, then quickly stood up, shaking its mane happily. It came over on its own, rubbed against Sway Sway's arm, and snorted loudly. This child is truly amazing, the old lady said happily. She really healed it, young girl. The coachman looked surprised. What's wrong with this horse? Sway Sway turned her face and gave the coachman a look, frowning. It just ate, and you told it to run quickly. Its intestines are twisted. Of course it hurts. If you just ate, would you want to work? The coachman was speechless. A grown man, surprisingly tamed by a little girl. The young coachman blushed and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. My master is sick. I just started as an apprentice and don't know much. The old lady has lived most of her life, and this is the first time she's seen such a clever child, the old lady said gratefully, walking over to Du Rua and Sway Sway. Today, I really thank you both, especially this little girl. Otherwise, I don't know if I could make it to the city. Sway Sway waved her small hand like a grown-up, saying, Grandma, this is just a small favor. You don't need to thank me. The little girl, about 3 or 4 years old, was adorable with a carved jade-like face. The old lady liked her very much. This child is truly a little sprite, she said happily. Yes, Durua smiled, helping her daughter onto her shoulder. But it's just a small favor. You don't need to be polite. Since the horse is fine now, we'll continue on our way. The young coachman led the horse back into the cart. The old lady helped her maid into the carriage, lifted the curtain, and bade farewell to Sway Sway and the others. They then set off again. Watching the carriage go far away, everyone returned to the tea shop to discuss briefly. Jun Qian was on official business, so Durua's status made it inconvenient for her to go. They decided to split into 2 groups. Shen Yunwen and Sui Sui went with Jun Qian to the prefect's office, while Durua and the others returned to Du residence to wait for news. Sui Sui looked around at everyone and asked, Can I ride little Tiger? Of course, you smirked. These old officials are always hard to deal with. Ride your tiger and we'll give them a warning. Brother Immortal said it wrong. Sui Sui suddenly corrected seriously with big eyes. Riding a tiger should be about showing power, not giving warnings. Sui Sui is right, Shen Yunwen said with a smile. Let's show them our strength. Everyone chuckled softly. They called the tiger out of the cart, and the little one skillfully mounted its back. At the crossroads, everyone split into 2 groups. 2 boys rode horses, surrounding Sui Sui in the middle, heading together to the governor's office. The little girl in water-green summer clothes, riding on the tiger, immediately became the most eye-catching sight in the city. This caused quite a commotion, with some people panicking and running away, while others stood by in amazement. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the city's governor's office. 2 guards at the gate saw a girl riding a tiger approaching and were so frightened their legs trembled. If they weren't too scared to run, they probably would have fled already. Jun Qian and the others jumped down from their horses. Chong Lu hurried up the steps, glanced at the 2 petrified guards, and cleared his throat loudly. His Royal Highness King Qin and Princess Anning have arrived. Why aren't you kneeling to greet them? Even in Jiangnan, many people knew the famous little princess, the Immortal. The 2 guards snapped out of their shock and hurried to kneel and bow. One turned to run inside to report, while the other led Jun Qian and the others into the gate. Soon, a young official in a red official uniform, in his early 20s, came out with a few aides. This official was none other than Qin Beicheng, the eldest son of Qin Jicheng, the governor of Jiangnan. Seeing Jun Qian and Sui Sui, a flicker of surprise appeared in Qin Jicheng's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, smiled, and led the way to kneel and bow. Qin Jicheng, governor of Jiangnan, greets His Royal Highness King Qin and Princess Anning, Lord Qin. Jun Qian cut straight to the point without small talk. There is a severe plague in Jiangnan. Many villages on the way are heavily affected. The court ordered you to set up medicine stalls and distribute medicine to the people. Why haven't I seen any yet? Qin Jicheng smiled. Your Highness, you don't know. I just received the news, and we are already preparing. As he finished speaking, a subordinate came in to report. Reporting, Your Highness, the little saintess has arrived. Qin Jicheng frowned. He couldn't say much in front of Jun Qian, so he just waved his hand. Please come in. The subordinate nodded and ran out, returning shortly with a young girl. The girl in white clothes and a white dress was the little saintess I saw earlier on the high platform. Perhaps because her veil had been torn by Sui Sui before, this time she did not cover her face. Seeing Jun Qian and Sui Sui sitting on the chairs, the little saintess was also surprised. Qin Jicheng cleared his throat softly. Little saintess, seeing the prince and princess, why don't you kneel? I do not know their identities, so I was rude. The little saintess stepped forward and knelt on the ground. I pay my respects to the prince and princess. Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen exchanged a look, both suspicious of each other's eyes. This child knows Qin Jicheng too? When the little saintess stood up, Qin Jicheng explained with a smile. Your Highness, I asked this little saintess to come here to be responsible for managing the medicine shed. Jun Qian frowned. This is a government matter. We don't need these superstitions to help, right? You don't know, Your Highness. This little saintess has excellent medical skills. Her prescriptions can definitely help the common people avoid disasters, Qin Jiqing said with a smile. Hearing that it was about healing and saving lives, Sui Sui also cared a lot. After all, her master had taught her since she was young. As a healer, she must save others. The little girl jumped down from her chair and walked to the little saintess, extending her small hand. Show me your prescription, let me see it. Yes, the little saintess agreed, reaching into her sleeve to take out a prescription, holding it with both hands and presenting it to Sui Sui. Please, Your Highness, take a look. Sui Sui reached out and took the prescription, casually glancing at the little saintess's fingers. Her sharp eyes immediately noticed a visible scar on the back of the little saintess's hand, half exposed outside her sleeve. The little girl's keen eyes saw it instantly, an obvious burn scar. With her innate special ability, Sui Sui immediately recognized it as a scar left from a burn. Seeing her scar, Sui Sui suddenly remembered something. Wan Wan's hand had been burned by lamp oil before. If the little saintess was not Wan Wan, why would her hand be burned like Wan Wan's? The big-eyed girl suspiciously examined the little saintess. Sui Sui clutched the prescription and walked to Jun Qian's side, gently pulling his sleeve with her small, white hand. Immortal brother, I want to tell you a secret. Jun Qian bent down voluntarily, leaning his head close to her ear. The small hand supported the chair's armrest, and Sui Sui raised her tiny hand to cover Jun Qian's ear, lowering her voice. Look, immortal brother, this little saintess's hand is also burned like Wan Wan's. Jun Qian narrowed his eyes and slowly examined the little saintess from top to bottom. I am unsure whether I dare to look directly at him, or if his status prevents others from looking at him closely. The young saint girl stands politely a little way off, her head slightly bowed. Her hands hang by her sides, hidden beneath her long robes, so I can't see them clearly. Jun Qian quietly withdraws his gaze and reaches out his hand to Sui Sui. Come, let me see the prescription. Sui Sui willingly hands over the prescription to Jun Qian. He gently pulls her to stand in front of him and unfolds the folded paper. Knowing the little girl doesn't read much, he deliberately reads out the names of the medicines one by one. White Atractylodes 10 Qian, Echinacea 5 Qian. Her small head leans on his leg. Sui Sui listens and looks, occasionally seeing unfamiliar characters. When she hears Jun Qian reading the medicine names, she understands them well. He finishes reading the prescription and softly asks, Sui Sui, what do you think of this prescription? When it comes to healing, the little girl straightens her expression. Sui Sui needs to find a patient to see if it works. After all, medicine must match the illness. Since the patient hasn't been seen, the effectiveness of the prescription can't be confirmed. Jun Qian nods lightly, his gaze passing over the prescription in his hand before returning to the young saint girl. Young saint girl, did you really write this prescription? According to His Royal Highness Qin, this prescription was indeed written by the lady. The young saint girl speaks with a mature tone. If her voice weren't so young, she might sound almost like an adult. This is a carefully researched prescription based on the patient's condition. It can treat the sick and prevent illness in the healthy. Good. Jun Qian nods softly, folds the prescription and tucks it into his sleeve. I will take this prescription back to discuss with the princess. We will give you an answer tomorrow. He stands up from the chair, reaches out to hold Sui Sui's hand, and slightly lifts his chin. Before this time tomorrow, if I do not see the medicine tense, Lord Qin, don't blame me for losing my temper. Qin Jiqing bows humbly and respectfully. I will obey your command. In front of Qin Jiqing and the others, Jun Qian says no more and leaves the prefectural office with Sui Sui, Shen Yunwan, and others. Qin Jiqing and the young saint girl, along with several officials, politely see them off. Watching them walk away, Qin Jiqing clears his throat. This concerns the safety of the people. You must act quickly and set up medicine tents on the main streets. A few subordinates agree and hurriedly take their leave. Qin Jiqing returns to his study with the young saint girl, closes the door, and the smile on his face quickly disappears. Unexpectedly, the emperor arranged for Jun Qian to be the special envoy, and even that young princess came along. The little saintess, who had been acting proud all along, leaned in with a frown. It seems like Sui Sui still doubts me. In fact, Sui Sui was not mistaken. This little saintess was actually Wan Wan in disguise. After being sent to Jiangnan by the butler, Qin Jiqing arranged for her to have a proper identity, so she wouldn't be suspected by outsiders. He specifically arranged for her to become a disciple under the Holy Mother of the Taiping sect. Suddenly, she became the young saintess of the Taiping sect. Because she had lived again, Wan Wan, on the surface a child, had the mind of an adult. She could read, write, and knew medical skills, quickly gaining the trust of the followers. Brother said long ago that you should not only change your appearance, but also try to sound different from before, Qin Jiqing said, giving her a sidelong look. If you listen to me, how could they have found out your true identity? I don't know why Sui Sui came to Jiangnan so quickly. Wan Wan frowned and sat down. It's strange. How did she know I didn't die? Could it be that father leaked the news? Why haven't we received any message? No matter how they found out, they currently have no proof. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here safely, Qin Jiqing said calmly, lifting his teacup to his lips and taking a sip with a faint smile. You don't need to worry. Now, besides me and your master, no one knows your true identity. Even if they sound the same, how can they prove you're Wan Wan? Right now, our main goal is to get the medicine stall running. This is a great chance to make money. To control the spread of the plague in Jiangnan, the court allocated funds to send free medicinal soup to treat patients who couldn't afford medical care. Qin Jiqing, a government official, was not at all concerned about the people's lives. In his view, this was a perfect opportunity to make a fortune. Thinking of this, he glanced at Wan Wan out of the corner of his eye. Is your prescription okay? Don't worry, brother. The formula was worked out with my master. It's definitely fine, Wan Wan replied confidently. That's good. Qin Jiqing leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. With just a few kids, they can't be our match, right? Big brother, Wan Wan lowered her voice and leaned closer to him. Since they're coming to us willingly, we might as well take the chance to eliminate them. Brother, help the Empress remove this big threat. The Empress and the Crown Prince will surely reward you with titles in the future. This matter is very important. We must be careful. Qin Jiqing composed himself and said, right now, your most important task is not to let them see through us. As long as we get past this, we can deal with the rest later. After all, he was the governor of Wu Prefecture, and this was his territory. Jun Qian was not only a prince, but also held the position of Imperial envoy. If something happened to him here, it would be hard for the emperor to explain. Wu Prefecture Official Post Station. The officials had long received official orders and were ready to welcome the Imperial envoy. Jun Qian was not only an envoy, but also a prince, plus the famous fairy princess Yue. The station officials dared not slack off. They bowed and smiled as they escorted everyone to a separate courtyard. This is the place I arranged for the prince and princess to stay. If you need anything, just tell us. Jun Qian waved his hand lightly, signaling them to leave, then made a gesture to Chong Lu. Chong Lu understood that the three of them needed to discuss something secret, so he stood outside the door to keep watch. Shen Yunwen was very curious. Seeing no one else around, he immediately asked, "What's going on? Why are you two acting so secretive?" Just now, Yue found that the little saint girl has burned scars on her left hand, just like Wan Wan. Shen Yunwen looked at Yue from the side, sounding a bit jealous. Yue, why didn't you tell your second brother? He was her biological older brother and should be closer to her than Jun Qian and her sister. Yue didn't realize her brother was jealous and acted naturally. Yue and the fairy brother agreed to keep small secrets and talk quietly. Brother Taohua didn't say anything to Yue either. Shen Yunwen. Sure enough, this girl was spoiling her sister. Jun Qian, standing nearby, raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed softly, hiding the smile on his lips. He took out a prescription from his sleeve and handed it to Shen Yunwen. Don't you recognize Wan Wan's handwriting? Look at this prescription. Does it look like Wan Wan's writing? The little saint girl had many suspicious points and was very close to Qingjia. Jun Qian naturally had to be cautious, so he deliberately said he took the prescription to check it. Besides verifying the medicine's effectiveness, he also wanted Shen Yunwen to identify the handwriting. Because of Wan Wan, Shen Yunwen didn't dare to be careless and ignored his jealousy. He laid the prescription flat on the table and carefully examined it, one character and stroke at a time. After a long while, he finally looked up. "How is it?" Jun Qian asked. Shen Yunwen shook his head gently. "There's no similarity." Sui lowered her small head, looking a bit disappointed as she pointed to her tiny finger. Did Sui make a mistake again? Seeing the little girl look a little upset, Shen Yunwen smiled and gently supported her thin shoulder. "The handwriting on the prescription is different, but that doesn't prove she isn't Wan Wan. After all, we can't be sure if she really wrote this prescription right now." But Sui looked confused. If the little saintess is really Wan Wan, why does her face look so different? Previously, the master who taught me swordsmanship said that there is a kind of disguise magic in the martial world that can change a person's face to look different. They can even use a technique to shrink their body. If she is Wan Wan, maybe she used disguise magic to hide her identity, Jun Qian explained. "Wow, so amazing." Sui looked longing. "Do fairy brothers also know disguise magic?" Cough. Jun Qian cleared his throat softly. "Brother has only heard of it." After all, the Emperor and the Empress Dowager invited top martial arts experts to teach him, all from noble families. They mostly told him stories about the martial world and wouldn't teach a prince such strange tricks. Since Wan Wan's identity is suspicious, we should find a chance to investigate her carefully. Jun Qian took the prescription from the table. "For now, we need to confirm the prescription, because it concerns the safety of the people in Jiangnan." Shen Yunwen also knew this matter was important. Sui needs a patient to confirm the prescription. "Where can we find a patient?" "A sick person will definitely go to see a doctor. Let's check nearby clinics." Jun Qian put the prescription away and added, "And also find out what the Taiping sect is really about." Not wanting to attract attention, Jun Qian didn't bring many attendants, and Sui's tiger was kept inside the inn. The three of them left the inn through the side gate, taking only 2 secret guards and Chonglu. Chonglu ran to the roadside to ask passers-by, and soon returned to inform the others. "The person just now said there's a herbal clinic called Baichao Tang not far at the right turn ahead." Hearing that it was their master's clinic, Sui immediately got excited. Sui wants to find master. "Big brothers, hurry up." She grabbed Jun Qian with one hand and Shen Yunwen with the other, anxiously taking short steps toward Baichao Tang. The 2 young men exchanged helpless glances, obediently quickening their pace to follow the little girl. Following the directions given by the passers-by, they turned right at the crossroads. From afar, they saw a shop with a sign bearing the character Yal, medicine, hanging outside. Under the golden sign of Baichao Hall, there was a medicine stall. An assistant was handing out brewed medicinal soup to the waiting villagers, while a few others were promoting the medicine. "Remember, drink 1 dose in the morning and 1 in the evening. Family members with illnesses should wear a cloth over their mouth and nose when caring for the sick." Nearby, 2 doctors from the shop were treating sick villagers. Noticing many sick people, Sui paused. She reached into her sleeve pocket and took out a small handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose. "Fairy brother and peach blossom brother, you should also cover your mouths and noses so you don't catch the disease." Knowing the epidemic was serious, Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen, along with others, imitated the little girl, taking out cloths to cover their mouths and noses. After tying the handkerchief securely, Sui walked over to a middle-aged doctor who was diagnosing a patient with a cloth covering his face. She looked carefully at the patient and tilted her head to see the doctor writing the prescription. "Oh no, you've written the wrong prescription. Children shouldn't cause trouble." The middle-aged doctor, busy with his work, frowned and looked at her. "Go over there and line up for the medicine." Knowing the other person didn't recognize her, Sui introduced herself. "I'm not here for medicine. I'm here to help with the treatment. My master is Su Mu from Baichao Hall." Her words made the apprentices, assistants, and doctors all laugh. "Why are you laughing?" "I'm telling the truth." Sui, with her hands behind her back and her small face raised confidently, said, My master said all the people at Baichao Hall must listen to me. Seeing how serious she looked, everyone couldn't help but laugh even more. Little sister, one apprentice teased with a smile. If your master sues apprentice, I'll walk backwards from now on. Then start walking backwards today, Jun Qian said proactively. Sui Sui, show them your token. Sui Sui reached out her small hand and took out a matching token from her chest pocket, holding it up for everyone to see. Here, take a look. Everyone turned their faces at once. They saw the small girl, holding the Baichao Hall token between her fingers. Everyone froze in place, as if under a spell. I want to see, the middle-aged doctor, named Cheng Yi, got up and took the token from Sui Sui's hand, examining it carefully. Recognizing it as the genuine Baichao Hall token, Cheng Yi quickly straightened his robes and bowed respectfully to the girl. Junior Cheng Yi, respectfully greeting my senior uncle. Before Sui Sui, Su Mu had also taken on a disciple who died from exhaustion while treating disaster victims. This Cheng Ye's master was Su Mu's eldest disciple. Regarding the order of seniority, she should be called Uncle Teacher Sui Sui every year. Seeing Cheng Yi bow to Sui Sui, several doctors and apprentices nearby were all stunned. Mr. Cheng, is this really Mr. Su's apprentice? Be respectful. Cheng Yi glared at everyone. Call her quickly. Since Cheng Yi didn't seem to be joking, the apprentices and disciples hurriedly put down their work and all bowed to Sui Sui. Junior greets Uncle Teacher, Sui Sui. She couldn't believe she had so many students and grandchildren. Seeing everyone bowing to her, the little girl pursed her lips. She reached into her small cloth bag slung across her body, touched the candies inside, and took one out to open in her hand. Good girl, Uncle Teacher Sui Sui will give you some candy. Everyone. In the medical profession, respect for seniority is very important. When Uncle Teacher Sui Sui spoke, everyone dared not refuse. Thank you, Uncle Teacher Sui Sui. Everyone together expressed thanks and reached out to take candies from the paper bag. Seeing many hands reaching for her candies, Sui Sui looked worriedly at the bag. One piece each. No grabbing extras. Leave me a couple, too. Seeing the little girl look nervous, everyone held their candies and couldn't help but laugh. This little Uncle Teacher Sui Sui was just too adorable. Cheng Yi stood nearby, also smiling silently. He handed a prepared prescription to a disciple to fetch medicine, then smiled and raised his right hand towards Sui Sui and the others. Little Uncle Teacher, shall we talk inside? As soon as Cheng Yi finished speaking, a servant hurried over. Mr. Cheng, it's not good. The Red Lotus Saintess is here again. Everyone turned their heads at once and saw a group of white-clad typing sect followers carrying a lotus throne on 8 poles. On the lotus throne, behind hanging silk curtains, sat a woman in white clothes, cross-legged. She looked to be around 20, with a red lotus-shaped hair ornament between her eyebrows. Her eyes and eyebrows were slender, giving off a strange aura. The follower stopped, set down the lotus throne, and lifted the curtain. The Red Lotus Saintess, sitting on the lotus throne, walked arrogantly toward Cheng Yi and the others. Manager Cheng, have you thought it over? When will you sell this pharmacy to the Taiping sect? Humph. Cheng Yi snorted. I already said we at Baichao Hall do not sell. The Saint Mother has ordered that all pharmacies and clinics in the city must be under the Taiping sect, providing free treatment for the people. Baichao Hall cannot be an exception. The woman in white coldly snorted. Mr. Cheng, please consider carefully. Several servants and disciples looked angry. How can there be such a rule in this world? Are you trying to force us to sell? We won't sell. What do you want to do? Going against the heavens will invite divine punishment. The holy maiden of the Red Lotus raised her right hand, bringing the flute to her lips. A strange, eerie sound of the flute filled the shop, and a flurry of tiny, broken sounds echoed inside. Countless snakes and insects of various colors and sizes emerged from the cracks in the walls and the grass outside. Snakes, people lining up to receive medicine, and patients waiting to see the doctor screamed in fear and ran away. The snakes and insects quickly gathered around the holy maiden of the Red Lotus. They lifted their heads, spitting out red tongues, forming a fan shape that surrounded Sui Sui and others. The shop assistants and apprentices at the herb shop hurriedly stepped back in panic. Seeing the countless snakes and insects before them, Cheng Ye's face turned pale. He had heard that the two holy maidens of the Taiping sect, one old and one young, could use magic, but he had thought it was just gossip. He never expected they had such power. If these snakes and insects attacked, not only the disciples and subordinates, but even Mr. Su's young disciple might be in danger. He spread his arms, protecting everyone behind him. Cheng Yi tried to stay calm, but fear overwhelmed him, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His voice trembled slightly. "Please speak nicely, don't do anything rash." The holy maiden of the Red Lotus saw the panic on everyone's faces and smirked proudly. "Manager Cheng, this isn't me acting recklessly, it's heaven's will. That's right, if you're sensible, hand over the medicine shop." Taiping holy sect, acting on heaven's orders. The followers behind the holy maiden also shouted in agreement. Compared to everyone's fear, Sui Sui, Jun Qian, Shen Yunwen, and others remained very calm. "Everyone doesn't need to be afraid. The little master is here." Sui Sui smiled warmly to comfort everyone, then waddled over to the front of the snake swarm. Noticing the beautiful little green snake at the front, the small creature squatted down and reached out its tiny hand to catch the little snake. "Wow, little snake, you're so cute." This little ancestor was a poisonous bamboo green snake. Cheng Yi was so nervous, he almost fainted. "Little uncle, don't." Before Cheng Yi could finish, Sui Sui had already caught the little snake in her hand. The holy maiden of the Red Lotus. "Everyone." She reached out her small hand to gently stroke the head of the little bamboo green snake. Sui Sui lifted her small face, her big black and white eyes fixed on the face of the holy maiden of the Red Lotus. "If you dare bully Sui Sui's disciple, don't blame Sui Sui for being rude to you." Holding a small blue snake in her left hand, the little girl raised her right hand and pointed at the Red Lotus Saintess and others. "Bite them." Hiss! The group of snakes turned around together. The Red Lotus Saintess's eyebrows twitched sharply. She had summoned the snakes with her snake-binding magic, so why were they listening to this child? Could it be that this little baby also knew snake-binding magic? She quickly raised her palm and hurriedly placed her flute to her mouth, trying to regain control of the snake group. Before her flute reached her lips, her calf was bitten by a young green snake, causing her to scream in pain. Her flute almost slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. She didn't care about playing the flute anymore. Panicked, she turned around and ran, clutching her flute. If the Red Lotus Saintess was already like this, the other followers in white robes were even more frightened. They abandoned the lotus throne one by one and ran away. Some ran so fast they accidentally bumped into the lotus throne's support pole and fell heavily to the ground. Others collided and fell together. The snakes and insects didn't hold back, biting wherever they could. "Ouch, my butt, my nose." A few white-robed followers screamed as they got up and ran wildly, still with several snakes hanging on them. "Little snakes, keep going, chase." The slow ones. Sui Sui stood still, smiling and encouraging the snakes. Seeing the Red Lotus Saintess and her followers being chased and disappearing from sight, Sui Sui finally stopped and made a funny face behind everyone.
"See?
You still dare to do bad things." The servants and apprentices hiding timidly at the back looked at the little girl in disbelief. They were so scared they hid in the corner or climbed up trees, but now they returned to the front of the herbal hall, looking at Sui Sui with admiration. An older grandmother was the first to kneel down. "Little Immortal, today I truly saw a real little immortal." Leading the others, everyone followed suit. "Greetings, little immortal." Suddenly, a large group knelt on the street. Sui Sui held the small snake and looked around at everyone with big eyes, feeling a bit confused. "Why are you all kneeling again?" The adults found it strange. Why did they keep kneeling to her? Jun Qian frowned and took a step forward, wanting to speak. Shen Yunwen raised his hand, grabbed his arm, and leaned close to Jun Qian's ear. "Let them be. This is a good way to fight against the Taiping sect. Right now, a plague was spreading in Wuzhou City. There were so many followers of the Taiping sect, and countless innocent people might have been deceived by them. Just by seeing the scene where the young saintess performs the ritual, it's clear that it's impossible for just a few people to turn the situation around quickly. Spreading the name of Sui Sui as a little deity is actually the best way to oppose the Taiping sect. In terms of medicine, they believe in using poison to cure poison. They are trying to fight the Taiping sect with a witch doctor treating another witch doctor approach. Jun Qian guessed his idea and nodded gently. He stepped forward and supported Sui Sui's shoulders. Didn't you hear what the little deity said? Everyone stand up, or else the little deity will get angry. The villagers, not wanting to upset Sui Sui, hurriedly helped each other to stand up from the ground. Little deity, the leading old woman stepped forward. We've never done anything evil or harmful. Why is heaven punishing us? Please, little deity, help us find a way. Yes, our family of 4 has lost 2 members already. Little deity, please think of a way. This epidemic came suddenly and spread quickly. Many patients became seriously ill within a few days and died. Ordinary people don't understand medicine or pharmacology, and they listen to the Taiping sect spreading rumors of divine punishment, so they easily believe it, thinking heaven is punishing everyone. Sui Sui, still a young girl, shook her head and pouted softly. You grown-ups are so stupid. Just take medicine when you're sick. Exactly. Shin Yunwen coughed lightly. Everyone line up to get medicine and listen to the little deity. The sickness will get better soon. Having just seen how powerful Sui Sui was, everyone trusted her words and obediently queued up to receive herbal medicine. Everyone, go give the medicine to the villagers. Chengyi instructed a few apprentices and attendants, politely inviting everyone into the back hall lounge, and personally placed the prepared tea on the table next to Sui Sui. Noticing the small venomous snake still playing with the little girl, Chengyi quickly stepped back 2 steps. Little uncle, do you still want to keep this snake? Little uncle only has 1. I can't give it to you. Sui Sui curled her little hands, carefully holding the small bamboo leaf blue snake to her chest. If you like it, I can help you catch one later.
Chengye. No.
He really didn't want one at all. Thank you, little uncle, for your kindness, but I think I'll pass. All right then. Sui Sui looked around. Where is my master?
Hearing her mention Sumu, Chengye se face darkened.
Old Su is at the Qin City Beatsao Hall's main branch, where the epidemic is the worst. Hearing that she couldn't see her master, the little girl pouted slightly, looking a bit disappointed. He subtly noticed her caution and smiled affectionately. Sui Sui, no need to rush. After my brother finishes his work here, I will take you to see our master. There's no need to trouble His Highness with this, Shin Yunwen said kindly, standing beside Sui Sui and patting her head. Second brother will go with you. Jun Qian squinted his eyes. Sui Sui, your second brother just recovered from a lung illness. It might not be good for him to go to places with serious diseases. Sui Sui nodded seriously. Our immortal brother is right. Brother Taohua, you should stay here. Let the immortal brother go with Sui Sui. Shen Yunwen frowned. Is His Highness being a bit excessive? Sui Sui is my own sister. Jun Qian snorted softly. In the past, Sui Sui was with me every day. Sui Sui. How can these 2 brothers act like fighting roosters?
Cough.
Chong Lu, standing nearby, gently cleared his throat. Your Highness, Sir Shin, Mr. Chung is still waiting. Don't forget the main matter while competing for attention. The 2 young men realized they had been rude, quickly straightened their clothes, and sat down on the chair beside Sui Sui. Jun Qian took the initiative to explain the purpose to Chengyi. Hearing that Sui Sui was here to find the patient and confirm the city's medicine plan, Chengyi hurriedly called a subordinate and brought in a patient seeking treatment. Sui Sui carefully inquired about the patient's condition and quickly devised a treatment plan. Shan Yunwen diligently recorded Sui Sui's prescription on paper, then took out the prescription Wan Wan had written earlier and handed both to Chengyi. Mr. Chung, you see the most with patients. Please look at these 2 prescriptions and tell us which one is more suitable. Chengyi examined both prescriptions carefully and looked very impressed. Little uncle, your prescription is much more sophisticated than the one from the junior and the little saintess. It's definitely correct. Seeing Chengyi's approval of Sui Sui's prescription, Jun Qian also relaxed. Tomorrow, I will trouble Mr. Chung to go to the Ji Prefecture office. I want to entrust the distribution of free medicinal soup to Baichao Hall. Having just seen the true face of the Taiping sect members and a suspicious little saintess inside, Jun Qian was very uneasy about leaving the medicine distribution to these scoundrels. A doctor's compassion is crucial for the safety of the city's people. Chengyi immediately agreed. That night, Jun Qian personally took Sui Sui to the Du residence. Knowing that this delicate young boy was the third prince, Prince Qin, who brought his granddaughter back, the old lady, Du, kept thanking him and insisted that Jun Qian stay for a meal. Everyone ate and talked, and the conversation naturally turned to the suspicious little saintess. Yue took the chicken leg that Jun Qian secretly handed her. That little saint girl's scar is just like Wan Wan's. It must be Wan Wan. Just judging by a scar, the other person probably won't admit it. Du Ruo thought of something. Wan Wan also has a birthmark on her arm. Can we find a way to see if this little saint girl has a birthmark too? Shen Yunwen frowned. She's just a young girl. She definitely wouldn't take off her clothes easily. It's simple. Shen Yunli, who was busy eating, raised his face. Just catch her and see. Nonsense. Du Ruo rolled her eyes at her son. The other person is the little saint girl of the Taiping sect. How can we just seize her? While they were still thinking, Yue, happily munching on a big chicken leg, grinned mischievously. Yue has a way. She'll make her obediently show her birthmark. The next afternoon, everyone arrived at the prefect's office on time. Qin Jiqing and Wan Wan, disguised as the little saint girl, were waiting inside. Besides them, several county officials and small officials managing the streets of the city, like village chiefs and guards, were present. After greeting each other, Jun Qian raised his hand to signal everyone to sit down. After discussing with the princess, I've decided to use the princess's own prescription. The herbal medicine distribution will be handled by Mr. Chengyi from Baichao Hall, Jun Qian said, his gaze serious as he looked at Qin Jiqing. Does the prefect have any objections? His Highness is an imperial envoy appointed by the emperor. I shouldn't have objections. But this matter concerns the whole Wu prefecture and over 100,000 people in 7 counties below. I think we should hear everyone's opinions. Qin Jiqing looked around at the officials. Are you all willing to use the little princess's prescription? The officials hesitated and didn't speak. After all, Yue had just arrived in Jiangnan and no one knew how capable she was. If a child's prescription caused trouble for the people, who could take responsibility? Seeing the distrust from everyone, Chengyi stepped forward to explain. The little princess is my family's disciple, Mr. Su. I can guarantee her prescription is better than the little saint girl's. When they heard Yue was a disciple of Su Mu, everyone looked surprised. Qin Jiqing smiled. Even if the little princess is Mr. Su's disciple, she's still too young. She can't even read all the characters properly. How can she write prescriptions? Who says not knowing characters means you can't treat people? Suddenly, an old voice sounded from the hall. I can prove that the little princess's medical skills are excellent. An elderly woman with white hair, supported by 2 maids, entered the room. Recognizing the other person as Lady Zhou, the mother of the governor of Jiangnan, everyone nearby came forward to pay their respects. After all, the governor is the highest official in Jiangnan, so they naturally did not dare to neglect his mother. I humbly greet Lady Zhou. Qin Jiqing also smiled and stepped forward. Lady Zhou, why are you here too? I came for the little princess, Lady Zhou replied with a smile at Sui Sui. Little miss, do you remember me? Sui Sui blinked and smiled. I remember. You are the old lady who fell earlier. That's right, Lady Zhou said with a smile, bowing slightly. I came specifically to thank the little princess. Lady Zhou used to live with her son, the governor, at the governor's residence in Qin City. Because of a serious epidemic in Qin City, the governor arranged for her to stay temporarily at the Wu prefecture office. On the way, their horses got sick and overturned. Luckily, Sui Sui helped treat the horses, allowing her to arrive safely. People heard that a delicate little princess had come to the office, and her appearance was very similar to the children she had helped before. Lady Zhou came to see her and happened to witness others doubting Sui Sui's medical skills. Does Madame Zhou know the princess? A subordinate officer asked curiously. Lady Zhou explained the situation to everyone. The little princess immediately identified the cause of the horse's illness and cured them on the spot, showing her excellent medical skills. If anyone doubts her, I am willing to vouch for her. I, by Chao Tang, also wish to vouch for the little princess, Chengyi said. After hearing Lady Zhou's praise of Sui Sui's medical skills, Bai Chao Tang also agreed to support her. A few officials who were hesitant before now expressed their support. The princess truly is a disciple of Mr. Su. She is indeed talented. If that's the case, I am willing to use the princess's prescriptions in my county. The current situation was clearly unfavorable to their side. Qin Jiqing frowned secretly. Standing nearby, Wan Wan smiled faintly. Since Lady Zhou has vouched for the little princess, I believe the princess is indeed skilled in medicine. It's a bit of trouble for the princess and Mr. Chung to prepare the medicine. Qin Jiqing glanced sideways at her. Seeing Wan Wan's confident smile, he guessed she had her own plan and also smiled. In that case, let's proceed according to His Highness's wishes. He was somewhat surprised that the other party agreed so readily. There is no explicit content in this text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. There is no time to delay in treating the illness. Jun Qian gently nods and turns to look at Chengyi. Mr. Chung, I leave this matter to you. Yes, Chengyi respectfully replies. Your Highness, rest assured, I will do my best. Glancing at Chengyi, Wan Wan steps forward voluntarily and bows to Jun Qian and Sui Sui. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now. Sui Sui reaches out her small hand, supports Chong Lu's arm, and stands up from her chair. Stop. You are not allowed to go. Wan Wan straightens up and looks at her cautiously. Your Highness, is there anything else? Sui Sui smiles warmly and walks up to her. She takes a piece of candy from her cloth bag and offers it. This candy is very tasty. Here, have a piece. Wan Wan is unsure what Sui Sui is up to and hesitates, standing still. Why not? Jun Qian narrows his eyes. The princess is kind enough to give you a treat. Don't you want to accept it? I dare not. Thank you, princess. Wan Wan has a scar on her left hand and doesn't want Sui Sui and Jun Qian to see it. She raises her right hand to take the candy from Sui Sui. Before she can grab the candy, a tiny green figure suddenly slips out from Sui Sui's sleeve. It bites sharply into Wan Wan's upper arm. Ah! Wan Wan recoils in pain and looks at her right arm. Her white sleeve now has 2 red blood spots. I'm sorry, little saint girl. Sui Sui raises her small hand, grabs the small green snake wrapped around her wrist, and smiles at Wan Wan. My little snake seems to have bitten you. Her gaze falls on the small, white, tender fingers holding the blue snake. Wan Wan's mind buzzes loudly. Is this a venomous snake? Yes, it's called bamboo leaf green. Sui Sui blinks seriously. You need to squeeze out the poison immediately or you might die, Wan Wan. Hearing that Wan Wan was bitten by a venomous snake, Qin Jiqing's face changes dramatically. He quickly rushes over, lifts Wan Wan from the ground, and supports her arm. Someone, send the family doctor quickly. Master Qin, I will go now. Chengyi steps forward and grabs Wan Wan's arm, pushing up her sleeve. Sui Sui, Jun Qian, and Shen Yunwen all look at Wan Wan's arm at the same time. The white sleeve is pushed up above Wan Wan's arm, revealing her slender arm. Near the top of her right arm, there are 2 fresh bite marks from a snake. At this moment, blood is oozing out from the bite wounds. After all, it was just a small bamboo leaf green snake, and the wound caused by its bite was only 2 tiny fang marks. Sui Sui grabbed Jun Qian's arm and tiptoed to look at Wan Wan's arm. Instead of a birthmark, there was a diagonal scar. It looked like she had just been hurt, with her skin still red and not fully healed. Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen both froze at the same time. Did Wan Wan really destroy her birthmark?
Sui Sui anxiously tugged at Jun Qian's sleeve.
Brother immortal. Jun Qian glanced at her and gently shook his head, signaling her not to worry. Chengyi grabbed Wan Wan's arm and squeezed out the blood from the fang wound. Mr. Chung, how is she? Qin Jiqing asked nervously. The little princess's bamboo leaf green snake is just a young snake and didn't bite hard. I quickly squeezed out the venom, so she should be fine. Chungyi took the cotton cloth handed by his assistant and helped wipe the blood from Wan Wan's arm. Lord Qin, please put down the little saint girl. I will bandage her wound. Hearing that Wan Wan was okay, Qin Jiqing secretly relaxed and stepped into the hall, placing Wan Wan on a chair. Chungyi took the medicine and carefully dressed Wan Wan's wound. Jun Qian reached out his hand, shielding Sui Sui behind him. Princess, this little snake has only been raised for a few days and isn't fully tame. I hope the little saint girl won't mind. Wan Wan leaned against the back of the chair, clutching her fingers in pain, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. She was almost furious to be dismissed so casually by Jun Qian, almost spitting blood. The princess bit the common girl, and the prince just said a word and dismissed her. What else should I do? Jun Qian raised an eyebrow, his tone arrogant. Do you want the princess to apologize, Wan Wan? Status and rank. Sui Sui was still a princess, while she was just a humble common girl. Even though she was admired by many in the Taiping sect, it couldn't change this fact. Even knowing that Sui Sui intentionally let the snake bite her, Wan Wan felt helpless. Her teeth clenched tightly, and her fingertips dug into her palm. Your Highness, you are being too harsh. Qin Jiqing quickly smiled at Jun Qian and the others to smooth things over. This is just a misunderstanding. The little saint girl's wound isn't serious, so how can she be made to apologize? He then gave Wan Wan a subtle look. Knowing that breaking ties with Jun Qian would only hurt himself, Wan Wan had to suppress her anger, biting her lips silently. Please rest well, little saint girl. We will visit again another day. Holding the small hand of Sui Sui, the young man quietly turned and left the hall. Shen Yunwen, Qingyi, and others followed behind them out of the prefectural office. Take care, your highnesses. Qin Jiqing saw them off at the door. After watching them leave, he quickly strode back to the living room. He signaled to his subordinates to leave, then approached Wan Wan. It seems they really haven't given up. Luckily, my older brother had you deal with the birthmark early, or you would have been exposed this time, he said, looking at Wan Wan's arm and showing concern. How is the wound? Is it okay? It's fine, Wan Wan replied. She took out a detox pill from her pocket and swallowed it. Suddenly, she reached out her hand and swept the gauze and other items on the table onto the floor. I must kill that girl and let her be swallowed by 1,000 snakes. She must meet a bad end. Lower your voice, Qin Jiqing warned her with a frown, sitting down. To think she could come up with such methods. Even the holy maiden Honglian was no match for her before. Could Sui Sui also control snakes? Wan Wan shook her head gently. I'm not sure either. During the court session earlier, Sui Sui had controlled the falcon, even making the tiger obediently listen to her, and she dared to hide the green bamboo viper in her sleeve. Even Wan Wan couldn't understand how Sui Sui managed to do all that. This little girl is very clever. We need to be more careful in the future. Qin Jia turned aside. Just now, Jun Qian arranged things with Bai Chao Hall. Why didn't you let me stop him? Is there another plan? Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Wan Wan tore her sleeve to cover her wound. How much medicine do you think is needed for all of Wu Prefecture and nearby counties? She sneered. Without herbs, what are they going to brew medicine with? Having lived through this life again, Wan Wan knew well that the plague in Jiangnan would spread quickly. After arriving in Jiangnan, her first action was to work with Qin Jiqing to take control of all the pharmacies in the city using the Taiping sect's influence. Now, besides a few Baichao Hall clinics, all other pharmacies in Wu Prefecture were under Wan Wan's control. Staring at the sky outside the door, Wan Wan's face was twisted with anger. I am waiting for Jun Qian and Sui Sui to come back and beg me. Do residence. Living room. A maid came over and placed chilled pastries and fruit on the table. Du Rua raised her right hand to signal the maid to step back. Did you see Wan Wan's birthmark? No, I didn't. But, Jun Qian snorted softly. I am sure she is Wan Wan. Standing behind Sui Sui, Alviju handed a small tea bowl filled with fruit to Sui Sui. The prince did not see the birthmark, so how can he be sure she is Wan Wan? Shen Yunwen continued, we didn't see her birthmark because it has a scar in that spot. If she isn't Wan Wan, how could it be so coincidental? But Lu Zhu still couldn't understand. What if that scar is old? Big sister Lu Zhu, it's not an old scar, Sui Sui said, lifting her face from the small teacup in her hand. That scar is still red, so it must be new. After Wan Wan was hurt by Sui Sui's snake, Qin Jiqing was very nervous. That shows their relationship isn't ordinary, Shen Yunwen said. Du Ru nodded. I found some information too. The little saintess appeared here right after Wan Wan's accident. It seems this little saintess is Wan Wan. Bang. Sui Sui placed her empty teacup on the table and jumped down from her chair, holding onto the armrest. I'm going to find her now and avenge my master. Sui Sui. Shen Yunwen hurried to stop her. How do you plan to take revenge? Sui Sui raised her small hand, revealing a small bamboo leaf green bracelet on her wrist. Let the little snake bite her to death. Shen Yunwen looked helpless. No, that's not okay. Then, Sui Sui pursed her lips and thought for a moment. Sui Sui will poison her to death. Seeing Shen Yunwen still shake his head, her eyes lit up. Oh right, Sui Sui can also let little tiger eat her so there won't be any bones left. Shen Yunwen. Second brother didn't mean that, Shen Yunwen said, holding her hand and pulling her in front of him, patiently explaining. Wan Wan managed to escape here because of the Qin family, the Empress, and the Crown Prince. If we only kill Wan Wan, it would be too easy for them. How can we help Sister Qing avenge herself? Killing Wan Wan alone is simple. But those despicable people behind her, escaping punishment forever, would be too lucky for them. The Empress and the Qin family have betrayed the Emperor. I will make sure they all face justice, Jun Qian said, reaching out and resting his hand on Sui Sui's shoulder. Sui Sui, I promise you, I will personally kill Wan Wan and avenge the old monk. Shen Yunwen frowned and stood up, pulling Jun Qian aside. Why are you saying this in front of Sui Sui? She's still young and naive, and you don't understand either. I'm not joking. Jun Qian raised his hand, gripping his sword hilt. A sword is meant to kill. The young boy's eyes were cold and fierce. He had seen many dark things in the palace. Wan Wan, this wicked girl, deserved to die. Sui Sui was still young, with pure hands that shouldn't be stained with blood. If it is truly necessary to act, he should do it himself. Feeling the killing intent on Jun Qian, Shen Yunwen frowned and tried to persuade him a few more words. Suddenly, a young servant hurried in with Cheng Yi and the pharmacy shopkeeper. Your Highness, little uncle. Cheng Yi saluted everyone, wiping sweat from his forehead. It's bad. There's big trouble. Sui Sui, holding a half-eaten loquat, lifted her small face, speaking in a cute, babyish voice with a commanding tone. Did someone bully you again? Tell little uncle who it was, and little uncle will help you get revenge. Little uncle, it's not that. Cheng Yi shook his head with a mix of laughter and tears. It's just that our herbs are running out. Jun Qian was surprised. Are there still no herbs at the 100 Herbs Hall? Your Highness, you don't know. Qin City was the first place to have an outbreak of the plague. To help Mr. Su, our herb storage was sent all to Qin City. Now, we only have enough herbs for 10 medicine sheds for half a day, Cheng Yi explained. To ensure all the people in the city could drink free herbal soup, there were over 20 medicine sheds in Wuzhou City alone, not counting several nearby counties. Are there no other pharmacies in the city? Shen Yunwen asked. Right now, besides our 100 Herbs Hall, all the pharmacies in Wuzhou City are controlled by the Taiping sect, Cheng Yi said helplessly. The accounting office goes to buy herbs, but they refuse to sell. They're so bold, Jun Qian said grimly, standing up. I'll go see who dares to hoard herbs and refuse to sell. I'm afraid it won't help even if you go, the accountant sighed. They don't say they won't sell, but they say the few herbs I want are all out of stock. What can you do? Shen Yunwen's brow furrowed tightly. It seems this was planned long ago by Qin Jia to leave us with no herbs to use. Sui Sui, sitting in a rattan chair, chewed her loquat calmly. Her big eyes squinted as she licked the juice off her lips with her tongue. Don't worry, the herbs are with Sui Sui. Cheng Yi looked happy. Little uncle has a plan? The little girl nodded while chewing her fruit. The accountant hurriedly asked, What plan? After biting the last piece of fruit, she took out a small handkerchief and carefully wiped her tiny paws. The little girl jumped down from the chair, blinking her long eyelashes like butterfly wings, tilting her head with a smile that looked like a little fox. I won't tell you, Everyone. She turned around, riding on the back of the sleeping tiger beside her, and waved her little hand happily at Chengyi. Don't worry, tomorrow morning, little uncle will deliver the medicine to you. Chengyi wanted to ask more, but Sui Sui suddenly jerked the reins, and the tiger swiftly jumped out of the door, disappearing in an instant. Chengyi looked helpless. Your Highness, this. Go back first. I will go take a look. Jun Qian also couldn't guess what the little one was up to, and hurriedly followed out of the living room. Shen Yunwen was worried, and got up to follow behind him. The two of them found the backyard one after the other. The little one sat cross-legged on her bed in her room, choosing seeds from the wooden box she brought from the capital. Even Jun Qian, who usually understood her well, was confused by the little one. Sui Sui, what are you doing? Picking seeds. After selecting the needed seeds, Sui Sui closed the box lid, pouted her little bottom, and climbed down from the bed. Brother Taohua, do you know where I can plant medicine? Sui Sui. Shen Yunwen looked at the seeds in her hand. Are you planning to plant herbs right now? Sui Sui smiled, showing a small white tooth. Brother Taohua is so clever. You guessed it right, Shen Yunwen. Yun Qian. Even ordinary silver dan grass takes at least a month to grow. The recipe requires more than 10 kinds of herbs. How could she plant them now in time? Seeing Shen Yunwen silent, Sui Sui thought he didn't know either. She tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. Oh right, Mother said there is a mulberry forest behind the garden. Sui Sui will go plant there. She turned around and ran out, jumped onto the tiger's back, and with a quick shake of the reins, the tiger sped off. Little tiger, hurry. The tiger increased speed and rushed toward Durua's backyard, with the golden eagle on the roof spreading its wings and following. Jun Qian and Shen Yunwen exchanged glances and hurried after the little one. 2 legs can't outrun 4 legs. After crossing the backyard and reaching the private mulberry forest behind Durua's residence, Sui Sui and the tiger had already disappeared into the woods. Sui Sui, fearing something might happen to her, the two quickly ran into the forest, following the tiger's paw prints to an open space in the woods. They saw the little girl standing in the grass with her back to them, faintly glowing with a soft golden light. The tiger and the golden eagle guarded her on either side. On the surrounding ground, medicinal herbs were growing visibly fast, germinating, sprouting leaves growing taller and blooming. The 2 boys stopped in surprise, stunned in place. Sui Sui wiped the sweat from her forehead with her small hand, turned her little head, and said, Sui Sui has planted the herbs. At the same time, so many herbs were growing, and the little one was exhausted, with weak legs and unsteady body. US Wei. Jun Qian quickly flew over and caught her before she fell. What's wrong, US Wei? Immortal brother, US Wei is very sleepy and tired. I want to sleep. She opened her small mouth and let out a big yawn. The little head tilted, and she leaned on Jun Qian's chest, closing her eyes. Shen Yunwen thought she had fainted and was startled. US Wei, don't make noise. Jun Qian frowned and glared at him, carefully looking at the little person in his arms. She is just sleeping. He looked closely at her face to make sure US Wei was fine. Shen Yunwen turned his face and looked around. How did she do that? Jun Qian pulled his robe over and covered the little person in his arms. Perhaps my US Wei really is a little fairy. What does my US Wei mean? Your Highness, don't talk nonsense. This is our US Wei. She was saved by me and brought back by me. She is my US Wei. Shen Yunwen wanted to say more, but Jun Qian side-eyed him and glared. US Wei is sleeping. Can you stop making noise, Shen Yunwen? Every time Jun Qian said 3 words, he said 1, and somehow it was him who was making noise. Next day, 100 Herbs Hall. US Wei was outside 100 Herbs Hall, waving to dismiss the rumors about the snake group. By now, the news had spread throughout Wuzhou City. Many villagers came to see the rumored little fairy. Plus, the people who came to the pharmacy to pick up medicine, making the street crowded. Chengyi stood on one side of the pharmacy, watching the street nervously. Mr. Cheng, when will the little princess deliver the medicine? The shopkeeper stepped closer, glancing at the crowded street. There are so many people waiting. If the little princess can't deliver the medicine, how will we explain? Make way. The officials parted the crowd. Qin Jiqing and Wan Wan walked over side by side, followed by 7 or 8 city officials. Qin Jiqing looked at Cheng Ye's expression with a smile in his eyes, but kept a formal tone. I wonder how prepared Mr. Qing is. I brought everyone here to check. He glanced at the jar of medicinal broth on the table and smiled. You wouldn't just have this one jar of medicine, right? That's too little. With so many people, it won't be enough. I heard that yesterday, the accountant from 100 Herbs Hall bought medicine from our pharmacy. Wan Wan deliberately teased. Mr. Chung, are you still not able to get the medicinal herbs? Hearing their voices, the common people waiting to receive their medicine began to complain one after another.